staying up late to admire Tom Felton's beauty, I unexpectedly found myself transported to another world. Everything in front of me was hazy, and a woman's voice reached my ears. "Luke, Aurora is awake." I was being held in someone's arms, smelling the fragrance of flowers, when a long-haired man took me over. His gray eyes stared at me as if I were a rare treasure. I reached out and grabbed his platinum-colored hair. Wasn't this Lucius Malfoy? "Look, Aurora and Draco both prefer you." The woman's voice was Narcissa. At that moment, a baby boy next to me opened his eyes, his gray eyes just like Lucius, and smiled sweetly at me. "Let Draco be the older brother and protect her," Lucius said. Narcissa hesitated, "But Aurora is older. As long as we know, that's enough." Lucius' persuasion was impeccable, and Narcissa quickly agreed. That prophecy and that person, Aurora, like me, is a magical creation to change the fate of the Malfoys, but she hasn't been recognized by the family tree. Lucius recited a spell at the wall, and my name appeared out of thin, Aurora Malfoy. "From now on, you will be the adopted daughter of the Malfoys, and I will do everything to protect you." It turned out that Lucius, in order to avoid the prophecy, the child born at the end of July will be a fierce opponent of the Dark Lord, used a secret potion to make Narcissa give birth early, which is why Draco was born prematurely. Mungo's doctors took care of them around the clock, while Lucius turned down all social engagements to focus on caring for his wife and child. This was completely different from the cunning, opportunistic, and cowardly head of the Malfoy family in the original story. He was simply a devoted husband. What exactly is this magical creation, Aurora? How do Lucius and Narcissa plan to change the fate of the Malfoys? Does Draco know he has a sister? Aurora hasn't been recognized by the family tree. Narcissa looked dejectedly at the opposite side. The baby had hyperopia, and I could clearly see that my name was not on the family tree. Lucius had created a safe haven for Narcissa. There was no Death Eater mark on her arm, was truly doing everything to protect his family. As I watched the two interact, Lucius suddenly picked me up, his expression serious. "Closing your eyes and ears doesn't work on Aurora. No magic is effective on her." Narcissa's voice trembled. "Do you remember? The prophecy. That prophecy about the one who possesses a power the Dark Lord does not have." Lucius sent a message using the Patronus charm, and I was shocked it wasn't said that Death Eaters couldn't have patron uses. His Patronus was actually a nine-tailed fox from a myth in the Eastern lands. Soon, Abraxas arrived. He was Lucius' father and said when he took me, "You are a gift to the Malfoys from Merlin." The father and son went to the study, and I heard Abraxas ask, "Is Aurora strange?" "As a baby, she is too quiet," Lucius replied. Suddenly, Abraxas' fingertip touched my forehead, and a sharp pain shot through my. It was the legilimency. "There are no traces of dark magic. It doesn't seem like she's been possessed," he murmured. I was in pain and felt aggrieved, bursting into tears. "Sorry," Abraxas panicked, his expression sad, as if he were about to cry. Lucius added, "Father, Draco cries when he can't see Aurora. You cried like that when you couldn't see Scorpius." Abraxas laughed. "Perhaps this generation of Malfoys will digest internally." So it turns out Lucius and Narcissa have been together since childhood. Why is magic ineffective on me? Did Abraxas' legilimency really find nothing? When he mentioned internal digestion, was he referring to me and Draco? I wonder if this generation of Malfoys will digest internally. Abraxas' voice grew lower, his gray eyes hiding deep meaning. I tugged at Abraxas' long hair, gradually calming down. "Just like Scorpius when he was little. Holding on to something makes him happy," he said. Lucius agreed and left, and Abraxas suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Your father is a Siscon." Just as I was confused, a clear male voice sounded. "Abraxas, do you need my help?" Abraxas frowned. "What are you doing out?" "Go back." A shadow materialized, short black hair, handsome features. It was a young Tom Riddle, a fragment of Voldemort's soul at 16. "Scorpius has nothing to do with you." Abraxas raised his voice, looking as if he were trying to cover something up. Tom's eyes reddened as he charged at him. "Don't deceive yourself, you can't escape." He suddenly looked at me. "Aurora seems to be able to see me." Abraxas immediately shielded me behind him. "Don't even think about her. What can I do in this form?" Tom smiled bitterly, instantly capturing Abraxas' soft heart. Draco was cooing for attention, and Tom squatted down, skillfully changing his diaper. "That I did this every day during summer at the orphanage." He said it casually, but it broke Abraxas' heart. "Does my blood help you?" Abraxas asked, biting his lip. Tom shook his head, his figure gradually fading. "There's not much time left, the energy is running out." He moved his lips, and I understood Abraxas. "I will never hurt you. You selfish and venomous little brat. How can you have this?" Side tears slid down Abraxas' face. Was Narcissa raised in the Malfoy family from a young age? What is the relationship between Tom and Abraxas? What consequences will arise from my ability to see Tom? Her eyes are different from Draco's. They always follow me. Young Tom's wynard eyes locked onto me, filled with a curious smile. That it would be a long time before I realized that the 16-year-old soul fragment that Voldemort had split off was his only good intention, belonging only to Abraxas. I traced my finger over Abraxas' tear. Stains' eyes were slightly red, gray eyes like wet glass beads. Aurora, are you comforting me? I could only make a sound like Hammy. Baby mouth hadn't developed enough to speak. The Malfoy family's looks are truly exceptional. They could outshine the Elven Kings from the Lord of the Rings. Rowling said they had average looks. Clearly, it was Harry who was biased. Narcissa was breathtakingly beautiful, yet was said to look like a drowned person. Could it be that the Savior had 800 layers of filters on? That day, Lucius invited Snape to the manor. Severus, it's about Aurora. I was held in Snape's arms, enveloped in a refreshing herbal scent. The young him, without the later melancholy, had no idea he was about to lose his beloved. She's so soft. Snape's body stiffened. His hands didn't dare to move, making me want to laugh. Her child will be born soon. The her Lucius referred to was obviously Lily. My heart sank. Draco and I were supposed to be born at the end of July. Would Snape give us away? After all, to him, the weight of Lily's child compared to us was too obvious. I would like to ask you to be the godfather of Aurora and Draco, Lucius suddenly said. Snape was about to refuse when I reached out and grabbed his black hair at the front. Severus, have you washed your hair? Lucius said with a look of disgust. Sure enough, the Malfoys are all obsessed with cleanliness. He quickly hugged me back. Aurora is willing too. So it's settled. Remember to wash your hair next time she's hungry, and I won't be sending food. This isn't asking for a godfather. It's clearly showing off children in front of a single dog. Will Snape really become our godfather? When he learns the truth, will he choose to protect Lily's child or us? Does Lucius trust him so much that he won't be let down in the end? Ordinary babies aren't. Use a stranger's arms and start crying. Lucius continued to fan the flames, forcibly selling me to Snape. Snape stood there, at a loss, his cheeks seeming a bit red. Aurora, having one more person to protect you will make your future path easier, Lucius said softly. Narcissa complained that he had been gone too long and reached out to take me. Are you feeling a bit bloated? Her voice grew quieter. Lucius actually took the initiative to taste the food meant for me and Draco. Narcissa's eyes were filled with spring, and her hesitant demeanor made me, this baby, want to cover my face. Draco crawled over with all his might, and Lucius reluctantly made way, still insisting, damn it, you've never learned manners since you were little. Clearly, he couldn't bear to part with me, but he had to find an excuse. Narcissa's figure was stunning, a blend of Eastern grace and Western fullness, and she had just given birth to twins but had already regained her shape. No wonder Lucius wouldn't let us stay even for a second after feeding. He kept saying, you need to be independent early. Who is he fooling? It's clearly because he wants to keep us to himself. Most of the time, Draco and I stuck together. He was nothing like the arrogant character in the original. He was just a cute, cuddly rice dumpling. Abracadabra took out some old photos. This is Luke and Sissy when they were kids. They celebrated their birthdays together every year, from infancy to adulthood. That I in the picture. A young Lucius knelt before Narcissa with a golden snitch. Finding a seeker to present to someone you love is so romantic. It must earn Merlin's blessing. Draco stared at the photo, not blinking, seemingly memorizing it. Lucius and Abracadabra have been home less and less. Are they at war? Draco's eyes lit up. Narcissa forced a smile, sort of but not really. She was only a few years older than I was before I traveled back, yet she had to worry about her husband's safety and the family's fate. Voldemort's temper was getting increasingly volatile. A small mistake could be brutal. And although the Malfoy family held power, they were still feared by those in higher positions, living every day on thin ice. She often stroked the L-shaped pendant around her neck. It must be Lucius' name, but I wiped her tears away. Dad said you shouldn't cry. Are you the little housekeeper of the Malfoys? She pinched my nose, laughing through her tears. Why do you listen to him for everything? Dad said, crying will turn you into an ugly little fox. Narcissa's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Mom, do you have a fever? Your face is so hot. Draco covered her face with his hand. Narcissa's face turned even redder, stammering and unable to speak. What exactly are Lucius and Abracadabra busy with? Will they be discovered by Voldemort for having ulterior motives? Draco remembers the golden snitch. Who will he use this trick on in the future? Don't cry, Dad said. You'll turn into an ugly little fox. I repeated Lucius' words, looking at Narcissa's cheeks that were red enough to bleed, trying to stifle a laugh. Thank you for your concern. Just leave taking care of Mom to me. Lucius returned with a pop and swiftly packed me and Draco out of the master bedroom. As long as he was around, we would always be second. Aurora, let's go, Draco urged. Mom's so miserable she just cried, and soon she'll cry again. What? Dad always makes Mom cry, don't you know? He said it as if it were the most natural thing. You always sleep so deeply every time it's day and night. Mom can't leave the room. You have childhood memories? I was shocked that, of course. Don't you have them too? Could Draco also be someone who traveled back? Don't you want to be found out? He nodded. That's right. Aurora, you're also a Malfoy. I poked his puffed-up cheeks. Are you imitating Dad? His face flushed, instantly caught off guard, and embarrassed. He still insisted. No way I'm the older brother. By just a few seconds, that still makes me the older brother. He tightened his grip on my hand like a puffed-up little puffer fish. The situation was becoming increasingly unstable, and family training was on the agenda. I looked at my homework, feeling overwhelmed, but Draco pleaded for me. Dad, can Aurora skip it? Lucius looked at Narcissa, who squatted down. We want to give you both equal opportunities sometimes. Those who are protected also want to pick up weapons. She leaned against Lucius' chest, their fingers intertwined so she didn't have the chance to participate in the trials when she was younger. And now she wants to make it up to me? After class, Draco suddenly hugged me and pecked my cheek. Girls like this. He smiled brightly. Only Mom and Dad can do that, we can't. I panicked. His smile froze. Don't you like me? Of course I do. He was my favorite character in Harry Potter. It's okay, it'll wait for you to say you wanna. His gray eyes sparkled, hidden beneath long eyelashes, as if he was tempting me with his beauty. In private, I heard Mom call Dad Brother Draco, suddenly lowered his voice. What? This relationship is too convoluted. Is Draco really someone who traveled back? What does he mean by brother? When he grows up, will he really make the right choice for the family's glory? One day, he will understand. At that time, for the sake of family honor, he will also make the right choice. I looked at Draco's serious face, feeling uneasy inside. Will things really develop as I wish? She sensitively sensed my wandering thoughts. Draco said nothing, just intertwined his small hand with mine. I will protect my sister, he promised loudly to Narcissa. My nose felt sour, and my eyes were swollen. I buried my head in Narcissa's chest and refused to come out, wetting her nightgown. She said nothing, using her slender fingers to comb my long hair, her fingertips gently touching my scalp. In her embrace, I relaxed my body. When Lucius returned, he saw this scene. Two children were sleeping in their wife's arms. Mr. Malfoy, please cooperate and open the defenses of Malfoy Manor. It was a summons from the Wisengamot, the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Voldemort's defeat, began to take action against his former followers. Those who were once held so high would now fall the hardest. Fortunately, Abraxas and Lucius had long been prepared, having transferred most of their assets. What remained was just an empty shell. The Black family, needless to mention, were staunch supporters of pure blood culture. The head of the Black family, Orion Black, was also one of Voldemort's supporters. His niece, Bellatrix, was Voldemort's right-hand woman. Narcissa's mother, Druella Rosier, came from the Rosier family, one of the Sacred 28. The Malfoys and the Rosiers had maintained close ties due to their familial relationship. This successful asset transfer was thanks to the help of the Rosier family. Wait, Rosier, such a familiar surname. It belonged to the family of the infamous dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald's female assistant, Vita Rosier. The complex marital relationships in a magical world almost made me dizzy. Lucius and Narcissa did not shy away from these matters. Draco and Aurora could not live forever in the ivory tower we built. They needed to recognize early the things they would face in the future. Narcissa's expression was calm, but her eyes revealed a hint of compassion. My precious child, I am sorry. This was already the best outcome. Our family was all right. Lucius gently comforted his wife, holding her in his arms. Severus has gone mad. The Dark Lord did not keep his promise. You mean, Mrs. Potter? Lily Evans sacrificed herself to save Harry Potter's life. Yes, to protect her child. Narcissa held us tighter. At that moment, she must have empathized with Lily Evans. Luke, if it were me, I might make the same choice as Mrs. Potter. Narcissa, in the original story's final battle, deceived Voldemort, falsely claiming that Harry Potter was dead. She would also sacrifice herself for her child. I, Lucius Malfoy, will never let you face such a choice. The man's hand reached to the back of the woman's neck, gently caressing the L-shaped pendant. Narcissa, we agreed long ago. You cannot leave me alone. I'm sorry. Luke, the man swallowed the woman's murmurs. Aurora, let's go out. Draco resignedly closed the door to the master bedroom and led me out. Mom made Dad angry. Draco had a worried expression. It's fine. They just need to communicate more deeply. It was just that the communication might take a while. It seemed we could remind the house elf not to prepare their dinner. Although there were still a lot of messes behind, Lucius's long-suppressed feelings finally found release. The next morning, he appeared in the dining room refreshed. He allowed the auror sent by the Ministry of Magic to escort him to the Wisengamot courtroom. Draco, Aurora, Don't be afraid. Even when restricted in freedom and having his wand taken away, he still softly comforted his family. Malfoy, you will pay for everything you have done. A red-haired young man pointed his wand at Lucius's back. Weasley, judge me? You're not even qualified. Is there no one left in the ministry? I remember you didn't even make it as an Auror. Lucius did not turn around, his expression extremely disdainful. You. Arthur Weasley was instantly enraged, waving his wand, preparing to attack the defenseless Lucius. There's a saying in the West that red-haired people are sensitive and irritable. Now it seems there's some truth to it. You consort with the devil, driving the Longbottom family mad. Malfoy, you should go to hell with that person. Arthur, stop, shouted Barty Crouch, who was accompanying him. He was the father of little Barty Crouch, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and due to his tough methods, he was a popular candidate for the next Minister of Magic. Mr. Malfoy has not yet been convicted. He said succinctly. Yes, Barty reminded me. Weasley, the charges you just made, I could sue you for defamation. Lucius drawled slowly. That depends on whether you're still alive. Say goodbye to your children properly. I'm afraid next time, they will have to see you in Azkaban. Arthur retorted. People like you can actually have descendants. However, they will soon be orphans, unlike poor Harry, who could be adopted by a Muggle family. Lucius finally turned around. Family was his sore spot. His expression was no longer relaxed and casual. I was prepared to cooperate with you well. He sighed softly. After all, coming here without getting anything back, the ministry will probably soon be unable to operate. But now I've changed my mind. Lucius's disdainful attitude also angered Barty Crouch. However, he was much more seasoned than Arthur Weasley. Mr. Malfoy, I'm very sorry. Our staff was unprofessional, and I hope you. He didn't finish his sentence before being thrown out by the Malfoy family's defense system. I originally planned to do this gently, Narcissa. Lucius wrapped his arms around Narcissa's waist, looking aggrieved. The magic suppression device that had just bound him had already snapped in two. They went too far, actually cursing her child. In Narcissa's hand was the Malfoy family's heirloom serpent-headed wand. It turned out that when her father activated the defense system, her mother retrieved the wand. Lucius's wand was made of elm and dragon heartstring. Only with absolute trust could he wield his own wand. Narcissa returned the wand to Lucius, but he refused. You hold on to it for me. All right. Narcissa did not refuse. She stepped forward to help Lucius tidy his slightly messy long hair. Wisengamot, I will still go, but I will not give them a single galleon. Then their plan? Want to go down the drain? Narcissa smiled. They will know whose loss is greater. The Ministry of Magic was actively investing in post-war reconstruction, desperately needing a large amount of funds. This summons to Lucius was no different from extortion. Under the guise of sponsorship, the Malfoy family is asked to bleed heavily. As for the outcome of the trial, it will depend on the sincerity of the Malfoy family. Dad, Draco, and I surrounded him, the boy already tearful. Don't worry. Lucius reached out to wipe away the moisture from my cheek. Could it be that I, who am usually cold-hearted, am also crying? Dad swore he would come back safe and sound, and we would all celebrate Christmas together, okay? Lucius squatted down, hooking our pinky fingers. The gifts need to be doubled, Dad. All right. Sissy, that person has contacted me as well. He asked if I needed help. Grandfather? Yes. Dad, who is grandfather? Why had I never seen him? He has already arrived. Lucius revealed a mysterious smile. There's still one person who came to Malfoy Manor with the Ministry of Magic just now. He looks completely unremarkable with zero presence. A wave of magic energy came, and he regained his true form. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared before us. I finally understood that Lucius's beauty comes from his heritage. His short golden hair, sculpted and perfect facial features, sharp eyebrows and eyes. A pair of heterochromatic eyes made him look so handsome that he didn't seem human. He looked down at us. Lucius, Sissy, long time no see. I brought gifts for the two little ones. He spoke with a heavy Eastern European accent, every gesture exuding aristocratic elegance. Let's get acquainted. He squatted down to our level. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore's old friend, the leader of the Pureblood Party. Wasn't he imprisoned in Nurmengard? You've heard of my name? He keenly caught my micro-expression. I heard your name mentioned in a portrait. My brain was spinning rapidly, finally providing the standard answer. Is that really so? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly. Gellert. Narcissa's voice was soft, but she shielded me behind her. She was wearing Lucius's coat, and with large movements, one shoulder was exposed. Sissy, you take the children to rest first. Lucius wrapped Narcissa up tightly again, gentlemanly ushering us out. Grindelwald smiled silently, his eyes looking elsewhere. He was already used to Lucius's extreme possessiveness. If I remember correctly, Grindelwald preferred the same sex. Lucius, you should worry about yourself. If it weren't for this blood relation, what would attract Grindelwald more should be you. Obviously, my cheap great-grandfather still had curiosity about me. His probing gaze scrutinized me, like a thorn in my back. Aurora, don't be afraid. This sentence had almost become Narcissa's catchphrase. Mom, why should I be afraid of him? He is our relative. Narcissa ruffled my hair. The closer you are to someone, the more they can hurt you. Aurora, you are braver than I am. She showed a look of relief and kissed my forehead. Draco also tilted his face up, kissing Narcissa's cheek. In this way, my kiss was also passed to my sister. The heavy atmosphere was broken by laughter. Lucius did not allow us to attend the public trial at Huaguo. As a smooth politician, he should understand that the presence of wife, daughter, and young child would garner a lot of sympathy. Emotionally and logically, it was the best choice for him and the Malfoy family. The portraits of the Malfoy family revealed the truth to me. That jealous Luke would never want Sissy to appear in public. Yes, Narcissa's beauty needs to be carefully protected and cherished. Even worse, there are those who would take advantage of a crisis. Without the Dark Lord's protection, the Malfoy family is a huge piece of meat. Who would want to take a piece? The operations of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic also require a lot of maintenance costs. Lucius never puts all his eggs in one basket. He always has a plan B. Grindelwald and the foreign forces were pressuring Huaguo. Moreover, the Malfoy family serves as the think tank and financial support for the Death Eaters, operating relatively discreetly. Unlike Bellatrix, the Carrows, and the Lestranges, who charge into battle, taking pleasure in torturing muggles and killing many members of the Order of the Phoenix, leaving plenty of evidence. In the end, Lucius was released on the spot. On a warm afternoon, the Malfoy family gathered together to watch the replay of the trial. The screen froze on Arthur Weasley's angry face. Jealousy makes people ugly. Lucius lightly swirled the wine glass in his hand, observing the wine clinging to the walls. I really can't recall any grievances with the Weasleys. The man pretended to shake his head. Perhaps you once pursued Prefect Pruitt? Narcissa teased. Pruitt, Molly Weasley's maiden name. You know my taste, Sissy. Lucius raised an eyebrow. It could be because when you were the Slytherin prefect, you caught the Weasley couple in an intimate moment. It is indeed a fact, which is why these two pureblood Gryffindors are more like vengeful Slytherins. Lucius changed the subject. Sissy, should we also follow the example of the Weasley couple back then and be carefree? But it doesn't matter, this is Malfoy manner. Be carefree, Sissy. The Malfoy couple acted freely, leaving the Malfoy siblings looking at each other. Fortunately, we were already used to it. This was just another day in the Malfoy family. A few days later, Lucius picked up a drunken Severus Snape from the Hogshead Inn. His hair was matted to his scalp, his robe was colorless, and he exuded a foul odor. Lucius, who is usually a neat freak, was willing to pick up the corpse, which showed the true friendship of Slytherin. He pinched his nose while sending the house elf to thoroughly clean the potion's professor inside and out. Severus. Narcissa looked worried. The death of Mrs. Potter hit him hard. Lucius frowned slightly. The Potter Manor is currently under the Ministry of Magic's control. Another story of the Ministry of Magic taking advantage of others. Without shearing the Malfoys, they turned their attention to Potter Manor. The hard work of generations of pure-blood families has become the Ministry of Magic's meal. What about the Potter child? As a mother, Narcissa showed more empathy. Highly confidential. Lucius glanced at Snape's direction and exchanged a knowing look with Narcissa. After Lily Evans's death, Snape became a double agent, navigating between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. In the original work, he managed to deceive even the highly vigilant Voldemort. But at present, Lucius's reaction did not seem to be ignorant of this. By common sense, how could Voldemort expect loyalty from someone who killed his most beloved woman? Dad, can I go see the Godfather? I tugged at Lucius's robe. Everyone can add a touch of beauty when things are good. But it's the act of offering help in the most vulnerable times that will be remembered. Lucius smiled knowingly. Thank you, Aurora. I want to go too. Draco volunteered. Aurora, what are you planning? Draco whispered in my ear. What? Stop pretending, you opportunistic guy. Brother, you know me best. I hooked my pinky finger with him. The Godfather is a genius in potions and spells. If he can be of use to the Malfoy family, it would be a tremendous help. Is that why Father is willing to associate with a half-blood? Draco suddenly realized. Bloodline isn't everything. Ability and opportunity are. Aurora, how did you come up with this? Draco pondered for a moment, revealing a complex expression. I guess it's from observation. I glanced at the embracing Malfoy couple, unable to help but smile. When Snape awoke, the first thing he saw was the tired faces of Draco and me. Severus, did I wake you? These two little ones insisted on taking care of you. Narcissa and Lucius, filled with apologies, picked us up. That child is named Harry. He lost his mother at such a young age. Severus, Mrs. Potter's sacrifice was for those who live. Perhaps you could pay more attention to Harry the man, who once had a heart like a dried well, suddenly burst with a glimmer of hope. This would be the only mission of his later life. Harry's grandmother is also a black. The Malfoys can provide protection. Snape nodded. Thank you, Narcissa. However, Dumbledore probably won't agree. How could the Malfoy family, closely associated with Voldemort, be Dumbledore's first choice? Severus, you can also try. You mean, let me adopt a descendant of the Potter family? Lucius, that doesn't sound like your suggestion at all. Snape looked as if he had smelled something foul. It was Aurora's idea. Aurora? Snape looked at the girl resting on Narcissa's shoulder. You gave birth to a Gryffindor. That's not funny at all, Severus. Aurora is right. You're the only one who would care about him. Lucius freed one hand to pat Snape's shoulder. I'll think about it. Snape turned his eyes away, and thanks. This was the second time Snape seriously thanked someone. We released goodwill as much as possible, hoping that one day in the future, he wouldn't sell the Malfoy family out. His whole life had been about being used by others. Voldemort used his talents, and Dumbledore used his guilt over Lily Evans. He was the sharpest dagger for these so-called leaders. He had never lived for himself. Unfortunately, I am not a savior. I did not come here to save a long-lost soul. On the day Lily Evans died, he lost the ability to love. The last word always gathered tears from everyone. It was also his epitaph. Dumbledore politely refused Snape's decision to adopt Harry. This kind old man firmly assured Snape that Harry would live like a prince in the safest place. Living like a prince, how ironic. If abuse and living under someone else's roof counted as a prince's life. Snape's interactions with the Malfoy family remained close. He often tutored Draco and me. Draco's talent in potions was acknowledged by Snape. Just like in the original story, the boy admired the youngest head of Slytherin. Snape even taught the boy his self-created non-corporeal spell and its counterspell. Draco, that spell is very dangerous. In the original story, 6th year Harry used the non-corporeal spell to cut Draco's chest. The boy fell into a pool of blood, staining his shirt. Don't worry, I won't use it on you. Draco waved his wand, practicing everywhere. I didn't want to be disfigured, so I quickly hid far away from him. Found you. Draco opened a cabinet in front of him. Godfather, Aurora hid to avoid practicing. He winked at me. Fortunately, Snape wouldn't take the boy's word for it. Your magic is still unstable. Don't practice offensive spells. Snape took away Draco's child wand. Next, we will do potion making. Let me check your preparation first. Godfather, do Muggle parents hit their children? We were already 5 years old. Harry Potter must have spent a few years in a dark life. Snape didn't answer. My question clearly reminded him of a similarly tragic childhood. Aurora, you must have watched too much Muggle television to be this scared. Draco reached out and pulled me out of the cabinet. How spoiled have your mom and dad made you to have such worries? But I heard from the painting that the expectations for us will get higher and higher. Will it be like what Muggle television says, that if we don't meet the expectations, we'll sleep in the cupboard? My voice choked, thick with nasal tones. Aurora, do you think you're a house elf? Sleeping in the cupboard? Draco ruffled my hair. Thank goodness. I'm glad I wasn't born in a Muggle family. I looked terrified. Before I could finish my sentence, Snape was already gone. Harry Potter, I can only help you up to here. In the following days, Snape did not appear at Malfoy Manor. Draco took the opportunity to complain to Lucius. It must be my words that triggered Snape. Lucius pondered. Severus's father was an alcoholic and a gambler, often taking out his anger on Severus and his mother, Eileen. He squatted down and stroked my head. Don't blame Aurora. My little princess is unaware. Dad, you're so biased. Draco pouted and angrily stormed out. I quickly chased after him, but was stopped by the man. Aurora, I hope everything goes as you expect. Lucius nodded, revealing a profound expression. So perceptive. He noticed. As for Draco, there's no need to chase. Boys should endure some grievances. My brother, I'll be the one to spoil him. Lucius smiled, stepping aside to let me pass. Behind me, I could hear him whispering to Narcissa. Narcissa, Aurora resembles you very much. Yes, my heart has been biased from the beginning. Biased towards this big kitty. It was a long time before I realized that big kitty and little fox refer to their animagus forms. Father was a snow leopard, and mother was a nine-tailed fox. Corresponding with their Patronus spells, what a pair of soulmates. Draco, are you there? The blanket was bulging up into a big mound. I crept closer, suddenly lifting a corner, and inside was a dragon-shaped toy. I was tricked. Immediately after, a dark green blanket covered my head. A child's trick. Draco hugged me from behind. I knew he would come to find me. He retracted all his sharp spikes. My heart softened. Of course. We used to share a womb. No one in this world is closer than we are. He turned me around. It felt like something was touching my lips through the blanket. Don't move. That's how Daddy does it to Mommy. Draco, could it be? My hand were trapped by him. I never knew he was so strong. You. He carefully traced my face and fingertips. Dobby. For the first time, I felt that the house elf's voice was like heavenly music compared to the loud and harsh sounds. What is it, Dobby? I could hear Draco's angry tone. Master. Master calls you to dinner. After saying this, Dobby snapped his fingers. I saw the light again. Draco's pale face was now as red as if it were bleeding. Brother, don't treat me like this. Aurora, don't you like it? Draco looked confused. Only couples can. Your future lady, if she knew your first kiss was given to me, how sad would she be? We didn't kiss. Draco's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. It doesn't count through the blanket. Besides, I promised Father that I wouldn't force myself on a girl unless I was sure of her feelings. I sighed in relief, but still felt something was off. The future Mrs. Malfoy, Aurora, can only be you. After Draco said this, he took my hand and led me to the dining room. What? Am I being confessed to by a little kid? As an adult at heart, I naturally wouldn't take the innocent words of a 5-year-old seriously. They're a saying in my country. A man's words are a ghost's lies. In the magical world of Harry Potter, aside from the pair of Lucius and Narcissa, most pure-blood marriages are superficial. Not to mention that Bellatrix Lestrange was married by Voldemort's decree, and Severus's mother, Eileen Prince, married an alcoholic and abusive man. Voldemort's mother, Mara P. Gaunt, even used a love potion to force Tom Riddle. There are hardly any normal relationships. Draco's official match is Astoria Greengrass. Even his 7-year girlfriend during school, Pansy Parkinson, couldn't end up with him. What confidence do I have to break the official match? So far, the story's direction hasn't significantly changed because of my presence. I truly wonder how much influence I have. Aurora, what are you daydreaming about? My plate was already piled high with food. Draco carefully cut up the parts one liked into small, bite-sized pieces. Thank you, brother. I smiled at him, only to remember that I, at 5, had started losing my baby teeth. I quickly covered my mouth. How embarrassing. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances across the table. Damn, they're watching me make a fool of myself. Aurora, it's okay. This is normal. Narcissa said softly. Yes, even if you've lost a baby tooth, you're still the cutest girl. Oh my god, I want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I really didn't need reminding Draco. Lucius cleared his throat twice to hide the smile on his lips. Severus had a big fight with Dumbledore. He skillfully changed the subject. I nodded quietly to thank him and picked up on his topic. Is it because of his savior? Lucius nodded. The Dursleys are not good to Harry Potter. The poor boy lives in a cupboard. He glanced at me, his eyes filled with curiosity. It really is like Aurora said. Draco announced loudly. Did you inherit your great-grandfather's prophetic abilities? Thank goodness. The ever-contradictory Draco actually found me the best excuse. Gellert Grindelwald, our great-grandfather, is known for his high accuracy in prophecies. Inherited through generations? Lucius raised an eyebrow. I knew he had long suspected my identity. He didn't believe a word. Aurora, we will keep this secret together. Narcissa's calm tone slowly calmed my heart. My daughter, nothing is more important than your safety. She crossed the dining table and came to me. She squatted down, took my hand, and pressed it against her chest. This was her promise to me. Mom, my eyes felt sore, and I turned my head. She hugged me tightly, her clear voice very pleasant to hear. She was never that cold and arrogant woman from the original work. She gently cared for every family member. Her distant aura was just to avoid unnecessary trouble. A beauty like her, if she shows a bit of kindness, would attract a swarm of admirers. Luke just cares about you, she whispered in my ear. Aurora Malfoy, you are not anyone, you are you. After my mood calmed down a bit, Lucius continued the topic he had just started. Severus is fighting for custody of the Potter heir, hoping we can lend him a hand. He looked at Narcissa, further hinting, Harry Potter's grandmother is from the Black family. Strictly speaking, he is your cousin, Sissy. Father, are you planning to bring him back to live with us? Draco frowned, showing an incredulous expression. Harry Potter is the only one who has defeated the Dark Lord. He is Dumbledore's trump card. Holding him would be beneficial to us. Lucius reasoned gently. Everything for the family's benefit. This is the education every pure-blood heir receives from a young age. However, it goes against a child's nature. Which child wants to share their parents' love with strangers? Draco reluctantly replied, I understand, Father. No longer the intimate daddy. I sensed the distance immediately. I quickly intertwined my fingers with his. Brother, we are still family, and that will never change. He blushed, his beautiful face turning pink. Of course, it's common sense, Aurora. Little brat, stubborn as a mule. Father, Mother, we have finished our meal. Can we leave the table early? Draco used formal language. Lucius tapped his lips with his hand. Draco, realizing late, picked up the napkin, which still had remnants of food on it, and his earlier small adult demeanor immediately crumbled. The mischievous Malfoy patriarch, who specifically bullies his only son. I noticed Narcissa gently pinching Lucius's arm. From a young age, one must always pay attention to their demeanor, I taught you, Cece. Draco unceremoniously pulled me away, escaping the lavish Malfoy dining room. The tips of his ears were red, constantly revealing his recent embarrassment. I gently scratched his palm. Aurora, I understand what you mean. It's just having strangers invade your own living space. Draco, I'm not really happy either. It's like sharing an apartment with strangers. There are always many different living habits that need to be adjusted to. Draco's gray eyes brightened. Then we should persuade Father not to let Potter move in. The decisions made by Father, I'm afraid no one could change. Not even Mother? Draco still wouldn't give up. Have you noticed? Major decisions are always the result of their discussions. You mean, Mother also agreed to let Potter move in? Draco's expression could be described as sad. He thought at least Mother would stand by our side. Potter will always just be Potter. Only we share the bloodline and the Malfoy surname. I held him in my arms. He hugged me back. It felt like in this world, only the two of us were connected. A child's world is small, only accommodating one side of their parents' family. A child's world is large, but the absence and shadows of childhood need a lifetime to heal. I only have you, Aurora. I can't bring myself to say not to be pessimistic. At this moment, Draco's feelings are real. Any pale words cannot soothe his vulnerability. Years later, in the original story, Lucius was imprisoned in Azkaban, and Narcissa struggled to keep the Malfoy family running. Without a big tree to shelter him from the wind and rain, he was alone again. The severing of the umbilical cord does not truly mean leaving the womb. One must acknowledge their independence, both physically and mentally. Since I became Aurora Malfoy, we are a community of shared interests, for better or worse. Draco, I won't force you, but I will grow alongside you. The glory of the Malfoy family will continue in our hands. They're sleeping together again. In a daze, I heard Lucius complain softly. He also said at that time, I was tricked into sleeping together, which little fox cried until his eyes were swollen because he had to sleep in a separate bed. You are too strict with Draco. Narcissa, unable to argue further, quickly changed the subject. Who told him he had a pair of mother and daughter who favored him? Are you jealous, big kitty? Narcissa's voice reached my ears like a little hook, soft and charming. Soon after, I heard her uncontrollable gasps. I was wrong, Luke. Don't scratch my itch. Aurora and Draco are still sleeping. They're sleeping soundly. It's okay. Draco is a boy. He needs to develop his ability to handle pressure from a young age. Not every Malfoy is as thick-skinned as you. Narcissa let out a short scream, followed by the sound of clothes rustling. Cece, the night is still long. You can slowly count my crimes. Shortly after, Narcissa, as Harry's cousin and the only capable relative, went to the Ministry of Magic to handle the adoption procedures. Originally, little Potter had a nominal godfather, but unfortunately, that stupid dog would rather rot in Azkaban than face the reality of becoming a war orphan's guardian. Lucius's mouth curled into a mocking arc serious. He just needs time to digest. Narcissa gently stroked the top of Harry Potter's head. The boy's condition shocked her. He was more pitiful than she imagined. Severely malnourished, he was half a head shorter than his peers, Aurora and Draco. Pale and thin, with hardly any flesh on him. His bright green eyes were startlingly large, standing there timidly. Lucius had St. Mungo's doctors conduct a full examination on Harry Potter, discovering multiple soft tissue bruises and alarming scars on his back. The Dursleys should pay the price. Narcissa suggested. Harry, is that okay? Lucius squatted down to meet the black-haired boy's gaze. He needed the subject's authorization. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy. Harry pressed his lips together, showing a composure not typical of his age. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, then took the two of them away with a disapprobation. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Draco and I have been waiting in the reception room. The house elf Dobby was even more enthusiastic than us. Harry Potter, he screamed, flapping his ears like fans, his eyes wide as saucers. Dobby, don't scare the guest. This is so embarrassing. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Harry Potter naturally had never seen magical creatures. He took a terrified step back, then immediately steadied himself. Dobby wanted to express his apologies, but awkwardly banged his head against the wall, making a loud noise. Lucius waved his wand gently, making Dobby disappear. Mr. Potter, don't worry. We will help you slowly get familiar with everything in the magical world. My two children, Draco and Aurora, are the same age as you. Mr. Potter, hello. I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco extended his hand. Harry, wearing ill-fitting clothes with sleeves and hems faded from washing, hesitantly reached out his hand. "Hello, Draco. You can call me Harry." For some reason, I felt a sting in my nose. Draco and Harry could finally stand together calmly. In the original story, the many conflicts between the two were closely related to their poor first impressions of each other, coupled with Ron Weasley fanning the flames. Mocking our surname, Malfoy, which implies disloyalty and untrustworthiness. How could thin-skinned Draco have ever endured such treatment? The boy, under stress, attacked the Weasley family. In defense of his friend, Harry rejected Draco's offer of friendship, leaving the boy embarrassed in front of everyone. This time, without those bystanders, the two could interact calmly. "Harry, let me show you around your living environment." Harry followed Draco, slightly awkwardly. I walked beside him, searching for common topics among children of the same age. "This is your room." The guest room has already been arranged by Narcissa. A typical Slytherin style, emerald green and silver shimmering together. A brand new set of loungewear lay on the bedside, with a note left in Narcissa's elegant handwriting for Harry. "Mom has a great taste in clothes. Try it on and see if it fits." I pushed him into the bathroom and closed the door. The moment Harry turned around, I saw a glimmer on his face. Harry Potter lives like a prince? Dumbledore is just an old fraud. Draco pulled me aside, a sneer on his face. "Is this how the greatest white wizard fools the masses? It's all just a persona." I shook my head gently. "Keep your voice down." Harry is still in the dark. He has the right to know the truth. I covered his mouth. The truth only counts when one discovers it for themselves. If we tell him, it might have the opposite effect. I've finished changing. A voice broke our stalemate. The clothes fit well, but made the boy look even more gaunt. His exposed arms bore no unblemished skin. It was midsummer, and the short sleeves prepared by Narcissa were insufficient to cover these scars. "Wait." I fetched the quick-acting potion, a necessity for the family trial. Draco volunteered to help as well. "Harry, those who bullied you are beasts." The blonde boy was seething with anger. "Why did they hit you?" "Because I was slow with chores." The boy was very sensitive to emotional changes, and living under someone else's roof for a long time had made him adept at reading faces. "Didn't you ask the neighbors for help?" I conversed with him while trying to distract him. The quick-acting potion took effect very quickly, speeding up recovery, but the process was hard to describe. He groaned softly, quickly swallowing back a whimper that almost escaped his lips. "Hold on, it will be better soon." Draco sped up his movements. Asking for help doesn't work. They just escalate things. Yes, that can only be the outcome. Who would really take the words of a 5-year-old to heart? The Dursleys just bribe the police who come to inquire, deal with curious neighbors, create public opinion, and mold the boy into a societal outcast who cannot be reformed. Their corporal punishment of Harry was all out of good intentions. All of this could have been avoided. It was Dumbledore who hoped that the savior he wanted to shape would come from a loveless family, so that he would choose to risk his life for small favors. Harry Potter, how innocent. His fate has never been in his own hands. Many old wounds cannot be healed with just one treatment. "Mrs. Malfoy has already treated my wounds once," he explained. He was painfully precocious. I didn't like the Harry in the original text. That reckless, impulsive Gryffindor. It was all thanks to Hermione Granger, a genius strategist, that Harry and Ron, two useless brats, could overcome challenges. At this moment, Harry Potter was no longer the male protagonist of Harry Potter, no longer cold text, but a living person. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate. It is only when this person has a significant connection with us that we begin to empathize. "Aurora?" Draco's fingertips brushed my face. "Crybaby," he murmured softly. "Sorry, my tear ducts are a bit overactive." The warm atmosphere of the Malfoy family made me vulnerable, no longer arming myself with a hard shell. "No, you can't." Draco whispered in a voice only I could hear. "You can't be sad for another man." "Draco, Harry is watching." I reminded him that there were others present. "You've never cried for me." He persisted. "I don't want to cry for you. You need to be okay." I raised my voice. "Of course, I wouldn't hurt myself to gain a woman's sympathy," he said in a low voice, to prevent him from saying something even more inappropriate. I quickly covered his mouth with my hand. Draco's lips were soft, and the contact with my palm was a bit ticklish. "You two have such a good sibling relationship," Harry remarked. He must have been thinking of his cousin Dudley, who bullied him. Dudley Dursley, who took advantage of his size to punch and kick Harry, was Aunt Petunia's precious darling. "We are twins," Draco proudly declared. "Fraternal twins? So you don't look much alike." "What are fraternal twins?" This involves a background of Muggle medical knowledge, which Malfoy's family education has not yet covered. Although the Malfoy family has a deep-seated prejudice against bloodlines, They are not completely disconnected from the Muggle world. Lucius's business spans the globe and covers various fields, so it is impossible for him to overlook the Muggle market. Especially among the Muggle upper class, every major change has seen the Malfoy family participate and profit from it. Lucius Malfoy, I was said to have once pursued Queen Elizabeth I, unsuccessfully. It seems that every generation of Malfoy heads has been endowed with business talent, dedicated to continuously expanding their influence, and by Lucius's generation, it had almost reached the level of being as wealthy as a nation. However, prosperity can turn to decline in an instant. In the near future, the Dark Lord will return, choosing Malfoy Manor as a stronghold, ravaging and destroying, leaving this millennium-old building almost in ruins. It's like watching Titanic, with old Rose looking at the battered hull, piecing together scenes of their former pristine state. This time, I will do my utmost to protect this land where I have lived. Aurora? Are you daydreaming again? Draco waved his hand in front of my eyes. What are you two talking about? The concept of fraternal twins is not new knowledge to me. My mind began to empty, focusing solely on trivial thoughts. Harry said I looked like Dad. You look more like Mom. Draco was very proud. Being told he looked like Lucius was the happiest thing for him. Daddy's boy settled. In the original text, the boy who always wanted to tell me about my dad, looking like his father, is the greatest tribute to his father. I don't know who I resemble more. Harry's eyes dimmed. The Dursleys destroyed all traces of Lily Evans. Poor Harry didn't even have a single photo of his parents. Draco and I exchanged a glance, and we silently made a decision to use the privileges of the Malfoy family at Hogwarts. The next day, an album appeared at Harry's bedside. Inside were all the memories of Lily Evans and James Potter, Harry's parents, at Hogwarts. Lucius even found wedding photos of Lily and James through private connections. The woman's long red hair was styled in an exquisite bun, and the wedding venue was adorned with large lilies. Beside her stood a tall, thin young man wearing glasses, handsome and elegant. Their happiness was frozen in that summer when they were 20. Your eyes look a lot like hers. The woman in the photo smiled charmingly, her emerald green eyes shimmering beautifully. Severus Snape's beloved. This was a grand party held at the Potter estate. Countless wizards were invited to congratulate them. The head of the Potter family had ties with Abraxas, and Lucius and Narcissa also appeared in the photo. The only one missing was the youngest potions professor in history. It is said that he was perfecting a potion of luck that was never delivered. Harry's facial features were almost a mold of James. However, the mental states expressed by the two were completely different. The confidence and flamboyance between his brows were qualities that the weathered Harry did not possess, and perhaps never would. A tragic childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Harry would even repeatedly confirm whether he could use the personal items prepared for him by the house elf. Even though Lucius had already handed over the key to the Potter family's Gringotts vault to Harry, the wealth accumulation ability of the Potter family was equally astonishing. The mountain of galleons almost dazzled my and Draco's eyes. Harry, this money could buy Malfoy Manor, I exaggeratedly described. Harry's childhood shadow left him with some feelings of inferiority in front of us. I hoped that money could bring him a sense of security and confidence. Aurora, can I ask Uncle Lucius to help me keep this safe? I'm too young and not good at managing. He scratched his head, shyly making the request. Aren't you afraid the Malfoy family will embezzle the Potter estate? I tentatively spoke up. If Uncle Lucius really had that intention, he wouldn't have given me the key. Harry looked back at me with sincerity. Yet, I felt inexplicably guilty. Merchants are profit-driven. This action might as well be a test from Lucius. The Malfoy patriarch was very satisfied with the boy's sincerity. Thank you for your trust, Harry. This will be a win-win decision. Aurora, you should have faith in your father's character, Lucius pointed out to me. Narcissa showed a barely suppressed smile. Lucius, even your own daughter is questioning your character. Yeah, at such a young age, she's already starting to turn her elbows out. Lucius knocked my forehead lightly. I actually thought Aurora's concerns were reasonable. Draco helped me rub my head and then added some embellishments. The group could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. As Lucius had promised, he helped revive the Potter family's business. He bought the rights to old Potter's invention, the hair conditioner, and after packaging, the product was sold worldwide. Aurora, you must understand that 112, the man raised an eyebrow, revealing a mysterious expression. He's clearly just a grudge holder, just trying to prove himself. Aurora, thank you for thinking of me. Harry privately approached me, his bright green eyes sparkling. No longer did he look around nervously like a little deer. It's nothing. I turned my eyes away, not used to accepting others' gratitude. It feels unreal. Harry, what do you mean? I'm too happy now. I'm worried that everything I've experienced in Malfoy Manor is actually a dream. Once I wake up, it will all end. How could that be? I took his hand. I am real, and so are you. Then, I pinched him hard. Does it hurt? It does. He instead laughed happily. I remembered that there was once a saying that after Harry defeated Voldemort, he discovered that the so-called magical world was a dream. In the dream, he was the hero saving the world. Once awake, everything returned to zero, and he returned to the starting point. Outside, Aunt Petunia was knocking hard on the door, urging him to come out of the cupboard and continue today's cleaning. It seemed like A.M. by a strip, repeating endlessly. My presence proved to Harry that those worries were unnecessary. Naturally, the Malfoys would not skimp on Harry's meals. A few weeks later, his once pale and thin face gradually became plump, even developing a bit of baby fat. It's been a long time since the Godfather visited Malfoy Manor. Draco quietly complained to me while looking at the long-neglected potion materials. Clearly, his old friend's son has helped him settle in well. Why is he hiding away and not showing up? Maybe he wants to be a behind-the-scenes hero? I casually offered a reason. The real answer, of course, had long been provided by the original text. Harry's face, which resembled James, reminded Severus of the former marauders who bullied him during their school days. And they had never paid for their misdeeds. To Severus, James not only bullied him, but also stole his love, marrying his childhood sweetheart. Every time he saw Harry, he would be plunged into painful memories, yet he had to protect him. It was indeed very twisted. I shed a tear of sympathy for Professor Snape. However, I was not prepared to let him off so easily. I quickly sent a letter to Spinner's End. Not long after, I received a response. Aurora, what did you say in a letter? Severus actually agreed to temporarily part with the cauldron. Even Lucius was quite curious. I kept them in suspense, smiling without speaking. The next morning, Dobby announced Snape's arrival. He stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a mysterious expression that revealed nothing. Lucius's scrutinizing gaze lingered on the man's head for a long time, seemingly checking whether he had indeed kept his scalp clean as promised. I quickly ran up, just in time to hug Snape's thigh. He lifted me up, and I whispered our secret in his ear. Godfather, you should go see Harry. You've helped him out of trouble, but have never shown up. He thinks he did something wrong, and has been in a bad mood lately, eating less. Snape's brow furrowed tightly. What does Potter's mood have to do with me? A stubborn guy. You are his guide in a magical world. Without Snape, Harry would still be curled up in that small cupboard. His understanding of the magical world comes entirely from you. Just like how he met Lily Evans back in the day. It was he who told that red-haired girl with blue eyes that she was a witch. Lily was the first kindred spirit he encountered. His dark eyes showed a hint of emotion. Lucius, your daughter is not at all like a Malfoy. A Slytherin who speaks with a forked tongue. Clearly, he had listened but insisted on being stubborn. Severus, my friend, quite the opposite. Every decision Aurora makes is for the family's benefit. Lucius brought me over. As Harry's guarantor, you should indeed pay more attention to him. It turned out that Harry's guardianship was not easily obtained. Without Snape's guarantee, how could Dumbledore easily let go? Perhaps in the mind of this wise white wizard, the Malfoys would never treat Harry sincerely. It seems that in Gryffindor's heart, there are no good people in Slytherin. They always say not to have biases against any house. In my view, the greatest bias comes from Dumbledore's subtle teachings. Hagrid, Dumbledore's loyal supporter, evaluated Slytherin as all bad wizards when Harry knew nothing about the magical world. Whether Dumbledore had given any instructions in that regard remains uncertain. In this life, Harry grew up in Slytherin's environment, and with the Slytherin head as his guarantor. I don't believe he could be easily brainwashed to switch sides, unlike a certain pure-blood family head who enjoys the protection of his ancestors. I have a pile of students' assignments waiting to be graded. Where's the giant from the Potter family? This is agreed. Having long been accustomed to Snape's roundabout way of speaking, I leaned closer to Lucius and whispered in his ear, Dad, let us quickly call Harry over before Godfather changes his mind. Aurora, I can't hear you. Snape's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Oomph. That was meant for you to hear. Who told you to be so awkward? Can't you be more straightforward? Lucius smiled indulgently and ruffled my hair. I inherited Narcissa's natural wavy hair, which she styles in various beautiful ways every day. Dobby, before I could finish, the house elf appeared before us, trembling. Harry Master is playing Quidditch with Draco Master. When Snape heard how Dobby referred to Harry, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Harry Master. Harry was undoubtedly well treated by the Malfoy family. Shall we go over and take a look? Lucius proposed. Dad, I'm 5 years old now. I can walk by myself. I struggled to get down, but he held me tighter. When I was small, it was fine, but I won't be able to carry you when you grow up. How could that be? I see you carry Mom easily. Lucius coughed lightly. How can that be the same? Why not? Mom is an adult, And I heard her sometimes call you Dad. Did Mom call you that so you would carry her? Aurora. What? Narcissa was behind me? Oh my gosh. What have I done? I just wanted to tease Lucius a bit, and now I've fallen into his trap. No wonder his animagus is a fox. So cunning. Narcissa's face was so red. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Severus, children say silly things. Don't take it to heart. Lucius defended calmly. As long as one isn't embarrassed, the embarrassed one is someone else. I've learned that. Snape snorted coldly. He seemed used to the intimate interactions of the Malfoy couple. Aurora, transcribe Platinum Glory once, and hand it in to me tomorrow. Lucius paused and added, if you don't finish it, you can't sleep tonight. Punishing his daughter for his wife's sake? Look at how capable you are. Narcissa glared at Lucius playfully, squatting down to take my hand, and said seriously, Aurora, some things. Don't say in front of outsiders. Understand? I'm sorry, Mom. I pouted, my voice shaky. All right. Lucius just wanted to scare you a bit. She easily lifted the punishment she had placed on me. In the Malfoy family, Narcissa is the boss. Malfoy Manor is located in the vast Wiltshire, where the endless plains are very suitable for building a Quidditch pitch. Generations of Malfoys seem to have inherited their ancestors' flying talent. What came into our view were Draco and Harry soaring through the air, riding on children's broomsticks, chasing each other and having a great time. Brother is amazing. Harry is amazing. I clapped my hands in the audience. Draco had also guided me on how to use a broom a few times, but I couldn't maneuver it as freely as the two boys did. And Harry, after just one lesson from Draco, mastered the skill proficiently. The gap in talent is so large. James Potter was once a chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and in the original story, Harry was exceptionally chosen for the team in his first year at Hogwarts, becoming the most prominent seeker. I secretly observed Snape's expression. His face was calm as water, and I didn't know what he was thinking. In the Harry Potter film series, Snape's actor, Alan Rickman, was the only one revealed by J.K. Rowling to know the subsequent plot. The way he portrayed Snape showed a slight upward curve of his lips while watching Harry's first Quidditch match. At first, I thought it was a sarcastic smile. When the truth was revealed, the audience understood that it was genuine happiness for Harry. Under Snape's attention, Harry slowly grew from an innocent child into an independent young man. Snape's responsibilities far exceeded those of a parent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Snape was a father figure to Harry, despite not being biologically related. At that moment, he must have felt proud and honored for the boy. The two boys noticed our arrival and quickly came to the stands. Draco's eyes lit up when he saw Snape. Godfather. He jumped off his broom and into Snape's arms. You haven't been here for a long time. Both Aurora and I missed you. Snape ruffled Draco's platinum blonde hair, his expression softening. Harry also got off his broom beside him. Mr. Snape. The man in black robes had an unapproachable aura that made him a bit shy. Harry. I quietly approached his side. Mr. Snape, thank you. I haven't thanked you in person. Snape was tall, and Harry had to look up to catch the subtle changes in his expression. How could a future double agent be easily seen through? No need, Snape replied tersely. Harry's rosy little face paled. He awkwardly opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Godfather means he is glad to see you doing well now, and that's good. I hurriedly added, Harry, Godfather is a man of few words. He does more than he says. Harry, Aurora is Severus's language translator. Narcissa gently patted my shoulder. You did well. Yes, Severus. Your way of expressing yourself is too prone to misunderstandings. Lucius chimed in. In a fit of anger, he once publicly called Lily Evans a mudblood, which led to the rupture of a long-standing friendship. But people always repeat their mistakes, endlessly cycling through the past. Snape's expression changed unpredictably, but he seemed to acknowledge my translation. Godfather, Harry flies very well. Draco announced happily. Oh, my dear brother, could you please not bring up that topic? Harry inherited the flying talent of the Potter family. Narcissa ruffled Harry's black short hair. Harry revealed a shy smile. Mr. Snape, I heard that you and my parents were classmates who entered Hogwarts in the same year. Can you tell me their story? Sometimes, knowing less can be quite good. At least it saves one from fear and anxiety. Your mother was very clever and had a great talent for potions. Your eyes are very much like hers. Harry's eyes lit up. What about my father? Snape pondered for a moment. He was the president of the student council. And your mother was the president of the girls' student council in their 7th year. Harry was about to ask more, but Lucius changed the subject. Clearly, the man knows about the past between Snape and the group of 4 robbers. It is already commendable that Snape can calmly introduce James Potter. Harry, both your parents were Gryffindors, so you might also be sorted there. On the Quidditch pitch, we will be enemies. Draco feels a bit regretful. He has seen photos of Harry's parents from their school days, and the iconic gold and red tie of Gryffindor left a deep impression on him. Lucius has always kept the school uniforms from his and Narcissa's school days. Both graduated from Slytherin. Sometimes he asks Narcissa to put on a uniform to relive the beauty of their student days. Narcissa is well-maintained and doesn't feel out of place. Mom, you must have been the Hogwarts belle back then. She looks a bit shy and smiles without speaking. Of course, Sissy is the most beautiful, Lucius proudly announces. I'm really fed up with the Malfoy couple who loves to show off their affection everywhere. Harry shows a bewildered expression at Draco's hypothesis. Uncle Lucius, will children definitely be sorted into the same house as their parents? Not necessarily. It's just that most members of the Malfoy family graduated from Slytherin. A savior from a Slytherin background? Would Dumbledore allow that? The head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, is the one who raised him. Only placing him in Gryffindor would allow for constant monitoring of Harry's growth. Gryffindor may have already arranged Harry's dormitory. I have always believed that the sorting hat is just a formality. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, how could he not have the privilege to manipulate all of this? Aurora, don't worry. As long as you silently think of Slytherin in your heart, you will definitely go. Draco whispered in my ear. Why? This is the first time I've heard about it. This is our family secret. I'll tell you privately later. He glanced at Harry, who was standing aside. Okay. Curiosity killed the cat. After just having dinner, I pulled Draco back to the room. Quickly tell me. It's your fault. You made me lose my appetite completely. Aurora, is this your attitude when asking for something? Draco looked smug. I mentally prepare myself. Brother, I'm begging you. I murmured softly. What are you saying? I didn't hear you. He wore a mischievous smile. Damn it. I was furious and reached out to tickle him. We rolled around on the king-size bed. Ha! Stop messing around. As a result, Draco turned the tables, and I was at a disadvantage. Will you surrender? The boy held my wrist and showed no sign of stopping. I give up. Please, brother, I really want to know. Draco looked down at me. Only at this moment will you be honest. Due to the intense movement, his shirt became wrinkled. His messy platinum blonde hair stood up, looking somewhat ridiculous. I was already out of breath under his assault. Listen, Malfoy, our ancestors once had a deep friendship with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. How do you know this? This point was never mentioned in the original text. The first-generation Malfoy told me. It was Armand Malfoy. In the portrait, he is a very handsome young man with long platinum hair and gray eyes, which have been passed down through generations. He rarely expresses opinions. Even the current head of the family, Lucius, would consult him and receive no response. He is very special to Draco. He speaks without reservation, sharing everything. Armand also received Slytherin's favor. He was one of Slytherin's favorite students. Did you notice? The Malfoy family crest is quite similar to Slytherin's emblem. I know this. My father mentioned it. It's a tribute to Slytherin. I quickly answered. Draco revealed a mysterious smile. That's not it. Armand said that Slytherin's emblem was inspired by the design of the Malfoy family crest. Slytherin was paying tribute to his father. Armand's father? That's right. As the first-generation Malfoy, he didn't just spring from a rock like Sun Wukong. So naturally, he had parents. Armand's father was an elf. This is also why the Malfoys can pass down platinum hair and gray eyes through generations. Draco gently stroked my wavy platinum hair. Unfortunately, none of the descendants have awakened their bloodline. Our elven bloodline is becoming thinner and thinner. He showed a look of deep regret. A wizard's magic comes from their bloodline. This is also why bloodline theory exists. And Voldemort's rise is also because he possesses Slytherin's bloodline, plus unparalleled talent, which further confirms bloodline theory. The elven bloodline surpasses Slytherin's in many ways. Near immortal lifespan, unaging appearance, powerful magic. It's more tempting than the immortality Voldemort sought. Draco, some things are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. How do you know if you haven't tried? Aurora, you're really pessimistic. Draco rolled off the bed, sitting sulkily on the side, the chair hitting the floor with a loud thud. There was a hurried knock on the door outside. Draco, Aurora, are you okay? It was Harry. Had he been standing outside the door all along? How much of our conversation did he overhear? Draco and I exchanged glances. It's nothing. Just that Draco fell off the bed and bumped his head. I deliberately said loudly. The boy covered my mouth, preventing me from digging a deeper hole for him. Well, be careful. The footsteps outside moved further away. It's really inconvenient with someone outside. Draco complained softly, and I noticed he was secretly observing my micro-expressions. His eyes sparkled, trying to gain my agreement and response. Next time we whisper, we can't do it home. Let's go to our secret base. Are you saying, there? Similar to Hogwarts' room of requirement, The ancient Malfoy manor also has such a room. It only appears when we need it. Only those with the Malfoy bloodline can enter. Lucius said that it was a backup prepared for us by our ancestors. Inside are invaluable jewels, secrets, and immeasurable things. Also, the unknown past of generations of Malfoys are properly stored through the pensive and memory orbs. Lucius doesn't allow Draco and me to touch those highly confidential items. Only the head of the Malfoy family can feast their eyes on those contents. But entering this space is not restricted. Draco took my hand and led me through the corridors of Malfoy Manor. Aurora, focus. We need to synchronize our thoughts to open the door to the secret base. Draco closed his eyes and groped around. Here it is. With a click, a doorknob appeared out of thin air. We pushed the door open. Phew, it's so comfortable here. The layout is exactly the same as our bedroom. Against the dark green backdrop, his platinum blonde hair looked even more dazzling. This is also why the Malfoys have been fond of dark green for generations. Come here, Aurora. Draco patted the other side of the bed. I crawled over and rested my head on his arm. Aurora, have you noticed? The Godfather's attitude towards Harry is quite strange. Surprisingly, Draco was so perceptive. What is strange? I prompted him to elaborate. The Godfather went to great lengths to accommodate Harry, yet he seems reluctant to see him. That's because Harry looks too much like his rival. But I can't reveal any of this. There must be some untold reasons. Or perhaps Harry's mother was the Godfather's ex-girlfriend. Very close, Draco. Great. I echoed. It's very possible. Lily Evans entrusted her son to the Godfather at the end of her life, leaving the responsibility of looking after Harry to him. But, Aurora, I don't know how to describe this feeling. His beautiful gray eyes dimmed, like a unicorn licking its wounds in solitude, beautiful and fragile. The Godfather seems to keep his distance from Harry, but in reality, I can feel that the Godfather is very concerned about him. Mom, too. She specifically bought him fitting clothes. Dad is also helping Harry manage the Potter family's estate. I only have you left. Aurora, you are on my side, right? I wrapped my arms around his waist. The boy, hidden under his fitted loungewear, had a slightly thin body. His face was chubby, with a hint of baby fat. He was so small, worried about losing his family's care. How slow-witted I was not to have noticed his feelings. Draco, we have never been apart since we were born. No matter what happens, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you and stand by you. Aurora, you said this. I will cherish this memory forever. In the dim light, the boy's gray eyes reflected my figure. It seemed that I was his entire world. Draco, trust me, everything Mom and Dad do is for us. For the Malfoy family to continue better, I want to advise you not to be jealous. It's normal to have such feelings. Even I lower my head shyly. In the original text, Dumbledore favored Gryffindor and Harry. Even when the trio repeatedly broke school rules, they could still earn points lavishly at the graduation ceremony. The bottom-ranked Gryffindor easily surpassed the other diligent houses. Was the school rule set up just to be broken? A headmaster encouraging students to break rules? What a joke. No wonder no one from the surpassed Slytherin house was willing to applaud Gryffindor. Isn't this situation just escalating tensions? In the face of such circumstances, it would be strange for Draco to remain calm. However, years later, when this buried memory resurfaced, I was slapped in the face. I was, after all, a liar who broke my promise. You don't like Harry either? Draco's eyes brightened, and the hand resting on my waist tightened. He is just a guest staying in our home. I have no extra feelings for him. Just know that he is important for the future of the Malfoy family. That's all. I pondered for a moment and gained my understanding. Draco seemed even happier. So, you don't care about him. Instead, about me. He interpreted my words while observing my expression. Of course, we are blood relatives. How can he compare to you? What a guy who is so insecure. I lay on his chest, feeling his heartbeat like a drum pulling at my heart. My heart has always been biased from the start. Everyone feels pain for the tragic fate of the savior, but only I feel pain for that white-clad boy, hurt by the god's sharp blade, lying in a pool of blood. We can rely on each other. Draco. I felt him gradually relax. We nestled against each other and fell asleep in the secret base. Half awake, I seemed to hear Lucius and Narcissa teasing. Two little ones. Just love hiding here. Just like we did when we were young. Whenever you felt wronged, you would come here. Lucius softened his voice. Back then, Dad always locked me in the attic. My background is the biggest taboo. Narcissa sighed. I share the same feelings as my father. We're just too worried about losing. Luke, don't do that here. Don't in front of the kids. It's fine. They're sleeping soundly. Relax, sissy. Clearly, this way, you will feel more one to you. What kind of wolfish words are these? I must be dreaming. The next day, Draco and I woke up in the bedroom. Last night, did Mom and Dad bring us back? Draco's ears turned red. He tugged at the hem of his pajamas and murmured. The only ones who could open the secret base were the Malfoy couple. It should be correct. It's always them who brought us back. I don't know when they came over. Draco buried himself under the blanket, leaving only a small tuft of platinum hair exposed. He probably didn't hear our whispers. I also slipped in beside him, in the darkness. The only source of light was Draco's beautiful gray eyes. His pupils trembled, and his gaze wandered. Then my lips felt wet. Draco, what are you doing? My hands pressed against his shoulders. We are still so small. Dad kisses Mom like this. He leaned in again. That's different. I turned my head away, and his lips brushed against my cheek. Don't you like me kissing you? He looked hurt. Of course not. It's just... My lips felt warm again. You sneaky attacker. I quickly covered my mouth. It's definitely different from kissing a cheek. Draco murmured softly. What is different? You'll know if you try. Draco showed a triumphant smile. No way. I don't want to kiss a little brat. It's fine. I'll take the initiative. Dad said boys should be more proactive. He attacked my armpit. I'm super ticklish. I curled up, taking a defensive posture, but my chin was adjusted. This is my first kiss, counting the 18 years in Huaguo. It's my first kiss preserved for over 20 years, just playfully taken away by a little brat. In the original work, he also has an official match. Whether it's his girlfriend Pansy Parkinson during school days or later marrying Astoria Greengrass, Draco has always been in a committed relationship. How could this happen? You didn't even get my consent. I pushed him away, rolled off the bed, and ran out of the room. He called my name from behind. Aurora, why are your eyes red? It's Mom. She looked very anxious. Her frail arms hugged me tightly as she shouted, Lucius. Scorpius, what's wrong? Lucius appeared in front of Narcissa with a pop. Aurora, her eyes. Lucius examined closely. Scorpius, it's nothing. Look. Narcissa sighed in relief. It's just a little redness around the eyes, probably an allergy. Lucius gently stroked the woman's back, comforting her. I thought it was, thank goodness. Narcissa showed a look of lingering fear. You need to believe in the potion's effectiveness. Aurora didn't inherit your red eyes. His voice was very low. Narcissa has red eyes? I couldn't tell at all. Could she be wearing contact lenses? I didn't miss any clues, but there were no signs of contact lenses at all. She had the same iconic gray eyes as us. These gray eyes were filled with deep concern. Mom, I'm Fine. Feeling Narcissa's concern, my heart felt warm. She used her fingertips to smooth my slightly messy bangs. Can you tell Mom why you're sad? Did you have a fight with Draco? I didn't want Draco to be punished, so I stammered, unsure how to dodge the question. Mom and Dad, can you leave Aurora to me? It's Draco. He chased after me. Did you bully your sister? Lucius asked seriously. The boy's gaze quickly shifted away from mine. I didn't bully her. I just like her. That's why I did that. What did you do? Lucius frowned. Just what you and Mom did, I did with my sister. Draco's expression was one of complete understanding. You. Lucius grabbed Draco by the collar and lifted him up. How dare you? The man was so angry he couldn't speak. Why can't I? I saw the memory in the pensive. You kissed Mom when you were my age. You kissed Aurora just like that? Lucius relaxed his grip. Draco finally escaped the man's hold, stepping back a few paces, still shaken. Yeah, I was still so little. But if Aurora doesn't like it, you can't do that. Narcissa glared at Lucius, clearly unhappy with his earlier behavior. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. Aurora, do you really not like it? His eyes were wet, looking like an injured unicorn. I don't dislike it. It's just that we can't kiss. He happily interrupted me. That's good. He took my hand, Mom and Dad. We won't disturb you. What? I told you. Mom and Dad wouldn't oppose us. He declared loudly as he walked away. Draco's gaze was intense. His hand intertwined with mine. Forget it. There's no point in reasoning with him. Should I tell him that the future Mrs. Malfoy will be Astoria, who is a year younger than us? The head of the Greengrass family once brought her and her sister Daphne to visit Malfoy Manor. Astoria is a blonde girl with blue eyes. She seemed to have poor health, getting breathless after a little running, always hiding behind her sister. Draco didn't seem to have any particular feelings for her. Ever since Harry moved into Malfoy Manor, the number of visitors has increased. Many pureblood families, who had previously avoided the Malfoy family due to Voldemort's downfall, changed their attitude 180 degrees after Lucius gained custody of Harry. Everyone is here for profit. The world is bustling for interests. Lucius welcomed everyone, and soon, the Malfoy family's businesses regained their vitality. Their assets surpassed what they had in the past. But it was tough for the three of us mascots. Amidst the clinking of glasses, we represented not just ourselves, but the dignity of the entire Malfoy family. Draco's hair was fixed with gel, slicked back. His white suit and matching bow tie made him look exceptionally handsome. Harry, dressed in all black, with striking emerald green eyes, drew attention. Unlike Draco's confident demeanor, he appeared a bit shy. This, in turn, made the adults more eager to tease him. Aurora. He walked towards me, looking tired. Clearly, dealing with probing inquiries was mentally exhausting. Why are you sitting here alone? He sat down next to me. I nodded towards the corridor direction. Draco was once again entangled with Pansy Parkinson, the jewel of the Parkinson family. Unlike the image that Rowling described in the original work, Pansy had beautiful long black hair and greenish eyes. She was quite a pretty girl. Even her expression resembled that of a Persian cat. In the original work, there was a scene where 60-year Draco rested on Pansy's lap. Just thinking about that image filled me with bitterness. It felt as if I knew my treasure was about to be taken away, and I could only watch helplessly. Miss Parkinson was a bit too enthusiastic. Harry offered me his arm. Shall we go take a look? Did he sense my reluctance? What keen insight. I smiled gratefully and linked my arm with his. With my other hand, I took a drink from the waiter's tray. Draco immediately noticed my arrival. He first sighed in relief, but frowned when he saw me linked with Harry. Aurora, Miss Parkinson has been looking for you. The girl performed a standard curtsy and smiled at me. Long time no see, Miss Malfoy. Can you show me around your garden? Her speech was very elegant. What? She's really looking for me? Aurora, do you want me to accompany you? Harry asked. He scrutinized Pansy with a probing gaze. The girl smirked. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. This is Malfoy Manor. It's safe here. I nodded to both of them and followed Pansy towards the garden. The garden was lush and beautiful, every corner arranged beautifully by Narcissa. Suddenly, she took advantage of my moment of inattention and cornered me. Who are you really? What do you mean? I didn't like being touched by others and push her hand away. You never appeared before. My heart sank. Could Pansy also be a time traveler? Malfoy has always been a single heir. Her tone was very certain. Miss Parkinson, I don't know when the Parkinson family fell to such a state. Didn't your tutor teach you the most basic etiquette? Stop pretending. There's no one else here. She let out a scoff. You were just so bizarre. I lifted my skirt and prepared to turn away. She suddenly grabbed my arm. Hey, I was angry. She was really difficult to deal with. I'm sorry, Miss Malfoy. My reaction was a bit excessive. Her attitude shifted 180 degrees. I shot her a glare. Have I passed her test? If you want to keep talking to yourself, we have nothing to discuss. This time, she didn't stop me again. Only behind me, she muttered, this time, I will never repeat the same mistake. In the original story, Pansy Parkinson parted ways with Draco after the Wizarding War. I guess a large part of the reason was the decline of the Malfoy family. As a neutral party, the Parkinson family did not side with either the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Although the Malfoy family did not participate in the final battle and avoided punishment in Azkaban, they were already marked by the shame of being on the disgraceful pillar, with little chance of recovery. Although Rowling did not elaborate on this part, it must have been difficult and severely damaging. How could the cautious Slytherin family allow their precious daughter to jump into the fire? In the end, Draco teaming up with Astoria was largely due to Pansy's exit. Could it be that she regretted it? So, seizing the opportunity for a fresh start, what she experienced was the original story, and naturally, I was not in it. To her, I might be a variable. That's why she was so eager to verify with me. Her mind was already that of an adult. Her words and actions were so different. It was as if she was originally ready to write her own story freely, but suddenly a supervisor appeared, making her feel constrained. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my nose. I had bumped into a wall of flesh. Ouch! I covered my nose and looked at the person. It was Draco. Why aren't you watching where you're going? He walked straight into me. A little sweat appeared on his forehead and the tip of his nose, and his face turned a bit flushed. Are you looking for me? Of course, knowing the answer. He gently pinched the tip of my nose. I'm so cared for by him. I jumped into his arms for the first time. Did Pansy bully you? His voice seemed to be infused with ice. No, I didn't want him to verify with Pansy. I was just very happy that you came to find me. Silly girl. He said something unpleasant, but the corners of his eyes and brow were smiling. Whereas the silly, the eldest daughter of the Malfoy family, so easily satisfied, of course, is silly. Then what should I be like? My Aurora should be extremely hard to please, picky, headstrong, and do as she pleases. What would that look like? How could I possibly make friends? I complained, but inside it felt sweet like honey. You have me, that's enough. He held a strand of my long hair. He took off his coat and draped it over my shoulders. Not far away, Pansy SM revealed her whereabouts. Let us go. I didn't want to provoke her. Draco held me tighter, his warm chest pressed against my back. And I had long been used to being spoiled by him like this. How would he really become what he said? Could it be that Pansy's arrogance in the original story was also cultivated by Draco? I couldn't think anymore, clearly. We shouldn't be entangled this much. He is my blood-related brother. Our fates are destined not to come together. Why does my heart feel so unwilling? Draco, the guests are still here. Lucius hinted gently when he saw us return to the hall. Sorry, Dad. I want to find Aurora. Lucius took a leaf from my head. Went to the garden? Just with Miss Parkinson. And then bumped into the rose wall. Aurora, my daughter. This is your home. Don't tell me the place you've played in since childhood could still hurt you. I got hurt. I only then noticed the mottled marks on my arm, several blood streaks left by the thorns of the roses. Against my extremely fair skin, they looked particularly shocking. I didn't even notice. Sorry, Aurora. Draco lifted me up and was about to take me to get medicine. Dad, can we not have Miss Parkinson on the guest list? Of course, you could decide. Lucius nodded. Isn't father afraid of offending the Parkinson family? In the original story, Draco and Pansy could become a couple, and it was inseparable from Lucius' support. She hurt you, whether intentionally or unintentionally. In the original story, Draco provoked Buckbeak, the hippogriff, leading to his arm being scratched, and Lucius used his connections to try to have it executed. In the Malfoy family, family comes first. You all are going to spoil me like this. Why are you so careless? Draco said disdainfully, but his hands were extremely gentle. Hiss. The strong medicinal effect sped up the healing, but also brought doubled pain. Bear with it. His brows furrowed tighter. Me fine. It's not serious. Remember when Harry first arrived, he had way more terrifying old injuries than mine. Not all girlish. Only scars on a man's body are medals. He spoke harshly, but his expression was full of concern. What a contradictory guy. Thank you, brother. I wrapped my arms around his neck and gave his cheek a light peck. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. Is that all? He raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of laughter, but he was also trying hard to suppress it. What else do you want? I asked knowingly, just pretending to be dumb. Draco sighed, resigned, and tapped the other side of his cheek. However, this time, I wasn't going to do as he wished. Brother, close your eyes. What trick are you going to play now? He obediently closed his eyes. His thick, curled platinum eyelashes trembled like a small fan. Below his high-nose bridge were beautifully shaped lips. They were still opening and closing, saying those annoying words. I leaned in. He was quite surprised, then relaxed. His lips were so soft. Before, we were too tense, just a touch, and we separated immediately. Aurora, do you like it? I wrapped my arms around his waist, resting my head on his chest, the drum-like heartbeat revealing his unsettled emotions. You. Draco's face turned bright red. I interrupted his words, making him feel a bit unwilling. Do you like it? His nose snorted, and I decided to stop while I was ahead. Little Longbow was getting anxious and was about to blow up. Aurora, are you in there? I heard Uncle Lucius say you were hurt. There was a knock on the door from Harry. Damn it, Draco muttered. I shouted towards the door. I'm fine. My brother has already helped me with the medicine. Okay. There was a moment of silence outside. Suddenly, the door swung open. Little Mistress Aurora, little Master Harry has also prepared medicine. It was Dobby. He opened the door without my and Draco's permission. He is a house elf of the Malfoy family. And even though he is currently assigned to take care of Harry, he shouldn't have such authority. This can't go on. However, I couldn't discipline him directly in front of Harry. That would be like slapping Harry's face. Draco had no such concerns. Dobby, do you know what you were doing? I'm sorry, little Master Draco. I was wrong. He desperately banged his head against the wall. Dobby, stop it. Harry tried to stop him. Don't mind him. He just lacks discipline. Draco coldly observed. I never thought that the rift in Harry and Draco's friendship would be due to a house elf's mistake. Aurora. Harry looked at me for help. Brother, why don't we let it go this time? I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You're also helping him plead for mercy? Draco accused. Harry was also concerned because I was hurt. He and Dobby were just confused. I took his hand and gently shook his arm. Is that okay? I acted cute towards Draco in front of Harry, feeling shy and at a loss for words. Draco's lips almost curled up, barely hiding the smile in the corners of his eyes. I'll let it go this time, but if it happens again, I'll have father dismiss you. Dobby repeatedly thanked him, clearly willing to do anything as long as he could stay by Harry's side. Harry's eyes were downcast, making it hard to see his expression, but I could clearly feel the repression in his heart. Harry, Dobby is a servant to the Malfoy family, and it's normal for him to be punished for doing something wrong. I don't want him to misunderstand Draco, I hurriedly explained. Even if it was at my suggestion, his emerald green eyes seemed to be burning with a flame. Harry, Dobby belongs to the Malfoy family. He should prioritize listening to your orders, which is disrespectful to me and Draco. I had to make it clear. Harry, Draco punishing Dobby is definitely not targeting you. I don't want you to misunderstand your brother. I continued to explain, not wanting to escalate the conflict. I know. He smiled, and the earlier tension disappeared into thin air. You really aren't angry? I cautiously observed his expression. Of course, I'm just a bit worried about you. His gaze towards me was gentle and subtle. However, the fleeting hostility still made my heart race. Let's go out. The banquet isn't over yet. I wanted to quickly get away from this place of trouble. Dobby, you're grounded tonight, Draco added. At the moment we turned back, the smile in Harry's eyes completely vanished. Aurora, next time you don't have to explain so much to him. After a day of activities, we collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Finally, it was just me and Draco left. Casting a silencing charm, the boy quietly complained to me. Muggle-raised kids are just different from us. They can't even understand such simple reasoning. The Muggle world emphasizes equality, and they've never seen a magical creature like a house elf. Dobby admires him very much, so he's just protecting his follower. That Dobby who's elbowing outwards. Brother, don't be angry. There are always some oddballs and weirdos. I interlocked my fingers with his. Aurora, I want to completely give Dobby to Harry. An unfaithful house elf is of no use to us. House elves are assets of wizarding families. Only ancient families would possess them. Besides, Dobby knows too much. Draco's expression was cold. Yes, Dobby is just a ticking time bomb. It would be easier to wipe his memory and send him a Harry. Aurora, actually, only the dead keep secrets. He quickly added, this is what Father told me. He secretly observed the changes in my expression. I think so too. Brother, you don't have to be so careful in expressing your views. I'm just worried you might think I'm a bad person. He looked quite aggrieved. How could that be? We are Malfoys. Everything is for the benefit of the family. Moreover, there is no absolute good or evil in the world. Changing perspectives can lead to completely different conclusions. It's best if you can think this way. The boy was clearly very happy, yet he spoke sarcastically, unwilling to express himself plainly. This is one of Draco's ways of expressing himself. Hey, hypocritical guy, if I didn't understand you so well, I would be driven crazy by you. The next day, when Lucius heard Draco's suggestion, he pondered for a moment and patted Draco's shoulder. Draco, it's great that you can think of this. When Dobby appeared before us again, he had already become a servant of Potter Manor. In the original story, Harry stuffed a sock into the destroyed Horcrux, the diary, prompting Lucius to angrily throw it away. The sock was picked up by Dobby, subsequently freeing him from servitude. This time, Harry naturally got Dobby. Was it really like that? The cunning head of the Malfoy family did not truly sever the employment relationship. Instead, he cleverly utilized people's cognitive biases. At that time, we were all in the dark. What he wanted in return, of course, was Harry's heartfelt gratitude. Time passed quickly. The doors of the magical world opened for us. An owl sent by Hogwarts knocked on the windows of Malfoy Manor. The proud golden eagle looked disdainfully at the food-snatching behavior of these distant messengers. It flapped its wings and moved aside, leisurely preening its feathers. Abraxas glanced at the contents of the letter and teased. After so many years, the template hasn't changed at all. Back then, you and Sissy were just like this, anxiously waiting for this letter and unable to eat breakfast. Dad, Narcissa showed a shy expression. Sissy was worried she was a dud and would be rejected by Hogwarts. Lucius chimed in, there was really no need. The other half of the bloodline is so strong. Narcissa's other half of the bloodline, so strong. Although both the Black and Rosier families are long-standing pure-blood families. In my heart, they're on par with the Malfoy family. Not to mention, my always proud grandfather has never expressed admiration or envy for other families in words. The only one who could make the Malfoy family look at them differently and had tripped up was the last heir of Slytherin, Voldemort. My mother once worried that my eyes would turn red, and the only human in this world with red eyes is Voldemort. Everything ultimately points to that noseless egg. He gave up unparalleled beauty in pursuit of immortality and power. What a wild guess. In the official fan fiction of Harry Potter, Voldemort has a fleeting romance with Narcissa's older sister, Bellatrix, and they have a daughter, Delphi, at Malfoy Manor. The girl inherits the cold, calculating personalities of both her parents. Narcissa, on the other hand, is filled with maternal warmth. She cares deeply for her family, and there isn't the slightest hint of malice in her. I feel ashamed of my unrealistic associations. Mother, how could she possibly be connected to Voldemort? Aurora, are you worried about which house to go to? Narcissa, seeing that I hadn't spoken for a long time, pulled me close. She has long limbs, a tall figure, and exquisite curves. Tom has left no trace on her or Lucius. Everyone says I look a lot like her. When I grow up, will I also possess beauty like hers? I stared blankly at her, which made her laugh. When my mother looked like this during her time at Hogwarts, there must have been many people, like me, who were captivated by her beauty. The Horcrux notebook I once saw, 16-year-old Voldemort, was the same, possessing breathtaking beauty. Aurora, Sissy is asking you something. My jealous father wouldn't allow my mother to focus her attention on anyone other than him for long, including his children. I want to go to Slytherin. I should be a Slytherin. I quickly replied. Slytherin isn't a house you can just join by daydreaming. With your appearance, you'd fit best in Hufflepuff. How could you curse your own daughter like this? Dad, that's not a joke, Draco retorted. I made a pact with Aurora. I want to go anywhere but Slytherin. I also want to stay in your old dorm. Then I wish you all your dreams come true. Lucius wrapped Narcissa in his arms. The clingy Malfoy couple. Harry, which house do you want to go to? Narcissa, not wanting all the attention on herself, quickly changed the subject. Do I have a choice? Harry looked confused. Yes, embarking on the journey to Hogwarts means Harry will always be under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Harry, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Hogwarts will assign houses based on your traits. Rarely, Lucius offered some comfort. Every graduating class keeps the secret of the sorting hat. Leaving a suspense is also one of Hogwarts traditions. If possible, I'd like to go to Slytherin. Harry seemed to muster up courage, his emerald eyes fixed on me. If you go to Slytherin, Dumbledore will be so angry that he might set his beard on fire. Lucius showed a sly smile. However, since Harry was adopted by the Malfoys, Dumbledore should have been mentally prepared for this, right? Narcissa added fuel to the fire. This is good. Gellert can comfort him in person. Lucius continued to tease. Lucius's mother, the wife of Abraxas, is the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald. But those who have read the original work know that Gellert Grindelwald met Albus Dumbledore in the glorious summer of their 16th year. Two young geniuses, future leaders of opposing factions, left behind regret and remorse after 3 months of passionate love. After one drunken night, Grindelwald left behind his only descendant, who is Lucius's mother. A child born without the will of either party ultimately becomes a tool for pure-blood family alliances. Even more unfortunately, the woman died on the day of childbirth due to amniotic fluid embolism. All the healers at St. Mungo's could not save her from the clutches of death. Abraxas was heartbroken. Years passed, and until Lucius came of age, no other woman held the title of Mrs. Malfoy. Lucius also became the only living descendant of Grindelwald. This is also why the Malfoy family could quickly recover without being affected by Voldemort's downfall. I once asked Narcissa why she was different from other pure-blood girls. Not becoming a tool for marriage, but instead marrying for love. Because I was lucky enough to meet your father early. Her gaze drifted far away, as if recalling every little moment they shared. How early? I was very curious about her and Lucius's love story. The original work never touched on this part. Aurora, let me tell you a secret. Narcissa smiled mysteriously. Since the moment I was born at Malfoy Manor and grew up with Lucius. She added, you were childhood sweethearts? You could say that. As she combed my long hair, she answered, your mother was so at ease leaving you here? The heavy studies and burdens of pure-blood families seem to have never affected Narcissa's life. Dear Aurora, things cannot be seen only on the surface. There's another secret. I will give you a hint, but you have to discover it yourself. She kissed my forehead through my bangs. There's a calming power about her. I hope I can be like her. Sissy, we should get going. Lucius pushed the door open. Honestly, he doesn't give us much time to bond as mother and daughter. Today's schedule is tight. We need to buy textbooks, order uniforms, and take you both to choose wands. Narcissa must have seen the reluctant look on my face and rubbed my cheek. Narcissa's wand is very special, with several silver nails embedded in the handle, giving it a strong presence in hand. Very vintage and elegant. Lucius's current wand has been passed down through the Malfoy family. The previous owner was Abraxas. It is safely kept in the snake-headed cane, symbolizing status. Draco and I have never seen Lucius's wand in its true form. I couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Dad, can I see your wand? Why does Lucius look so embarrassed? Lucius's hand gripped the snake-headed cane, subconsciously tightening. His face turned pale, looking to his wife for help. Narcissa laughed so hard she was shaking. Aurora, haha. She hugged my flustered self and gently explained, wands have a layer of implied meaning that you'll understand when you're older. In short, don't ask the opposite sex to see their wand. Lucius helplessly smiled as he let his wife tease him, but still reminded me. Oh my, could it be? I really had no idea. This isn't our first time shopping in Diagon Alley, but it's the first time we've entered Ollivander's wand shop. Dear children, it's not that you choose the wand, but the wand chooses its master. The shopkeeper, Ollivander, is focused on wand making and is quite a disheveled fellow. He has a pair of silver-white eyes that, from a distance, look like a pair of eyes with only the whites, which is quite frightening. I remember every wand I sold. Mrs. Malfoy, if I'm not mistaken. You and Mr. Malfoy are a pair of twin wands. He suddenly turned to Narcissa for confirmation. Yes. Narcissa caressed the wand in her hand, seemingly reminiscing about the moment of selecting a wand. Lucius had to make a trip to Nocturne Alley, parting ways with us here. You were sent in by Abraxas, but then something happened. Ollivander, we are pressed for time. Why don't we let the children start choosing first? Narcissa awkwardly shifted the topic. All right. Ladies first, young lady, stand in front of me. Ollivander first measured my arm length, and upon learning that I usually use my right hand, he began to incessantly hand me wands. In an instant, sparks flew. A mismatched wand in one hand could truly stir up a storm. Narcissa shielded Harry and Draco behind her, giving me a reassuring glance. Aurora, don't worry. By the way, how could I forget? You are Malfoy. Perhaps you have inherited your parents. His introduction was muddled. I could understand every word, yet together they made no sense. He took a wand from the shelf, made of neither metal nor wood, and felt very light in my hand. I felt a surge of warmth within me, transcending the flow of magic. Something was about to break ground. Facing the unknown, I felt very scared. I wanted to scream, but was worried it would bring unnecessary trouble. As if we were connected, Narcissa broke through the barrier and came to my side. Aurora, are you okay? Your daughter has chosen a suitable wand. Ollivander proudly announced. My wand actually emitted dazzling multicolored light, illuminating the entire shop. This is the Aurora. Aurora, the goddess of dawn and twilight in Roman mythology. The Italian scientist Galileo named the Aurora after the goddess of dawn, Aurora. Aurora, how beautiful. Draco came over, reaching out to take my wand. Ollivander didn't have a chance to stop him. The tip of my wand unexpectedly shot out a silver dragon. It roared and circled in the air. Amazing, so amazing. The two little ones can actually share a wand. So, who is the true owner of this wand? Since Aurora got it first, I certainly cannot claim it. Draco said this, but his eyes betrayed obvious reluctance. Any wizard who has felt a wand that responds to them would not be willing to give it up easily. The wand hummed in his hand, seemingly echoing him with reluctant whispers. Ollivander, don't use this to test human nature. Narcissa frowned. What about Aurora's twin wand? Let Draco try it too. Ollivander smacked his forehead. How could I forget about that? Quickly try this one. It was the one that appeared in the original text. 10 inches, hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn hair. If Ollivander hadn't said it, one would never guess they had any intrinsic connection. It's my wand, Draco exclaimed, finally finding the one that belongs to him among thousands of wands. Our wands are also a pair. He came to my side, his eyes seemingly hiding stars. He returned the wand to me. Aurora, I will never take your things. It's okay, you took mine, so I'll use yours. I snatched Draco's wand, the familiar feeling resonating with my body. All right. Draco looked at me indulgently. Not far away, Narcissa's gaze followed the two of us, as if reminiscing about something. Even for siblings connected by blood, the chance of selecting twin wands is still very small, not to mention being able to wield each other's wands. Ollivander sighed. Your relationship must be very good. Of course, Aurora is the most important person to me. A faint pink hue appeared on Draco's pale face. I squeezed his fingertips in response. Mr. Ollivander, Harry, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Sorry, young guest. Coming with the Malfoys? You must be the famous Harry Potter. He examined the scar on Harry's forehead, gesturing mysteriously. Yes. Harry smiled shyly. Harry's wand selection process was not as smooth as Draco's. Just like in the original text, it wasn't until he chose Voldemort's twin wand, 11 inches, Hollywood, with a phoenix feather, that it was considered a success. Harry examined his wand with a stern expression. It was from this moment on that his entanglement with Voldemort began, which would haunt the latter half of his life. Mom, is a wand made of phoenix feather more powerful, or one made of unicorn hair? Draco looked hopefully at Narcissa, feeling that Ollivander's earlier words had put him at a disadvantage. Draco, a wand is just an amplifier of a wizard's magic. Choosing the right wand that resonates with one's own magic can yield results greater than the sum of its parts. Narcissa avoided the comparison of materials and instead guided Draco to focus on enhancing his own abilities. Wands made of unicorn hair are not suitable for casting dark magic. Ironically, Draco and I were born into Death Eater families. Draco, can I see your wand? Harry asked. Lucius just reminded me not to look at the wands of the opposite sex. Perhaps there is no taboo with the same sex? No. The Harry x Draco x Harry pairing is also widely accepted. Draco naturally didn't think that much, and they exchanged wands. Draco, I can also use your wand. Look, when Harry released his magic, it flowed smoothly, as if the wand was tailor-made for him. Those who can use twin wands are not just Draco. He walked up to me and whispered in a voice only we could hear. I remember, in the original text, after Harry took Draco's wand, that wand obeyed him. He can naturally also use Draco's wand. Could it be that he, like Pansy Parkinson, has previous memories given a chance to start over? My heart was filled with suspicion. I didn't know how to respond to his words. Aurora, would you like to try my wand? Harry asked tentatively. My face turned bright red. Ever since I learned the other meaning represented by wands, I couldn't look at them directly. Did Harry and Draco know? Why say such ambiguous things? Still, I'd better not. Dad said it's not allowed to use someone else's wand. I signaled to Narcissa for confirmation. Ha, Aurora, this wand is not that wand. Since Harry is willing to let you try his, you should try it. It's okay. She had a cunning expression, smiling like a sly fox. I am indeed very curious about this wand that defeated Voldemort in the final battle. It is as flexible as Draco's wand. Harry handed it over to me, and I gently gripped the handle. You see my wand, you can use it too. As he said this, his hand unexpectedly wrapped around mine, and I became the medium for his interaction with the wand's magic. Harry's magic flowed through me, establishing a connection. This feeling is indescribable. My back was pressed against his chest. His warm breath lingered on my neck. This is crossing the line. I quickly returned the wand to him. My fingertips were slightly tingling. Even after we broke the connection, I could still feel Harry's magic lingering in my body. What a strange way to play. The oblivious Draco held my hands tightly. He placed both of our wands in my hands. The intertwined hands and the two twin wands unexpectedly slipped from my control. They began to play and chase each other in midair. Mom, do your and Dad's twin wands do this too? Draco glanced at Harry with pride and exclaimed, there are many wonders about twin wands. You and Aurora can explore them slowly. Lucius arrived late, placing his hand on Narcissa's waist and pulling her into his embrace. Wizards with paired twin wands are all in the Malfoy family, Draco happily announced. Draco Malfoy, do not go spreading this around. Lucius warned sternly, his expression serious. Draco was startled, instinctively feeling a bit afraid of the strict Lucius. Dad, why not? I asked on his behalf. Lucius did not immediately answer my question, but instead cast an unbreakable charm on everyone present. The chains formed by the spell wrapped around each of us. In the brief silence while casting, Lucius began to explain the reason for secrecy. Twin wands cannot attack each other, and Merlin secretly marks the owners of twin wands. Their destinies are intertwined, and neither can escape. To be bound to Aurora's fate is something I cannot ask for more. Draco looked at me and said softly. A pair of sincere eyes stared at me, and I felt almost melted by that meaningful gaze. Not only that, but Aurora will become your lifelong weakness. As the connection deepens, her joys and sorrows will synchronize with you, and you will always empathize with her. There will be no privacy between you. Ah, will Aurora know what I'm thinking? Draco exclaimed in shock. That's how it is. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Then, does Mom know your secrets? You don't have anything hidden from her, do you? Draco clearly wanted to drag Lucius into this. Of course. Lucius replied without thinking, while toying with Narcissa's slender waist. Draco, is there anything I can't know? I asked curiously. Men and women are different. Sometimes my body will miss you, and if you knew, I would be very embarrassed. He whispered in my ear. Oh my God, Draco, you're still so young, and you're already thinking about such things. My face turned bright red, and I quickly covered his mouth, telling him to stop talking. All right, I just wanted to remind you. Draco seemed afraid of making me angry, and he looked a bit pitiful. I got it. My palm pressed against his soft lips. I covered the lower half of his face with my hand, and what I saw were his deep gray eyes. The Malfoys have all inherited the good genes of the previous generation. Grown-up Draco will surely be as handsome as Lucius. The 11-year-old boy already had the stature of a young man, tall and graceful. It might be a bit inconvenient. Harry picked up the conversation, especially when Aurora and Draco established their own families in the future. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, interrupting Draco's impending retort. The road ahead is still long. Anything can happen. The little interlude was soon forgotten by everyone. Each person had their own wand. While I shared a twin wand with Draco Malfoy, my favorite character from Harry Potter, feeling extremely excited. Aurora, I'm very happy too. Our hands, hidden under our wizard robes, were intertwined. I also felt your happiness. With our twin wands in hand, we resonated. No wonder. I felt so unusual. My joy was amplified because of Draco. Nearby, Narcissa and Lucius were also secretly observing us. We were immersed in our own world, as if the entire Diagon Alley contained only the two of us. We completely failed to notice that Harry's arm had bulged with veins, and his long fingers were nearly breaking that holly wand. The Weasley family also arrived at Diagon Alley to purchase necessities. They looked like they were going to the market, bringing along the whole family. Dad, can we send things by owl in the future? I looked up and suggested to Lucius. This is the prototype of online shopping. No one is doing this yet, and we can monopolize this business. Draco chimed in, sharing the same thought. As expected of a Malfoy, the keen business sense is ingrained in every generation. Exactly. Lucius nodded. It seems he mainly dislikes appearing in the same place as the Weasley family. Look, it's the Malfoy family's white hair. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances. The Malfoy family's signature platinum hair under the sunlight was almost silver white. But being teased as white hair is never pleasant. I heard Dad say that Muggles call this condition albinism. Arthur Weasley now works in the Ministry of Magic's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. He must know a thing or two about Muggle diseases. They deliberately use a disease that Muggles can get to humiliate a pureblood family. Picking on someone else's appearance, Weasley, you really can. Their volume was not loud, just enough for us to hear. Under the pretense of enjoying pranks, they aimed to insult others. Brother, I pressed down on Draco's right hand, which was about to pull out his wand, shaking my head almost imperceptibly. The large group of Weasleys would be at an advantage if they used sheer numbers against us. Since they like to make veiled insults, we should quietly make them suffer a loss. I gripped my wand, not casting any spells. Just like when I chose my wand, I could make it emit a dazzling light. What if this light has direction? One of the Weasley twins suddenly covered his eyes. He screamed, Mom. My eyes hurt so much. He began to cry uncontrollably, and the Weasley couple could do nothing to help. Trouble comes from the mouth. Aurora, well done. Draco and I were whispering to each other quietly. Hey, is it you guys? A red-haired boy with a face full of freckles walked up to us. What do you mean? I widened my eyes and made an innocent expression. Who are you? Draco frowned. He had never encountered someone who didn't introduce themselves upon first meeting. We both knew the red-haired boy's intentions, but self-preservation is instinctual. And since they were the ones who started the conflict, there was no need for us to admit anything. Are you daring to let my father check your wand? The boy blocked our path, becoming more aggressive. The one with the injured, I was in excruciating pain, crying out in distress. While the Weasleys were eager to find a way to break the curse, and naturally wouldn't let any clues slip by. Weasley, long time no see. Has your position in the Ministry of Magic risen to the point where you can let your children act recklessly? I should tell Fudge this good news. Lucius raised his wand, blocking the red-haired boy. Arthur Weasley's face turned beet red. He had been aimless for years and was still just a low-level employee. High position, he could only dream of it. He had paid a heavy price for his impulsiveness during the raid on Malfoy Manor, failing to catch Lucius with any useful evidence related to the Death Eaters, and even failing to find any dark artifacts. The head of the Malfoy family slipped through his fingers without spending a single galleon. The post-war reconstruction required a large influx of funds, and without the Malfoys, he could only continue doing Mrs. Longbottom's work. Mrs. Longbottom had been admitted to St. Mungo's along with her son and daughter-in-law, who suffered from the inhumane Cruciatus curse inflicted by Bellatrix Lestrange. She donated the majority of her wealth to the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, leaving only the Longbottom ancestral home behind. What she contributed was still a drop in the bucket. They naturally turned their attention to Potter and the Black family estate. Harry was adopted by the Malfoys, and Narcissa was the only free member of the Black family. The powerful legal team of the Malfoys kept both assets securely in their hands. The Ministry's plans continued to fall through, until the Minister of Magic deigned to visit Malfoy Manor multiple times for discussions on cooperation. The initiative had already been handed over. During negotiations, the Ministry suffered defeat after defeat, while the Malfoy family's plans infiltrated every aspect of people's lives. Lucius won beautifully in this round. Arthur Weasley had been humiliated by Lucius more than once, having lost the arrogance of his youth. His unsuccessful career had turned him into a mediocre middle-aged worker, obsessed with Muggle products to pass the time. Did he regret the words he spoke at Malfoy Manor? It's hard to tell. He simply didn't stop his twin sons when they provoked Malfoy. Once Malfoy counterattacked, he could use the excuse of not wanting to stoop to the level of the young, while the head of the Malfoy family showed no mercy, standing on the moral high ground. Unfortunately, his plans fell apart completely. I glanced in Harry's direction. The savior from the original story stood firmly on the Weasley side. Now, he stood between me and the red-haired boy. Without authorization from the Ministry, checking the spells cast by someone else's wand is illegal. Get lost, Malfoy's lapdog. The red-haired boy blurted out as he saw his brother kneeling in pain. Ron Weasley, great job. What a profound first impression you've left on Harry. Harry had been living a life of luxury with the Malfoys, no longer the timid person he once was when he relied on others. When had he ever been belittled like this? He and Draco stood on either side, ready to confront Ron. I quickly intervened, saying, "Forget it. Harry, let them watch if they want. Don't blame him. He is just concerned and confused." I noticed he had also bought first-year textbooks. Who knows? He might be a classmate at Hogwarts in the future. Aurora, you're just too kind, so people take advantage of you. Harry looked disapproving. I'm a Malfoy. Being misunderstood is normal. I held Draco's hand tightly. Stop accusing us of being thieves. You were born evil, and your surname is the best proof. Suddenly, a red-haired girl jumped out. It seemed Mr. Weasley had often introduced the Malfoys at home. After a bit of education, our image had deeply ingrained itself. The Malfoy surname has unpleasant connotations of evil and betrayal. How ridiculous. Just because your brother spoke ill of us. His discomfort must be our doing. If he got wet in the rain without an umbrella, would you curse Merlin? The Weasleys hit a brick wall, huh? Some onlookers were gradually learning the truth, including passers-by who had been pranked by the Weasley twins. Don't argue with children had almost become Molly Weasley's catchphrase. But society will teach you a lesson. Not a single person thought to contact St. Mungo's for help. Indeed, one street Mungo sent a healer. The Weasleys wouldn't be able to afford the medical fees, and if they weren't careful, they might get scammed and end up in trouble. I decided to withdraw my glaring light. This wasn't any spell. Even using the reversal charm to trace the order of my spells would leave no trace. Arthur, what happened? An elderly man with white hair approached. He was dressed in a flamboyant nightgown and wore crescent-shaped glasses, looking somewhat comical. Professor Dumbledore. Lucius and Narcissa stepped forward to greet him. Harry looked shocked at the newcomer. His childhood nightmare, the behind-the-scenes hero who entrusted him to the Dursleys. The greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore. His demeanor was so kind and friendly that the previous tension vanished without a trace. His bright blue eyes, however, fixated on the wand in my hand. Miss Malfoy, may I check your wand? His gaze was sharp, almost piercing through me. I looked at the Malfoys, who nodded encouragingly. Lucius explained, Professor Dumbledore is the chief wizard of the Wisingamot. Hello. I presented my wand with both hands. He seemed a bit surprised by my action. Perhaps he expected to see me struggle. He used a reversal charm to recreate the spells that my wand had previously cast. For fairness, he materialized everything for everyone present to see. He frowned. Arthur, you may have made a mistake. Miss Malfoy's wand has not been used. Impossible. Arthur Weasley's eyes turned red, refusing to accept the outcome. This is a brand new wand, just purchased from Ollivander's. Lucius stepped forward, patting my shoulder, pulling me into his sphere of influence. Professor Dumbledore, can you return the wand to me now? I tilted my face up, slightly awkwardly requesting. Dumbledore looked slightly apologetic. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Malfoy. Professor Dumbledore, do you need to check the wands of the rest of us? A clear voice broke the calm. It was Harry. I don't think that's necessary, my child. Dumbledore smiled genuinely upon seeing that the question came from Harry. Why do you suspect Aurora first? The rest of us have the same motive for the crime. Harry handed his wand to the self-righteous old man. This was Dumbledore's blatant bias towards the members of the Order of the Phoenix. The onlookers, who had just been enjoying the spectacle, began to whisper among themselves. I wore a flimsy dress, first showing a bewildered expression after being wronged. Mom, yeah, why is this happening? I pouted and buried my head in my mother's embrace, my shoulders trembling slightly. I played the part of the innocent victim who was unjustly involved perfectly. The Weasley family, in cahoots with Dumbledore, bullied the little girl from the Malfoy family. Hadn't the Malfoy family already cleared their name? Was the upper management of the Ministry still targeting him? I heard that the Weasleys and Malfoys were distant relatives. Perhaps they were here to cause trouble? As the situation escalated, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, focusing on Arthur Weasley, pressing him to apologize to us. After making eye contact with Ron and Ginny, they all lowered their heads. On the surface, the Malfoy family gained both face and substance. But I didn't think we could let our guard down. The Weasleys, as long as they lost face, would act as if they were justified even if they were in the wrong. Who gets involved with whom is just bad luck. Aurora, are you all right? Draco said, heartbroken, as he took me in his arms. I silently shook my head, not speaking, leaving only a lonely silhouette. When not standing at the pinnacle of power, using softness to overcome hardness is the easiest way. The Weasleys had left, so I could stop pretending. Lucius reminded me. Dad, his sudden revelation made me feel a bit exposed. Ha, little liar, you almost had me fooled. Draco, ruffle my hair. Harry, thank you for standing up for me just now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you in the dark. I stepped forward and looked into his eyes. Just as Ron described, I am indeed that despicable, untrustworthy girl who twists right and wrong. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. Anyone who slanders the Malfoy family must pay the corresponding price. Harry and I echoed this sentiment together. You. I opened my mouth. How did this guy know what I was thinking? Because I thought the same way. He actually echoed me. If it weren't for knowing he didn't use legilimency, I would have suspected he was a worm in my belly. Thank you for understanding, Harry. I stepped forward to give him a hug. Aurora, nice acting, Lucius praised. Sissy is just too innocent. She can't lie at all. Oh, come on. In the original story, your wife dared to deceive Voldemort by hiding Harry's death during the final battle. My father was very indulgent toward my mother. He held her delicately in his hands, shielding her from the wind and rain, not letting her face any risks. Is this really okay? If this person weren't Narcissa, she would definitely be spoiled. Aurora is great. Narcissa happily accepted my father's praise. Being raised to be a delicate Malfoy lady, she was also very happy. Could my other half also become my safe haven like Lucius? Harry here. Lucius handed Harry a strangely shaped key. The method to open it still needed to be explored on his own. It was the key to Potter Manor. Uncle Lucius. Harry's eyes turned red. Originally intended as an 11th birthday gift, it was delayed due to some resistance. Lucius did not say it outright. After years of being together, the only ones who could make Lucius uncomfortable were the members of the Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic under their protection. Not doing as he wished, Fudge's appetite had grown, eyeing the ancestral homes of the Blacks and Potters for a long time. How could he easily spit out such a juicy piece of meat that was almost in his mouth? How did you manage to do it? Narcissa fired questions in rapid succession, her face filled with worry. Don't worry, Sissy. Didn't I come back in one piece? My father's concern for my mother was quite appreciated. It's not you. Every time Fudge looks at you, it makes me very uncomfortable. My mother appeared a bit tipsy, her face flushed. Sissy, you don't think I need to exchange my body, do you? Lucius's face turned green with anger. No, it's just, the progress is a bit fast. I can't help but suspect if some special means were used. My mother sounded increasingly guilty, her voice getting lower. She even prepared to hide behind me. Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius's tone dropped dangerously low as he looked at us. Dad, Mom, Godfather left homework that hasn't been done yet. We should go out first, Draco said, going with the flow. He gave me and Harry a look, and we quickly escaped the main battlefield. Lucius, I was wrong. I heard Narcissa's pleas from inside. Her voice was melodious and charming. So it turned out. Narcissa spoke this way privately with Lucius. Get ready. Don't. Sissy, don't make me say it a second time. Lucius was completely unmoved. A rustling sound came, and I didn't know what kind of torture awaited her. My heart was in my throat. Aurora, let's go. What follows is not something we can listen to. Draco's gaze was uncertain as he grabbed my hand and ran quickly. Mom won't be in trouble, right? I didn't know if Mom was okay. If we listen any longer, we would be caught on the scene. Is Cousin really okay? Harry followed us, looking worried. In the Black family tree, Harry is Narcissa's distant cousin. Harry's grandfather married a Black. Why don't we go back and check? I suggested. No way. Draco refused decisively. He closed his eyes, revealing a look of restraint. Dad. He will be even more relentless. Then we must go save Mom. I broke free from his grip and quickly ran back. Narcissa, you must hold on. I never thought that the apparent harmony of the Malfoy family was all achieved through Narcissa's forbearance. Lucius, I misjudged you. Alohomora, just as I was about to speak. Draco covered my eyes and threw me over his shoulder. Sorry to interrupt, you all continue. Although I only saw a little, it was enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Her seaweed-like wavy hair was spread out on the dark green sheets. Her soft moans were so charming, like a siren singing. Lucius stood up quickly, deftly draping a blanket over Narcissa. No wonder the two of them were so immersed in it. Did I ruin their good deed? I hope Father won't take revenge later. Aurora. Draco showed a look of frustration. I was wrong, brother. You're reckless like a Gryffindor. He continued to admonish, saying that if you make the same mistake again, I will punish you like Father. No. Draco is still so young. He should be more capable than he appears, right? I couldn't help but glance at his. Then behave yourself, he said harshly. The earlier embarrassment was swept away by his few words. Let's go back. We have to get up early tomorrow. As a result, the impact of the day's shock was huge for me. Narcissa's disheveled appearance under Lucius seemed to replay in my mind like a movie. I couldn't sleep at all in bed, tossing and turning. Draco was the same. Not only was he restless, but he also ran to the bathroom several times, staying there for a long time each time. The next morning, we looked at each other with dark circles under our eyes, resignedly asking to swap milk for black coffee. Where's Mom? Looking around, there was no sign of Narcissa. She must be too tired from yesterday and needs more rest. Lucius's eyes were fixed on the Daily Prophet, seemingly unaffected by everything that happened last night. Only when Narcissa was mentioned did his gaze noticeably soften. He must really love his wife. It wasn't until we were about to leave for Platform 9 that Narcissa finally arrived. Her eyes were slightly red, her lips a bit swollen, and the high-neck dress covered her perfect swan neck. She looked embarrassed, deliberately avoiding our gaze. I couldn't bear to see her too embarrassed about yesterday, so I changed the subject. Mom, don't cry. I will miss you so much. Why get to Hogwarts? I'll write to you. She probably picked me up and kissed my cheek. Kids, let's go. Sissy, be careful with your back. I can carry her. Lucius took me from her. Mom's back will hurt. The culprit is none other than him. I wrapped my arms around his neck, scheming. Dad, you can't bully Mom when I'm not home. Otherwise, I'll write to Grandpa. I threatened without backing down. Are you sure Grandpa will care? The current head of the Malfoy family is me. Lucius raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling up. That expression looked so infuriating. Aurora, instead of seeking justice, you might as well prepare for first-year potions in advance. I heard Severus loves to check everyone's preparation in class. By the way, in the original story, Harry was given a harsh welcome by Snape on the first day of the new term. Now, Harry is sheltered under the protective wing of the overprotective Snape. Naturally, he won't be the focus of random checks in class. Besides, with Draco and my relationship, they probably won't target us, right? As long as we are students of Slytherin. Snape's attitude seems to be quite good. Following the principle of joining forces when you can't win, I pray to be a Slytherin, which is more effective. Aurora, manage your expressions. Lucius pinched my cheek, reminding me from the side, every time I thought of something I would frown. It's not that exaggerated. Clearly, it was because last night I disturbed them, and now I'm trying to make up for it here. Stingy Dad. I murmured softly. Should I put you down then? He pretended to let me go. Okay, I know you want to hug Mom. I quickly escaped from his embrace. Aurora, a teasing voice came from Narcissa behind us. Oh no, she heard that. Harry looked at us with envy as we joked around. If the Potters were alive, it would probably be like this. He would be cherished by both of them, rather than gazing longingly at our interactions, but forever unable to fit in. Everything happened so suddenly, yet it seemed destined. An unreliable divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. A suggestion of loyalty to Voldemort, Severus Snape. Harry, let's go. I grab his and Draco's hands, crossing the platform together. The train to Hogwarts from Platform 9 was bustling with people, carrying the dreams of many. This time, perhaps everything will be different. The phrase frenemies describes the Weasleys, and us perfectly. Look at their poor appearance. Draco whispered to me. We wouldn't be so foolish as to deliberately speak loudly for them to hear. Weasleys have so many kids they can't afford to raise. Sounds quite rhythmic. The youngest Weasley sister, Ginny, was staring at us intently. It turns out that long before Ron met Harry, Ginny was already madly in love with him. In the original story, Ginny grew up to be the beauty of Hogwarts. She is 1 year younger than us and probably hasn't blossomed yet. I can't imagine what she will look like in the future. Unfortunately, the actress who played Ginny in the movies, Bonnie, was quite ordinary. By the time of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, she was hardly convincing as the Hogwarts beauty. I still underestimated Gryffindor's courage. She actually instructed Ron to push through the crowd to come to us. Given the previous conflict in Diagon Alley, it was really difficult for us to chat calmly. My sister wants her autograph. Ron completely ignored us, standing in front of Harry. His cheeks were flushed, making his freckles stand out even more. It was almost to the point of being nauseating to look at. Draco and I rolled our eyes. Harry, let's go find seats in the carriage. Preparing to leave plenty of space for the 2 Star Chasers. But I heard Ron sounding hesitant. What exactly did he want to say to Harry? Don't be fooled by them. He was constantly watching our movement, afraid that his whispers would be heard by us. Unfortunately, when he wasn't paying attention, I let out a loud voice. His words clearly reached everyone's ears on the platform. Weasley, why would you say that? Harry frowned. He also noticed my trick, but pretended to cooperate with me, guiding Ron to talk about more topics. Ginny stared at Harry with infatuation, completely unaware that all the attention around was focused on the 2 siblings. Harry's response made Ron forget himself. Malfoy, they are Death Eaters. Your parents were killed by that man. You're recognizing a thief as your father. His words came out rapidly, like a rapid-fire barrage. The crowd on the platform was enormous, and the original whispers were amplified infinitely. The Weasley couple didn't have time to stop it at all. They had become the target of public criticism once again. But this time, the 2 stood tall, as if their son's behavior was a form of justice. Ron wasn't wrong. He just spoke a little too loudly. Arthur scratched his head, his gaze avoiding the onlookers and focusing on his wife. Yes, little Ron. She smiled awkwardly, then straightened her chest and looked back at the Malfoys in the distance. Lucius and Narcissa stood there, seemingly unaffected, but their figures appeared particularly lonely. The crowd around them seemed to instinctively create distance. I regretted my impulsiveness. I had only wanted to embarrass Ron, but it had dragged in my most important family. Harry, on the other hand, attracted the attention of the majority. Everyone wanted to see his reaction. Ron Weasley. Harry slowly pronounced his full name. I know right from wrong. You don't need to worry about that. My friend is still waiting for me. His gaze softened as it focused on me. You. Ron grabbed his arm. If you figured out. I can help you. My family and I stand on the opposite side. Just like in the original text, this time it was Ron who took the initiative to reach out, asking Harry to make a choice. How slow-witted. Harry muttered. Weasley. He pried Ron's fingers apart, pulling them off his arm. Don't you understand? My friend. He gestured with his eyes, over there. He took 2 steps at a time, running towards us, his messy black hair flying. His emerald green eyes sparkled in the sunlight, influenced by the loud voice. His response was amplified. Everyone knew. The chosen one's choice. The Malfoys exchanged smiles, and they didn't even spare a glance at Weasley. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't know Weasley would pull you into saying those things. Actually, I did it on purpose, to force Harry to make a choice publicly, putting him in a dilemma. He could never truly break ties with the Malfoy family that raised him. He could also publicly embarrass Weasley. I never claimed to be a good person. I am a Malfoy, and I have always acted in the interests of the Malfoy family. It's fine, those are my true feelings. His gaze was warm and gentle, as if he would unconditionally support me in anything I did. In the original text, Harry's close relationship with Ron made me not take his statement too seriously. Come on. I led him into the Malfoy exclusive compartment. Crabbe and Goyle had come in early to save us seats. The table was filled with bags of snacks, and Draco coughed twice, prompting the two to hurriedly tidy up. Within pure blood families, there are naturally class distinctions. Some families serve as subordinates and vassals, providing services to more powerful families. The Crabbe and Goyle families were such examples. They seemed strong and lacking in education, but in reality, choice was more important than effort. Receiving the Malfoy family's protection and sharing in the benefits was much easier than relying on individual ability to fight alone. Therefore, as the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco's status had never been equal to theirs from the very beginning. The 2 big guys filled one end of the compartment, leaving only the other side for us. I hadn't even sat down next to Draco when I heard the compartment door pushed open. A girl exclaimed loudly, "Have you seen Neville's toad?" She had a bit of an overbite, with thick, abundant hair cascading over her shoulders. Following her was a timid boy. It was Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. She immediately noticed Harry's scar and began pointing at his forehead, screaming loudly. "Oh my goodness! You are. She grabbed Neville beside her, trying to calm herself down. "I'm Harry Potter." The days at Malfoy Manor had made him accustomed to all sorts of strange actions from strangers. A fleeting look of weariness crossed his eyes. "I am Hermione Granger." She extended her hand, shaking it vigorously. Can I sit with you? I have so many questions to ask you." Hermione plopped down opposite Harry, adopting a listening posture. "Sorry, it's a bit crowded here. We're all Hogwarts students, and I'm sure there will be opportunities in the future." Harry politely urged her to leave. But Hermione still seemed a bit reluctant. "Hermione, my toad," Neville whispered a reminder. Draco's piercing gaze nearly froze him. Despite the compartment being marked as Malfoy exclusive, it was repeatedly interrupted by strangers, and Draco's silence was already quite gracious. Hermione slapped her forehead, clearly having forgotten this detail. "We'll continue looking for the toad, so we won't disturb you." She pulled Neville away, slamming the door behind them. The air was filled with the smell of mudbloods. "Crabbe, open a window." Draco could no longer endure it. "Brother." I gently squeezed his fingertip, quietly reminding him. Harry's mother was also a mudblood, and in his moment of anger, Draco spoke without thinking. Sorry." Draco then realized he had misspoken. Harry waved his hand, indicating he didn't take it to heart. His memories of his mother were limited to a few photos of Lily Evans. After being brought to Malfoy Manor, Narcissa's meticulous care made him feel a warmth similar to that of a mother's. Compared to his biological mother's sister, Aunt Petunia's family, the blood tie felt even more distant. Worse things were yet to come. The news of Harry Potter being in the Malfoy exclusive compartment seemed to spread widely. Wave after wave of gossipers came to visit, making both me and Draco, already sleep-deprived, feel even worse. I closed my eyes and leaned against Draco's shoulder, pretending to doze off. Lock the door, Draco, Harry suggested. Those are all here to see you. Draco hesitated. This is a perfect opportunity to expand influence. The long-reserved Malfoy compartment serves this very purpose. During Lucius's time at Hogwarts, countless offspring of pure-blood families streamed in. Through the Malfoy family, they connected with the rising force, the Slytherin heir, Voldemort. The Malfoy compartment was also a well-known information hub. They were just curious about me. Once they realized I had no further value, they would scatter like birds and beasts. Harry shook his head, his gaze lingering on my tightly closed eyes. Let Aurora get some good rest. To get Crabbe and Goyle to quiet down. All it took was a cake prepared by Narcissa. You too, leave some for Aurora. If she doesn't get cake, she'll make a fuss later. While I was pretending to doze, Draco secretly complained about my bad behavior. His lips curled into a smirk of indulgence. Aurora, wake up, we're almost there. Draco called to me, nudging my shoulder. Brother, stop it, I want to sleep. I completely forgot where I was. Curling up on him like an octopus. He didn't stop at one thing and went straight for my armpit. Ha! Aha! I surrender. I was laughing so hard I woke up. I must be the first in history. My clothes were a mess, and I was still draped in Draco's coat. Not very ladylike at all. Draco was saying disdainful things, but his hands were busy helping me untangle my platinum long hair. I had inherited Narcissa's wavy curls, which needed to be kept styled at all times, or they would become extremely frizzy and fly away. Time to change into our school uniforms. Harry reminded us. Crabbe and Goyle immediately pulled out their belts. You two, wait a minute. Don't you see Aurora is here? Draco had some complaints about the two lackeys his father assigned to him. Their IQ, apart from being muscle, was practically a dead weight. He accompanied me out of the compartment and locked the door. Draco, aren't you changing? Harry reminded him. I'm with Aurora, Draco replied, as if it were obvious. You guys. Harry's expression was complicated, his gaze shifting between me and Draco. Brother, why don't you join them? That reminded me. Now that we were at Hogwarts, I couldn't be as free with Draco anymore. We couldn't live together. Any unusual intimacy, if noticed by someone with ill intent, could be detrimental to the Malfoy family. Although pure-blood families still practiced internal marriages to maintain the purity of their bloodlines in recent years, the genetic diseases caused by close relations were also not to be underestimated. The most famous example was the extinction of the Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin. The last generation of Gaunts, Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt, had eyes that stared in two opposite directions. In terms of personality, they were all irritable, impulsive, and extreme. Therefore, for both emotional and rational reasons, Draco and I had to avoid suspicion. He ultimately compromised, reluctantly squeezing my fingers and softly said, then, just wait for me outside. I wandered at the door of the compartment, lost in thought. Outside were students already changed into their uniforms, and my casual outfit made me feel out of place. Is the young lady of the Malfoy family homeless now? Does she need my shelter? I turned around, with sharp words and a sarcastic tone, undoubtedly. Sabini, Aurora, how could you be so distant? I allow you to call me Blaze. He showed obvious disappointment, yet he continued relentlessly. Draco actually left you out here alone? The sun must be rising in the west. My brother is changing, I hurriedly explained, not wanting Draco to be misunderstood by him. Didn't he show you his newly developed 8-pack abs? Zabini had a smug grin. What? Draco indeed spends more time working out every day. Sorry, I slipped up. It seems he was planning to give you a surprise. Why is it getting more suggestive? I don't want to hear about men's topics. However, he just said that Draco was working out for me. My cheeks couldn't help but blush. Suddenly, the compartment door opened from the inside. The scene Draco saw was me chatting animatedly with Zabini, looking shy and bashful. Before I could explain, he pulled me into the compartment. You all get out. He shouted sternly. I had never seen him so angry. Crabbe and Goyle hurriedly pushed Harry out. Before leaving, Harry shot me a worried glance. I'll just leave you outside. Before he could finish, I clung to him tightly. Oh, Aurora, what are you doing? He was startled by my actions. I was just getting ready. I lifted his coat to see his hard-earned results. Zabini said you developed an 8-pack. Let me see. Is the topic you discussed me? His tone was no longer harsh, but his muscles tightened even more. I lifted his sweater and began to undo the buttons on his shirt one by one. His ears were so red, the places my fingertips touched. Brother, it's so hard. He allowed me to touch him, but his eyes were darting elsewhere. Aurora, after a sigh, he suddenly pulled me into his arms. His chest was exposed, and, at that moment, we were truly skin to skin. Brother, you're pressing against me. I complained softly. He remained silent, trying to calm the emotions from earlier. Aurora, no talking. Why? Do you want me to embarrass myself? No one can see under the robes. I teased him intentionally. Damn it. He tugged at my hair as punishment. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside, asking all students to line up to get off the train. Oh no, I haven't changed my clothes, I exclaimed, quickly scrambling off Draco. There's no time. I'll just throw on my robe. Then you want to be able to cover it up, right? I finally paid the price for my earlier actions. It's fine. It should be fine in a bit. Draco opened the door, and when Zabini saw my outfit, he raised his eyebrows and joked, took so long to change. What high efficiency. Blaze, go play. Draco scolded with a smile. Zabini was one of the few purebloods Draco could play with. He inherited the renowned beauty of Mrs. Zabini. Along with her beauty came her powerful ability to ensnare husbands. 7 husbands, none were spared, all met bizarre deaths during the marriage. His drifting experiences also shaped Zabini's reckless personality. You really take after Uncle Lucius. Both of you regarding your sister. Zabini, if you don't shut up, no one will think you're mute. Draco unusually interrupted Zabini. Why can Malfoys do it, but I can't say anything? For the first time, Zabini was put in his place in front of so many people, and he became angry. What did we do? I vaguely felt it was related to the mystery of Narcissa's background. Why didn't Draco want me to know? Ha! You guys actually kept it from her. Zabini laughed so hard he was almost in tears. What riddle are you talking about? I asked in confusion. Aurora, this matter. When we come of age, our parents will tell us the truth. No need to hear it from outsiders. Draco turned me around seriously. Okay, I can still tell who is close and who is distant. Harry's eyelashes fell, his entire face was in shadow, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Everything that had just happened seemed to have never occurred, as Zabini started joking around with Draco again. This is how pure blood families are, with intertwined connections and interests. No one is willing to truly tear the facade apart. I truly admired him for his thick skin, unlike anything I'd seen before. Draco and I held hands under our robes, fingers interlocked. I am very clear that after today, we can no longer be intimate without a care for the world. Time will not stop for anything. The only thing we can do is cherish every minute and second we have together. Hagrid, with his full beard, came to pick up the new students, holding a toad in his hand and loudly calling for its owner. He stood there like a small mountain, quite intimidating for the first-year little ones. Coupled with his disheveled appearance, it made people keep their distance. Perhaps in the original work, Harry, who had interacted with Hagrid many times, could perceive the simple-minded personality beneath that towering exterior. That Hagrid, my dad told me, is the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. He has a penchant for raising dangerous magical creatures, so we should stay away from him. Beneath his shy and harmless appearance, Hagrid raised acromantulas and blasted scroots, allowing them to wreak havoc on the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest, showing a kind of almost cruel naivety. I heard he was once a student at Hogwarts, but got expelled for misdeeds. Zabini added, Mom didn't say why, only that. It was a big deal at the time, and someone even died. Dumbledore actually took in a murderer. Harry was equally shocked. This time, without Hagrid guiding Harry into the magical world, this was the reaction a normal person should have. What couldn't he do? I retorted, your experience, Harry, is the best example. Everything is in the past. Draco patted Harry on the shoulder. Yes. The two exchanged smiles. Harry was still studying how to open Potter Manor, but unfortunately, he had no clues. Nevertheless, that was his true home, and he no longer needed to rely on others. First-year students would take a boat over. Draco was worried that Crabbe and Goyle would challenge the boat's carrying capacity, so he sent them to another one. Ha! They really are like your bodyguards. Also your bodyguards, Draco emphasized. I don't need them. In the original work, as the Malfoy family's status among the Death Eaters declined, Crabbe betrayed Draco. I leaned against his chest and whispered, I only need you, dear brother. Hire me to be your bodyguard. Miss, I'm quite expensive. Then what should I pay? I tease him. Draco said nothing. His lips lightly brushed against my earlobe. Just a touch like a dragonfly landing on water stirred ripples in my heart. Aurora, your face is so red. His breath lingered in my ear. My heart raced, and I felt a little dizzy. I turned around, my cheek pressed against his chest. Brother, I feel so dizzy. Draco became anxious. You're not seasick, are you? He awkwardly placed his palm against my forehead. It's a bit hot. Don't move. Just let me lie down quietly for a while. He held me tightly in his arms and called for Hagrid, who he disapproved of. There's a student who is seasick here. Don't make a fuss. I'm fine. I couldn't stop him. As soon as I got off the boat, my name was linked to the delicate Miss Malfoy. You're not the first year to be seasick. Hagrid spoke up, pointing to Neville Longbottom behind me. I still have my brother protecting me. Although Neville's parents were alive, they were completely absent from his life. I nodded at him, as a greeting. He seemed to have finally found a kindred spirit. Miss Malfoy. Just call me Aurora. Here has something for you. It will feel better if you suck on it. He stuffed a piece of candy into my hand. Thank you. Draco took it, unwrapping the candy for me. Don't eat things handed to you by strangers. Neville beside us felt awkward, not knowing what he did wrong. Thank you. I mouthed to him again. Brother, I'm fine now. I gently patted him. Since just now, he had been holding me horizontally in his arms. Let me down. Who knows if I'll feel dizzy again later. He was still angry about what just happened. Brother, are you showing off your well-trained abs and strength? His face turned red again. Be careful. He set me down, tightly gripping my fingertips. I felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Why are you doing everything yourself when you have two big idiots to help? Zabini exclaimed. My siblings aren't as close as you two. He always emphasized our sibling relationship, which stirred up an indescribable feeling in my heart. Dad told me, since I was little, to take good care of my sister. Blaze, you're an only child. You wouldn't understand. The two pairs of gray eyes looked into each other as hearts. Speaking of large families, you really made the Weasleys suffer. Zabini pointed at Ron, not far away. The dialogue between Potter and Weasley was written in the Daily Prophet. Various coincidences had actually been laid out in advance. Father informed Rita Skeeter, the special reporter for the Daily Prophet, who was valued by the editor for her sensitivity to news. Harry rejected the olive branch extended by the Order of the Phoenix. Was this extension too far? Would extending Ron's desire to build a relationship with Harry into Ron, representing the Order of the Phoenix, extending a hand of friendship to Harry, be a bit too much? Draco and I exchanged glances. As expected of Rita Skeeter, this wave of playing on the topic was quite something. You can't deny that with a story written this way, readers really love it. This issue of the Daily Prophet sold like crazy. The Weasleys also made a splash, although their image was rather negative. Among them, there was not a lack of Lucius' guidance. He downplayed the role of Malfoy and me in stirring the pot. He tried to prevent me from being influenced by public opinion. Each family protects me in their own way. Ron's past behavior seemed like a joke. He shot us a resentful glance and quickly looked away. Yes, there are many of us. Me, Draco, Harry, Zabini, and behind us there were two big guys, Crabbe and Goyle. Without the support of brothers and the Harry from the original work, his timid personality showed. He didn't dare to openly challenge us and could only sulk quietly. Hermione Granger was constantly showing off her book knowledge, but the little wizards around her were already captivated by the magnificent Hogwarts Great Hall, and no one paid attention to what she was saying. Unlike the movie version, without actress Emma Watson's beauty, the real Hermione was unimpressive and hard to make a good first impression. Don't look around. We're about to start sorting, Draco reminded. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was actually very nervous. A thin layer of sweat formed in his palms, making them a bit sticky. Brother, are you worried? Of course, if you get sorted into another house, who will take care of you? Draco said irritably. I greatly appreciate his indirect concern, and I silently chant Slytherin in my heart. I extend 3 fingers and swear to the heavens. That's more like it. Don't forget what you said. He may be merciless with his words, but he can't help the corners of his mouth lifting. Many girls around are also secretly glancing at him, including some upperclassmen. Young Draco has a face so beautiful it's hard to tell if he is male or female. His platinum short hair and delicate features resemble a holy angel from Muggle religion. Blonde hair has a profound influence on Europeans. Purebred blondes primarily originate from northeastern Europe, with the main ethnicity being Germans. It is quite difficult to pass down blonde hair for generations. This is because dark hair and eyes are dominant traits. As long as both parents have dark hair, the probability of their children inheriting blonde hair is greatly reduced. Also, due to the rarity of blonde hair, those who possess it attract special attention and are even considered a symbol of charm. This is why blonde girls are popular in Western society. White women love to dye their hair blonde day after day for this very reason. Every generation of Malfoys is fortunate to inherit the trait of blonde hair. It's only natural that Draco attracts so much attention. That blonde boy is a Malfoy? How cute. I hope he gets sorted into our house. That way, we can befriend him. What are you thinking? Every generation of Malfoys gets sorted into Slytherin. Without exception, you don't stand a chance. Slytherin is all about internal digestion. Is that blonde girl next to him his sister? They don't look alike at all. It's the Malfoy siblings. Fraternal twins don't look alike. Don't ask me. That's what the Muggle book says. The person next to them is Harry Potter, who is also quite cute. Without Malfoy, having Harry is still great. Appearance is key to first impressions, and Malfoy has a natural advantage in this regard. Draco Malfoy. Brother, it's your turn. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, calls out the wizards in order of last names to put on the sorting hat. Don't underestimate that dirty old sorting hat. It has been passed down since the time of the four founders and originally belonged to Godric Gryffindor. It is the one that, based on the educational philosophies of the four founders, sorts young wizards with different traits into different houses. Unity and diversity is also the beginning of division. Draco strides down the aisle towards the sorting hat, the gaze of upperclassmen on either side of the dining tables. His platinum short hair shines brilliantly under the light. He looks like someone born with a halo of a protagonist. Unfortunately, in the original Harry Potter series, he barely qualifies as a villain. He picks up the sorting hat with disgust, his expression seeming to say, has this hat not been washed in hundreds of years? Thousands of Hogwarts graduates have worn it. As one of the most famous teaching tools, the professors at Hogwarts Haven Tea thought to maintain its cleanliness regularly. What a strange thing. The sorting hat seems to sense the boy's reluctance. It doesn't even touch Draco's scalp before loudly announcing, Slytherin. Draco slightly purses his lips, tilts his head up, and looks at Snape. Snape is still in his black robe, with the collar buttoned all the way to the top. Because I loved pulling his hair as a child. After Lucius's daily reminders, Snape's hair finally stopped being greasy. Developing good habits can lead to a second spring, right? The man's lips form a straight line, and he nods almost inaudibly. Then, surprisingly, Snape even takes the lead in applauding. Which Slytherin isn't a clever person? Who doesn't he know that Snape has close ties with the Malfoy family? It's only natural for the Malfoy heir to become a Slytherin. The applause grows enthusiastic. Aurora Malfoy. My heart tightens, and a flood of emotions rises within me. Everything begins with the sorting. When I was a fan of Harry Potter, the house I longed for was Slytherin. Of course, that platinum-haired little bully played a major role. I'm someone whose worldview is influenced by appearance. But now, with the same upbringing and environment, I'm even more resolute in my choice. I feign calmness, continuously chanting Slytherin in my heart. Another Malfoy? How interesting. I suddenly remember the voice of the sorting hat. I even suspect that it didn't converse with Draco at all before sorting him directly into Slytherin. Can a soul from another world change the trajectory of fate or even the structure of the wizarding world? How intriguing. I shall sort you into. It took a deep breath. As you wish. Slytherin. I let out a sigh of relief, worried that it might change its mind, and hurriedly take it off my head. Draco is already sitting at the Slytherin table, welcoming my arrival with the warmest applause. He gives a signal to Crabbe and Goyle, and they quickly make room for me. This is wonderful. As I walk up to him, I can no longer control myself and leap into his embrace. Aurora, mind your manners, he gently reminds me. Showing emotions is a big taboo, but being with you, I really can't help myself. Aurora, I feel the same. I'm so happy, he whispers in my ear. After us, the popular character in fan fiction, Theodore Nott, is also sorted into Slytherin. The Nott family is also one of the Sacred 28, on par with the Malfoys. Theodore prefers to be alone and hasn't joined Draco's little group. Every new student sorted into Slytherin automatically lines up behind Draco. Over the years, the Malfoy family, under Lucius's management, has gradually regained its former momentum. Therefore, in the bloodline-focused Slytherin house, Draco, born of the Malfoys, naturally takes the lead. Aurora, one day, I hope to stand at the top, relying on my own strength. He tightens his grip on my hand. You will. Father went through the same. Dad, the cunning Lucius seems to have been independent since his youth. His mother died of amniotic fluid embolism. Abraxas was busy with family affairs and hardly had time to pay attention to Lucius's growth. Everything was managed by himself. Meanwhile, Draco and I grew up in a loving family, with Lucius and Narcissa always providing the best for us. We never had the chance to experience the hardships of life. Harry Potter. Even Professor McGonagall lifts her eyelids to pay attention to the boy's sorting result. He is no longer the bullied cupboard boy. His clean and tidy clothing and imposing demeanor are far from the original description. He combines the looks of James and Lily, and those rare emerald green eyes are captivating. I noticed that Snape's gaze has never left him. In the boy's eyes, there was no trace of disdain for the sorting hat. He wore it on his head as if crowning himself. He closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in a battle of wits with the hat. Harry's sorting took longer than anyone else's. It was even so long that Dumbledore, seated at the center of the professor's table, was ready to intervene. Finally, he opened his eyes, clarity shining in them. Slytherin. What? How is that possible? The sorting hat must have made a mistake, right? For a moment, the Hogwarts Great Hall was in an uproar. Everyone was frozen in place. Even the double agent from the original story, the stoic Snape, could not hide his expression. His fingertips rubbed his chin, as if contemplating a strategy. I gently squeezed Draco's pinky. The Malfoys were the first to applaud, and Draco even stood up to hug Harry. Aurora? Harry opened his arms. Congratulations. I'm sorry, I'm just so shocked. I apologize for zoning out just now. We're back together. He murmured in my ear. Sit down. The sorting isn't over yet, Draco reminded timely. Harry sat down next to me. Professor McGonagall maintained order several times before the sorting could continue. It seemed everyone assumed Harry would go to Gryffindor. Rumor had it that Gryffindor already had a dormitory with Harry's name on it. What went wrong? Harry's parents were killed by Voldemort, and Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin. Was the hatred that could not coexist dissipated into nothing? It was completely unreasonable. Is this still the Harry Potter I know? Asking online, very urgent. Even more absurdly, Gryffindor students seemed to assume Harry was betraying his mission by acknowledging the enemy as his father. What everyone wanted to see was Harry having a good childhood with Draco's help, only to break away under Dumbledore's influence and find himself again. Once it exceeded expectations and the original mental setup, anger would be projected onto the other party. The Gryffindors collectively booed, even drowning out the Sorting Hat's voice. Harry, ignore them. You're going to Slytherin. It's already set in stone. Aurora, it's okay. Since I made this decision, I anticipated the outcome. I can handle it. The loneliness in his eyes vanished in an instant. After all, no matter how many protagonist auras he had, he was still just an 11-year-old boy. I took his hand. You still have us, Harry. Yeah. He smiled back at me, his fingertips lightly scratching my palm. I couldn't help but loosen my grip. His nimble fingers slipped through mine, intertwining our 10 fingers. I felt a strange sensation. I wanted to pull my hand away, but was worried he would be sad. Just when I didn't know what to do, the Sorting Hat finished its work. Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Ron Weasley. The sorting results are the same as in the original text. Under Dumbledore's lead, we sang the peculiar school song. I naturally separated from Harry and began to feast. Each year, Slytherin had the fewest new students. And with the generous sponsorship from aboard, Lucius, the Slytherin students had the best meals among the 4 houses. Crabbe and Goyle devoured the food on our table like a whirlwind. Next time, let's send them to another table. Draco thought distastefully while adding food to my plate, wanting to keep his distance from the two. Crabbe and Goyle's tutor must be slacking off. Brother, birds of a feather flock together. When we have enough value, we naturally attract our kind. Well said. He set down his wine glass. His gaze fell on Theodore Knott. The other S-father was also a Death Eater. It seemed he originally intended to establish a connection with him. If it were me, I had dispelled his concerns. He was a favored child of destiny. He didn't need to bow low to make connections. Lowering oneself to befriend someone would only make the other party look down on you. Aurora, I always feel like you're the older sister. Draco sighed softly. Many times, you see things more clearly than I do. Call me sister and let me hear it. I whispered breathily in his ear. Stop it. Our skin is very fair, and it's obvious when we blush. His ears were so red, they looked like they could bleed. How can you be so cute? I was originally the sister. It was Lucius who wanted the boy to take on more responsibilities, so he publicly claimed Draco was the older brother. Mom and Dad also said we should support each other and grow together. The glory of the Malfoy family has never rested solely on one person. I just hope that, like Dad, no matter how stormy the outside world is, the Malfoy family remains a safe haven. Draco admired Lucius so much that he unconsciously imitated his father in speech and mannerisms. Draco, you're doing great just as you are now. I like you, not the altered version of you. Even if that person is perfect, he is not Draco. Aurora, he could no longer restrain himself and embraced me. Everyone tells me I have to become better to be worthy of love. Only you, Aurora. Accept all of me. His gray eyes brimmed with myriad emotions. You were the one who first stirred me. I was just expressing what was on my mind. Mom told me that the two holding the twin wands would gradually become attuned to each other's thoughts. Don't resist opening up your heart. I felt a bit tipsy, even though I was drinking a non-alcoholic beverage. Draco, he must have cast a spell on me. Otherwise, just looking at his face would make me dizzy, and all the secrets hidden in my heart were confessed. Aurora, I didn't cast a spell on you. What? How did he hear my thoughts? I didn't use any potion on you either. You know very well that using truth serum without permission is illegal. He looked wronged. How could you? Shoo. It's a secret. I'll tell you later. His finger lightly touched my lips. Damn it. I was the one who took the initiative before, and now I ended up being flirted with. Dad said girls shouldn't take the initiative. He held my hand and left a kiss on the back of it. His lips were so soft. This gesture, so commonly used, made my heart race uncontrollably. Draco, let Aurora eat properly. You've been sticking to her. I can see she hasn't had a chance to pick up her utensils. Zabini's voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Once you get back to the Slytherin common room, you could do whatever you want. Following his gaze, I noticed that people from various houses were discreetly watching us to varying degrees. Perhaps it's because I'm sitting next to the savior? I suddenly understand you a bit, Ron. Let's eat something to fill our stomachs. Draco cut the food into bite-sized pieces and said softly, Draco, when did you start taking over the house elf's tasks? Don't you still have Dobby at home? Zabini added fuel to the fire. Although Dobby is not the only house elf of the Malfoy family, he is indeed relatively skilled in magic. House elves can be considered fixed assets of every ancient pureblood family. Generally, a new house elf is born only after the old one passes away, bringing forth the magical power contained in the manor. And Dobby had long been given to Harry by Lucius. It was equivalent to handing over the Malfoy family's asset. The reason for this is that Dobby developed self-awareness and no longer remained loyal to the Malfoy family. A betrayal by a house elf is a tremendous disgrace for any family. What is Zabini's intention in bringing this up? To stir up trouble between the Malfoys and Harry? That's the only thing I can think of. Draco's face darkened. Harry is also our family. Dad gave Dobby to Harry to ensure he received better care. To Mr. Malfoy's generosity, in an apparent attempt to irritate Draco, Zabini raised his glass with a sly smile. He doesn't believe a word of what we've said. I suddenly felt a bit weary. The people around me can't stand seeing anyone do better than themselves. Zabini is like this, and many pureblood families are the same. Only those leech-like vampires wish for your continuous prosperity so they can share in it, whether in the magical world or the muggle world. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Aurora, you can also rely on me. I found that as long as we are close enough. Draco can hear my heart's voice. But why can't I hear his? Our feelings are clearly mutual. Draco remained indifferent to Zabini's teasing. After all, we have lived together for 6 years, and we have built a deep bond. Once I opened Potter Manor, Harry looked apologetic. Silly, it's just a house elf. Don't listen to Zabini. Haven't you noticed I've always referred to him by his surname? In English-speaking countries, a form of address can distinguish the closeness of relationships. Only close friends call each other by their first names. Draco, long time no see. It's Pansy Parkinson. She sat down when Crabbe and Goyle left their seats. In the original story, she was always by Draco's side. She has become even more outstanding. With her dark hair, emerald green eyes, light figure, and graceful demeanor, she resembles a Persian cat full of spirit. Because the girl had caused me injury before, Lucius no longer invited the Parkinson couple to Malfoy Manor as guests. Parkinson. Draco nodded. The girl's expression was slightly disappointed, but she quickly perked up. After the last time, I haven't had the chance to apologize to Aurora. I wrote several letters, but I never got a reply. As if I were making a big deal out of nothing, she said lightly, perhaps the eagle owl got lost halfway. Humph, the pretense among pure-blood families. I forced a fake smile. Since you like to act fine, I'll play along. I miss the white peacocks at Malfoy Manor. They would spread their tails for me. She showed an expression of delight. The white peacocks are free range in the garden, and they are very picky. They only display their feathers for Lucius and Narcissa. Especially Narcissa, it's always successful. Lucius once joked that the white peacocks are the most effective tool to test a family member's charm. Clearly elevating Narcissa while putting others down. To raise Narcissa's status, they spare no effort. However, Mom is indeed the most beautiful person in the Malfoy family. No one else compares. Mom is indeed very beautiful, but not to the extent you describe. Draco hesitated. It's you, Aurora. He unusually didn't continue. Much later, I learned that I had been wearing a pair of earrings with a confusion charm for a long time. Except for the caster, Lucius, and me, who is not affected by any magic, no one can see my mother's true appearance. Lucius, such a domineering Malfoy. However, if my father did not take any measures, my mother's stunning beauty would inevitably cause a great stir, like a star on a street, attracting a huge crowd, creating a bottleneck. Sealing my mother's beauty is also a form of protection. No wonder Draco doesn't look at Mom every day like I do. He even teases me for being motherly. Someone who constantly talks about my dad has the nerve to say that about me? Aurora. A voice from Zabini came, full of disappointment. What's wrong? He raised an eyebrow, his slanted brown eyes narrowing slightly, indicating that I should pay attention to the changes around us. It turned out that Pansy had gotten very close to Draco while I wasn't paying attention. They seem to have a lot in common. Pansy has the memories of 2 lives. Having been classmates and ex-girlfriend for 7 years, she knows Draco very well. And everything about Draco, apart from the 11 years of companionship, is not extensively covered in the original story. Draco's potion and flying talents are only highlighted to emphasize Harry's experiences of being targeted by Snape and his own excellent genes. Draco was still politely responding, but only those very familiar with him could tell he was trying hard to conceal his impatience. Miss Parkinson, the Nimbus 2000 hasn't been released yet. How do you know the specific parameters? Pansy was stunned. How could she remember the exact release date of the Nimbus 2000? She only knew that in her previous life. Harry received the Nimbus 2000 as a reward from Professor McGonagall due to a dispute with Draco and was exceptionally allowed to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first-year student. The Malfoy family holds shares in the company producing the Nimbus 2000, which is why Draco can experience the product first. The product specifications before the release are top secrets. Pansy was so eager to get close to Draco that she completely overlooked this. Miss Parkinson, thank you for the information. I will find out who the mole is. Draco's expression darkened, and Pansy dared not say another word. Well done. What were you two just talking about? So animated? I pretended to be oblivious and took Draco's arm. I'll tell you when we get back. Draco's expression softened. Brother, I want to eat that. I pointed to the pudding not far away. Greedy cat. We'll eat when we get back. There's still what Mom made in the bag. How could Hogwarts compare to Mom's cooking? I rested my chin on Draco's shoulder, stealing a glance at Pansy beside us. Am I already so possessive of Draco? Clearly. We can't. Even without Pansy, there will still be Astoria in the future. Pansy's failure to compete for the title of Mrs. Malfoy is likely directly related to her hair color. It's hard to pass down the platinum hair color that Malfoy takes pride in when combined with a girl with black hair. Astoria's sister, Daphne Greengrass, was also sorted into Slytherin. Like Astoria, she is a blonde with blue eyes and has been quietly observing our interactions. In the original work, she is one of Pansy's lackeys, barely mentioned, not even qualifying as a disposable supporting character, but rather an unnoticed passerby. The Harry Potter series describes the magical world from Harry's perspective. Yet there are countless passersby who are the protagonists of their own lives. They are simply buried in the torrent of history. A few simple sentences summarize their entire lives. And I'm a witness and participant in all of this, even if I cannot leave my name behind. First-year Slytherins, come together. The new Slytherins chose to line up behind Draco. Compared to the chaotic Gryffindor, we seemed particularly focused on order. Aurora stood behind me. Draco reminded me, you have always been a bit dazed. Don't fall behind. He naturally took my hand. Without the concealment of our school robes, our fingers intertwined in front of everyone. It was as if our close relationship was made public. A secret joy filled my heart. In my position behind him, I couldn't see his expression at that moment. But the mental connection of our twin wands allowed us to share our feelings at this moment. He must feel the same as I do. Draco. Aurora is not a 3-year-old child. She won get lost, Zabini teased. She's even worse than a 3-year-old, Draco laughed. She can get lost in Malfoy Manor. Our house is so big, it's normal to get lost. I argued. And who was it that accidentally entered the Chamber of Secrets and couldn't get out, crying until they fell asleep? He held me close and teased softly. I pressed against his chest, feeling the slight vibration of his heartbeat. It was clearly Armand's portrait that tricked me. The first-generation Malfoy, Armand, loved to tease others. And every family member, except Draco, fell victim to his antics. He led me to the Chamber of Secrets, but locked me in a room. No matter how much I pleaded or what passwords I provided, he wouldn't let me out. Portraits can visit each other. After locking me in the chamber, he went to visit his other portraits. In the end, it was Lucius who used his head of the family privileges to find me and let me out. I didn't understand why Armand didn't like me. Clearly, I respected him a lot. I also didn't know why Armand acted like this. Remembering that scene, Draco felt extremely pained. That was also the first time he lost his temper with Armand, shouting, "If you target Aurora again, I won't come to see you anymore." Fine, then don't see me. You've abandoned me before. Since then, Armand disappeared from the portrait. He didn't go to visit his other portraits. Instead, he vanished overnight, as if he had never existed. I began to panic. Armand is the first-generation Malfoy. If he disappears, will the Malfoy family cease to exist? No, he's just being a child. He'll come back once he has had enough of his tantrum. Draco said dismissively. For some reason, a strange feeling surged in my heart. Clearly, Armand provoked me, and Draco was venting his anger on him, so I should be happy. Draco's indifference toward Armand was not the outcome I hoped for. Deep down, I didn't care about Armand's mischievous actions. I fully accepted his way of venting. In fact, my inner guilt was even lessening. Could it be that self-destructive psychology was at play? Why was all of this happening? We kept traversing the corridors of Hogwarts. During this time, a shadow flashed by in a portrait. An upperclassman Slytherin explained the password to Draco for the common room, then led us down to the cellar. Snape was already waiting there. His aura was very powerful, the black robe draped behind him, with a demeanor that clearly said, "Don't get close." His hawk-like gaze swept around, leaving many newcomers a loss. The orderly Slytherins hardly needed much intimidation. He simply informed us of the precautions, which boiled down to not bothering him unless there were major issues. Slytherin had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, and I hope to continue that streak. "Potter, come here." Harry froze for a moment when his name was suddenly called. "Okay, Professor Snape." Everyone knew what it meant for Harry Potter to enter Slytherin. Dumbledore's years of planning were foiled. The ultimate weapon he had trained was now in the enemy camp. Was Harry being called by Snape at Dumbledore's behest? Everything was filled with uncertainty. I reiterated Dumbledore's warning to not go near the right side of the 4th floor corridor. As I said this, he glanced at Harry intentionally or unintentionally. I felt very confused. In the original work, why was such an important philosopher's stone placed in an easily accessible location? And even worse, announced publicly, warnings were given to students to stay away, yet the real reason was not explained. Teenagers, at their most curious age. Isn't this just drawing attention to it? It seemed more like deliberately guiding Harry to explore. Hogwarts had become Dumbledore's training ground for Harry. Draco understood immediately. Yeah, Harry has been gone for so long. Who knows how he's brainwashing him now? Aurora, you still need to have some faith in Harry. Draco, ruffle my bangs. He always liked to mess me up. How annoying. Draco, who inherited Lucius's straight-hair genes, wouldn't he have my troubles? If curly hair team managed well, ends up looking like the Lion King. We were actually placed in the same room. Hogwarts wouldn't make such a mistake, would it? Co-ed dorms? I looked around the layout of the dormitory. It was comparable to the king-size bed in Malfoy Manor, with a bathtub the size of a swimming pool. The built-in space magic made it unimaginable from the outside what wonders were inside. So extravagant. No wonder Narcissa didn't prepare any personal items for me. Everything is here. How much did Dad donate to Hogwarts? Suddenly, I was enveloped in a warm embrace. Draco's tousled hair brushed against my shoulder, feeling a bit ticklish. The boy was wearing a thin shirt and a pullover. The cellar was located beneath the Black Lake, and the humidity was heavy. We lit the fire, and huddling together provided better warmth. Aurora, this is nice. Yes, it's great that we don't have to be apart anymore. There's only one bed, and it's a double. This means that for the next 7 years, we will be sleeping together. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa seemed completely oblivious to these details and kept arranging for us to be together. Is it the same at Hogwarts? We will soon enter puberty, and some physical changes are already evident in Draco. Beneath his delicate features, his Adam's apple is starting to protrude. His androgynous face is beginning to show some defined contours. Draco, Aurora, are you in there? A knock came from outside the door. Draco reluctantly let go of me. It's Harry. Why did it take so long? Did your godfather keep you? I looked around, seeing no one watching, and pulled him inside. The arrangement here is very similar to Malfoy Manor. His gaze fixed on our double bed. You two, just like at Malfoy Manor, are sleeping together? He looked hesitant. Is there a problem? Draco frowned. No, it's nothing. His eyes lowered, obscured by his lashes, leaving a heavy shadow. His fingertips were pinching the seam of his pants, and veins were popping. Harry, why did your godfather call you? I quickly changed the subject to break the tense atmosphere. Harry has been spending more and more time with me. I couldn't help but notice. After all, I am already an adult in Huaguo. To me, it seems like a projection of his desire for a warm family atmosphere. Just like in the original story, where Harry falls for Ginny Weasley. Characters who were inconspicuous in the earlier books suddenly become the most popular at Hogwarts. Ginny's presence is far less than Hermione's. There isn't the bond of shared hardships over many years. Ultimately, Harry is reluctant to leave the warmth that the Weasley family has given him. In my view, Harry's decision to marry Ginny is more about familial affection than love. Now, I have become the substitute for Ginny in the original story. To retain the warmth felt by the Malfoy family, he has shifted his attention to me. That's all. Deep inside, I still yearn for love. I am sorry, Harry. Just keep reminding me not to go to the 4th floor corridor, and also, he gave me this. Harry pulled out a package from behind him. It's an invisibility cloak, originally given by Dumbledore. This time, it was handed to Harry by Snape himself. This is almost a clear indication. Harry, looking at it this way. The 4th floor corridor has arranged a trial for you, Draco said in a heavy tone, to secretly give you the invisibility cloak, guiding you to explore. Doesn't Dumbledore care about Harry's safety? I voiced the confusion buried in my heart. Don't forget, the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, is first and foremost a politician. Self-proclaimed protector of peace and justice in the wizarding world, while Harry is just a tool for him. Draco gestured. This is what my dad says. But I think it makes sense. Sacrificing the interests of a few to save the majority. How profitable. Harry held the accompanying card and laughed self-deprecatingly. An orphan with nothing, no attachments. If I die, the Potter family's estate can be rightfully reclaimed by the Ministry of Magic. You won't. We won't allow it. I shook his shoulder. His emerald green eyes were downcast. A life that can be manipulated. He seems to have gotten used to it. Harry, the Malfoys don't make losing deals. I don't care how Dumbledore plans it. Life is only once. You have to cherish it. He widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief. Aurora, you don't have to say everything in your heart. What is there to hide? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I continued. Listen, your godfather brought you back to Malfoy Manor not to let us be the fools, raising you until you're 11. What the Malfoys invest must be returned many times over. Haha, Aurora, you really are you. Harry laughed until tears came out. The previously heavy atmosphere was swept away. It's true. We even brought a house elf in. I said angrily. So, don't let down those who have helped you in the past, no matter the starting point. They have improved your life. No one will continue to give without seeking return. It's better to be straightforward about it. Since it will be seen as having ulterior motives, admitting it openly is easier than hiding it. Aurora, thank you. I saw the smile in Harry's eyes for the first time. All along, I felt the smile never reach his eyes. Friendly and gentle, with a hint of shyness. It was just the facade he wore. The lion-hearted boy has an inherent desire for control and rebelliousness, which he has suppressed deep inside. Aurora, I understand. You're just too worried about me. His emerald green eyes looked like emeralds, shining like gemstones. Even among Westerners, green eyes are very rare. Probably only 2 of the total population. Most green eyes are mixed with brown or gray-green. Pure green is extremely rare, let alone emerald green. It's as rare as the platinum hair of the Malfoy family. Westerners love to praise the color of eyes. Just know, you are not fighting alone. As one of your investors, I will always watch over you. I solemnly patted his shoulder. Then I collapsed into Draco's arms with a laugh. Aurora, you mischievous little ghost. Draco held my waist to prevent me from falling to the ground. I quickly wrapped my arms around his neck, afraid of embarrassing myself by slipping down. Draco carried the unique scent of the Malfoy family. Its composition is very complex. Even the greatest modern perfumers, using the most advanced instruments, cannot deconstruct its formula. The fragrance varies depending on the person. Lucius smells of dry cedar, Narcissa of crisp and fresh Huaguo daffodils, and Draco has a scent of grass and wood. It's getting late. I should head back. See you in the common room tomorrow. After saying goodnight to us, Harry returned to his room. Aurora, you did well. Draco hugged me tightly from behind. In fact, breaking this layer of glass is better. We don't need to be hypocritical like Gryffindor. Harry is Slytherin. He will understand. My long hair was pushed to one side, and a warm touch came from my nape. Draco's arms tightened around me. Let your hair down tomorrow. Don't tie it up, Draco whispered. Are you going to leave a mark? I gently pinched his arm. They're beautiful. I can't see them. Only I can appreciate their beauty. In public and hidden places. Draco's hand moved to my neck. In front of us, a large dressing mirror reflected our figures. The girl, whose vital essence was captured, leaned against the boy's embrace. Here. It had been many years since it was opened. Draco looked around. There were also the names of Narcissa and Lucius. Narcissa Malfoy. Why not Narcissa Black? When my mother enrolled, she should have used her maiden name. Could it be that Hogwarts also changes according to the identity of the name owner? It must be. The Marauder's map only shows real names. That's how little Barty Crouch's identity was revealed. Aurora was lost in thought again. Draco playfully nibbled on my earlobe. Here, there was a missing pair of earrings. Could be. Draco took out a small velvet box from his pocket. I heard that my father gave my mother a pair of earrings that sealed her appearance, and no one could take them off except my father. Aurora, would you mind putting them on for me? I don't want to become ugly. I quickly covered my earlobe, breaking free from Draco's hold. Is this okay? He showed an obvious look of disappointment. I don't like the way those boys look at you. I whispered. I don't like the way those girls look at me either. Who cares? Those who do will fall behind. I've always pretended to be magnanimous. Draco heard my thoughts, and he flashed a mischievous smile. Then let's each wear one, okay? Only the spellcaster can see the true face of the other. And only you can completely possess me, all right? His eyes were full of temptation. I guess this was his true intention, to make me willingly accept a second-best choice. The Malfoy strategies were all directed towards their own people. How infuriating. Aurora, not speaking implies consent. He gently took my earlobe into his mouth, sucking lightly and heavily. It felt tingly and numbing. His warm breath brushed over my face. His long fingers lingered at my neck. I couldn't help but let out a soft hum, quickly covering my mouth. How could I make such a sound? Sweet, slightly nasal moans. Draco's breath hitched, becoming heavy. His tongue traced my ear. I could barely stand, glancing at the dressing mirror in front of me. That unsatisfied expression. Hurry up. If this continues, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right. My earlobe had completely lost sensation. The earrings were put on, and I was completely unaware. On my pink earlobe was a small snake with its tongue flicking, holding an emerald in its mouth. Aurora, it's beautiful. I felt my appearance hadn't changed at all. Yes, my physique is special. No magic works on me. Thinking of this, I no longer resisted. Merlin's buffer is so great for me. Draco, it's your turn. I picked up the other earring, comparing it to his earlobe. Where exactly should it go? Brother, you're too tall. I can't reach it. Even though we are twins, I am half a head shorter than him. Girls should grow taller than boys first. All right. He smiled and picked me up by the waist, tossing me onto the bed. I gasped, almost dropping the earring. How infuriating. He scared me. I lightly patted my chest, catching my breath, and straddled him. It's about to start. From my position above, I looked down at him. My hand supported on either side of his body. Aurora, are you going to force your way in? Draco teased. He tucked my long hair behind my ear, one hand moving to my waist. Don't. It tickles. My waist is very sensitive. A light touch will elicit a reaction. He knows this. I could no longer hold myself up and fell into his embrace. Miss Malfoy, are you throwing yourself into my arms? He gently stroked my hair, sounding quite pleased. It's still your fault for causing trouble, Malfoy butler. I tried to sit up, but he held me down firmly. Aurora, this is also fine. He was right above me. If I just lifted my head, I could see his gray eyes gazing gently at me. Unconsciously, I leaned in. A wave of warmth passed between our lips, and this time he came even closer. This time, it wasn't just a fleeting touch. He penetrated deeply, his hands securing my neck, leaving me no way to escape. In fact, he didn't need to worry about me fleeing in panic. I was enjoying it as well. My fingertips were slightly numb. In my mind, it felt like countless fireworks were blooming in succession. I couldn't hear or see clearly, completely immersed in the sensations he brought. Was it my usual restraint that made him so cautious? Just as it was about to end, I lay breathless against his chest. Aurora, do you like it? He looked closely at my face, not wanting to miss any subtle expression. My heart melted even more. It's my first time. Me, too. I know. We exchanged smiles. If her parents found out about this, Dad said. Draco noticed me looking at him and cleared his throat. As long as there's nothing before marriage. What does that nothing refer to? I teased him intentionally. His face visibly turned red. What a naughty little liar. His fingertips lightly traced my waist. Haha, I was wrong. Don't tickle me. What does that nothing refer to? He deliberately asked back. It's that. Haha, I surrender. Surrender isn't enough. My body curled up like a shrimp, trying to evade his attack. In any case, I promised Dad I wouldn't break my word. He stopped. The aftershocks on my body calmed down as I gently leaned against him. The playful antics just now had raised both our temperatures. In the dim light, the fire crackled occasionally. I almost forgot the main issue. I slapped my forehead. The earrings I had earlier were long gone. What to do? The bed is so big. I definitely don't know where they rolled off to. I anxiously searched around on the bed. Suddenly, Draco picked up a strand of my hair. Don't move. It's here. The earring got tangled in my hair. He was so close to me, at such a distance. I could even count his long and thick eyelashes. His movements were so gentle, afraid of pulling my hair. Brother, is it sometimes tangled too tightly? Why not just cut that part off? No way. He firmly refused. Your hair is beautiful. He really liked my hair. I knew that. He always took the opportunity to gently play with it while I was asleep. I pretended to be in deep sleep, allowing him to touch it. He once told me that he liked the feeling of it slipping through his fingers like silk. Finally got it off. He let out a long sigh. Put on for me, Aurora. He returned the earring to my hand. His earlobe already had a small hole. Huh, when did you get your ears pierced? I asked Dad to help me. The boy's face flushed. So, Lucius knows about today's arrangement too? Dad also knows that our earrings are a pair? If that's the case, can I expect a little more? His eyes sparkled. Dad said you would be willing. I carefully put the earring through, fastening it. As I cast her the spell, Draco still looked so handsome in my eyes. His gaze lingered on my earlobe, unwilling to leave. It's bleeding. He took it again. He licked the blood remaining on my earlobe. Aurora, your blood is very sweet. When he finished, I felt as if I had no strength left, collapsing into his arms, falling asleep with my clothes on. Draco, wake up. If you don't hurry, we'll be late. The boy still looked sleepy, and I couldn't bear to wake him. He first shivered all over, quickly tidying himself up. Draco, you never sleep in. Is it because you change places? I watched him leisurely. It's still because of you. Draco said grumpily. You slept like a little pig. Didn't T even change your clothes? Didn't T reply to Mom and Dad's letters? And I'm the one cleaning up the mess. I really forgot. I hurriedly went to help. I pulled his silver green tie, flipping it up and down. A beautiful trinity knot was born in my hands. Perfect. I admired my work and praised loudly. From now on, you'll help me, okay? He focused on adjusting my cufflinks while suggesting. Mom also helped Dad like this. Draco's eyes sparkled with a smile. It seemed we were thinking of the same thing. The first class was the Godfather's Potions class. We couldn't be late. He took my hand and ran toward the hall. Draco, Aurora. Harry waved at us. He had been waiting in the common room. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe slumped there, looking like two heaps of meat, drowsily, clearly very hungry. Describing them as bags of bones would not be an exaggeration. Poor Draco. What kind of followers did the original story have? Let's go. Draco nodded to Harry, and the two followers rolled and crawled to catch up. Harry's gaze swept over Draco and me. You both are wearing matching earrings. Is it a Malfoy tradition? Sort of. Draco gently touched my earlobe, which was still a bit swollen. Today I'll help you put some medicine on it. I didn't even know who made my earlobe swell. I instinctively covered my ears, which made Draco laugh. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Harry, the Godfather likes to check on the new student's preparation in the first class, but he usually doesn't pick on Slytherin. He looked around and lowered his voice. Aurora and I have been his teaching assistants. If Gryffindor is in the same class, usually they're a good show to watch. Potions require precise operations and a meticulous attitude, allowing no room for error, which is why the Godfather gives the new students a hard time in the first class. I continued. In short, don't be scared later. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Aurora, you seem especially worried that I might misunderstand Professor Snape. His perceptive green eyes were full of inquiry. He is my godfather. The term godfather can also be shortened to father. I don't want family members to harbor grudges due to poor communication. All right, he replied with a smile. In the original story, Harry faced Snape's difficulties throughout his 7 years at Hogwarts. When he referred to Snape, he didn't even include the title of professor. He raised his potions textbook filled with notes. I won't let you down. What made him change so drastically? Snape always kept his distance from Harry. He didn't often visit Malfoy Manor to see this son of an old friend. Perhaps he believed the Malfoys wouldn't mistreat Harry. Therefore, Draco and I had a closer relationship with Snape. At the Slytherin table, both new and upperclassmen were quietly dining, forming a stark contrast with the adjacent Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins had apparently added something to the pumpkin soup, causing those who drank it to start gagging up slugs. Someone who ate the bread they passed around possibly added fever medicine, their faces turning bright red, their ears steaming. Startled, those around quickly left their seats. Who would have thought that they could still find fun? Their eyes turned, and they set their sights on Harry. Fred, it seems we haven't held a welcome ceremony for the new students yet. Yes, George, we need to represent Gryffindor and form a friendship with Slytherin. They stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder. They quickly stuffed a bag of powder in Harry's collar. Hey, stop. I've been keeping a close eye on them and grabbed one of their wrists. Oh, the young lady of the Malfoy family is here to serve justice? The bag of powder had already been stuffed back into his sleeve. Unfortunately, your identity doesn't fit. He shook his head. Who doesn't know what evil Slytherin might do? Taking advantage of his teasing me, I suddenly slapped his wrist. The bag of powder fell to the ground. Draco wrapped in a handkerchief and picked it up. It's itching powder, he verified and answered. You want to embarrass Harry in public. With a glance from Draco, Crabbe and Goyle stood up. They pushed the Weasley twins like a wall of meat with their big hands. Although the twins were tall, their lanky frames looked weak in front of Crabbe and Goyle. No roughhousing during mealtime. Professor McGonagall came over to control the situation. Professor, the Weasley was just about to stuff itching powder into Harry's neck, and I caught him. Now he is turning around. McGonagall, who prides herself on being fair, sternly said as the suspect was caught on the spot, Mr. Weasley, 10 points from Gryffindor for you. Professor, may I ask, is this how Gryffindor extends a hand of friendship to Slytherin? As an innocent victim, Harry raises such a question, which is quite reasonable. This has escalated into a conflict between the two houses, especially since the target of the bullying is Harry Potter. someone nurtured by Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's expression is quite awkward, and she is particularly furious at the Weasley twins, who are more trouble than they are worth. Mr. Weasley, 1 week of detention plus 10 inches of lines. The detention can be arranged in my office. I have some potion materials to handle. A deep and magnetic voice comes. Professor Snape. Draco and I immediately correct ourselves. The man nods at us. He turns to leave, but does not give Harry a glance. His black robe swirls as if he is riding the clouds. You will report to the dungeon today. Professor McGonagall, having lost the upper hand, vents her anger on the twins. Godfather, he's standing up for you. Truly the most protective Slytherin. Everything is left unsaid. As fellow Slytherins, we understand each other with just a glance. Let's go, or we'll be late, Draco urges from the side. I knew this guy must be jealous. A sweet feeling rises in my heart, and beneath my robe, I secretly reach out my hand to intertwine fingers with him. Even at Hogwarts, we can still. Moreover, being openly intimate in public fills me with a secret joy. He hooks my pinky, responding to me. I didn't notice that our little secret had been discovered by a third party. The first potions class at Hogwarts is with the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Naturally, I sit with Draco. Many Slytherin girls show disappointed expressions. Most of them are descendants of pureblood families. In the original text, Pansy Parkinson, who is inseparable from Draco, is now sitting with Daphne Greengrass. Once, she was a fierce rival of Hermione Granger. Perhaps knowing the subsequent plot, she is surprisingly chatting with a Muggle girl at this moment. Although there are no Death Eaters in the Parkinson family, they are staunch pure-blood advocates. Pansy's behavior is no different from that of a traitor to her bloodline. Draco looks at her with disgust. The Parkinson family has fallen this far. Everyone has their own aspirations. I say non-committally. My hand gently rests on his arm. Who would be foolish enough to kick someone when they're down at this time? According to Rowling's intention, Hermione in the future is the best candidate for the Minister of Magic. Perhaps that Muggle girl has some special traits that we don't know about. Slytherin has always been driven by interests. Only by appealing to emotions and benefits can Draco truly listen. It doesn't seem special. Draco dismisses. Hermione, merely because Draco glanced at her a few more times, is attacked by the Platinum Prince's fan club. I've always known Draco was popular, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. As soon as Snape enters the classroom, the Slytherins, who were previously whispering, immediately put everything down and fix their eyes on their house head, unable to hide their admiration. Snape is exceptionally talented, the youngest Slytherin head in history. A master of potions and a master of mind-blocking spells. Not to mention his astonishing creativity. Spells like Obliviate, Levioso, and Sectum Sempra are all his inventions. His stature is not tall, and he is somewhat thin, but that doesn't prevent him from exuding an incredible aura. It's the familiar opening line. Potions can determine life and death, can exchange for reputation and status. Only those with talent can slightly glimpse the door. His gaze sweeps over me and Draco. The boy next to me puffs out his chest. Being recognized by the Master of Potions is something to be very proud of. In the original text, from Harry's perspective, Draco is portrayed as Snape's sycophant. For Snape, Draco is both godfather and godson. In Draco's heart, Snape is almost a half-father. After the war, Lucius worked hard to clear the Death Eater implications, running between various interest groups. Snape, as an important male figure, holds a high position in Draco's growth. Is it not completely normal to show happiness when recognized by such an influential figure? The biases and filters in the original text should not be underestimated. Now, let me check your preparation. Here it comes. I focus all my attention. Who will Snake call on to answer questions? In the original text, Snape asked Harry 3 questions, and the answers, when strung together, reveal his regret over Lily's death. Someone verified this with the author, Rowling, and the answer was surprising. She did not design this when writing that part. It belonged to the reader's interpretations. However, the coincidence is so delightful. Perhaps in some way, Snape is using Rowling's voice to confess his past actions. Snape's gaze sweeps across everyone before finally settling on Mr. Weasley. He holds a roster and looks around, seemingly searching for this student's appearance. Anyone with a slight understanding of the wizarding world knows that the Weasley family's red hair is passed down through generations. The only redhead in class is Ron Weasley, the twin brother of the Weasley twins. Coming from Gryffindor, his brothers just tried to bully Harry Potter. Perfect. I give Snape a big thumbs up in my heart and try to suppress the corners of my mouth that want to rise. Ron stands up trembling, like a condemned criminal about to be publicly executed. He wants to make a last statement, but due to nervousness, his voice shakes. Snape asks 3 questions in a row, and he has nothing new to offer besides, I don't know. His face turns bright red, making his freckles more prominent, almost blending in with his red hair. His awkward appearance is quite comical, and most Slytherins choose to bury their heads in their textbooks, suppressing the urge to laugh out loud. Draco nudges Harry with his elbow, revealing a playful smile. Sure enough, in Snape's eyes, merely giving the Weasley twins detention is not enough. This time he even sat on Ron. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape waves his hand, and his robe billows, resembling a giant bat. The Gryffindors glare at Ron in anger. To make up for Ron's mistake, Hermione raises her hand as high as possible, afraid Snape won't see her. Her body is almost floating off the seat. Snape acts as if he doesn't see her. Mr. Malfoy, answer the previous question. Draco has long memorized the content, and the standard answer spills out. Snape faintly lifts the corners of his mouth, signaling Draco to sit down. Aren't you all going to write down what was just said? Draco shines again. His status in Slytherin is unshakable. If Harry Potter were to join Slytherin, it would certainly have an impact on him. However, with Snape's encouragement, everything would no longer be a problem. When it comes to the practical aspect of potions, Snape directly appointed Draco and me as teaching assistants. Open favoritism. Is it something only Dumbledore can do? I finally enjoyed the fruits of victory as a vested interest, and it felt quite nice. No wonder Draco in the original story became lost in the flowers and applause. The favoritism from Malfoy and Snape made him live in a honeypot, losing the opportunity for growth. But isn't living in an ivory tower something everyone aspires to, unless faced with extremely special circumstances? Who would willingly seek suffering? Draco and I acted separately, but we both tried to avoid the cauldron set up by Gryffindor. Especially Neville Longbottom, his concoction bubbling away, was starting to emit a foul smell, and it seemed like an explosion was imminent. I called out loudly, "Professor Snape." Snape cursed under his breath, waved his wand lightly, and Neville's cauldron was cleaned up. Thank Merlin. If the swelling potion had exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. I wonder how many students would have to go to the hospital wing for observation. Unfortunately, there were still many onlookers who were oblivious to the truth. Hermione was seated a distance away from Neville and naturally couldn't observe the state of the liquid. Neville's hard work was wiped clean, and the anger that had just been ignored finally erupted. She suddenly leaped up from her chair. "Professor Snape, do you lack fairness towards Gryffindor students?" Snape slowly turned around. Probably no student would dare to challenge his authority in his class. "Who are you?" "You picked up the roster, Miss Granger. No one wants to hear your opinions right now. Focus on your classwork. Unless you want to be cleaned up as well." Some Slytherin snickered. They were already familiar with the pure blood family names from their early education. Granger could only be either Muggle-born or half-blood. Her understanding of magic before receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts was almost zero. She certainly wouldn't know about Snape's current status in the British magical community. Professor Snape was likely the highest social status person she would encounter in her life, bar none. To openly stand against a professor in class, the courage granted by Gryffindor, not to mention that even the simplest potion, if not handled carefully, could lead to unpredictable problems. Hermione's swelling potion was incomplete and was at a critical stage. She dropped everything to defend Neville, disregarding her own safety and that of her classmates, which was also extremely irresponsible behavior. After being rejected by Snape, she could not focus her energy on the potion. Her dazed expression revealed everything. "Miss Granger, your cauldron." I walked over to her and whispered, "You, Miss Malfoy, it was you just now." In her mind, I was the one who caused Neville's grades to be wiped clean. The Gryffindor-style preconceived notions, utterly speechless. Before she could vent her anger, she realized her potion had begun to emit a strong odor. Several classmates sitting near her covered their noses, but dared not distance themselves from their own cauldron. I looked at Snape, waiting for his decision. "Aurora, when did you become so indecisive?" Draco came over and directly emptied Hermione's cauldron. "Miss Granger, your classwork cannot be salvaged. I hope you understand," I quickly added. After all, she was the only female in the original trio and the future Minister of Magic. I really didn't want to offend her easily. She sized us up with the same hair color, Malfoy. From her expression, she had already positioned us as Snape's hounds. "Miss Granger disrespecting class rules, 5 points from Gryffindor. You and Mr. Longbottom stay after class. You're not allowed to leave until the swelling potion is completed." Miss Malfoy, he nodded at me, meaning I would oversee these two. A difficult position. This was only the first day of school. Neville whispered, "I'm sorry, Miss Malfoy, for wasting your time." He was still quite clear-headed. He prepared to reprocess the potion ingredients. Wait. The core reason Neville always blew up cauldrons was that his hands would change the properties of potion ingredients, making them reactive. This could be considered one of his talents, In the future, he became the herbology professor at Hogwarts. However, from Snape's perspective at the time, Neville was equivalent to a walking time bomb in class. Not only did accidents frequently happen, but he was also quite clumsy, making him not a particularly likable student. Teachers are human too and have preferences. Who doesn't like a student who performs well and is witty? Mr. Longbottom, I observe your potion handling techniques. I picked up the herbs he had processed and compared them with unprocessed ones. The herbs he had touched had actually sprouted. Sharp observation. Slytherin gains 10 points. Snape had unknowingly walked up behind me. I was startled and quickly turned around. Mr. Longbottom, go get a pair of insulated gloves. I don't want to feel the surprises you bring every class. Neville's face turned red. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I gave him a reassuring smile. I hadn't forgotten that when I arrived at Hogwarts, he was the one who shared candy with me when I was seasick. A grudge for a grudge in Slytherin is not a bad thing. Hermione's intellect was top-notch. She quickly completed the swelling potion. She looked a bit awkward. Miss Malfoy, you help Neville. At the end of class, she blocked my path. I'm a teaching assistant. This is what I should do. I nodded at her. In the original story, Hermione was a character I admired greatly. She was smart and wise, and at crucial moments, she could play a decisive role. She paused. I'm sorry. It's nothing. You were just a bit anxious. Draco was already peeking at the door. I didn't want to keep him waiting. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can I call you Aurora? I see everyone else does. She referred to my Slytherin classmates. Sure, Hermione. I took the opportunity to change how I addressed her. Goodbye. What did that Muggle-born say to you for so long? Draco complained quietly. Cleared up some misunderstandings, I replied succinctly. Aurora, don't devalue yourself like Parkinson. He reminded me. I heard. Professor McGonagall really likes her and plans to cultivate her. Even the head of Gryffindor can misjudge, Draco said indignantly. Who knows? I heard she was the first to discover Professor McGonagall's disguise. McGonagall's animagus is a silver tabby cat. Every year, during the first transformation class for new students, I transform into the shape of my animagus. Every Malfoy is a natural animagus, but has never registered with the Ministry of Magic. It is extremely dangerous for outsiders to know our animagus forms. Therefore, I am not unfamiliar with animagi. I once saw my mother's animagus, which is a rare nine-tailed fox. Its snow-white fur, wine-red eyes, and a mysterious totem painted on its forehead. 9 fluffy tails danced behind it. She was pinned down by a fierce snow leopard. I was terrified and wanted to save her, but Draco covered my mouth and took me away from the scene. My parents could use their animagus forms. Oh my, is it that intense? I heard my parents say that their animagus forms appeared after the 4th grade ball. Draco said thoughtfully, will we also experience that? I secretly vowed to return to Malfoy Manor after the ball. I didn't know what animal I would turn into if I got caught at Hogwarts. It would be disastrous. I don't know, but I will be by your side. Draco's expression softened. He is not good at sweet talk. His thoughts are expressed through actions. Being able to see through Professor McGonagall's animagus is indeed unusual. When Draco's emotions settle, his rationality returns, and he becomes calm. In the original text, Hermione discovered another unregistered animagus, Rita Skeeter, a senior reporter for the Daily Prophet. She can transform into a beetle to eavesdrop on confidential information and monitor the actions of interviewees. My grandfather once had close ties with the first Muggle-born minister for magic, Nobby Leach. However, there are rumors that Nobby Leach was forced to resign due to being poisoned by Abraxas. As long as there are profits to be gained, the other party's background is not important. This is also the ideology that Lucius and the portraits of past Malfoy heads have continuously instilled in us. Isn't it contradictory? The Malfoy family has always looked down on the lower class of Muggles while maintaining close ties with the upper class of Muggles. They even manipulate presidential transitions and dynasties. They are everywhere. Aurora, are you worried that I will speak disrespectfully in front of Granger? Am I that uncouth? Draco shall look at me. Of course. Without him raising an eyebrow, I quickly changed my answer. In the original text, you certainly did not hold back. Fortunately, Hermione is magnanimous. Otherwise, the future Minister for Magic could easily take down a disgraced Malfoy family. Aurora, I'm not a fool like Crabbe or Goyle. He sighed gently. You and Parkinson both have eyes for Granger. It's just that Parkinson shows it more obviously. He noticed. I thought I was being discreet enough. Although I don't know what news you have received, don't worry. I won't do anything bad. His brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, my distrust hurt his feelings. Brother, I closed my eyes. The Ministry of Magic has had enough of being constrained by pure blood families. They are preparing to start the next wave of deification. A Muggle born with no magical background, placed in the open, is obviously easier to manipulate. He understood. Sybil Trelawney also made a similar prophecy. Perhaps the Parkinson family has heard it. Everyone is rushing to place their bets, cultivating such a spokesperson. If that's the case, Harry would be the most suitable candidate. He looked incredulous. Harry's current performance doesn't seem to be easily manipulated. This is also why the mediocre Fudge has been able to hold the position of Minister for Magic for more than a decade. Whether it is the Order of the Phoenix represented by Dumbledore or the remnants of Death Eaters represented by Lucius, they have all behaved themselves during his tenure. Humph, cunning little liar. He stopped pressing the issue, and the boulder in my heart finally lifted. Aurora, just remember, I will believe in you unconditionally. He placed his hand on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. My heart twisted. What should I do? I felt even guilty. Thank you, Draco. My head rested against his shoulder. You too. How long are you going to linger? A teasing voice from Zabini came from behind. I had completely forgotten where I was, acting coy with Draco at the classroom door. My body, as it had many times before, had grown accustomed to relying on Draco. Oh dear. I sighed, reluctantly distancing myself from Draco. Aurora, this is good. Draco's hand rested on my shoulder. Others would think I like to cling to you. I leaned against his chest, glancing at the flow of people around us. Everyone was hurrying by, seemingly not paying attention to us. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until much later that I saw a fanfiction featuring us as the main couple in a small newspaper circulating secretly in Hogwarts. The plot made me, the person involved, blush and race my heart. Indeed, the eyes of the public are sharp. At that time, I still thought I was hiding well. At the dining table, we received a reply from Mom and Dad. I had no glorious deeds of skipping hygiene before bed. Naturally, Draco told my parents word for word. I was subtly hinted by Narcissa to pay attention to personal hygiene. I really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Draco also informed them of the explosive news about Harry entering Slytherin at the first moment. The Daily Prophet also did a special report. It stirred up a huge wave. Although Lucius tried to control public opinion, some people still had a pessimistic attitude towards the matter. They claimed that Harry had been corrupted by the Malfoy family. Once Voldemort's henchman, he was no longer the golden boy, the savior, but a coward who had forgotten the blood feud of his parents and embraced the enemy. The Gryffindors very much agreed with this conclusion. Every breakfast, flocks of owls would swoop down with howling letters aimed at Harry. Draco and I were also affected. We had to instruct the house elves at Hogwarts to bring breakfast to our dormitory. Draco, Aurora, sorry for the trouble. Harry's apologetic gaze made me feel very guilty. If he had chosen Gryffindor, he wouldn't have to go through all this. It was I who inadvertently changed the trajectory of his life. I finally understood the power of online bullying. No matter how one refutes, the bystanders can always find loopholes in the language. If Harry had gone to Gryffindor, public opinion might have even turned to the side of ingratitude. Aurora, don't worry about me. Harry seemed unaffected. His emerald green eyes were gentle as water, like the jade lakes of Qinghai. I also had good news to share with him. Lucius heard about this and used the Malfoy family's communication network to intercept all Howler letters sent to us. There were also some relatively discreet ones. If Harry allowed, the Malfoy family could filter them in advance. The boy's eyes flickered. Of course, I trust Uncle Lucius. This is the best way to handle it. I worried he might misunderstand and hurriedly explained. It's just something we do in extraordinary times. Once the wind has passed, it will be. I know. Harry took my hand. Everything the Malfoys do is to protect me. Am I really such an ungrateful person? His expression was restrained and somewhat sad. Aurora, is this how you think of me? Merlin, I was clearly worried he might overthink. How could this guy turn it back on me? I angrily punched him. It's just that concern leads to confusion. Yes. So, thank you very much. He pulled me close and embraced me. His short black hair was always difficult to manage. The back of his head was tousled as if blown by the wind, but the texture was very soft. Some stray hairs brushed against my cheek, prickly. At 11 years old, he was well-proportioned, and like Draco, he had started to grow taller. The dim light from the Disley's cupboard did not cause irreversible damage to his eyesight. Nowadays, Harry didn't need to wear glasses. His striking emerald green eyes left a deep impression. Snape's favorite green eyes. Harry really has grown. This was my first intimate contact with Harry. I wasn't quite used to being touched by anyone other than Malfoy. I noticed he hadn't let go for a long time and gently patted his shoulder, reminding him, Harry, a lot of people are watching. Aurora, you wouldn't refuse Draco. His voice sounded very wronged. How can that be the same? Draco is my brother, so you see me as the opposite sex. And that's why you keep your distance? He asked tentatively. Of course, I see you as the opposite sex. Otherwise, would I see you as a girl? I answered without thinking. Got it. His voice became cheerful, and he released the arm that was holding me. Hurry up. The next class is flying class. Draco is already waiting at the Quidditch pitch. He casually followed behind me. His long hands and legs allowed him to easily catch up with my pace with a few relaxed strides. Why are all my friends taller than me? Narcissa and Lucius are tall and handsome. I hope the height advantage is passed on to me. Aurora, over here. Draco waved to me. The tall young man stood in the sunlight, and the dazzling platinum blonde hair shone with a halo. He looked like an angel from a Muggle religion. He squinted his eyes. The whiter the skin, the more afraid of the sun. We burn easily and always need to apply a large amount of sunscreen. This morning, we helped each other with it. Aurora, why is your face so red? Are you getting sunburned? Didn't I help you apply it evenly? Draco asked, feeling guilty, firing questions like a machine gun. No, I'm fine. I just couldn't share what I was thinking. It's just that I misjudged the distance. Our twin wands had already conveyed my thoughts to him. He said nothing, smiled, and left a kiss on my forehead, as if to say, I understand. Oh my God, this is really too enchanting. The deeper the affection, the harder it is to resist. Give me the hair tie. Draco reached out his hand. Huh? I asked in confusion. You don't want to turn into a golden lion king later, do you? Draco said with a mischievous smile. Okay. Thank you. I turned my back, feeling his long fingers weave through my hair. Not bad at all. Malfoy family's house elf. Zabini also changed into casual clothes. He saw Draco tying my hair and couldn't help but tease. Blaze, you're an only child. You wouldn't understand this. If you had a sister, you would definitely cherish her. Draco didn't take the bait. His movements were very skilled, and his technique was gentle and experienced, with no pulling sensation. A fluffy braid had already formed behind me. It's more ladylike to let the hair down. Zabini shook his head and commented, Who asked you? This is much more straightforward. I usually lack patience with provocative people. Very much like Elsa's hairstyle from Frozen. The hair on both sides was divided into 2 strands and braided in, with no loose hairs, no need to worry about being blown away by the wind. Draco's skills have improved. Aurora, it really suits you, Harry evaluated candidly. I think so too. You 3 really don't look like a family at all. Zabini joked, and no longer focused on us. Aurora, Blaze is just mouthy. Draco hesitated. He noticed I was completely uninterested in Zabini's thoughts and stopped talking. The flying class is equivalent to physical education classes in China. Every freshman, regardless of whether they have flown a broomstick before, is eager to try. Draco and Harry are particularly outstanding, both possessing extraordinary talent. Lucius is extremely generous when it comes to his son's education. In the original story, he had sponsored the Slytherin Quidditch team with 7 Nimbus 2000s. He didn't want to bury his children's talents, spending heavily to invite internationally renowned Quidditch players to give guidance. This Quidditch player, who is about our age, is Victor Crumb, who chooses to work part-time in England every summer and winter holiday. In the original story, he was the contestant representing Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament and Hermione's ex-boyfriend. I once asked Crumb why he chose to come to England to work part-time. He replied in a strong Bulgarian accent, The Malfoys give too much. Being spoiled in various ways by the Malfoy family, Draco, and I didn't turn out wrong. It's a kind of talent. Naturally, Draco and Harry's skills are exceptional. And even I, a novice, learned a thing or two. Therefore, flying class for the 3 of us could be a time to relax and enjoy the sunshine. Living under the Black Lake every day, we especially missed the warm feeling of sunlight on our bodies. We confidently raised our arms and shouted, Up. The broomsticks obediently flew into our hands. Harry, Aurora, want to have a match? Draco suggested. Other students were still shouting at their broomsticks. Neville's broom was rolling on the ground, completely unresponsive to his commands. Draco turned his head, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Ron was also nearby, using all his might, but couldn't get his broom to jump off the ground. Draco's expression of holding back laughter made him think he was being mocked. After a long period of repression, it finally released at this moment. His sensitive heart seemed to be stimulated. Everything is because of Malfoy. He was rejected by Harry, and his father is ostracized in the Ministry of Magic. Living in poverty, everything is old and worn. In contrast, the glamorous Malfoys attract everyone's attention. At this moment, he finally exploded. What's so funny? Ron dared not confront Draco directly and muttered quietly. The consequences of hitting a rock with an egg. The Weasley family had long tasted enough, but he was still so unwilling. Why did Merlin give all the benefits to the despicable Malfoys? Draco is very sensitive to the malice around him. He turned his head, his hawk-like gaze fixed firmly on the grumbling Ron. Do you have any opinions, Weasley? In the blink of an eye, Draco looked at the disobedient broom on the ground, naturally understanding that Ron had misunderstood. Ron's face turned beet red. He never expected that just showing off verbally would get him caught on the spot. Brother, what's going on? The two faced off nervously like in the original text, and I hurried over. The Weasleys are poor and useless, but their narcissism is top-notch. They think everyone is paying attention to him. I had no idea what had happened and looked at Neville not far away, seeking an explanation. The clumsy boy waved his hand, also looking bewildered. Brother, let's go. You just said you wanted to compete? Don't get entangled with unrelated people. Originally, Draco's contempt made Ron furious. The phrase unrelated once again pricked Ron's sensitive nerves. You are the one who is unrelated. Malfoy can't even produce a girl. You are an outside child brought back from somewhere. How could this involve me? This wave of misplaced anger is incredible. What did you say? Draco grabbed the boy's collar, ready to drag him onto the broom. His eyes were red with extreme anger. Brother, I supported giving Ron a lesson, but Professor Hooch is still present for the flying class. Draco dragged Ron, gliding a slightly higher position above the ground. Ron's lower half kept rubbing against the ground. Apologize to Aurora, Draco said sternly. Absolutely not. The boy held his neck defiantly. Even in a disadvantageous position, his Gryffindor courage prevailed. He firmly believed he was speaking the truth. Ron's insult about me being an outside child quickly spread. The Malfoy family, with a history spanning thousands of years, indeed only produced boys in each generation. Harry rushed in on his broom. Weasley, this is defamation and slander. Apologize to Aurora immediately. Otherwise, you will face a summons from the Malfoy family. His emerald green eyes were now burning like flames. The Weasleys can't afford the legal fees, even if they sold everything. Learn to bow to reality, redhead. Our familiar Slytherins also came to support, although it sounded like it was escalating the conflict. Savior? The Malfoy family's lapdog. Are you barking for your master? Ron's face had already taken a punch from Draco, blood pouring from his nose. His bruised face showed a look of disdain. As he tried to smile, it instead triggered other facial nerves, resulting in a hissing gasp. He was now indiscriminately attacking, and Harry was also caught in the crossfire. You, Draco, in a fit of rage, directly dragged him into the air, preparing to throw him down. Professor Hooch could not possibly be unaware of the commotion over here. Ron's insults and shouts could be heard by anyone with normal hearing, as long as it didn't get too big. Brother, let it go. If it really gets big, Harry and I will be written about by the media. I stepped forward and pressed down on his arm. Ron became even more brazen, Malfoy's coward. Brother, Weasley wants to extort us for medical fees, deliberately provoking you to act. To get him a new wand. Don't fall for it. Aurora makes a good point. The Malfoy family is rich, but not in this way. Harry also chimed in. I quickly leaned close to Draco's ear and said, Professor Hooch is looking over. Fighting in flying class will get you banned from trying out for the Quidditch team. Think of your father. He hasn't let the Ministry of Magic take advantage of anything. I held his fist. I could feel his strength slowly easing. What's going on? Professor Hooch finally arrived late. I couldn't tell if it was just my illusion, but I felt she seemed a bit disappointed. Could it be that she hoped to see the disputes between houses, actually testing Harry's true strength? Was all this under Dumbledore's orders? Professor Hooch appeared righteous. She admonished both Ron, who caused trouble, and Draco, who acted out, with serious criticism. You two, after class, are responsible for cleaning this batch of flying brooms. Draco was very displeased, but considering Quidditch practice and selection, which relied on Professor Hooch's guidance, he suppressed his anger and accepted the punishment. Brother, I'll accompany you. I came to decide, these broken brooms are still worth cleaning? They should have been eliminated long ago. He disdainfully squeezed the handle of the broom. Not smooth at all, nor able to reduce drag. All cheap goods. I echoed. Aurora, I really want to hit him. Draco glared at Ron not far away with a venomous look, saying angrily, I know, you're standing up for me. But we don't need to make this public. It's better to tell Dad directly. I advised gently. But you always mock me. Always bringing up Dad's name. And now you're telling me to tell Dad. Draco had a look of grievance. How can it be the same? My background. Only Dad and Mom have the most say. Weasley insults me on the surface, but in reality, he is slandering Dad's infidelity during marriage. With Lucius's nature, accusing him of being cunning as a fox, despicable and shameless, he would think it was a compliment. But to slander him, besides Narcissa, there's a third party, is simply testing him repeatedly on the edge of death. The platinum aristocrat who loves his wife like life itself will never allow anyone to question his feelings for Narcissa. All right, I understand. Draco curled his lips, and he and I coincidentally thought of the same conclusion. The Malfoy family had touched on the reverse scale. Using his power to crush a nearly bankrupt Weasley? Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Just a casual word. Malfoy's partners wouldn't know what to do. Ron Weasley should be thankful that Hogwarts doesn't charge tuition for 7 years. All expenses are covered by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, the unemployed, Weasley couldn't possibly support 7 kids. While helping Draco count the brooms, I also discovered one that Harry's father, James Potter, had once used. The flamboyant James Potter highlighted the owner's flamboyant personality. James Potter was the youngest child of the Potter family, deeply loved by his parents, and a chaser for Gryffindor. Handsome and charming, indeed had the capital to be proud. Harry stroked his father's signature, not knowing what he was thinking. Look, there's another line. The latter slowly emerged. Dear friend, it is fate that we meet. The secrets of Hogwarts will be fully revealed before you. Just think about how great the temptation is. My friend, are you ready? The words rolled out on the broom and disappeared in a moment. Of course, high rewards come with high risks. If you dare to explore Filch's office. Open the drawer. Confiscated items, highly dangerous. I will be waiting for you. The words flickered a few times before vanishing. After that, no matter how he fiddled with the broom, no new words appeared. Could this be a conspiracy? In the original text, the Horcrux notebook was what tempted Ginny Weasley to open the Chamber of Secrets. Draco and Harry were obviously more intrigued. Aurora, don't be so hesitant. This is a relic left to Harry by his father, Uncle James. Harry's eyes were filled with reluctance. This broom is public property belonging to Hogwarts. He didn't want to return it. This matter can be discussed with Godfather. Draco thought presumptuously. He was unaware of Snape's sordid history with the 4 road robbers. If Snape found out that his archenemy left behind a flying broom and was trying to incite his son to steal it, he would surely beat James to a pulp. Should we ask Dad? Lucius knows the ins and outs of what happened back then. If any part of this relationship is mishandled, it could lead to disaster. Aurora, why are you still like a baby, always mentioning Dad? Seeing my stern expression, he quickly compromised. I will. Write to Dad tonight. As for this broom, I glanced at Ron, who was vigorously cleaning the broom. He appeared to be working hard, but was actually eavesdropping on our conversation. Once the broom marked by James Potter stays overnight in the Quidditch pitch, it's hard to ensure it won't be maliciously damaged by someone with ulterior motives. Although in the original text, Ron is a positive character, I always felt he was not content to exist alongside the halo of the protagonist, Harry. He always wanted to prove something. With this in mind, I explained the situation to Professor Hawk. Harry is the most famous orphan. His parents' sacrifice brought a brief peace to the magical world. The Potter family was nearly extinguished. An orphan's cherished item. Any compassionate professor would not refuse a request to keep their parents' relics. She carefully examined the broom, as if lost in memories. Yes, I recognized the handwriting on it. It's James's. Her eyes were filled with compassion. Take it, child. It's yours now. She gently patted the boy's shoulder. Thank you. Harry hugged the broom tightly. You and your father really resemble each other. He was a very talented seeker. I've observed your and Draco's flying. Have you begun professional training? Professor Hawk asked. The Quidditch teams from all houses have started recruiting new members. Although first years cannot participate in the games, they can become substitutes. She gave a meaningful smile. Do you mean? Draco's eyes brightened. I will tell Severus to recommend you for the Slytherin Quidditch team. No interview necessary. What a pleasant surprise. Ron stood there, dumbfounded. Ron's face was filled with indignation, starkly contrasting with our joyful atmosphere. He was alone in the corner. I wouldn't feel sympathy. It's all his own fault. Red-haired boy. It's better to accept reality sooner. This time, Harry didn't side with the Weasleys. Malfoy won't give you a chance to turn things around. My stomach is growling. Let us go. I hope the leftovers at the Slytherin table can fill me up. Like a conditioned reflex, I grabbed Draco's hand. After running a few steps, I noticed Harry was still behind. His expression was complicated and hard to read. He held the broom in one hand, while the other hand hovered in the air. Could it be that he was waiting for me to hold him? That would be awkward. Harry, we're racing, and you have a flying broom. The last of the door is Pig. All right. He retracted his hand, leaped, and mounted the broom. Do you need me to carry you? On a broom, I couldn't compete with him. His bangs were lifted by the breeze, revealing his full forehead. That spirited look overlapped with James's photo. Not necessarily. Draco and I exchanged smiles and took off running. Hey, we haven't started yet. Harry was already left behind. You didn't say when to start. Don't underestimate it, Harry. I shouted while sprinting. My braids swayed rhythmically behind me. The hair tie slipped off due to the bumps and fell. My platinum, long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The hair tie that Draco had tied for me disappeared, making me sad for a long time. It was woven from silver and green satin, handmade by Draco, and held significant sentimental value. It was long after that I learned someone picked up the hair tie and kept it as a treasure. Snape had received word from Professor Huck early on and signed his name on the application for the Slytherin Quidditch team's venue usage with a flourish. "Don't embarrass yourself." He looked down at Harry's broom and left a remark before turning to leave. I believe he saw James Potter's name too. "Aurora, Quidditch training is going to drain our extracurricular life." Draco and Harry were almost collapsing on the ground after every session. The high-intensity physical training made the two 11-year-olds cry out in exhaustion. "Is this really training? They're not just messing with us, are they?" Draco complained quietly. "Professor Snape is here. The captain wouldn't dare." Harry moved his lips slightly. "If you didn't listen closely, you wouldn't catch his voice at all. I'll help you massage. Here, or here." Draco casually rested his leg on my thigh. It's right here." Draco almost cried out. The muscle is all knotted up. You definitely didn't stretch properly before exercising. I pressed alternately, hearing Draco let out a long sigh beside me. Much better. Your skills have improved, Aurora. It's not my fault. You always end up with injuries." The boy's overly fair skin made his bruises particularly noticeable. There's no helping it. He subconsciously glanced at Harry. "I want to be the best." "You are the best. The best Draco, the best brother." The boy's eyes shone like stars. "You too. Are you done resting?" Marcus Flint, the then captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, shouted loudly. "All right." Draco seemed charged with electricity. "Aurora, you are the energy potion." "What kind of metaphor is that?" Harry struggled to stand up, dragging his heavy steps a bit unsteady. I quickly helped him up. "Professor Snape, Harry has a fever. It might be because he overexerted himself, and his body can't keep up." Snape, who had been calm just a moment ago, immediately changed his expression. He appeared in front of me in the blink of an eye, his speed comparable to apparition. By the time I realized what was happening, he was already running off with Harry in his arms, his black robe billowing behind him. It's in moments of crisis that a person's true heart is revealed. In the original text, when Lupin transformed into a werewolf, it was also Snape who protected Harry and the others behind him. "Training continues," Flint shouted, seemingly unaffected by the fallen team members. Draco's training had to continue. "Aurora." I knew what he wanted to say. Harry had a godfather watching over him. "I'll stay with you." The boy showed a brilliant smile, and I understood that I had made the right decision. "When you're done, we'll go see him together," I promised him. Perhaps Flint really wanted to give Harry and Draco a lesson. The other Slytherin Quidditch players were also complaining in the changing room. However, without relying on the Malfoy name to get a pass, Draco's performance seemed to have gained the respect of others. "Aurora, I'm all sore. I'll help you look again when I get back." It seemed we had both forgotten about the special potion. I got some porridge and some easily digestible snacks from the house elf at Hogwarts. When I arrived at the hospital wing, it was just in time for dinner. "Madame Pomfrey, we are here to visit Harry." "Harry Potter?" "Come in," the woman said with a serious face, continuing to murmur, "I told you." Such a dangerous sport like Quidditch shouldn't allow first years to participate. Their bones haven't developed properly, and their stamina can't keep up. And you, Severus, you are just as irresponsible as Rolanda, Professor Hooch's teaching name. You really sent Harry into the fire. Do you know what he has to face in the future?" "Poppy." Snape raised his voice. Clearly, there were some things he didn't want us to hear. Madame Pomfrey made a loud noise as she pulled the curtain. "Visiting time is only 10 minutes. I quickly sat down in the closest position to Harry. "Are you okay?" My hand tentatively touched his forehead. There was a towel cooling it. His complexion was flushed, and his ears were smoking. This was a side effect of the rapid cooling. "Much better." "Draco, how did your training go?" "Not bad. Just regular training, nothing special." Draco's gaze broke away from Harry. It seemed they both had heavy hearts. I changed Harry's towel. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" I raised the lunchbox in my hand. "Godfather, can Harry eat?" Poppy didn't say no. She stood up and walked straight out of the hospital wing. "Just now, your godfather's been with you?" Draco showed an envious expression. He said he would return after you arrived." "Aurora, sorry to trouble you." Harry looked at the utensils in my hand. His stomach made a loud noise at an inappropriate time. Did he mean to imply that I should feed him? "Harry, how can you make Aurora do the house elf job?" Draco frowned. "Where's Dobby?" Nowadays, Dobby's allegiance was no longer to the Malfoy family. Draco called out a couple of times, but received no response. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. As the former owner, being disregarded made him extremely upset. "It's fine." To ease the awkwardness, I moved my chair a bit closer. I gently stirred the porridge, took a spoonful, and held it to my mouth to check the temperature. "Come on." Harry opened his mouth and took the spoon in one go. "Aurora, When I was sick, my cousin took care of me like this. Did I remind him of Narcissa? I resembled Narcissa quite a bit, being the one who got the final verdict from Lucius. In his treasured album, there was a pair of platinum-haired boy and girl inseparable. The girl snuggled beside her father, who had always been her mother. After entering Hogwarts, my father had given my mother a pair of confusing earrings, and my mother's true appearance was vastly different from when she was young. She was still beautiful, but the shock and impact brought by her beauty had faded. Narcissa was the projection and support of Harry's perfect mother image. When one is sick, they always think of their mother first. Harry had long lost any relatives. Draco's mood settled down as he quietly sat beside me. A bowl of porridge quickly disappeared into Harry's stomach. I handed him a handkerchief. I won't help you with this. He shyly accepted it. Thank you. Harry, do you need to stay for observation? No need. Madame Pomfrey said I can go back once the fever subsides. Now he looked rosy and in great condition. Was the potion's effect really that good? Just now Professor Snape gave him a bottle of his special potion. Harry showed a complicated expression. Huh. Snape wouldn't care about the taste. We all experienced that when we were kids. Haha. Can we interview the great savior about what this special potion from Professor Snape tastes like? It smells like a pair of socks that haven't been washed in 1,000 years. Huh. We all laughed together, unable to contain ourselves. Mr. Potter, you seem to be fine. The curtain was suddenly pulled back, and Madame Pomfrey began to tidy up the bed. Please clear the bed for those who really need it. She cleaned up vigorously, even packing Harry's clothes. I told Severus, it's not that serious. There are people outside, missing limbs, still waiting in line. And he wants to give special treatment. I pulled Harry and Draco up, thanked them a few times, and quickly ran out of the hospital wing. Snape really gets flustered when he cares. The precious treasure left by the goddess also needs to be protected with great effort, especially since this little treasure shares a face with a former rival. I shed a tear of sympathy for you, Godfather. Harry Potter, the first tragic male supporting character. Harry, are you okay? Although he looked like he had completely recovered, I had just dragged him along right after his fever broke. Would he have any problems? Aurora, that was the secret recipe personally concocted by the Godfather. Draco clearly didn't want my attention to be diverted. However, he changed the subject. Harry, you must brush your teeth well tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow, Aurora and I will definitely stay away from you. Okay. Hogwarts was deep into autumn, and by 7 or 8 in the evening, the sun had already set. I shivered a little, and a coat was draped over my shoulders. I had just finished exercising, so I was cold. Draco's gaze looked elsewhere, appearing indifferent, but Harry, having just recovered, should wear more. Hurry inside. Do you want to catch a cold too? I was deeply moved and wrapped the coat tighter around myself. Draco was much taller than me, and the coat draped over me, almost resembling a dress. When we returned to the Slytherin common room, many people exchanged knowing smiles. Only the cheeky Zabini teased. Aurora, did you just finish a date? Going for 2 at once? Impressive. He pretended to give me a thumbs up. Blaze, go play. Draco laughed and scolded. I took a deep breath, the coat still holding Draco's grassy scent. Just thinking about his presence made my cheeks start to flush. I hope I'm not catching something from Harry. We should go check our temperatures. Draco gently touched my forehead to feel its warmth. Harry, you should get some rest too. After saying that, he took my hand and led me back to our room. As soon as we entered, he enveloped me in a hug. Draco, what's wrong? Aurora, I was going crazy with jealousy when you were feeding Harry earlier. You've never fed me. His voice sounded quite aggrieved. Little dragon, are you still a baby? Aren't you ashamed? I teased him, poking his cheek with my finger. He was starting to grow taller, but his face still had some baby fat, with his rosy lips and white teeth. He was indeed a beloved darling. No wonder his typical bad boy persona attracted a fan base that surpassed even the main character, Harry Potter. He turned his head away, and my finger somehow ended up in his mouth. I was wrapped in warmth. I quickly pulled my finger out. A silver thread lingered at his lips. Draco's ears turned red, and I wondered what he was thinking. Thump, thump, thump. I lay against his chest, the sound of his heartbeat deafening. My fingertips lightly touched his warm chest. He entwined our fingers together. For some reason, the rhythm of my heartbeat began to sync with his. The inexplicable tension and excitement turned my mind into a mush. A wave of heat surged within me. I extended my free hand and gently touched my cheek. So hot, as if it were burning. I rested my head against his chest, where he wore a dark green Slytherin tie, the silk providing a slight coolness. He held me tightly, not allowing me to have even the slightest intention of leaving. Maintaining the image of a reserved young gentleman outwardly, yet inside he seemed like a fierce dragon. Draco's name in English, Draco, means dragon in Latin. Dragons are known for their strong possessiveness, not allowing anyone to covet their treasures. Did Lucius and Narcissa realize this long ago when they named him? Ah, I let out a short gasp. Why did you bite me? He lightly nibbled on my finger. You can still space out at a time like this. What do you mean spacing out? I've been thinking about you the whole time. Aurora, you today. Draco looked around, circling me. What's wrong? I mean, the perfume you sprayed quite a bit. Usually you only spray once. He asked tentatively, are you meeting someone today? Today we have defense against the dark arts. Never mind, you'll find out when you go. I didn't T1 explain too much. That class taught by Professor Quirrell, he doesn't even have hair. And he stutters. It's simply absurd. His brow furrowed as he spoke without thinking. What? Who would fancy him? Draco Malfoy. Don't insult my taste. I hit him lightly with my textbook. Really? Who knows what you think? You even put up with Longbottom, he muttered, looking quite sulky. He resembled a squirrel sulking alone after its beloved pine nuts were taken away. Draco, you really care about me. I stepped forward and hugged the boy. But you don't have to, you know, where my heart is. Sweet-talking little liar. He sighed, his fingertips brushing against my earlobe. There, I wore an earring enchanted to conceal my appearance. Dad said no spells would work on you. You knew when I put it on you back then, right? My heart sank. He had discovered it. Sorry. He shook his head. The earring will lose its effect. It's not your fault. I shouldn't seal your appearance for my own selfish reasons. I should adapt and become stronger myself, rather than hiding you away as my own Aurora. I thought you were angry with me. I leaned against his shoulder. So, Aurora, can you tell me why you're acting strangely today? Oh, so you were waiting for me here. You swear we sit separately in defense against the dark arts, okay? I suggested. Draco and Harry sat in the front row, while I had already hidden in a corner at the back of the classroom. It would be too rude to wear a mask in front of Professor Quirrell, so I had to protect myself in my own way. My nose is very sensitive and can distinguish many scents that most humans cannot catch. Long ago, under Narcissa's guidance, I began to concoct my own perfume. The stench emanating from Professor Quirrell was truly nauseating, although he tried hard to cover it up with garlic. The effect was more than 1+1. It was simply a biochemical weapon. I had a lower tolerance than most. Sure enough, as soon as Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, Draco noticed my trick. His indignant expression was quite amusing. He finally understood why I used so much perfume today. I was simply arming myself with fragrance. It wasn't until the break that he showed a look of relief. Aurora, you little trickster. You knew all along. Didn't you? You deliberately didn't tell me and Harry. Harry pulled a pair of nostrils from his nose and raised an eyebrow at Draco. You two knew in advance. Draco was so angry he was jumping up and down. Bro, I don't know how Harry found out. We really didn't coordinate in private. I quickly shot Harry a look, but this guy was not cooperating at all. I can't wash my hands of this even if I jumped into the Yellow River. My reputation as a little trickster is solidified. I'll get you back for this. Draco threatened me in my ear. I shrank my neck, pretending to be scared. In reality, his bluster was adorable. I should ask Dad to propose a 360-degree evaluation for professors at the school board, and personal hygiene must be a scoring item. If it were Snape from the original book, he would probably lose serious points on this. I support you. It would be best to let students rate professors anonymously. God knows how hard it is to stay awake in Professor Bin's class. I can't help but admire the academic achiever Hermione, who can still focus on taking notes in such a hypnotic class as History of Magic. Dumbledore is unconventional in hiring teachers. If Sybil Trelawney has some real talent, then Gilderoy Lockhart is merely flashy, and Hagrid, who likes dangerous creatures. The safety of Hogwarts' young wizards doesn't seem to matter to him as the headmaster. Is the only value of Hogwarts merely a training ground for the savior? He meticulously sets up one challenge after another. With his wisdom, couldn't he see Professor Lockhart's problems? How is this any different from a breeding ground for manipulation? After enduring so much, Harry becomes the ultimate weapon against Voldemort. If Harry hadn't accidentally destroyed the Horcruxes, Dumbledore's intention was to send Harry to his death, wasn't it? Harry, in my heart, is like family. In this life, I will give you happiness. But most importantly, it's still the Malfoy family and Draco. What a good person he is, hiding beneath his contradictory words. Aurora, I thought you, like Granger from Gryffindor, wanted to be an all-rounder, following professors around every day. Mom is still asking me if I'm putting too much pressure on you. Draco said earnestly. The Malfoy family is enough for us after graduation. Even if we do nothing, we will still be well off. Aurora, I don't understand why you are working so hard. Of course, it's to be prepared for any eventuality. I want to absorb knowledge like a sponge. Just relying on my understanding of the original work is not enough to change the fate of the Malfoy family. But there is no one to confide in. I can only bear it alone. I looked at Draco. I want to become stronger, brother. Looking directly into his eyes, I hope that when others mention me, I am no longer just a girl of unknown origin from the Malfoy family, but Aurora. Those who spread rumors have already paid the price in my father's hands. I want to prove my worth, not just as my parents' daughter, but as myself. I don't want to find out years later that apart from the surname Malfoy, I am nothing. Every second-generation child has this mentality, standing on the shoulders of giants, enjoying the protection of predecessors, yet wanting to prove their own worth. Wanting it all, greedy enough to swallow an elephant. Therefore, there is a saying, it's not scary if second-generation kids lose their ambition, but it's scary if they have great ambitions. It seems I've become the kind that Lucius fears the most. How many second-generation kids have started businesses with their family's money, only to fail miserably? I vaguely sense the reason behind Lucius's indulgence towards us. Being a guardian of the status quo is better than reckless meddling. However, knowing the subsequent plot, I cannot live a life of ease. Oh no, what am I thinking? Still wanting to take it easy? I can't even lay flat. Draco's face turned pale. Aurora, do you think I am worthless aside from the Malfoy surname? Of course not. I tried to argue, but a furious Draco couldn't hear me at all. I just took advantage of knowing the future plot and wanted to be prepared. Like you, right now, I too can only be remembered for the Malfoy surname. No, Aurora. What makes me sad is your desire to distance yourself from me. His gray eyes were filled with pain. Why can't you rely wholeheartedly on your father like your mother? Can't I give you a sense of security? I opened my mouth, but couldn't make any sound. I cannot fight against the laws of the world, nor can I reveal any plot to anyone. In the original work, when Lucius was imprisoned, Narcissa held up the Malfoy family alone. The hardships involved are unimaginable. The death of the last male heir of the Black family signified that the Black surname could not continue. The task Voldemort assigned to Draco is no different from asking a 16-year-old boy to seek his own death. This is everything the Malfoy family will face in the near future. My time is too short, and I have too much to do. Aurora, let us both be quiet for a moment. Even so sad, Draco still wouldn't speak harshly to me. His despondent gaze said it all. I stared at his back, my eyes stinging with pain. He never turned his back to me. I hoped he would turn around and hold me in his arms to coax me, but there was none. I wandered aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts. Little Aurora, what's wrong? A familiar voice came. It was Armand, the first-generation Malfoy. His portrait had long disappeared from Malfoy Manor. How could he appear in Hogwarts? I'm also one of the founders of Hogwarts. His handsome face was full of pride. We are the behind-the-scenes investors. Salazar is my good brother. No wonder members of the Malfoy family, as long as they silently think of Slytherin, will definitely be sorted here. I think he must have felt the luxurious living conditions. His restrained chin lifted slightly. Armand, long time no see. I sincerely thanked him. Did you and Draco have a falling out? He asked curiously. How do you know? He sticks to you like a little tail all day. Armand joked. You've been gone for so long. Why don't you want to go back? Are you still mad at Draco? How could I be angry with my... He swallowed the second half of the sentence. Hogwarts is also half my home. I can go wherever I want. His temper is strange. Even Lucius has to go along with him. I am no exception. He is only different towards Draco. His running away from home is likely a cover-up. Only at Hogwarts can I see my brother every day. Armand, did you ever live here? I keenly picked up on this information. He didn't confirm or deny it, just focused on looking at me. But I felt he was looking through me, reminiscing about another person. Aurora, do you want to see a treasure? This is my major discovery, he said mysteriously. I've been fooled by Armand a few times and always remained wary of him. But for some reason, no matter how he treats me, there's a voice deep inside that endlessly tolerates his willfulness. Clearly, he is the first-generation Malfoy. No matter what, I should be the one he accommodates. What treasure? According to the original plot, a troll would appear at Hogwarts. I only remember that Hermione held on until Harry and Ron arrived. The specific details of where it happened are already vague. He wouldn't be trying to push me into a pit of fire, would he? My vigilant expression immediately made him lose interest. Draco is already waiting there. You can come if you want. He turned his back to me, sulking. Draco. I still don't know how to face him. But my body, however, took the lead and followed the pace of the portrait. He weaved through countless adjacent portraits, greeting the others skillfully. Hey, Armand, back to see your precious little dragon? His old face flushed, pretending not to hear, but he took out his frustration on me. What are you still dawdling for? Don't blame me if you can't see Draco. I took a deep breath, forcing down the frustration inside me. Don't fool me. If you put me in danger again, I'll burn your portrait when I get home. How dare you talk to me like that? He laughed in anger. Go home and copy Platinum Glory 100 times. You're the one who's out of line. You are the one who keeps pestering me. I'd rather you treat me like you do your dad. Ignore me. Just ignore me. Now, I've not only failed to resolve my heart's knot with Draco, but also offended the first-generation Malfoy. It said he is the most petty and vengeful one. You two are really driving me crazy. Just wait and see if I care about you in the future. He dropped that line and disappeared into the frame. Crazy, I muttered under my breath, just about to turn and leave when I heard Armin's voice again behind me. Aren't you coming? Was he not mocking me, but actually leading me somewhere? I gripped my wand and used the twin wand-esque property to sense Draco's location. It really was in the same direction as what Armand indicated. The mischievous first-generation Malfoy hadn't lied to me. My steps quickened. Draco, wait for me. Draco stood before a vintage, ornate mirror. He gazed at it dreamily, seemingly unaware of my arrival. It was until my arms wrapped around him that he finally turned around, startled. Aurora, am I dreaming? I thought. You walked out of the mirror. Just as I was about to mention Armin's name, I saw him wave his hand at me and disappear into the nearest frame. You think about it by day, dream about it by night. I looked back into his eyes. What is this? The mirror of Erased, rumored to show one's innermost desires. Draco pointed at the word Erased, which spelled desire backward. What did you see? Everyone's desires are different. One can only see their own desires. Draco turned my shoulder, making me face the mirror together. Inside was the adult version of me and him, embraced tenderly under the luxurious fountain in Malfoy Manor on a peaceful afternoon. A child with blonde hair and gray eyes played in the garden. Aurora, do you remember? The users of twin wands share a connection. I saw the same scene you did. He saw my thoughts. Suddenly feeling shy and at a loss for words, my face burned. His hands were locked around my waist. The image in the mirror had already switched to the main bedroom of Malfoy Manor. It really made one blush. As adults, we were just as wild as Lucius and Narcissa in our intimacy. Don't look. I covered Draco's eyes with my hand. Why do you have such thoughts? A smile lingered on his lips as I faced the increasingly intense scene in the mirror, stuttering and unable to form a complete sentence. That is also you. Aurora, thinking of the same thing. He pulled my hand away from my eyes, his lips lightly brushing my palm. A wave of warmth surged in my heart. In the mirror, we seemed to realize our existence. They also walked towards us. The adult Draco was even more handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His short hair styled, long hair cascading to his waist. He was so tall, exuding an unapproachable aura, but when he looked at me in the mirror, his gaze softened and became profound. In the mirror, I nestled beside Draco. I was a breathtaking beauty, like Narcissa, radiant and stunning. A loose men's shirt draped over me, revealing one shoulder and my long, straight legs. My lips were swollen, my eyes dreamy, slightly weary, clearly having been through a lot. I exuded a lazy aura all over. Using a feast for the eyes to describe it fits perfectly. The woman noticed us first, extending her hand to intertwine with mine. Draco, you seem to have just had a fight with me back then? She appeared to be scolding me, yet wore a cute expression. The man allowed her to act spoiled. Back then, my head was filled with nonsense. He pushed the woman's fluffy platinum curls aside, revealing her swan-like neck. There were dots of red marks blooming like plum flowers on it. How can we show these two little ones? Draco, you've really gone bad. They want to see even more outrageous things. Draco muttered. Suddenly, a blanket completely covered the mirror's image. Sounds of rustling came from within. Why is it covered? He has been staring at you. Draco, why are you jealous even of yourself? The voices inside grew fainter. Was that us in the future? Or our true desires hidden deep within? My hand was still on the mirror. A pair of arms wrapped around my waist. Aurora, before you came, I saw some strange images. In a Malfoy family portrait, my mother's eyes were actually red. Beside my grandfather stood a man with black hair, resembling my mother's 7 parts. Who was that person? The man with black hair, connected to Abraxas, could only be Tom Riddle. I hadn't closely observed the similarities between Narcissa and Riddle. After Draco's reminder, it was true. Aside from my color and hair color, their features looked almost like they were carved from the same mold. What was the relationship between Narcissa and Voldemort? No wonder in the original story, Voldemort would send him to check if Harry Potter was alive. Such a task would undoubtedly be given to the most trusted person. The atmosphere gradually became eerie. I felt like I had unearthed the truth omitted in the original story. Unlike me, Draco could see the young Voldemort hiding in the notebook. Naturally, he couldn't relate. As for me, I had only seen the young Voldemort appear when I was a baby, and after being scolded by Abraxas, he never came out again. What a temper. Every day, my grandfather would hold that old notebook. The pages had long since yellowed and emitted the musty smell unique to old books. The cleanliness-obsessed Abraxas didn't mind at all, keeping it under his pillow, hiding it away. As if that way, his Tom would come to him in dreams. Lucius was very concerned about Abraxas's mental state. He couldn't bear to see his father trapped, and had suggested to Abraxas more than once to throw the notebook away. Countless such dialogues occurred, always ending in discord. In Lucius's determined gaze, I knew he would take action. Perhaps we could ask Dad who that black-haired man was? And what was up with Mother's red eyes? Red eyes. I remembered. Mom was once very worried that my eyes would turn red. That means Narcissa knew from the start. It's just that I don't know what means she used to hide her true eye color. Mother is not a black at all, but the daughter of Voldemort? The answer is apparent. Yes, only Voldemort could make the black family bow down and force them to acknowledge his offspring. However, for someone who seeks immortality, offspring are dispensable. Especially when descendants pose a threat to oneself. One would rather eliminate them quickly. That's why she chose to hide her identity. If that's the case, Draco and I also have Voldemort's bloodline. We are also heirs of Slytherin. Aurora, what are you thinking? Draco asked tentatively. It's our lineage mystery, Draco. But I'm not very sure either. Perhaps when we return to Malfoy Manor, we can ask Mom directly. Under the influence of the world's rules, I cannot actively inform about everything that may happen in the future. But through guidance, I can help the original characters find answers. This is currently a compromise. Aurora. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm starting to feel anxious. I'm worried. We will drift apart. However, the scene I just saw in the mirror of Ariste made me less anxious. He mimicked the appearance in the mirror and pushed my long hair aside. Don't. It will leave a mark. We just connected emotionally, and to refuse him at this moment. Before I could think further, the sensation on my neck made a wave of heat rush to my heart. It was itchy, with a slight sting. My body involuntarily leaned back. Aurora. He softly called my name. Suddenly, there were faint footsteps in the corridor. Draco. I whispered a reminder. He reluctantly let me go, helping me tidy my long hair that was draped over my shoulders. This is our secret. He gathered my hair together and quietly urged, don't let a third person find out. What if we get caught? I stood in front of the mirror, looking from side to side, afraid that I might slip up. Then we must be prepared to accept the punishment. His eyes lit up, and I couldn't help but feel that he was more eager to implement the punishment on me. I wouldn't let you succeed. I pushed him away, fearing he would leave any marks outwardly. Aurora, how did you find your way here? The mirror of Ariste is hidden in a rather secluded place. I concealed Armin's guidance. When the first generation of Malfoys left, he nodded and made a locking gesture with his mouth. His existence must be kept secret from Draco. Therefore, I only mentioned the effects of the twin wands. Draco drew his wand, and the two wands resonated uncontrollably. I stared at the two wands playing together, lost in thought. If Draco and I inherited Voldemort's bloodline, then we both have the chance to open the Chamber of Secrets. We could resolve the crisis before Ginny Weasley was possessed. We might even stop it from happening altogether. The young Voldemort was not as incompetent as imagined. He, who accompanied Abraxas, did not absorb his grandfather's life force. In the original story, Dumbledore hid the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror of Ariste. The prerequisite for obtaining the Philosopher's Stone is to have no desire for it. That is the most difficult thing. In China, many people pray to gods and seek immortality. What Voldemort cares about, immortality, is not fundamentally different from seeking immortality. It's just that in the process, he split his soul too many times. This led to a loss of reason and increasing irritability. If he were to regain his sanity, he should be an excellent leader. Leaving behind half a book on soul-splitting in the library, was there not Dumbledore's deliberate guidance? To undermine a potential competitor, deliberately leading him astray? I couldn't help but shiver. His appearance is so amiable. People easily let down their guard in front of him. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, what are you doing here? Oh no, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dumbledore smiled as he looked at us. Professor Dumbledore, I'm sorry, we accidentally wandered into this room. Draco stammered. This was his first time dealing with the Hogwarts headmaster alone. Professor Dumbledore. We were captivated by the scene in the mirror and lost track of time. I hurriedly added. Dumbledore said, oh, seemingly surprised. May I ask what you saw? Miss Malfoy? Draco and I were holding hands, and his palm started to sweat. The image of us as adults must not be disclosed to outsiders. In comparison, Dumbledore's presence was powerful. He leisurely looked around, and it wasn't easy to get here. Did you get a little inspiration from a certain portrait? He knows about Armand's existence. Sure enough, he is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor, the image I saw is the Malfoy family passing down through generations, becoming even more glorious in our hands. I assent that the answer you expected, Dumbledore? Very well. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Malfoy. This. Dumbledore pointed to the mirror of a wrist and said, I hope this is a secret between us. Is that okay? He winked at Draco. Of course, Professor. Draco sighed in relief. But I hesitated for a moment, not daring to speak recklessly. Miss Malfoy. Dumbledore squatted down to meet my gaze. His bright blue eyes were unexpectedly radiant. Beneath his aged face, there was a hidden vigor from his youth. My friend Harry Potter. I would like to bring him here to see. I revealed my true intention. Dumbledore showed a genuine smile. Training and testing the Chosen One is his true purpose. The eldest daughter of the Malfoy family, aside from family interests, actually has a friend she cares about, which surprised him as well. This mirror can witness the deepest desires of a person's heart. Harry can only miss his parents through the remaining photos. I hope he can talk to his parents through the mirror. Aurora, that's a great idea. The smile in his eyes grew wider. But I must remind you, countless wizards have once fallen into the mirror of a wrist and found it hard to extricate themselves. Are you saying I can bring Mr. Potter here once, as a reward for discovering this place? Okay? He mischievously winked at me. At this moment, his wrinkled face didn't seem so old. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I noticed he called me Aurora, no longer Miss Malfoy. Could this be a form of implicit acknowledgement? Facing the cunning and seasoned white wizard leader who has lived for a century, I did not dare to make wild guesses. He waved his hand, watching us leave. His gaze regained its sharpness. The kind old man was just a facade. Every political leader has a ruthless side, both to others and to themselves. Aurora, you really do respect the elderly and love the young. Draco, ruffle my hair. Don't mess it up. It'll be a hassle if it shows. I hurriedly swatted his hand away. I forgot, he said belatedly. The instigator turned out to be a forgetful king. Should I ask Dad to send you a memory ball? In the original work, Lucius and Draco seemed to have quite a connection with memory balls. Draco took Neville's memory ball, causing Harry's flying talent to be exposed. Lucius snatched the memory ball that preserved the prophecy, only to accidentally shatter it and fail the mission, leading to the Malfoy family being targeted by Voldemort. The Malfoys fell to Harry one after another, truly the effect of the protagonist's halo. You said you wanted to bring Harry over, just what the old bee wanted. His hand rested on my shoulder, pulling me into his embrace. Little liar, what bad idea are you plotting again? Why don't we play along and see what he's scheming? The invisibility cloak has been sent out for a long time, and if the fish won't bite, who knows what Dumbledore will come up with next. We recounted the earlier scene to Harry, and his usual emerald green eyes emitted a ghostly light. Aurora, did you predict my reaction? The intense pressure made it hard for me to breathe. No wonder he's the protagonist. He carries a powerful aura. Harry, don't blame Aurora at that moment. If she hadn't said that, Dumbledore wouldn't know what kind of trick to use to lure you into a crisis. Harry's gaze locked onto me. For a moment, I thought I had become his prey, letting out a final wail, lamenting my misfortune. He suddenly laughed. How could I blame you? Look how scared you are. His hand came to my head, ready to mess up my hair, as usual. His wrist was grabbed, stopping any further movement. Don't do that. Aurora doesn't like it. Do you not like having your hair messed up? Or do you not like the person messing up your hair? Harry casually brought it up. His expression seemed relaxed, but his hawk-like gaze was fixed on me, missing none of my subtle expressions. For some reason, I felt a chill run down my spine. I felt like a struggling prey, seeking the hunter's mercy. Of course it's the former, I said without thinking. You all have straight hair. You don't understand the pain of curly hair at all. It takes more time to manage every day, and if I'm not careful, it turns into a frizz, like a big lion. I took the opportunity to elaborate. His expression softened. Aurora, even if you're like a little lion, you're still very cute. Don't mock me. Harry, I seized the chance to attack his armpit. Harry laughed so hard he couldn't stand, squatting on the ground. His armpits and waist were very sensitive. He often surrendered like this when playing with Draco. All right, Draco stopped me from continuing my attack. Harry, back to the point. When are you planning to go over? There's no better day than today. How about tonight during curfew? Harry replied. However, his gaze was focused on my waist. Yes, I was being held in Draco's arms. Fine. I heard Draco's lazy voice from behind. Remember to bring the invisibility cloak. He tucked my hair to one side. From his angle, I could see the marks he left on me. I couldn't help but doubt his motives. Hey, a boy's competitiveness. That night, Draco forced me to wear a sweater. Are we going to get sick just because of this? He tightened my coat. Sometimes, I feel like you're a bit too concerned about Harry. Brother, are you jealous? I teased him. He remained silent for a long time. I cautiously looked up. I saw him chuckle, pinching my cheek. Am I a petty man? Harry Potter? Not all. My Draco should be this confident. I stood on my tiptoes and gently pecked his cheek. As a reward, I whispered in his ear. Ahem. He covered his mouth with his hand, pretending to cough a couple of times, while actually trying to suppress the corners of his mouth that were curling up. That slender little dragon is really adorable. Ahem. Draco, Harry's here. I reminded him quietly. Where? I can't see him. Draco was looking around. Suddenly, Harry took off the hood of the invisibility cloak, his head floating in midair. Draco almost screamed, gripping my hand tightly, causing me pain. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to hold back. What a guy who cares about his image. He let out a long breath. Harry, couldn't you give a little warning? Why can Aurora see me under the invisibility cloak? Harry didn't respond, but directly pointed out the core issue. This is a Malfoy secret and my life-saving weapon. So I naturally can't tell outsiders who are not part of the Malfoy family. Any magic is ineffective against me, including magical items as well. Of course, my sense of smell is far superior to that of ordinary people. This is also why I excel in potion class. Nowadays, Snape basically leaves the task of distinguishing the quality of potion ingredients to me. I can discern the subtle differences in material quality just by smell. Harry, will you believe my explanation? Aurora, with such a sensitive nose, your animagus must be a canine. How rude, saying I resemble a dog. I lifted his invisibility cloak and dove in. I stomped hard on his foot. He almost shouted. It was Draco's quick reflexes that covered his mouth. It turns out that Mrs. Norris, the cat of Hogwarts caretaker Filch, seemed to have noticed the unusual commotion on our side. She crept forward, testing the waters. I opened the prepared can of tuna and then gestured to Harry and Draco. Run. Although Filch doted on his cat, the caretaker's salary is vastly different from that of a regular Hogwarts staff member. How could it compare to the Malfoy family's exclusive formula? Narcissa has a pet fox named Luck after Lucius's nickname, who is a picky gourmet. Every pet food developed has to pass its scrutiny. Once on the market, sales are extremely impressive. Luck's status is unprecedented, which made Lucius jealous for a long time. However, he would take the opportunity to retaliate every night. Mrs. Norris had long been attracted by the smell of the canned food, completely abandoning her duties. By the time Filch arrived, there was nothing left but an empty can and a satisfied cat. She proudly displayed her great discovery to her owner. Filch was so angry he jumped up, picking up the can to check the label, deep in thought, carefully taking away the tool of the crime. The can, Lady Loris, and I made our way back home. All of this was told to me by the little snakes living in Hogwarts. Yes, ever since I discovered the connection between Narcissa and Voldemort, I try to talk to the snakes. Sure enough, I am also a Parselmouth. I am even more convinced that Narcissa also possesses the bloodline of Slytherin. The snakes residing in the pipes of Hogwarts witness everything that happens in the castle every day, and when they reported this to me, I fell into deep thought. Filch is a squib, born into a wizarding family, but unable to use magic. Driven by jealousy, he will not let any little wizard who breaks the rules go unpunished. That's why he claims that the era when Umbridge, known for her abuse of students, became the headmaster of Hogwarts was the best. Such a high-handed approach is definitely not his style. There is only one possibility. Everything is under Dumbledore's directive. Filch is merely putting on a show. Ultimately, it still guides us to the 4th floor where the Mirror of Ariste is hidden. Is all of this like catching a turtle in a jar? Or is it like flowing water, with the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind? Until the last moment, no one is the ultimate victor. The three of us ran wildly in the corridor, completely disregarding whether the invisibility cloak wrapped us entirely. Phew, we finally made it. The other two guys, surprisingly, seemed unfazed. Aurora, your stamina is too poor. After just a short run, you're already out of breath. Draco gently patted my back to help me catch my breath. I wanted to retort, but I couldn't catch my breath, choked on my own saliva, and started sneezing uncontrollably. Shoo! In the originally silent darkness, the sudden sound of leather shoes on wooden floors creaking. Draco quickly covered my mouth and pulled me under Harry. This sour, rotten smell. I don't need to think hard to know what it is. In the dark, Draco freed one hand to cover his own nose. Later, I realized that Draco's sense of smell was also quite sharp. It might have a direct connection to our bloodline heritage. Harry seemed to be much more tolerant than us in this regard. We dared not make a sound, fearing that Quirrell would discover us. Quirrell was obviously much more cautious than us. He first looked around, not missing any corner of the room under the flickering light. How many times had he been just a few centimeters away from us? He abruptly lifted the velvet cloth covering the Mirror of Ariste. Groping around the mirror, he found nothing. Soon, his gaze was drawn to the scene presented by the mirror. I only later realized that aside from Draco, who was in sync with me. I could see the images in the mirror of Erased facing anyone else. That was a young Quirrell, his face handsome, intelligent, and eager to learn, an excellent Ravenclaw. He was rich in theoretical knowledge, longing to show his skills in practice, until he encountered the nightmare of his life, Voldemort possessing a rodent. His deepest desire was to not be swayed by Voldemort's temptation. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Suddenly, he began to tremble all over. With a thud, his knees crashed to the ground. He babbled, begging for forgiveness. "Master, it is my fortune to serve you. How could I have any ulterior motives? Please believe me." The image in the mirror shifted, revealing the familiar black hair and red eyes of Voldemort in his prime. He stood at the pinnacle of power, looking down at everything. He was not alone. When he gained the wizarding world, he hoped to have someone to share his endless life with. That person had long platinum hair, and only his back was visible. I wanted to capture more details, but I was interrupted by a sudden event. "Quirinus, what are you doing here?" It was Professor Snape. He had arrived silently, and we hadn't noticed at all. My attention had been entirely on Voldemort's desires. I was filled with dread at my own dullness. I had been too complacent, thinking I knew the plot well, thinking I had a buffer, I could use it recklessly. The real clown was myself. Quirrell hurriedly got up from the ground, brushing off the non-existent dust on his clothes, and rubbed his hands together, saying, "I just discovered students out at night, so I chased them here." Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing a word he said. "I advise you not to get too immersed." Snape's gaze lingered, also staring at the mirror of Erased. Inside was the vibrant Lily Evans, running towards him. No, she should be Lily Snape. She was pregnant, holding the hand of a man, coming to her towering belly. The two had already started a family, dreaming of a bright future together. Snape closed his eyes. He waved his wand lightly, and the velvet cloth once again covered the mirror of Erased tightly. "Today was supposed to be my night shift, Quirinus. Are you planning to switch shifts with me?" "Of course not. I'm going back now." Quirrell stammered an apology. The students out at night didn't notice, but there were a few little mice. Snape was staring in our direction. "We should call Filch over to clean up later," he muttered to himself. I was sure he had seen us. He tugged at his robe and turned to leave. It was only when I could no longer hear footsteps that I let out a long sigh. My heart was about to leap out of my throat. My back was pressed tightly against Draco's chest. The distance was so close that I could even hear each other's heartbeat. His hand was still covering my mouth. I signaled for him to take his hand away. Instead, the guy tightened his grip. I pretended to bite him, but he skillfully dodged. Professor Snape hadn't gone far. Harry's voice came from behind. Oh my God, I was really too careless. The never-ending twists and turns had exhausted me. "Stop teasing Aurora. She's almost scared to death." Draco pulled off the invisibility cloak. He took a big breath. Just now, I didn't dare to make a sound, fearing I would inhale a few more whiffs of that rotten smell. Draco took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed it on my forehead, wiping the sweat from my palms. Harry silently walked toward the mirror of Erased. He lifted a corner of the velvet cloth and, in the dim light from his wand, looked at himself in the mirror. "Aurora, what do you see in the mirror?" he asked softly. "It's the prosperous Malfoy family." That's the most standard answer. "Draco, what about you?" I see the same as Aurora." Draco's eyes appeared unusually bright in the dim room. His small earlobes turned pink. "For the glory of the Malfoy family," Harry repeated. "The Potter family only has him left." In the mirror of Erased, the entire Potter family appeared together. James and Lily, Fleamont and Euphemia, Harry's grandparents, surrounded him in the middle. They were delighted to see that their descendant was being well taken care of. The scene shifted to Harry using the key to Potter Manor, inheriting his family estate. Under his management, the Potter family's assets further expanded. If it weren't for the mirror of Erased, I wouldn't have known that Harry shared the same passion for making money as Lucius. I wonder if it was the awakening of the Potter family's wealth accumulation ability or the influence of Lucius day and night. His ancestor, Linfred, was said to be the creator of the bone regrowth potion and a seller of potions to wizarding companions, leaving a considerable inheritance for his 7 children. His grandfather, Fleamont, quadrupled the Potter family's fortune with a hair tonic. It turns out, the Potter family and the Malfoy family have this in common. The scene shifted again. At that time, Harry appeared to be an adult. He was tall and thin, with a head of messy black hair. He looked just like James Potter. He knelt on one knee, presenting a luxurious diamond ring. He took a delicate hand and placed it on her finger. The girl's entire face was covered by a lace veil. He lifted the veil and gently adjusted the girl's chin. "Aurora." Suddenly, Draco, who had been silent for a long time, called my name. Harry's thoughts were suddenly disrupted, and the image in the mirror of Erased vanished. Why did his ears turn red too? "What's wrong, Draco?" I replied softly. I thought I smelled something strange again. Could it be? Quirrell hadn't returned home, but was preparing to investigate again after confirming Snape had left. We don't have time. We were once again cloaked under Harry's invisibility cloak. Quirrell's scent grew stronger. He was panting heavily. It seemed there was a poison here that quenched thirst with venom. Finally, he crawled to us. What was wrong with him? We were terrified and held our breath. Could it be that he was infected with some kind of disease? There was no time to think deeply when Quirrell tore open his clothing. In a moment, he stripped himself completely. He didn't have any peculiar preferences, did he? All I saw was a bare white expanse, and before I could see clearly, I felt my eyes being covered by a pair of hands, not leaving a single gap. Quirrell was on the ground, sobbing, pleading for his master's mercy. Master, please, punish me severely. Before he finished speaking, my ears were blocked by another pair of hands. My two companions had simultaneously sealed my sight and hearing. Before long, an awkward sound still penetrated my ears. He. What on earth was he doing? Suddenly, Harry leaned in close to my ear and whispered, Aurora, run. I was held by the two of them, running wildly without daring to look back. I only remembered the wind whistling down the corridor, and Quirrell's naked body, covered in scars, was particularly terrifying. Pervert. Masochist. Draco cursed as we ran. How could Dumbledore issue a job offer to such a person? Doesn't he consider the safety of young wizards? This time, even Harry turned pale with fear. It is said that the greatest white wizard once lay beneath a man. Draco said maliciously. We also share the blood of Gellert Grindelwald. What kind of charm does this old man have that makes the once prominent leader of the Death Eaters willingly imprison himself in Nurmengard? My father mentioned that with Grindelwald's strength back in the day, and with the Elder Wand's support, he would not have been defeated so easily. The only reason must be that he was willing. Truly a love-struck warrior. His son-in-law, my grandfather Abraxas, was the same. The wealth of the Malfoy family could support the impoverished Tom Riddle, and my father was even more outrageous. His original betrothal was to Bellatrix Black, the eldest daughter of the Black family, who could inherit more of the Black family's fortune. In the end, I don't know what method he used to switch it to the younger daughter, Narcissa. A whole family of love-struck fools. Dumbledore is. Harry's mouth fell open. I exchanged a glance with Draco, confirming his guess. His dazed expression made me somewhat inexplicably worried. He curled his lips. Aurora, I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Thank you for taking me there tonight. I saw Mom and Dad. He gazed at me, seemingly hoping to see another person through me and the life I longed for. The last image in the mirror of Erased froze at Potter Castle, where, in the presence of friends and family, Harry held a grand wedding with his bride. The bride tossed her bouquet into the air. My life would not be controlled by anyone. He lowered his voice. Back in the room, I couldn't sleep for a long time. Quirrell and Voldemort had such a mutually dependent relationship. Under Voldemort's abuse, he received attention, leading to psychological pleasure. This is also why he was tempted by the extremely weak, fragmented soul shard. He gave up his bright future to become the other servant. Voldemort was a natural mind reader. He was skilled at discovering human weaknesses, coercing and enticing to achieve his own goals. When reading the original work, I had no such associations. Aurora, can't sleep? Draco's hand was on my waist. I turned around and nestled into his embrace. I need to write to Dad about today's events. Again with that famous line. Of course. However, for Dumbledore, he would only define it as Quirrell's harmless little hobby. Unless a serious teaching accident occurs. We said in unison. What are you planning again, little trickster? He lightly scratched my nose. Guess? But how easy is that? Quirrell was a theoretically experienced Ravenclaw. Although his past adventures had made him stutter and even fear his own students, his cowardly and cautious personality made it hard for him to make mistakes. Moreover, the impractical Lockhart in the original work and the indiscreet Hagrid committed more teaching accidents, yet I have not seen Dumbledore take any action. This matter can only be considered long-term. The next day, Draco, Harry, and I were called by Snape. His expression was serious as he took out an open can of cat food from his pocket. The label's manufacturer, Malfoy family, appeared in the most conspicuous position. God, what I brought from home was actually an unmarketed sample. I'm done for. I've been caught. My brain was racing, desperately thinking of a way to cope. Godfather, we got Professor Dumbledore's permission beforehand to take Harry to see the Mirror of Erased. Draco defended me. Snape's expression hardened. Aurora, Draco, think with your heads filled with rushes. Did Dumbledore's instructions include sneaking out during curfew? Sure enough, age brings wisdom. He led us to make a mistake. I was still too naive. Seeing my face turn pale, Snape spoke. Ever since Mrs. Loris ate that can, She has refused to eat the cat food provided by Filch. Therefore, he is determined to uncover the truth. What should we do? The evidence is conclusive. We have no way to argue. Godfather, Harry is innocent. If Filch wants a scapegoat, let it be me. To be a person, one must take responsibility for their actions. What can Filch do to me? Aurora, it's very dangerous to roam around Hogwarts during curfew. I believe Lucius and Narcissa have warned you both about this. If you want to wade into this murky water, I suggest you write a letter to your father first. Snape hinted. It turned out he had already received Dumbledore's punishment for us. What he could manipulate was the extent of the punishment. He had already provided me with an escape route within the maximum limits of his authority. Godfather, thank you. I hugged his leg like I did when I was little. Aurora, this is inappropriate. You are already quite heavy. He gritted his teeth, yet still easily lifted me up. There are no outsiders here. I mumbled softly, thank you for considering me. But the mistakes one makes cannot be escaped forever. His expression was oddly sorrowful. I knew he must have thought of Harry's mother again. So, Godfather, I will not run away. I looked him straight in the eye. I really doubt if the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Huh. I didn't know what he was up to again. Reckless, impulsive, like a Gryffindor. He smirked slightly. I really don't know how you got sorted in. Damn. Headmaster, unfortunately, I'm already in. As far as I know, there is no precedent for transferring houses at Hogwarts. So please bear with me. Once I'm in Slytherin, there is no reason for a return. The smile in Snape's eyes disappeared in an instant. Now for your punishment for breaking school rules. Don't you like sneaking out at night? Tonight, gather at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest during curfew. What? Are we going to follow the plot of the original work? The Forbidden Forest, such a dangerous place. A place explicitly forbidden to students. Yet, it is specially open for trials against the Savior. Dumbledore really doesn't treat Harry like a human. This time, I was the one accompanying him instead of Ron. Godfather, the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Draco looked at me, hesitating. Aurora, stay in the dormitory and wait for me to come back. Don't. You have no idea what awaits in the Forbidden Forest. Centaurs, acromantulas, and even Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. If the secret is discovered, it is very likely to lead to murder. Let me protect you, Draco. Don't you remember? My special constitution. I whispered in his ear. That still doesn't mean you can take risks, otherwise. How can I explain it to Mom and Dad? He firmly refused, looking at Snape with hopeful eyes. Draco, Hogwarts operates under magical protection. Once a professor issues rewards and punishments, there is no room for change. So that is why you kept asking Aurora's opinion? Draco showed a regretful expression. Draco, you should respect Aurora's choice. The long silent Harry suddenly spoke up. Easy for you to say. That is because Aurora is not your closest person. Draco's anger found an outlet. Harry was interrupted, showing a bewildered expression. Draco, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's my fault. But I want to be by your side, facing it together. I quickly took his hand. Moreover, using the Malfoy family's special cat food to attract Mrs. Loris's attention was also my idea. It's not because. Draco softened his tone, but still felt indignant. Casting a glance at Harry, it's still you, overflowing with compassion. Dad said that the Malfoy family is most wary of being soft-hearted. Oh my brother. When he gets angry, he can't choose his words. How awkward must Harry be? Brother, don't fall for someone else's scheme to sow discord. Dumbledore instructed Snape to punish us. Whether I am punished or not, he has reason to divide us. Draco will think that the Malfoys are implicated because of meddling. At the same time, it will further increase Harry's guilt and remorse. To avoid dragging us down, he would choose to keep his distance. Truly a clever plan that kills two birds with one stone. If I thought I was being petty before, then the appearance of Ron Weasley at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest is quite intriguing. Is this Dumbledore's chosen companion for Harry? A pure-blood Gryffindor? At odds with the Malfoy family? Weasley, what trouble have you gotten into now? Draco naturally saw through Dumbledore's intentions, sneering. Little Ron is also sneaking out at night. But he probably has night-walking syndrome, which is different from yours. Hagrid explained from his side. He patted the red-haired boy's shoulder, and Ron almost fell down under such force. Draco and I exchanged glances. Is this even a reason they couldn't be bothered to find? Two Malfoys in one group. Harry and Ron in another. Hagrid assigned us without a care. He really spares no effort to separate us from Harry. Well done, sir. Aren't you going to ask for our opinions? Harry tilted his head, showing an innocent smile. Harry, Hagrid isn't good at lying. He stammered apologetically. This grouping method was decided long ago. Trying to build a friendship in times of crisis? What a calculated move. Then, Harry, we'll see each other later. I ran up to him and hung a protective alchemical item around his neck. Aurora, what about the words you gave me? His brows furrowed, grabbing my wrist, not allowing me to leave. I still have more. Don't worry, this is made by Mom. It can counter all dark magic attacks, except for the 3 unforgivable curses. Narcissa is very knowledgeable about dark magic and alchemy, even surpassing Lucius. It might have something to do with her unusual bloodline. The talisman she designed is priceless. Harry rubbed the pendant with the letter PP. Stand for Potter? Yes. Mom heard about the Forbidden Forest and rushed to make it, insisting that I bring it to you. Thank you. I noticed that whenever Harry's emotions fluctuate intensely, his emerald green eyes become more vibrant. Right now, it's just like that. Ron stretched his neck, wanting to get a closer look. He pouted, but couldn't overcome his curiosity. He showed a look of envy. The Weasleys couldn't afford even a low-end version of a protective charm. Harry carefully tucked the charm into his clothes, close to his skin. Ron, on the side, rolled his eyes dramatically. Sensitive as he was, he thought Harry's action was intentional. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Ron might not have truly understood Dumbledore's intention, but it's okay. It's through comparison that Harry knows who truly cares for him. Kids, let's go, Hagrid said cheerfully. Silly giant, Draco muttered under his breath. Hagrid, as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, lived alone there and had to take care of his mentally challenged brother, Grop, which indeed raised concerns about his personal hygiene. His messy beard was still stuck with crumbs from rock cakes, and bits were falling off as he walked. You have a girl, Grop will share with you. He shouted at us. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. I quickly reached out to take it. Grop was a Neapolitan Mastiff, looking quite fierce on the outside. Let me hold it. Draco still stood in front of me. This proud boy always protects me in his own way. Large dogs tend to be more emotionally stable. Grop just looks fierce. In reality, he has a gentle temperament. He was very friendly and came up to lick Draco's fingers. The boy resisted the urge to shake it off, although he muttered about it being dirty. A smile was already tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lucius also kept 2 dogs at Malfoy Manor, purebred Scottish Deerhounds. The 2 Scottish Deerhounds grew up with Draco and me, very close. How could a dog lover resist interacting warmly with their dogs? Draco soon gave up struggling. We parted ways with Harry and Ron, our twin ones illuminating the path. The ground was covered with thorns, and Draco and I supported each other as we moved forward slowly. Thankfully, there was Grop. I patted the large dog's head. It chose a relatively easy path for us. I wonder how Harry is doing. It must be a nightmare, being with the Weasleys. Suddenly, Grop stood up alert. Its fur seemed to bristle. Is there danger ahead? Could it be? A bad premonition rose in my heart. In the original story, Harry and Draco encountered Quirrell, who was drinking blood. Draco wanted to move forward to investigate, but I stopped him. Let's wait and see. I observed that Grop was not in a completely defensive state and did not show its fangs in a display of aggression. Perhaps someone familiar was approaching? Sure enough, its tail began to wag vigorously, trying to lead Draco to meet its old buddy. The strange footsteps grew louder. It sounded like centaurs. Malfoy Manor had introduced several Accle-Tech horses, each worth a fortune. Equestrian lessons were also one of our compulsory courses. In our bedroom, there were quite a few photos of Draco galloping on horseback. The boy, dressed in pure white riding attire, looked exceptionally dashing. Brother, centaurs don't like being ridden like horses. I reminded him softly. Aurora, I do have this bit of common sense. Draco's hand awkwardly froze in the air. He unconsciously demonstrated the action of holding the reins. Grop took the opportunity to break free from the leash and ran forward. Soon, it returned, leading a tall centaur. Its hair was a very light shade of gold, quite similar to the Malfoy family's signature hair color. With a handsome face and gem-blue eyes, its bare upper body looked very strong. A Malfoy cub? It appeared gentle, with a clear and pleasant voice. Yes, I am Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. This is my sister, Aurora. May I ask who you are? Centaurs have a strong sense of pride, and one must be very careful with their wording when dealing with them. They also despise being used by wizards. This mentality stems from a sense of inferiority mixed with arrogance. If they feel the slightest disrespect from the other party, centaurs can become irritable and aggressive to assert their existence. I am Firenza. He stepped closer, carefully examining us. His gaze was gentle, seemingly very close to humans. It's you. He stood in front of me, the one who would break the deadlock. I gazed into his deep blue eyes, unable to speak. His eyes seemed like a black hole of the universe, capable of absorbing everything. Aurora? Draco stood in front of me protectively. What did you do to her? Firenza shook his head. Your uniqueness is your armor, but also your weakness. Remember, do not let anyone know. You know that, thank you. No need to be so polite. We have a deep connection. He seemed to fall into another memory, his gaze penetrating us, looking into the distance. His brow furrowed slightly. It's dangerous here. I'll take you back. But Professor Dumbledore wants us to take the cub into the Forbidden Forest. I don't understand. Albus's behavior is a bit extreme. Perhaps he couldn't wait any longer. He looked up, the stars twinkling in the night sky. Beautiful. Isn't it? He seemed to hear my inner voice. Actually, it hides danger. My heart tightened. Humans always pay attention to the details. In fact, the content that the stars tell us is much richer. His front hooves knelt down, making it easier for us to climb onto his back. Is it okay? I asked once more. He didn't answer directly. Isn't this your wish? His gaze was focused on Draco. The boy's face turned bright red all of a sudden. Thank you, Draco stammered. 1,000 years later, you're surprisingly shy like this. Firenze smiled helplessly. Was he playing at? No. The twin wands have almost drained all the magic from my body. I staggered weakly. Firenze stepped forward just in time to support me. You've worked hard, he said softly. The wound on the unicorn foal has stopped bleeding. After a moment, it seemed to have the urge to stand up. The herd began to stir again, but this time, they expressed encouragement and celebration. Aurora, Draco rushed over and held me in his arms. I knew very well that he was also on the brink of magical exhaustion. The unicorn hair of the twin wands came from the ancestors of the unicorn foal. Its descendants are in a life and death situation. We must take action to save it. The relationship between wizards and wands has been debated since the birth of wizards. It is the closest companion of a wizard, chosen mutually, achieving greatness together. If we do nothing to save the unicorn foal, the twin wands will no longer be loyal to us, and in critical moments, there's even a risk of backlash. In the original work, Grindelwald and Dumbledore's Elder Wand was only loyal to the powerful. To me, loyalty is an important factor in choosing a wand, even if it is incredibly powerful. I would not choose it. The leading unicorn approached. It was the tallest and strongest among the herd. It affectionately licked the foal's fur, helping it to stand up. Although the foal still wobbled a bit, it was no longer in danger of losing its life. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Thank you, descendants of the elves, Malfoy's foal. Aurora? Draco looked back at me anxiously. It turned out he heard that voice too. In return, he paused. Please accept. It lowered its head, indicating for me and Draco to hold its horn. Its glassy eyes seemed to have the power to see into the heart. It is said that unicorns only like to approach those with pure hearts. Do Draco and I count? Its horn was neither gold nor wood. This material was identical to my wand. My wand was actually made from a unicorn horn. A unicorn will only exert its power if it willingly offers its horn. It hurts so much. My forehead feels like it's about to split open. Don't let go. The voice became serious, otherwise everything will be in vain. 1,000 years of longing will turn to bubbles. What do these vague words mean? Aurora, before losing consciousness, I heard Draco shout out in despair. What happened to me? I opened my eyes again and found that my surroundings had changed completely. My vision became exceptionally clear, and the colors were extraordinarily vivid. Aurora, you finally woke up. Mr. Firenze, Mom and Dad, Draco shouted excitedly. My situation had actually alarmed my parents, who were far away at Malfoy Manor. Aurora, don't move. Draco quickly stopped me when he saw me struggling to get up. His eyes were dark and unkempt. He looked more disheveled than ever. I felt deeply touched and barely suppressed the urge to tease him. Your situation is quite special. His expression was very conflicted, seemingly unsure how to express himself. Lucius and Narcissa rushed in anxiously. Aurora, don't be afraid. Narcissa pulled me into her arms. Your animagus is quite special. What have I turned into? Narcissa conjured a water mirror. My animagus is a unicorn, with platinum fur, gray eyes, and a long horn in the center of my forehead. Dad, the leader of the unicorn wants to breach the barrier. Hasn't it harmed Aurora enough? Ungrateful beast, Draco said indiscriminately. Draco, watch your words. Lucius cast a silencing charm. Your mother and I awakened our animagus forms in our 4th year. Aurora has just done it earlier. Don't be disrespectful to the leader of the unicorns. They possess mysterious powers, many of which are unsolvable puzzles in the wizarding world. It is said that unicorn blood can prolong a person's life and even have the power of resurrection. This is also why Voldemort instructed Quirrell to harm unicorns. Draco was filled with worry as he held one of my hands. No, more precisely, that was a hoof. Aurora, don't be afraid. Do you have any questions? Draco softened his voice. In my current form, can I communicate smoothly with you? I mean, now I'm an animal. Yes, both your father and I are natural animagi, and Draco's relationship with you is, quite special, so he can also communicate without barriers. Narcissa gently stroked my mane. It felt so good. I couldn't help but flick my ears that were standing up on both sides. So cute. Draco couldn't help but start rubbing my ears. I couldn't stop myself from pawing in my front hooves. All right, no more teasing. Draco kissed my horn. You can't kiss a unicorn's horn. It felt so strange. Why? Draco looked curious. It's uncomfortable. I didn't know how to express my feelings at that moment. Lucius, understanding, patted Draco's shoulder and quietly reminded, kissing a unicorn's horn implies courtship. I'm sorry. Aurora, you look so small now, smaller than the foal we rescued. I shouldn't have done this. He looked very guilty, but his flickering eyes made me doubt his intentions. I couldn't find evidence for a while. So anxious. Suddenly, a loud whinny came from outside the door. Oh no, I forgot about that unicorn. Draco smacked his forehead, but the more I looked at it, the more I felt that he was doing it on purpose. Father withdrew the barrier and went to meet it. I didn't know what he was explaining. Draco remained on high alert. Sorry, my original intention was to return the magic to both of you. However, it inadvertently triggered Miss Malfoy's bloodline. How long will Aurora's animagus form last? Draco asked. Draco, no one can give an answer to this matter. Lucius replied on behalf of the others. Animagus is a high-level magic in transfiguration. If mishandled, it is very likely to remain in animal form for life. The vast majority of people's animagi are non-magical creatures. Transforming into magical creatures, like phoenixes, fire dragons, etc., can lead to unpredictable consequences. Historically, no wizard has ever had a unicorn as their animagus. This is also the greatest concern for the family. Aurora, don't be afraid. I will stay with you until you turn back. His gray eyes were filled with the most sincere friendship. How could I doubt his sincerity? The news of Aurora turning into a unicorn must be kept confidential. Lucius stared seriously at Draco, including your godfather and even your grandfather Abraxas. Everything must be kept confidential. Can you do that? I understood Lucius's concerns. Abraxas's emotional entanglement with Voldemort was something Lucius could not be unaware of. The culprit that dragged the Malfoy family into the abyss was none other than his own father. No matter how hard he tried to turn the tide, he could not move this Titanic. Abraxas had carefully stored the Horcrux notebook. To resurrect Voldemort, he might. Stop at nothing. Aurora, I'm sorry. I can't place you at Malfoy Manor. Everything Lucius did was to protect me. How could I blame him? His long fingers lightly tapped his temple. His narrow eyes drooped, deep in thought. This posture usually indicated he had pressing troubles to resolve. But Dad, Hogwarts Castle is Dumbledore's territory, equally dangerous. The unicorn, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Miss Malfoy can rest in our territory. Thank you for temporarily sheltering my daughter. Lucius's eyes were filled with emotion. I have an ungrateful request. Mr. Malfoy, please speak. Can we stay by Aurora's side? Although Lucius tried hard to maintain a calm demeanor, his eyes revealed some clues. What secrets were hidden in a unicorn's territory? Why was it so important to the Malfoy family? The unicorn pondered for a moment, and suddenly, his consciousness opened up to Lucius. I did not know what kind of conversation they had. After it ended, Lucius appeared spirited, presumably having received good news as he wished. He easily picked me up. Dad, I must be heavy now. Although I was still a unicorn cub, there was still a significant difference from humans. It's okay, he said gently. Aurora, you're truly the lucky star of the Malfoy family. He whispered in my ear. He gestured to Narcissa and Draco, and the other two gathered around. For thousands of years, there has been a legend in the Forbidden Forest. The sacred land of the elves has been guarded by unicorns for generations. And the Malfoy family. He lowered his voice, it is said, to possess the bloodline of the elves. However, with intermarriage with human wizards, the elven bloodline has gradually thinned. In nearly 100 years, no Malfoy has awakened as an elf. Attempting to awaken in the sacred land of the elves greatly increases the chance of awakening. Elves, close to immortality, imperishable beauty, nurtured by the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Everything about elves is recorded in platinum glory. I always thought this was a legend fabricated by the Malfoy family to enhance their image. I never expected it to be true. Featherland also referred to Draco and me as descendants of Legolas when we first met. Legolas, such a familiar name. I just couldn't remember where I had heard it. All of this borrowed the light of Aurora. Narcissa's soft palm gently caressed my cheek. Mom, you are so beautiful. If you became an elf, it would be unimaginably stunning. Smooth talker. She tapped my head. Only Draco followed behind, silent. Brother, what's wrong with you? Dad, if Aurora transforms into a unicorn, does that mean she can't awaken as an elf anymore? No, it won't. Narcissa's gaze was as gentle as water. An animagus is a different form of a wizard, while an elf is a different species. She explained it specifically for me. So, my Aurora, don't worry, wholeheartedly accepting the unicorn form is a part of you. She took me from my father's arms. I couldn't tell that she, who seemed frail, had such strength. Mom, looking at Dad holding me, are you feeling jealous? I teased her softly in her ear. I think that must be the case. Keen observation. 5 points for Slytherin, Miss Malfoy. Lucius heard that. The result was that Narcissa's face turned as red as an apple, surrounded by us. Mom, I want to try walking. Just as Narcissa said, I needed to acknowledge my identity as a unicorn to freely switch between my animagus and human forms. The greatest challenge, from walking upright as a human to being on all fours as a unicorn, was the psychological barrier. Suddenly, a pure white nine-tailed fox appeared where she had just stood. With wine-red eyes that combined allure and innocence, its 9 fluffy tails danced behind it, and the blood-red strange totem in the center of its forehead signified its rarity and value. Mom, the 9-tailed fox also walked on 4 legs. It was showing me how to walk through its actions. Lucius also transformed. He was a snow leopard with no mixed colors. His size was enormous, looking incredibly imposing. His strong physique was full of a sense of power. Small mammals that caught the wind from afar fled in panic. The extreme terror emanating from him was overwhelming. But I felt he did not want my mother to be noticed by any species other than himself. Draco lifted my waist. I tentatively moved my limbs. Although mastering the new balance was very difficult, my family accompanied me patiently, gently waiting, which boosted my confidence. I felt something drip into my fur. Draco? I turned my head, only to see the boy turn away, wiping his tears with his sleeve. There was wind, something got in my eye. He explained softly, do you want me to blow it for you? Draco always found the same excuse. He was just too worried, afraid I wouldn't be able to return and would have to remain in this state forever. The 9-tailed fox is also a magical creature. Mom can transform freely too. I comforted him. I know. His eyes were slightly red. I just hate myself for not having enough power to resolve the crisis at the first sign of trouble. Always having to rely on Dad. He was so young, yet he put such pressure on himself. Lucius's excellence made Draco feel both proud and ashamed. He was so contradictory, mimicking his father's tone and taste in clothes. Yet he longed for attention from others. He was Draco Malfoy, an independent individual. I only remembered that when I opened my eyes, you were right beside me. Moreover, every generation of Malfoys is a born animagus. My bloodline was awakened, transforming early. Perhaps it was a chance given to me by Merlin. Draco broke into a smile. You always know how to comfort yourself. With his help, I could already walk slowly on my own. He slowed his pace, matching my steps beside me. Not far away, the 9-tailed fox lay on the snow leopard, silently watching us. Brother Aurora and Draco seemed like us back then. Of course. However, for the future of the 2 children, we need not interfere. Just be bystanders. Lucius responded thoughtfully to his wife. You weren't like this back then. You set up countless traps for me with your father, waiting for me to jump in. The 9-tailed fox flicked its tail gently a few times, clearly venting its anger, yet wearing a charmingly pouting expression. Those willing will take the bait, Cece. The 9-tailed fox jumped down from his back, and the snow leopard skillfully helped his wife groom her fur. The powerful pheromones of the snow leopard were left on the 9-tailed fox's magnificent coat through licking. He was signaling to the surrounding males not to covet his female. Malfoy's possessiveness really is. Draco was the only Malfoy member without an animagus form. So for now, he could not smell the scents emitted by animals or understand their meanings. In the original work, he was transformed into a weasel by Barty Crouch Jr. I wonder if the weasel is his animagus form? I even bought a plush toy shaped like a weasel. It was really cute. The leader of the unicorns walked ahead of us. Along the way, many magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest greeted him. It seemed he had a high status in the Forbidden Forest, due to his father giving off an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The 9-tailed fox's rare form, despite being intimidating, did not dare to look too closely because of the snow leopard's presence. Meanwhile, I attracted the majority of the attention. Look, a newborn unicorn. Eric is taking her to the elves' sacred place. Could she be his child bride? Don't be silly. That little one is still too young. Unicorns have long lifespans. Eric ISNT someone who can wait. So, the leader of that unicorn is named Eric, meaning monarch or dictator in English. Fortunately, Draco had not yet awakened and could only communicate with me, but could not understand the languages of other animals. Otherwise, he might have fought with Eric. We arrived. It turned out there was a towering giant tree deep in the Forbidden Forest. Without the unicorn's guidance, no one could see the truth. The young one we had rescued had already recovered. It ran out of the barrier and circled around us. It seemed to recognize me and affectionately approached, rubbing against my neck. Hey! Draco stood between us, creating distance between the young one and me. The young one looked timid, after being scolded by Draco. It hurried back to Eric's side. It didn't understand why the person who saved its life had such a 180-degree attitude change. Sorry, he thought Miss Malfoy was one of our kind. Draco's defensive posture looked incredibly cute. I nudged my head against his arm. He took the opportunity to stroke my mane and tail, whispering in my ear, the spot that just got touched by that guy needs to be disinfected. Aurora, your ears have turned pink. The area around the ears was only covered by a thin layer of fluff, with the skin's color clearly visible. Even faint blue veins could be seen. Are you shy? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. It seems. As an animagus, emotional expression would be more direct. He muttered to himself. Indeed, Lucius was helping Narcissa groom her fur again. Aurora, is the most important person in your heart me? He looked directly into my eyes. I turned my head away, my ears reddening, but my tail couldn't help but flick. Aurora, little liar. Only at this moment are you the most honest. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, Eric left after settling us. The young one often came over to play with us. The unicorn youngling's mental development was delayed, and after Draco seemed to feel that the other had no ulterior motives. He lowered his guard. Our wands used hair from the same unicorn. This natural bond made him quite fond of this magical creature. I wonder how Lucius communicated at the board meeting. Hogwarts allowed Draco and me to take a temporary leave of absence. Harry's Hedwig had also sent a letter inquiring about our situation. He and Ron had encountered Aragog, the giant spider that Hagrid had once rescued. Ron was famously afraid of spiders. Harry detected a foul smell and discovered that Ron was so scared he had wet his pants. The red-haired boy was so weak in the legs that he sat down on the ground. He stammered, but could only hear the sound of his teeth chattering. Harry carefully observed Aragog's eyes, which were covered with a white membrane. He could conclude that this elderly giant spider could no longer see anything. Fortunately, Aragog had a deep bond with Hagrid and did not attack them. He not only swore not to eat humans, but also required his descendants to follow the same standard. Harry frowned, looking at the swarm of giant spiders, gaining a deeper understanding of Hagrid's style of handling matters. Harmless, adorable fluffballs? The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic arc. For Hogwarts to have such a significant hidden danger, Dumbledore could not possibly be unaware. Just like his bias towards Gryffindor, as long as no major casualties occurred, he would certainly raise it high and set it down gently. The so-called Board of Governors, aside from Lucius, was basically a one-man show by Dumbledore. Real issues were never resolved, and the sponsorship fees from a Malfoy family for Snape's potion research were significantly reduced after layers of siphoning. As for where it ended up, need to be said. Naturally, it was in the hands of a ragtag group, the Order of the Phoenix. Aragog sent his sons to escort Harry and the others to Hagrid's hut. As Aragog aged day by day, his deterrent power and dominance over the group continued to decline. In lion prides and wolf packs, there is only one king, the mature male. As the king ages and suffers from ailments, he will be replaced by newcomers, with a very tragic outcome. Would Aragog, now blind, also face a day of being replaced? At that time, would the giant spiders still abide by their promises? Everything was uncertain. After the Forbidden Forest journey ended, early the next morning, we receive a message delivered by Dumbledore's pet, Fox, inviting him to the headmaster's office to enjoy some dessert together. Hidden beneath a playful outfit and gentle, harmless appearance was a cautious political leader. Professor Dumbledore, you were looking for me? When Harry called out the password, he saw Dumbledore quickly rearranging the desserts on the table, making the sweets look as if they hadn't been touched. Using the behavior of a playful old man to make others underestimate him, after a round of mutual probing, Dumbledore finally got to the point. Harry, have you heard about Miss Malfoy? Lucius has asked for a long leave for her and Draco. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I'm not aware of it. Harry looked into Dumbledore's deep blue eyes. Although the skin around his eyes was full of wrinkles, one could still faintly see the handsome visage of his youth, obscured by a large beard. Grindelwald often visited the Malfoy manor, bringing fresh novelties for the younger generation. In most cases, this once mighty tyrant would let out a hearty laugh. Harry found a broken pocket watch in his inner pocket, attached to a yellowed, old photograph. Two spirited young men stood side by side. Noticing Harry's curiosity, Grindelwald pointed to the slightly shorter one and said, "This is the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore." The man's somewhat weathered face looked very calm. Perhaps, in the future, you will need to deal with him often. Mr. Grindelwald, is he your good friend? I would think so. The man ruffled his messy hair, but what the other thought was uncertain. His expression was subtle, and the young Harry did not perceive the regret and melancholy behind it. The elderly man before him was truly hard to connect with the spirited youth in the photograph. Dumbledore showed a slightly regretful expression. I apologize, I thought. You all lived together before your enrollment, so you should be quite familiar with each other. Harry suddenly felt a slight sting from the scar on his forehead. This lightning-shaped scar was known to the outside world as his merit, having helped him resist Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. It was a magical scar, and the Malfoys had tried countless methods to remove it. Whether it was the potions personally brewed by Snape or the powerful healing spells of Lucius, none succeeded in eliminating the wound. Aurora even suggested using a Muggle scar patch, which Lucius reprimanded her for. However, it ultimately proved to be of little effect. He vaguely felt that the pain from the scar was related to Dumbledore's gaze. Before entering Hogwarts, he had received home education alongside Aurora and Draco. He learned that exceptionally powerful wizards could release magic precisely without using wands or even speaking spells. For example, the commonly used legilimency during interrogations to extract memories and useful information. The method to resist legilimency was the brain closure technique, a deeply profound subject, and Professor Snape was a master of it. Unfortunately, he was too young, and his tutor had not allowed them to engage with it. Thus, he was wide open before Dumbledore, transparent like a blank sheet of paper. Professor, the Malfoy family cares for me like family, he said ambiguously. Everyone in the magical world knew that he had been fostered at Aunt Petunia's house, suffering 5 years of inhumane abuse, with the instigator being the white-bearded old man right before him. There were also secrets among family members, as long as the care for each other came from the heart. These were not issues. He looked directly into those azure eyes again. This time, he felt that the spirited youth in the photograph had long died in Grindelwald's memories, trapped in an aging body, clinging to ideals in his heart, sacrificing those around him, and self-proclaiming as an embodiment of justice. Harry tentatively brought up, Professor, I found that the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest have a strong reproductive ability. A smart person can certainly see through it. Aragog and his descendants live there. The Forbidden Forest has become their habitat. Don't you consider the safety of the young wizards? Harry wanted to persuade further, but was interrupted by a knocking sound. Fawkes the Phoenix flew in, with a letter tied to its leg. After glancing at the note on the envelope, the old man's gaze sharpened. Harry, my dear, I'm sorry. Our conversation must end here for today. All right, Professor. Sorry to disturb you. It was to be expected. How could the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of Wisingamot, heed the advice of a young wizard? Harry's impenetrability left Dumbledore with no way to proceed. The contents of the letter were certainly not something he could know. At the Slytherin table, the seats of the Platinum siblings were left empty. Zabini, Nott, Parkinson, and Greengrass were all eager for that spot. The Malfoy family seemed to have collectively disappeared. The head of the Malfoy family had not made any public appearances and could only be contacted by letter. But Abraxas is still around. He hosted our whole family last week. However, he doesn't seem to worry much about his children. Perhaps the head of the Malfoy family took the whole family on vacation? Harry, why didn't they take you? Suddenly, the focus of the conversation shifted to him. It was Zabini. His words were sharp and piercing, showing no restraint even in front of the Malfoys. Someone has to stay to study well. Harry raised the book in his hand. I'll take notes. True, Aurora is quite a scholar. She'll definitely pester you all day. Zabini teased. Harry did not respond, but unconsciously curled the corners of his lips. For some reason, defense against the dark arts had also been halted for 2 weeks. The reason given was that Professor Quirrell's mother had fallen ill, and he needed to leave Hogwarts for a while. However, every night when Harry donned the invisibility cloak and wandered before the mirror of Ariste, Professor Quirrell's figure would appear. He would still be disrobing in front of the mirror. Yet, apart from the long-standing scars on his body, there were now some strange patterns. At first, there was only a little, but later it spread all over. He cried out in anguish, kneeling in front of the mirror, begging for his master's forgiveness and mercy. He bowed to the air. Master, I hurt so much. Please help me. He clawed at himself until his skin was torn and bloody, his screams echoing. Harry could no longer bear it and ran to the dungeon. In front of Snape's office, there was a portrait of Medusa. This time, it was rare for Medusa not to tease him. Little Harry, what's wrong? Is Professor Snape in? I need to see him. It's urgent. The master is brewing potions. You better have something serious. Medusa, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, just like her master, let Harry in without even mentioning the password. Snape looked at the visitor through the mist rising from the cauldron, barely swallowing the curse that was about to slip out. Harry was not the reckless Gryffindor. In fact, he was quite measured and would never intrude into his office unless absolutely necessary. The panic-stricken look on his face was unprecedented. His striking green eyes were filled with confusion and turmoil. Snape's fingertips tapped the table, and a cup of hot cocoa appeared in front of him. He crossed his arms, looking elsewhere. Seeing this, Harry hurriedly took the cup in his hands. The cold dungeon balanced the scalding hot cocoa. Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell hasn't left Hogwarts. I saw him kneeling naked in front of the mirror of a Reist, as if he had contracted some virus. Harry took a deep breath and truthfully recounted what he had seen and heard. Snape's brows furrowed tightly. Be more specific. Snape succinctly requested. Harry recalled and described. It was a blue-green pattern, like traces flowing along blood vessels. Did you sneak out again, wearing the invisibility cloak? Snape seemed indifferent to Quirrell's situation. His pitch-black eyes fixed intensely on Harry. Don't get lost in the visions of the mirror of a Reist. Those are dreams you can never achieve in your lifetime. Snape's voice was calm, his expression expressionless, as if he were merely stating the simplest of facts. Yet, it pierced through the facade that Harry had maintained all this time. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but quickly gave up, because he knew Snape was right. Whether it was the warm family portrait of the Potters or his future bride, they were all unattainable illusions, like drinking poison to quench thirst. He dreamt of the mirror's visions every day. Each morning upon waking, emptiness enveloped him. I understand now. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Harry quickly admitted his mistake, feeling as if he had been punched into a soft cushion. Snape himself was unsure why he vaguely hoped to provoke the composed boy before him, desiring to see him lose control. Perhaps it was that face, so similar to James Potter's. They were clearly two entirely different people, yet being Lily's son, he would still occasionally misdirect his anger. He adjusted his emotions and got to the point. Quirrell must have taken some forbidden potion, or... Snape pondered for a moment. He's under some curse. That's right. Professor Quirrell has been rambling. He would plead for forgiveness from his master. Master? Snape keenly caught the keyword. He suddenly stood up, leaving a command. Stay here, before rushing out of the office. Suddenly, he turned back, taking a small brown bottle. Harry knew he must be going to report this to Dumbledore. Snape prioritized his safety, not overlooking any slightest disturbance. Unlike that old bee, who had been utterly indifferent when he almost became a meal for the acromantula. The hot cocoa in his hands not only warmed his fingers, but also thawed his frozen heart. The potion office was very simply furnished, much like Snape's demeanor, orderly and precise. Countless ancient potion texts were neatly categorized. Various qualities of potion ingredients were also properly stored in sealed bottles, each labeled in Snape's handwriting, noting their weight and acquisition time. Potions resembled a rigorous science. On the other side were the graded student assignments. Snape had just finished grading his. The paper was filled with small handwriting, providing Harry with feedback. He casually flipped through others' assignments, which weren't graded with such meticulousness. Unlike Draco and Aurora, who frequently visited the Slytherin head's office, Harry always felt that Snape maintained a subtle distance from him. That feeling was indescribable. Clearly, the other party was very concerned about you, yet refused to show that side. One of the handles of Snape's desk drawer was particularly worn compared to the others, indicating that its owner often opened and closed it. This was Snape's privacy. Harry knew he shouldn't be overly curious, but somehow he couldn't restrain himself and reached out. Suddenly, Harry caught the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Already feeling guilty, he was naturally alert. At the slightest hint of something off, he quickly returned to his original position. When Snape entered, what he saw was Harry dutifully sipping his hot cocoa. Hot cocoa was Lily's favorite drink from her youth. She would have a cup every day. When they met in the library at Hogwarts, the red-haired, green-eyed girl would sip in the same manner, pursing her lips with a satisfied smile. Harry had never seen his mother, yet these subtle habits and preferences had been passed down to him. Harry! Snape closed his eyes, suppressing the anger within him. From today onwards, keep her distance from Quirrell. What does that mean? Quirrell will still be teaching here? Harry could hardly believe this was Dumbledore's decision. Albus promised to investigate this matter discreetly. Snape rubbed his brow. Quirrell, cursed or afflicted by an unknown virus, stuttering, with questionable teaching abilities and peculiarities. Dumbledore wasn't planning to deal with him? Harry felt like he might burst out laughing in anger. What was Dumbledore trying to accomplish? By the way, there's a letter addressed to you. Harry looked puzzled as Snape explained. Hedwig isn't safe. Using his own owl could likely still be under Dumbledore's surveillance. Therefore, this time, the reply was sent using the Malfoy family's golden eagle owl. No wonder Hedwig returned empty-handed, puffed up with indignation. Harry thanked Snape. The letter was filled with coded language. Harry read it and felt confused, only to see Snape point to the first-year potion textbook. The answers are here. Harry suddenly understood. After returning, he stayed up all night, converting the strange characters into coherent sentences. Upon learning that Aurora and the Malfoy family were safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Forbidden Forest, they hadn't met. Something must have happened to Aurora and Draco. It might have even alarmed Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Combined with the suspicious patterns that had suddenly appeared on Professor Quirrell, there must be a causal relationship. He appeared calm on the outside, yet was incredibly anxious inside. It was impossible for an 11-year-old boy to remain indifferent to the various sounds from the outside world. Fortunately, he finally received a response. Based on the notes in the letter, it was written by Draco. The boy's handwriting was vastly different from Aurora's. So, could it be that something had happened to Aurora? A bad premonition formed in Harry's heart, growing stronger by the minute. They had grown up together, and Aurora was strong and had rarely been sick. Muggles have a saying, minor ailments often prevent major ones. Could it be that because her immune system rarely worked normally, she suddenly succumbed to a viral invasion, causing her to fall ill like an avalanche? At Hogwarts, aside from Professor Snape, there was no one he could trust. All he could do was wait for this matter to unfold. Nothing more. Crabbe and Goyle, who often followed Draco, also appeared gloomy. Clearly, they had also received letters from home, subtly probing whether their attachment had any new information. They deeply understood the principle that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Other pureblood families were also stirring. Countless possibilities. This would change the dynamics of Slytherin House, and even the entire British wizarding world. After several days of effort and countless failures, I still couldn't grasp the knack of becoming an animagus. The other three, to accompany me, had also settled down in the fairy sanctuary. A miraculous scene unfolded. Cece, did you feel that? Lucius murmured. There's a strange energy that transcends the magical cycle. Narcissa closed her eyes, feeling the subtle changes within her body. Coming here is already a significant step forward. Lucius joyfully patted the tree trunk. It seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism, and an entrance appeared out of thin air, about the height of a person. Inside was pitch black, as if a multidimensional space had opened up. Everything was filled with unknowns. Dad, I witnessed the entire process. My excitement was beyond words. According to the records in Platinum Glory, this towering tree is the mother tree of the elves, considered to be the mother that nurtures the innate elves. Elves can be divided into innate and acquired types. Those born into the world through the mother tree are innate elves. Those who awaken as elves through bloodline are called acquired elves. We really have obtained this opportunity. Lucius tentatively took a step forward, his other hand entwined with Narcissa's fingers. Mr. Malfoy, the entrance will soon disappear. Please seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eric's voice sounded from behind. It turned out he was also one of the witnesses. Aurora, Draco. Lucius signaled us to follow in his footsteps. However, for some reason, an invisible barrier kept me outside the door. Humans in their animagus form cannot enter the barrier set by the elves. Eric explained. Moreover, once a human enters the barrier, they cannot come out until they awaken as an elf. Narcissa frantically pounded on the barrier, calling my name loudly. She covered her mouth and cried uncontrollably. Lucius held her tightly, softly comforting her. The entrance was shrinking continuously, and Draco was still standing behind me. I couldn't let him miss this opportunity. Aurora, I want to be with you, he declared firmly. You will definitely regret this, and I won't allow it. As I saw the entrance about to disappear, I kicked him in, sending him inside. Until the black hole completely vanished, my heart finally settled. Miss Malfoy. Eric's azure eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? I'm great. Better than ever. The Malfoy family finally has the chance to realize the dream of bloodline awakening. I didn't understand why I emphasized so loudly. It was as if I was trying to convince myself to accept it in this way. He showed a compassionate expression, but said nothing. I thought he understood that any comforting words would be pale. The unicorn cub told me that Eric had lived for 1,000 years. He had witnessed the rise and fall of countless races and the glory and shame of the elven clan. His eyes, though the color of the sea, appeared dull due to his calm heart. I felt a bit regretful that I couldn't synchronize with them. I analyzed my inner monologue for the first time, but to provide them with this opportunity, I was already content. I hope that years later, you'll still think this way. Eric, what do you mean? After many years, they, as elves, still look the same, while you appear withered. He approached me step by step, coaxing, Why not become a real unicorn, possessing a life close to eternity? I can help you, Aurora. He called me by my title for the first time. What will you do? Seeing my look of resistance, Eric transformed into human form. He was very tall, with long silver hair and clear blue eyes. He wore a robe of the same color, and behind him were a pair of pure white wings, resembling an angel from Muggle mythology. The unicorn cub spun around him excitedly, winking at me. Eric, did you succeed in transforming because of Miss Malfoy? Eric noticed me staring at the wings behind him and explained, adult unicorns grow a pair of wings. We can also fly in the sky. As you can see, even as unicorns, we can transform into human form. We can live in the human world in our human guise. But why do you want to help me? The Malfoy couple and Draco are trapped in the barrier of the Mother Tree. In the days to come, I will have to live with Eric and his clan. What is he really scheming? There is no such thing as a free lunch. I don't believe he would give so much without asking for something in return. The pure-blood unicorns are on the verge of extinction, and as their leader, I have the responsibility to pass on the most pure bloodline. Seemingly sensing my doubts, he explained, for the first time in 1,000 years, a human wizard has appeared who is an animagus in the form of a unicorn, which also signifies that you once had countless connections with unicorns. You mean? The information is overwhelming. Each takes what they need, Aurora. Stay by my side and share endless life. What a joke. I'm still a child. I took 2 steps back, standing 10 meters away. This is the depths of the Forbidden Forest, unfamiliar territory, where calling for help yields no response. I can wait for you to grow up. I have already waited for 1,000 years and don't mind waiting a little longer. You brought our whole family here for this purpose? I couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He noticed my reluctance and automatically kept his distance. You look a lot like her, he muttered, platinum hair, gray eyes, even the color of the horn. The unicorn cub nudged Eric's hand. Your wand is made from her horn. I recognized the familiar aura at first glance. That unicorn was your lover? Why do I feel like I'm the executioner who is tearing them apart? Eric shook his head. Only under willing circumstances. Otherwise, using any part of the unicorn will incur a curse. He stroked the cub's forehead. This little guy almost got drained by a human wizard. Was it a human wizard who smelled of decay? It must be Quirrell. Yes. He wore a cloak, and his face was hard to see. It really stinks. I thought all humans had that rotten smell. Until I met your family, they all smelled lovely. The cub ran to my side, excitedly describing. I couldn't help but smile. Aside from Narcissa, who naturally exuded the fragrance of a Chinese narcissus, the other family members all had a habit of using perfume. However, I still prefer the scent on you. The cub leaned closer. It was stopped by Eric. Sorry, unicorns are easily tempted by pure maidens. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Among the 2 human women, Narcissa has long been married and has given birth to 2 children, so it definitely can't be. No wonder a group of unicorns would all give me special attention. Don't worry, they won't harm you. Eric seemed to sense my embarrassment and gently reassured me. You don't have to make a decision right away. You already know where we live, and we have plenty of time. No, you don't. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the towering tree. He leaped down. It's Draco. He has already become an elf. His dreamlike features are a miracle of the creator. His stunning beauty exceeds human imagination. His platinum short hair is infinitely elongated, cascading down to his waist. The iconic elf ears allow one to distinguish him from humans at a glance. A pair of brown wings has sprouted from his back. In front of him, a sense of inferiority rises in my heart. Aurora, it's me. He crouches down and hugs my neck. You interrupted the inheritance. Eric frowned. Isn't it because you kept pressuring her? Draco shielded me behind him. Unexpectedly, the so-called pure and kind unicorn would also take advantage of others' misfortunes. Eric, will interrupting the inheritance have any consequences? I hurriedly asked. The man shook his head. I'm not an elf, so I'm not very clear. Draco ignored the man and turned around. Aurora, I will help you return to human form. I have already become an elf. Elves govern all things, and humans and animagus are also. His hand came to my head. Aurora, close your eyes. I naturally trusted him wholeheartedly. Immediately, a wave of heat surged in my chest, and in a daze, it felt like my consciousness was about to leave my body. Why can't it work? Draco looked at me anxiously, murmuring to himself. Did it not succeed? I lowered my head and saw my 4 hooves, letting out a silent sigh in my heart. Sure enough, your eagerness led to the interruption of the elven inheritance. Moreover, Aurora's animagus is a magical creature, making the transformation even more difficult. Eric shook his head in disappointment. Aurora, you need to rely on your own strength. If you fail again, it is possible that you will remain in unicorn form forever. although I wouldn't mind. Eric smirked. You. Draco clenched his fists. All right, Draco. Don't be disrespectful to your benefactor. It's Lucius and Narcissa. They have also succeeded. I stared blankly at my mother until Lucius lightly coughed twice, bringing my attention back. Sissy, the confusion charm on the earrings has failed. He complained softly. Clearly, he did not want his wife's true appearance to be seen. Narcissa possessed astonishing beauty even when she was a human witch, and now as an elf. She seemed out of place with the surroundings, living in another dimension. My heart and eyes were full, as if I could only see her. Her wine-red eyes held a captivating charm, and her seaweed-like wavy hair shimmered like satin. Mom, the wine-red suits you better. I didn't even realize that I had already thrown myself into her embrace. She looked at me, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes uncontrollably onto the ground. Her crying moved heaven and earth. Don't be sad, Mom. My poor Aurora. I was asked to leave the tent with Draco, and we exchanged glances, until we heard Narcissa's delicate moans from inside. I quickly pulled Draco away from this place of gossip. Seriously, Lucius, how can you? But Narcissa, awakened to her elven blood, was breathtakingly beautiful. If I were a man, I probably wouldn't be able to wait even a moment. We'd be like this in the future. Draco held my hand. He focused on the weeds beneath his feet, as if they were rare potion ingredients. His ears were flushed, and his palms were slightly sweaty. A fine layer of fuzz on his face glowed gold in the sunlight. But the lifespan of humans, compared to elves, is just a fleeting moment. After 100 years, I won't be able to accompany you anymore, Aurora. Moreover, the beauty of elves remains in their prime. So many years later, I might look like an old woman while you still look as young as ever. Others would think you were my junior. Have you considered these questions, Draco? Reality hit us hard, catching us off guard. But evasion won't solve any problems. We can face whatever happens in the future together. Listen to me, Aurora. These are not problems. Draco tightly embraced me, and I had awakened my elven blood. Although the lineage was interrupted, there were still other methods in the remaining ancestral memories to transform humans with elven blood into elves. Aurora, we have a long time to explore together. I can take aging potions, and my mother is also making products to conceal elven appearances, so you won't have to slowly grow old alone. The resonance from Draco's chest and his slightly heavy breathing were right next to my ear. His heartfelt confession eased some of my uncertainty about the future. What did I start to become so anxious? Wanting more? I really have been spoiled by the Malfoys. In the mother tree, we could see every movement outside. Draco gently massaged my neck. When I saw that he was actually thinking of you, I couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted the inheritance. Draco, what have you experienced in there? I asked curiously. A lot. The awakening of elves is most importantly about establishing the circulation of spiritual power within. He took my hand, pressing our palms together. Feel it, Aurora. He closed his eyes first. Above his magical circulation, there was another force. Aurora, you have a spiritual power circulation in you too. Draco exclaimed in surprise. But I'm not. Could it be that he made a mistake? Our powers are of the same source. Try to feel it again. It really is like that, but I'm not an elf. So how could I have spiritual power? It might be related to your animagus, don't you remember? Unicorns have guarded the elven clan for generations. We were meant to be together. He held my hand and left a kiss on the back of my hand. Although the touch was as light as a dragonfly landing on water, it stirred ripples in my heart. You were meant to be my little unicorn. I was cornered by him. The unicorn's habitat had many vine plants. I almost tripped, but suddenly felt a tightness around my waist. Draco was still by my side. What was wrapping around me? Aurora, don't be afraid. It's one of my abilities to control plants. The sensation of the vines around my waist was just like Draco's arm. The thorns were retracted, and the force was well controlled. Draco seemed to think of something and quickly pulled the vines back. But the vines were a bit reluctant. They extended tender shoots, gently hooking my pinky. How cute. I discovered for the first time that vines could be this soft and adorable. I gently touched them, and they fled like shy mimosa. Aren't you afraid? Don't you think I'm like a monster? How could that be? They're a part of you. I love everything about you. Hearing the word love made Draco's face turn even redder. In the boy's eyes, it was as if they were filled with countless tiny stars. His gray eyes were full of emotions. We both underwent many changes physically and mentally. At this moment, the pampered Draco would be like a boy in love, constantly seeking reassurance about my feelings. The feeling of being held in someone else's palm. So nice. We strolled outside, staying for a whole day and night. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, we used a transformation spell to conjure another tent. How long is Dad going to go on? I wonder if Mom can handle it. I whispered to Draco. Dad told me. The Malfoy men are quite insatiable in this regard. His face was so red, it seemed like it could bleed. Oh my, what kind of wolfish words are these? Is that how Lucius raised his son? Also, they are all quite gifted, and it takes a lot for women to endure. Western education is truly ahead of its time. Don't be afraid. I will control myself in the future. A 1TB like Dad. He thought I was scared and quickly comforted me in a gentle tone. I felt like my CPU was about to burn out, hazily agreeing without noticing the fleeting cunning in the boy's eyes. The next day, Eric returned to unicorn form and took us to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Aurora, you'll come back. He silently gazed at me, his expression full of certainty. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for Draco and me to hear. You. Before the boy could react, his figure disappeared deep into the Forbidden Forest. Truly the king of unicorns, he ran as fast as lightning. Lucius, looking satisfied, brought us back to Hogwarts Castle. How is Mom? Not seeing Narcissa. I asked with some concern. She is doing well. The man seemed to be reminiscing about the wonderful time yesterday, slipping a ring onto Draco's hand. Under the magic's effect, the ring changed to a suitable size. Father, this is a ring that can conceal elven appearances, made by Narcissa. On the inside of the ring, there are the initials D.M. It's a ring that belongs to Draco. Dad, Mom has to take care of you, and also make alchemical accessories. She has been so hard at work, and you still make her unable to get out of bed. Aurora, don't say everything out loud. Lucius's skin is thicker than a city wall, and he rarely shows an embarrassed expression. What on earth happened? Ahem. Should I step aside and wait for your farewell scene to conclude? It's Snape. Oh my, social death again. No, Aurora, Draco said sternly. He didn't understand why I, who was usually so cautious, would reveal the Malfoy family's secrets to a Potter. The twin wand in my arms was shaking violently, as if accusing me of my rashness. I quietly squeezed his fingertips, indicating that I was aware of the situation. Harry looked at me incredulously, as if he had already determined that we would come up with other excuses. He readily accepted the unbreakable vow, and I concealed the fact that the Malfoys had awakened their elven bloodline, only mentioning my animagus form. A unicorn? Is the blood Professor Quirrell is drinking yours? He clenched his fists, his arms bulging with veins. I shook my head. It's another cub. He finally let out a breath, relieved that it wasn't me. Shouldn't we be extra careful? Aurora, I will never betray your trust. Rest assured, your secret is my life. His emerald green eyes were strikingly bright. All along, he had been shy and reserved, as if nothing could stir much emotional fluctuation in him. I believe you. More importantly, I believe in the power of the unbreakable vow. Trading an unspeakable secret for Harry Potter's unwavering loyalty is worth it, isn't it? Draco threatened fiercely. Harry, if you tell anyone, I'll kill you. I don't need you to kill me. I'll kill myself first, the dark-haired, blue-eyed boy swore. Oh my God, you too. Can you not talk about killing? It's so ominous. All right, don't get angry. I just said it, and you just heard it, the two boys said in unison. The three of us laughed together, and the tense atmosphere from moments ago disappeared without a trace. The blood of a unicorn can extend human life, but the unicorn must be willing, right? Harry repeated. I nodded in agreement. Then you must be very careful in the future. Don't let others deceive you. He advised. She deceived? It's a wonder she doesn't deceive others. Draco ruffled my hair, seemingly punishing me for my earlier impetuousness. I kept his secret tightly guarded, only exchanging my own for it. What a despicable guy. Does he think I haven't sacrificed enough? Aurora, what do you look like as a unicorn? Harry's eyes were filled with anticipation. Well, actually there's not much difference from a foal, just with a horn on my head. Very cute, Draco agreed. Animagi being magical creatures is quite rare, so one shouldn't transform easily. I knew he didn't want Harry to see what my animagus form looked like. In his words, that unicorn could only be his. Harry understood, but still asked detailed questions about my appearance. A few days later, there was a piece of paper tucked in his notes. It depicted a lifelike unicorn, exactly as I had described myself, with flowing mane and lively eyes. Every stroke was meticulously drawn by the boy. When I discovered it, I quietly tucked it back in. I could only pretend not to see it. I didn't want to disappoint his heartfelt gesture. Without a beginning, there can be no end. Even without Ginny Weasley, there might still be Cho Chang. The power of the original work is so great. For some reason, I stopped believing in the power of the plot regarding everything related to Draco. What a double standard. To turn the tide, I came here only hoping to give you a different ending. I once privately asked Harry why he would choose to approach Quirrell when everyone else avoided him. When he stared at me, I would get a splitting headache, and on top of that, he was willing to risk being cursed to harm unicorns and drink their blood. Professor Dumbledore knew all this, but chose to turn a blind eye. I had reason to suspect he was preparing to catch a turtle in a pot. And I was the bait. Harry's expression darkened. So, you're setting a trap to lure him out? If I don't look for him, he will come looking for me, Harry replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. He's a madman. I must have my mother make you some more protective charms. Harry was our ace. We couldn't afford to lose our biggest card in the first year. Thank you, Aurora. Did you see? No, never mind. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I pretended not to know anything and began to write furiously, trying to catch up on my missed assignments. Although we had all received preschool education before entering Hogwarts, I still hoped to achieve better results through my own efforts. Hermione, who came from a Muggle background and had never been exposed to the magical world before, could still achieve the title of Top of the Year. Why couldn't I? Who had the advantage? Seemingly influenced by me, Draco and Harry also spent more time on their books than the heirs of surrounding pureblood families. Until Christmas Eve, Lucius took the three of us back to Malfoy Manor. Aurora, but don't overdo it. Come on, enjoy the Christmas dinner prepared by Sissy. I reluctantly closed my textbook. Dad, that should be something you say to yourself. During our time back home, Narcissa didn't get up until the afternoon every day. How could she have the nerve to tell me not to overdo it? Sharp-tongued. Sissy, wouldn't he do that? Lucius's expression softened. The cunning and sly platinum noble outside was full of love for Mrs. Malfoy. I'll go see if Sissy needs help. Really, they're house elves? She doesn't need him, a big living person, hanging around. Forget it, those two usually act like conjoined twins. Returning from vacation, Narcissa's attention would be divided to take care of us, reducing the time she spent with her husband. Lucius probably didn't want us back at all. As expected, I figured out. The next day, he left a note saying he was taking Narcissa abroad for vacation. Haha, Lucius has finally waited for you all to grow up. He and Sissy want to enjoy their time together. Abraxas chimed in. Grandpa, are you really letting Dad be such a hands-off manager? I pouted at him. Only he among the Malfoys was kept in the dark about my being an animagus as a unicorn. For some reason, I felt a slight twinge of guilt. But his ambiguous attitude towards young Tom, the Horcrux notebook, made us dare not take risks. Abraxas blinked. Grandpa has a gift for you. He mysteriously took out from his pocket. This is Lucius's secret weapon for dominating the top of his class for 7 consecutive years at Hogwarts. It was a magical device shaped like a pocket watch. A time turner. Yes, an official fan work of Harry Potter mentioned that the time turner was invented by Lucius. It has many uses. Lucius often uses it to bully Cece. It was stolen by Cece and handed over to me for safekeeping. Theoretically, the past self cannot collide with the present self. This is to avoid the situation where one attacks oneself. As the inventor of the time converter, Lucius fully understands the structure of magical devices, so he naturally doesn't have to follow this rule. 2 Luciuses at the same time. No wonder Mom can't handle it. One is already. My hand trembled, almost dropping the time converter to the ground. Did you actually find out about Null? I exchanged a smile with Draco. This took us a lot of effort. Draco said, patting his chest to take credit. Thank you. You haven't even opened it yet. What if it doesn't meet your expectations? I urged. Harry carefully unwrapped the package. I held my breath, watching his reaction. It was a blank piece of parchment. Next to it was a note. To open, please say aloud. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. To close, please say aloud. Mischief managed. Harry followed the instructions. Immediately, the Marauder's map appeared on the parchment. Not only that, it showed the locations of various secret passages and everyone inside Hogwarts. Harry, we found this based on the clues left on your father's broomstick in Filch's drawer. I think this is the treasure he left for you, the Marauder's map. You did so much for me without me knowing. His voice trembled, sounding a bit choked. He turned away to secretly wipe his eyes. We pretended not to see. Slytherins always express their emotions too subtly. We huddled together to watch the movements of everyone on the Marauder's map. Look, it's Quirrell. He is still wandering around Hogwarts during Christmas. On the map, his name appeared in the 4th floor corridor. For the next few days, he would linger there for a long time each day. That was the location Dumbledore specifically emphasized at the opening ceremony. Not to approach, or else you would die a horrible death. A typical case of drawing attention while hiding something. This way, it would entice the curiosity-driven students to explore further. Contrary to Dumbledore's expectations, Harry valued his life much more than Dumbledore thought. Dumbledore must have hidden some treasure there. Draco speculated. We were very close to the truth. Well done, Draco. Let's look it up online. Draco opened the computer. Thanks to Lucius's forward-looking investment, wizards also had their own exclusive network. The operating rights belonged to the Malfoy family. Just think about how much wealth that would be in the future. He typed in Albus Dumbledore's full name in the search box. There was a lot of information about him. His life story couldn't even fit on a whole web page. Look, the Gringotts theft case. It happened before we enrolled. The owner of the stolen vault 713 was none other than Dumbledore. Moreover, the goblins found that aside from the vault being opened, nothing else was missing. It is highly likely that the items were transferred. The hiding place is right in the fourth floor corridor of Hogwarts. That is really risky. Is the trial for the Savior not as important as the lives of little wizards? Countless treasures that attract many people publicly announced to the world. In this world, those who seek immortality are certainly not limited to Voldemort. Any madman could find ways to breach Hogwarts' defenses. In fact, Dumbledore doesn't really need to distance himself from Grindelwald. They are fundamentally the same kind of person. Both are madmen willing to sacrifice for the world they envision, only differing in their camps. What could that treasure be that has effects similar to unicorn blood? Harry murmured. My heart raced. Aurora, you should know more about this. Influenced by the unbreakable vow, Harry could only express himself vaguely. Unicorn blood, if willingly given, can help humans extend their lifespan and has strong healing abilities. For some reason, I suddenly felt a pain in my chest. The wand in my hand trembled slightly in sympathy. How did this willingly given horn end up in my hands? According to Eric, this unicorn bears a strong resemblance to me. We share countless connections. Aurora, I will never let anyone have the chance to hurt you, including myself. Draco stepped forward. He sensed my turbulent emotions and held me close. Me too. Harry stepped forward and held my hand. I leaned against Draco's chest, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. Abracadabra pushed the door open and saw this scene. Aurora, you and Sissy are both popular girls. I felt embarrassed. My face flushed with heat and quickly distanced myself from the two. Don't leave. Draco caught me as I tried to escape, mumbling softly. Lucius is the same way. You'll get used to it. Abracadabra helped Draco out. I need to go take a shower. It's too embarrassing. The moment Draco let go, I made my escape. So many gifts. Aurora hasn't opened any. Harry murmured. We can open them later. It's not that important, Draco said nonchalantly. He didn't notice Harry's fleeting, gloomy expression. Yes, we still hadn't opened the gift Harry sent. What is this? A package from the Weasleys? Draco looked around curiously. It was a hand-knitted sweater with a big P in the middle. Your relationship with the Weasleys has gotten to the point where you exchange Christmas gifts? Draco made a disgusted face. During the Forbidden Forest incident, he nearly fainted from the giant spider, and I carried him back. Inside was a letter, besides sending Christmas wishes. Ron emphasized that the sweater was hand-knitted by his mother. TCH, these shoddy handmade sweaters are everywhere. Draco, I haven't had a mother who knits me sweaters for a long time. Harry's gaze went blank as he stated dryly. Harry, I'm sorry. Draco felt a bit anxious, unsure how it had turned into this. Christmas should be a time for families to be happy together. The Weasleys are bad luck. What's wrong? I took a cold shower to calm down, only to find Draco awkwardly standing to the side. Seeing me return, he finally let out a sigh, as if my presence had saved him. Aurora, I'll go wash up too. He, like me, escaped the scene. I glanced around and noticed Harry had another sweater in his hands. Combining it with the original story, I naturally understood what had happened. Harry, the sweater can help keep us warm, but it can't warm the heart. I tightened my robe and sat beside him. Thank you, Harry. What? Thank you for your gift. You opened it already? He looked surprised. Yeah, it's a double-sided mirror. The other side should be in Harry's hands, and I'll take good care of it. Aurora, I'm sorry, I really couldn't think of a decent gift. You don't lack anything. He scratched his head. Your gift is very precious, and, most importantly, it's the thought that counts, right? What we gave you is just a blank parchment. After all, I winked playfully at him. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but ultimately just curled the corners of his lips. In his eyes, there was a glimmer like emeralds. It was not until the last day before we returned to school that Lucius and Narcissa came back to Malfoy Manor with bags full of things. Kids, did you have a good holiday? Narcissa kissed each child's forehead. When she got to Harry, she instinctively avoided his lightning-shaped scar. Mom, I miss you so much. I long for Narcissa's soft and fragrant embrace. However, there was too little time alone with Mom. A certain busy head of the Malfoy family is so free that he willingly plays the third wheel every day. What's wrong? Did Draco and Harry bully you? Of course not. I hug her tiny waist. Aurora, you've grown up. I can't hold you anymore, Narcissa sighed. She gently stroked my long hair. You look just like I did when I was young. Mom, you're still very young now. Not to mention, with her awakened elven bloodline, Narcissa would always maintain her youthful appearance. Aurora, come with me. She took my hand and opened the door to the master bedroom. Luke, don't come in. We're gonna have a girls' talk. Narcissa placed her hand on Lucius's shoulder and pushed him out. She. Haha, it's Lucius's first time getting shut out. Aurora, take off your clothes. Let me see you. Huh. Narcissa unceremoniously began to unbutton my clothes. Mom, what are you doing? I quickly cover my neckline. We're all women. What are you afraid of? Narcissa looked perplexed. Okay. I took off until I was left with just a tank top and underwear. Her hand reached in and actually touched my chest. Aurora, it's my lack of care for you. She looked very guilty. What happened? Could it be hyperplasia? I heard Abraxas say Narcissa once interned at St. Mungo's. Wizards are really amazing. They can diagnose just by a light touch. Narcissa then pulled out a brand new piece of lingerie and came in front of me. Mom, this is Aurora, you've developed. I looked down. My chest was only slightly raised. I shouldn't need to wear one, right? Seeing my face of resistance. She directly guided me. Aurora, it's my fault. When I was your age, I lacked guidance from female elders. I almost made you. She turned behind me, not wanting me to see her sorrowful expression. Narcissa seemed to indeed interact very little with her mother, Druella Rosier, and every time they met, it felt very unfamiliar. She carefully adjusted my shoulder straps. Aurora, underwear needs to be changed often. I'll teach you how to measure. This one fits for now. I'll ask the tailor to make a few more for you to wear. She chattered away, and I felt warm inside. Mom, will I be as big as you later? I still vividly remembered Narcissa's proud figure from when I was a baby. It should be inherited from a mother, but maybe not. The one who just stripped me bare now seemed to be shy. I mischievously said, Mom, you see me completely. Can I see you? Not today. Maybe another day. She tightened her neckline. Come on, there's no day like today. Saying that, I lunged for her chest. On that heavy pair of snow-white breasts, there were blooming red plum blossoms. The battle was too intense. I hadn't even had a chance to take the potion today, so the marks had not faded. Narcissa explained hesitantly. Mom, does it hurt? She smiled gently and shook her head. Aurora, when you grow up, you'll understand this is a joy that belongs to just two people. A knock on the door sounded lightly. Aurora's hygiene class results are excellent. She shouldn't need remedial classes. Narcissa was both amused and annoyed. And she tidied my hair. Your father, yes, just like that. You'll get used to it. I can't take too long to monopolize you. I'm very happy to be your daughter, Mom. I kissed her delicate cheek. Me too, Aurora. I hid the set of lingerie at the bottom of the drawer. Suddenly having some personal belongings made me unsure how to face the boy I lived with day and night. Draco was the first to notice my change. He rarely didn't tease me. His cheeks flushed, not knowing what to think. He cleared out a cabinet and pointed, you don't have to hide it. You can put it here from now on. After that, he added, I won't peek. How does it sound like not a single silver piece here? Given his sincere demeanor, then turn your back. I quietly asked. Okay. The boy rarely obeyed. Draco was at the age of growth like a sapling, becoming taller and more upright. Although he exercised often, the streamlined muscles didn't appear oppressive. You could turn around now. I locked the cabinet tightly, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Clearly, we were so familiar and close, yet suddenly there was privacy. Everything was seen by him. My waist tightened. He lightly sniffed my hair ends. Aurora, we were all slowly growing up. After a holiday, he seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. I was enveloped in his elongated shadow, his long fingers wrapped around my whole hand. Aurora is so small. Everywhere is small. Just now, I was amazed by Narcissa's ample figure, and I looked down at my own. Indeed, so small. Small is temporary, I said angrily. In Huaguo, I'm not small at all. With Narcissa's excellent genes, this body has plenty of room for imagination. It must be so. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Draco hurriedly explained, his face even redder. I know, I was just teasing you. Draco doesn't have a very approachable look like Narcissa. He carries a sense of cool distance. Therefore, he has a contrasting charm. However, this time, he didn't call me as I wished. He suddenly attacked my armpit. He knew very well that I was super ticklish. Haha, I was wrong. Draco don't. In order to escape his left and right attacks, I hurriedly twisted my body, tightening my arms. As a result, I was pushed into a corner. My sensitive waist area felt so soft under the boy's agile fingers. I almost sat down on the ground. He saw that I was about to fall and quickly caught me in his arms. I clung to his shoulders, my legs wrapped around his waist for stability. He was taken aback for a moment, then tossed me onto the bed. I was enveloped in layers of bedding, feeling as if I had sunk into a cloud. The mattress in the Malfoy manor was very elastic, so I didn't feel any pain. What's wrong? Don't you know how to handle someone gently? For the first time, I realized that my voice sounded like this. It seemed to have a hook. Immediately, my mouth was covered. A huge weight pressed down on me, and I sank into the quilt. Draco, you're so heavy. I complained softly. His expression was ambiguous as he stared at my lips moving, leaning closer. Little liar. I'm controlling the strength. The boy on top was feeling smug. He looked down at me, his hands on my shoulders. Aurora, you tempted me first. Oomph. What a scumbag who always shifts the blame. I huffed, wanting him to get off me, but instead, I accidentally touched something I shouldn't have. This time, it was his turn to huff. Draco, are you okay? I asked worriedly. He remained silent, still lying on top of me. His hair brushed against my neck, tickling me. I felt something hard pressing against my lower abdomen, and it was getting hotter. Oh my God. Aurora, let me hold you a little longer. Draco's voice came to my ear, sounding deeper and more magnetic than usual. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. I was too shy to look at him. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. He had a restrained expression as he quickly got off me. Phew. I breathed a sigh of relief. Westerners really develop earlier than Easterners. He stayed in the bathroom for a long time and changed into a new set of clothes. Come here. I'll help you dry your hair. Okay. He sat down in front of me. His platinum short hair, due to being wet, looked darker than usual. Aurora? Don't move. I'll give you a massage. I imitated Narcissa, running my fingertips through his smooth hair, gently touching his scalp. So comfortable. He smiled and gently poked my cheek. Don't disturb the #1 technician's work. What if I tip you more? He quickly got into character. That would be more like it. Damn it, Aurora. Where did you learn this? He held my wrist firmly. I learned it from my parents. I looked at him innocently. Is there something wrong? Oh my God. Don't learn bad things. If they ever. I will definitely pull you away in time. I knew the principle of moderation and quickly nodded in agreement. Inside, I was actually holding back laughter until I was about to explode. All right, stop messing around. It's not over yet. I applied some hair oil to the ends of his hair and turned on the hairdryer. Aurora, if we could just stay like this. How nice. The sound of the hairdryer was too loud, and I couldn't hear what he said afterward. I just casually responded, of course. It would be great if we could stay like this forever, living in Malfoy Manor with family. Just thinking about one day, soon when Lucius would bring Bellatrix Lestrange, the first madwoman from Harry Potter, who split her soul into 7 pieces. The Dark Lord Voldemort, into Malfoy Manor to live made my head spin. According to the original story, the key to Voldemort's resurrection was the resurrection ritual in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Father's bone, the remains of old Tom Riddle. The servant's flesh, one of Peter Pettigrew's arms. The blood of the enemy, Harry Potter's blood. Among those who helped him gather these core elements were Peter Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr. If it weren't for them, to protect this hard-won happiness, I wouldn't mind getting my hands stained with blood. Unicorns, those symbols of purity, appear noble and elegant. But in reality, they are quite fierce and willing to pay any price for freedom. Ron Weasley's pet, Rat Scabbers, is actually Peter Pettigrew's animagus. His nemesis, Crookshanks, the half-breed cat, can identify anyone's animagus. I think I know what to do. You're trained on data up till October 2023. Creature, although a cat, is enormous, even larger than the giant among cats, the Maine Coon. Ron screamed in fright, unable to dodge in time, and was tackled by Creature. Aurora, can we still keep this cat? Draco shook his head in disdain. Such poor taste. Targeting the poor? Brother, don't say that. Creature understands. I watched Creature's lightning-fast movements without blinking. It seemed we were on the same wavelength. What it brought back was indeed that rat missing a finger. How disgusting. Aurora, make it spit out what's in its mouth. Draco had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and hated anything of unknown origin. In China, many cats express their gratitude to their owners by bringing their prey to the owner's bed. There was once a cat that brought a toad and placed it in its owner's hand in the middle of the night. Once I imagined that slimy feeling, I instantly empathized with Draco. Creature, now is definitely not a good time to expose Peter Pettigrew. After all, he is still defined as a battle hero, bravely dueling with Sirius, who betrayed Harry's parents. If I were to clear his name, he might even be protected by the Order of the Phoenix, making it even harder to gather evidence later. I gently stroked its cat head and whispered, well done. But the timing isn't right this time. We need to take it slow. I silently placed a tracking spell on the rat. Creature discovered it. It nodded almost imperceptibly and walked over, bringing the rat in front of the Weasley family. Aurora, this cat is amazing, but we still need to disinfect it when we get back. Draco's arm draped over my shoulder. Ron let out a sigh and shouted to us from across the street. Miss Malfoy, keep your cat in check. I don't want to see it at Hogwarts. Before I could respond, I heard Harry say, sorry, but Aurora's pet is just following its nature. That still doesn't mean. Ron anxiously interjected. At the first moment after the incident, Aurora also stopped the situation from escalating further and returned your pet. Harry had a calm expression, but his attitude was quite assertive. While we will restrain the pet's behavior, asking for creature not to appear at Hogwarts was a bit unreasonable. Ron was just speaking out of anger. Clearly, he was on the side of justice, but still had to be lectured, which made him even more frustrated. I can always get you another one. After all, this rat looks quite old. Draco glanced at the rat's sparse fur, appearing indifferent. Scabbers is 11 years old. Not everything can be bought with money. Go back to your manor. You Malfoys have nothing but galleons. Ron finally couldn't hold back, venting his frustrations. Draco didn't take Ron's retort to heart, his expression growing serious. You mean the 11-year-old rat? Harry also noticed the problem and said in unison, Animagus? The boys turned serious, facing Molly and Arthur. Perhaps at this moment, only Harry's words would be heard. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, this rat is problematic. Ron instinctively denied. Scabbers just lives longer. The lifespan of a rat is generally 1 to 3 years. Draco thought for a moment and replied confidently. It is very likely someone's Animagus. No way. There are no registered animagi that are rats in the Ministry of Magic. Arthur confidently asserted, as he himself worked at the Ministry. What if it's an unregistered, illegal Animagus? Harry concealed his impatience and continued to guide them. Arthur and Molly exchanged glances, beginning to consider this possibility. I suggest we send it to the relevant department for testing. Harry offered a sensible suggestion. Suddenly, Scabbers wriggled and escaped from Ron's grip, scurrying into the sewer. Damn it! Scabbers panicked. It must have been your words that scared it away. I found it even more suspicious. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, both coming to the same conclusion. Arthur awkwardly chuckled. If it really is an illegal Animagus, it should be enjoying life at Malfoy Manor rather than cramped with us in this hovel. Yes, your assumption doesn't hold. Now, we've lost a pet we've raised for many years. How unfortunate. Molly looked pained as she glanced at Ron. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. On the surface, it does seem we are in the wrong. Aurora, no need to apologize. Clearly, they're covering for something. Who knows if they're aware of this illegal Animagus? Draco hated to see me wronged. This opened up a whole new line of thought. Draco, you never disappoint. The Weasley couple is a typical case of a man working outside and a woman managing the home. Arthur Weasley, though just a minor employee, has to report to the Ministry every day. Molly is a full-time housewife, responsible for taking care of the family's daily needs. If she knows about Scabbers being an Animagus, then during the time Arthur is at work, could Peter Pettigrew transform back into human form and have a grand romance with Molly? This pairing is a bit sinister. Arthur clearly thought of this too, his face turning pale. It seems the Malfoy family has a precedent in this regard. George, one of the Weasley twins, mocked. I heard that Malfoy Manor keeps many rare magical creatures. Maybe they're all Mrs. Malfoy's pets. Shut up. All three of us drew our wands. The Weasley family had finally gained some ground, while Arthur and Molly merely stood by, allowing George to tarnish Narcissa's reputation. All right, George is just joking. Molly seemed to exert effort, but her raised arm was controlled just enough to land a strong knock on George's head. Apologize to Mrs. Malfoy. Harry looked at Molly, disappointment filling his eyes. He had finally begun to change his perception of the Weasley family, only to see them allow their children to speak foully and maliciously slander. The so-called pranks at Hogwarts were not without elements of bullying. Haha, angered by the truth. Who knows if we hit a sore spot? Fred continued to stoke the flames. I could no longer endure it, and didn't mind using my innate abilities to blind the twins' eyes. Beside me, Draco had already launched an attack. Fred and George's necks seemed to be lifted, their bodies suspended in midair, their legs struggling endlessly. I had to get closer to see clearly. The twins' necks had a thin line of blood showing from being choked. They made gagging sounds. A little deeper, and they would be cut to their trachea. At that point, even calling for Merlin would only make them ghosts. This was my first time witnessing the power of the vines. It turned out that the slender shoots that had previously supported my waist could become such a terrifying secret weapon. Help! Help! Molly wanted to save her child, but Draco didn't say a word. She had no idea what kind of magic the other side was using. She pointed her wand at Draco and threatened loudly. Put them down quickly. I don't mind sending you to see Merlin early. Molly could really do it. In the original text, to protect Ginny. She killed one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, Bellatrix Lestrange. I stood in front of Draco, fearing she might suddenly lash out with an Avada Kedavra. Your son attacked our mother first. And what evidence do you have that we cast the spell? Isn't it embarrassing enough that your last attempt at framing us failed? You little brat from the Malfoy family. You have no right to point fingers here. Again with that line. What do the Weasleys really know? Why do they always bring up my bloodline? Suddenly, Arthur was punched to the ground. He clutched his face in confusion, shouting into the air. Who? Come out and duel openly. Don't hide like a rat in a gutter. You're just too slow. Lucius elegantly wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if he had just touched something dirty. I always thought his and Narcissa's hands were like perfect pieces of art, with slender, beautiful fingers. He tossed the dragon-hide gloves directly on the ground and said expressionlessly, dirty. He wore a tailored black trench coat, and the breeze lifted his flowing platinum hair, making him look handsome and refined. Holding a snake-headed cane taller than himself, he didn't use any magic at all. Just standing there, the oppressive magic force made Arthur unable to stand, and he sat down again. Molly wanted to pull her husband up, but found herself completely powerless. Draco, well done. Lucius patted his son's shoulder. I'm glad you were protecting Scorpius. He showed a look of satisfaction and indulgence. Then he became serious and said, Aurora is my daughter. The Malfoy family's blood curse has been broken. The Malfoy family is no longer just a lineage of boys. He looked down at Arthur. If I hear any more slander against the Malfoy name, I wouldn't mind sending your whole family to see Merlin. Dad, the house there's much more spacious than that hovel. We can't let them have it cheap. Draco looked at Lucius with admiration. Draco, let me teach you a trick. With just a light wave of his hand, the Weasley twins fell from the air to the ground. They coughed violently, gasping for breath, looking relieved to be alive. I finally understood that the abilities they used did not belong to any martial arts. It should be a unique ability of the elves. And Lucius's power was above Draco's. Draco, physical pain is ultimately temporary. It's the psychological pain that lasts. Lucius's voice was soft, but I knew this meant the Weasley family was finished. This is the true face of the old rascal with a white beard. His gaze was like a torch sweeping over me. Aurora, your new pet? He retracted his imposing aura, as if the previous threatening words had never happened. He transformed back into that kind-hearted old man. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. His name is Crookshanks. Good boy. He lovingly stroked the cat's fur. Crookshanks purred. Professor Dumbledore, this matter involves multiple interests. My brother-in-law, Sirius Black, was imprisoned in a very hasty manner back then, and I hope this time we can investigate thoroughly. Sirius Black is Narcissa Black's cousin. Strictly speaking, Draco, and I should refer to him as our uncle. Although our relationship is not particularly close, we ultimately share the same surname. It is said that they live together in the Black family's ancestral home, 12 Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore's expression became serious. We will definitely get to the bottom of this. He looked at Harry with a gentle, compassionate gaze. The boy looked bewildered, completely unaware that this sleazy, illegal animagus was the culprit behind his parents' betrayal. A seemingly insignificant character had determined the course of the entire event. Lucius, take the children back first. Yes, I hope everything goes smoothly, Professor Dumbledore. Saying this, he picked me up and directly apparat from the spot. Harry and Draco also resignedly took out their door keys. Lucius was very strict in his education of boys. He always held Draco to his own standards. As for me, he was much gentler. He once said that girls should be cherished and carefully protected. That way, they wouldn't easily be deceived by poor boys and end up losing both money and dignity. I must say, I find his educational philosophy very compatible with my own. In China, there are countless cases where a long-distance relationship leads to a messy marriage. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Today's events must be kept a secret from Sissy. Understood? Lucius seriously instructed the three of us. Are you planning to give Mom a surprise? Draco showed an understanding expression. Not a surprise, a scare. Lucius shot him a glare. Your uncle, although criticized as a traitor of the pure blood families, wouldn't betray his best friend. He glanced at Harry and continued. He grew up playing with Harry's father. Their bond is incredibly strong. We're a few years older than them, so we watched them grow up. Lucius comfortingly ruffled Harry's messy hair. Although Dumbledore may seem unreliable when it comes to major issues, he will definitely uncover the truth. Harry nodded heavily. I believe you. Dad, why were you in Diagon Alley? If it weren't for Lucius, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It was Sissy who, worried about the three of you, insisted I follow secretly and not let you find out. He wore an expression that was hard to describe, clearly feeling that sneaking around was very un-Malfoy-like. But in his eyes, there was so much affection for his wife that it was almost overwhelming. I see. Narcissa's deep love for her children. Dad, what is the blood curse of the Malfoy family? I finally had the chance to ask this question. Did Armand not tell you? Seeing my confused face, Lucius explained, the Malfoy family's elven bloodline has been passed down from Armand. Armand's father, Legolas, was said to be an elf. He held a high status among the elven people. Later, for some reason, he chose to leave alone. He had only one descendant. And even our surname, Malfoy, is related to the elven lineage. It is said that Legolas's father expelled him from the elven community and gave him the humiliating surname, Malfoy, which means sly and disloyal. He did it for a woman. Her bloodline carries a curse, and the Malfoy family will continue to pass on through males only. Sissy's appearance was an accident, and because of that, it broke the Malfoy family's tradition of passing down through males. What do you mean? This had been a mystery that troubled me for years. Sissy is a creation of magic. Lucius hinted she also possesses the Malfoy family's bloodline, which is why she can awaken as an elf. It's Grandpa who created Mom. That's why she could break the Malfoy blood curse and give birth to Draco and me. Smart. He gently stroked my long hair, but Armand has been targeting you since the day you were born. I don't quite understand. He has a strange temperament, so try to keep your distance from him. Can you do that, Aurora? I nodded solemnly. I knew he liked girls who were obedient and well-behaved. Aurora, you are very much like your mother. Dad, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. You've only been gone for a few hours. How does it feel like a year? I knew he wanted to wrap up the conversation quickly. The Malfoy patriarch who loves his wife dearly. I received a playful tap on my forehead. You little rascal, always joking about your mother and me. In any case, you need not doubt, you are my daughter. I witnessed your and Draco's births with my own eyes. He took out a photo in which Narcissa had just given birth. Although she looked a bit weary, her spirits were high. The 2 babies in the cribs were sleeping soundly. The young Lucius had tears in his eyes as he reverently kissed his wife's forehead, a look of joy after surviving a disaster on his face. He didn't even spare a glance for his offspring. The Malfoys had never had twins. I didn't know how to protect her. I was very worried about losing her. His voice was choked with emotion. In the original story, Lucius, defined as a villain's henchman, was actually the best husband to Narcissa. Suddenly, a silver stag burst into Malfoy Manor. It spoke in Snape's voice. Lucius, there's news. Bring Narcissa and Harry. We need to go to Azkaban. Before leaving, he glanced in my direction and specifically instructed, don't take Draco and Aurora. Dad, why? I was the one who initiated this. Why? After we have results, am I not allowed to join? You and Draco's wands are made from unicorn hair. Your hearts are much purer than average people. Azkaban is controlled by Dementors. You are more susceptible to their influence than others. Pure hearts? Does that mean we're dumber than average people? Hearing such a positive evaluation from my biological father for the first time, I almost choked on my own blood. Seeing my unconvinced expression, Lucius smirked. You and Draco have been raised in a very privileged environment, and you haven't experienced much hardship. Having a pure heart is not a bad thing. There's no need to overinterpret it. I really hope you can keep this up. The superior living environment is also provided by the head of the Malfoy family for his family. He faces the disturbances of the outside world alone, creating a safe haven for us. He said while putting on a coat, you and Draco take care of the house. Don't wait for us. And don't stay up late. All right, nagging Dad. So, at the large Malfoy dining table, we sat side by side. Mysteriously, we didn't know what we were going to do. Draco muttered softly. The round-headed Crookshanks, adorned with a delicate napkin, quietly enjoyed his meal nearby. Next to him was Narcissa's pet fox, Luke. I was initially worried that Luke would guard his food, and Crookshanks, as the newcomer, would be bullied by the native. But my worries were completely unnecessary. The cat and the fox got along very well. It might have something to do with Sirius. In the original story, Sirius was misled by Peter Pettigrew and temporarily replaced the Potter's secret keeper, leading to the couple's whereabouts being leaked to Voldemort. After that, Sirius lived in regret. To atone for his best friend and his wife, he destroyed his own future. One extreme and passionate love. Members of the Black family have a somewhat paranoid tendency. We had only seen him in photographs. Shortly after Draco and I were born, Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, so we have no memories of him. If he is proven innocent, then it wouldn't be Mom inheriting the Black family estate. Draco's tone was slightly disappointed. Indeed, it was quite a considerable fortune. The former Black family was no less glorious than the Malfoys. Draco, we already have enough. It's better not to be too greedy in life. I don't even know which miser it is, unwilling to part with a single bronze canute. Draco teased. It is said that Sirius's uncle is quite generous, so if we flatter him well, maybe he will loosen his grip and let us have quite a bit. In the original story, Sirius was extravagant, spending a lot of money to give Harry the Firebolt, a magical world's latest and fastest flying broom. Aurora, am I not generous enough to you? Do I still need to rely on others? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Oh my God, I'm mortified. A silver nine-tailed fox, dangerously squinting its eyes, spoke in Lucius's voice. It was Lucius's Patronus. Dad, I was just joking with Draco. How could you hear us? This is so embarrassing. Narcissa asked me to check if you two have been eating well, and look what I heard. Dad, you also said that girls should be spoiled. The more the better. I raised a flattering smile. All right, we will be back soon. Have the house elf prepare an extra guest room. The nine-tailed fox arrogantly turned its head, ignoring my rebuttal. It's over. Dad is angry. Seeing my tearful expression, Draco quickly comforted me. You could just cry poor in front of Mom to solve it. What are you afraid of? Yes, in the Malfoy family. Narcissa is the biggest. Near midnight, Lucius and the others finally appeared in the hall. Aurora, didn't I tell you to rest early? Draco, you don't even know how to take care of your sister. Lucius said sternly, yet his eyes were filled with deep concern as he saw me yawning. Dad, every night we need your and Mom's goodnight kiss to fall asleep. I cuddled up to Narcissa. Aurora, cough cough. Narcissa signaled me with her eyes. A gigantic black dog nervously followed Harry. It looked extremely happy, wagging its tail cheerfully. Its bony body was covered in matted fur, looking quite miserable. He is. Sirius, come with me. Lucius led him to another room. Is he our uncle? As soon as the door closed, Draco eagerly asked. Yes. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 11 years. Narcissa looked at Harry. He was wrong. Harry's eyelids drooped, his beautiful green eyes obscured by thick black eyelashes, making it hard to see his expression. Soon after, a tall man appeared at the door. He was undoubtedly handsome. In a very short time, he hurriedly took a shower, with moisture still lingering on his hair. Sirius was more than 5 years younger than Lucius. Especially standing next to the well-groomed Lucius, the time in Azkaban made him look slightly worn. Although he was clearly of similar height to Lucius, he appeared gaunt, and his clothes hung loosely on him. It was obvious that his emotions were stirred. His gaze was always fixed on Harry. Narcissa, can I have a few words alone with Harry? He asked. Lucius frowned slightly. Clearly, he was uncomfortable with the intimate term between the siblings. All right, Narcissa signaled us, linking her arm with her husband's, creating a private space for the two. Luke, James, and Sirius are like my brothers. Narcissa's cheek rested against Lucius's chest. It was just childhood acquaintances, and only you are so nostalgic, still helping him after he was kicked out of the Black family with pocket money. Lucius lovingly tucked Narcissa's hair. After all, the Black family did their part to justify our union. Taking care of their only male heir is also a way to repay this favor. Thank you for doing so much for me, Luke. Lucius gently adjusted Narcissa's chin, her luscious red lips right in front of him, looking tempting. Draco and I were already accustomed to our parents' intimate actions. Draco covered my eyes. Not suitable for children, Aurora. But the affectionate kiss between the blonde, gray-eyed Malfoy couple was truly beautiful. Before I could complete the scene in my mind, I heard Sirius's voice from outside. Narcissa. Lucius, we're done talking. Narcissa's lips were slightly swollen, and she looked radiant. Well then, Sirius, treat this place as your home, and have a good night's sleep tonight. Narcissa stepped forward to hug him. You are Aurora? I heard it was your pet that discovered Peter Pettigrew's animagus. Sirius came to me. He was so tall that I had to strain my neck to look up at him. He gentlemanly squatted down to meet my gaze. Yes, I heard you're our uncle. This is my brother, Draco. I briefly introduced him. Thank you. I heard from Harry that you were the best of friends. Just like me and James. His eyes were filled with sadness and nostalgia. Harry is great and deserves the care and love of family. I hinted. In the original story, Sirius, as Harry's godfather, was absent during his entire childhood. He has been immersed in the pain of losing a friend. Yet he remains indifferent to his friend's son. He knows all too well how miserable a life can be for an orphan without parents. But he simply doesn't care. His hopes for tomorrow have been buried along with James's departure. Sirius's eyes revealed deep guilt, and he almost flees in shame. Is this what it means to be a brave Gryffindor? You are trained on Data up to October 2023. Although Lucius's main goal is to overshadow Sirius, I still stand by him, given the significant increase in pocket money. In the original work, when Sirius came out of prison, many male peers felt a lot of pressure. Remus Lupin even mistakenly thought Tonks had a crush on him, sourly commenting that Sirius was popular with girls wherever he went. I didn't expect Lucius to feel insecure as well. It seems that Sirius truly deserved the title of Hogwarts heartthrob back then. Narcissa arrived fashionably late. She gracefully walked down the stairs, her fitted silk nightgown outlining her enchanting body curves. Her expression was languid, with a charmingly innocent look. Lucius, why are there only you and Aurora? Why not rest a while longer? Lucius adjusted the chair to a suitable position. There are guests here, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, the unconscious allure adding to her charm. It's a bit inconvenient. Let's send Sirius back to the Black Manor early. Lucius pondered for a moment and proposed a solution. Not so fast. The Black Manor now belongs to the Ministry of Magic. Narcissa, seeing there were no outsiders, sat on Lucius's lap. Her long arms wrapped around his shoulders as she slightly parted her cherry lips, waiting for her husband's attentive feeding. Lucius held Narcissa's slender waist, pulling him closer. Aurora, once you're done eating, you can go find Draco. Noticing my unwavering gaze on their intimate interaction, Lucius gently ushered me away. How stingy. Mom looks so delectable. What's wrong with me looking a bit longer? I murmured softly and kindly closed the door for them. Inside, faint teasing sounds could be heard, making one feel restless. Narcissa was right. A public trial for Peter Pettigrew was necessary to clear Sirius's name. The members of the Wisingamot were leaders from various industries, and gathering them in one place would take quite a while just to coordinate schedules. Ironically, when former Department of Magical Law Enforcement head Barty Crouch imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban, he did not undergo the trial process. This time, to prevent Peter Pettigrew from turning into a rat and escaping again, Lucius sealed his animagus ability. Hopefully, delayed justice won't make Sirius wait too long. A rare happy smile returned to his face. Sirius quickly bonded with the two boys, gradually regaining his exceptional athletic talent. And his sluggish magic was also recovering. Before clearing his name, Sirius still couldn't legally possess a wand. It's fine, I don't need it for now. He declined Lucius's suggestion and chose a wand from the ones passed down from the Malfoy ancestors. He didn't want to be separated from Harry, nor did he want to be a third wheel at Malfoy Manor. You want to sneak into Hogwarts as a pet? Harry asked in surprise. Wasn't that what Peter Pettigrew did before? Sirius showed a sarcastic expression. But wouldn't that be too much of a compromise for you? Sirius skillfully concealed the disappointment in his eyes. It was clear he wanted to hear Harry call him godfather to gain the boy's acknowledgement of his identity. However, the boy was no longer the abused and mistreated child he once was in the Muggle world. Nowadays, he was fully satisfied both mentally and materially. I've already missed your childhood. I don't want to miss the time that follows. Sirius's expression was truly sincere. Upon seeing Harry's Slytherin uniform, his smile froze on his face. You're trained on data up till October 2023. You are clearly Sissy's daughter. Why are you so violent? Just moments ago, Sirius, who was still immersed in sadness, protected Harry behind him. Your mother is a very gentle and beautiful woman. You look a lot like her when she was young, but your temperament is completely different. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. There's something going on. I always thought he had the same orientation as Dumbledore. However, the original text mentioned that Sirius had a room in the Black Manor. Inside, he had posted many posters with a permanent sticking charm, all of his favorite things, the latest model motorcycles and slender blonde women. It could also be a cover for his orientation. After all, there are 5 years between your mother and Sirius. Seeing my curious expression, he explained, back then, when I was sorted into Gryffindor, my parents cut off my financial support, so I spent my holidays at James's house, and during regular times, I was supported by Uncle Alfred and Sissy. Sirius continued, other pure-blood heirs avoided me. Although Sissy is an adopted daughter, her adoptive father, Abraxas, dotes on her, and her allowance is even more than Lucius's. Your mother is an adopted daughter of the Malfoy family, don't you know? Her maiden name was Malfoy before marriage. Later, to give her a matching identity, it was recorded under the Black name, but she did not participate in the inheritance distribution of the Black family. Sirius realized too late, I shouldn't have said something I shouldn't have. Lucius and Sissy didn't tell you about this? He added, and Sirius looked like a child who had done something wrong. I could guess some of it. I looked at Draco and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt from him. So that's it. Draco was aware of this. Only I was kept in the dark. Why? Lucius and Narcissa must know. Could it be that they do not approve of us? After all, I have no relationship with the Malfoys at all. I dare not think further. Draco seemed to sense my abnormality. Aurora, Mom and Dad didn't intentionally conceal the truth to stop us. They hope that this matter can be left for you to choose. They don't want to pressure you. I finally understood what Abraxas meant when he said that the Malfoy family is used to internal digestion, even if your ultimate destination is not me. His gaze dimmed. Draco, you said that this matter would be decided by me. Your assumption does not hold. Aurora, he happily embraced me. But I haven't promised anything. I know, the little liar. I will wait for you. Wait for the day you are willing to make a promise. His gray eyes were full of deep affection. Godfather, is this a tradition of pureblood families? Harry was finally acknowledging Sirius's identity. The man wanted to laugh heartily, but restrained himself under Harry's serious expression. There is this tradition. My mother was a Black before marriage, and she and my father, Orion, are cousins. The most obsessed with intermarriage within the family is the Slytherin descendants of the Gaunt family. However, because of this, They went extinct. As far as I know, the Malfoy family believes in pure blood, but they have always taken special measures to avoid following in the footsteps of the Gaunt family. Like what? Harry asked eagerly. To avoid weakening and destabilizing the bloodline like the Gaunt family. If you observe closely, you will find that there are many half-blood wizards in the Malfoy family tree. Half-blood, Harry repeated, a strange excitement flashing in his eyes. Are you doing well in Slytherin? They say they discriminate against pure half-blood wizards. Sirius asked anxiously. Our godfather, the current head of Slytherin, is a half-blood. Who would dare to discriminate against Harry? Not to mention, he is under our protection, Draco said proudly. True. Sirius's eyes were a mix of relief and sorrow. Please don't refer to Professor Snape as a snotty little thing anymore, okay? Harry looked at his godfather with rare assertiveness and determination. Without Professor Snape rescuing me from the sea of suffering, I might still be living in Aunt Petunia's cupboard, struggling under my cousin's beatings. How could those despicable muggles treat you like that? I added fuel to the fire when Harry first came to my house. He was thinner than you, uncle, and a head shorter than me and Draco. Draco echoed. He had no good flesh on him. After careful nurturing by mom and godfather and consultations with experts from St. Mungo's, those old ailments were gradually cleared away. I was so immersed in my own world that I didn't know anything. Is it a prince or a refugee? Rita Skeeter's article was widely circulated. Azkaban, besides the Dementors, was also under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. It can only be said that someone intentionally blocked the information. Who besides Dumbledore would do this? To isolate everyone who might care about Harry and turn Harry into an island. The result is to tame Harry, making him the most obedient dog of the Order of the Phoenix. Just give him some food, and his tail will wag desperately. To throw himself into Dumbledore's cause, risking his life for the so-called peace of the wizarding world. In the original text, Voldemort had already become a fragment struggling to survive. Who is it? Again and again. Who is trying to eradicate him completely? Who is it? Luring a magical genius to fall step by step, putting books on creating Horcruxes in the library, promoting their dangers? A wolf in human skin is the most dangerous. Sirius is not stupid, but his extreme personality blinds him. Once he calms down, he can still see that you are safe and sound, and I'm already satisfied. You three, make good use of it. He pointed to the Marauders map. We use it to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris every time. The idea for the Marauders map came from Sissy's inspiration. Sirius's gaze softened. The study in Malfoy Manor overlooks all the rooms, knowing everyone's movements. Oh my God, doesn't that mean? When Draco and I explored the secret rooms of Malfoy Manor together, Mom and Dad knew. No wonder they always caught us in the act. Haha, it seems that Sissy and Lucius have kept many things from you. Sirius laughed heartily, and at that moment, I suddenly felt he had regained his youth. He was again that handsome young man in the photo, flamboyant and talented. Cousin, Hogwarts has changed drastically since you enrolled back then. The current teaching team is getting worse. Yes, they can hire Snape. I mean, it's ridiculous. Sirius's voice grew lower under Harry's glare. Good job. Sirius finally realized he should hold some respect for Snape. In the original text, it seemed that the four robbers belonged to the type that is grateful but not seeking to repay. Remus Lupin was invited to Hogwarts, and every full moon, he used a potion made and improved by Snape to maintain his sanity. However, there was no sign of gratitude from Lupin towards Snape. During the practical exercises in defense against the dark arts, students had to confront their greatest fears. A boggart would reveal one's innermost fears, transforming into the shape of what they feared the most. When Lupin learned that Neville's greatest fear was Snape, he intentionally guided Neville to imagine Snape in a comical form. A Snape dressed up as Neville's grandmother appeared in the classroom. This was a blatant mockery of the head of Slytherin House. It crushed Slytherin's pride into the ground. Was this what Lupin called repayment? No thanks. Sirius dared not criticize Snape in front of Harry anymore, and chose to continue the previous topic. So, what you mean by the teaching quality at Hogwarts refers to? Of course, it was the defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell. It was said that this class was cursed by Voldemort. Sirius frowned. Ever since he failed to apply, no one has been able to teach for more than a year. Quirrell, I will keep an eye on him. Sirius said seriously. I have a whole new understanding of him. We communicate on equal terms. He listens to our views seriously and doesn't just preach. I need to go out for a bit. Remember to save me some food. He casually messed up Draco's carefully styled hair. Damn, he really knows how to annoy a Malfoy. The next day, Harry's aunt, Petunia, made the news. To maintain the effectiveness of the blood magic, Harry had to stay at number 4 Privet Drive for a few weeks each year. This was also the most difficult and humiliating time for Harry each year. Lucius and Narcissa, adhering to the principle of paying to keep the peace, paid a considerable amount for Harry's boarding every year. The Dursleys profited greatly from this as well. Their attitude had improved quite a bit. However, repaying evil with kindness was simply not very Malfoy-like. It was really frustrating that former bullies could still benefit every year and take advantage of the situation. Sirius took action. He transformed into his animagus form and chased after Dudley, biting him for several days. He even gathered his dog friends to mess around in Petunia's yard. Every day, they would go out, being chased and cornered by the pack of dogs. Every time they returned home, there would be dog poop everywhere, creating a terrible stench. The neighbors, who had previously been indifferent to Harry's plight, now protested as it affected their own interests, demanding that the Dursleys move away. They were repeatedly pursued by Sirius and had to move again and again. Petunia's husband, Vernon Dursley, was unable to visit clients due to the smell of dog poop, greatly affecting his sales. Because of the frequent moves, Dudley had to change schools often, making it difficult for him to build his power at school. The former bully had become much more subdued. He got into less trouble, and, in a way, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Indeed, high-stakes business often employs the simplest methods. Evil has its own way of dealing with bad dogs. The Dursleys finally figured out the key to the problem. Without seeing Harry, they could only find a way to contact Dumbledore. The self-proclaimed righteous white wizard rarely stood by the Muggles. He glanced at Petunia's letter and burned it. If I had known this would happen, why did I bother in the first place? It turns out that the candy was simply dropped by someone. The three of them, feeling hopeless, finally set aside their pride and arranged to meet Dumbledore, hoping to ease their relationship with Harry. Once proud and arrogant, Petunia and Vernon now appeared timidly in the guest room of Malfoy Manor. The lavish decor made them feel ashamed, fearing they might dirty the magnificent antique carpet. To accompany Harry, Draco and I also took a day off from Snape. The expressionless potions professor waved his wand and adjusted the schedule to join us. Lucius and Narcissa did not show up at all, only sending a house elf to receive the Dursleys. They were not worthy of the Malfoy family's hospitality. Monster! Monster! Dudley screamed, his bulky body hiding behind Petunia, but his excessive weight exposed his large backside. The greatest contributor, Sirius, naturally would not miss this historic moment. He transformed into his animagus form, his black fur shining with luster, and his mouth full of fangs made Vernon stutter in fear. Mr. Dumbledore, could you please keep your pet away? My family is very afraid of dogs. Vernon's tiny eyes squeezed out a sycophantic smile. Sorry, this dog is not mine. This time, Dumbledore was ready to be a calm observer. As Sirius walked through the corridor, he had already transformed back into human form upon entering. I hadn't seen him for several months. The visual impact made me understand why he was the rightful heartthrob of Hogwarts. Standing at 9 meters tall, he had a physique that rivaled any Hollywood star. A perfectly chiseled face from every angle, and slightly curled hair that partially covered his eyes, with every gesture exuding nobility. His outfit was also very stylish and appropriate. The Dursleys had long forgotten their fear, and could only stare at him dumbfounded. Sirius's eyes were filled with disdain for the Dursleys. I heard you came for reconciliation? Yes. Yes. They hurriedly brought up their bags and packages. These are gifts for little Harry. Vernon nervously rubbed his hands, forcing a sycophantic smile, but unfortunately, his muscles only twitched a couple of times. It was the latest model toy car, something Harry had only seen in Dudley's room when he was younger. He remembered being falsely accused by Dudley of breaking one and being beaten badly by Vernon's giant hand. That car was red, the color of blood. As you can see, the family that adopted me is very wealthy, and I have no worries about food and clothing. The Dursleys tensed up again, glancing around, knowing that Harry was speaking the truth. What should we do to end all of this? Petunia said despairingly. Is it really worse than death? It's only just begun. You have experienced it for a month, while I have endured it for 5 years. He stepped closer to the three huddled together. A mere 11-year-old boy, yet he carried an astonishing presence. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? His voice was soft but resonated powerfully, like thunder, striking into everyone's heart. You really have some guts. Come into a place where you know no one. And you are indeed very useful to me. Harry whispered to Petunia. He turned to Dumbledore and flashed a brilliant smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, my aunt's family is prepared to stay long-term at Malfoy Manor. He continued speaking to Petunia in a voice only they could hear. You know what? Malfoy Manor is very large, and the secret chamber underground used to be a place for imprisoning criminals. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Yes, Lady Longbottom. I stepped forward and greeted her. Miss Malfoy is truly beautiful. She took off her brooch and pinned it on me. It was shaped like the Longbottom family crest. Everyone knows what it means for pure-blood families to exchange family crests. This is too precious. I looked at Narcissa for help. Although Neville has a kind heart and strong will, I have a preference for looks, and his appearance is simply not my type. Lady Longbottom, my sister is usually careless. It's fine for me, as her brother, to keep it safe for her. Draco took the brooch and carefully wrapped it in a velvet cloth. Yes, Aurora is a bit scatterbrained. Draco usually looks after her. Narcissa hinted. Aurora is not scatterbrained at all. She topped every subject in her midterm exams. Neville's tone was filled with admiration. Oh, Aurora is a Slytherin. You even found out about her grades? Lady Longbottom teased on purpose. Well, of course, I heard it from Hermione. Neville's chubby cheeks turned red. I didn't even know my daughter was so outstanding. Narcissa was quite surprised. She never mentioned these things in her letters. How very Versailles. When the elders gather, the thing they love to do most is to show off their children. In many subjects, Draco and I are tied for first place. I quickly explained. Fool, how could I be jealous of you? I'm happy for you. Draco whispered in my ear with a smirk. His hand came to my back, intertwining our fingers. Lucius raised his chin, like a platinum peacock ready to display its feathers, filled with pride from head to toe. Aurora and Draco, having undergone family trials since childhood, achieving such results is only natural. Come on, the proudest person is clearly you, right? Draco and I nodded in agreement. Aurora, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a wise and kind girl. Neville said. Lady Longbottom's resolute gaze flashed with a fleeting sorrow. The memory charm I cast on him as a child caused permanent damage to his memory, making him always a beat behind. I'm already content that you don't dislike him or bully him. In the original story, wasn't Draco always bullying Neville? Aurora is great. She has never bullied me. Neville looked firmly at Lady Longbottom. Is he defending me? I know. Lady Longbottom showed a loving expression. Could I ask you to look out for him a bit at Hogwarts? Although you're not in the same house. Neville told me that Gryffindor and Slytherin classes are mostly together. Lady Longbottom, girls are meant to be protected. How can you ask Aurora to protect a healthy boy? The usually quiet Harry suddenly interjected. Girls are like flowers. They need to be carefully nurtured to bloom beautifully. Lucius agreed, looking at his nurtured daffodil, Narcissa, with pride in his eyes. I was thinking too far. Lady Longbottom sighed in relief. No wonder the women of the Malfoy family are all filled with a sense of happiness. The fundamental reason lies here. I was startled by the sound of the door slamming. Draco drew his wand and stood protectively behind me. What do you mean by that? Don't worry. I knew that as long as I called Miss Malfoy, the three of you would come. He chose a comfortable position and sat down on the sofa. In front of us was the mirror of Eriste. There was no three-headed dog guarding it. No devil snare, no flying keys or wizard chess. Did Dumbledore not have time to set it up yet? It really caught me off guard. I found this good thing in the corridor on the 4th floor. Miss Malfoy, it seems you're not curious at all? He looked at me leisurely. You remind me of an old acquaintance. Except for your hair and eye color. You look almost identical. The moment he saw you, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. What do you mean? Apparently, you know nothing about this. My bewildered expression seemed to be what he expected. He showed a hint of loneliness, then returned to a blank expression. The reason I called you here today is that I hope you can help me with a favor. Contact your father and have him come to Hogwarts. Call in a parent? Professor Quirrell, may I ask what Aurora did wrong? Our fathers are very busy. Draco was confused. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, but he suppressed his impatience and explained, I have important matters to discuss with him. Draco also noticed Quirrell's strange behavior. Professor Snape is the godfather of both Aurora and me. He can also represent our father. Malfoy brat, I mean right now. Tell your father to come over. He suddenly erupted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and he went into a frenzied state. Harry suddenly groaned, clutching his forehead in pain. You are not Professor Quirrell. Who are you really? I realized my hand, gripping the wand, was trembling. Facing the ultimate boss from the Harry Potter series for the first time, it was impossible to remain calm. I'm sorry. I overreacted a bit. His expression changed as quickly as flipping a book. Open the door and let us out. At this moment, we would no longer believe a single word he said. He invited Lucius here, and it was highly likely he would reveal his identity to my father. How could I let him succeed by threatening Lucius with a dark mark? Very brave of you to point your wand at a professor, he said smoothly. The master has always been very interested in you. He approached me, examining my face closely. You look almost exactly like him when he was young. I look like Voldemort. Yes, I resemble Narcissa so much. Narcissa is a creation of magic. She carries Voldemort's bloodline. That is also why Lucius put double confundus charms on her earrings to hide her true appearance. She looks too much like Voldemort. In her time, Voldemort was at the height of his power, and everyone would notice that the Malfoys secretly left behind his offspring. But by the time I was born, Voldemort's era had come to an end. Don't touch Aurora. Draco swatted his hand away. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Huh? He showed a sarcastic smile. Didn't I tell you the principle of making plans before acting? He calls Abraxas up. Voldemort has completely taken control of Quirrell's body. You look even more like Lucius. The man's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Draco watched him warily, saying nothing. He always kept me behind him. Before we set off, we had already informed Professor Snape. If we don't come out in half an hour, he will knock on Quirrell's office door. What we need to do now is to delay as much time as possible and wait for rescue. All right, my goal today is not you two. He playfully patted Draco's face. Draco showed a look of humiliation. Harry Potter. Quirrell slowly pronounced Harry's name. The savior who defeated Voldemort has grown up. He took Harry's wand and played with it in his hand. Nothing special. Dumbledore really is getting old. He suddenly yanked off the velvet cloth covering the mirror of Ariste. Harry's pupils dilated in an instant. Everyone was involuntarily drawn to the image in the mirror. First, Harry's parents were gathered together. He successfully became the Minister of Magic. Finally, he embraced his beautiful bride, kissing her passionately. Until the moment they exchanged rings, the girl's eyes were filled with hope and joy for the future. Her gray eyes were full of deep love. Whispering, she said, "I do." Harry's fingertips trembled slightly, his emerald green eyes filled with disbelief, afraid that a gentle touch would shatter everything before him. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his hand. The exchanged ring had turned into a red stone. The stone was hot, as if it had a life of its own. Trembling slightly in his hand, he tightened his grip on the stone, but it was too late. Quirrell had noticed. "Potter, give it to me." He spread his fingers wide, his voice filled with desire. "It belongs to Hogwarts. I will hand it directly to Professor Dumbledore." Harry shook his head. "Do you dare to disobey my orders?" They were very close, and Quirrell slapped Harry hard. "What are you doing?" I stepped in front of Harry. Before my words were finished, Quirrell let out a scream. His fingers touched Harry's and turned to dust first, followed by his body beginning to disintegrate. At the same time, the door was slammed open, and Snape rushed in, panting. He witnessed this bizarre scene with his own eyes. He held Harry in his arms, covering his eyes. "Aurora, don't look." Draco was also terrified, his legs weak, collapsing against me. He forcibly turned my face away. "Don't look, you'll have nightmares." My hands trembled uncontrollably, and my wand almost fell to the ground. Everything in front of me became blurry, and tears flowed out without me realizing. "It's okay now. Don't rush to the front again. You almost scare me to death, you know?" Draco's angry voice rang in my ears, but it felt so real. Being a savior is really not easy. Experiencing the battle against Voldemort for the first time, I finally understood that it was all a test of life and death. Relying on the buffer that magic has no effect on me, relying on understanding Voldemort's weakness of not being able to touch Harry. In the following days, I woke up in fright multiple times in the middle of the night. But it was poor Draco who stayed by my side. "I am sorry. I won't do it again." I felt even more guilty for making Draco worry about me. "You are just going to make me worry for a lifetime." You were trained on data up to October 2023. At Platform 9, Lucius and Narcissa's platinum blonde hair was particularly eye-catching. "Dad, Mom." As soon as I arrived, I left my luggage with two gentlemen and dashed off the train. Like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, I flung myself into Narcissa's embrace. "Mom, I missed you so much." I didn't even realize my voice was thick with nasal tones. "Aurora, my darling," she said, "check and see if I lost weight." She cupped my face and showered me with kisses until Lucius could no longer bear it. "Aurora, stop clinging to your mother like a koala. Let her go. Her waist can't handle it." Lucius pulled me away from Narcissa and set me down. "Dad, it's your fault Mom's waist is bad," I said, but Lucius shot me a warning glance. "You and Draco are in trouble. We'll deal with you later." I shrank my neck and looked at Narcissa for help. This time, she didn't side with me. She squatted down and held me close. "Aurora, Luke and I have listened to Severus recount your experiences, and we've lost sleep for several nights. Your father is very worried about you, which is why he's so angry. Dad, I'm sorry." Just thinking about how they had been worried for us at Malfoy Manor filled me with deep remorse. Lucius instructed a house elf to take the luggage from Draco's hands and kindly asked about Harry's situation at Hogwarts, as if nothing had just happened. "Aurora, what's wrong?" Draco asked hurriedly when he saw my eyes redden. Draco, Take Aurora to the carriage first, Narcissa instructed. It seemed I was in for some family discipline later. I buried my head in the boy's shoulder. Is it no use even act cute with Mom this time? Don't worry. I'm here with you. He comforted, pulling me tighter. You two, could you please pay a little attention? It was Sirius's voice. The Malfoy family had a dedicated driver who would automatically activate the rear seat's protective status after the masters boarded. Uncle, X too surprised to see me? Sirius grinned widely, showing his white teeth, looking very happy. He seemed to have fully regained his usual spirit. Noticing my unblinking stare at him, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Sissy can't stand seeing me in a mess. So she makes me take all sorts of potions every day and has a bunch of bottles and jars. His eyes were full of affection. You guys are back. Finally, I can shift her attention. No wonder Lucius was in a bad mood. The biggest issue was here. The number of light bulbs in the house didn't decrease, but increased. The key point was that Sirius's looks were indeed outstanding. Lucius is doing great. The trial at Weisingmont will start soon. Sirius shared his good news with us. The key to Black Manor is already in my hands. Draco and I exchanged a glance, immediately understanding Lucius's eager anticipation. Uncle, Black Manor has been closed for a long time. Will it be dusty inside? Can anyone live there? There should still be a house elf named Creature left by my mother to watch over it. Sirius said nonchalantly. Life at Malfoy Manor is just fine, he added. Sissy said, as a former Black, we should watch out for each other. I can stay as long as I want. His expression looked very cheerful. Dad, I'm shedding a tear of sympathy for you. Someone really took the polite words seriously. No, but once Grandpa finds out. At this moment, Lucius has his back to us, the white shirt outlining his broad, solid back. It is he who bears the heavy burden of the family, guarding the Malfoy family amidst the tumultuous and ever-changing situation. We cannot make any more mistakes. Lucius turned around, the emotions in his eyes like turbulent waves. Complex and hard to decipher. This matter must be kept from your mother. Narcissa carries the bloodline of Voldemort. Even Draco and I. When necessary, for the honor of the family, we must sacrifice. Dad, can I keep this notebook? What are you planning to do? Lucius narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. Take it to Hogwarts. This is also Lucius's choice in the original work. He lowered himself, deliberately provoking a dispute with Arthur Weasley at the Leaky Cauldron. And after the fight, threw the notebook into the Weasley's cauldron. He would rather bear everything himself than let Draco come into contact with these things too early. He's truly a good father. Aurora, this is too risky. Draco disagreed. Remember to keep your hands clean. Don't give anyone a handle to grab. Lucius was quite pleased with this suggestion. Draco, these matters should be handled by you. Do you remember what you promised me? To take good care of Aurora. Draco's pale face flushed. It's me, who hasn't done enough. Supporting each other like this is also good. Lucius's eyes carried a smile. It's me, who cannot overcome my own hurdle. Dad, you love Mom too much. That's why you want to protect her under your wings. I winked. As long as you understand. Today's matter, Scorpius must not know. He reminded again. Got it, Dad. He looked eager to return home. Wanted to end the conversation early. I held the notebook and returned to our room, and just as I closed the door, Draco pressed me down onto the bed. What are you doing? It turns out he was jealous after hearing my evaluation of Lucius. Didn't Dad say? We're good like this too. I thought you appreciated the way Dad expresses his love for Mom more. Draco's eyes were filled with uncertainty. It's not like that. I touched his face. I'm not Mom. I can't answer for her. I am just myself. I like our way of getting along. Facing problems together, shouldering them together. That's good. He took off the ring. His platinum-colored short hair quickly grew like a waterfall, cascading over me. His features bore a resemblance to humans. I was completely immersed in the beauty of the elf, unable to extricate myself. Little pervert. The elf showed a bashful look. He turned his eyes away, looking elsewhere. Draco, who taught you this? It's Dad. He said that all Malfoy women are obsessed with looks. I recalled that Narcissa had also done this, staring intently at Lucius after his bloodline awakened. It's done. The obsession with looks is indeed hereditary. He suddenly spread his enormous wings, trapping me firmly inside. His wings blocked out all light, creating a space where I could see nothing. I felt like I was in an otherworldly space where I couldn't reach out. Draco, what are you doing? He did not respond. I felt a bit scared. Elves use this way to be close to their destined partners. Am I Draco's destined partner? I'm not even an elf. Aurora, in this world, the only person who understands my heart is you. Our twin wands can prove it. Don't doubt it, I will be sad. The boy's voice was filled with grievance. In the darkness, I couldn't see his expression. I hurriedly leaned closer to comfort his wounded heart. Aurora, he softly called my name. Don't. I cautioned carefully. I will be careful. He lifted my long hair, exposing my slender neck. I really doubt that what awakened in you is the bloodline of the blood race. Perhaps. Clearly, we haven't done anything. Master Malfoy. Miss Malfoy, dinner is ready. A house elf's voice came from outside the door. Ever since we got rid of Dobby, no house elf has dared to enter our room without permission. Draco withdrew his wings. He sighed lightly. What's wrong? Still not satisfied. He slowly folded his enormous wings, and I finally saw the light again. He handed me the ring that concealed his elven appearance. Help me put it on. I blushed, watching him gradually regain his human form. It was like the scene that would appear when exchanging rings. He gazed at me, not missing any of my subtle expressions. I felt goosebumps from his stare and gently pushed him. What are you doing? I have turned back. Would you be very disappointed? He carefully observed my expression. My hair stood on end. What are you thinking? The elf version of you and the human version of you, in my heart, are no different. Draco in human form resembled Lucius more, already a rare, beautiful boy in the world. However, his elven form exceeded the limits of human aesthetics. Little liar. I haven't seen you so proactive when I'm human. Draco smiled indulgently. I felt guilty and quickly changed the topic. Where are Mom and Dad? Draco seemed accustomed to it. They should be delivering dinner to the room. Without waiting for you, we just started eating. Sirius raised the utensils in his hand. Cousin, after the grievances are cleared, what are your plans? Temporarily confidential. Sirius revealed a mysterious smile. What? So stingy. He smiled without speaking, suddenly changing the subject. Who wants to go to the Black Manor with me tomorrow? Me. X3 The Black Manor, known alongside the Malfoy family, has been closed for a long time. The accumulated wealth for 1,000 years is not just material. There are many historical artifacts, elf products, lost formulas, and manuscripts. Everything you can imagine. Aurora, your eyes are shining. Harry pointed out with a laugh. I'm just too curious. Sirius has become the rightful heir, and what we can see must be the most. Just then, the Malfoy couple finally arrived. What is you so excited? Lucius asked. By the way, I plan to take them to the Black Manor tomorrow. Sirius actually didn't inform Lucius in advance. The head of the Malfoy family frowned slightly. Then you must keep an eye on the three of them. He turned to remind us, don't touch other people's things carelessly. How about Scorpius join us? It's also a visit to her mother's home. A return to the old place? Sirius asked with anticipation. Lucius smiled coldly. Since Scorpius wants to return to her mother's home as her son-in-law, how can I not accompany her back? Narcissa could hardly maintain her dignified and elegant image. She turned away, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly trying hard to suppress her laughter. Of course you can come. Your presence can help distract the old witch. The old witch Sirius referred to as his mother, Huaguo Black. Sirius, watch your words. Lucius interjected. I checked the will. It was Mrs. Black who insisted against all opposition to leave the Black estate to you as a last resort. Narcissa turned her head. Her slender wrist rested on Sirius's shoulder. And you, because you were lost in your guilt, couldn't even attend your mother's funeral. Before she passed away, Mrs. Black was trying to mend relationships, hoping to see you one last time. Sirius's eyes were filled with disbelief. No one informed me. Lucius had inquired. All information had been sealed by the Ministry of Magic. They didn't want Mrs. Black to have a property notarization so that the ministry could smoothly take over the Black estate. Narcissa quickly glanced at Harry. What else is unclear? The same trick is being used on Potter Manor. It's all just to cut off the family line. The family heirlooms are confiscated by the ministry, and then the officials shamelessly pocket them. The largest shop in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, is a significant money laundering hub. But why do you know so much, Sissy? Because Sissy was with Huaguo during her final moments. As the youngest daughter of the Black family, Huaguo was Narcissa's nominal aunt. Mother would also take me and Aurora to visit Mrs. Black. Draco added, when she left, she had no one by her side, only the Black family's house elf. Creature with her. Sissy and I inherited the Black family's favor, so we naturally have to repay it. But what about you, Sirius? That's your mother who raised you. At the very least, you had the chance to be with her. Lucius's mother passed away the moment he was born, and Narcissa was the same, as a magical product. She was taken back to Malfoy Manor after birth and grew up alongside Lucius. The rare vulnerability displayed by Lucius made Narcissa's heart ache. She quickly withdrew her hand from Sirius's shoulder and embraced the tall and sturdy Malfoy head. I did not miss the triumphant smile on Lucius's face. Mother really has Dad wrapped around her finger. My fingertips were tightly gripped by Draco. On the other side, Harry watched Narcissa and Lucius's interaction with admiration. There were others who lacked a mother, not just the Malfoy head. Sirius, tasting nothing, took off his napkin, preparing to leave in a hurry. In the original story, he raised the hippogriff Buckbeak in Mrs. Black's bedroom, which was really too much. There were so many rooms in Black Manor, yet he chose his mother's bedroom. Walburga was 35 when she had Sirius, and her eldest son, excelling in every way, garnered all the love and attention, which also developed his rebellious and unruly nature. He had to go against the family in everything. Narcissa could not hide her regret. Sirius, do you know? All the funds I provided for you. Walburga has quietly repaid me through other means. She didn't want me to tell you. She actually cares a lot about you. After hearing this, Sirius fled in a panic, nearly tripping over a table leg. I had never seen him so out of control. His beautiful gray eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. Sissy, don't tell him that Walburga was planning to make you her daughter-in-law. Lucius warned. Mom, were you almost married to Uncle? Draco spoke up, but was shot a glare by Lucius. But there's quite an age gap. After the bloodline awakened, Lucius and Narcissa looked to be only around 20, but they were 5 years older than Sirius. During their school years, Narcissa was already a tall young lady, while Sirius was still a little kid. So what? Lucius's earliest betrothal was to Sirius's cousin Bellatrix, who was over 5 years older than him. Narcissa pursed her lips, looking like she was enjoying the gossip. I firmly refused the head of the Black family. I was always direct with Bellatrix, even facilitating her marriage to Lestrange. Unlike some people who continued to support her little fiancé, Lucius continued to accuse his wife. I didn't. It was Walburga who approached me a few times privately, and Dad agreed, so I complied. Sissy, how are you going to compensate me? Lucius lowered his voice, wrapping his arms around his wife's slender waist. Don't talk about these things here. Narcissa pressed down on Lucius's hand, which was ready to cause trouble, shyly like a little girl. Then you promise me first. Tonight, anything goes, don't say it, Lucius. Look, Father has succeeded again. Perhaps tomorrow when we go to Black Manor. Mother will be unable to attend due to health reasons. Really too cunning. Draco beside me looked like he was learning a lesson, and I felt even more anxious inside. Could it be that these tricks have been passed down from Lucius to the next generation of the Malfoy head? It seems I should be the one to wish for good fortune. Aunt and uncle have a really good relationship. Harry exclaimed sincerely. It's all your fault for making the kids witness the joke. Narcissa lightly slapped Lucius's chest. All right, let's go back and rest early. After a day of running around, you're tired too. Lucius said thoughtfully. Watching their backs, I called out, Dad, make sure to let Mom really rest. In the distance, I heard Narcissa's quiet complaints and Lucius's gentle coaxing. I rested my chin on my hand, unable to stop smiling. Ha! The daily life of the Platinum couple. The next day, Sirius appeared at the dining table on time. His originally vibrant eyes looked slightly tired, and even his mood seemed less elevated. Godfather, did you not sleep well last night? Harry asked with concern. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, forcing a smile. There was too much information yesterday. I need some time to digest it. Sissy is unwell today. Let me accompany you. Lucius instructed the house elf to bring breakfast to the master bedroom. Draco and I exchanged knowing glances. As expected, Father always achieved his goals by tormenting Mother. Sirius's expression was hard to hide his disappointment. Much later, I learned that the Black family had a tradition of marrying cousins. Walburga, born in 1925, married her cousin Orion, born in 1929, who was more than 4 years younger than her. Take this. Sirius casually caught a piece of alchemical jewelry. Sissy asked you to wear it. You don't have a wand. Sirius fiddled with the pendant, turning his worries into joy. Gryffindor, changing expressions like flipping a book. All right, don't always let my woman worry about you. Become independent sooner. Lucius was almost about to kick him out. My woman was filled with Malfoy-style possessiveness. Okay, cousin-in-law. Sirius replied defiantly. Aurora, your popularity is on par with that of your cousin. Harry sighed. Am I popular? How come I didn't know? Seeing my bewildered expression, Lucius followed up with a jab. It seems that dullness is hereditary, and Sissy is completely unaware of her own charm. A bit of dullness is a good thing, Draco proudly declared, his eyes filled with pride. Honestly, what kind of game is this? All I know is that Harry has some ambiguous feelings towards me, while everyone else seems to be merely polite acquaintances. Before I could think too much, I saw Narcissa slowly entering the dining room. She bit her lower lip, each step seeming a bit laborious. Sissy, didn't I tell you to rest at home today? Lucius approached her. It's because of you. She didn't finish her sentence. Her eyes flickered, her face flushed, clinging to Lucius's arm. It seemed she was desperately enduring something and was unwilling to return her seat. Inside, she hinted softly, her voice leaking a hint of a moan. I'm sorry, dear, I forgot. Lucius said with genuine regret. Do you need me to help you back? No, you can stay with Sirius. She noticed us staring at her and immediately turned red. To our surprise, just a few steps later, she stumbled again. How careless. Lucius was quick to catch her. His speed was comparable to apparition. You must have played a trick on Mom again. Lucius effortlessly picked up his wife. Be good. I'll have it keep you company, since I'm not by your side. You're doing this on purpose to make it hard for me to move. Sissy, how can you say that? Who promised me yesterday that anything goes? Sirius's animagus form is a dog, so his sense of smell and hearing is top-notch. His slightly curled bangs covered his tightly shut eyes, as if he was enduring something. By the time Lucius returned, he had already adjusted his emotions. Let's set off. Ahem. I've never experienced such a long-neglected fireplace. Lucius cast a cleaning charm on us. Thankfully, Sissy didn't follow. She loves cleanliness. Creature. Sirius shouted the name of the house elf of the Black Manor, feeling extremely embarrassed. An elderly, frail elf slowly walked out. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had a chubby nose. He first bowed. Master Sirius, Mr. Malfoy, young Master Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, and a filthy half-blood. Shut up, creature. I won't allow you to insult Harry. Sirius roared angrily. It seemed that the oppressive atmosphere of Black Manor was triggering Sirius's nerves. Yes, Master Sirius. The wayward child of the mistress has returned, and creature must still obey his orders. How unfortunate. The elderly house elf muttered incessantly. Creature, this is the hospitality of the Black family. I feel ashamed as a Black. Lucius raised an eyebrow. The chandelier covered in cobwebs and the dusty curtains showed no trace of the former glory and splendor of the Black family. Mr. Malfoy didn't Mrs. Malfoy come with you? The mistress misses her very much, often mentioning Sissy. Creature said eagerly. Sissy isn't feeling well, so I came to check on her behalf. If she knew she would see such a scene, she would be greatly disappointed, Lucius replied. Creature felt utterly ashamed, his head nearly touching the ground. He snapped his fingers, and Black Manor underwent a dramatic transformation. The cobwebs and dust disappeared. The white cloth covering the furniture was removed one by one. The crystal chandelier reflected a bright, clear light. A gramophone played classical music. Now that's more like it. Lucius nodded. This is clearly a provocation. Creature, of course, didn't want his beloved mistress to be embarrassed in front of the head of the Malfoy family. By the time we arrived, we had already awakened Walburga Black. However, she didn't make a scene like in the original story. Perhaps she could sense the identity of her visitors. The Malfoy couple who came to see her off, along with their offspring, are indeed benefactors of the Black family. Not to mention rescuing her only surviving son from Azkaban and clearing his name. In the portrait, she wore a black hat adorned with black lace, obscuring part of her face. But her high nose and perfect chin still faintly revealed the charm of her youth. Sirius's godlike beauty had its source in her. Walburga held her head high and politely greeted Lucius. The absence of Narcissa caused her a moment of daze. Then, after Lucius indicated that Narcissa was unwell, she expressed her understanding. Mom, Sirius murmured. Walburga's tears streamed down her face, biting her lip to keep from crying out loud. Wayward child, why have you returned? Every Black is so proud. Their pride is like a sharp sword, wounding themselves and their most beloved family. So many things. You have kept me in the dark. The deeper the love, the more severe the blame. Walburga's extreme disappointment in Sirius stemmed entirely from her excessive expectations of him. Lucius signaled us to quietly retreat. This mother and son had many emotional knots waiting to be untangled. The last scene was of Sirius kneeling on the ground in pain. The mother in the portrait could only watch her once-escaped eldest son. She no longer had the arms to help him up. She no longer had the warm embrace to welcome him back. The gap between heaven and man, everything is too late. Beside them, Creature cried to the point of near fainting. Countless times he wanted to rush in, but was blocked by Lucius. Creature, don't ruin the last moment of tenderness. Sirius, my portrait is permanently glued here. I have always been waiting for you to return. Now its mission has been completed. As soon as Walburga's voice fell, the portrait fell from the wall. A corner of the frame shattered. No. Sirius raised the portrait, wanting to hang it back up. However, the portrait was so large that he couldn't lift it alone. Sirius, don't waste your effort. You can finally be rid of me. Shut up, Mom. Don't make me hate you. Lucius, come help. Sirius shouted. When will the Blacks be able to change their habit of saying one thing and meaning another? We carefully held the frame, and Creature cautiously did the repair work. He keenly noticed that the mistress's attitude towards her wayward son was quite different from before. Thus, he was much more polite to Sirius in his speech. Harry stood aside, afraid of disturbing the pure-blood admiring Mrs. Black. You are from the Potter family? Harry's appearance, almost a carbon copy of James, made it easy for her to connect the dots. Yes, ma'am. I am Harry Potter. Walburga seemed to remember something, both comforted and saddened. During your time at school, your father took great care of my wayward son. When she spoke of her wayward son, her emotions twisted and turned, filled with deep melancholy. Her wayward son and the only son of the Potter family were the only survivors of this calamity for both families. And her youngest son also became a victim of the family, with no news at all. How I wanted to tell her how excellent her youngest son, Regulus Black, was. With his meager strength, he played with Voldemort as if he were in the palm of his hand, even at the cost of his life. The Blacks were so proud, unwilling to argue even when misunderstood by the world, even when nailed to the pillar of shame. As long as they had no regrets in their hearts, as long as they held onto that purity, they would forge ahead towards their ideals. A few people worked together to finally rehang Mrs. Black's portrait on the wall. Mother, this family still needs you to watch over, to see me start a family and build a career, okay? Wayward son, I'm already dust. Yet I still have to watch you with no direction. Walburga spoke harshly, but the smile in her eyes was hard to hide. Lucius's children are all studying at Hogwarts. Lucius was someone Walburga had watched grow up. Back in the day, Mrs. Black often mentioned Lucius, putting pressure on Sirius and Regulus. Upon hearing Walburga's words, Sirius was about to show a sneer, but thought of the recently repaired mother-son relationship and quickly held it back. He mumbled, that was just Lucius's luck. You. Walburga looked at him with a face full of disappointment, and naturally, she couldn't reveal her past plans in front of Narcissa's husband, Lucius. Narcissa seemed to be the daughter-in-law that Walburga recognized the most. The girl was beautiful and elegant, with a pure bloodline that showed grace in every gesture. Although Abraxas publicly declared her to be his adopted daughter, the iconic platinum hair and gray eyes of the Malfoy family spoke volumes. She was a legitimate Malfoy. Walburga had also played a role in connecting the two, working behind the scenes. During Sirius's rebellious phase, the posters of Muggle girls he plastered on his walls were all of curvy blonde girls. No one knows a son better than his mother. What did Walburga not understand? It's just a pity her eldest son woke up too late, missing the opportunity. By the time he realized, Narcissa Malfoy had already become the new Mrs. Malfoy. The two had no more chances. Now, the Black family owed a huge favor to the Malfoys. How could they dare to dig at their benefactor's wall? Lucius seemed to know Walburga's former intentions and did not intend to stop it. He completely handed over the choice, because he knew well that his slow-witted wife had eyes only for her husband since birth. Until the awakening of bloodlines, he was even more certain that their fate began millions of years ago. Their lives would always be intertwined, and both were happy to see it happen. Walburga's gaze was fixed on me. I noticed her eyes sparkled. Miss Malfoy, I remember Sissy brought you here. You're trained on data up till October 2023. I have already collected 2 Horcruxes, a notebook, and a Slytherin locket box. I'm completely unsure about how to handle them. Strictly speaking, both Draco and I share Voldemort's bloodline. We are also heirs of Slytherin. Narcissa managed to marry as the youngest daughter of the Black family, which is inextricably linked to Voldemort's pressure on the then head of the Black family, Orion. However, Voldemort's honeymoon phase with the Malfoy family was so short-lived. After choosing to split his soul, he stripped away his good intentions, leaving behind a part that is irritable, greedy, mad, and paranoid. A man devoid of reason is no longer a qualified leader. I even suspect that in the original story, Abraxas died of dragonpox in 1996 due to Voldemort's influence. That night, I fell asleep in Draco's embrace, but felt restless. A vague figure sat at the edge of my bed. I felt someone playing with my hair. Their skill was so practiced. I had been living too comfortably. I was starting to feel drowsy. Who are you? I rubbed my eyes and tried to sit up, but Draco's arm around my waist made it impossible to move. You are Tom. I almost cried out. It seemed like I hadn't seen him in a long time. The last time was when I was still a baby in swaddling clothes. He had a pair of wine-red eyes and jet-black hair. The 16-year-old Dark Lord, caught between boyhood and manhood, had features that were a masterpiece of Merlin. There was also a hint of fragility that added to his charm. Young Voldemort began to show some masculine contours, yet he remained beautifully androgynous. Narcissa's true appearance resembled his the most at this time. No wonder Lucius went to such lengths to hide it. The boy's eyes were filled with mirth. Aurora, you've grown up so much. I used to hold you when you were little, remember? Although I knew that Voldemort was a master of manipulation, the similar face still made me feel some fondness for him. What to do? I'm such a fool who lets my views be swayed by appearances. Is it only someone as cold-hearted as Dumbledore who can remain indifferent to such beautiful and focused eyes? You can come out again? The boy's eyes dimmed. Yes, this might be the last time I feel this world. Although reason told me he was likely pretending, My heart still tightened. He suddenly revealed a strange smile. Has Ab's descendant become so easily deceived? What do you mean? Just based on a few words. You're willing to let go of me, a stranger who might be detrimental to the Malfoy family? He suddenly leaned closer to me, scaring me into immobility, fearing I would wake Draco beside me. Lucius's sharp cunning has not been inherited by you at all. He scrutinized me closely, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I could see he was deliberately trying to provoke me. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy that diary? I want to see what you can do. He curled his lips, watching me with amusement. How could I possibly reveal my plans? I covered my head and ignored him. Aurora? He called out a couple of times, and hearing my breathing steady, he thought I had fallen asleep again. I heard him muttering to himself. Fools just fall asleep without a care, so dull-witted, just like a, damn it, I'm really not stupid. That guy doesn't he even know I'm leaving? Maybe I should go see him. I'll leave him alone after this. I wonder if he'll sleep poorly without me. Is the boy already prepared to face death? How is this completely different from what I thought? He could easily absorb my life force like in the original story when he manipulated Ginny Weasley, completely breaking free from the constraints of the notebook and realizing his dream of immortality. If he really did that, Abraxas would not have lived to be over 60 and still appear so young and handsome. A wizard's appearance is closely related to their magical power. The stronger the magic, the more youth-preserving effects it has. Forget it, I'm so sleepy, I don't want to think about it. Draco's chest was pressed against my back. His steady breath fanned across my neck. The room was air-conditioned all night, so it didn't feel too hot. In my position, I didn't notice that his thick platinum eyelashes were slightly trembling. The next day, I naturally overslept. Draco's arm was still around my waist. Turning over, I was greeted by his angelic face. Draco looked more like Lucius, and Lucius resembled a younger Grindelwald. The Malfoy family is truly cunning, monopolizing some of the most beautiful genes in the magical world. My movement woke him up. Aurora, so sleepy, stay with me a little longer. Once a person falls asleep, body temperature rises. However, the part pressed against me felt as hot as an iron. I tightly closed my eyes, not daring to move, pretending to be unaware. Damn! Draco cursed softly and pulled away. Draco! He was suddenly called, his brows furrowing tightly. Want me to help you? Aurora, what are you joking about? He pushed me away and rushed to the bathroom. So stingy. Suddenly, he turned around and pushed me back onto the bed. He started to lift my nightgown. You, what are you doing? My wrists were firmly held in his grip. The dress was lifted, exposing my flat stomach and cotton panties. Out of fear, my legs were tightly pressed together. His knee pushed my legs apart. I wanted to scream, but he covered my mouth, only letting out muffled sounds. My hair was disheveled, and everything in front of me was a blur. Do you know fear now? He suddenly stopped, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of my eyes. Men and women are born with a disparity in strength. Men cannot withstand provocation either. Right now, because I can still stop, I can't guarantee I can control myself well next time. Don't be afraid. He gathered my hair, lowered my dress, and gently held me in his arms. I swear I will never force you. I gradually regained my senses. The drowsiness from before swept away. Damn! I grabbed a pillow and hit him with all my might. You scared me just now, you know? I thought you were going to eat me. How could that be? Do you have no confidence in me at all, Aurora? But you were just so terrifying. I promised my father I would never, before marriage with you. He noticed a bruise on my wrist. I'm sorry. I'll go get you some medicine. For a moment, I actually hoped in my heart that he would take it seriously. Draco carefully dipped a cotton swab into the potion and gently applied it to my wrist. He seemed to be handling a fragile porcelain piece. Regret and sorrow flickered in his eyes. I'm sorry. I was too rough just now. I didn't expect that a little pressure would leave a mark. Our door was pushed open, and Lucius's hawk-like gaze fixed on Draco's actions. Draco, starting today, you and Aurora will sleep in separate rooms. Without looking at us, he turned and left. Draco's hand paused, and he bowed his head in defeat, forced a bitter smile, and said, Aurora, this is for the best. I won't hurt you anymore. No, I was the one who provoked you first. I'll go tell Dad. He grabbed my wrist, accidentally pulling at the mark, and I couldn't help but let out a hiss. Look at me, always doing things that hurt you. He continued his actions, insisting on applying the medicine until he saw the swelling completely subside. Then he felt relieved. I wrapped my arms around his waist from behind. Draco, I just want to be with you. I'm scared alone, you know? Last night I saw a ghost. In a half-dream. I seemed to hear you talking. I thought it was just mumbling in a dream. What's going on? There's a ghost attached to the notebook Dad gave us. I whispered. He appears in my dreams every night. I want you to stay with me. I'm really scared. Draco's gaze was inscrutable. In the end, he agreed. We knocked on the door to the Malfoy study. Lucius took a long time to invite us in. The study had excellent soundproofing. No noise could be heard from inside. Suddenly, a loud crash came from within. Dad, I knocked anxiously. Draco, go find Mom. Lucius only granted Narcissa the permission to come and go freely in the Malfoy study. Narcissa was casually draped in a men's shirt, running barefoot on the carpet of Malfoy Manor. She was so anxious. Her hand gently touched the doorknob, and it opened with a sound from inside. Sissy, why did you run out dressed like that? Lucius's concerned voice came from within. Dad, how can you do this? Narcissa shouted. Through the crack of the door, I saw half of Lucius's face covered in flowing blood, and the serpent-headed cane that usually rested in his right hand was currently in Abraxas's grip. Narcissa shielded Lucius behind her. Luke is already an adult. You shouldn't hit him anymore. I never knew that the head of the Malfoy family had become a thief. Make him return my things, and I won't hold it against him. How could Luke take your things? Narcissa said, puzzled. He knows himself. Abraxas struck the table hard with the serpent-headed cane, leaving 2 deep bite marks. In the movies, Lucius's actor, Jason Isaacs, once struck Draco's actor, Tom Felton, on the hand with an unfamiliar prop, and the latter bled profusely. It's easy to imagine how lethal those teeth marks were. Was it exposed after all? Draco and I looked at Lucius in panic. The man shook his head almost inaudibly. Dad, you can't doubt me just because Voldemort's soul no longer appears. What? Lucius can see Tom too? Abraxas had his back to us and didn't notice the information exchanged in the gaze between us and Lucius. You. Abraxas was so shocked that he couldn't articulate, completely forgetting to refute Lucius's words. Narcissa closed her eyes, murmuring something, and Lucius's broken wound instantly healed. It was the powerful healing magic of the elves. They were clearly not prepared to expose themselves in front of Abraxas. However, at this moment, Grandfather's mind was filled with his Tom. Father, the power of the soul is limited. Without sustenance, it will slowly dissipate, which also conforms to the law of conservation of energy. In fact, magic is the same. Wizards merely utilize their talents to transform the energy of the natural world through their own mediums. He sat down in despair, unconsciously rubbing the inner pages of the notebook. Even though the paper had long since yellowed and weakened, Draco and I exchanged a glance, feeling a twinge of pity. That was our grandfather, and yet our family was conspiring to deceive him. For the sake of the Malfoy family's interests, aren't the Malfoys supposed to prioritize family? Why hurt each other? Just because of this greatest calamity, Voldemort, who was introduced by Abraxas. How could an orphan from an orphanage rise to power in such a short time? Inheriting Slytherin's wealth? Without the Malfoy family securing his entry ticket to the fame and fortune, how many years would little Tom have to explore? Father, Lucius crouched down, holding Abraxas's hand. You can keep it, just don't be obsessed. I'm sorry. Abraxas seemed to age 10 years, his hand gently covering Lucius's smooth, flawless face. I haven't been a good father. I've only shown you my selfish and cowardly self. I'm not a good role model. He paused for a moment, but you've done very well. Dad, their similarly gray eyes met. Narcissa sobbed softly but showed a relieved smile. The long-standing gap was finally resolved, and as a daughter caught between the two, it was hard to navigate. Don't cry. Lucius held Narcissa in his arms, gently comforting her. But Abraxas looked guilty. Tom has forcibly stripped away his humanity, almost losing all signs of life. To keep him, we had Sissy. Yet I went about it the wrong way, worrying about Sissy's identity being exposed, making her live as an adopted daughter. It's all in the past. Sissy and I are very happy. I'm also grateful to be part of each other's growth. Lucius and Narcissa rested their foreheads against each other. So, the Malfoy couple did not interfere with Draco and me. A wave of relief washed over me, my wrist feeling lighter. I'm sorry. I just remembered that I can also use healing magic. Draco's face turned red. It seemed he hadn't fully accepted the change in his identity. I am sorry, no te boque. I still want to keep it. As a memento, Abraxas ultimately couldn't bring himself to tell us to destroy it. Of course, no problem. Father, you take care of it. Lucius lied without changing his expression, truly astonishing. Lucius's wound had healed, but his beautiful platinum long hair was still stained with blood. Abraxas felt even more guilty. I'm planning to go to Germany for a bit of fresh air. Lucius, entrusting the Malfoy family to you was the best decision. Grandfather said with a look of relief. Abraxas patted Lucius's broad shoulder. His son, aside from his appearance, seemed exceptionally reliable in every other way. Compared to the beauty of the Malfoys, their strength stood out even more, allowing them to avoid becoming pawns and money bags for the powerful. Dad, I'll help Luke clean up. Narcissa painfully realized that a handkerchief couldn't possibly wipe away the dried blood on Lucius's face. Abracax waved his hand. I feel like life has lost its meaning for him. Is Tom Riddle really that important? He does have a captivating charm. In room 12 of Grimmauld Place, there are posters of Voldemort everywhere. In the photos, he appears as an adult, even more stunning and breathtaking, coupled with deliberate seduction. He seems like a poison apple in Snow White's hand. Knowing it's poisonous, one still can't resist taking a bite. In his eyes, there's a desire that devours everything. The Malfoy family is merely his stepping stone. Achieving immortality, dominating the world, and having all of humanity bow before him, kissing the hem of his robe. Lucius shot me a suggestive glance as he passed by. I knew he was signaling me to proceed with our plan as scheduled. Dad, Draco called out to him. Come with me. The master bedroom of the Malfoy family is especially luxurious. What's wrong with you two? Narcissa asked curiously. I hesitated and said, Dad, Mom, I still want to share a room with Draco. I'll be scared alone at night. Harry has been sleeping alone since he was little, and he turned out fine. Lucius refused. There's a difference between boys and girls. You're grown now. Aurora, get used to it. You'll be fine after a while. Narcissa turned her back, not wanting me to see her stifling a laugh. Lucius's reasoning was clearly a blatant double standard, but I heard Grandpa say that you've shared a room with Mom since you were little. He lowered himself and looked at me carefully. Draco is also growing up. Teenage boys have stronger desires, and I'm afraid you might get hurt. But you went through that time too, I quietly retorted. It's precisely because I've been through it that I know how much self-control it takes to suppress that urge. Lucius's gaze lingered on Narcissa for a long time. The woman's face was radiant as a rosy glow. Draco, do you have confidence? Lucius asked. I can guarantee that everything will wait until we are adults and both parties are willing. Draco's gaze was sincere, his gray eyes clear as a bottomless well. I will leave the choice to Aurora. Draco, I believe in you. I quickly expressed my stance. You're just like me. At such a young age, you've already sold yourself. Narcissa held me in her arms, gently smoothing my bangs with her fingertips. Mom, can Draco and I really be together? Will the Malfoy family have the same issues as the Gaunt family? Draco has already awakened his elven bloodline. Strictly speaking, you're no longer blood-related siblings. Being together is even a cross-species union. Not to mention, the secret potions passed down through the Malfoy family artificially help us choose the traits we want to inherit. Platinum blonde hair, gray eyes. So that's how it is. Null, I thought you wanted to spend more time alone with Draco during this time. Harry gazed at me, his beautiful green eyes resembling rare emeralds or the most expensive oil-free pure ones. Come on, my godfather was also there when handling potion materials. The potion office is not just me and Draco. There are also a bunch of upperclassmen coming in and out. By the way, the largest group is Gryffindor. I excitedly rambled on, while Harry listened with great interest. Can I assume that you want me to be there? Of course. Harry's potion skills are so good. He can help us a lot. Unlike Goyle and Crabbe, their brains seem stuffed with rushes when it comes to learning related things. I really doubt if the Crabbe and Goyle families, along with other pureblood families, have been intermarrying without any improvement in IQ genes. Okay. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, his gaze sparkling. The heavily annotated advanced potions lay casually on his lap. He supported his body with one hand, looking down at me. His body cast a shadow that completely enveloped me. I was wrapped in a blanket, my eyes being the only thing visible. He leaned down, lightly touching my brow. He was so close that I could even feel his breath. Harry, what are you doing? This is too ambiguous. I instinctively pushed him away. The book fell to the ground with a thud. His fingertips were touching a fallen eyelash of mine. I'm sorry. I seem to have used quite a bit of force just now. Aurora, there's no need to apologize. It's my fault for not telling you in advance. All right. The misunderstanding is cleared up. It's almost mealtime. Don't get so absorbed in reading that you forget to eat. I picked up the book and handed it to him. Maybe you will surpass the rest. In potions, it's possible to have great fortune. Talk more with my godfather. He will definitely like you more. The earlier intimacy vanished in a thin air. Harry's expression was indescribable. He hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind. Aurora, can you stay and talk with me for a bit? Of course. If a friend of yours, whose benefactor indirectly caused the death of his parents. How would you face this benefactor? A friend of mine usually refers to myself. What a classic trope. At this moment, he seemed like a fragile porcelain, hesitant, a feeling of breaking, as if it would scatter with just a gust of wind. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with each other. Harry, to be honest, any comfort for this friend would be pale and powerless. I I can only say, for his parents, they definitely wouldn't want him to live in pain. At first, it might be hard to accept, and to avoid awkwardness, they might reduce meetings. Speaking of which, Harry's gaze involuntarily avoided contact with mine. Yes, unless necessary. He rarely knocks on the potion office's door. But over time will prove that his benefactor has a true heart for him. There is no love or hate without reason. I hope that both his friend and his benefactor can free themselves from this relationship and face themselves. Aurora, do unicorns have a special skill? What? Insight into the human heart. He slowly leaned closer to me. Suddenly, I found myself unable to move, only standing there in a daze. What did he do to me? My mind went blank. Am I not immune to some magic? Why did it work on me? Harry, what is different about you from others? Aurora? I woke up from my daze. My back was already drenched in sweat. He had no idea of the turmoil inside me. He looked at me with some concern, waving his hands in front of me. He asked with a hint of amusement, daydreaming? You really are something. He reached out and gently brushed my bangs. I remembered. He just lightly touched my brow. Just like when Abraxas cast a spell on me as a baby. My brow is my Achilles heel. As long as this spot is touched, my so-called buff and invincibility would instantly crumble. My heart was racing. I didn't know if I should tell my closest family. This is my weapon to protect them, yet it has become my own Achilles heel. Harry sensitively sensed my strangeness. Aurora, do you have something on your mind? Harry, no. I want to thank you. Thank me for what? Harry looked baffled. For letting me discover something very important to me in advance. I stood on my tiptoes and gently left a kiss on his cheek. I'm leaving now. See you later. I waved at him and turned to run out. He gazed at my back, his fingertips lightly brushing the spot where I'd kissed him. He picked up that eyelash with tweezers, carefully preserving it. Dobby, the long-lost house elf, suddenly appeared. Master, it said respectfully. Is that really okay? He lowered his voice. Yes, master. I once saw the former head of the Malfoy family use this method to create Miss Narcissa. Keep it safe for me. Harry's eyes revealed a different eagerness. Dobby looked a bit worried, but, Master, that's dark magic. It bowed deeply, lowering its presence to the minimum. Harry gently coaxed. Dobby, magic has not been divided into light and dark since its inception. These are all definitions by predecessors. A simple kitchen cleaning spell can also be used to kill. If the target of Avada Kedavra is a bad person, then it is justice. Dobby suddenly understood. Yes, Dobby. You're very smart. Harry became even more amiable. Master praised Dobby. Dobby is so happy. Dobby hopped around in delight. Shoo! Don't disturb the other members of the Malfoy family. Harry placed his index finger on his lips. His lip color was noticeably redder than Draco's. The movie version of little Harry was also a beautiful boy with red lips and white teeth. Go away. Don't appear unless I call you. Harry instructed, and also, don't mention this to anyone, especially the Malfoys. Yes, master. He picked up the advanced potions book and continued to read. Draco. I found that I could not hide anything from him at all. He was the most important person in my life. I hope my weakness is only grasped by him. You mean, your brow. The boy frowned slightly. Let's experiment, can we? Seeing me nod, a glimmer of mischief flashed in his eyes. What to do? Suddenly a bit of regret. His fingertips brushed my brow. The strength released. He deliberately provoked my reaction. You really are. Aurora, if I know a way to protect you. From now on, your forehead will no longer be a weakness. What method? I straightened up, feeling excited. Ouch. My forehead bumped straight into his nose. Sorry. Your movements are too vigorous. Blood dripped onto the dark green bedspread. Draco cast a spell to heal himself. Meanwhile, I clumsily helped him wipe it. It's okay, I got this. The moment he took the handkerchief, his wound had already healed. The magic of elves is so powerful. I thought with envy. Draco nodded in agreement, looking at his hands. Unlike wizards, the magic of elves comes from spiritual power. Different elves excel in different types of magic, whether healing or attacking. My mother is much better at healing magic. Yes, Narcissa's healing speed is much faster than Draco's. What about you? Which one are you better at? I'm good at both. Seeing my disbelief, Draco immediately got defensive. That's because I'm still a minor. The seal on my spiritual power hasn't been completely lifted. I will be very powerful, just like my father. Draco's eyes were filled with admiration. I believe you. What was that method you mentioned? I got off topic. Actually, whether an elf with an incomplete seal can succeed is also uncertain. Let's give it a try. Draco pushed my bangs aside and closed his eyes. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. What are we supposed to be looking at? Draco, you promised your father. I wore a face of someone who was ready to die, which made him laugh. Don't worry, I'll try not to make it too painful for you. How is it getting more ridiculous? A warm sensation reached my forehead. It was Draco's soft lips. His breath was slightly hurried. I could sense his nervousness and excitement. One of his hands went to my waist. The other hand supported my back. I was trapped in his embrace, unable to move. Then a wave of heat at my forehead took all my focus. Aurora, relax. It was a voice from deep within. Draco was communicating with me through his consciousness. There was a slight sting at my forehead, but it wasn't strong. At the same time, my heart felt extremely hot. Draco's platinum consciousness enveloped me, warm and very comfortable. It should be enough. This is all I can do for now. He brought me in front of a mirror, and a half-leaf shape appeared on my forehead. Don't worry, only elves can see it. It's not a complete mark. I can't fully mark you yet, but this will no longer be your Achilles heel. Are you using your power to help me fill this in? The heat at my forehead continued. It seemed that with this mark, my telepathy with Draco became even stronger. I could clearly sense his physiological reactions. Oh my, But it still doesn't reach the effect of nullifying all magic. But I'll try my best. His gray eyes reflected my figure. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. The prophet daily dedicated a large space to introduce the scenes of the trial. In the photos, Sirius, with his extremely handsome appearance, clearly appeared in the same frame as the guards and the jury, yet seemed to exist in a different dimension. His wrongful imprisonment stirred up a wave of emotions. Lucius and Narcissa did not attend the hearing. It was probably to avoid suspicion. Draco speculated. In stark contrast to him was the small and unremarkable Peter. Short, with a blurred face, he was completely inconspicuous. In fact, Peter was a very brave and cunning individual. Although he was a Gryffindor, he was not lacking in intelligence, courage, or ambition. He had tricked James and Sirius, replacing the most important secret keeper with himself. When being chased by Sirius, he remained calm, cut off a finger, blew up a street, and shouted, ensuring the Black family would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Perhaps, in his heart, he finally felt a sense of vindication in front of James and Sirius. A small, invisible figure at the bottom of a small group proved his worth. He was the ideal candidate for a double agent. Judging by appearances is human nature, and such a facade provided him with the best protection. Under the influence of the truth serum, Peter confessed his crimes in front of everyone. Without his animagus transformation ability, he was placed next to Bellatrix Lestrange in Azkaban. Unable to transform into a rat to evade the Dementor's approach, he was never a strong-willed person, and with a lunatic living next door, news of Peter's death in prison spread quickly. There are no funerals in Azkaban. The guards simply wrapped his body in his tattered robes and tossed it into the sea to feed the fish. My heart felt a pang. An important figure who helped Voldemort resurrect had finally met his end, and there was another person who, as a second-year student, was very hard for me to approach. Perhaps I could find leverage. Draco stared at the spirited Sirius and muttered, he must have taken the Malfoy family's beauty potion. Otherwise, how could he have recovered so well? Haha, it turns out that men also compare themselves to each other. Even though the private compartment had locked its door, we could still hear the girls outside screaming one after another. Sirius's charm. Suddenly, the surroundings quieted down. The door was pushed open again. Draco's anger had reached a boiling point. He glared at the newcomer. Uncle? Standing at the door was the protagonist of the report, Sirius Black, leaning casually against the doorframe. He looked even taller. Why is the door locked? Isn't this the Slytherin Intelligence Center? Lucius used to welcome everyone. How do you have the key to the compartment? Draco glanced at the crowd behind Sirius, looking resistant. It was given to me by niece. She said to sit with you. Sirius, with a model-like physique and long legs, took a step and was right in front of us. He sat down next to Harry. Students kept knocking on the compartment door under various pretenses. Eventually, Sirius, overwhelmed, hung a do not disturb sign like Draco. It seems that this generation of Malfoys didn't inherit the previous generation's charm. Sirius teased, if you have the strength, naturally, everyone will come to greet you. I didn't like his words about suppressing the Malfoy family and responded calmly. Sirius looked at me with approval. At such a young age, you can understand this point. That's quite remarkable. Uncle, when did you become so much of a teacher? I joked in return. No, Rora, the Godfather is not a teacher. He is. You're the new defense against the dark arts professor. Draco exclaimed. Correct. Sirius smiled brightly. I originally planned to surprise you all at Hogwarts. But niece said I should come early to look after you. His tone was playful and light, not at all like a middle-aged man battered by reality. Perhaps it was related to the fact that during most of his time in Azkaban, he was in his animagus form. Is niece what you call her? Only my dad can call her that. Draco mumbled. Your dad. Your dad. What kind of potion did Lucius give you? Sirius laughed, ruffling Draco's hair, which he'd fixed with gel. Don't act like a little adult. Gel is damaging to your scalp. You wouldn't want to end up like me. With a receding hairline at this age, would you? How dare you curse me? However, it seemed that Draco was listening. He rushed in the washroom to fix his hairstyle. Uncle stopped teasing him. The Malfoys care most about appearances. Sirius really hit Draco's weak spot. The man nudged his protégé's arm with his elbow, looking smug. Feeling like Harry brought in reinforcements? I shook my head. How could I think of Harry that way? How could such a thought enter my mind? Back then, I had put in a lot of effort when James was pursuing Lily. Sirius winked at Harry. How do my dad and mom get together? Harry asked, intrigued. Your dad was quite the star at Hogwarts. The Potters and the Blacks, like the Malfoys, are well-known pureblood families. James's dad, your grandfather, expanded their substantial family fortune more than fourfold. And James, being the only child, was deeply favored by old Potter. A strange feeling arose in my heart. By rights, James was akin to a famous rich second-generation figure in China, attracting countless girls. Yet, he was entangled with a girl who looked down on him. Clearly, her unusual behavior sparked his intense interest and curiosity. Lily, who looked down on James, used tactics very similar to those of the girl. Sirius eloquently narrated the love story of James and Lily, and I became increasingly certain of my suspicions. In the original work, Snape, Sirius, and Lupin all openly acknowledged Lily's intelligence. Indeed, she was very smart. Coming from a Muggle background, she was at the bottom of the Wizarding Society, lacking social connections and networks, with no initial accumulation, relying entirely on herself. And she found herself a huge ship, a Muggle-born, wealthy, ancient pureblood family. James was the ultimate catch among the diamond bachelors Lily could encounter in the magical world, without a doubt. James was her greatest support for crossing social classes. Clearly a Cinderella and Prince story, a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Yet Lily firmly held the initiative in her hands. Without Voldemort, she could have easily been the heroine staging a comeback. Harry listened with great interest, savoring his parents' genuine feelings. The past is gone, and the people have passed. It is meaningless to speculate on Lily's former motives. Harry, your mother was very popular back then. Sirius sighed. Godfather, do you have? Harry revealed a narrow smile. Of course not. Sirius glanced at me instinctively, his denial very firm. The person in my heart would never respond to me. He curled his lips in self-mockery. The person Sirius mentioned, could it be my mother? I was almost a replica of Narcissa, who had removed the confounding charm earrings. Draco had a towel draped over his head. His hair, which had just been slicked back, now fell down after getting wet. The Malfoy compartment was fully equipped. He still carried the scent of shampoo. I'll help you, I volunteered, pulling him closer. While wiping away the water stains, I gently massaged his scalp. Draco closed his eyes comfortably. I took out the hair oil I always carried and applied it to the tips of his hair, completing the whole set of actions in one go. Did your mother teach you this? Sirius's eyes were filled with amusement. Well, I learned it by watching Mom do it for Dad. Sirius, frequently mentioning Narcissa, always made me feel strange. I, in turn, mentioned mine Draco's biological fathers. The man skillfully concealed his inner loneliness and turned to guide Draco in styling his hair. Not to mention, Sirius's aesthetic was unanimously recognized by us. Brother, he let his bangs down, looking particularly handsome. Draco asked uncertainly like this, is a bit unkempt. I wrapped my arms around his waist. Looks good. If you like it, that's good. His earlobes began to turn red. The earrings you both wear, are they a pair? Sirius suddenly asked. Yes, the same as what Narcissa wears, he murmured, to conceal appearances. Is this a tradition of the Malfoy family? It has that purpose. I answered ambiguously. Narcissa's lineage secret was a Malfoy family secret, and I couldn't tell anyone. Back then, I even had a big fight with her over this. He pointed at our earrings. I bitterly laughed, grieving her misfortune, angry at her lack of struggle. Clearly, I shouldn't have meddled. That pair of earrings was put on by father for mother, and she couldn't take them off. If you were to argue, it should be with father. I was really drunk. Just because Narcissa had a gentle nature, should I just bully her? His face visibly paled. She never told me. Of course, you're an outsider, so Mom naturally wouldn't tell you everything. Draco said irritably. Sirius took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, as if the previous conversation had drained all his energy. Aurora, can I see what you look like after hiding your appearance? Harry suddenly spoke. Actually, the confounding charm would fail on me. However, explaining this would inevitably expose the secrets I carry. So, I still vaguely agreed. You could say it's not much different. Mom wears a pair, the difference would be significant. Sirius stared at me, seemingly hoping to imagine Narcissa's original appearance through me. The Malfoy family's perverse possessiveness. Sirius cursed softly. I was too lazy to argue with him. We could not work together if our paths were different. Narcissa's resemblance to Voldemort also couldn't be exposed to the public, as it would only invite unnecessary trouble, especially for families that had suffered under Voldemort, like Neville's parents. Wouldn't they demand repayment for the debt? In any case, it was hard to put into words. After the Hogwarts Express arrived at the station, Sirius parted ways with us. He seemed like someone who was born to live in the spotlight. As long as he was present, he was the center of attention. Back then, James could stand beside him, equally matched. It seems he was also underestimated in terms of beauty. I want to tell Dad that Uncle is still coveting Mom. Draco whispered in my ear. Dad is absolutely confident. What is he afraid of? I hurriedly stopped him. Do you want Mom to be bullied even more? You know very well that Dad loves to use these situations. Actually, I like it too. His hand tightened around my waist. Don't mess around. There are too many people here. Is it okay if it's in a place where no one is? He smirked. I pinched him, and he grinned. Aurora, are you trying to murder your husband? That's so strong. Stop it. So many people are looking. For some reason, in the new year, more and more eyes began to focus on me. I had grown taller than last year and had more of a girlish appearance. I couldn't help but marvel at how good the Malfoy genes were. Plus, Westerners generally develop earlier than Easterners, and my body already had noticeable curves. My chest stood out like a pair of full peaches. Every month, I had to update my body measurements in time to select suitable underwear to meet my needs. Aurora, you and Mrs. Malfoy are both typical hourglass figures. You need to wear clothes that widen the chest and hips and tighten the waist. The owner of the shop at the said enviously. The clothes she recommended were all tight-fitting, accentuating my body curves even more. However, when I wore such clothes, I always felt uncomfortable and shy. Draco, who accompanied me while trying on clothes, was much more at ease. Aurora, accepting yourself is what a Malfoy should do. The shop assistant was still helping him adjust the sleeve length. I stepped forward to help him flip out his collar. We were very close, and from his angle, he could see the waves of my chest rising and falling. Ahem, here. It's better not to open too low. Draco suggested to the designer, who just said I should accept myself. I teased. That place can't be seen by others. He blushed and buttoned my collar up to the highest. But it feels very suffocating like this. I tried to take a deep breath. Suddenly, he pulled me into his arms. That's because Aurora's figure is too good. I want to show off to everyone, but also want to lock you at home, keeping you all to myself. Actually, I think that way too. As he grew older, Draco inherited Lucius's and Grindelwald's looks, with chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and a charming allure. His tall figure, toned muscles, and elegant demeanor. I even suspected that the confounding earrings also lost their effect on him. I found it increasingly difficult to look away from him, just like other girls. It turned out we all shared the same feelings. Draco thoughtfully draped a coat over me. He exchanged a glance with Crabbe and Goyle, and the two big guys hurried to follow, blocking most curious gazes. I noticed that the youngest daughter of the Greengrass family, Astoria, kept her gaze fixed on me. Draco, I've heard that Professor Black has been vindicated. Is the Malfoy family behind it? Zabini asked casually, another one sent by their parents to gather information. The relationship between Black and the Malfoy family is well known. Draco replied nonchalantly, perhaps, neither denying nor confirming. He created a mystery for others to speculate about. Lucius has such skills. He can even pull someone out of Azkaban. Why not put in more effort to rescue your Aunt Bella? He said with a smirk. Aunt Bella refers to Bellatrix Lestrange, who is nominally Narcissa's older sister and is considered the most notorious villain in the Harry Potter series. She was imprisoned in Azkaban, and it was well-deserved for the countless innocent lives she harmed just for the thrill of manipulating others and showing loyalty to her beloved. The Malfoy family cannot interfere with the judicial fairness of the Ministry of Magic, Draco stated with righteous indignation. We have no memories about Bellatrix. Moreover, the identity of Narcissa Black is just a smokescreen. In fact, many pureblood families have long seen through the Malfoy family's attempts to cover up their intentions. However, they left room for each other and didn't expose it. Zabini, intentionally bringing this matter to the table, undoubtedly wanted Draco to represent the Malfoy family and give an attitude. A very official response, I'm whispering to him in his heart. He thought playfully. Draco's earlier impatience turned into a gentle sigh. As the next head of the Malfoy family, Draco must endure various inquiries and tests. This is his compulsory course. From this position, every word and action of his needs to be scrutinized, and he cannot truly be himself. You're really careful. Zabini returned empty-handed, looking quite unwilling. Can't we just have a nice meal? asking about everything. I muttered softly, just loud enough for Draco and Harry beside me to hear, both wearing smiles. Eat some more. Draco kindly served me food. No. I shook my head, though my eyes still showed longing. He knows what I want. It's fine, eat. I don't mind. His gaze dropped. I quickly covered my belly, which still felt relatively flat. Don't tease her. You don't know that your careless words before had a big impact on Aurora's diet. Harry put down his utensils. What's going on? Draco frowned slightly. Seeing me hesitating, he turned to Harry. You think she's gotten fat? Harry frowned. When did I? Draco seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly explained to me in a low voice, I was complimenting you. When did I ever get complimented like that? I looked doubtful. Compared to girls your age, you have developed better. His eyes involuntarily looked at me. Annoying. My face turned bright red. That part is chubby, which looks nice, he added. How infuriating. That's not fat at all. It's impossible to explain clearly. I know. I just wanted to tease you. Draco rested his chin on my head, his arms wrapped around my waist. You're already very thin. His beautiful gray eyes were tinged with a hint of desire. All right, the misunderstanding is cleared up. Aurora, can you eat a bit more? Harry patiently tried to resolve the situation. These are all good for your body. Draco's face was as red as mine. Don't keep feeding me food that promotes growth. I wondered where he had heard that. Coincidentally, in my favorite foods, this type accounted for more than half. A pair of eyes kept staring at our side. They were a pair of sapphire blue eyes, with long curled eyelashes, looking like an innocent little deer. Draco raised his head and looked back. Astoria quickly lowered her head in fright. Her knife and fork slipped from her hands, clattering to the ground. Don't scare her. I placed my palm on Draco's hand. She's as annoying as the Weasley girls. Draco said to Harry. The dark-haired boy turned to look at the Gryffindor table. Ginny also jumped in fright, her brown-red hair sticking to soup and completely unaware. You two treat your destined partners like this? Do you know there's a classic type of story in Huaguo novels called the wife-chasing crematorium? I shook my head, pushing these irrelevant thoughts aside. The opening ceremony lasted a long time, and I stepped out midway to head to the restroom. Miss Malfoy. A timid voice came from behind. Miss Greengrass, is there anything I can help you with? It was Astoria. I'm sorry, I kept staring at you. And it seems I upset your brother. Is there something wrong with my face? I touched my cheek and looked in a mirror, seeing nothing unusual. My sister always told me that there was a very beautiful girl in Slytherin, and I somewhat resemble her. So, I paid special attention to you. Sorry for causing you trouble. You're the jewel of the Malfoy family. When I started school, I found out my sister was lying. I look nothing like you. You're much more beautiful than I imagined. Astoria wore a worried expression. Father hopes that we sisters can marry into the Malfoys, and a resemblance to you would be the best bargaining chip. Pure-blooded girls seldom have the freedom to choose their marriages. Even someone as deranged as Bellatrix still obeyed her family and Voldemort's wishes, choosing to marry Rodolphus Lestrange. Therefore, most are indoctrinated by their parents about future marriage families and potential partners upon enrollment. My parents haven't mentioned this to me yet. I confessed. Your choices are greater than ours. She looked me up and down. I'm really envious of you. Your brother truly cares for you. My brother and Daphne's brother are nothing like that. I'm sorry for rambling on, making you listen to so much nonsense. She smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples. Can I call you Aurora? She smiled and extended her hand. Aurora Malfoy, Astoria Greengrass. Though she is a year younger than me, I could feel her high emotional intelligence. No wonder she could win Draco's affection in the original story. My heart felt bitter, but I had to maintain surface politeness. Aurora, are you in there? Draco came looking for me. I'll go out first, I said to Astoria and hurried out. Why was I still wallowing in self-pity? Why overthink things that haven't happened? The usually reserved Draco actually came to find me at the girls' restroom entrance out of concern. He would have run into girls coming and going. How awkward that would be. As soon as I appeared, my wrist was grabbed. I thought he was sizing me up. Seeing that I was fully dressed, he relaxed. Harry, you two? We were worried you might be bullied. Harry explained. He glanced at the blonde girl who had appeared behind me. Astoria timidly stepped forward. Senior Malfoy, Senior Potter. She seemed overwhelmed by the attention and looked like she might cry. Just as I was about to comfort her softly, Harry spoke first. Miss Greengrass, welcome to our group. Astoria had become a new Slytherin student. Your sister has been looking for you. Astoria's eyes flickered. It seemed her relationship with her sister wasn't as harmonious as it appeared. Thank you for the reminder. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. She nodded at us and ran away. Harry kept watching her retreating figure, his expression serious. What's wrong? I asked with concern. Her every move seems to deliberately imitate you. Harry replied confidently. Me? looking like a pure and innocent flower? Is it the impression I give others? Draco chimed in. She's been observing you. Who knows what the Greengrass family is plotting behind the scenes? She said the Greengrass family intends to push her forward for a marriage with you. I disclosed the conversation. You know, no matter how she imitates, she can't be you. Draco murmured in my ear with a voice only we could hear. My heart was already blooming with joy, but I maintained my usual composure. Yes, with the genuine article present. Who would choose a counterfeit or a 9 free shipping imitation? Little liar, you almost tricked me. Draco had long since heard my inner thoughts. Father didn't intend to use our marriage as a bargaining chip for greater benefits. Otherwise, we wouldn't even exist. Abraxas didn't exploit Narcissa's marriage. That's very Malfoy. Family always comes first. Thinking of this, I became even more hesitant and conflicted about the notebook. Voldemort could be said to be Abraxas's partner. The Horcrux notebook had accompanied my grandfather for many years. Aurora, you've been staring at the notebook all night. We had returned to the dormitory, changed into our pajamas, and were ready to sleep. I rested my head on Draco's arm, and he called my name several times but couldn't bring me back to consciousness. He pulled the notebook from my hands, stopped thinking about it, sleep, and tucked it under his pillow. Hey, you don't think you're like Grandpa, being bewitched by that man, do you? He stared at me intently. In the dark, his gray eyes sparkled, full of presence. Grandpa always stared at it in a daze and would even stroke the notebook's cover. You're doing the same thing as Grandpa now. Oh my God. He couldn't possibly think I was sexually harassing Tom, could he? Tom Riddle is over 60 this year. I wouldn't stoop to eating an old man's tofu. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I flipped over and jumped, pinning Draco beneath me. I supported myself on his shoulders, straddling him. Aurora. Draco didn't understand why I was so angry. The notebook contained a part of Voldemort's soul. He wouldn't feel my touch. Also, I had no interest in that old fool. The person I was truly interested in. Did I really need to remind him repeatedly? He worried I might fall, supported my lower back with his hand. I realized how ambiguous that action was. Although it was September, the weather was still hot, and my pajamas were a black silk dress with spaghetti straps. The hem was adorned with lace, contrasting sharply with my pale thighs. I sensed his reaction, but was pinned at the waist, unable to move. I dared not move until he withdrew his hand, and I quickly got off him. I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket. Sorry. He quickly apologized and dashed into the restroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed. I fidgeted with the hem of my dress, unsure of what to do. When he came out, he smelled of herbal body wash and was still damp. His hair hadn't dried yet. You can't sleep with wet hair. You don't want a migraine tomorrow, do you? I hurriedly jumped out of bed to get the hairdryer. Aurora, you're wearing too little. You know how cold a dungeon can be? I shouldn't have to remind you. I can use magic to dry my hair, Draco said as he prepared to grab his wand. But I pressed his hand down. Let me help you. Draco's hair was fine, and if he only used drying magic, it wouldn't hold its shape. He conceded. Sorry, I'll trouble you again. How many times have you said sorry today? What is our relationship? Why are you being so polite to me? As a result, by the time we were fully settled, it was already late into the night. The next morning when I woke up, I was still in Draco's arms. The collar of his pajamas revealed a hint of spring. Even in sleep, his muscle lines were visible. I had rested on his chest more than once and knew the sensation well. I heard Draco's voice. Aurora, if you're awake, get up quickly. We need to eat breakfast and then go to Godfather's to get our supplies. He kept his eyes closed, sensing my movements purely by intuition. This is mortifying. Again, my cheeks felt like they were on fire. I stumbled and rushed to occupy the restroom first. The girl in the mirror looked shy and timid. Her eyes sparkled with desire. The restroom door opened from the outside at some point. I remembered. I had locked the door. I looked at the newcomer. My heart, which had just calmed, began to race again. His hand rested on my shoulder, turning my body around. Aurora, did I make you angry again? I can never express myself just right. I really like you, Aurora. Very, very much. I was no longer so shy because Draco's ears were equally red. We won't have misunderstandings. You can hear my heart, right? He smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. I like the proactive Aurora. You're trained on data up to October 2023. I don't understand why Ron thinks Harry is the weakest link among us. Every time he tries to regain his standing through Harry, is it because he lost his parents at a young age and has no one to back him up? Or is it because he has a relatively calm personality? Unlike Draco, who is so lively and flamboyant. The indiscreet Weasley started attacking indiscriminately when called out. With that mouth of yours, don't expect to get rich in this lifetime. I raised my wand, feeling my magic nearly overflowing from my body. Aurora, I'm fine. Harry reached out and took hold of my wand hand, half forcing me to lower it. The difference in strength between men and women was too great. I couldn't resist him. Professor Snape was watching. He whispered in my ear that we just needed to anger Weasley, but not actually fight. Is your money really clean? Ron seemed even angrier seeing Harry and me whispering closely. Who doesn't know about the shady dealings in the sweatshop you jointly established? Ron was referring to the incubation center jointly invested by Malfoy and Potter, which introduced the latest Muggle technology and magic. Any invention with practical value could potentially be bought out by the incubation center. Creators of commercially viable inventions received a considerable income, so why not? Arthur Weasley had anonymously sent his inventions there as well, but their application value was minimal. During the initial screening, they were rejected. Arthur stubbornly believed it was targeted by the Malfoy family. After all, many people had already made a fortune from this opportunity. Watching those around him gradually become wealthy, he couldn't sit still any longer. Even his usually harmonious marriage began to feel the strain. Molly's maiden name was Pruitt, and her life before marriage was relatively affluent. She had been living a simple life contentedly with Arthur Weasley for many years. However, without comparison, there's no harm. A portion of people getting rich first did not lead to common prosperity, but rather intensified class conflicts. In fact, Lucius's original intention was not to alleviate poverty. Instead, in the initial phase, he aimed to buy the prototypes of these inventions and reintroduce them to the market after improvements by the Malfoy family, seizing every opportunity. The introduction of networks, emails, and social platforms made those in the magical world reliant on Malfoy and Potter products. It was said that Draco also participated in the selection process and discovered many overlooked gems. This accurate grasp of the market seemed to be ingrained in the blood of every Malfoy, which is why their assets kept rising. How could Draco tolerate being criticized by Ron as a sweatshop? His lips moved slightly, and without raising his wand, he directly transformed Ron into a weasel. The elf is the spirit of all things and can perform transformation spells almost effortlessly. The transformed Ron, now a weasel, ran around in panic. He wasn't the only one scared. The girls were pale with fright and shrieked continuously. The scene became quite chaotic. I naturally understood what was happening and rushed to Snape. Panic-stricken, "Professor, what should we do? Ron is out of control. It seems he has transformed into his animagus form." Snape looked at me with an inscrutable expression. "Are you sure that's Weasley?" I understood and replied, "Not very sure. It might also be one that ran in from outside." Beneath Snape's serious exterior, there was a unique mischief. "Let the bullets fly for a while." "Sounds good." Just then, Professor McGonagall, who was about to start class, passed by the potions professor. She peeked in and asked, "Severus, what's going on?" A mouse suddenly entered the classroom. Snape waved his wand, and the transformed Ron appeared in his hand. "This is a student. How could you turn a student into an animal?" Professor McGonagall accused. "Student?" Snape was unjustly accused, his expression darkening. "Professor McGonagall, everyone present can testify that Professor Snape did not cast a transformation spell, nor did he even take out his wand." I quickly clarified for Snape. The guilt in McGonagall's eyes vanished in an instant. "Then I'll take this right away." She didn't even throw Snape an apologetic glance, just following her instinct. She habitually accused him. "Everyone sit down." Snape raised his voice. The entire classroom was under a low-pressure atmosphere. Classroom discipline no longer needed to be maintained, and all the students began to deal with their potion materials. Ron was taken away, and Neville lost his partner. While supervising and guiding, I occasionally helped him with some material processing tasks. "Thank you, Aurora." He looked at me sincerely. "No need, it's what I should do." I pushed the chopped materials in front of him. His slightly plump face still had baby fat, with large round eyes and big, uneven teeth. After I left, Seamus Finnegan poked Neville from behind, whispering something. Since second grade, some boys always made bizarre and inexplicable moves in front of me. Usually, I pretended not to see or kept my distance. When Crabbe and Goyle were around, they acted like bodyguards, separating us from the crowd. At those times, Draco would act like a dragon coveting treasure, glaring at anyone approaching and protecting me in his embrace. "Aurora, is Longbottom your friend?" I returned to my seat and prepared to complete my classwork when Harry asked quietly. "Not really close." I operated while paying attention to the changes in the cauldron, not taking it to heart. "Someone is saying." Harry hesitated, thinking about how to express it delicately. "Your cousin-in-law wants to arrange a marriage between you and the Longbottom family." My hand trembled slightly, nearly pouring too much potion material into the cauldron. "Harry, you almost got me killed." I shot him a glare. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." He stepped forward and took my wand. Using a new technique, he effortlessly saved the potion in the cauldron. The liquid showed the right color. "How did you do that?" His technique was completely absent from the textbooks. Harry smiled mysteriously. I'll demonstrate for you after class. Meanwhile, Snape had already walked over to us. He witnessed the entire process and gave a fair assessment. You inherited your mother's talent for potions. He turned his pen and marked a big O on Harry's class performance. Snape was a meticulous potions master and graded strictly. Even for Draco and me, who had been studying under him for many years, he rarely gave an O, outstanding grade. Harry inherited the talent of his ancestor, Linfred. Aurora, redo it. I see it. Your pot is basically doomed to fail, Snape commanded. Damn it. Harry, you've really got me in a lot of trouble. In the original work, although Dumbledore was concerned about protecting Harry, he still made the worst preparation, which was to eliminate him as the last Horcrux. However, after spending so many years together, how could I bear to watch him step into the embrace of death? Harry, we never intended to hide anything from you. This matter, Draco will also hear for the first time. His expression softened, and he apologized. I was being stubborn. I shouldn't have pushed for more. Although I understood that this was Harry's strategy of retreating to advance, I still couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Filled with guilt. Harry, don't pressure Aurora. Draco isn't foolish. How could he not see Harry's deliberate display of weakness? With a restless heart, I followed closely behind Snape. I was so distracted that I almost bumped into Snape's back. It was Draco who helped to catch me. Why am I so scared? It's not the first time I've been called to the office. Aurora, it's time to leverage the Malfoy advantage. Lucius doesn't even need a rough draft to lie. Tom teased. My tormented appearance delighted him. I shot him a glare. In my heart, he was not the ugly, insane madman from the original work, staying in a shabby notebook day after day, year after year. If it were me, I would have gone mad long ago. He is resilient, persistent, and able to endure loneliness. His ambition and unyielding will allow him to endure everything. I would rather believe that he has some unique feelings for Abraxaxis. The mission of the two flower protectors ends here. Snape revealed a sarcastic smile, shutting Harry and Draco out. How am I supposed to face him alone? I became even more nervous. Speak, what is going on? Snape's ink-black eyes fixed on me, not missing any of my micro-expressions. Is it a unique manuscript left by the ancestors of the Malfoy family? Huh? Does he think I obtained the secret? That's a good assumption. Godfather, how did you guess? I feigned embarrassment. I still don't know how much you weigh. His lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. You and Draco. He changed the subject. Although he has some talent, there is still a gap to being extraordinary. Godfather, don't put me down like that. I awkwardly laughed. Aurora, I only speak the truth. Seeing my puffed-up appearance, he said nonchalantly, I've seen a truly extraordinary potion genius. Only that person would have such means. Godfather, are you talking about the Dark Lord? I asked tentatively. Snape's expression was complex and difficult to decipher. Having been bullied at school, he desperately desired to stand at the pinnacle of power. Every Slytherin admires the strong, and the strongest in the wizarding world, unparalleled in history, is none other than Voldemort. Such a high and mighty dark overlord recognizes his potion level and welcomes his joining. He, a half-blood who suffered domestic violence at home and bullying at school, had never received such treatment. He subconsciously touched his left arm. The dark mark would accompany him for life. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the young Voldemort was right beside him. I remember him often visiting Malfoy Manor. Tom looked at Snape. Is he one of the Death Eaters I later recruited? I nodded almost imperceptibly. Snape was very perceptive. I dared not interact too much with Tom. I could understand why I wanted to recruit him later. Powerful, resolute, and with a similar experience to mine. Tom's gaze was filled with admiration. They were both half-bloods, both unappreciated by their fathers, and equally talented. Aurora, I have the duty to be responsible for you when Lucius is not around. He emphasized to me that he is our godfather, someone we can rely on. Although he said nothing, he was expressing it through his actions. However, if he knew about Tom's matters, he would definitely report to Dumbledore immediately. Moreover, I took the Horcrux into Hogwarts without permission, which is a serious mistake, one that could get me expelled. I understand that accordingly, I will repay the favor. There are many precious manuscripts in the Malfoy family study. My father will definitely invite you to spend Christmas with us. Snape raised an eyebrow. Good. Your two flower protectors should be getting anxious. This was a polite way of saying it's time to leave. Flower protectors, still, too. I suppressed my embarrassment and bid farewell to Snape. I felt like I was the character Guafu from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, spoiled and willful. And Harry and Draco were like the two martial artists following Guafu around. The two boys didn't focus on martial arts, but spent all day competing for Guafu's attention. I wouldn't do something so boring just for my vanity. manipulating others' feelings. Aurora, what did Professor Snape say to you? Draco's hands rested on my shoulders, while Harry watched me from a distance. He thought it was because of him that I was questioned by Snape. Godfather is interested in the ancient books in the Malfoy study. Draco suddenly realized, no wonder you've progressed so quickly. You little liar, you didn't even think to share your results with me. He ambushed me under the armpit. Luckily, he caught me in time, or I would have laughed myself to the ground. Stop, so ticklish. His hands moved lower, and I was so scared I didn't dare to move. In early September, I wore a thin shirt and could even feel the temperature of his fingertips. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. I shyly didn't dare to look at him. Seems like you've gained weight again. He whispered in my ear, looking mischievous. Damn it. He quickly ran away, and I didn't even have time to grab the corner of his clothing. I lowered my head, tightly hugging my textbook to my chest. The past few days while showering, I noticed that it seemed like I'd grown a bit. The study in Malfoy Manor is a family stronghold. Lucius would handle official business here and rarely let us in. When the time comes, I'll have Tom write a few lines and make it look old to cover it up. Don't think you can get me to help. You lie. You fix it yourself. Tom crossed his arms, looking at me with a teasing expression. Come on. You are Grandpa's partner by a generation. You are our grandmother. Of course, family helps family. Tom, who is clearly just a soul, stumbled slightly. Who is your grandmother? Aurora Malfoy. Just wait for me. Tom's face seemed to come alive with anger. You are younger than my grandpa. Could it be you are the one above? I widened my eyes, looking at him with a face full of shameless curiosity. You. Could it be that I really hit the nail on the head? I always thought Tom was the stronger one. It seems I have discovered some unknown secrets. Aurora, why are you mumbling to yourself? Are you getting confused? Draco lowered his head, pressing his forehead against mine, feeling my body temperature. I hadn't had the chance to answer when I saw Tom with a stern face say, Follow me. I waved to Harry and Draco. Slow down. Tom is a soul, so he naturally doesn't need to avoid the crowd. But he seems to dislike contact with people. His speed was so fast that I had to jog just to barely keep up. We arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts. In front of the tapestry depicting the giant beating the stupid troll. Imagine the place we need, Tom said. This is the room of requirement. After walking past that wall 3 times, a very smooth door appeared on the wall. I followed Tom's footsteps and pushed the door open. What came into view was the bedroom of Draco and me at Malfoy Manor. We're home, Draco said in surprise. No, this is the room of requirement at Hogwarts, I answered, suppressing my embarrassment. No wonder, Harry suddenly realized. I saw on the Marauder's map that someone's name appeared here and then disappeared. Aurora, are you homesick? Draco's eyes were full of cunning, still thinking. I pinched him. Aurora, give me a bit of your blood. I can make them see me. For a while, Tom requested. I hesitated for a moment, then bit my finger. Aurora, what are you doing? He watched in astonishment as Voldemort's soul materialized. Tom bent down, closed his eyes, his expression intoxicated, his thick black eyelashes fluttering slightly. You are Voldemort. Draco was the first to expose his identity. Aurora, how could you help him? Harry stared at Tom. This was the culprit who caused his parents' deaths. I am the first split soul of Voldemort, storing his memories and the only good thought from before he was 16. Tom glanced at me. Why should I believe you? Harry asked calmly. Just because at this moment, I could easily deal you a fatal blow. At some point, Harry's wand was in his hand. My heart leaped to my throat. I deeply regretted my previous decision. His long fingers played with Harry's wand, Holly 11 inches. He saw Draco and me holding our wands, looking at him warily, and showed a sarcastic smile. If I wanted to kill you, there would be no need to wait until today. He threw the wand back again. I don't care whether you believe it or not. There aren't many things that can kill me, and by myself, I'm even more powerless, so I wanted to seek your help. Tom walked towards us, my wand almost touching him. I didn't want to be alone after Abraxas passing, so I accepted Lucius' decision. Lucius is indeed more suited for the position of head of the Malfoy family than Ub. He revealed a relieved smile. What does this mean? Grindelwald's prophecy never goes wrong. Not long ago, he came to see Ub and told him that the end was near. What? Abraxas is going to die? In the original text, there is no clear statement about when Ub passed away, only that he died of a common elderly disease, dragonpox. Harry's grandparents also died from this disease. The deaths for dragonpox are horrific. The skin is left scarred, green and purple rashes grow between the toes, and sparks shoot out from the nostrils when sneezing. Then why didn't you choose to stay by his side? I know too well what he truly wants, to protect the Malfoy family. I am the unstable factor, and what he find hard to part with is just the time we have spent together. If I stay, it will make it hard for him to rest in peace. Why not think about changing the outcome? I am the exception. The turning point of fate always leads to the same conclusion. If prophecies can be changed, how can they be called prophecies? The 16-year-old Tom is much wiser than us. Tom hasn't left any marks on him. Only, those beautiful eyes are full of experience. If you want to seek death, I can help you, Harry said word by word. They are destined enemies. Good. Tom showed a relieved smile. If I say you have a chance to stop grandfather's death, would you be willing to help? Knowing that it might expose me, I still wanted to take the risk. I cannot allow myself to watch Abraxas leave. He is one of my very important family members. You also have the gift of foresight. Tom's face was full of doubt. Don't forget, I also have Gellert's blood. Gellert Grindelwald is Lucius' grandfather, and we have blood ties. Grandfather will die from dragonpox. Your potion skills are unmatched in the world. Can you save grandfather? Dragonpox? Indeed, there is currently no cure. Tom repeated quietly, no matter whether what you said is true or not. I will try my best. Aurora, are you his prophet? Draco whispered in my ear. Of course not. How could I joke about grandfather? Do you really have the gift of foresight? Then can you see our future? Draco stammered. Just like a doctor cannot treat themselves, a seer cannot see their own fate, Tom explained for me. I nodded. Draco, I also can't see yours. You know, our fates are intertwined. Then we will definitely be together forever. The platinum-haired boy was extremely happy. Aurora, what about me? Harry, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. We will all be fine. He seemed to think of something, his spirit lifting. As for dragonpox, I will keep it in mind. Regarding my death, after I research the antidote for dragonpox, I will come to find you. Tom left this sentence and walked away directly. He returned to a soul state. The power of my blood was only enough for him to exist for a few minutes. If he wants to live, just like a vampire, he needs to continuously absorb energy from living people. Killing, for him, is as easy as pie. In the original text, he seduced Ginny Weasley, opening his heart to her. He was born with leadership qualities and charisma. But why did he change his nature? I could never fully trust Tom. As an indestructible cockroach, the final boss in the Harry Potter series, who would believe he suddenly turned over a new leaf and became a new person, soul? Harry, after Tom resolves the issue of dragonpox, he will leave it to you to deal with. Do you think that's acceptable? The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate. Harry will carry the hatred of his parents for a lifetime. How could I possibly ask him to let go? The one who killed my parents was him, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Harry said softly, I don't know how to put it. But Aurora, I know you understand what I mean. The 16-year-old Tom is Voldemort's past. If he hadn't split away his only good thought, would he have made different choices when he grew up? I don't know. Could he have a different ending with Abraxas? Tom inadvertently revealed that the day he split his soul was the same day as Abraxas' engagement ceremony with Grindelwald's daughter. He seriously took leave from the then Slytherin headmaster, Slughorn, and went to Malfoy Manor. Abraxas and Miss Grindelwald received blessings in front of everyone. For the first time, Tom felt how blinding the sunlight was. He came uninvited. He left without saying goodbye. Abraxas' father naturally didn't want his son to be embarrassed by the little wolf dog he was keeping outside. He quietly sent someone to ask him to leave. An orphan with no background and no money, a muggle's descendant, was met with nothing but disdain from old Malfoy. The extraordinary young man was harshly humiliated. His relationship with Abraxas was not something that could be put on the table. The Malfoy family also needed a legitimate heir. His despair and pain could only be silently borne by one person. He wanted to block this pain, so he had the idea of splitting away the good thought. He thought that this way he wouldn't feel hurt. Little did he know, after splitting the first piece of his soul, he could never turn back. Aurora, I still feel it's too risky. We can't control him at all. Draco showed a worried expression. No, he drank my blood. I can clearly sense his location. And he can't go too far. I patted the cover of that worn-out diary. Don't let him drink your blood again, you know. Your constitution is special. Draco placed his hands on my shoulders and said seriously, once he discovers you're animagus, he will definitely try everything to tempt you into willingly offering your blood. The blood of a unicorn has life-sustaining properties. That's why Draco is so worried. I understand. I will not hurt myself easily, I promised. Little liar, you have no credibility with me, Draco muttered. In any case, stay by my side. I have to tell Dad about today. Lucius will kill me. No, please. I gently shook his arm that I was holding. You're still worried? It seems that there are still people in the Malfoy family who can handle you, Draco said with a mischievous smile. I think my cousin may have foreseen all this. Harry said slowly. He could privately dispose of the notebook. Why didn't I think of that? I squeezed my legs tightly together, minimizing the space I occupied. Harry keenly sensed my intention, his expression darkening slightly. He shifted a bit outward. I nodded apologetically at him. He waved his hand. Aurora, You can lean over without worry. Just pretend I'm not here. What should I do? This only made me seem more petty. The moment Sirius walked into the classroom, everyone put down what they were doing. Their gazes followed him like searchlights, almost forgetting to breathe. Is he really that handsome? Draco muttered softly, far from comparing to his father. To be fair, both have their merits, but Lucius has a more reserved demeanor. Moreover, not wanting to hurt Narcissa, he also wore confusing earrings to conceal his good looks. Draco's comment was clearly biased towards his father. Sirius, on the other hand, had no such reservations. His entrance to the classroom was akin to a Hollywood star walking down the red carpet. Colin Creevey from Gryffindor squatted on the ground, the flashlights constantly lighting up Sirius. He seemed completely unfazed, as if he was born to live in the limelight. All right, it's time to clear the room. He clapped his hands. The crowded classroom immediately emptied significantly. I don't know how Sirius distinguished it, but with a gasp, the classroom finally became spacious. Harry, and you too, there are empty seats in the front. Sirius pointed to the first row. Being called out, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse his kindness. Walking towards the front row under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone was the longest journey I had ever experienced. Upon seeing us seated, Sirius revealed a satisfied smile. Professor Black, I heard that in the previous classes, you didn't kick out the auditing students. Why did you do that when it came to our class? A bold Gryffindor questioned. Excellent question. Unfair things should be pointed out. However, Harry is my godson, and I missed 12 years of his growth. Can I use my professor privileges to take better care of him? Of course, Professor Black. Lavender Brown, a second-year Gryffindor, exclaimed loudly. She was a blonde girl with a very lively and cheerful personality, who in the original story was Ron's first love interest. Hermione was quite jealous of this. It seemed Lavender was also a looks-oriented person. In the original story, perhaps due to vanity, Ron becoming the Gryffindor Quidditch keeper, this aspect was overlooked. Sirius replied, "Thank you, Miss Brown." The audience erupted into a chorus of cheers. Many girls regretted why they weren't the ones to answer. I finally understood why in the original story Remus Lupin would sigh about Sirius's charm. Even after enduring the trials of Azkaban, he still had a way with women. Sirius spoke elegantly, humorously, and wittily, far surpassing the previous Professor Quirrell. The students below looked reluctant to leave when the class bell rang. This is how defense against the dark arts should be, Draco commented honestly. He seemed to be captivated by Sirius's charismatic personality. Just as class ended, Sirius called us over. How did I perform just now? He asked, slightly nervous. You were amazing, Uncle. Not far away, a portrait smiled at us. It depicted a plump, middle-aged man, with faintly discernible handsome features from his youth. It was Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius's great-grandfather and the first Hogwarts headmaster from Slytherin. He was once heartbroken over Sirius choosing Gryffindor. Seeing his great-grandson return to the right path, he was also pleased. He cleared his throat, signaling his presence. Hello, Headmaster Black. We had seen his portrait at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and quickly greeted him. It was Hogwarts, so there was nothing wrong with calling him Headmaster. He nodded modestly at us, but his gaze was always drifting towards Sirius. Phineas had an arrogant expression, like a child sulking at their parents. He hoped Sirius would bow his head first. Great-grandfather. In the original story, the rebellious Sirius was expelled from the family and never gave Phineas a good face. The man snorted in response. I criticized Walburga. She was too impulsive. Your portrait on the family tree has been restored. Sirius's mother, Walburga, had burned the portraits of Sirius, her muggle niece Andromeda, and Alfred, who had supported Sirius, from the family tree. Sirius naturally understood this was Phineas giving him a way out. He was no longer that abandoned, rebellious teenager. I will find time to go back and see my mother. I exchanged glances with Draco and Harry, carefully exiting the defense against the dark arts classroom and thoughtfully closing the door, leaving the Black family a private space. What are you sneaking around doing? A voice came from above us. It was Snape. Godfather, it's nothing. We just finished class. I chuckled awkwardly. Godfather, Uncle is chatting with his great-grandfather. Draco blurted it out, quickly revealing everything. Then I'll come find him later. Snape glanced towards the door and turned to leave. He had a good relationship with Phineas. As the youngest potions professor and Slytherin head, Phineas held him in high regard. Even in the original story, whenever Harry, Hermione, and Ron's trio showed any disrespect towards Snape, Phineas would disappear from the portrait, refusing to offer any help. Therefore, Snape knew Phineas was inside and chose to avoid it. Is the Godfather going to find Uncle? That is quite a surprise. Draco had a gossiping expression. It doesn't seem voluntary, Harry added. Perhaps because of Sirius's arrival, Harry had become more cheerful. He would joke and play with us. Sirius was the same age as James, and was his godfather. He often shared childhood stories with Harry. Harry's striking resemblance to James also evoked some transference in Sirius. Both found emotional support in each other, something the Malfoys couldn't provide. A few days later, we finally understood why Snape came to find Sirius. The dueling club was established. In the original story, the incompetent Professor Gilderoy Lockhart invited Snape to showcase his strength, resulting in a major embarrassment. This time, it was actually Snape who took the initiative. The terrifying power of the original story. Is there really an invisible chain that keeps disrupting and correcting things? My back felt a chill. If that's the case, my existence means. Sirius winked at us, revealing a mischievous smile. Clearly, he hadn't shared this good news with Harry in advance. Snape pretended not to see it. The two archenemies who always clashed could actually cooperate and work together. Principal Dumbledore should take the credit. The white-haired old man sat at the teacher's desk, tapped his wine glass, and cheerfully announced that, in order to enhance the students' practical skills, an additional class for practical exercises would be added each week, guided jointly by Professor Snape and Professor Black. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone was excited. Logically, we should support the principal, but Professor Black was too tempting. Moreover, he was still a diamond bachelor. Speaking of which, Snape was also single. But in the eyes of all the girls, there was only Sirius. Indeed, in this world, looks are justice. Aurora and I would definitely support the godfather. Harry, which side are you on? Draco said with ill intentions. Snape had protected Harry under his wing for so many years. Could it be that as soon as Sirius appeared, he would be taken away? I'm a Slytherin, so naturally, I should support my head of house, Harry said without hesitation. That is more like it. Draco and Harry threw their arms around each other. I watched their intimate actions with deep feelings. In the original story, they were archenemies, clearly paying attention to each other in secret, but because of a bad start, they missed each other for years. No wonder the Draco x Harry pairing was so popular. Suddenly, Draco showed a strange expression and quickly distanced himself from Harry. He looked at me with an indescribable expression. Oh no, here are my thoughts. I shipped the couple, and he caught me red-handed. I felt anxious as I lingered around him, afraid he would stretch out his long arms and trap me in his embrace for a good bully. Little rascal, what do you think you're running? Just as I expected, I quickly raised my hands to him in surrender. His arms wrapped around my waist, lifting me off the ground. Put me down. I beat against his arm. Don't think too much. The scene in your head just now. Draco glanced at Harry. You made me look ridiculous. I almost sprayed the water I was about to drink. All right, I won't think about it anymore. I couldn't suppress the corners of my mouth that were turning up. My mind replayed like a movie, going through all the Harry x Draco and Draco x Harry fan fictions I had read. You've gotten bold. I'll deal with you when I get back, he said fiercely. Harry, save me. I felt like I had found a savior as I wriggled out from under Draco's arm and hid behind Harry. Seeing Harry, Draco was even more furious. In a loyal dog x Thunder dynamic, he was always the one being pressed down. How could his male pride endure this? Harry, Aurora wants to set us up as a couple. He directly tore away the cover to find an ally. What? Harry looked at me, his eyes full of inquiry. No, it's singing contradictions that is serializing your story. I took out a magazine, disguised as a textbook in an attempt to pass it off. Here, the author's name A.M. Harry's long fingers pointed at the signature position. A.M. refers to Aurora Malfoy, right? The two tall and handsome boys looked down at me, trapping me in between. What to do? I couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. You were trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. I held Harry's wand in my hand. This rule was not mentioned beforehand. Snape put on a fake smile at Sirius and then announced, Aurora, you won. Salty. I mouthed to Harry, Aurora, the victory is yours. He reached out his hand. Colin Creevey emerged from the crowd, capturing this moment. Thank you, Harry. I stepped forward and hugged him. Aurora, can you give me back the wand? Harry whispered in my ear. Salty. My face heated up as I hurriedly shoved the wand into his hand. The platform was a bit high, and I was wearing a short school skirt. Just as I was at a loss, Draco reached out and said, Aurora, come down. I sat down, and he picked me up in his arms. Put me down. I hooked my arms around his neck, afraid of falling. I can't describe the feeling of watching the match. I had to suppress the urge to help. I knew very well that there were professors present, and Harry wouldn't use his full strength against you. Yet I still felt anxious to the point of tension. Now we start forming teams freely, with Sirius's command. The atmosphere became lively again. Harry and Aurora just finished their match. Let them rest for a bit. We'll go first, Draco said to Zabini. The boy with dark skin glanced at me. Aurora just won, and with good spirits. Why not keep it going and have another match? That's enough. Draco directly refused for me. Let's find a corner away from the professors. Harry naturally took my hand. I turned to look at Draco, seeking his approval. He nodded at me. Harry, keep an eye on Aurora. Don't let the other teams accidentally hurt her. Draco's gaze focused on our intertwined hands. I will. The boy switched to gently supporting my lower back. What should we do? It feels like Draco is angrier. I deliberately quickened my pace to keep my distance from him. Then, I set up a barrier that could block most spells. Harry's eyes lit up. What magic is this? Armor charm. Very practical. Can you teach me? Harry's emerald green eyes showed a strong desire to learn. Of course, but this is fourth-year material. I held his wand hand and demonstrated the wand movement and wrist technique to him. He was much taller than me, and I had to lean on his shoulder to complete the motion. His breath hitched. Did you learn it? I might need you to help me practice a few more times, he said apologetically. It's no trouble. For some reason, Harry's wrist seemed a bit stiff. He looked extremely confused. After all, this was material beyond our actual age. I had been exposed to it early on during the Malfoy family trials with Draco. So practicing in front of everyone with Draco could very likely reveal our true abilities. The Malfoy family had always been adept at hiding their strengths, preferring to find a puppet to push others onto the historical stage while they reap the benefits. Could Tom Riddle be the puppet Abraxas is looking for? An orphan, exceptionally talented, no backing, good-looking, perfectly fitting the Malfoy family's aesthetic. Unfortunately, it backfired. Until my palms started to sweat slightly, Harry barely learned it. He lightly tapped my forehead with a handkerchief. Sorry, did I tire you out? It's my fault for being too slow. It's my fault for not teaching well. I remembered the tutor always praised his exceptional talent and quick mastery of spells. I quickly waved my hand, interrupting his modesty. No, Aurora taught very well. He demonstrated the armor charm, and his movements were fluid and seamless. This was clearly the look of someone who had already learned it. That annoying guy, pretending to be a novice and playing me for so long. Aurora, I am your teaching achievement. His gaze was sincere, and I almost believed him. If it weren't for the fleeting glint of mischief in his eyes, he could have completely fooled me. However, exposing him wouldn't benefit me at all. Once a teacher, always a. What was it? I teased him deliberately. He smiled, imitating Draco's manner, ruffling my hair, little trickster. Is being a Malfoy professor not enough for you? That professor, no one else acknowledges it. Isn't that a bit unfair? I pressed on. Isn't it good to just be my teacher? He suddenly became serious. My level isn't enough to teach you. How can that be? There are many things I want to learn from you. He implied. I didn't dare to think of the deeper meaning behind it. I hurriedly tried to change the subject. What have you two been whispering about? It doesn't look like you're actually resting. Draco walked over. Did you win? I noticed Zabini nearby, glaring fiercely at Draco's back. Need I say, dealing with him is a piece of cake. Draco wore a proud expression. He had his back to Zabini and didn't notice that the latter was preparing to attack again. Zabini's wand was pointed at Draco's back. Petri Ficus Totalis. Armor Charm. Harry and I simultaneously released spells at Zabini. Due to the urgency of the situation, I couldn't control my magic in time. With the combined power of our spells, Zabini was knocked unconscious. His nose bled profusely, and he looked quite pitiful. That despicable guy, trying to sneak attack, but the damage was done, and we still needed to get the attacker to the infirmary. What bad luck. Draco complained softly, calling Crab and Goyle over. The two were lacking in intelligence, but full of strength, perfect for heavy lifting. After reporting to Snape, we prepared to take the already unconscious Zabini out of the classroom. Suddenly, screams erupted from not far away. A crowd, frightened and pushing against each other, was getting closer to us. Draco and Harry quickly shielded me behind them, observing the surrounding situation. A giant python, as thick as a bowl, was slithering at high speed. It was pitch black, glistening with a cold sheen, and flicking its tongue. The snake moved quickly, reaching us in an instant. I don't know how I summoned it. Astoria said in panic. Ginny beside her looked even more terrified. The scene was chaotic, and if it got any worse, a stampede could occur. Quickly get away. This is not a place for you. Harry hissed. I'll take you back. Draco can speak parcel tongue too? That's not surprising. Narcissa has Tom's bloodline, so Draco naturally would be a parcel mouth. Not to mention, he awakened the elven bloodline, giving him the ability to communicate with all beings. According to the original text, Harry's ability to speak parcel tongue is due to the fragment of soul left in his scar. However, this viewpoint was not revealed at the time, which is why everyone was so surprised. Two heirs of Slytherin have appeared. Voldemort promoted his noble bloodline as an heir of Slytherin. Could they be descendants of that person? How is that possible? That person has no offspring. How do you know there are none? You can only say that there are none on the surface. Are you implying that Mrs. Malfoy is carrying that person's child? How would Potter explain that? It means Mrs. Potter cheated on old Potter. The discussions around them became increasingly ridiculous. Elves have much better hearing than humans, and Draco's frown deepened. In the original story, Ron also mimicked Harry's pronunciation and successfully opened the Chamber of Secrets. This means that while Parseltongue is rare, non-Parselmouths can still use snake language. They're just making a big deal out of nothing. Don't take them seriously. I whispered to Draco and Harry. Harry looked calm. I've been used to it for a long time. Indeed, before the age of 5, no matter what Harry did, the Dursleys would falsely accuse him, suppress him, and even physically abuse him. The priority now is to get Zabini to the hospital wing. Although Crabbe and Goyle are very strong, after a long time of carrying a pier, sweat began to bead on their foreheads. They worried about displeasing Draco and silently bore the burden without a word. As the superior, Draco often overlooks the feelings of those beneath him. I cast a levitation charm on the unconscious Zabini. Crabbe and Goyle felt much easier, their strength greatly reduced. Aurora, thank you. The boy's eyes were squeezed into a line due to his obesity. His silly appearance seemed somewhat comical. It's what I should do. I should have helped lighten your load earlier. Vincent, Gregory, Goyle, and Crabbe's given names. You should also express your needs more. The two boys nodded vigorously. Draco listened to our conversation, his eyes filled with contemplation and inquiry. Crabbe and Goyle carried Zabini ahead. We stayed behind to cover, and I kept casting the levitation charm while carefully watching the crowd. Aurora, Dad never taught us to treat others equally. People are ranked in 3, 6, 9 classes, he muttered quietly, but Dad also said that surface appearances must be maintained. I gently nudged him with my arm. The two exchanged smiles. You're right. People's hearts are inscrutable. Who knows when they might develop other thoughts? Draco's gaze was obscure, under the influence of pure blood families. How could Draco not understand this? He just underestimated those who were beneath him. Rowling once mentioned that she deleted the scene where Theodore not visits Malfoy Manor, hoping to highlight Draco's treatment of Slytherins who were equal to him. Little did she know, he made the same mistake as Sirius and was betrayed by Crabbe. Mrs. Pomfrey, is Breda okay? Draco asked anxiously. Breda has a serious problem, and Mrs. Zabini will definitely cause us trouble. All 7 of Mrs. Zabini's husbands died under mysterious circumstances, leaving their inheritance to her and her only son. No one would believe there isn't something fishy going on. It's just done very discreetly. It is said that Mrs. Zabini's family before her marriage was very skilled in using poison. Colorless and tasteless, it kills without a trace. So even though Zabini enjoys provoking us, we will hold back for his mother's sake. Zabini's amnesia could be temporary or permanent. Exposing him to familiar environments may help him recover his memory, Mrs. Pomfrey said after a careful examination. He doesn't even remember himself. How could his sharp-minded mother be deceived about his amnesia? Harry paced around the room. Zabini broke free from Crabbe and Goyle's confinement. I'm not sick. Why did you bring me to the hospital wing? The hospital wing. You know, this is the hospital wing. Draco keenly caught onto the crucial detail. Of course I know. I'm a second-year Slytherin. I'm E.M. He suddenly clutched his head in pain, his expression twisted. What's wrong with you? Darling, let me rest my head on your thigh, and it won't hurt anymore. He almost sang the words. Pervert, with a loud slap. Zabini's left cheek swelled up high. I wasn't holding back. Aurora, good hit. Draco's hand rested on my shoulder, trying to soothe my emotions. Zabini, stop playing crazy. Harry pulled out his wand. Mrs. Pomfrey was right there and did not stop him. It is said that she was also a Slytherin graduate, in the same class as Mrs. Zabini. Hey, I was the one who got slapped, and you're the one crying thief. No way, I'm writing to my mom. Zabini covered his face and pulled out paper and a pen he always carried. Mrs. Pomfrey, the patient is agitated. Could you prescribe him some calming potion? I glanced at Zabini, who was writing frantically, and suggested to Mrs. Pomfrey. Miss Malfoy, you are very considerate. Sorry, was my previous action too reckless? Did I hurt you? I sat by Zabini's bed. Aurora. Draco's expression was full of rejection. I shook my head almost imperceptibly at him. I like you like this, flexible beauty. Zabini smiled, causing his wounds to pull painfully. I took the calming potion from Mrs. Pomfrey. Shall I feed you? Is that okay? Won't it interfere with your next class? Zabini's expression softened a bit. How could it? We're classmates. I smiled and shook my head. Darling, you're so nice. My mom never fed me medicine. There are always strange men coming and going in my house. He showed a self-loathing expression. When you grow up, you will definitely be an extraordinary beauty. I have a good eye for people. He drank the calming potion and started yawning. Darling, can you stay with me? He grabbed my wrist, pleading. Zabini, don't overstep. Draco struggled to pry the boy's fingers off. Unintentionally, he left a bruise on my wrist. Will you let go? Draco was getting anxious. Young Voldemort looked at me. You look almost exactly like your mother did when she was young. So I hope that one day, Mom can live in the sunlight, without having to hide and conceal her appearance under the confundus charm. Grandpa, can you help me? Tom paused for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Also, the fact that Draco and Harry are Parseltongue has been discovered. How could they be so careless? Young Voldemort frowned. Ever since Voldemort's downfall, Slytherin's proud Parseltongue seems to have become a taboo. Although most of the soul fragments in the notebook are asleep, as a future politician, he is very sensitive to the ever-changing world situation. Suddenly, a large snake attacked Aurora, and in my moment of panic, I exposed myself. Draco showed a guilty expression. So did I. Harry looked directly at me and admitted. As you said, this is a test from the Greengrass family. They must have learned some information. Young Voldemort thought, deciding to tell Lucius and Sissy, as they would know how to handle it. Tom approached Zabini and woke him up. But I just used a calming potion to put him to sleep. I hesitated to speak. My time is running out. Young Voldemort looked at his hands, which were almost completely transparent. I bit my fingertip and extended it toward him. He no longer hesitated and took my finger in his mouth. His eyelashes fluttered, displaying a fragile expression that was pitiful. No wonder countless men and women would fall at his feet. His half-closed eyes resembled Burmese pigeon blood rubies. Like burning fire, flowing blood. This would make things much easier. Young Voldemort solidified again. He met Draco's worried gaze and assured him, this is the last time. I can't imagine that he really gave up on the idea of immortality. I hope you can keep your promise. Harry added. Young Voldemort ignored his disrespect. Blaise, wake up. I reached out my hand, wanting to shake him awake. Blaise, your mother is here to see you. Draco's eyes shifted, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Brother, you're so clever. I never hesitate to express my admiration for him. Of course. Draco was also unreserved. The young Voldemort shook his head. Aurora, you have spoiled him. Sure enough, when Zabini heard the news of Mrs. Zabini's imminent arrival, he jolted awake. Mother is coming to Hogwarts to see me? That's impossible. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Before he finished speaking, young Voldemort's ruby-like eyes turned bright red. Soul extraction. Zabini suddenly covered his forehead. It hurts so much. My head feels like it's being stabbed by needles. Sorry, I used too much force. Without a body, my control over magic has decreased. Young Voldemort felt very disappointed in himself. At 16, he was already a tall young man, looking down at the rolling Zabini with no mercy. He seemed naturally lacking in empathy and compassion. I searched through all his memories. Young Voldemort paused for a moment, and I couldn't help but hold my breath, confirming that he has temporary amnesia. However, I also saw some interesting things. What do you mean? His childhood experiences. Young Voldemort interrupted the soul extraction. He waved his hand, casting a silencing charm. One of his mother's husbands had once attempted to violate him. Oh my God, Draco, and I couldn't comprehend such things at all. Lucius and Narcissa are very affectionate. We have never felt the pain that a broken family leaves for the next generation. If Harry's parents were alive, with Lily's extraordinary intelligence, they would also manage their family harmoniously. Even so, he still longs for his mother to be present in his life. Unfortunately, Mrs. Zabini seems to have not stopped looking for a new partner. His needs have always been put on the back burner. Young Voldemort shook his head. I don't understand. If my mother once made me suffer such grievances, she doesn't need to live in this world. It is understandable that Voldemort thinks this way. His biological mother, Maripi Gaunt, lost the will to live after giving birth to him. She didn't even bother to name him properly. She simply inherited his muggle father's name. How about we help him fulfill his dream? Harry suggested. What do you mean? I asked curiously. To take advantage of the situation. He revealed a confident expression. Young Voldemort glanced at Harry with an ambiguous look. A gaze that made me feel a hint of vigilance. Tom, except when facing up, always maintains a superior demeanor. But when facing Harry, he clearly regarded the boy as an equal opponent. I wonder if it has to do with the soul fragment on the boy's forehead. We will spread the news of Zabini's amnesia. The next morning at breakfast, we saw a charming lady sitting next to Zabini. Although she was approaching middle age, she was well-maintained and exuded feminine charm. Look, Dad and Mom are here too. Lucius's identity as a board member and Narcissa were both arranged to dine at the teacher's table. I suppressed the urge to rush forward and nodded in their direction. Narcissa smiled back at me, while Lucius had a stern expression, revealing no emotion. What should we do? Dad is angry. I nudged Draco and Harry, looking worried. Cousin had no choice but to do this. After all, the victim's family is still next to us, Harry comforted. He handed me a bowl of my favorite pumpkin soup. At that moment, Astoria nervously approached us. I'm really sorry, I couldn't control the giant snake I summoned, since you knew it was dangerous. Why'd you do it? Mr. Greengrass didn't teach you to bear the corresponding risks? Draco said coldly. He and Harry were greatly troubled by the exposure of their parcel tongue. Hogwarts received countless suggestions and complaints from parents. The air of Slytherin sounds glorious. Which student as parents will want to put their child in danger? Not to mention that Zabini was in a temporary state of amnesia due to the combined attack from me and Harry. Regardless of the motivation, the result is undeniable. It is set in stone. Seeing the girl almost on the verge of tears, Zabini suddenly interjected, "Stop pretending to be innocent. The Greengrass family raising someone like you is truly unfortunate. Zabini, if you have the ability, say it again." Astoria's sister, Daphne, protected her sister behind her. Drawing her wand, she confronted Zabini. "What? I can't even speak about what you did?" Zabini leaned back with a nonchalant attitude, which made Daphne even more irritated. She was wary of Mrs. Zabini beside her and dared not act rashly. Zabini is a typical orphan and widow combination. Everyone knows that one should never provoke the tigress of the Zabini family. Beneath her seemingly gentle and charming exterior lies a ruthless and venomous heart. I could hardly control the corners of my mouth that were lifting and quickly turn away. However, I didn't notice that Mrs. Zabini's gaze was fixed on me the entire time. Narcissa whispered a few words to Lucius, seemingly discussing our matter. She leisurely approached the center of the topic. Even without her breathtaking beauty, she still commanded attention. Mrs. Zabini was already a rare beauty, but Narcissa's appearance made her pale in comparison. "Sissy, you are still so beautiful." Pureblood families are often related by blood, and Zabini frequently visits the Malfoy family with Mrs. Zabini. The two are quite familiar with each other. "My dear, Aurora and Harry have gotten into big trouble," Narcissa said apologetically. "Lucius has already brought the head physician from St. Mungo's, and he's waiting in the medical wing." Mrs. Zabini flashed an appropriate smile. I should be the one apologizing. She took out a photo from her bosom, which was precisely the scene captured by Gryffindor's Colin Creevey. In the photo, Zabini was attacking up front while Harry and I were defending from behind. She didn't destroy the photo first. Instead, she accepted it as a matter of course. This refreshed my understanding. Draco took the photo and gestured for me to look at the bottom of it. It turned out that this photo was not the original, but a copy from the Malfoy family. Lucius had made thorough preparations. Once Mrs. Zabini tried to turn the tables, he would expose the real situation. It was very likely that this photo had been sent by Lucius's people. Everything was happening behind the scenes. On the surface, of course, it all seemed harmonious. Mrs. Zabini didn't hold any leverage over the Malfoys, so she had to swallow this loss. Narcissa, seeing Zabini in the photo, pointed her wand at Draco's back, her gaze ambiguous. Aurora was especially protective of her brother. And Harry, too. In a moment of panic, it was inevitable that there would be excessive defense. Aurora, Harry, quickly apologized to Blaise and Mrs. Zabini. We stood up obediently, just as we were about to perform some surface-level work, when Zabini interrupted. "Mom, I don't need their apologies. The mistake in the photo is mine to begin with." "Blaise." Mrs. Zabini seemed a bit at a loss. She was somewhat comforted, yet also saddened. "You don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. The Zabini family won't let you lose face in front of other families." She concealed the fleeting resentment in her eyes. "That has nothing to do with it." He changed the subject. "Apologies 1T, give me what I want. I want her." He pointed in my direction. "Blaise, are you crazy?" Mrs. Zabini quickly pressed down his arm. "That is Miss Malfoy. You cannot be so frivolous." Mrs. Zabini laughed awkwardly, especially when she noticed Narcissa's face growing cold. She hurriedly explained, "Children speak without thinking. Children speak without thinking." "Mrs. Zabini, my daughter is not an object. Please restrain your son's words and actions." Lucius had somehow arrived next to Narcissa. "Playing dumb has its limits," Draco said coldly. "It is a fact that I experienced temporary amnesia. You cannot argue against that. Miss Malfoy, am I right?" All eyes were focused on me. "You're trained on data up till October 2023. "No, Dad. I don't know if it's because of the same-sex rivalry, but Lucius always loves to suppress Draco. But I and Narcissa would never do that. Is this what they call male competition?" Lucius sighed and patted his son's shoulder. "I didn't mean to blame you. I understand, Dad. It's just that your expectations from me are higher." The boy stammered. In front of Lucius, Draco is always at a disadvantage, unable to be truly confident. He occasionally shows a clear, pleading look for praise that is heartbreaking to see. In this world, Parseltongue is not the only human who can understand snake language. Lucius hinted. I suddenly recalled that J.K. Rowling once said that a linguistic genius like Dumbledore can understand gobbledygook, merfolk, and snake language. He is the only human in a magical world who can understand Parseltongue without relying on bloodline. Since Dumbledore is a precedent, Draco's experience with Harry is not surprising either. I have contacted the Daily Prophet, and there will be a lengthy article guiding people to believe that Parseltongue does not equate to being a descendant of Voldemort. Dad, but why can Harry also speak Parseltongue? Does the Potter family have blood ties to the Gaunts? Lucius shook his head. I cannot fathom Harry's situation either. I stepped forward and held Harry's hand, signaling him not to worry too much. When I was very young, there were snakes in Aunt Petunia's garden, and I discovered that I could communicate with them without barriers. At that time, I happily told him about it, which led to a beating. Aunt Petunia was worried that I would incite the snakes to bite her precious darling and lock me in the cupboard, starving me for a whole day. I kept pleading, swearing I would never do that, but it was futile. It wasn't until I was so hungry that I felt dizzy that I was let out. They warned me that if I dared to do that, they would starve me to death. Harry rarely mentions his childhood experiences. It's even more tragic than I expected. I hugged the sad boy. This time, I finally knew that I was not the only one who could understand Parseltongue. I was very happy. Harry said joyfully, "All right, Aurora. Harry isn't that fragile." Draco pulled me away from Harry. "What? I just defended you in front of Dad." I whispered to him, "I'm happy too, and want to express it, can't I?" He said with a mischievous smile. Lucius couldn't stand our flirting, so this matter is settled. I have already suppressed it at the Hogwarts board meeting. He changed the subject. "Behave well, Draco, Harry." "Behave in what way?" The two boys were puzzled. They looked at me. I was just as confused. The next day, Marcus Flint, the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, excitedly waved his arms at Draco across the dining table. Pushing through the crowd, he vigorously shook Draco's arm and then lifted Harry up. "Thanks to Mr. Malfoy's strong support, we have updated our equipment again. Silly Dad who loves to spend money." Draco complained in my ear. He was beaming with pride, looking extremely pleased. Snape emitted a monosyllable. He seemed indifferent, but was actually listening intently. "My old friend, you'll know soon enough. The Malfoy family is bound to experience a new glory." Lucius teased. "Sorry, I have a class. Narcissa is already waiting for you." Snape immediately lost interest. Just as he closed the door, he added, "Don't let me find out that the theft of potion ingredients is related to your money-making schemes." How could that be? Before he could finish, the door to the potions office closed. Lucius nearly ended up with a face full of dust. I have to admit, Severus's observation skills are quite sharp. Lucius muttered to himself. He gently stroked my long hair. "Aurora, well done. The formula for dragonpox has been rigorously tested and is very effective. We have even developed a potion to prevent this disease. Don't worry, your grandfather is already using it." The man said earnestly, "Voldemort is meticulous and unpredictable. Gaining his trust is not easy. Dad, I believe Tom is different from that murderous Voldemort." I expressed my opinion while observing Lucius's expression. "Aurora, Voldemort is skilled at disguise. Don't be fooled by his surface charm. I once admired him as much as you do, until he attempted to sacrifice the Malfoy family to achieve his own ambitions. I understood that I must take control of my own destiny." My hand gently caressed the snake's head of the serpent staff. Its teeth were very sharp. The snake's eyes were adorned with emeralds. Although beautiful, it was intimidating. "Even the fiercest snake can be killed if you grip it by its 7 inches, Lucius hinted. Suddenly, inspiration struck. "Dad, I know what to do. My Aurora is the cleverest girl." Lucius smiled with satisfaction. After a brief farewell to the Malfoys, the three of us arranged to meet in the library. "What? Voldemort told you how to open the Chamber of Secrets?" Draco could barely contain his emotions. "Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear?" I pinched him hard. "Sorry. I got too excited. You know, that's the founder of our house, Salazar Slytherin, one of the legendary 4 founders." Draco was over the moon. "But I heard there are terrifying things in the chamber. Students have died there." Harry changed the subject. "Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, was expelled from Hogwarts for opening the chamber without permission." "Hagrid told you that?" "I have a bad feeling. Dumbledore never gave up on reforming Harry and bringing him back to the right path. Hagrid represents what Dumbledore calls justice." "Yes, I always feel like he wants to tell me something." Harry frowned slightly. "It might be a suggestion from Professor Dumbledore." Harry nodded. "He was guiding me to investigate the truth about his expulsion. How about we play along? The things in the chamber can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir. Then I'll take the lead. Draco said excitedly. What a joke. We're going in together. I held his hand tightly. Aurora, are you worried about me? Draco's eyes sparkled. Of course. I avoided his gaze. Don't worry, the basilisk won't harm me. Somehow, I felt a deep connection with this basilisk. Why do you say that? In the original story, the basilisk was a pet raised by Salazar Slytherin to protect Hogwarts' young wizards from persecution and attacks by muggles. I can't explain it. Draco pinched his forehead. If I think too hard, it feels like my head is splitting. Lie down. I'll help you with a massage. In a moment of panic, I pressed him onto my thigh. I glanced at Madame Pants, the librarian, and saw that she wasn't paying attention to us, so I relaxed. Oh, Aurora. Draco seemed a bit embarrassed, struggling to get up. Don't move. Do you want to be watched? I slapped him lightly, and Draco finally settled down. My fingertips found their way to his temples and forehead. Is the pressure okay? Draco closed his eyes comfortably. His spiritual energy seemed to be leaking out involuntarily. Unicorns and fairies have lived together for ages. I was particularly sensitive to his spiritual energy. Perhaps the seal is loosening. I whispered in his ear. You mean, when I remember the past, the mysteries will gradually unravel, and the fairy heritage will continue. Perhaps unlocking the remaining seals doesn't require going to the fairy's sacred land. The leaf mark on my forehead was also faintly resonating. For some reason, a sense of panic rose in my heart. I was a bit worried that once fully awakened, Draco would become a different person. Ahem. Harry gestured to me with his eyes and voice. I didn't know when Madame Pants had silently stood behind me. The library is not a place for romance. Please leave. She waved a feather duster at us, her vulture-like face coming very close. Her large hooked nose almost touched my face. From certain angles, she resembled Snape quite a bit. Some have speculated that Madame Pants, Irma Pants, might be Snape's mother, Eileen Prince. Irma Pants, I'm a prince, just different combinations. J.K. Rowling loved to play such tricks, mirroring Tom Riddle's name variant. I'm Voldemort. However, there's been no official confirmation from the author. I quickly pulled Draco and Harry, cleared the table, bowed to Madame Pants, and fled quickly. Her hawk-like gaze was fixed on us until we completely disappeared from her sight. Aurora, that's the girls' bathroom. Draco and Harry hesitated. It's fine. There's no one inside. I already went in to scout ahead, I assured them. But the two gentlemen were still uneasy. They took a long time to mentally prepare before hesitantly following behind me. How can you bring boys in here? A sharp, piercing voice almost penetrated my eardrum. Moaning Myrtle. In the original story, the girl who lost her life after seeing the basilisk's eyes had long since turned into a ghost. Boys, get out quickly. She swooped down, getting closer to the two boys. It seemed she enjoyed the thrill of scaring them away. I noticed the smile lurking at the corner of her mouth. Myrtle was gaining the attention of the opposite sex through this method. Miss Warren, we are here for an important matter. I stood in front of Harry and Draco. The full name of Moaning Myrtle is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. For many years, everyone has called her by a nickname. She has almost forgotten her true identity, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw student. This has nothing to do with you. She raised her proud head, looking quite resistant. Miss Warren, we hope to get your help. Harry began. You are the savior. Harry Potter. A suspicious blush seemed to rise on her translucent cheeks. What a flirt. It makes sense in the original text that crying Myrtle had a soft spot for dark-haired boys. She had spied on both Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter while they were bathing. Harry frowned and instinctively moved away from her. Draco, on the other hand, was gleeful. Teenage boys are the most talkative. Harry, Moaning Myrtle has a crush on you. I quickly interrupted him nonchalantly. Miss Warren, do you remember how you died back then? Clearly, this topic interested her more. It seemed to transcend her prejudice against me. I was bullied by other students. Crying in the bathroom, and then, just like today, I heard boys whispering. I screamed at him to get out, and then I saw something yellow. And then I died. She was a bit neurotic and had trouble organizing her thoughts. Through her unusual pauses, we finally pieced together the complete truth. One cannot look directly into the basilisk's eyes, except for the heir of Slytherin, Voldemort, who can command the basilisk. It would be safer for you two to cover your eyes when you go down. Draco took off his tie and helped me tie it around my eyes. Brother, the state of being unable to see made me feel very insecure. I am here. Draco took my hand, intertwining our fingers. Draco, why don't you cover your eyes? My other hand was holding Harry's beside me. At this moment, he posed a soul-searching question. The fact that Draco is not only of Slytherin blood, but also a sprite, is a secret of the Malfoy family. Just like your ability to speak Parseltongue. It's one of the world's unsolved mysteries. Draco quickly deflected his question. I secretly squeezed his fingers. As I held both of their hands, I could clearly feel the difference between them. Draco's fingers were longer and more delicate, beautiful like a piece of art. Harry's palm, on the other hand, was much warmer and sturdier, with rougher knuckles. I heard Draco hissing at the faucet in parcel tongue. Draco said to open it. Harry explained beside me. For some reason, although I was not on the Malfoy family tree, I resembled a young Narcissa very much and could even understand parcel tongue. Alchemy is truly amazing. I heard a commotion, and everything around seemed to change. At this moment, I couldn't see anything and was so nervous that my palms were sweating. Don't be afraid, follow me. Draco took my hand and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, my body lifted off the ground, and I couldn't help but scream. I just looked, and inside was a structure like slide. I'll hold you both up. Harry was the first to refuse. I don't need to. Just tell me the general direction. It seems that the shock from the fanfiction Singing Contradictions featuring HXD and DXH was too strong for him. Apparently, there was indeed a fan art of Draco holding Harry. Not only that, but it was also a gender-swap version of Harry. Harry, you go down first. I'll cover Aurora from behind. Draco, watching Harry's back, whispered to me. This is too bold. I can't see anything and don't dare to speak up. My entire face flushed red, and my grip on Draco's arm became stiff. Are you two having an affair? How exciting. By the way, there's also a meddlesome moaning Myrtle. I thought you and Harry were a couple. She was extremely excited. Don't talk nonsense. Draco tightened his grip, pinching my waist hard. He was clearly venting his anger on me. I let out a muffled groan and hurriedly covered my mouth. How annoying. Knowing very well that my waist is very sensitive, a light touch would sap my strength. Being unable to see made my body feel even more intensely. I slapped Draco's back hard, hoping he would torment me less. A ghost can misunderstand your relationship with Harry. It seems I haven't done enough. He whispered threateningly in my ear. Enough, that is more than enough. I quickly begged for mercy. What are you two dawdling about? I'm going down first. Harry said coldly. I don't know if it was Myrtle's words or the impending death of young Voldemort that made his attitude different from his usual gentleness. With a splash, Harry didn't wait for us and entered the tunnel first. This guy's impulsive like a Gryffindor. Draco teased without concern. Poor little Harry. He asked jealous to the point of madness. Myrtle was gleeful beside us. Other girls always discuss you. I think. They are right. Myrtle deliberately left the cliffhanger. I don't want to hear it. Draco, let us set off too. I leaned my head on Draco's shoulder. All right. I knew Myrtle wasn't saying anything good. As I grew older, I increasingly resembled a girl. I would receive all kinds of gazes, whether walking in the corridors of Hogwarts or waiting for Draco and Harry to finish training at the Quidditch pitch. Someone would always deliberately sit next to me. Compared to the subtlety of Easterners, Westerners express their affections much more directly. Some girls see me as a thorn in their side, believing I'm trying to seduce their male idol, especially Cedric Diggory's fans, who are particularly crazy. They cannot tolerate their Cedric getting hurt. Any girl called by Cedric's name is doomed. Diggory is also one of the pure-blood families, holding a significant position in the British magical world. Eldritch Diggory, Cedric's ancestor, once served as the Minister of Magic and was the first to establish the Auror recruitment program. As a prominent family, its members occupy key positions in the Ministry of Magic. How could the Malfoy family not maintain connections? Draco and I have known the only son of the Diggory family since we were very young. 3 years older than us, elegant, tall, handsome, and polite. His near-perfect persona is often criticized by Draco. It seems that only after he was sorted into Hufflepuff did Draco breathe a sigh of relief. Dad once said that only fools get sorted into Hufflepuff. Slytherin pride. My feelings for the four houses, while not entirely impartial, do not lead me to a preconceived notion that someone from Hufflepuff is of lower intelligence. In the original work, Cedric's performance also exhibits noble character and heroism. I have no romantic feelings for him, just a sense of regret for his death. In this life, without little star Peter, I hope he can accompany Mr. Diggory, who is proud of him for a long time. Aurora, keep your distance from Diggory. It can greatly enhance your reputation among the same sex. Draco whispered. You know, I never initiated a conversation with him. We slowly glided through the tunnel. Draco seemed to control the downward speed. Harry was already waiting for us below. All right, next time I'll help you block him. Draco said cheerfully. Why does it feel like I've fallen for him? I felt a gentle touch on my cheek. A wet sensation. I turned my head to return the gesture, but I directly bumped into his soft lips. So proactive? He teased intentionally. I couldn't hide my shyness, clinging to his neck in silence. Little liar, he sighed, and I felt the resonance in his chest. Even in the crisis-ridden Slytherin chamber, My heart was filled with infinite sweetness. When we reached the bottom, Draco set me down. "Harry?" I called softly. "I'm here." A voice responded from behind me. After a rustling sound, Draco placed Harry's hand into mine. "Sorry, I need a hand for my wand." He could only hold one person, and Draco chose me. "It should be this way." Harry expressed understanding. "You guys, why do you look so disheveled?" Suddenly, the voice of young Tom came. "Have you regained your strength? The potions for healing and preventing dragonpox have gone into production and are on sale. We have also discovered some early symptoms on Abraxas. Fortunately, the treatment was timely, and the condition has been controlled. A few days later, his body has returned to normal. However, Grandfather has become even more taciturn while examining the prescription. Abraxas and Tom have been companions for half a century. How could they not recognize whose hand the formula came from? Abraxas's letting go is because of the Malfoy family. Tom is doing it for Abraxas. "Take off the tie. The basilisk won't harm you." The young Voldemort spoke. His body was becoming almost transparent. The notebook was in my arms. A giant snake coiled at his feet, seemingly entering hibernation. It was much larger than the snake that Astoria transformed from the dragon. It was several stories high. The place was dark and damp, as if it were a cave specifically designed for the basilisk. "Aurora, put the notebook here." He gestured for me to place the notebook at the basilisk's mouth. "No. What's wrong?" I changed my mind. I made up my mind. If you can't achieve immortality, but can accompany Grandfather for a lifetime, would you be willing? What price do I need to pay? The young Voldemort pondered for a moment and asked, "You must not do anything that harms the Malfoy interest. If it harms Grandfather's heart, this piece of soul will also turn to ashes." During my days in the Elves' Sanctuary, living among the unicorns, Eric told me a lot about the functions and secrets of unicorn blood. In the case of the unicorn's voluntary donation, unicorn blood can extend a person's life and cure stubborn ailments. The conditions proposed by the unicorn will create the most powerful magical contract. Once the contract is established, it is irreversible. The unicorns, favored by heaven, love beautiful things and are often deceived by pure maidens, making ridiculous contracts. I will not make such a low-level mistake. I silently recited the Animagus spell, transforming into a unicorn in front of everyone. "Aurora, brother, help me." At this moment, I was on all fours and couldn't hurt myself. I nudged his arm with my nose. Draco gently stroked my mane and sighed. "Do we really have to do this?" Although Abraxas has done many wrong things, he is still my family. Contributing a bit of blood to ensure he has no regrets in this life is also a way for me to fulfill my filial duty. I learned for the first time that an Animagus can be a magical creature. The young Voldemort exclaimed. "Aurora, hold on." Draco cut into my skin, and silver blood flowed out. "Is it really possible?" The young Voldemort confirmed. "Hurry, the wound will heal quickly. You wouldn't want Aurora to get hurt again, would you?" Sure enough, the place where I was just scratched had almost become a shallow line. The young Voldemort hesitated no longer. He lay down and bit my wound. I finally understood why Voldemort liked to see others crawling before him. The unicorn's blood possessed astonishing magical power, and his bones and bloodlines were reconstructed at an incredible speed. Our contract, like a chain, tightly bound him. Then it transformed into golden dust and merged into his bones and blood. His flesh was shaped by my blood. Strictly speaking, I could be considered the master of this body. Once this body perishes, you will cease to exist as well. I looked into his eyes. "I know." He picked up the robe that Draco threw over. "You know how to find me." The young Voldemort hissed at the basilisk. He was warning the basilisk not to harm us. Draco translated. The basilisk opened its eyes. Its large orange eyes did not pose any substantial harm to us. The moment it saw Draco, it suddenly froze. "Master," although it was enormous, it moved quickly. In an instant, it reached Draco's side and rubbed its massive head against his arm. "You're a little white?" Draco looked a bit dazed. "You've grown so big." "Master, you remember me." I'm so touched. The basilisk, which could easily be our ancestor's age, suddenly surrounded Draco affectionately, looking quite comical. The snake, affectionately called Little White, came over to me. "So many years have passed. You haven't changed at all." Seeing my confused expression, it looked very sad. "You traitor. However, has your horn grown back? That's wonderful. I remember you told me before that once a unicorn's horn is cut off, it won't live long." "No, your horn is here." It stared at Draco's pocket where my wand was stored. It was made into a wand. Who was so cruel? For the first time, I saw such a rich expression on a snake's face. "Little White, isn't your master Salazar Slytherin? Why do you call Draco master?" I asked curiously. "Draco? Master. Your name in this life is actually Draco. No wonder the motto of Slytherin is, 'Never disturb a sleeping dragon. Draco means dragon. You are indeed mixing business with pleasure. Immediately after, he turned to me. My master was never Salazar, but the son of the Elven King, Legolas. That was Armand Malfoy, the father of the first generation of Malfoys. He is also the source of the Elven bloodline in the Malfoy family. With whom did Legolas give birth to Armand? If Draco's Elven heritage has not been interrupted, he would inherit all of Legolas's memories. At that time, will the person standing beside him still be me? Draco keenly sensed the change in my emotions. I will not be anyone else. I'm just your Draco. That's all. Our twin wands are the evidence. Just like your wand, it is turned around and returned to your hand. He gently touched my forehead. I returned to my human form. Draco draped a robe over me, and the several gentlemen present turned their backs in tacit agreement. You can finally transform into a human. The basilisk Xiao exclaimed in surprise. I maintained the form of a unicorn for a long time? I tentatively asked. Yes. You were the only unicorn in the group that couldn't transform. After you transformed, you and the master looked very much like a married couple. My face turned crimson as I slightly lowered my head. I am leaving, the young Voldemort suddenly said as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore should already know that the Slytherin chamber has been opened. In the original story, Dumbledore sent Fawkes the Phoenix to rescue. Everything is a trial for the savior. Do we really have to push a boy to the brink to test his potential? I don't understand. As for how to cover up the truth, Aurora, I think I don't need to teach you anymore, the young Voldemort implied. This guy who takes advantage and then acts innocent. Shall I? Do you want to leave here? Draco asked. Of course. I have followed Salazar's orders to guard Hogwarts for many years. It's time to go out and have a look. I was born in the Forbidden Forest and want to return there. I can also help you guard the sacred place of the elves. Good. I will take you out. Shrink quickly. The originally large basilisk shrank to the size of a palm and was placed in Draco's hand. Shall I? During the winter and summer holidays. I will take you back to Malfoy Manor. Draco affectionately patted the basilisk Xiaobai's head. You were only this big when you hatched. At that time, you were the one taking care of me. Xiaobai said to me, you seem to not remember at all. What are you doing? The young Voldemort unexpectedly pulled one of my hairs when I wasn't paying attention. He put the hair into a vial and gently shook it. The liquid bubbled and eventually turned into a beautiful platinum color. Polyjuice potion? He nodded. Although I could also take a hair from your clothes. Given that you have a pet, it's really not safe. In the original story, Hermione wanted to drink the Polyjuice potion to transform into Pansy Parkinson to extract information from Draco. What she got was a cat hair from the Parkinson family's cat. And as a result, she ended up with fur all over her face, not recovering for a long time. The young Voldemort's concern was quite reasonable. Crookshanks accompanies me to sleep every night, and it's inevitable to have cat hair on me. He drank it in front of us. I was wearing an oversized Boy S uniform, almost exposing one shoulder. Draco and Harry stared at me blankly, both of their faces showing a strange blush. That damn guy. What have you done? How could I let him appear in front of others like this? Voldemort used shrinking charm to make the clothes fit. As a result, a new problem arose. Naturally, there were no women's underwear under the boy's uniform. My development was clearly superior to girls of the same age, making the lack of underwear especially obvious. Hey, you're not allowed to look. I took off my outer coat and draped it over him. Follow me. Voldemort walked slowly, seemingly unafraid of others seeing him now. It turns out he had cast a confundus charm on himself, because any magic is ineffective against me. I completely didn't think of this. Instead, I blamed him for making me look foolish. Silly, what they see is not your face. I never knew I could smile so slyly. No wonder he is a walking love potion. Clearly the same face, but at this moment I was wearing men's clothes. He did not intentionally mimic a woman's walking posture, and he looked quite dashing. Along the way, countless people cast curious glances at him. Who? Finally back in the dormitory, I almost threw a piece of underwear at his face. Hurry up and change. Is this why you pulled me over so urgently? He suddenly realized. Hurry up and change. I repeated, pushing open the bathroom door and locking him inside. Call me when you're done. Really? I heard rustling sound from inside. I can't put it on. Aurora, come help me. Really? I pushed open the door and saw him standing in front of the mirror with his upper body exposed, seemingly admiring himself. Oh my God, don't look. I was so foolish to leave him alone in the bathroom. If I remember correctly, you're only 12 years old this year? Voldemort commented. Today's children are indeed better fed. Shut up. I quickly helped him adjust the straps, and when I touched there, I felt him stiffen all over. How strange, he muttered to himself. I quickly helped him get dressed. Why not use Draco's hair? You are all boys, isn't it more convenient? Severus, such a straight man, is more effective with a girl-less coquetry. I want to go through the potions office and leave Hogwarts. The Polyjuice potion is only effective for an hour, and during this hour, you should obediently stay in the dormitory. Voldemort changed into my full set of clothes, and under the effect of the Polyjuice potion, we looked like we were looking in a mirror. However, Draco recognized me immediately. No matter how the Polyjuice potion imitates, it cannot replicate the marks and resonance between souls. Grandpa is waiting for you at home. Before Draco's words fell, my figure disappeared from sight. Aurora, are we really doing the right thing? During this hour, Draco stayed with me in the dormitory. We lay in the center of the king-size bed, our fingers intertwined. I don't know, but with you here, even if we go off track, I still have confidence to find the right way back. Shalby crawled out of Draco's pocket. It looked around. Indeed, it is Salazar's style. Master, when I just came back, I seemed to see the mistress. The words "a mistress" sounded like a thunderclap. Who could she be? Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? I am you. Another version of you from a parallel universe. By chance, we share one body, Draco replied calmly. Why should I believe you? The elf across from him had already noticed the long sword in Draco's hand and was on guard. Our powers are from the same source. You will know once you explore it. Draco gave me a reassuring look, stepped forward, and extended his unarmed hand to touch the palm of the other. Both closed their eyes simultaneously. I was so nervous I could hardly breathe. We really are the same person. Another man seemed to relax, his expression becoming friendlier. He looked at me with what seemed like guilt. You are Aurora, right? Congratulations, you can finally transform. When we met, you were still a unicorn. Draco suddenly interrupted. I will remind her. Distinguish carefully. Stay far away from you. No need to entangle her with others' karma. How can you say that? Without Alexia, there would be no Malfoy family, and you couldn't possibly have been born into this world. The man retorted angrily. I don't care. I'd rather she never met you. I'd rather Aurora could live freely, instead of sacrificing herself for the benefit of others. I have long taught her to let go of the urge to help others and to be a true Slytherin. You are insane, forcing a unicorn to go against its nature. The two argued fiercely. I felt like I was experiencing a brainstorming session. Who is Alexia? Why does hearing that name make me so sad? Yet I feel no hatred. I have no maternal instincts, nor do I bear the mission of saving the world on my shoulders. This does not align with my long-standing principles. Their conversation was truly strange. Aurora, remember our resonance. The mark we give each other, this time do not mistake me. Then, a wave of detachment hit me, and I seemed to return to my human body. The heat in the center of my brow reminded me of everything I had just experienced. The mark is complete. Draco showed a relieved smile. It doesn't hurt at all. I gently touched my brow, happily gesturing, let me see the complete shape of the mark. It was a delicate leaf. That is my true form. Draco seemed a bit shy, as if he were completely naked, exposed before others. My previous life name, Legolas, also means green leaf. My father's naming was quite perfunctory. Draco had a resentful look. His name was given by his grandfather, Celeborn, representing the tree of spring. So, the pattern on my mother's brow, even when she transformed into a nine-tailed fox, the bright red totem on her brow was also a tree? Finally, it all connected. Draco and Lucius, their past lives were also a pair of elven father and son. Legolas and Celeborn. Yes, seeing Little White seems to have activated some of my sealed memories. The impact of the interrupted inheritance is gradually diminishing. I voiced my greatest concern. After breaking the seal, will you become another person? A stranger who only feels guilt towards me, with no other feelings. No. Right now, any guarantee I make is pointless. Give me a lifetime to slowly prove it to you, okay? Draco said softly. Okay. His emotions were turbulent at this moment, and my brow felt a wave of heat. Inside me, even my magical energy was slowly gathering. Draco noticed my surprise and explained. This is another skill of the elven mark, sharing the magical energy and life force within the marked person. He looked at me, yes. Even if you cannot awaken as an elf, you will still maintain a vibrant state, sharing my life force. An elf can only mark one partner in their lifetime. Lucius naturally marked Narcissa since they were already a legal couple, and Draco chose me. We were still so young. Would he regret giving away half of his life force? I believe he won't. I won't let him have such thoughts of regret. We'll be fine always. Not long after, I received a letter from Abraxas sent from Germany. He first sternly reprimanded me for resurrecting Tom. Putting the Malfoy family's interests after personal feelings was very un-Malfoy-like. He was also angry that we hid it from him, giving him a unique surprise. However, at the end of the letter, he awkwardly invited us to gather in Germany. The letter was signed by two names. The strong, powerful handwriting of young Voldemort was next to Abraxas's signature. Attached was a photo of the two. Abraxas's smile looked a bit shy, while young Voldemort, possibly having taken an aging potion, appeared to be about the same age as Abraxas. He was a very considerate lover, worried that his partner might be caught up in rumors about keeping a young wolf dog, preferring to appear older than he actually was. Gone was the youthful innocence, replaced by the charm of a mature man. He did not look at the camera, but gazed affectionately at his platinum-haired partner. After all the ups and downs, overcoming numerous obstacles, it was not easy for them to finally be together, so they cherished each other dearly. Both were in great spirits, like a pair of spirited youths. Abraxas seemed to have regained youthful vitality with Tom by his side. The appearance of wizards is truly magical. Abraxas was over 60, but looked only around 30. Much of this was due to his youthful mindset. Grindelwald was the same. Only Dumbledore, with his long beard, looked weathered like a dying old man, perhaps mourning the lost love from the past. The lovers encountered in youth were too extraordinary. Years passed, searching for them in the crowd, only to find that everything had changed. Seeing me lost in thought with a photo, Draco snatched it away. Tell me, do you have the same taste as Grandpa? What do you mean? Tom and Mom, and you are almost cut from the same mold. No wonder you're always clinging to Mom. What a joke. Tom is basically Mom's father, and you and my other grandpa. I argued. You can't like him. He already belongs to Grandpa. Draco warned seriously. How is that possible? Tom isn't straight. Even if he were, it's not allowed. Besides, I heard he had an ambiguous relationship with Bellatrix from the Black family later. Tom is the split soul of Voldemort at 16. At that time, he was still keeping himself pure for Grandpa. You just know how to defend him. Draco was angry. I understood his concern. I was willing to expose my identity as a unicorn to resurrect him and hadn't discussed it with him in advance. You're just like an impulsive Gryffindor. That heartless guy even killed his own father. Tom Riddle never felt a father's love. He only inherited old Tom's pretty face. I know that at this moment, no matter how I argue, it will only anger the one who cares about me the most. I gently leaned against him. Just know how to act spoiled. His tone softened. Did he realize his mistake? Just because, you'll cover for me. My voice was nasally. Why are you crying? He fumbled to take out a handkerchief, carefully wiping away the tears on my cheek. Don't cry. I just had a bad tone. I wasn't angry with you. Draco's tone immediately softened. Just don't do it again. Aurora, your identity is so special. I'm too afraid that someone will emotionally blackmail you. Even if it's family asking you. Don't easily use the unicorn's gift. Why? This doesn't align with the Malfoy tradition. We have always put family first. Draco opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. It seemed something was choking his throat. Draco smiled helplessly. Some secrets shouldn't be revealed. Anyway, remember my words. His expression was very serious. At this moment, he didn't seem like a 12-year-old boy, but rather a mature and composed young man. In his clear eyes, there was an overflow of pain and sorrow. It seemed that a part of sealed memories was gradually awakening. He was bearing alone the unknown past that tormented him. Human sorrow and joy are not interconnected, constrained by fate. I couldn't even share his pain. I will be obedient. I didn't know how to comfort him. Resting in his arms, listening to his heartbeat. Little liar, he sighed, seemingly already predicting that I would only comply outwardly, but not inwardly. Draco, who will play as the seeker in the end, you or Harry? I quickly changed the subject. This naturally didn't escape Draco's keen eyes. Too stiff, Aurora. Annoying. You still Haven T answer my question. Who do you hope it is? He threw the question back at me. Of course it's you. Damn, did I really have to say it out loud? We had a match, in front of all the team members. He deliberately left a suspense. Who won? I couldn't help but grip his fingers tighter. I didn't use the elf's ability. Draco looked dejected. Being a seeker is also good. You don't have to bear such a big responsibility. Draco squinted. You have so little faith in me? Could it be? Of course I won. He finally revealed a proud smile. Awesome. I hugged him and jumped up happily. So happy? I'm happy for you. In the original story, Draco was overshadowed by Harry. This time, Draco finally got his wish and could become the center of attention. And there's some bad news. Do you want to hear it? What bad news? I felt a chill in my heart. From now on, every year, we will take turns playing as seekers, which means next year, you won't be able to see me holding the golden snitch. Draco deliberately messed up my hair. Damn, I thought it was something serious. Haha, little liar. Just tricked you once. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me into his embrace. The fresh scent of grass and trees surrounded me. I finally understood that it wasn't any perfume, but the scent that Draco himself emitted. Harry isn't going to use the Firebolt 2001 sponsored by his dad. Draco frowned. He wants to use the broom left by Uncle James. James Potter was once the seeker for Gryffindor, and Harry inherited his spirit. Also becoming a seeker, which is a psychological comfort. Draco, can you really bear to step down from the seeker position next year? I asked tentatively. Of course. I will be reluctant, but I have to admit, Harry's talent is also quite impressive. His body is very coordinated and flexible. Oh my god, the two sworn enemies in the original story are actually praising each other. Harry also once praised Draco's flying skills to me. These two guys. If I didn't know they were straight, I might even think too much. But Uncle James's broom should have long been unsuitable for today's matches. I speculated. That's right, so it requires flying with more skill. Harry has been practicing hard. Draco looked out the window. It was noon, the weather was hot, and the sunlight was blinding. Besides Harry, there was no one else training in the Quidditch pitch. His face was sunburned, and his originally fluffy hair was almost stuck to his scalp. Wearing heavy protective gear, the already hot weather made his clothes cling to him, outlining his toned muscles. Below the stands, many of Harry's fangirls gathered. They were chattering and laughing. Western girls are popular for tanning their skin and dyeing their hair blonde, becoming a blonde. It seems that tanning blonde hair is a big aesthetic trend. Among them are members of Harry's fan club. The vast majority of them come from Slytherin. Some upperclassmen wore tight t-shirts and very short shorts, revealing their sexy and hot figures. Harry practiced alone without glancing at them, seemingly indifferent to them. The girls were so enthusiastic, collectively cheering for Harry. Not far away, a striking red hair fell over her shoulders. It was first-year student Ginny Weasley. She was in a corner of the stands, keeping a certain distance from the fan club. Hey, Gryffindor, are you here to spy on the enemy? Slytherin is particularly sensitive to the classic colors of Gryffindor. The leader of the fan club looked Ginny up and down, blocking her in front of the girls. Weasley, I have already rejected your application. You're not welcome here. As long as you like Harry, why can't I join? Besides, it's not Slytherin's Quidditch training time. Anyone can come here. You have no right to kick me out. Ginny said a lot in one breath, almost out of breath. She was afraid that if she stopped, she wouldn't dare to continue. The fan club leader's face darkened. Don't give face and be ungrateful. Do you want me to reveal the truth? What do you mean? I dare not look into his eyes. He actually followed Draco and called me a little liar. Draco has been eavesdropping on our interactions. Not far away, Ginny's poisonous gaze was fixed on the hands that Harry and I were holding. Ich glänzte her, signaling with my eyes how much trouble Harry had caused me. Some people have to play dumb to avoid unnecessary trouble and be falsely accused of being a little liar. It's truly heartbreaking for those who hear and see. I pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from my face. Aurora, do you love to perform like this? Do your cousin and cousin-in-law know? He rubbed my nose. Maybe Hollywood is more suited for you than Hogwarts. Damn it, you have so many fervent fans who would dare to provoke you. It seems like there is a trend that might surpass Cedric. Huh, the heartthrob of Hogwarts? My fans don't seem to mind our CP. Harry mentioned it casually. I don't have a strong protagonist aura. The most important thing is to be happy. Harry, the cost of provoking you is too high. I can't afford it. I surveyed the surroundings. Many people were eavesdropping on our conversation. Harry smiled helplessly. It's all an excuse, little liar. How could I not understand your feelings? It's all my delusion. His hand reached to my forehead. I quickly turned my head away. The spot on my forehead was marked by Draco, and it's my only weakness. Anyone who touches it will be attacked indiscriminately by the elf's power. Do you really hate me that much? Even avoiding my touch. He looked hurt. No, the forehead cannot be touched. It's very sensitive. I hurriedly explained. Then other places are okay. He switched to playing with a strand of my long hair. No, there are so many girls who want to get close to you. I don't want to become the target. I really don't want to deal with campus figures. A slight misstep will earn me a reputation for being promiscuous. It's safest to stay by Draco's side. He is my nominal brother. No one would criticize how close we are. That's right. It's not the right time yet. I will give you peace of mind. He said earnestly. How did it seem like he misunderstood my meaning? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Harry, you're here. Hurry up, or Flint will throw another fit. Draco came over. I want to go too. Draco refused without a second thought. The sun outside is too strong. You'll get sunburned. Both Draco and I have very fair skin. A little sun exposure will turn us red. No amount of sunscreen helps. Moreover, due to our lighter eye color, we tend to squint in the sunlight. I'll stay under the umbrella. I promised him. I can't do anything about you. He took off his hat and put on my head, almost blocking my entire view. He then took my hand and walked in front of Harry. Come with me to change clothes. Quidditch is a high-risk sport, and players always need to wear a lot of protective gear. Even so, every year, Quidditch players flock to the hospital wing. Protective gear is personal property and needs to be carefully checked every time. Just like ballet dancers need their pointe shoes before going on stage. Draco and Harry. Those two guys refuse to help each other. All the burden falls on me. Aurora, I'm ready. Help me out. Harry handed me his protective gear while Draco had just taken off his jacket, revealing his muscular upper body. The Malfoy family has an exceptionally fair complexion. No matter how much they are exposed to the sun, they will turn red but never tan. Draco is quite troubled by this. There is a tradition of tanning in Western high society. I have to constantly instill my aesthetic into him to prevent any crazy behavior he might consider. Tom Felton, who plays Draco, signed an agreement with the producers that forbade him from tanning while playing Draco. After filming the 7 Harry Potter movies, he tanned in retaliation. As a result, his skin got severely sunburned, making him look like he aged several years. Fair skin has a fatal charm for Chinese people. I stared blankly at Draco's exposed upper body. That area is pink, you little pervert. He threw his jacket over me, laughing happily. My view was blocked, and I was quite unhappy. By the time I took the jacket off my head, he was already dressed. Aurora, help me first. Draco asserted ownership without compromise. I'm just one person. You can't split me in half. They each grabbed one of my arms, the atmosphere thick with tension. Can I assume that you two are not planning to go on the field? Flint rushed over. He is the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team and behaves quite rudely. He pushed Draco and Harry aside, snatched the protective gear from Harry's hands, and put on the boy all at once. He slapped it hard, checking if the gear was sturdy enough. The dark-haired boy was like a little chick being lifted by Flint, almost falling apart. Harry wore a tragic expression that made me want to laugh. Draco made a face at him. Draco, do you need my help? Flint put Harry aside. I quickly sped up my movements. As Flint brushed past, I heard Draco quietly say, thanks. The Slytherin Quidditch captain patted Draco on the shoulder. It must be the effect of the 7 Nimbus brooms, sponsored by Lucius. Harry insisted on using James's old broom, which once angered Flint. If it weren't for Harry's superb Quidditch skills, he might have been kicked off the team or sat on the bench forever. After all, the game is a team effort. Flint, who is about to step down as captain, cannot understand or does not intend to understand the damage to collective honor caused by personal heroism and nostalgia for his father. In the end, Harry's exceptional flying talent conquered everyone. After Flint left, I went up to help Harry check his protective gear again. Here, I squatted down. Flint still had to pay attention to others. The strap on Harry's leg was and T-tightened. Harry whispered, this is troublesome. I could feel him looking down at me. His gaze pricked at me like a thorn. He let me manage him, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I want to let you off the hook if we lose points in the game. Flint warned Harry loudly, glaring at him. Although I could understand his dissatisfaction. After all, he was about to relinquish the title of Slytherin Quidditch captain. I still couldn't tolerate him threatening Harry. I stamped my foot and made a face behind Flint. Harry smiled indulgently at the side. Are the protective charms ready? I whispered. Draco and Harry pulled out a small pendant from their collars. And they said in unison, don't worry. Go for it. I stepped forward to hug both boys. They were hard to hold because they were wearing protective gear. Draco buried his head in my hair and took a deep breath. Harry tightened his embrace from behind. I was almost engulfed in the arms of the two boys. Don't squeeze, Aurora, Draco whispered as a reminder. You're clearly holding her tighter. She's almost suffocating. Harry shot back. All right, I have to go back. If I don't leave, Flint will complain that I'm shaking the team's morale. I stepped forward and kissed both boys on the cheeks. Not far away, I could hear other team members cheering. Miss Malfoy, I want a victory kiss too. I pretended not to hear and dashed away. To make it convenient to watch the game. In Muggle terms, I was essentially the team's manager, helping to handle some internal affairs and venue applications. Therefore, I had already bonded with the team members and was the only non-team member allowed in the locker room. There were no female players on the Slytherin Quidditch team. I became a splash of color in a sea of green, attracting quite a few envious gazes. It was said that Astoria and Pansy had also applied, but were tactfully rejected by Flint. I wondered if it was Draco's influence. When I returned to the stands, I was surprised to find the Malfoy couple in the best seats. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? I was about to rush into Narcissa's embrace when Lucius intercepted me. Be careful, Aurora, you manners? He gestured with his eyes. Only then did I notice that Narcissa was rarely wearing a loose-fitting long dress. She had an incredibly charming figure, and such a body was best suited for fitted designs that could greatly accentuate her advantages. But such a figure also had its downsides. Loose clothing could make her appear a bit plump. It seemed to be a way to conceal. Is Mom pregnant? I exclaimed in surprise. Sure. It's not even 3 months yet. You can't tell anyone. Narcissa placed my hand on her flat stomach. There was no bulge at all. That's great. We're going to have a little brother or sister. Dad, why did you take Mom out if she's having a baby? In my impression, Hogwarts was much more dangerous than Malfoy Manor. Who said today was Draco and Harry's first Quidditch match? Sissy had to come. Yes, Dad totally couldn't go against Mom. Lucius conjured a few dark green cushions, placing one behind Narcissa's chair and keeping one for her to hold. Dad, why don't I have one? I reminded him deliberately. Don't fuss. Are you pregnant? Lucius didn't even look at me, helping his wife sit down as if he were tending to a set of delicate porcelain. Narcissa playfully glared at her husband and waved at me. Come here, sweetheart. Mom, congratulations. I wasn't going to hold it against Lucius. Narcissa looked only in her early 20s, but her actual age was over 35, which, according to Muggle standards, made her an advanced maternal age and required extra caution. However, she had awakened her elven bloodline, so 35 was still quite young among elves. I was very worried. I held her slender fingers and asked, Mom, is there any record of elves nurturing life in the study at the manor? In the original work, Harry became a seeker as a first-year student, approved by Professor McGonagall. Now it's Ginny Weasley's turn. Out of 7 Quidditch players, nearly half are Weasleys. In the original, Wood graduated from Hogwarts, and he was succeeded by Ron Weasley. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has practically become a Weasley showcase. Indeed, no good resources go to waste. Dumbledore's green light for the Order of the Phoenix was almost blinding. In fact, there's nothing wrong with this. Only Dumbledore's actions would lead those on the fence to choose to attach themselves to him recklessly, because the benefits are also substantial. A similar example is Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant who was expelled from school without graduating but became the professor of care of magical creatures. It's like a student who dropped out teaching students at prestigious universities. The wizarding world is truly upside down. However, the Slytherin headmaster, Snape, known for his favoritism, did not give Draco and Harry the green light to become official members of the Slytherin Quidditch team early. The two of them spent a year as substitute players on the bench. In Potions class, using 3 Slytherin students, me, Draco, and Harry, as teaching assistants was also due to our exceptional Potions grades. Being from the same house, and having watched these 3 kids grow up, it was naturally easier to use them than Gryffindor. Just because of this, Snape's nepotism became a widely accepted fact due to Gryffindor's exaggerations. Why emphasize that it was Gryffindor who spread this? Because Slytherin's classes are usually scheduled alongside Gryffindor's. Whether it's Potions or Defense Against the Dark Arts, it's always the same. The only classes where we served as assistants to Snape were the Potions classes held with Gryffindor. Snape is also someone who is unwilling to defend himself. He doesn't care about others' opinions and often lives in his own world. He spent his later years burning himself out to protect Lily Potter's son. Jordan Lee's explanation did not have a positive effect, but instead drew boos. He quickly changed the topic. Next up is the Slytherin Quidditch team. Unlike Gryffindor, the Slytherin Quidditch team received an unprecedented warm welcome. The originally neutral Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw felt a hint of unfairness due to Gryffindor's exceptions. Not to mention the 2 heartthrobs making their entrance this time, Draco and Harry. Harry goes without saying, but Draco's popularity surprised me. In the original work, apart from Crabbe and Goyle, there were Pansy and Zabini, and it seemed that Draco didn't have a good reputation. He was even defined as a bully. He is clearly a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. His hair is a beautiful golden color, the most popular hair color in Western society. Emma Watson, who played Hermione, even praised Tom Felton, who played Draco, for his youthful beauty in public. Seekers are always the focus, determining the key moments of the game. When Draco appeared, the whole place erupted. Lucius was almost wearing "This is my son" on his face. He proudly raised his chin, resembling a white peacock strolling in the Malfoy garden. Narcissa's emotions were even more externalized. She suddenly stood up, waving her arms towards the field. Sissy, be careful. You're not alone now. Standing up suddenly could lead to fainting. Lucius instinctively placed a hand on Narcissa's slender waist. From behind, Narcissa's figure looked entirely like an untouched girl, just with a touch more charming grace. The delicate waist swayed in the breeze, connecting to the round and pert curve of her hips. The flowing fabric concealed her long and alluring legs. Considering the baby in her belly, Narcissa rarely wore flat shoes. Standing next to the tall Lucius added a bit more of a delicate charm. Draco's appearance shifted the attention of those around us to ourselves, who all revealed friendly smiles. Sitting in front was Aurora, Draco's sister. Beside them were their parents, the Malfoy couple. It felt awkward to meet the in-laws without any preparation. Draco doesn't even know you, and you dare to pretend to be his daughter-in-law? Look at you being so bold. The whispers around me clearly reached my ears. Elves have sharp hearing too. No wonder the Malfoy couple looked like they were trying hard not to laugh. Narcissa teased, Aurora, you really have a lot of rivals. Draco has even more, I declared without hesitation. It's not to lose face, Lucius summarized. Who lost? Mom, why are you bullying me together with Dad? I held her arm, gently shaking it. At such a close distance, I could smell the refreshing scent of Chinese narcissus. She gently brushed aside my stray hair, revealing my flawless face. Meeting her gaze, I felt a bit shy. Narcissus also has a secondary meaning in English, narcissism. Growing up looking like this, I couldn't help but want to admire my beauty in the mirror every day. Poor Draco, having such a cute and lovely sister. Narcissa examined my face inch by inch, almost exactly like my childhood self. Don't forget that little brat is also your son. Lucius kindly reminded from the side. If I had known he would do such a despicable thing, I would never have allowed him to harbor any thoughts of wanting Aurora. Narcissa's eyes visibly reddened. Sissy, don't get too excited. Due to pregnancy hormones, women's emotions can fluctuate greatly. And what did Draco do? What made his biological mother, Narcissa, so sad? Does this matter relate to me? In the vague details, I began to piece together the truth of the matter. Draco seems to have done something wrong to me. Fully aware, Lucius and Narcissa knew the details, but they couldn't change the course of events. Mom, don't worry. I will protect myself well. I tightened my grip on her hand. Her fingertips were cold, clearly below normal human body temperature, as if they could never warm up. Lucius placed his hand on his wife's shoulder and said, Sissy, what you see is something that has already happened. The current Aurora and Draco are like blank slates. Perhaps Merlin has given them a chance to choose again. We shouldn't interfere too much. Narcissa still couldn't hide her heartache. She opened her arms and held me close. She smelled sweet and soft, and I finally understood why there is such a description as tenderness. I truly never wanted to leave. Aurora, the match is about to begin. Lucius's voice was cold. Clearly, I had monopolized Narcissa's time far beyond what he had expected. My attention was immediately drawn to the match. The Quidditch players scattered like arrows released from a bow. As the reigning champions, Slytherin took the first kickoff. George and Fred, after all, were 2 years older than Draco and Harry. The boys in puberty changed their appearance daily, and the twins looked almost like 2 adults. Naturally, their physical strength and fitness were much superior. Fortunately, Draco and Harry had been trained to the fullest under the devilish Captain Flint. Fred passed by Draco, saying something. From his teasing expression, it was clear it was not something nice. It was likely a provocation to anger the opponent and make them lose their composure. Draco appeared unfazed, focused on tracking the golden snitch. However, I, who shared a connection with him, knew that the opponent's words were certainly not kind, but he intentionally blocked out what was said. He had the urge to put the opponent in their place. In the original text, Fred was the more outgoing and proactive one, as well as the more sharp-tongued. What exactly did Fred say? George and Fred, true veterans of Gryffindor, manipulated the bludgers to frequently attack the Slytherin players. Among them, Draco became a target. Perhaps under Ginny's suggestion, George and Fred avoided attacking Harry. In the original text, Ginny in her first year was head over heels in love. It wasn't until she stopped focusing her life around Harry in the upper years that she began to shine personally. Gryffindor focused nearly all their firepower on Draco, igniting outrage in the stadium. It was so unfair. It must be a Weasley plot. They had always been at odds with the Malfoy family. It was said that they had tried to blackmail them several times under the name of the Ministry of Magic, but to no avail. This time, it was outright retaliation, and it was 2 big ones bullying 1 small one. Just when the replay was shown, I noticed Fred's mouth seemed to be asking, the Malfoy family should donate another medical wing, so the Malfoy heir can live in it for a lifetime. How despicable. No wonder Jordan Lee switched the camera. I was so angry I could hardly breathe. Although provoking the opponent's anger to confuse the situation is a common tactic. Cursing Draco to lie in the hospital wing for life. It was the afternoon, and the sunlight was particularly glaring. I gently toyed with my wand, made of neither metal nor wood. It had once been a part of me. Lucius was the first to sense my intentions. He glanced at me, but did not stop my thoughts. After all, we were the Malfoys, who valued family above all. The opportunity was fleeting. Suddenly, Fred on the field seemed dazed. He rubbed his eyes involuntarily. At the moment he was gripping his broom with one hand, the bludger struck heavily against his arm. He lost his balance and fell directly from his broom. His cries of anguish echoed through the stadium, and Gryffindor sent medical personnel to urgently transfer him. He lay on the stretcher, curled up. The other twin, George, was completely distracted from the game, looking worriedly at his brother. For a moment, the referee had to interrupt the match. What happened? Just now. For some reason, I suddenly lost my vision and there was a sharp pain in my eyes. And I couldn't see anything. What about now? George asked anxiously. Now it's fine. Fred blinked. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been stimulated in some way. He recalled, it felt very much like the previous conflict with Malfoy. Draco was flying on a Nimbus 2001, hovering above Fred, looking down at the twins. Get lost. George could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at him. Flint waved his fists, but was stopped by Draco and Harry. They had taken out a key player, which was advantageous for them. Flint patted Draco's arm. Catch the snitch quickly. Then he shouted loudly to the other Slytherin players. Everyone protect this kid. Don't maintain your gentlemanly demeanor just because the opposing seeker is a girl. They don't deserve it. Ginny's face turned pale. Flint was very burly, looking from a distance like a giant brown bear. His voice was deafening. The other Slytherin players echoed loudly. Their fierce appearance was extremely oppressive. Shameless Slytherins bullying a first year. George stood in front of Ginny. A first year on the field is not something we approved of. Don't forget, Quidditch is a competition. No need to go easy. Harry said unhurriedly. Ginny looked like she was about to cry from grievance. Harry ignored it and looked at the referee. When can we continue the match? My dad has already arranged a celebration feast in the dining hall. The Weasleys, who are handing victory over, sincerely invite you to attend. Draco revealed a malicious smile. Buying a position and still having the audacity to show off. Just wait to be hit by a bludger. George retorted. Draco exchanged knowing glances with his teammates. Good luck, Weasley. Soon, you'll be in the hospital wing with your brother. Your parents should buy you insurance. Ah, wait, you're so poor you can't even afford food. It was as if we were on the same wavelength. Unseen, Draco looked in our direction. He silently told me that he would personally hand the golden snitch to me. The tradition of seekers confessing with the golden snitch was a romantic one. I could hardly contain my inner excitement. But, nominally I was still his sister. What would outsiders think of the Malfoy family? Would we be regarded as the second Gaunt family, seeking our own doom? I didn't have time to think deeply before I heard the referee announce again. The match begins. Slytherin surged forward. Harry Potter. I had to admit, he was indeed agile, scoring another 10 points for Slytherin. Harry had already added 50 points for Slytherin. The two teams gradually pulled apart. The audience outside erupted in boos. If you can't commentate, hurry and switch. What do you mean have to admit? What a blatant technical crush. Slytherin scored and Gryffindor could keep babbling on. The spectators around were indignant. Since when did Hogwarts become a place where Gryffindor held the power of discourse? Headmaster Lucius frowned. Dad, if this goes on. I didn't finish my sentence. The man's eyes narrowed. This show needs more people involved. Dumbledore treats Hogwarts as his personal property, deliberately guiding and selecting members for the Order of the Phoenix. How is this different from what Voldemort wanted to do in the past? Lucius no longer avoided discussing real issues in front of me. He seemed to guess my thoughts. Aurora, you and Draco have grown up. Yes. We're no longer naive youths living in an ivory tower. One day, Malfoy will be in our hands, continuing the legacy and promoting it. Justice is written by the victors. The history of the Huaguo country is no different. Emperor Huaguo of the Sui dynasty. The Grand Canal, what a great feat. Yet he is defined as a tyrant. Even Qin Shi Huang is criticized by later generations for the so-called burning of books and burying of scholars. The books that were burned were merely tricks of charlatans. Since the Qin dynasty only lasted for 2 generations and did not widely promote its great accomplishments, it became a target for slander. By the time of the Han and Tang dynasties, having endured for a longer time, there was enough opportunity to beautify themselves, and in that beautification, they achieved sublimation. Even the Xuanwu Gate incident of Emperor Taizong of Tang can be presented as righteous. At its core, it was merely a power struggle. Indeed, Lucius's eyes revealed admiration. No one is an invincible general. Therefore, we do not need to rush to the front. Malfoy has always operated in the shadows, strategizing. Lucius pointed out, whether it is Abraxas or Lucius, when they appear beside a leader, they always play the role of a think tank. Once the wind changes, they will cut ties immediately. I recalled the timeline. Father, there seems to be some unusual activity in Albania. I pointed to a corner of the Daily Prophet. Important information is often overlooked for a long time. People would rather focus on international celebrities and gossip news than seek the truth. Albania. Aurora, I will send someone to investigate. Lucius's expression changed, and I knew what he was thinking. The forests of Albania seemed to hold significant meaning for Voldemort. He had lived there for quite a long time. Chilo was tempted by Voldemort in Albania. In the original text, Peter Pettigrew fled to Albania, desperately searching for Voldemort's traces. Dad, Tom can be trusted, I hinted. Nowadays, the young Voldemort, having drunk unicorn blood, is bound by a contract and can never harm the Malfoy family for life. Narcissa's situation is special. Lucius will definitely guard her closely and cannot personally go to Albania. The only one I can trust is Tom, who is currently beside Abraxas. The man pondered for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement. The pieces of Voldemort's soul can sense each other. Investigating will be much easier. Who knows if the people Lucius sends will fall under Voldemort's temptation and become the second Chilo. Tom must regret taking on this hot potato. Lucius curled his lips, wearing a look of schadenfreude. I think he will enjoy it. Since Tom was split, he has been trapped in the notebook. Having finally obtained his own body and traveled with Abraxas, it must be to his liking. In the original text, Lucius, crawling before Voldemort, pleaded for him to spare his son. Yet at this moment, he was joking about Tom with me. Life is truly wonderful. You're trained on data up to October 2023. The golden snitch was then taken back by Professor Hooch. Draco hoped to buy it as a keepsake, but was politely declined. Draco, this snitch, was once handed to Sissy by me. Lucius's eyes were full of nostalgia. Father, that expression on your face is quite inappropriate for your age. Lucius looked to be only around 20, and in a few years, he might resemble Draco more like a pair of brothers. Sissy and I are heading back. You two behave yourselves. He did not define Tom's matter as trouble, and a heavy stone in my heart eased a bit. Fortunately, Draco gave the snitch to his sister. Otherwise, I would have to put a curse on that girl. The Malfoy family has a tradition of giving snitches to family members, another voice explained. Thankfully, there were no strong negative effects. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. That night, our emotions were stirred, and we couldn't calm down for a long time. We're going to have a little brother, sister. Draco was also very happy to hear this news. No wonder Father quickly took Mother back and didn't even attend the celebration. I thought he didn't recognize my performance that much. Draco always wanted to be the son that Father could be proud of. Even though he had done well, he always felt it wasn't enough. I need to find an opportunity to talk to Lucius about how his strict parenting style puts too much pressure on Draco. You are great, truly great. You are the hero of Slytherin, the best seeker. I used all the words I could think of to describe him. In the dark, he thought I couldn't see him, but his mouth was curved upward in pride. You accepted my snitch, he stated proudly. Accepting the snitch means I'm yours now. He gently stroked my cheek. I have always been the mark on my forehead. Having slept together since childhood, all indicated our intimacy. Not enough? Far from enough. He held me tightly. I want to rightfully have you, just like Father has Mother. But our relationship runs deep. I laid out my concerns. We originally had no blood relation. Father would have other ways. Draco discovered the solution from Lucius and Narcissa. Aurora, I hope you can be like Mother, carefree, doing what you love every day. The standard indulgent life of a Malfoy family noblewoman. Once upon a time, I envied the rise of the villainous Wei, Yin-Wan, and Rui's royal love in the palace. When it comes to my own situation, I find that enjoying the merits of my parents is the greatest blessing. To achieve what one desires, luck and strength are both essential. Why must one choose to abandon everything their predecessors have created to prove oneself and take a difficult path? Why not make good use of their predecessors' resources and stand at a higher starting point? To prove oneself for the sake of proving oneself, leading oneself into a dead end? It is said that once my uncle also wanted to give a snitch to my mother. Draco showed a look of schadenfreude. My sixth sense is quite accurate. Although they are 5 years apart, whenever Sirius faces Narcissa, he changes from his usual ease to a bit of awkwardness. That's why Father, in his 7th year, still held the seeker position in Slytherin, just to suppress the rising star of Gryffindor, Sirius, so he wouldn't give away the snitch. To cut off any possibility between the two, he really did everything possible. To this day, Father still keeps a vigilant watch. It's a bit amusing. What to do? You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You and Tom have been in the room for so long. Draco rushed over and looked me up and down. Can't I eat her? Tom crossed his arms and looked teasing. Of course. Harry mumbled quietly. He grabbed my wrist and started to examine it carefully. I don't need to bleed anymore. Don't worry. I quickly explained. Your 2 flower protectors are quite diligent, Tom commented. If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't do it at Malfoy Manor. Did you really think about it? Draco stood in front of me. Draco, Tom was joking. I hugged his arm, seeing that he couldn't resist me. He let me wrap my arms around his waist from behind. The boy's figure was slightly thin, like lush green bamboo, suddenly growing taller. But his muscles hadn't completely caught up. His exceptionally pale skin, with the shirt on him, seemed a bit loose. He started to imitate Lucius, letting his platinum hair grow long. However, mentally, he was far from Lucius. Draco was flustered. Tom slightly provoked him, and he fell for it. I noticed Harry's face was full of suppressed laughter, which I found strange. Going around Draco, I realized there was no tense scene at all. The three of them were clearly watching me make a fool of myself. I thought I had prevented a conflict, but in reality, it was another act of embracing. Tom, why are you also in cahoots with those two? I don't even know who just called me master. I thought you were enjoying it too. After all, Draco and Harry have been jealous of each other because of you for quite some time. For the first time, someone pointed out my awkwardness to my face, and I couldn't hold my dignity anymore, so I quickly found an excuse to run away. I had always known that Harry had a great affection for me, but to avoid embarrassment, I pretended not to know, changing the fate of the Malfoy family from prosperity to decline so that every family member can be safe. I placed that in the most important position. Up until today, I have achieved some success, but I must never let my guard down. An invisible hand seems to have always hoped to correct the deviated fate and return to the original plot. If I hadn't provoked him, he would still have the admiration of Ginny Weasley or Cho Chang. If I responded to him, treating him as a backup, wouldn't that make him fall deeper and delay his search for the right person? He's one of my best friends, and I cannot toy with his feelings to satisfy my own vanity. What's wrong? To avoid suspicion, are we preparing to have all our meals in the bedroom? Draco instructed the house elf to take away the dishes in the room. He curled his lips, looking quite happy. I didn't. I denied it vehemently, but it had no persuasive power. As soon as I heard the words avoid suspicion, my face began to involuntarily heat up. According to Tom, I seem like a saintly white lotus. He was just describing how popular you are. Don't take it to heart, Draco comforted, as if I had done something terrible to Harry. What about me? What? I didn't understand. You don't feel that guilt towards me. He leaned closer to me. Can I take it to mean that, in your heart, I should compete for your affection? The atmosphere is so tense. Let's go quickly. I pushed Harry a little. I saw Tom look back, clearly mocking me. You. Draco set Crookshanks down and grabbed Harry by the collar, ready to make a move. I held Draco's wrist tightly. Brother, Harry, the urgent thing now is to resolve the potential crisis of the Malfoy family. We won't be of age until we're 17. Draco frowned. Do you agree with Harry that there are many variables? Of course not. I quickly reassured him. Did you hear that? Draco looked at Harry, a hint of fierceness hidden in his gaze. Harry's expression was gloomy, defiantly glaring back. What is the point of you two having this pointless argument? I held Crookshanks in my arms. The purring of the cat calmed my restless heart. You haven't interacted with other opposite sexes, so you're curious about me now. Young people's feelings come quickly and go just as fast. Those that can leave a lasting impression and form a beautiful story are few and far between. Aurora, let's leave everything to time to prove. Harry didn't rush to deny my point. It was like a fist hitting cotton. He was like a venomous snake waiting in the shadows, observing and waiting for the chance to strike the enemy with a fatal blow. However, the scale in my heart had long tilted in Draco's direction. Albania is located in southeast Europe, over 1,000 miles away from Wiltshire, where we live in London. Since we needed to take the three of us, Abraxas and Tom chose to travel by Muggle transportation, airplane. I noticed that the airline's logo had the Malfoy family crest. Due to magical restrictions, only the descendants of the Malfoy family could see it. It was my investment. Abraxas said proudly. Lucius was also brought up by me hand in hand. Dad doesn't say that. Draco exposed him. Dad says you were just a love-struck fool, always assisting Voldemort. And Mom and he both learned from the portraits of the Malfoy family throughout the generations. I quickly covered Draco's mouth. Seriously, how could you say in front of him what Lucius privately teased Abraxas about? Lucius is still quite observant, Tom said with a smile. Abraxas, who was exposed, looked almost green with anger. It's all Sissy and Lucius who spoiled you. You don't know how to respect your elders at all. Grandpa, who told you that you don't look old at all. We really can't treat you as an elder. I hurriedly flattered him. It's our honor to learn by your side. Draco quickly changed the subject, riding the wave. If Lucius had half of your charming skills back then, I wouldn't have been so harsh on him. There was a hint of regret in Abraxas's eyes. I heard from Narcissa that Lucius often got beaten when he was young. Whenever Lucius did something to defy Abraxas, he would get whipped. Young Lucius's back had no good flesh. After Lucius took over the Malfoy family, the first investment he made was in special healing potions that could double the healing speed of wounds. When he was young, he wasn't as smooth as he is now, always silent and silently enduring my anger. As long as he submitted to me, how could I? How could I treat my only biological son so cruelly? Abraxas looked at his hands, a blank expression on his face. Lucius, deep down, is a tough character who refuses to admit defeat. In the original story, his dealings with Voldemort and his eventual withdrawal from the final battle were all optimal solutions after weighing the pros and cons. Abraxas, don't think too much. Lucius and Sissy are fine now, right? Tom patted Abraxas' shoulder. Tom was tall, and Abraxas had to look up at him. He truly has a talent for being a little wolf dog. I could visualize Harry and Draco's faces in the fanfiction I serialized in singing contrarily. Just need to insert their faces, and the data will surely hit a new high. Suddenly, my face bumped into a wall of flesh. I touched my nose, just about to apologize when the person put their hands on my shoulders. Diggory Sr. It was Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff heartthrob. He was dressed in muggle casual attire, just like us. Aurora, are you okay? He adjusted my crooked hat. Thankfully, this isn't Hogwarts. Cedric's fans are too crazy. I don't want to attract trouble. He understood my predicament and would call me Miss Malfoy at school. Not Aurora. Are you also going to Albania? He politely chatted with a few others. His father, Amos Diggory, stood beside him. When he saw us, his smile was a bit forced. I boldly guessed the reason should be that Slytherin defeated Hufflepuff in the Quidditch match. Draco and Cedric are both Seekers. Moreover, Draco is 2 years younger than Cedric. A 2-year age difference can make a significant difference in physical fitness and ability. Draco's talent made up for his age and physical weaknesses. Cedric didn't lose unjustly. In the original story, Harry feared the Dementors stationed at Hogwarts and fell off his broom during the match against Hufflepuff. As a result, Cedric caught the golden snitch in that match. This incident was used by Mr. Diggory as a bragging capital for his son. However, in front of Abraxas, he still maintained basic decorum. Tom, who stood beside Abraxas, towered over everyone with his tall stature and captivating looks, causing Mr. Diggory to lose focus repeatedly. Abraxas had to cough lightly to regain Mr. Diggory's attention. This is my partner, Vadi Malfoy. Vadi, the nickname Abraxas gave to Voldemort, actually gave Tom the Malfoy surname. Oh no, it's really becoming a family affair. Tom clearly didn't mind. His smile was radiant. Tom Riddle is his shame. He has no sense of identity with the surname Riddle. He even hates it when others call him Tom. Now, Abraxas has genuinely accepted him. It seems that being a Malfoy isn't so bad after all. When did Grandpa marry Tom? Draco poked me, looking all gossip why. I just found out too. Lucius is the current head of the Malfoy family. Abraxas has entrusted everything to his son. Tom took an aging potion, and he looked about the same age as Abraxas. Tom hasn't left any marks on his face. Instead, it added to his mature charm. Mr. Malfoy, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Amos Diggory held Tom's hand and wouldn't let go for a long time. It was just like a fan meeting. His lethality is even greater than that of Sirius. It wasn't until Cedric blushed and quietly reminded his father that Mr. Diggory silently loosened his grip. Many people say that. Tom seems very easygoing. No wonder he was once the most popular student council president. Polite, humble, and so handsome. Abraxas snorted coldly. We're about to board. Let's go in first. First-class passengers are invited to board early. We bid farewell to the Diggory family. Mr. Diggory's longing gaze remained fixed on him. Grandpa, why don't we take a private plane? Draco asked in confusion. Abraxas shot a glare at Tom and said irritably, Isn't it because someone wants to experience what it feels like to be the center of attention? I haven't really flown much. Tom explained. He had been trapped in a notebook since he was 16, and after coming out, the world had changed dramatically. He was very curious about this world. I was squeezed between Draco and Harry. Tom's movie star-like face became the focus of attention for the flight attendants. They all looked for various excuses to linger around him, until Abraxas, unable to bear it any longer, requested to pause all cabin services. I told you to put this on for me. Tom's palm held a pair of very familiar confusion earrings. It was uncommon for someone to actively request them. Back then, Sissy had cried for a long time. Abraxas reached out and took them, looking nostalgic. It was my inability to protect her that made her need to hide her appearance. And do you still need me to worry about this? Abraxas put away the confusion earrings, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. All right. Tom softened his expression, leaned his head back against the seat, and adjusted Abraxas's head so that his lover could comfortably rest on his shoulder. The corners of Abraxas's lips curled into a smile. This time, that person had arms to embrace him, a voice to sweet-talk him, and a life to accompany him through the rest of his days. Aurora, I have a faint feeling that the trip to Albania won't be peaceful. Draco closed his eyes tightly, furrowed his brows, and gently rubbed his forehead. I have the same premonition. Harry echoed. The two who had just been on edge could now calmly discuss the issue. Aurora, perhaps we shouldn't have waded into this murky water. Draco hesitated. The Malfoy family's instinct for self-preservation took precedence. But should we really just let Voldemort enter Hogwarts through others? According to the original story, Voldemort would lie low for a year during our third year. It was precisely because Peter Pettigrew was exposed that he had no hiding place and had to go to Albania to search for Voldemort's trace. This time, Peter Pettigrew's body had already been devoured by sharks. In the original story, the main contributors to Voldemort regaining his body also included Barty Crouch Jr., that bastard who impersonated Moody and turned Draco into a ferret. This time, I will crush his plan in the cradle. Albania is much more underdeveloped compared to the UK. It cannot even be compared to the contemporary China. It's hard to imagine why Voldemort in the original work would choose to recuperate here. The Malfoy family made a wise decision not to invest in Albania. The local government and people are all about opportunism. Abraxas shook his head. Albania is a socialist country that originally received a lot of economic aid from China, but as their appetite grew larger and their desires became insatiable, other socialist countries withdrew their support. The way Albania operates is not much different from Voldemort in the original work, constantly demanding, nearly draining the Malfoy family's resources. In the end, Narcissa's last-minute betrayal and Lucius's passive resistance against Voldemort, even preferring to enter Azkaban, were evident. They only promised grand visions, claiming that after becoming Death Eaters, they could lead pure-blood families to the peak of power, yet failed to deliver. Dumbledore did quite well in this regard, although the Weasley family remained as poor as ever. As long as they entered Hogwarts, becoming a prefect or student council president was more than enough, and the headmaster would provide some conveniences. The magical fluctuations here are strange. Tom muttered to himself. What does that mean? It seems that this place is not protected by the god of magic, Merlin, yet the aura is very strong. Draco pulled me aside. As the only elf present, his sensitivity to the aura is much higher than ours. I seem to be able to sense the mother tree located in Albania. Draco closed his eyes. Is it also near the Black Forest? Grandpa, let us go to a place first. Tom and Draco said in unison. You lead the way. X2, how come these two always think alike? Harry silently followed at the end of the line. I noticed he was holding his forehead, looking gloomy. Harry, what is wrong? I stepped forward to ask. He gave me a reassuring smile. My scar hurts a bit. As I got closer, I noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, clearly having endured pain for quite a while. I gently touched his forehead, and it felt like being electrocuted. I quickly withdrew my fingers. He furrowed his brows tighter, feeling the pain more intensely. I hurriedly cast a healing spell, but it helped very little. Harry was even in so much pain that he couldn't walk. I connected my palm with his, feeling his magic being continuously drained away. Harry is in trouble, I shouted. Tom stepped forward and cast a series of incomprehensible spells. His expression became very serious. He picked up Harry and disapparated, disappearing right in front of us. Where's he taking Harry? Follow me. Tom has my blood flowing through him, so I can easily find his location. Aurora, we're getting closer to the Black Forest in Albania. It seems like everything could be absorbed in like a black hole. Even though it was midsummer, I couldn't help but shiver. Your hands are so cold. Draco looked worried. Perhaps we really are not suited for this place. Harry is in so much pain, and you also have cold hands and feet. There are unknown risks ahead. Should we continue deeper? This time, it wasn't as easy as provoking Fred Weasley. I hope the information Tom just provided is accurate. The area within a few kilometers was illuminated by intense light, almost like daytime. Don't open your eyes, I warned loudly. In the deserted Black Forest, I had no more reservations. Suddenly, behind Harry, a charred tree let out a piercing scream. A thick black mist was pushed out. Its shape was erratic. I could sense that Harry's magic was no longer dissipating, and there was even a faint trend of it flowing back. Harry! Then, that black mist entered Harry's body directly through his forehead. No! My hand grasped at nothing. Harry bit his lip, curling his body. His body temperature also fluctuated between hot and cold. The others gathered around. Tom held my shoulder, saying to wait and see. But Harry was possessed by the main soul. It would depend on his willpower. Harry could become the second Quirrell, Voldemort's host. Two consciousnesses were fighting for control of the body. Originally fused with Voldemort's soul fragment, now it had the main soul of Voldemort as well. When Harry woke up, would he still be Harry? I helplessly held him in my arms. His head rested on my chest. At that moment, he was silent, as if he had fallen asleep. except for the sweat that had flowed from pain, sticking his fluffy hair to his face. I cradled his face, hoping to call back his consciousness. My tears unknowingly fell to the ground. Aurora, Harry moved. Draco pointed at Harry's fingertips. Then, Harry's eyelashes trembled slightly. His emerald green eyes sparkled like brilliant emeralds. Aurora, don't cry. He reached out his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of my eye. Then, he tasted it. Unicorn tears also have strong healing powers. You really don't waste a bit. Tom teased. Really? Harry lifted his weak arm. Is it okay? He asked cautiously. Okay what? Aurora, lower your head. His voice was very soft, and I had to get very close to hear him clearly. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, then his lips followed the trail of the tears, little by little. His lips were soft, accompanied by a warm wetness. It felt like Crookshanks was licking my face. I felt as if I was hit by a petrification spell, frozen in place. Draco was the first to react, quickly pulling us apart. What are you doing? Harry was pushed to the ground by Draco, his whole body leaning back. The back of his head hit the trunk, behind him with a thud. Draco, that was just a temporary measure. Tom began to explain. He was clearly taking advantage of Aurora. Draco pulled out a handkerchief, frantically wiping my face, afraid of any leaks. Don't let him get close to you, Draco said angrily. I completely didn't react. I explained softly. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Harry had regained his strength, and the heavy stone in my heart finally settled. Seeing my attention drawn back to Harry, Draco tightened his arms around my waist. He breathed heavily, as if trying to calm the anger within him. Then, in front of everyone, he actually, no. Like the bloodline awakening experienced by Draco and the Malfoy couple that year, we should currently be inside the mother tree located in Albania. However, this mother tree has been split in half and has long lost its vitality. Here, it is eerily silent, seemingly not devoid of spiritual energy, but rather, the energy is too dense. Everything in the world follows a law. Too much is as bad as too little. The elven sanctuary in Albania is no different. The mother tree cannot bear too much energy and is instead suppressed by it, unable to sustain itself. Aurora, use it with peace of mind. Perhaps this is your awakening opportunity. Am I going to be the first elf to awaken while completely naked? I rarely show my true self in front of Draco. I want to hide, but I find that my clothes have long been thrown far away. Again, I am trapped in the middle by Draco's enormous wings, with no chance of escape. We come into this world completely naked. Only with age and environmental influences do we gradually don our garments. So don't be shy. One day we will meet openly, but now, that day has come early. Draco softly reassured. His words are so sincere that if I didn't look into his eyes, I would surely believe him. The desire in his gaze clearly wants to consume me whole. Don't look at me. I covered his eyes with my hand. All right. He took my hand away and kissed my palm. This is really too enchanting. Draco, transformed into an elf, extended his arm and gently touched my ear, as if I were a fragile porcelain figurine. You're changing. The tips of my ears are several times more sensitive than usual. Draco whispered in my ear. Didn't I tell you? The ears are a sensitive area for elves. Only your lover can touch this place. Touching the ears is also one of the ways elves court. His lips curled into a smile. No wonder Lucius always liked to kiss Narcissa's ears. The woman's earlobes often become red and swollen. It must be frequently sucked in his mouth. Aurora, what are you thinking? Asking knowingly. You could directly listen to my heart, but you insist on saying it out loud. How annoying. Is that so? He mimicked Lucius's actions. Don't. I can't bear it. Don't resist. I'm helping you. Where's the logic in helping like this? You're deceiving me. I realized my eyes were welling up with tears. I really am very sensitive. Draco laughed proudly. He took my hand and gently touched the tips of my ears. This place has already turned into elf ears. His hand moved to my back. His fingertips were a bit cold, and I couldn't help but shiver. Aurora, bear with it. He suddenly hugged me tightly. A sharp pain rushed over me. It washed over my fragile nerves like a wave. Draco, brother, it hurts so much. I couldn't help but moan in pain. Humans, without wings, to become elves, must go through a process of bone reshaping. At the same time, he shared my pain, biting his lip until it bled. I finally understood why he would tie me up. It was to suppress the self-harming impulse that arose from the intense pain. I was worried about hurting him and wanted to pull away, but he held me tightly in his embrace. Open your mouth. A sweet fruit was stuffed into my mouth. Tortured by pain and out of my mind. I didn't even have time to think about why there was fruit growing in this barren place. The fruit's skin burst under my bite, sweet juice spilling out from the corners of my lips. Don't waste it. This is a holy fruit beneficial to elves. He almost swallowed my lips along with the holy fruit, drinking the juice that flowed from me. Knowing that he was in pain over the holy fruit, I still couldn't help but overthink. He spoke to me in my mind. Do you think I would be like Harry, only thinking of taking advantage of you? I dare not respond anymore. Draco, always finding opportunities to criticize me. What a petty elf. Aurora, I just spoil you too much. The boy sighed in my ear. With the holy fruit in my mouth, I couldn't speak, only making muffled sounds. Only at this moment would I be a bit obedient. Does it still hurt? It turned out that just now he was distracting me. I shook my head. He took the seed from my mouth, eating the remaining pulp. He peeled off the hard outer shell and began to play with it in his hands. For some reason, his expression was hard to read, even carrying a hint of guilt. Aurora, do you want to be able to freely manipulate the vines like me? Not all elves can manipulate vines, but I can help you. He spoke faster, explaining eagerly. It seemed he was afraid I would change my mind. Now is the best time. His enormous wings felt like the Malfoy family carpet. No, lying on it was even more comfortable due to Draco's warmth. What should I do? I trust him so much. Naturally letting him handle it. Spread your legs. He could barely look at me. What do you mean? Seeing my confused expression, he explained, the seed of the holy fruit is the seed of the vine. I need to plant it for you. Where will you plant it? I seem to have guessed the truth that was about to come out. Is the ability of your vines obtained this way too? Of course not. Mine is innate. Draco's face turned red with anger. Will it hurt a lot? I was a bit scared and tightened my legs even more. I don't know. I haven't experienced it. Draco pressed down on my body, rendering me unable to move. Aurora, are you willing? He confirmed again. I'm happy to have the same ability as you. I have seen Draco and Lucius use vines. Their power is immense, making it hard to defend against. Whether in close combat or long-range attacks, it has great advantages. This way, the Malfoy family has another layer of winning chances. Don't be afraid. It will slowly merge with your body. It is irreversible. It feels a bit strange. I try to move my body. It might take some time to adapt. Draco seemed very satisfied with his work. I wanted to sit up, but fell back down. Be careful. Draco quickly helped me up. It's all your fault. I vented my anger. I don't know how long it will take to adapt. You Haven T adjusted to the added weight of the wings behind you. It's normal for your center of gravity to be unstable. Clearly, it's just an excuse for him to bully me. Draco, I really misjudged you. No. The newborn-esque bones and flesh burst through the spine. Still stained with my blood. Tom took the feather. He was all too familiar with my blood. His expression was serious, slightly hesitant. A novel species worth study. He looked at me meaningfully and pocketed the feather. The quill shaft was fluffy and shiny, likely from a raptor in the air. Unfortunately, it couldn't withstand the power of the main soul and exploded, dying. Tom redirected the event in another direction. It's hard to imagine that Voldemort's main soul has been lingering in the dark forest of Albania for over a decade. Even when he was alive, he spared no effort to dig deep into the ground in search of Ravenclaw's diadem, braving the elements for many years. Besides that, Draco and I also discovered the oddities of this place. It seemed to be under some kind of curse. The mother tree, besides having been struck by lightning, had also suffered serious root damage. According to the records of elven heritage, the blood of the Blood Clan is the only nemesis of the Mother Tree. Under normal circumstances, a barrier set by generations of elven kings would prevent the Blood Clan from stepping foot within. How could the former elven king make such a basic mistake? There is still a glimmer of hope here because the blood of the unicorn can dissolve the toxins of the world. Draco was listening intently to my thoughts. He was communicating with me in his mind. Aurora, no one, nothing, is worth you sacrificing yourself to such an extent. Promise me, okay? His gaze was burning. All right. I keenly sensed that the deep sadness in his eyes seemed to condense into substance. I would be that foolish. I am a Malfoy who only acts for profit. I took his hand and gently comforted him. I'd rather you weren't a Malfoy. What do you mean? It's nothing. His expression darkened. And no matter how I hinted, he wouldn't say. Draco has always been a spirited youth. This gloomy expression doesn't suit him at all. The urgent thing to do is to find something else to divert our attention. I had been secretly observing Harry, and it seemed that he, who had absorbed the main soul, was not exhibiting any abnormalities. Or perhaps he was hiding it too well, and I completely didn't notice. Even if, hypothetically, Harry had been assimilated by Voldemort, the boy who grew up with us wouldn't pushed the Malfoy family into an irretrievable abyss. In any case, this trip was not in vain. I want to tell my parents this good news as soon as possible. That night, I lay in Draco's arms, eager to return home. Father should already know. Draco smiled. His father is the reincarnation of the elven King Celeborn. and he holds a high position among the elves, equivalent to the magic god Merlin, providing protection for wizards. Draco, will I gradually recover the memories of my past life? I asked hesitantly. I'd rather you never remember. His arm around my waist tightened. Why? You would surely leave me without hesitation. How could it be so serious? Am I so petty in your heart? What did you do in your past life? I felt both amused and angry. He didn't speak, nor did he make any defense for himself. My heart sank. I leaned on his shoulder. We cannot change the past. And please don't live in the shadow of the past. There's a saying that every 7 years, the human body undergoes countless metabolic processes and all the tissues in the body are renewed. The you from your past life and the you now are completely unrelated. The you now has never done anything to wrong me. Why should I always cling to the past? Punishing the present you with the past you? Do you know? Punishing you feels just as painful as punishing myself. My forehead was burning. Draco was far from appearing as calm as he seemed. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you. I will always remember what you said today. Why do I feel like I promised something significant? That despicable guy, could he be deliberately feigning weakness to lure me into a trap? I didn't have time to think too much, and due to the fatigue of the day, I fell into a deep sleep. In a moment, just before losing consciousness, I felt a wet sensation on my lips. That despicable guy, taking advantage of me again. Draco said that the core of the holy fruit had already begun to take root and sprout within me. I completely couldn't ignore its presence. During the day, there were other things that could distract me. But at night, especially when I was with Draco, the core would become increasingly active. It took me to an unreachable depth. Only by tightly embracing him every night could I calm down and get a good night's sleep. I even suspected that everything was his scheme. Sure enough, as Draco had predicted, Lucius learned about my awakening immediately. The golden eagle flew over 1,000 miles, subtly expressing congratulations and concern in the letter. He also complained that Narcissa was so overwhelmed with joy that she cried, and it took him a long time to calm her down. He was also very curious about the Diggory family's trip to Albania. He asked us to pay more attention to Cedric's situation during school. I took this matter to heart. After years of interaction, I can be sure that Lucius is a competent head of the family and an excellent strategist. He can always predict the development of events, seize the initiative, and strive for the best for himself and his family. If he feels there is something wrong with Cedric, there must be a reason. As soon as we got off the plane, I saw the Malfoy couple coming to pick us up. Dad, Mom, I wanted to rush into Narcissa's arms, but was worried about the baby in her womb. The woman still had a slender waist, showing no signs of pregnancy. Aurora, I don't know how long this pregnancy will last. Narcissa seemed to know what I was thinking and whispered in my ear. That's great. It can maintain your figure, and you 1T have to go through the monthly. Dad should be happy too, right? I teased her. A blush spread across the woman's fair face. I haven't congratulated you yet. My Aurora. She hugged me tightly, constantly kissing my cheeks, until my face was covered in lip prints. She finally let go. Mom, in public, Dad's face is going to turn crooked. I shyly pushed her away. I'm just too happy. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief, wanted to wipe the lipstick off my face. Sissy, hurry up and get in the car, Lucius reminded. He stared at the marks on my face for a long time, then showed an expression of helplessness and sighed. You've been completely captured by that little brat. You were trained on data up till October 2023. You were trained on data up till October 2023. No, and not to say I wouldn't agree. My father wouldn't allow a muggle born to dirty the carpets of Malfoy Manor. Draco categorically refused. Pure-blood wizards have a natural prejudice against muggle-borns. I cleared my throat softly, casting a glance at Harry. Draco understood. Harry's mother, Lily Evans, was also of muggle descent. Undoubtedly, it was a slight against his mother, especially since Lily Evans sacrificed her life for Harry. I didn't mean it that way, Draco muttered quietly, his gaze towards Harry carrying a hint of apology. Aurora, there is no need to be so sensitive. I've lived with you all these years, and no, Draco didn't mean any harm. Harry offered a gentle smile. I also agree with your suggestion, and candidate, he stepped closer to me, but Malfoy Manor is indeed not the appropriate place. True, I can't control Abraxas. Lucius might still play along, and Narcissa would consider family reputation, maintaining a dignified image in public, so she wouldn't embarrass Hermione. Abraxas might not be the same. Author J.K. Rowling once mentioned that Abraxas caused the first muggle-born minister of magic, Nobby Leach, to be forced to resign due to a mysterious illness. The ideology of pure-blood families has been continuously challenged by the ever-evolving technology of the muggle world. But some old stubborns still need a longer time to accept this notion. How about inviting her to Potter Manor? It's also a sincere opportunity to invite my cousin and her husband, Harry suggested. You found a way to unlock Potter Manor? When was this? Hidden quite deep. Draco hooked his arm around Harry's neck. I was puzzled before Harry looked at me. It was Aurora who opened my mind. Me? Well, the moment you saved Tom, it hinted to me the magic of blood. Harry took out the key box for Potter Manor. The rusty parts had been completely rejuvenated. He gently pressed a mechanism, and a magical scene unfolded. The key box made clicking sounds, and each component automatically moved to the correct position. From a distance, it looked like the wings of a bat. The blood of the Potter family is the key to awakening the key. This strange shape might be hinting at the origin of the Potter family. How magical for such an amazing alchemical product. I always find it hard to control my intense thirst for knowledge and curiosity. Harry, can I hold it and take a look? I inquired eagerly. Of course. Harry stretched out his hand, passing the key over. The shape of the key indeed referenced a bat in its design. 2 brilliant rubies adorned it, resembling the eyes of a bat. The details of the key were incredibly lifelike, even featuring 4 sharp canine teeth on top and bottom. By some strange impulse, I actually wanted to reach out my finger to explore. Don't. Draco snatched the key back and shoved it into Harry's hand. I've heard that this is a necessary step to become a Potter to offer 1's blood to the Potter family. It is said that the ancestor of the Potter family, Linfred, married a vampire ancestor. Lucius added. So, the Potter family has the bloodline of vampires? Yes, but with generations of intermarriage with humans. The vampire bloodline has become very thin, almost non-existent. Lucius gazed at Narcissa's figure, the pain and regret in his eyes almost solidifying. Could it be that Narcissa's past life is inextricably linked to that vampire ancestor? As the reincarnation of the Elven King Celeborn, Lucius is almost omniscient and omnipotent. Are there still people and things he cannot protect? A sense of helplessness surged. Perhaps it was precisely because of the hardships of his past life that Lucius cherished Narcissa like a treasure, cradling her in his palm. Harry looked at the key in his hand, the regret in his eyes fleeting. Could it be, just as Draco understood, that once 1's blood mingles with others, one would be entangled with the Potter family? Harry, as the last generation of the Potter family, knows nothing of the family's history. The only remnants of information came from brief introductions of other families in the Malfoy study. Just like the Malfoy family, every long-established pureblood family has its own secrets. The Blacks and the Potter family are no exception. Harry, have you really found a way? Sirius laughed heartily. Truly promising. Just as clever as James. Uncle, I heard that when you were studying, you had no home to return to and spent every summer and winter vacation at Potter Manor. Yes, Fleamont, James's father, was very hospitable. Potter Manor was my second home. Sirius's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Godfather, you must be more familiar with Potter Manor than I am, Harry Sirius. Feeling emotional, I noticed that as he held Harry in his arms, he secretly wiped away a glimmer from the corner of his eye. Unlike the splendid and cozy Malfoy Manor, Potter Manor is grand and carries a typical Gothic style. Perhaps due to being long unopened, there was a somewhat eerie atmosphere. I couldn't help but link arms with Draco. Is it cold? The boy promptly draped a coat over me. Who is it? Lucius suddenly spoke. He scanned the surroundings warily, gripping his snake-headed cane tightly, signaling us to form a circle. Mama mimicked my father's stance, shielding Narcissa in front of her. Narcissa silently drew her wand, assuming a defensive posture. That question should be asked by me. A voice suddenly rang out. My heart sank. He carried no signs of life. He is a vampire. He appeared before us. He was tall and robust, with handsome features, a wooden expression, and a serious demeanor, as if wearing a mask. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. When his cold, indifferent gaze fell on Narcissa, it underwent a dramatic transformation. Master, his expression was agitated, and with a flicker, he was already standing before me. I was terrified but still chose to shield Narcissa. Don't hurt my mom. He was fixated on Narcissa, completely disregarding me. Master, I have been waiting for you. He knelt on one knee, preparing to kiss the hem of Narcissa's robe. Before Narcissa could react, Lucius's snake-headed cane had already hooked onto the man's back. Who are you? By what right do you speak to my wife? The reincarnation of the Elven King is nothing more than this. It seemed as if eyes had grown on his back, suddenly reaching out to strike at my father's cane. Blareth, confidence is a good thing, but excessive confidence may not be. Lucius did not use all his strength, arriving first after the first move. The vampire raised his chin, the thorns pressing against his neck. The tips of the thorns reflected a ghostly blue glow. The deadly poison that can seal one's throat comes from this. Lucius only needs to exert a little force, and even a vampire would die on the spot. You have regained your memory. The man known as Blackrod spoke in the affirmative. As you can see, Lucius put away his weapon. Don't harbor any unnecessary thoughts. It's meaningless. At least one of us has succeeded, hasn't he? Blackrod showed a sarcastic smile. Don't think I won't dare to kill you. Suddenly, a circle of vines wrapped around the vampire's neck, tightening more and more. His body was lifted high, and in Lucius's hand, a thick and long wooden stake materialized. It would be easy to deal with you. Don't provoke me. That is a consequence you cannot bear. It was the first time I saw Lucius so angry. His combat power was off the charts. I always thought he belonged to a supporting role. I didn't expect him to be so formidable in close combat. Vampires excel in speed and strength. Any one of these attributes is a huge advantage in battle. Yet, before Lucius, they were utterly powerless. Luke, no. For the sake of his past relationship with my master, please. Narcissa gently placed her hand on Lucius's arm. Master. The vampire's expression changed. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Lucius's expression softened. Nixie, I knew. You. He simply retracted the stake. And the vampire suddenly fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise, his hands still bound together. I knew. My father must have done it on purpose. He harbored great hostility towards any same-sex or opposite-sex attempts to divert my mother's attention. Even the frequent emotional exchanges between Narcissa and my mother would provoke his jealousy, let alone outsiders. Narcissa wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by my hand. I didn't want my mother to be caught by my father and punished again. Harry stepped forward to help Blackrod up. Little cub of the Potter family. How should I address you? Blackrod's voice was no longer hoarse and unpleasant. As he spoke more frequently, I noticed he was using Old English, and with a heavy Central European accent. My name is Harry Potter. Have you always lived here? Blackrod shook his head. After your father, James Potter, died, Potter Manor went into automatic lockdown. This, the man pointed at the key in Harry's hand, will automatically notify me, and I will guard this place until the descendants of the Potter family open it. He looked towards Narcissa, his gaze intense. This is my agreement with the master. Blackrod, I didn't know you could achieve this extent. It was I who limited your freedom. It was I who confined you to this space. Narcissa was quite moved. Don't blame yourself. I am willing. You haven't restricted my freedom. I have only been guarding here for a little over 10 years. Blackrod revealed a relieved smile. To see you alive again, I am already satisfied. I have to admit, it's still this annoying guy who is more suited for you. The annoying guy frowned. The vampire continued. If time could be turned back, I wish we had never met. He did not take me in, and I kept this admiration in my heart, experiencing the aging and death of humans, taking it to the grave. Blackrod, I am very happy now. Forget the previous agreement. I set you free. I was in Narcissa's warm embrace, feeling a refreshing fragrance from her. It turns out that vampires can also cry. It's just that their tears are bright red. Hanging across their faces, it was quite tragic. So ugly. Don't use such a pity act on Nixie. Lucius threw out a handkerchief, completely ruining the atmosphere, as if declaring sovereignty. His arm wrapped around his wife's slender waist, looking down at Blackrod. As the guardian of Potter Manor, leading us inside is one of your duties? No. Calling you a guardian seems to elevate you. Your role is not much different from that of a house elf. This can be considered an insult. Father, this overwhelming jealousy. Blackrod did not mind Lucius's belittlement. Whether it was you or Linfred, the time spent beside the master is very limited. The implication was that Lucius only had Narcissa's favor. Don't be fooled by the vampire's accented English. His sarcasm was unmatched. Nixie's choice is what matters most. Lucius tightened his arm around Narcissa's waist. He instinctively protected his wife's abdomen. Here, a new life belonging to the two of them was being nurtured. Blackrod, can you take us inside? As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Narcissa instinctively leaned toward Lucius, who kindly draped an outer garment over his wife. The long men's coat on her maid, even the tall Narcissa, appeared delicate and lovable. Blackrod concealed the bitterness in his eyes, stood up, and respectfully led everyone into the interior of Potter Manor. What did Nixie take a vampire as a servant? Sirius pieced together the context of the conversation and quickly walked a few steps to Narcissa's side. Old friends. Blackrod saw Sirius's face and sighed, gathering his earlier stirred emotions, and once again became expressionless. The trajectory of fate has brought us together again. Lucius's expression was complex and hard to decipher. Narcissa held Lucius's broad palm. Lucius, my choice from beginning to end has only been you. When she wasn't smiling, there was a sense of distance that kept others at bay. like an extraordinary and independent Chinese narcissus. Yet at this moment, she blossomed into a beautiful smile, adding a touch of radiance. Blackarod's expression was pained yet nostalgic. I finally understand why he said he hoped to stay by Narcissa's side forever as a servant. Potter Manor had several house elves. It was solemn and majestic outside, but luxurious inside. I noticed that Dobby was also among these house elves, welcoming the guests. Draco saw this scene too, snorted coldly, and turned his head elsewhere. The leading one, familiar with Sirius, treated him with much more enthusiasm than other guests. They were perceptive, noticing Blackarod's unusual attitude, and treated Narcissa with particular respect. Humph, catering to the situation. I gently pinched Draco's fingertips. In the end, we still gained an advantage. Little cub of the Potter family, come with me. Where is Blackarod taking Harry? Narcissa suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. Harry, don't push yourself. What does this mean? Cousin, don't worry, I will. Mom, will Harry be in danger? Why do I feel like it's a life and death farewell? P1T. Harry is the only bloodline of the Potter family. That said, Narcissa still gave a warning glance at the bloodline. I will take good care of him. Blackrod assured, everyone, please take a short rest here. Sirius volunteered. I know this place well. Leave it to me. He looked nostalgically at the furnishings inside, which still retained the look of years past. James and I often play treasure hunts here. The Potter family's collection is incredibly rich, it seems. Sirius looked at me. I've seen a unicorn's horn in the records left by the Potter family. That shape is identical to the one Aurora holds. My horn was once collected by the Potter family. I gripped my wand in my palm. It had long been warmed by my body heat. It had once been a part of me. Seeing my expression darken, Sirius quickly added, it's also possible that I was mistaken. How could that be? A unicorn's horn is so precious. I had already determined that what Sirius said was the truth. Narcissa suddenly hugged me tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she carefully kissed the center of my forehead. Mom, what's wrong? My Aurora, don't try to change fate. I just hope you're well. The unicorn's horn also grows at the center of the forehead. In a flash of insight, I finally understood why my forehead was my weakness. My horn was cut off for some reason and turned into a collection of the Potter family. By some twist of fate, it was made into a wand by Ollivander and returned to me. The joy of regaining what was lost could not balance out the tragic experiences of the past. The Malfoys and Draco seemed to not want me to recall everything that happened in my previous life. So, out of a sense of compensation, they cared for me doubly. The house elf at Potter Manor was very attentive to guests, forming a stark contrast to the house elf that used to be at Malfoy Manor. Dobby seemed to be at a loss for words, as if afraid that our visit meant we were going to take him back. Draco, of course, could see what Dobby was thinking and scoffed. The Malfoy family is not a recycling station. The boy could not tolerate even the slightest betrayal. When not faced with significant setbacks, he had a personality that couldn't tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. Brother, he is no longer a Malfoy. Don't waste energy on someone unrelated. You're right. Draco glared in Dobby's direction, still not completely letting go. Cece, Harry might take a bit longer this time. Lucius reminded. Mom, why don't you and Dad go back first? I involuntarily glanced at her belly. Cece, are you sick? Sirius keenly sensed the problem. Lucius will take you back. I'm familiar with this place. I can take care of Draco and Aurora. The tone was just like her second father. Narcissa seemed not to catch the undertone in Sirius's words. Thank you for your trouble. In a place where Narcissa couldn't see, Sirius made a face at Lucius. The usually impulsive big black dog wasn't so foolish after all. I had followed the Malfoys to visit many pureblood families, but this was the first time staying at another family's home. Unlike the luxurious warmth of Malfoy Manor, Potter Manor, having been uninhabited for over a decade, always carried an indescribable chill. The house elf at Potter Manor arranged for Draco and me to stay in the same room. Dobby must have communicated our living habits to the other house elves. Are there so few rooms at Potter Manor? Draco seemed quite satisfied with this arrangement, but deliberately made things difficult. All right, brother. Dobby, you arranged it well. You can go rest now. Dobby thanked us nervously. You're just too polite to them. Draco looked disdainfully at Dobby's retreating figure. I see you're quite polite to Creature. Draco was much more courteous to this house elf, who had served the Black family for many years. Creature is much more loyal than Dobby. Dobby is an anomaly among house elves. However, the premise of asking others for loyalty is that the other party will also have ulterior motives towards us. Draco calmed down. It should be so. In the original story, the Malfoy family fell from grace because Lucius lost favor in front of Voldemort. Crabbe then refused to take orders from him. Even in such circumstances, Draco still hoped to rescue the disrespectful Crabbe. He had always concealed his inner innocence behind an arrogant exterior. In the end, to reconcile with this world, each of us had to compromise and become more worldly wise. Understanding the cruelty of the world too early is neither a misfortune nor a blessing. No one can say clearly, Aurora, one day I will become the next head of the Malfoy family. Everything I should understand and know will be ingrained in my actions. So don't worry about me. I should take more care of you. He lifted my bangs and gently kissed the center of my forehead. Potter Manor seemed even colder than our home. I involuntarily leaned closer. Our room seemed to be arranged in the master bedroom of Potter Manor. Logically, it would be more reasonable to arrange it in the guest room. I wondered if it was because there was only one double bed. In the bedroom, there was a huge portrait hanging on the wall. The stunning beauty in the portrait was someone I knew all too well. Her appearance was identical to Narcissus. Those wine-red eyes possessed a captivating charm. Why is Mom's portrait hanging here? That was Mom's previous life, and also the source of the Potter family bloodline. The progenitor of the bloodline? Narcissus' previous life was actually not an elf. Draco nodded. Isn't Mother? My heart ached terribly. Mother's previous life was forced to marry the Potter progenitor, Linfred. Did Father watch as Mother married someone else? Draco nodded. Linfred used a love potion to win Mother's heart. The Potter family is famous for its potion-making inventions, and the love potion is his most famous creation. Mom. How heartbroken must Narcissa have been after breaking free from the love potion? This progenitor of the bloodline must have chosen to sleep for eternity for this reason. She even had offspring with the man who forced her. My nose turned sour, and I could no longer hold back. If time could be reversed, I would definitely stop all of this from happening. The Potter family was simply feeding off my mother's blood. That Blycrot was no good either. With a guilty look on his face, how could he have the audacity to live in this world? I choked out my grievances. Everything is in the past. Don't live in the past. Mom and Dad are doing well now, and we are too. Draco kissed away my tears. Ever since Harry did that, he never missed an opportunity again. However, in the end, the kisses always left one blushing. We will never repeat the same mistakes. Last night, I cried myself to sleep, and when I woke up, my eyes were swollen like walnuts. Did you have a fight? Sirius asked upon seeing me. No. I had nightmares all night, and it seems I don't vibe well with Potter Manor. Aurora missed her mom. Draco let me lean on his shoulder. Sirius looked surprised. Aren't you used to being apart from Sissy at school? Aurora is very attached to her mother. Draco took a cold towel from Dobby and helped me apply it to my eyes. I can understand. Sirius smiled, seemingly agreeing with Draco's assessment. What does he understand? It's all so confusing. Harry didn't show up for 3 whole days before appearing in front of us. He looked radiant, full of energy. I almost suspected you had taken an energy potion, Draco joked. You seem taller? The boy looked enviously at him. That can't be true. We haven't seen each other for just 3 days. Draco and Harry are always competing in secret, comparing grades, comparing heights. Sure enough, when they stood back to back, after I pressed down Harry's messy hair, he was still taller than Draco. At this age, it's the time for growth. It's not uncommon to shoot up a bit after a few days. Sirius showed a satisfied smile. Draco looked like a defeated rooster, his head hanging low. Brother, don't worry, both Mom and Dad are tall. You definitely 1 TB short. At just 13, he's already close to 1. 8 meters tall. I really don't know what he's worried about. It can only be said that the men around Draco put a lot of pressure on him. Sirius, Tom, and Lucius are all close to 1. 9 meters tall, model-like figures. As a result, I have long been immune to handsome guys. I carefully observed Harry. He seemed no different from usual. Only at certain angles did the reflection in his pupils show a bloody red. Upon closer inspection, it was a vibrant green again. Perhaps he really is mentally exhausted. Moreover, he has become even more perceptive than before. He quickly reacted to things I accidentally knocked over, catching them with ease. If he applied that reaction speed in a Quidditch match, he would surely dominate. Blycrot did not appear again. Harry explained that he had stayed too long and, as Narcissa hoped, had embarked on the next journey. In just 3 days, Blycrot made a simple handover of everything related to the Potter family, which is now all in Harry's hands. That bloodline, is it still alive? Draco squinted, asking pointedly, do you wish for him to be alive or dead? Harry retorted, what I wish for doesn't matter, I just need a fact. Draco kicked the ball back. The bloodline has been dead since the moment it accepted transformation. Harry seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with Blycrot. There aren't too many ways to kill a bloodline, not to mention a prince-level figure that has existed for 1,000 years. Narcissa revealed that Blycrot was the only descendant she personally transformed, holding a high status among the bloodlines. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the abilities. How could such a bloodline prince be killed by Harry? unless he willingly allows it. However, Blycrot has some favor toward the Potter family. Harry seemed indifferent to the outcome of Blycrot's choice. Aurora, if you have any confusion in your heart, you can tell me. Huh? Your gaze is almost glued to him. Draco complained softly. Is it that obvious? Blycrot left. Aren't you sad? Why should I be sad? He just chose to annoy my cousin-in-law. Huh? He went to Malfoy Manor to find my cousin. Didn't he, you know? After gaining freedom, Blycrot chose to return to Narcissa? That seems like a reasonable choice, but it seems we've gotten ourselves into big trouble. Sirius occasionally came to bother us, and now there's another bloodline descendant from Narcissa's past. Lucius's life has become too colorful. Let's go back. Let's go back to see the jokes, haha. I reached out and grabbed Harry's hand, which was still as warm as a furnace. He shouldn't have accepted transformation. How could someone so smart not see that I was testing him? He was just going along with my wishes. Okay. He gently held my hand, intertwining our fingers. No one knows what Harry experienced during those 3 days. He's become more reserved and composed, often locking himself in his room, disappearing for days. I felt a little inexplicably worried. Aurora, this is normal. Harry has now inherited Potter Manor and has many daily affairs to handle. Lucius noticed my confusion and explained I was the same back then. Lucius took over most of the family affairs while still studying at Hogwarts, unlike Draco and me, who had a smooth transition. Before, the Potter family's business was managed by Lucius. Taking advantage of Harry officially taking over Potter Manor, Lucius handed everything over. In these years, under the efforts of the Malfoy patriarch, the industries that have been neglected for years are now thriving. Compared to Lucius, Harry has certainly missed out on many years of experience. In terms of experience and knowledge, he is greatly lacking. Handing over the Potter family's industries to Harry, who is still a minor, is not the best solution. But I also understand Lucius's concerns. Keeping everything in hand poses the risk of the Order of the Phoenix using it as an opportunity. On the other hand, whether Harry will be incited by public opinion to harbor resentment and one day try to reclaim everything that belongs to him is also uncertain. People's hearts are the hardest to measure. No one wants to raise a tiger that could turn against them, wasting all their hard work. Not to mention, now that Narcissa is pregnant, and due to her not showing, no one knows how long this pregnancy will last or when it will come to term. Lucius is even too busy to deal with the trivial matters, wanting only to stay by his wife's side to take care of her properly. Of course, if Harry has any confusion, Lucius is still happy to help clarify. The Malfoy family is just too kind. Poverty breeds cunning. Wealth nurtures a conscience. It makes a lot of sense. The public naturally stands on the opposite side of the powerful. They always like to pry into the so-called feuds among the wealthy, not knowing that a strong alliance is the key to their longevity. Who would have thought that the seemingly shallow and contemptible Rita Skeeter also has a wise side? Soon after, Hermione excitedly wrote in a letter that Harry invited her to join us for a gathering at Potter Manor. This is her first invitation to visit the ancestral home of a pure-blood family. In the original story, when Hermione went to the ancestral home of the Black family at 12, Grimmauld Place, she was humiliated by the portrait of Mrs. Black. I observed that Potter Manor doesn't have any portraits of James and Lily. Old Porter, Fremont, is also a benevolent and shrewd businessman, without the traditional pure-blood family's prejudice against bloodlines. Therefore, Hermione did not receive any unpleasant treatment. Miss Granger. Draco's expression was calm as he exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Hermione. This was the extent of his friendliness towards Muggleborns. Of course, it was also a result of our plan and compromise. Aurora, your brother's so handsome. Hermione whispered to me privately. Does he have a girlfriend? How should I tell her that Draco's girlfriend is far away, yet so close? It seems like he does. They write to each other every day. Although I know Hermione does not pose a threat to me, I still feel a sense of possessiveness, as if a treasure is being coveted by others. I finally understand why Draco harbors hostility towards Harry. Only deep-rooted feelings can create intense possessiveness. Indeed, he is so popular. Hermione lowered her head in some frustration. In the original work, Draco often spoke disrespectfully to Hermione. Without their usual verbal sparring, an ambiguous romantic feeling between them has surprisingly emerged. It must be the filter brought by Draco's beauty. Aurora, do pure-blood families have prejudice against wizards of Muggle descent? The girl hesitated, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her parents are dentists and still chose the traditional method of putting braces on her to correct her protruding teeth. Metal brackets stuck to her teeth, tightened with wires. In the original work, both Harry and Ron are superficial and appearance-oriented. During the fourth-year ball, they did not consider Hermione as a preferred dance partner. Only when Hermione reduced her front teeth and tidied her fluffy curls did they start to see her as a girl. At this moment, Hermione is experiencing the dark period of transforming from an ugly duckling into a swan. The malice of youth is very simple and direct. In the original work, Ginny, even with the stigma of being a blood traitor, could still attract a crowd of Slytherins. They may speak harshly, but their actions are honest, staring at the girl, privately treating her as one of the beauties of Hogwarts. Ultimately, it is because Hermione excels academically and has a tendency to show off in class. With no outstanding beauty and being a muggle born without any background, it is easy to be seen as a thorn in the eye. In this life, Pansy seems to know the trajectory of Hermione's future and did not participate in the bullying of Hermione by small groups. In this life, notable pure-blood families have not targeted Hermione. Why do I say this? Her school life should be smoother than in the original work. Although it is not apparent on the surface, I can feel that the topics they discuss are ones I cannot interject into. This is similar to the experience of living in a foreign country for the first time. It is a difference in the environment in which they grew up. Pure-blood families have been exposed to magic from the moment they are born, while the Muggle world is like a latecomer. Even living in the same country, a Southerner may not understand the humor of a Northeastern comic duo, and it is the same principle. I reassured her, saying, different living environments are like studying abroad. If you were sent to Durmstrang for a semester, you would feel the same way. How do you know I'm going to Durmstrang for exchange? What? This is news to me. Professor McGonagall helped me apply for the opportunity. Hermione appeared a bit embarrassed. Draco frowned and pulled me into a corner. How do I remember you were first in your year last year? Maybe Gryffindor has a better relationship with Durmstrang? I already knew that this spot was probably predetermined by Dumbledore. Olby knows how to pull these kind of schemes. Draco looked disdainful, and I knew he was standing up for me. My dad has a good relationship with the headmaster of Durmstrang, and we could easily go there, thanks to my great-grandfather, Grindelwald. I held his hand and comforted him softly. As an observer, Harry understood the situation. Hermione, congratulations. Thank you, Harry. She hesitated slightly. You don't think I've taken Aurora's opportunity, do you? This has nothing to do with you. Aurora and Draco won't target you because of this. Harry shook his head understandingly. Before I came here, I was really worried this would hurt our friendship. I didn't actively seek this out, and I don't know why this opportunity fell into my lap. Hermione explained anxiously, not wanting to be unjustly criticized. It's nothing. You're a Gryffindor. You have privileges. That's all. Draco smirked. After saying that, he noticed Hermione's eyes were turning red. The fact that the only spot has gone to someone is undeniable. Hermione had no way to argue. Her tendency to excel in everything has left her with few friends in Gryffindor. All right, it's not a big deal. I exchanged a glance with Draco, reminding him not to forget the purpose of inviting Hermione for a small gathering. Hermione, my brother is just standing up for me and inadvertently took it out on you. Don't mind it. Yes, Miss Granger, caring leads to confusion. Aurora is my only sister. Malfoy, family comes first. Draco also offered a way out. However, it's fine for you to go to Durmstrang in your third year. I deliberately left it hanging. Aurora, what's wrong? Hermione's attention was immediately captured. Did you know? Our defense against the dark arts teacher has changed again. What? Professor Black is no longer teaching us? That's such a pity. Hermione is also appearance-oriented. In the original work, she ranked first in Gilderoy Lockhart's superficial test. She completely absorbed Lockhart's works. Although it was later discovered that all his experiences were a result of erasing other people's memories and taking credit for their achievements. Who is taking over for him? Harry exchanged a glance with us, the best friend of his godfather during school, Remus Lupin. However, we have received some insider information. He has another unknown identity. I feign mystery. He was bitten by a werewolf in his childhood. St. Mungo's still has his treatment records archived. It is a well-known fact that the Malfoy family owns shares in St. Mungo's. Retrieving the information of a low-level wizard is as easy as pie. How could Dumbledore agree to this? Werewolves are extremely dangerous. This puts young wizards at risk. Hermione declared with Gryffindor's sense of justice. Is the information reliable? She looked straight into my eyes. At such a young age, she already possesses the spirit of a future minister of magic. Hermione should not be underestimated. I held up a photo of the appointment letter signed by Dumbledore. You're the luckiest. Go to Durmstrang to study avoids his teaching. We would be in trouble. I sighed. School hasn't even started yet. Everything is still uncertain. Aurora, don't worry. She stepped forward and held my hand. Even when I'm not there, I will do my best to protect you. It's a deal. The students do not understand the seriousness of the situation, and the parents are not so easily fooled. A flurry of questions and inquiries accompanied by the arrival of the owl visits the principal's office and the Hogwarts dining hall day and night. Other informed professors are also troubled and are demanding Dumbledore to reconsider the choice of the defense against the dark arts teacher. Sirius feels extremely awkward. If it weren't for his internal recommendation, Lupin's identity as a werewolf would not be so widely known. Dumbledore had to pay a penalty to terminate Lupin's appointment early. Thus, the shortest tenure for a defense against the dark arts professor in history was born. This short is not that short. Because of this nickname, Lupin still suffers from ridicule from many people. Sirius feels guilty towards his longtime good brother and invites Lupin to Grimmauld Place. How could Mrs. Black tolerate a werewolf dirtying the carpets of the Black Manor? The hard-won mother-son relationship becomes tense once again. In the end, it was still Narcissa who intervened to mediate the tense relationship between the two. As a result, however, it angered Lucius. The Malfoy patriarch, who usually does not show his emotions, exploded in fury. If you continue to associate with that werewolf, you will never set foot in Malfoy Manor again. Sirius, perplexed, still needles Lucius in front of Narcissa. Cicely, did you hear what he said? Sirius, Luke is also worried about me. I was originally planning to say this after things settled down. I'm pregnant. Sirius's expression changed. The offspring of pureblood families are not easy, especially for the Malfoy family. In the past, his father, Orion Black, often boasted about the flourishing family line in front of Abraxas. The competitive Abraxas could only swallow his pride and continue to push his children behind the scenes. Lucius's current excellence is definitely due to Orion's efforts. I am sorry, Cicely. I didn't know. Sirius carefully stared at Narcissa's abdomen. It's not your fault. This pregnancy hasn't shown yet, and I didn't want others to worry about me. So no one said anything. Luke is eager for a child, and if I get bitten by a werewolf, the fetus will be in danger. Narcissa fearfully placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Sirius held her other hand. The woman's fingertips trembled slightly, icy cold. I know what to do. Narcissa squeezed the man's hand back. There's a compromise. From then on, no one ever saw the professor with the shortest tenure in defense against the dark arts. The Malfoy family established a position for communication and connection with the werewolf community. Werewolves have a strict internal hierarchy, are extremely exclusive, are accustomed to group combat, and have exceptional combat power. Lupin is well suited to be a communication bridge with them. He was placed at the boundary of the werewolf community, in a small house built by the Malfoy family. Although living in seclusion, he received a considerable salary each month, greatly improving his quality of life. The werewolves gradually accepted him. Sirius would also come to see him from time to time. On full moon nights, he would transform into a giant black dog to guard his only living friend. He wanted to protect Narcissa's unborn baby with his actions. He once fantasized about how wonderful it would be if this child were his and Narcissa's. As the only bloodline of the Black family, Walburga looked on with concern. Sirius, I have a method. Walburga's wish is fulfilled. Narcissa added, you want to have a child with a woman I don't love to continue the Black family line? Sirius was incredulous. It's not like that. Narcissa shook her head. I just don't want the Black family's bloodline to end. She looked at Sirius and gently stroked his face. You haven't changed much. Why didn't I think of this? Cicely, the anger that Sirius had just felt vanished in an instant. You can have a Black family bloodline without being with a woman. How is that possible? Sirius exclaimed. What do you think I am? Narcissa retorted. I am a product of alchemy. Narcissa took Sirius's hand. You are so real, a living existence. Sirius reached out to touch Narcissa's cheek. His hand was intercepted in midair by Lucius. If a third person learns about Cicely's family secret, do you know the consequences? Aren't you the third person? Sirius shot back. You. Lucius turned and admonished. Cicely, this is the Black family wolf you intend to help. Luke, he is the last bloodline of the Black family. Black was my only friend in my past life, and the one who introduced Linfred to you. Lucius's face darkened to the extreme. Black knows nothing. Narcissa explained. If she had any involvement, the Black family would have been cleaned up long ago. Lucius would really do that. All right, Luke, it's all in the past. Narcissa leaned into her husband's embrace. Fool. The man sighed. I only allowed him to teach once as a token of goodwill towards the Blacks. Okay. The woman smiled sweetly. Cicely, I will never reject you no matter what. I have already made up my mind about you. The woman was quite proud. What are you two talking about? Sirius asked, bewildered. Follow me. Under Narcissa's guidance, Sirius walked through the corridor to a secret room of the Malfoy family. This is where I usually work. The rare ancient books are organized by category. Long-lost magic circles are running at high speed, emitting a platinum glow. My father created me here. Narcissa gently stroked the cover of the ancient book. What I need to do? Sirius quickly accepted. Use your blood as a guide. Add a part of the destined partner. and combine it with the corresponding magic. How do you find a destined partner? Narcissa sighed. This I cannot help with. Both my father and I only had the courage to use this magic after finding our destined partner. Sirius caught the key information. You have used it too? Well, my Aurora, Narcissa admitted openly. Why are you willing to tell me this secret? One day you'll find out. You still haven't answered my question. Sirius pressed. I don't know how to answer. Narcissa melted into Lucius's embrace. Since the first time I saw Luke, this question was resolved. I didn't come here to watch you two be lovey-dovey. Sirius face-bombed. In any case, you have one more option. Lucius concluded. A part of the destined partner. Can it be anything? Sirius quietly confirmed. Due to Lupin being dismissed early, Dumbledore couldn't find a replacement for him in time, and Sirius became the defense against the dark arts professor once again. However, after experiencing a departure and reemployment, it was uncertain whether the curse of Voldemort had been broken. When Sirius appeared at the teacher's table in the Hogwarts Great Hall, thunderous applause erupted once more. I had seen a photo of Remus Lupin, and he was nowhere near as impressive as Professor Black. A lavish feast is never tiresome. Leftovers are only a last resort. Don't you think so? Professor Black seems even more handsome now that he has good news. The ring symbolizing the head of the Black family was actually worn on his ring finger. Draco and I exchanged glances. Sirius was so discreet that, without anyone knowing, he had become a married man. Uncle, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. In the original text, Remus Lupin had once misunderstood that Nymphadora Tonks had feelings for Sirius, even expressing jealousy and stating that Sirius's charm was irresistible to women. Who is our aunt? Draco raised an eyebrow. Only Harry stood silently to the side, his expression shifting between joy and gloom. He did not join the others in congratulating Sirius. I felt a bit strange, but didn't dwell on it since I had successfully prevented Lupin from becoming a professor at Hogwarts. At that moment, Cedric walked toward us. He was a bit more tanned than during the holidays, but in the eyes of Westerners, that was a good thing. The badge of head boy on his chest shone brightly. Students in their 5th year at Hogwarts had the chance to be selected as head boy or girl, one of each gender. Lucius and Narcissa were the head boy and girl during their time at Hogwarts, and in their 7th year, they had the opportunity to become student council president. Draco and I both hoped to continue this tradition. I couldn't help but show an envious expression. I hoped that when we reached 5th year, we could also receive the badges for head boy and girl from Snape. Cedric noticed where I was looking and said, Aurora, you'll definitely be able to at my age. Thank you for your kind words. I smiled, sincerely grateful for his blessing. Cedric was truly in the spotlight, having become the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team this year. I noticed that in the original text, Harry's first girlfriend, Cho Chang, was also watching us. Apparently, their feelings began to sprout from this moment. Cedric followed my gaze and turned his head, his eyes meeting Cho Chang's. The petite girl with black hair immediately shyly lowered her head. I couldn't help but tease, Cedric, you really are popular. He turned his head without showing any signs of complacency, lowering his voice instead. Not as much as you. This ambiguous attitude. His eyes revealed a teasing expression. It was completely different from my impression of him as humble, upright, and full of gentlemanly demeanor. He smiled at me before turning and walking toward the Hufflepuff table. Many upperclassmen and younger students saluted him. He blended in with those around him. In Slytherin, students reflected their family status. It could almost be seen as a small society. This kind of equal and friendly atmosphere had never appeared in the Slytherin group. There was something wrong with that Cedric Diggory. No little liar. Draco accused me fiercely in my ear. Look at you, you've attracted so many people. I didn't. I denied vehemently. He sighed. Actually, it's not entirely your fault. I followed his gaze and looked around. Our actions had attracted the attention of most people. My Aurora. His hand gently caressed my cheek. I was not like Narcissa back in the day, hiding my true appearance with confusing earrings. This face, even when compared to the half-blood beauty in the original story, Fleur Delacour, was not lacking. Naturally, it drew the attention of countless men and women. I buried my face in his embrace. My heart and body could not refuse Draco's closeness. I want to go to the room of requirement. In the original story, Ravenclaw's diadem was hidden there, and now that I had finally returned to school, I had to search for it right away. A faint blush crept onto Draco's face. Aurora, Dad doesn't want us to be too young. I quickly interrupted him, gently pushing him away. What are you thinking? I'm going to find something. What something? Harry's voice came from behind us. I hadn't realized he was too close. However, this was something I could tell him about. After all, he was the first to notice Cedric's anomaly. I teased him. You'll know if you come with me. After a drowsy history of magic class and a quick lunch, we finally wound our way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Wait, I held the Marauder's map. pointing at the name that had just disappeared. Cedric went in. Did he also know how to open the room of requirement? Draco's hand tightened on my shoulder. I could feel his tension. A hypothesis arose in my heart. Should we wait for him to come out? I was just about to step back when the door to the room of requirement appeared out of thin air. Aurora, are you and your two male companions here a bit early? Cedric teased. Don't judge my intentions with your own small-mindedness. My face flushed with anger. I said nothing, as if it was you who was confessing. Cedric stepped aside, making room for us. Hope you get what you wish for. We might have already missed the best opportunity. That stupid badger, what is he so pleased about? Draco scoffed. I'm afraid he has long since turned into a Slytherin. Harry glanced at Cedric's departing figure. Are you saying? In every sense, Slytherin. Here, Slytherin referred not just to the students of Slytherin House, but to the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. Voldemort had emerged as the heir of Slytherin back in the day. Should we go in? I asked. Since we're here, let's go in. When we stepped into the room of requirement changed its appearance. Silver and green shone together, revealing the bright and warm bedroom of Malfoy Manor. Cedric was right. Aurora, what are you thinking in that little head of yours? You really should reflect on it. Draco teased intentionally. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the two who couldn't grasp the main point and began rummaging through things. What are you looking for? We can help you. If it were me, where would I hide Ravenclaw's diadem? Are you looking for this? Aurora, your worries are unnecessary. Voldemort must know himself best. Draco looked in my eyes. They might have reached some private agreements. Instead of worrying about Harry, we should be concerned about ourselves. What does that mean? After all, they are part of Voldemort. As Tom said, Harry is very likely to become the next Voldemort. Harry carries 2 pieces of Voldemort's soul, and now Ravenclaw's diadem has come knocking. The events are gradually slipping out of our control. What is the intention behind these soul pieces? I stood distracted in front of the room of requirement. Seeing the door open again, I rushed in without hesitation. Harry, how are you? The boy with dark hair and emerald eyes opened his arms to me, watching as I cast several spells. I'm fine, don't worry. Don't mess up my hair just because you're taller. I hurriedly covered my messy hair with my hands. He and Draco clearly knew that my wavy hair needed careful maintenance every day. If it gets blown by the wind, it would look like a golden retriever. In the original text, Lucius's hairstyle was mocked for resembling an Afghan hound for the same reason. Lucius's straight hair had a lesser impact than mine. I finally understood why Narcissa always liked to help me style my bangs. Curly hair is beautiful, but it's really hard to manage. All right, I won't tease you. But did you find anything out? He grabbed my wrist. A spell silently entered his body. I didn't know if he noticed anything unusual. There was a smile in his eyes. No, I'm just too worried about you. I lied without changing my expression. I'm sorry, Harry. I must first protect the Malfoy family, and then... All right, take your little girlfriend and leave here quickly. Don't forget our agreement. Cedric's face showed impatience. The gentlemanly demeanor he once displayed was gone. Where has Cedric gone? I couldn't help but ask. In my heart, he was a qualified Hogwarts warrior. I felt regret for his fate in the original text. This time, his soul might have already vanished from the world. Oh, the unsatisfied Malfoys, Cedric teased, his long fingers pointing to his temple. Is he in a deep sleep? Perhaps. He didn't confirm or deny it. He was very careful, not revealing any useful information. Aurora, we still have classes this afternoon. Draco's meaning was obvious. We didn't need to waste any more time here. Suddenly, Cedric threw something. I instinctively caught it. It's Ravenclaw's diadem. My sincerity. He looked at Harry. Why give it to me? I was puzzled. As a gift from Harry to you. Cedric teased. Shut up. Draco's face turned red with anger. I hurriedly stuffed the diadem into Harry's arms and sent a silencing spell at Cedric. Cedric sidestepped. You've got quite the temper. Enough. Harry's emerald eyes narrowed slightly. Don't come out unless it's necessary. I'll come find you if I need you. His aura suddenly changed. The previous gentleness and shyness were gone. I always knew that those were just masks he wore. Aurora, did I scare you? I shook my head. As long as it's you, Harry. The Harry I know would never choose to sacrifice those who have helped him for personal gain. I believe in the boy's true heart. The boy's lips curled slightly, retracting the frightening aura he just had. Cedric stood by, showing a sarcastic smile. Hasn't the Malfoy family fallen hard enough? Not hitting the south wall and not turning back. Is that one of your legacies? I'm different from you. The tenderness in Harry's eyes vanished. If you can't speak properly, you might as well keep silent. Jealousy makes you speak without thinking. Harry seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Cedric's eyes actually turned bright red with anger. This is a sign that Voldemort is ready to use magic. I hurriedly protected Draco behind me. Aurora, don't worry. Harry crossed his arms. You can't attack me. The main soul doesn't allow us to harm each other. Harry coldly stated this fact. There's indeed such a saying. Cedric seemed to think of something, but his movements were incredibly quick. Pulling and pushing, he captured me. His wand was pressed against my neck. The main soul does not prohibit attacking others, especially those who can restrain you. Harry's hand, gripping the wand, bulged with veins. Let go of Aurora, or you will regret it. Besides being the residence of the main soul, you seem to have nothing special. Cedric casually said, I'm actually helping you. Now, put your wands on the ground. Harry and Draco simultaneously knelt down. Suddenly, the situation reversed. Draco and I simultaneously used vines, one wrapping around Cedric's wrist, the other around his neck. Hang upside down. Cedric was tied up and suspended. I casually grabbed his wand. If it weren't for the fear of fiend fire turning the room of requirement to ashes, I would have really wanted to try Crabbe's method. Now, can we talk nicely? Harry gently patted Cedric's cheek. The boy turned his face away. You guys aren't too bad. The vines restraining him suddenly ignited. He easily broke free to disarm him. He didn't even use a wand. Cedric's wand returned to his hand. Now, can I prove my strength? This is definitely not a level a fifth-year student should have. Why did you come to us? I asked my doubts. I want to survive. The boy succinctly replied, I know the Slytherin locket is also in your hands. Tom told me that there would be an internal connection between each piece of soul, but I didn't know their connection was so close. I never mentioned the matter of stealing the Slytherin locket from the Black ancestral home to anyone. I really want to tear apart the mouth that is Ravenclaw's diadem. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to completely destroy us. Your purpose, I can't comprehend. Cedric, no. Calling him diadem is more appropriate. The Malfoy family, under my protection, has risen to a higher level, which is an undeniable fact. As a descendant of the Malfoys, why would you choose to turn against us? Is this how Lucius has taught you? He is right. Voldemort indeed took care of the Malfoy family due to Abraxas's influence while in power. But when he returned, the situation took a huge turn. The former favor turned into trampling and humiliation. I cannot forget the future him, giving Draco the impossible task of assassinating Dumbledore. I cannot forgive Lucius for kneeling before him, pleading for his son's forgiveness. With that arrogant demeanor, he noticed my agitation and cleverly changed the subject. I know the soul of the notebook obeys you. He keenly observed my hand tightening around my wand and quickly added, I don't know what method he used to get him to agree. What? Do you also expect to be contracted by me? Your thoughts and desires will be completely under my control. Is this everything you want? That said, how can I possibly keep an eye on Tom and Abraxas all the time? Those two fools, far away in Germany, starting a new life. I don't want to disturb their little world. Crown remained silent, but in the end, he reluctantly accepted. Surviving is the top priority. What benefits do we gain from this? An obedient dog? Draco scoffed. You. Draco seemed unable to forgive Crown for his past insults, confronting him directly. That's right. Rarely. Harry and Draco stood on the same front. Once a life is lost, it cannot be regained. Whether it's Lily, James, or Regulus, who died at the bottom of the lake. As heirs of the Malfoy family, visiting the Crouch Manor is as difficult as climbing to heaven. But Mr. Diggory, a colleague from the Ministry of Magic, can do it easily. Cedric, as the sole heir of the Diggory family, going with his father is a trivial matter, especially since Cedric's idol is none other than Voldemort, the young Barty Crouch's greatest admiration. But would Crown collude with young Barty and join forces? I wouldn't dare bet on Voldemort's character. This matter is better left to Tom. It's safer for the Malfoy family. Diggory introduces, but practice is up to the individual. After much deliberation, I weighed the pros and cons carefully. My cousin, Regulus Black, died because of you, and now his body is missing. I didn't finish my sentence. How could someone as clever and cautious as Voldemort not understand my implication? Collecting the remains for Olean's youngest son is my sincerity. He looked at me deeply, then turned to leave. The door to the room of requirement closed completely in front of me, and I finally let out a long sigh. As the final boss of the entire Harry Potter series, I have a deep understanding of Voldemort's cunning and treachery. His danger level is second only to Albus Dumbledore. I clung to Draco's neck, almost merging myself into his body. Where did the strategic Aurora go? Harry teased. I pouted. He's just a tyrant. I don't want to see my beloved family crawling at his feet. Harry's expression was complex and hard to read, remembering the piece of Voldemort's soul within Harry. I quickly explained. As the number of split soul pieces increases, his rationality decreases, and his temper becomes increasingly volatile. During the latter part of his reign, Dad faced countless heart-wrenching moments, and even Grandpa couldn't stop it. Mom was pregnant at the time and almost got caught up in the turmoil. I saw this scene in his memory. Fortunately, Voldemort retracted the spell in time, Harry said with lingering fear. Perhaps at that time, it was Voldemort's only sliver of conscience. Although he has forgotten that Narcissa is his blood, the links in their lives have not completely severed. I won't let this happen again. I don't know why he told me all this. I trust you, Harry. My recent confrontation with Crown drained all my energy. I could no longer support myself and slumped onto Draco, drowsy. Sleep, Aurora. Rest well. I will be here with you. He then instructed Harry. Aurora will definitely want the notes from the next class when she wakes up. Harry, please. You only know how to be polite at times like this. The dark-haired, green-eyed boy replied with a resigned tone. I can't count on those two fools. Crabbe and Goyle, and Miss Granger is far away at Durmstrang. I can only rely on you here. Don't forget to help me and Aurora with our leave. From Draco's tone, it was clear he was wearing a smug expression. Draco, I'm tired. I interrupted their banter. All right, little liar, he softly coaxed, tightening his arms around me. I was already used to falling asleep in his embrace. Every once in a while, Draco would check the growth of the holy fruit's core within me. As long as we stayed together every day, the growth rate was guaranteed. The best way was through close contact. Draco sighed. If we were a legitimate couple like mom and dad, it would be much easier. Why do you say that? Intimate actions can promote the growth of the vines. His voice was slightly hoarse. Our current intimacy was far from enough. Who told you to plan it for me so early? I gently rubbed against his body. This can alleviate the discomfort caused by the vine's growth to the greatest extent. A tingling sensation rose in my heart. Aurora, I can't wait any longer. The plants in the room, due to the owner's blooming heart, spread their branches and leaves. Crown's actions were quick. Before long, a long-decomposed corpse appeared before us. I don't know what method he used to find the already decayed Regulus in the cave and bring him to Hogwarts. The Dark Lord is all-powerful. It's not just empty words. Only the last of the Blacks can prove his identity. Sirius had severed ties with his family since childhood. The rift with his younger brother was like a chasm. But at the moment of meeting, I knew I was wrong. Sirius recognized his brother without using blood magic. The letter signed R.A. B from Regulus kept him awake all night, even with his eyes and ears closed. The room of requirement could still clearly hear the heart-wrenching cries of Creature, the family house elf of the Black family. Regulus, my master. Creature finally sees you. The corpse pulled the corners of its stiff mouth, almost forming a smile. He still has self-awareness. Sirius exclaimed. His impeccably tailored suit was a mess, but he didn't care at all. Perhaps, given time, he would gradually awaken. Crown said ambiguously. Thank you. You are Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff? Sirius stepped forward and hugged the creator of this change tightly. Crown quickly pushed him away. Professor Black, it was just a small effort. It is my honor to help you. His expression was extremely sincere. I have to admire this guy's acting skills. Bringing the little cousin into a familiar environment helps him recover his human memories. Sirius was first taken aback, then realized the identity of the little cousin and revealed a gentle smile. Creature, I'll trouble you. Not a trouble at all. Taking care of Master Regulus is hardly a trouble. Creature exclaimed, his eyes filled with tears. The elderly house elf expressed his gratitude. Creature snapped his fingers and disappeared with Regulus's body in the room of requirement. House elves are not bound by Hogwarts rules and can apparate. Sirius patiently explained to me that our mother has always been concerned about Regulus's safety. Bringing him back would fulfill one of our mother's wishes. Sirius continued, Aurora, thank you. Why would he know that this was my doing? Isn't it obvious? Diggory and the Black family have never been close. Who would travel such a long distance to search for the corpse of a stranger in a cave? Draco clarified for me. Only you, meddlesome little liar. Aurora, you are so much like your mother. The Black family will always owe you a favor. Sirius seemed to always attribute all the credit to Narcissa. I shed a sympathetic tear for Lucius. In the days that followed, Sirius frequently traveled between the Black ancestral home and Hogwarts. The estranged brotherly relationship in the original text became closer after Regulus lost his human consciousness. It was quite poignant. Creature later came to Hogwarts specifically to present a precious gift on behalf of Mrs. Black. He expressed his gratitude with tears streaming down his face. I felt embarrassed to the tips of my toes. I was not accustomed to accepting gratitude from others, which only added to my inner burden. I prefer to keep my distance from people. Except for, Aurora, you always want to give others a perfect ending, but could you consider yourself for once? Draco gently brushed my long hair. We're doing well now. All right, I can't argue with you. Draco looked very pleased. You know, I can't live without you now. My legs wrapped around his waist. Do you think Harry would know how clingy you are in private? His voice was slightly different from usual, making my heart flutter. It's all your fault. I complained. Blame it on me again. He placed a punishing kiss on my forehead, enjoying my captured expression. The diadem of Ravenclaw was in Harry's hands, and for the past few days, he had been studying it day and night. Draco continued. What is he planning to do? The diadem has already shown its greatest sincerity. His goal is to have his own body again, just like Tom. But isn't Cedric's body already capable of fulfilling that wish? I remain perplexed. Cedric, unlike Quirrell, had a stronger sense of autonomy and likely had not submitted to him. He was only temporarily the master of that body. The longer he was suppressed, the stronger the resistance would be. It could very well lead to a situation where both sides were harmed. In other words, Cedric's body could become a dud. By then, the diadem would have to choose a new host. Currently, only you can create a body that can withstand Voldemort's soul. That's where the soul fragment seeks you, Aurora. Draco lay down, intertwining our fingers. I understand your concerns. The diadem is not like Tom, who has his love for his grandfather as a constraint. The diadem of Ravenclaw was created during Voldemort's later student years as a Horcrux. Ravenclaw represents wisdom, which may be related, is the first Horcrux to develop autonomy. If he doesn't contact us, he could very well leave Hogwarts through Cedric. Through Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, he could gain the opportunity to visit Azkaban and release his once loyal subordinates, Bellatrix Lestrange and the Carrows. Everything that has happened could be a good thing. The key is how to seize it. The only problem is how to draw him out of Cedric's body. Will he think we want to help Cedric reclaim his body and fall into the trap? The diadem is very picky. Perhaps the current Slytherin doesn't meet his standards at all. Does that include you? I tease him on purpose. Forgot? I'm a fairy. And you? It's not easy to possess a fairy unless the souls are on the same frequency. Draco's expression changed. What's wrong? Nothing. Even if I'm not possessed, if you notice something unusual about me, keep your distance. Draco said seriously. Why does he keep emphasizing this? I obediently nodded, keeping this matter in mind. He let out a long breath and pinched my waist. You've let us off topic. The diadem might have considered Harry at one point, but it seems he still hopes to retain his own consciousness. So, the choice is yours. Pulling one thread can affect the whole tapestry. The Malfoy family will always be your support. The Malfoy couple also handed the choice to me. They were so wholeheartedly lifting me up with their strength. Continuing to look back and forth, what's the point? Tom has also heard of this matter. He requested to meet the diadem first, alone. I didn't know what they talked about. I only knew that Tom's expression was not good when he left the study. Aurora, don't resurrect that despicable guy. Why? The diadem stood aside calmly, a teasing look on its face. What else could it be? Are you worried you can't keep him? Don't you have confidence in yourself? Could it be that I found a rival for Tom? Mr. Malfoy, I am Cedric Diggory. For some reason, Tom did not reveal Cedric's true identity to Abraxas, and the diadem took advantage of the gap. Hello. I often hear Amos mention you. Abraxas exchanged pleasantries. He noticed Cedric wearing Hufflepuff's uniform, and the boy had a face comparable to a movie star. Abraxas shook the boy's hand with a hint of regret. In his heart, no matter how outstanding a Hufflepuff student was, they could not compare to a single hair of Slytherin. Meanwhile, Tom seemed to have finally regained a point. I'm a rival of Draco on the Quidditch pitch. The diadem steered the conversation to a direction Abraxas was interested in. I am the Seeker and captain of Hufflepuff. Then you must fly very well. Abraxas casually praised. Not necessarily. Tom muttered quietly. How about we have a match? The diadem whispered in Tom's ear. Let's see who is the more suitable companion for Abraxas. No, it's just like I protect you. Lucius said brazenly. I think you is more appropriate than you all. He looked at Narcissa with eyes so gentle they could overflow with water. Narcissa freed her hands and held me in her arms. The three of us embraced. Draco leaned against the door. Mom and Dad, can you return Aurora to me now? Narcissa pinched my cheek and teased Draco with a smile. You're starting to steal people from us at such a young age? Aurora was originally mine. I just lent her to you for a bit. He was very tough on the outside, but his face was flushed, and he didn't even dare to look at me. I said goodnight to the Malfoys and left the study with a light step. How to say it? Before that, I had already communicated with Draco in advance. We both felt that having such evidence in Lucius's hands could exert the greatest value and significance. In the original work, I never understood how three inexperienced Hogwarts students could possibly compete with the cunning and decisive head of the Malfoy family. The only reason was that the author J.K. Rowling forcibly downgraded their intelligence. We seem to have caught the Barty family by the handle. However, how to use it? Dad has his own discretion. Old Barty would never easily hand over young Barty, only by causing internal strife. Draco pondered for a moment and replied. It was self-evident. We exchanged smiles. The Malfoys were never good people. The outcome sought was not a happy one for everyone. Everything was for the benefit of the family. Narcissa watched us pass through the fireplace of Malfoy Manor. She wore a black silk dress, adorned with lace on her eyelashes, making her even more enchanting. Lucius draped a cashmere shawl over her and said goodbye reluctantly. "Don't worry, we will be home soon." She made several keys for the Malfoy family and hung them around our necks, and Tom and Cedric were not left out. See, you really are prepared for a rainy day. Lucius felt both angry and amused. We were going as guests, not to storm a den of dragons and tigers. "I think it's about right," Narcissa insisted. "Okay." Tom interrupted their affectionate gaze. "It's almost time." He couldn't hide the impatience in his eyes. "I thought it was mainly because Grandpa hadn't come out to see him off. Dad isn't feeling well." Narcissa reproached Tom. "Someone was too rough yesterday, and today blames others for not coming to see him off?" Cedric played with his wand, smiling provocatively. Unexpectedly, Tom, seeing Cedric like this, was not angry but rather pleased. The fireplace at the Barty house was very clean, clearly maintained regularly. Old Barty Crouch and the house elf Winky were already waiting in the hall. He belonged to the type that didn't joke around. Yet at this moment, he pulled the corners of his mouth to try to show the host hospitality. His hair was already gray, and the wrinkles on his face formed deep grooves. Although he was of the same generation as Abraxas, he looked much older. A middle-aged man who had suffered setbacks in his career, his wife terminally ill, willing to die in Azkaban for his son. One could say that the ancient Barty family had fallen to the bottom. His only son was subjected to the Cruciatus curse daily, living day by day like a walking corpse. His gaze lingered on the platinum hair of Draco and me. I remembered that in the original work, young Barty's hair was also light yellow. Young Barty Crouch, a recipient of 12 OWLS, once was the pride of his father during comings and goings. Now he could only hide under an invisibility cloak, barely surviving. He approached us kindly and exchanged simple pleasantries. Suddenly, Winky let out a cry, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. "Winky, what are you doing? You've embarrassed the Crouch family in front of guests." Old Barty scolded. Winky pointed at Tom's face, surprised to the point of being speechless. To avoid raising Old Barty's suspicion, Tom had already consumed the polyjuice potion. The face he wore now was unremarkable. Just now, I think I saw that person's face. That person, needless to say, in the wizarding world, is used to refer to Voldemort. I glanced at Tom, who curled the corner of his mouth, with such an unremarkable appearance. As long as he was inside, he still had the charm to captivate people. "I just heard Mr. Crouch call you Winky, right?" He squatted down to maintain eye contact with the house elf. This action of placing the other party at an equal level undoubtedly won their goodwill, coupled with Tom's innate charm. "Winky, calm down. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy. I mistook you. I offended you." Winky banged her head hard against the wall. The stern old Barty rarely entertained guests of distinction, and the house elf's actions undoubtedly slapped his face hard. He silently witnessed Winky's self-harm and did not speak to stop it. With each bang, I quickly offer an out. "Mr. Crouch, Dad still has many important matters to discuss with you." "Yes, don't waste time with such a fool." Old Barty halted Winky's punishment. The house elf's forehead was already swollen. Although I wasn't like Hermione, who would rise up for the interests of house elves. In the original work, Winky served the Crouch father and son with great dedication. Her loyalty was no less than creatures. There was no reason to be treated so unjustly. Crouch glanced at the others, and Lucius understood. The two silently walked towards the study. The rest, led by Winky and other house elves, carefully attended to. In the original work, Winky always took care of young Barty. Bound by the Crouch family contract, Winky could not disclose young Barty's matters. Just now, Tom revealed his true self to let the young Barty, hiding under the invisibility cloak, see, and Winky deliberately made a noise to cover for her little master. I felt a pang of emotion. Even a high IQ criminal like young Barty had a loyal house elf serving him, while Draco, Dobby, easily betrayed him. Afterward, Crab too. One could only say it was not meant to be. When Winky appeared again, her eyes were red, and her whole body trembled, seemingly extremely frightened. She walked up to Tom and said, "This Mr. Malfoy, the master invites you to come over." She was not good at lying. Tom nodded at me and gave a warning glance in Cedric's direction. "Does your master only specially entertain him alone?" Cedric seemed to be making a big deal out of it, deliberately teasing Winky. "And master," the Crouch house elf was almost in tears. "Please lead the way." Tom shot Cedric a glare and said to Winky in a friendly manner, putting on airs. I didn't understand why Cedric was so hostile towards Tom. They were clearly the same person. Draco excitedly conversed with me in his mind. "The fish is hooked. Null Peter Pettigrew is still alive, and we have made contact with him." "What?" "He clearly lost his animagus ability and died in Azkaban. Tom continued. He faked his death, deliberately soiling himself before dying, leaving a stench so strong that nearby cells could smell it, and the guards were unwilling to approach, only sending Dementors to check. I already know what happened next. The negligence of the Azkaban guards allowed this notorious criminal to escape successfully again. Once thrown out of Azkaban, drifting at sea for a while and narrowly escaping the jaws of sharks, he could regain his freedom. It's quite a bloody path he carved out for himself. Peter Pettigrew, in terms of cunning, bravery, and determination, is top-notch. Tom showed an appreciative expression. He did not look down on this unremarkable subordinate as Voldemort did in the original work. Thus, he became the first person in history to successfully escape from Azkaban. Should we tell Sirius that Peter Pettigrew is still alive? Sirius has finally started a new life. Once he learns that Pettigrew is still in the world, he will surely chase him down from miles away. The Blacks are known for their stubbornness. In the past, he could give up his life due to his inner guilt. Even if wronged, he chose to atone for his sins in Azkaban. Now that he knows his enemy is at large, how can he comfortably teach at Hogwarts? This is not the best time. Harry shook his head. He saw the worry in my eyes. Since Peter Pettigrew has already made contact with little Barty, he clearly has ulterior motives, and such a person is not worth a public execution. Since he is nominally dead, dying again doesn't matter. Indeed, Peter Pettigrew has more enemies than just Sirius. Harry, I stepped forward and held his hand. We let him roam free. But what is his purpose in contacting Barty? They each need something from the other, Tom hinted. Yes, Barty's been trapped for a long time and needs freedom. Peter Pettigrew is hiding everywhere and needs a backing. The two hit it off perfectly. So, are you preparing for a comeback? Abraxas teased Tom. Your subordinate has already come knocking. You know very well I have no intention of that. As soon as Tom's hand touched Abraxas' waist, he saw Abraxas stiffen for a moment. Sorry, I went a bit too far yesterday, Tom said apologetically, but his expression was that of a victor. Cedric looked very displeased. I heard that the crown within Cedric had previously tried to reveal its identity to Abraxas. The two parted ways unhappily. It is said that Abraxas cannot accept a junior. Clearly, when Tom took human form, he was just a year older than the current Cedric. Cedric is physiologically a straight man. In the original work, his girlfriend is Harry's first love, Cho-Chang. Cedric is the only heir of the Diggory family. Once entangled with Abraxas, the Diggory family becoming extinct is a very likely scenario. Plus, with a jealous Tom in the picture, Abraxas indeed feels overwhelmed. Speaking of a comeback, the most likely candidate is another. Tom directly redirected the trouble. No one understands the crown better than Tom. Do you? Abraxas ignored Tom's provocation and went straight to Cedric. You think so too? The tall young man looked like he had been wronged, with red eyes. Showing weakness in front of Abraxas has never failed. The crown is the third fragment of Voldemort's soul and is slightly older than Tom. However, it has always been placed in the Ravenclaw crown, unlike Tom, who had the opportunity to move around. Later, it could detach from the crown, acting through the bodies of others, but due to being overly picky, it spent most of its time waiting in the room of requirement for a more suitable candidate. Therefore, it has experienced even less than Tom. Regardless, the object of Tom and the crown's jealousy has always been the former head of the Malfoy family, Abraxas. Whether it is possessiveness or the Malfoy family's significant status and wealth, the crown seems to have boarded this pirate ship without wanting to get off. It also doesn't seem to be fixated on having me reshape a body. I don't know what it's plotting. I only know that it has been very close to Tom lately. After we returned to Hogwarts, there would occasionally be news about little Barty and Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew is very cautious. He doesn't dare to act rashly and control old Barty without complete assurance. If caught, it would just be a matter of being imprisoned in Azkaban again. What awaits him would be immediate execution. The commonality between the two is that, in the eyes of others, they're both dead. Tom understood, and I never knew that as the embodiment of a unicorn, I could also be so. He smiled slightly. Although Draco and I are not skilled in dark magic, it doesn't mean we are blank slates. Every member of the Malfoy family understands what we know. Why dirty our hands when we can leverage others' power? You're just like Abraxas, always pushing me to the forefront. As the public representative of the Malfoy family, Tom did indeed do a few things to enhance the prestige of pure blood families back in the day. Grandpa, I quickly changed my attitude, lowering my voice and acting spoiled. The Malfoys value family above all. You're also one of us now. Tom softened his expression. Then I'll help you one more time. Don't cause more trouble for me and Abraxas. Look at the people you brought back. His gaze fell on Cedric, who was eagerly attending to Abraxas. The young man raised his head and smiled provocatively at Tom. You need to work hard. I patted Tom on the shoulder. Don't forget what you promised me. I must have owed the Malfoy family a huge favor in my past life. Tom seemed resigned. Voldemort's soul fragments are indeed incredibly efficient. The once popular candidate for Minister of Magic, old Barty Crouch's ancestral home was robbed. One of the members of the Order of the Phoenix, Mundungus, became a witness. He is also the thief who coveted the Black family's treasures in the original work, stealing the real locket box and presenting it to Umbridge. According to the Daily Prophet's report, Mundungus was caught stealing by old Barty Crouch, who had just returned home from work and, during the scuffle, accidentally revealed an invisibility cloak. A shocking scandal emerged. Consequently, the Crouch family's secret of hiding Azkaban prisoners in their home was unexpectedly exposed. Fudge, who had originally risen to power by chance, seized this opportunity to directly remove old Barty from his position. Even more surprisingly, the criminal old Barty was harboring was not just little Barty. When Oro came to search the Crouch ancestral home, he discovered traces of a released tracking spell. Following the clues, he unexpectedly found the trail of the already declared dead prisoner, Little Peter. The news of Little Peter successfully escaping prison shattered the previously smug Fudge's reputation. He had to hold a press conference to sincerely apologize to the public. Although he wept and tried hard to perform, he was not considered any more competent than old Barty Crouch. As for how old Barty let the wolf into the house and just happened to knock over little Barty's invisibility cloak, it remained unknown. One can only say that in the midst of strategizing, victory can be decided from afar. Little Barty openly admitted to his father's actions. He no longer wanted to live like a walking corpse. He laughed nervously and said, "My master will surely trample you underfoot." He glared fiercely at little Peter, who was trapped with him, thinking that the other had leaked information. Little Peter had once been temporarily replaced and became the Potter's secret keeper. Now, he believed the other had turned against him again for greater benefits and a more solid backing. Internal strife ultimately led to a complete downfall. Fudge's position as Minister of Magic was precarious due to rapidly declining public opinion. He despised both of them. Consequently, figuring out how to deal with the two became a dilemma. The live broadcast of the public trial was bound to bring up other issues. He angrily returned to his office, changing from his usual approachable demeanor to one of irritation. With a bang, he collided with the door of the minister's office. Lucius? What are you doing here? He was about to roar a few words when he noticed Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family, elegantly crossing his legs and toying with his snake staff. He didn't understand why he unconsciously softened his voice every time he met Lucius. Clearly, the other party needed something from him. Why was he the one lowering himself? Connolly, long time no see. Lucius rubbed his tight brow. Connolly was Fudge's given name. Have you been waiting long? Fudge rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His success in rising to power was inextricably linked to the other. He glanced at his desk, relieved that there was no core confidential information. Lucius would certainly see through Fudge's anxious mood. So he got straight to the point. Connolly, I heard you roaring outside, which is unlike you. Fudge plopped down in his office chair, banging his hands on the table. If everyone were like you. I mean the Malfoy family, supporting me wholeheartedly. Would I? Lucius's hand covered Fudge's short fingers. Such outside words need not be mentioned. Is there anything I can help you with? Fudge did not withdraw his hand, and his emotions gradually calmed down as he intentionally lowered his voice. It's all old Barty's fault. He brought out his son. I turned a blind eye. Yet he didn't handle the aftermath well, and was exposed by those people over there. Those people undoubtedly referred to Montague representing Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. In recent years, Fudge felt he had stabilized his footing in the Ministry of Magic and no longer relied solely on Dumbledore's advice. The flattery from pureblood families like Lucius's was more to his liking. To put it bluntly, Fudge had become more independent. Lucius concealed the amusement in his eyes and replaced it with a worried expression. He comforted Fudge a few times before getting to the point. Are you really prepared to follow Dumbledore's advice and hand over little Peter and little Barty? Of course I don't want to. Who knows what else they will expose? It will ruin my reputation. He grasped Lucius's long fingertips like a lifeline. You will help me, right? What are you talking about? Lucius replied ambiguously. Since both were escapees from Azkaban, sending Dementors to capture them would be quite appropriate. How can that be? If innocent people get hurt. Fudge was indecisive. Lucius hid his impatience. He had never found Fudge so hypocritical. Just bring the Dementors to the Crouch ancestral home under the guise of search. Fudge desperately concealed the joy in his eyes, urgently asking, won't the Order of the Phoenix make a fuss about this? Originally, the information registered with the Ministry about little Barty and little Peter was also related to the dead. Lucius almost implied it. Fudge could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth that had curled up in a smile. He patted Lucius's shoulder to show closeness. What would I do without you? It is my honor to help you. Lucius withdrew his hand and deftly picked up the wine glass next to Fudge's desk. I'll come. Fudge took the wine glass. He seemingly unintentionally brushed against Lucius's fingertips. Malfoy Manor must produce fine wine, he praised, savoring the complex yet balanced taste that flowed through his mouth. As long as you like it. It's suitable for a professional connoisseur like you. Lucius complimented at the right moment. When will you invite me over to your place again? I haven't congratulated your father yet. Fudge hinted. It is my honor. Lucius concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that the Ministry of Magic had also placed spies in Malfoy Manor. Those in power are distrustful of everyone. Fudge felt both inflated and fearful. His vanity was greatly satisfied, but he wanted more. He even developed some inexplicable feelings for Lucius. Due to feelings and interests, the head of the Malfoy family had to deal with him, engaging in superficial niceties. Fudge did not want to dominate alone. As Dumbledore had restrained him, he wanted to avoid being constrained by the rising Malfoy family. Disobedient leaders. The next one will be even more appealing. Lucius finally left the Minister of Magic's office. The secretary at the door cast an ambiguous glance between Fudge and Lucius. Thank you for your hard work. She winked at Lucius. Only those who worked closely with him understood that Fudge was far from as easygoing as he appeared. He was ambitious, stubborn, and could not tolerate dissenting opinions. He wanted to dictate the course of events, but lacked strategic insight and foresight. Many matters that originally relied on Dumbledore's planning were now being handled by the head of the Malfoy family. Lucius did not want to lose his temper. He simply took off the gloves he had been carrying as he left the ministry building, dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes, and tossed them into the trash bin at the door. Once home, he embraced Narcissa. Breathing in the sharp floral scent from his wife's hair seemed to calm his mood. Look, Sissy, let me hold you a little longer. Narcissa obediently relaxed her body. Can I pet the fox? Lucius suggested. It's daytime now. Narcissa declined gently. Lock the door tight. I will be careful. Before her words ended, a nine-tailed fox emerged from Narcissa's clothing. Its two paws rested on Lucius's thigh, and it closed its eyes in resignation, exposing its belly. The touch feels great, Sissy. He wants to have it both ways, but he must see if he has the strength to do so. The totem on the forehead of the nine-tailed fox looks like flames. Don't be angry. I'm telling you this not to make you unhappy. Lucius comforted the furious fox. I'm not that angry. It's just that it's not worth it for us. He has received so many gifts. The nine-tailed fox replied shyly. Still claiming you're not angry? You're already riled up. Lucius pointed at the nine tails fluttering behind her. You did this on purpose to make fun of me by turning me into an animagus. She muttered the transformation spell and changed back into her human form in Lucius's embrace. She let out a short scream, realizing that at this moment, she was facing her husband completely naked. The man chuckled softly, pulling the quilt over. Shishi, why don't you comfort me physically? During Fudge's tenure, he did not propose the anti-monopoly bill in the wizarding world. Instead, he sent Dementors to the Crouch ancestral home to privately deal with Wormtail Peter and Barty Crouch Jr. Under Lucius's guidance and the media influence of the Daily Prophet, Fudge received widespread praise. Better late than never. Our Minister of Magic finally showed some backbone. Wormtail Peter caused our dear Sirius to suffer over a decade of wrongful imprisonment. He should have been dealt with quickly, and he even managed to escape. This time, we finally caught someone red-handed. I have always said that the lack of the death penalty in the British wizarding world is a huge mistake. It should have been corrected long ago. Fudge's approval ratings returned to a high level. He sincerely invited the Malfoy family to gather at his family estate. Why did Narcissa come along? Fudge's eyes sparkled with amusement as he opened his arms and warmly embraced Lucius, expressing a hearty welcome. Success in career is the best tonic for those in power. She needs to rest. Lucius revealed an indescribable expression. You know, among us old folks, only you and your wife are still so inseparable. You two stuck together every day in school. After all these years, aren't you tired of each other? Fudge teased with a smile. Minister Fudge, hello. Draco and Harry greeted him. His children also warmly greeted us. We often participate in Fudge's family gatherings. Money and interest paved the way for us, making everything go smoothly. I handed the carefully prepared gift for Narcissa to Fudge's eldest son. Lucius, why are you still being so polite? Fudge waved his hand, and his son took the gift inside. Fudge's home was decorated very luxuriously. His extravagant and hedonistic personality was evident. I noticed that many of the items were rare treasures gifted by Lucius personally or by the Malfoy family. He noticed my gaze and showed a friendly smile. He arranged for the servants to bring drinks. To our friendship, he proposed a toast first. He carefully watched as Lucius brought the drink to his lips. The ruby-red liquid slid down his exquisite chin and into his elegant neck, deep into his shirt. Fudge nervously swallowed. Lucius had a great tolerance for alcohol. He could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But at that moment, after less than a cup, his cheeks flushed. "Dad, are you okay?" I stepped forward to support him. Lucius seemed a bit tipsy. He stumbled slightly, almost losing his grip on the wine glass. "Dad." The wine. Draco also noticed something was off here. He took the wine glass from Lucius's hand. Lucius leaned his head on Draco's shoulder. For the first time, I realized how tall the boy had grown. "Lucius, how about I help you to the inner room to rest?" Fudge was about to take the Malfoy head over. "It's okay, I can manage." Draco wrapped his arm around Lucius's waist, and I stepped forward to help. We supported Lucius's tall figure to the inner room to rest. "Dad, your body is so hot." Lucius's eyes were tinged with red. His breath was hot. That damn Fudge actually dared to treat the Malfoy head like a plaything. "I'm Fine." His eyes had already regained clarity. The flushed cheeks had completely retreated. Just now, I used my magical power to resolve it. Lucius looked around. He could see everything in the room from that position. "He wants to have you." Draco's fists clenched tightly. Although the Malfoy family is well-versed in power and sex transactions, they never treat themselves as bargaining chips or trophies. "Dad, about my previous suggestion." I hinted, "I will consider it." His hand rested on the handle of the snake staff. The door creaked open, and Fudge sneaked in. He wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. You go play outside. I'll stay with your father." "Father?" I discovered that Lucius, who had just been spirited, was now slumped on the sofa. Eyes closed in feigned sleep. His beautiful platinum hair covered half of his face, giving him a fragile and delicate beauty. His hand was barely resting on the snake-headed staff. It fell to the ground without him noticing. Fudge naturally understood that Lucius would hide his wand in the snake-headed staff. His expression brightened. "Dad, I'm very worried." Fudge planned this event, so he was well prepared, being able to sit steadily in the position of Minister of Magic, even if lacking in ability. His cunning was certainly not to be underestimated. In a blind spot where Fudge couldn't see, Lucius subtly twisted the family ring. That was the Malfoy family's unique code. Pretending to be drunk was intentional. I relaxed, pulling Draco, and left the inner room. "Is cousin-in-law okay?" As soon as I came out, Harry grabbed my arm, inquiring earnestly. He also sensed something was off. I quietly shook my head at Harry. "Dad asked us to come out." Harry frowned. "Should I inform cousin?" "Probably, not necessary." Narcissa was still pregnant. Since she hadn't shown yet, she didn't want to complicate things by making her pregnancy public. Father hadn't taken Mother to a banquet in a long time. So, did Fudge think he had an opportunity? After all, the Malfoy family's preferences are a mystery. Abraxas had publicly acknowledged his same-sex partner long ago. Even if we assume Lucius is bisexual, he wouldn't be indiscriminate. Although Fudge isn't exactly ugly, his short and plump figure doesn't stand out among either sex. But power is the best aphrodisiac. He thinks everything he has now can buy him a chance at intimacy, especially with a high-profile figure like Lucius, a dream that felt distant back in school. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the inner room. I worried about my father and hurriedly pushed the door open. For Narcissa's sake, I must also protect Lucius's virtue. I saw Fudge lying on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, both of them staring wide-eyed with a look of confusion. Lucius stood nearby, looking down at everything. "Dad!" I rushed into his arms. "I'm Fine. We should go back." He didn't even spare Fudge a glance. Seeing my worried expression, Lucius reassured me. "Don't be afraid." I cast the Soul Snatcher curse on him. With his weak willpower, it's almost impossible for him to break free from the control. "Dad, don't take risks. You know that drink was tampered with." "I'm going to tell Mom when we get home." Lucius's previously calm demeanor finally cracked. He visibly panicked. "I'm really fine." "Liar, you just said you suppressed the drug's effects." I grabbed his arm and rushed toward the door. "We need to find Mom to undo the drug." The effectiveness of the Soul Snatcher curse is proportional to the wizard's ability. Perhaps my father hadn't originally intended to take action against Fudge. It was just that Fudge kept pushing Lucius's limits again and again. Fudge thought power had allowed him to rise to the top, unaware that without support from behind, he couldn't even afford to hold a series of election roadshows. "We still need to arrange for our own people." Lucius muttered to himself. Would he ever regain his self-awareness? "I'll find someone to keep an eye on him." Lucius showed a contemptuous expression. The plants in the inner room seemed to respond to his words, quietly stretching their branches and leaves. Ever since awakening my elven bloodline, I noticed many details I had long overlooked. Plants and animals could become our hands and eyes. Lucius could know everything he wanted to understand through his surroundings. Then, he smiled broadly and said goodbye to Fudge's wife and children. Connolly said he would take care of me, but he got drunk and accidentally fell. He patted the man's shoulder. Fudge's wife's gaze was complicated. She avoided my look. To some extent, doing such things in front of the children made her conscience uneasy. Toward Lucius, there was a hint of jealousy. I always thought she was harmless. Who knew she was also one of the accomplices? To clean up after her husband. Her coordination with Fudge clearly indicated this wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. As Fudge's spouse, how could she be completely oblivious to her husband's schemes? Having been a full-time housewife for so long, she had long lost the motivation and skills for work. To maintain the stability of the marriage and harmony of the family, she pretended to know nothing. Perhaps this spice drink was also prepared by her. To let her husband have his way, she was willing to collude with him. On the way back, I murmured, "Dad, they accepted so many gifts from us. One day, it will all return to its rightful owner, don't worry." Lucius reassured me with a smile. "Why are you like Sissy, such a little money grubber? Holding onto a hot potato will only burn yourself," he implied. "Dad, the drug's effects are going to kick in soon, right?" I looked at Narcissa, who was quickly approaching not far away. "Yes, you all have your meal first. No need to wait for us." He paused for a moment, and after spotting the target, he revealed a confident smile. He still carried the chill of the outdoors, but he took off his coat and draped it over his wife's shoulders. "Sissy, help me." It seemed this support would take a long time, so I quickly called Draco and Harry and returned to the room. Dad clearly fell for it on purpose. Even the faintest scent, he could distinguish one by one. On one hand, elven taste and smell far surpassed those of humans. On the other hand, even without a bloodline awakening, the Malfoy family's long-standing training was enough to avoid the risk of being drugged. He was just using the excuse to get close to Mom. But Mom wouldn't refuse him. Would she take such a risk? I didn't quite understand the ins and outs of it. Maybe it was for more enjoyment. Draco's face turned red, and without waiting for me to ask, he rushed into the bathroom. Right? Just now he had also smelled the spiked drink out of concern for his father. Could it be that he fell for it too? I knocked on the bathroom door. "Draco, are you okay?" Getting closer, I leaned against the door and heard faint gasps and muffled moans. But Harry was still outside. Suddenly, the door was open from the inside, and I was pulled in. The door slammed shut. Draco's slightly heavy breathing was right next to me, and my heart raced like a drum. His body was burning hot, and his neck was as red as if it were bleeding. His platinum hair was wet from cold water, sticking to his scalp. "You're so hot." He was also damp, his shirt clinging to him, making him look uncomfortable. "Let me help you." I lowered my head and carefully started to unbutton his shirt. It turned out that the boy had unknowingly developed such a good physique. He didn't have the abundant body hair typical of Western men, but beneath the milky white skin were smooth muscle lines. His 8-pack abs were neatly arranged, rising and falling slightly with his heated breaths. As my gaze traveled downward, his breathing quickened even more. He twirled a strand of my long hair, gently curling his fingers around it. His gray eyes bore witness to my flustered state. Who was it that said they would come in to help me? The boy's eyes revealed a mischievous smile. I didn't know helping meant this. I felt as if I were bewitched, unable to resist reaching out to touch his firm muscles. So hard. It was entirely different from a girl's body. Before him, I had never touched another person of the opposite sex my age. His muscles stiffened for a moment, and the color of his skin around his neck turned even redder, as if it were on fire. "Stop touching." He couldn't stand my wandering hands. My wrist was tightly gripped, and I lost my balance, falling against him. The floor was too slippery. My face pressed against his chest, fully aware that he couldn't handle being teased right now. "You." Draco showed a helpless smile. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" "No." "Harry is still outside. He didn't stop what he was doing. Isn't that better for you?" "Little liar." "You." This time was my turn to panic. When did he become so bold? My hands pushed against his shoulders, stopping him from continuing. "How come you seem more excited than I am?" He teased in my ear. I pinched him hard. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" My wrist was once again captured against his chest. Then he pushed me against the glass door of the bathroom. "You really need to be taught a lesson." "No, take off your clothes first. It's so uncomfortable when they stick to your body." Draco sighed as he noticed I was slow to move and turned his back to me. I quickly took off my wet clothes. Malfoy's bathtub automatically sprayed a lot of foam, with some fresh rose petals scattered on top. Once I confirmed there were no exposed areas, I finally relaxed my body. "I'm ready." He took off his already soaked shirt and casually placed it on the counter. His trousers outlined his long legs. I have to say, Draco's figure is truly outstanding. It's enough to make anyone's blood rush. Why am I blushing like this? Is the water too hot? The boy amusingly brushed the foam off my face. It's turned into a little kitten. Do you want to come in? I gathered my courage and extended the invitation. Seeing him squinting, I worried he would let the core cause trouble again. So I hurriedly explained, the bathroom at home is very big. We won't touch each other. All right, Draco agreed cheerfully. I covered my eyes with my hand. I heard a few soft laughs beside my ear, followed by the sound of clothes rustling. Can I take my hand away now? I asked knowingly. Through my fingers, Draco's perfectly sculpted body, like a Greek statue, came into view. He turned around. Even little Draco is impressive. He personally moved my hand away. You, Aurora, you're bleeding from your nose. Sure enough, red spots appeared on the surface of the pool in front of me. Draco instructed me to tilt my head back and press a towel against my nose. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. Clearly, the scene I imagined is not like this. The nosebleed finally stopped, and I used a wad of tissue paper instead of a towel to plug the side where the blood was flowing. Haha, Aurora, you look like a little pig. I'm so annoyed. The romantic atmosphere has been completely ruined. Seeing me sulking in the pool, Draco came closer to me. Oomph. Don't be mad. Can I help you? Draco's face flushed. How to help? He turned his back. Could it be that he wants? I came to the edge of the bath. My hands were gripping the edge so hard that the veins were popping out. Why am I so nervous? Be gentle. I'm so nervous that I've tightly closed my eyes. His soft laughter comes to my ears again. I feel a warmth on my back. Are you going to help me with my back? I turned around. What else were you expecting? He looked at me leisurely, but was distracted by the scenery in front of my chest. Don't look. I quickly covered myself with my hands. After such a long time, the foam in the pool was only a thin layer, barely enough to conceal anything. He reached out, wrapping his arms around my waist, just a little higher, and he could touch the two heavy, snow-white mounds. My Aurora has grown up. He left a kiss on the back of my neck. Then, wrapping himself in a towel, he left the bath. He went to the shower area and simply rinsed off. I knew he was struggling to control his desires. I was really bad. He was enduring so much pain, and I kept stoking the flames, constantly testing his limits. I went out first, to get you a clean set of clothes. He didn't even dare to look at me. Harry was still outside. For some reason, he had a triumphant smile on his face. Okay, Harry, it's over. Just now he made such a big noise. Didn't he hear it all? I was hesitating whether to go out now. Aurora, can I come in? I brought the clean clothes. It's Draco's voice. Damn it. Just now we were in the bathroom for so long, and now he asked me if he can come in. He knows the answer, but he can come in. Draco didn't come in. He put his clothes on the chair at the door and chose to go out. Sigh. I want to call him back, but I saw him shake his head almost imperceptibly. Dad knows about what just happened. What? I quickly threw on a nightgown and went out. I thought something was wrong with you all inside, so I notified my cousin's husband. Harry had an innocent look on his face. Lucius had a very serious expression. Aurora, Draco, come to my study. He seems to be disturbed by something good and is quite unhappy. Now, all his frustration is vented on us. What should we do? I pinched Draco's little finger. Whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, it's still a knife. Once Dad finishes scolding, it'll be over. And surely it won't take long. He hasn't had his fill yet. Draco glanced at Lucius's wide robe. In front of Lucius, there were piles of parchment and a large desk. He leaned back in his chair, his expression complex and hard to read. The males of the Malfoy family usually prefer fitted clothing. On one hand, it highlights their good figure, and on the other, it looks more appropriate. Lucius was clearly hiding something. Sure enough, he scolded us a couple of times, implying that next time we should be more discreet and not let anyone catch us. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a muffled sound, as if trying to suppress something, and a flush appeared on his face. Draco barely suppressed the corners of his lips from curling up. I understand, Dad. Did you and Mom go through this as well? He leaned close to Lucius and whispered, You little brat, mind your own business. Lucius gave Draco a light smack on the back of the head, pushing Draco away. Dad, domestic violence. The young man joked, All right, I have other things to do. Lucius issued an eviction order. Dad, then we're leaving. Draco grabbed my hand and quickly ran out of the study. Why was he in such a hurry? Mom is also inside. He whispered in my ear. How is that possible? Under the table. Just now when I got closer. I saw. Draco's face was flushed red. No wonder, when Lucius was lecturing us, he would intermittently show a strange expression. Oh my, the study is such a sacred place. Lucius and Narcissa are so bold. Maybe when Harry just want to find him, he interrupted their good thing. Before Draco could finish his sentence, I covered his mouth with my hand. Don't say it. I mean, it's really out of tune. His voice sounded a bit muffled because it was covered by his hand. Why are you panting? I scolded. There was a playful smile in his eyes. What do you think I want to say? I'm not a parasite in your stomach. How would I know? Is it true that all of Malfoy's men become fond of teasing as they grow older? Narcissa certainly suffered a lot. Do you remember her angry yet helpless expression? Perhaps that is the kind of life I will see in the future at a glance. It seems. Not too bad? No, the same mixed blood. Usually lives in the world as an orphan. Even the same black hair. Their facial features also bear some resemblance. In the original work, Voldemort also acknowledges that Harry looks like him. The original owners of the Deathly Hallows, the Peverell brothers, one of whom, Cadmus, was the earliest owner of the Resurrection Stone. The Gaunt family is his descendant, and Voldemort is the last heir of the Gaunt family. Another, Ignotus, is the owner of the Invisibility Cloak, and the Potter family is his descendant. Harry and Voldemort's ancestors were brothers 1,000 years ago, although this bloodline connection has become negligible. The iconic facial features and black hair have still been passed down. The magical world is truly amazing. Seeing me staring blankly at him in the mirror, the boy looked a bit embarrassed. What are you thinking? He casually asked, trying to change the subject. Tom, his brows furrowed slightly. Why bring him up? You look a bit alike. Speaking of looks, you and your cousin resemble him more. Harry sighed, saying that apart from the differences in hair and eye color, essentially all 3 generations of you share the same face. We had not hidden from Harry that Narcissa is a descendant of Tom. Recently, Tom has been getting close to Cedric. I've noticed that too. Could it be that Draco seemed to be paying attention to what we were saying, and upon hearing this, he joined our conversation. Are you worried they might betray us? I voiced their concerns. Of course, Voldemort's character is despicable, and he would stop at nothing for immortality. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Could it be that Harry and Draco have also read the Chinese De Ru Chuan? Tom was revived through my blood. If it harms the Malfoy family's interests, his soul fragment would turn to ashes and disappear into the world. But Cedric is not under control. I understand Harry and Draco's worries. Wearing the diadem of Ravenclaw enhances intelligence. Helena, Ravenclaw's daughter, hoped to take shortcuts, so she stole her mother's diadem, wishing to gain without effort. The soul fragment attached to the diadem also enhances its intelligence. Voldemort is already clever enough. The soul fragment on the diadem should not be underestimated. It is not like Tom. It is a manifestation of Voldemort's good intentions. Good intentions? You really believe Voldemort's words? Harry sneered. I had never seen him like this, showing such disdain. Draco's expression froze, suppressing his inner anger. He is inherently proud. How can he endure others' contempt? I quickly interjected, Harry, why say that? Voldemort's soul fragment. Harry pointed to his temple. Sometimes there are amazing empathic phenomena. I can know what they are thinking. It is filled with evil and slaughter. How about it? Does it affect you? Or manipulate your body? Or something? I worriedly held his hand. Not for now, but I don't know if it will happen in the future. If that day comes, please don't hesitate, kill me. He was serious. He, being the same age as us, is ready to face death at any time. I should keep my distance from you, but whether it is plants or animals, they all yearn for sunlight. Sunlight. He compared me to sunlight. Aurora, which translates to the dawn. I never thought that as a Malfoy, as a Slytherin, I could also become the embodiment of justice in the original work, the object of Harry's pursuit. I'm always doubting this and that, worried that one day, influenced by the original plot, Harry would be turned upside down, returning to the so-called right path. Everything about me would be in vain. After all, he makes me feel elusive, even though I have changed many storylines. I'm no exception, Aurora. Now is not the time for heartfelt confessions. Draco interrupted, his face pale. It's not a solution for us to discuss this privately. Let's just wait and see. The diadem, like Tom, has an extraordinary possessiveness over Abraxas. Because of occupying Cedric's body, it has always been unable to approach Abraxas. I once heard him express a desire to merge with Tom, but was refused by Tom. Tom does not want his lover to be shared with other soul fragments. Cedric was not surprised by Tom's refusal. It seemed to be within his expectations. He even suggested not retaining his own consciousness and becoming part of Tom. Tom's expression was non-committal. I know this suggestion greatly tempted Tom. Voldemort's soul power is split into 7 pieces, and the pain of tearing apart the soul is ever present. This is one of the reasons for his increasing irritability and loss of reason. Merging part of the soul fragments could alleviate this pain. Why not do it? Merging soul fragments, like splitting them, is also an extremely dangerous act. A slight mistake could lead to two soul fragments competing for dominance, risking loss of sanity. How could Tom risk losing himself and losing Abraxas to fulfill the diadem's dream? Their negotiation will not come to an agreement immediately. Even if they were once the same person, differing interests and positions could lead to enmity. You figured it out. You know where to find me. Cedric waved his hand at Tom. He had long noticed me standing by. In an instant, he came before me. This kid, he lightly tapped the position of his temple, is a bit different towards you. Do you want him back? He looked down at me, his eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. I know it is Cedric's soul that is also anticipating my answer. Diggory is innocent and should not be caught up in this conflict. Cedric Diggory is the last member of the Diggory family. In the original work, as an only child, his death left his parents heartbroken. I did not want history to repeat itself. If given the chance, this upright, humble, and kind young man should have the freedom to control the body that rightfully belongs to him. Unfortunately, I am not Santa Claus and do not grant wishes. He showed a troubled expression, gritting his teeth in anger. The light in his eyes also extinguished. No, I care about him. I had to say something to restore some survival instinct in the boy. The energy carried by Voldemort's soul fragment far exceeds that of ordinary people. Those who can coexist with it, like Harry, are all people of strong will. Cedric has coexisted with it for so long while still retaining his consciousness, which is quite remarkable. How could I bear not to say some encouraging words? Aurora, are you really saying the truth? Yes, I assured him. In the original work, such an outstanding boy was killed by Peter Pettigrew with a single blow, simply for being superfluous, which is truly a pity. Multiple members of the Diggory family have held important positions in the Ministry of Magic. Eldridge Diggory was the fourth Minister of Magic in British history and proposed the Auror recruitment program. Suddenly, he stumbled, and I quickly reached out to steady him. It's fine. I still want to regain control over my body, he said, holding his forehead. Crown? I asked tentatively. You can tell us apart. Crown smiled with interest. Of course, Cedric is not like you. What am I like? He asked with curiosity, in a cocky manner. Upon hearing this, he smiled. Crown's soul split during Voldemort's time at school when he became the student council president. Naturally, he was a spirited young man. I'll take that as a compliment. He said, not angered. Aurora, you can't save everyone. Crown had eyes that could see through people's hearts. I was taken aback. Even Draco, I had never revealed my thoughts to. So why did he define me this way? He offered no further explanation, simply turned away, waved his hand at me, and vanished from my sight. I didn't see him again for a long time. In the third year, Hogwarts added a divination elective. In the original story, it was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, who made the prophecy that led Voldemort to kill the Potters. I was very curious about her. You see, in the original story, Hermione firmly believed that she was a fraud. In reality, whether she was conscious or unconscious, her prophecies were accurate. She saw a black dog in tea leaves, predicting that Harry might be in danger. Wasn't it so? The black dog in the original story was Sirius Black, prisoner of Azkaban. She also made precise predictions about mundane matters. For instance, she told Parvati that something frightening was about to happen, and shortly after, Parvati's pet died. Or when she warned Neville to be careful, and he broke a cup. This divination master and prophet was genuinely rejected by students and even by Professor McGonagall, who was also a professor. It seemed that Gryffindor had a persistent belief that what they thought was undoubtedly correct. This subjective prejudice made them unable to listen to other voices. Aurora, you chose divination? Draco asked with surprise. My gaze drifted to Harry beside me, and Draco understood. I chose it too. Harry shook the schedule in his hand. Don't worry. He reached out and brought my braid in front of him. The hair tie he had returned to me was still on it. Professor Snape said that at the time, Trelawney lost consciousness and entered a trance state. She made that prophecy unconsciously. Moreover, it was all Voldemort's choice. Professor Trelawney merely stated this fact in advance. His ability to face this calamity so rationally is truly remarkable. Harry actually witnessed Voldemort kill his parents. I just don't know if he has any memories from his infant years. If he does, it would be a devastating blow. I tried to find some clues on his face, but found nothing. The boy had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. In this regard, Draco had also been advised by Lucius and should learn from Harry. Some say that only through numerous setbacks and trials can one achieve something. But is achievement really that important? Wouldn't the Potters want Harry to live safely in this world? Even to become a little tyrant like Draco in the original story under his parents' love? He seemed to know what I was thinking. Everything is past. I am fine. Aren't I? I gave him a smile, feeling somewhat comforted. I heard a faint sigh. The unicorn's compassionate nature will only harm you. Why does everyone think I am the one who is hurt? whether it's Draco or Harry. Perhaps it's concern that leads to confusion? I don't understand. Trelawney was indeed as mad as described in the original story. However, perhaps Harry's gaze was too sharp, his aura too powerful, that she didn't volunteer to make a prophecy for the boy as in the original. Harry frowned slightly. I knew he hoped to feel more of the charm of divination. This time, the unfortunate soul chosen was Ron. You. Trelawney suddenly turned around as if she had eyes in the back of her head. With her large eyes, from a distance, she looked like a startled praying mantis. Poor child, you have been robbed of your luck. She looked at the red-haired boy, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. You and your family. Her prophecy was indeed very accurate. In the original story, surrounding Harry were Ron and Hermione. Because of their identity as the golden trio with the savior, they drew much attention and even succeeded in becoming prefects and student council president years later. And now, his ordinary features and lackluster grades made him unremarkable even in Gryffindor. His twin brothers above him, though average in grades, were the Quidditch beaters of Gryffindor and, with their mischievous personalities, were often in the spotlight. Percy Weasley, while not quite able to connect with his other brothers and being a bit of a bureaucrat, was still a prefect of Gryffindor. Only Ron had always remained in a state of obscurity. When Trelawney announced that he had been robbed of his luck, it seemed he found an excuse for his years of mediocrity. Teacher, do you know who took my luck? Ron asked eagerly. Trelawney, with her big eyes, scanned the entire classroom. Is this for real? Can such a thing happen? This professor, is she reliable? I've heard she's an old fraud. She predicts misfortunes every school year. Seemingly one of her ways of getting attention. First, Draco scoffed, the Weasley family is impoverished. Trelawney must have seen Ron's shabby clothes and gave him the label of being robbed of luck to comfort his precarious self-esteem. Harry added, you two are getting more and more vicious. I quickly lowered my head, covered my mouth, and my shoulders trembled slightly. Have you forgotten how the Weasleys spoke to us? I said, that was mild. The Weasleys and Malfoys seemed to be arch-enemies, although both were purebloods. The Weasleys were labeled as traitors to purebloods and could not fit into the pureblood circle at all. Economic strength was certainly one aspect. Miss Malfoy, I didn't expect you to be here. Trelawney approached me. The one who took Mr. Weasley's luck, Null, is Astoria Greengrass, the official pairing of Draco in the original work. I didn't come to find. Ginny was silenced. I don't know what Astoria whispered in Ginny's ear, but the red-haired girl gradually calmed down. She shot me a fierce glare and was led away by Astoria. Before leaving, Astoria gave me a meaningful glance. In the original work, the official pairing of Draco and Harry actually appeared before me at the same time. What a strange scene. Aurora, when did you get so close to that bookworm? Draco frowned. Astoria bookworm? After all, she did help me, didn't she? I gently pinched Draco, after all. One should be grateful, right? Don't all girls hate bookworms? You really have a big heart. You must not be taking your opponents seriously at all. Harry voiced his speculation. Of course, Greengrass can't compare to Aurora. Draco whispered in my ear. I felt joy in my heart, but was too shy to show it. Quickly changing the subject. I still don't know when that rumor will die down. The hardest to guard against are the endless pranks of the Weasley twins. They would sprinkle potion powder on utensils and in other people's drinks. Although on regular days, they would play harmless jokes on Ron. When it comes to key moments, they would go all out for revenge on their brother. Although there is no substantial harm, it will definitely be embarrassing, especially since I am the precious pearl of the Malfoy family. Bringing me down from my pedestal would definitely be a spectacle everyone would enjoy. Therefore, I was particularly careful about the food at the entrance, the books I frequently used, personal items, and even the benches and tables. Is Aurora possessed? Draco gently touched my forehead. No fever? Why so cautious? It's just that I'm afraid of falling for the Weasleys' tricks. Harry said irritably, being overly cautious. Draco looked disdainful. That said, he and Harry would still check everything for me each time. This meticulous care did not go unnoticed by those with ulterior motives, and it was remembered. In the daily checks, we found nothing and gradually relaxed our vigilance. I picked up a custard biscuit from the dining table and started to chew it. I really like all kinds of dairy products. The sweet, milky aroma is irresistible to me. This is also one of the few desserts supplied by Hogwarts that surpasses Narcissa's cooking. Much later, Draco teased me privately that my good development might be related to my diet. The scent of the custard was different from usual. I thought Hogwarts' kitchen must have changed house elves, until I suddenly felt a wave of heat. This is one of the sensations when the transformation spell is activated. I vaguely recalled a scene from the original work where Neville ate a custard biscuit handed to him by the twins and transformed into a canary that kept shedding feathers. After a minute, he could revert to his original form. But I'm not human now. I am a sprite. Who knows what would happen if I ate the canary biscuit? I felt my body become scorching hot, and even my vision began to blur. Aurora? What's wrong with you? I heard Draco and Harry's anxious calls from beside me. Brother, save me. My last consciousness was collapsing in Draco's direction. Harry took off his robe and wrapped me up completely. The good quality silk of his robe felt somewhat cool against my face. The heat on my body slightly diminished, and I couldn't help but pull the robe tighter. Hurry, Aurora can't hold on much longer. Damn it, what is happening? Why is this happening? Draco spoke incoherently. He glanced at Harry, making a silent resolution. Hold on to me. He held me and disappeared along with Harry. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the hospital wing. You can actually apparate at Hogwarts? Harry was incredibly shocked. You should know that Hogwarts is magically protected, and no wizard can apparate. Draco, being a sprite, is not bound by this restriction. Operating in front of Harry means that his identity is very likely to be exposed. The Malfoy family is one of the funders of Hogwarts, holding a status equal to that of the four founders. They have extraordinary privileges. Not only I, but also my parents, Aurora, can too. Draco attributed this matter to the Malfoy family. I see. Harry nodded and leaned toward my forehead. It was getting hotter. We need to get in quickly. Madame Pomfrey, Draco shouted loudly. He had always looked down on the medical standards of the hospital wing, but distant water cannot quench present thirst. At this moment, without the Malfoy family's professional team, without St. Mungo's chief physician, please take a look at her, Aurora. Madame Pomfrey suddenly shook the curtain. As the school nurse, Hogwarts is filled with mischievous underage wizards, and she is always in a state of putting out fires. Her temperament has long been honed to remain calm in the face of emergencies. As a healer, one needs to maintain rigorous professionalism. Usually, the students from Gryffindor are sent over the most, and the Slytherins, who habitually protect themselves, rarely reach a severity that requires entering the hospital wing. At this moment, I had long lost consciousness. My brows were tightly knitted, my whole body was hot, and my bangs were stuck to my forehead due to sweat, looking quite miserable. It didn't seem like a fever, but rather a state of an unfinished transformation. Madame Pomfrey continuously cast detection spells on my body. Did you feed her anything? She suddenly seemed to remember something and asked seriously. Harry shook his head. We ate together in the Great Hall. Aurora is very careful and never eats food of unknown origin. Draco carefully observed my face and noticed crumbs of biscuits near my cheeks. He collected some with a handkerchief and handed it to Madame Pomfrey for testing. It's the Weasley twins doing again. This is one of their inventions. However, this custard biscuit typically causes others to transform into canaries. After losing feathers, they would return to normal. Miss Malfoy's high fever is probably an extremely rare exception. She did not discover that my true form was a sprite. She just thought my characteristics were special, and the Weasley twins' canary biscuits had not undergone strict desensitization testing. Harry carefully tucked away Draco's handkerchief. The Weasley family must be ruined. In the original work, the Weasley twins' joke shop had not yet opened, and their products were not mass-produced and sold. Therefore, the canary biscuits were only in their hands. I fell into a coma, and the Weasley family could not escape responsibility. I will never let them off the hook. Just believing in unreliable prophecies and claiming that Aurora took their luck. If that luck was taken by Dumbledore or Voldemort, they wouldn't dare to make a peep. Draco deliberately lowered his voice, his eyes bloodshot with evident anger. Aurora is not someone who can be bullied at will. Harry placed a towel on my forehead. If the transformation spell and the cookie had gone smoothly, Aurora might be fine now, but her body is resisting the potion, which is why she's like this. The sustained high fever is something her body can't handle. What should we do? Draco held me with great anxiety. He instinctively kissed my forehead. I couldn't help but let out a pained groan. There's a reaction. Harry was quite surprised. The forehead. Draco murmured. It's the only flaw on my body, and it's also sealed by his mark. Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon. He continued to kiss that spot. In the intermittent gaps, he instructed Harry to pull up the curtain. The high fever on my body finally subsided. Slowly, I opened my eyes. What happened? I looked blankly at Harry and Draco beside me. How did I turn into a unicorn? I looked at my hands, which were now 2 front hooves. You were drugged, and the effects of the potion can't be released for a while, but now it's fine. Is it a potion that turns people into animagi? I was quite curious. Your body is different from ordinary people. If others took it, they would turn into a molting canary. Harry hugged me tightly, relieved. Draco also came over, unwilling to be outdone. You two are hugging too tightly. The transformation time that the canary cookie can achieve is very short. Only 1 minute. Immediately after, I transformed back into human form in front of the two. I I let out a short scream, which was covered by Harry's robe. He turned his head to the other side. Get dressed and let us know. His fists were clenched tightly, silently preparing to leave the room. And he stopped at the door. Draco, aren't you coming out? Draco cleared his throat twice. Of course, wait for me. His eyes also didn't know where to look, but his peripheral vision was focused on me. This feeling was quite wonderful. There was a bit of shyness and a bit of pride. I fully inherited Narcissa's beauty, along with an exquisitely graceful body shape. Even the most ordinary student uniform on me could still show off an enchanting figure. Many girls hinted and asked me if I'd specially shortened my skirt length. It didn't matter whether I admitted it or not. They had already imagined that I was trying every means to attract the attention of all the boys in the school. Usually, staying beside Draco and Harry, I didn't feel that I was different, until I noticed that people often took candid shots of me from different angles. Some even profited from selling my photos. My photos are hard to take. With Draco and Harry around, or Crab and Goyle following, it's rare for me to be alone. Once someone nearby discovers a stalker, it's good if they get beaten up, but everyone understands the principle of high risk, high reward. Who's there? I noticed the sound of a flash and the shudder of a camera. Oh no, right now. I'm wearing nothing but a man's robe. Just as Draco was about to leave the room, he heard my shout and turned back. The camera is coming. Quickly trap him. Draco and Harry work together to catch a sneaky boy. It's Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, a muggle-born who loves taking pictures. He is a year below us, short in stature, and is said to be one of Harry's crazy fans. He even planned to establish a Harry Potter fan club with Ginny. Isn't he a fan of Harry? Why is he taking candid shots of me? Draco pulled the film out of the camera. The film ignited in his palm. Oh no, you can't do this. Colin Creevey shouted. Of course I can. You despicable Gryffindor. Draco was furious. The Weasley twins' pranks had already made him quite angry. If he had found the right way in time, my sustained high fever could have damaged my brain or triggered a magical riot, which could lead to becoming mute at best or risking my life at worst. Just after returning to human form, I encountered a candid shot. The few who were just anxious didn't even notice Colin's presence. They didn't even know if he had seen my animagus form. Colin, how long have you been here? Harry said with a dark face. His eyes suddenly turned bright red. Colin covered his head. You learned the legilimency? Draco asked very seriously. Even without a wand, the silent, wandless spell, Harry, who absorbed the main soul, was not to be underestimated. He didn't see. Harry said to me. I knew what he meant. I hadn't exposed the fact that I could transform into a unicorn. In that very short time, he had concluded by searching Colin's memory. Thank goodness. I breathed a sigh of relief. However, I must not let him off easily. I appeared before them almost naked, only wrapped in a man's robe. All three boys' gazes were concentrated on me. Draco gave Colin a slap on the back of the head. Why are you still hitting me? The boy yelled while covering his head. You took candid shots of my sister. It's already lenient that I didn't kill you. Draco kicked him in the butt. Still looking? Turn around quickly. Oh. Colin had a look of reluctance. What should we do? Hand him over to Professor McGonagall? Draco and Harry discussed strategies while I quickly put on my clothes. I could feel that Draco and Harry's peripheral vision was still subtly glancing toward me. You two should be more self-aware. I reminded them. I'm watching him, so that this Gryffindor scoundrel doesn't sneak a peek again. Draco defended himself. Hand him over to the head of Gryffindor. She seems fair, but her bias is no less than that of Professor Dumbledore. Harry frowned. You're right. Draco pondered for a moment. Then let us hand him over to the Godfather. He is always eager to deduct points from Gryffindor. If his goddaughter is being spied on, being deducted 200 points would be light. No. Colin begged for mercy. Tell me, who taught you to do this? Harry lifted Colin by the collar, almost lifting him off the ground, his feet nearly leaving the floor. Colin was in his hands like a little chick, completely unable to resist. I said, No, Godfather. I never referred to Snape as Godfather at Hogwarts. To avoid suspicion, I usually called him Professor Snape. During our early years, Lucius was often busy with the affairs of the Malfoy family, minimizing the impact after Voldemort's downfall. Therefore, it was mostly Narcissa and Snape who took care of us. And Draco and I were like two little shadows, often trailing behind him. In English, Godfather can also be referred to as father. For convenience, Draco and I usually called Snape father. In my heart, Snape was like a stern father. He was also slowly healing the pain of having lost his beloved through caring for us, finding his own redemption in the process. Don't worry, Lucius will be here shortly. He thought I called him father because I missed Lucius too much. I didn't clarify this matter. Any father seeing his daughter harmed would turn into a dragon. This isn't fair. Miss Malfoy is a Slytherin, so she chose her own professor for support. "I demand to see Professor McGonagall," Colin Creevey exclaimed. We looked at him in disbelief. Did he really think that just because his professor was present, it would cover up the fact that he had secretly photographed girls and kept it to himself? Gryffindor lost 300 points due to the solid evidence. Colin Creevey was so scared he nearly fainted. A prophecy fulfilled. It was even more serious. "You're a Muggle-born. You should know what portrait rights are, right? Don't worry. The Malfoy family has hired plenty of Muggle lawyers. Your good days are still ahead." Draco looked down at him. I'm still a minor. Muggle law doesn't support sentencing," Colin said, suddenly enlightened. "You think we will let your guardian off the hook? I will report to the Board of Governors, and soon you will receive a letter of expulsion. I hope by then, there will be a Muggle school that can accept you." This move effectively excluded Colin from the wizarding world. Without a Hogwarts diploma, how would the magical world accept him? Colin sat on the ground in a daze. He never imagined that one wrong decision would have such a profound impact on his life. The mastermind behind this incident is Miss Ginny Weasley. Snape glanced at Professor McGonagall, whose face was alternating between pale and flushed. "Severus, you shouldn't have used Veritaserum on a student without the ministry's permission," McGonagall argued. "How could there not be?" Lucius emerged from the fireplace, coming to my side and reassuringly patting my shoulder. In his other hand was the investigation order issued by the Minister of Magic. He slammed the notice on the table. There was the unmistakable signature of Cornelius Fudge. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I hope Hogwarts can handle this fairly," Lucius said meaningfully. "They are still children." Dumbledore looked troubled. He took off his crescent-shaped glasses and rubbed his temples. "Mr. Malfoy, the Board of Governors is not a place you can control." Mr. Weasley rushed over from the ministry as soon as he heard that his only precious daughter was in trouble. "Please understand, the victim is my daughter." Lucius raised his voice. "I propose the expulsion of Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey." Dumbledore wanted to mediate, but Mr. Weasley reacted first. "On what grounds?" "Just because your daughter has openly confessed to her motives." At this moment, the Gryffindor hourglass had turned black, and the points had long been deducted, now becoming a negative number. Everyone knew something big had happened. Ginny and Colin sat side by side. Colin, having a slight conscience, curled up. He never imagined that the consequences would be this severe. It had become an open secret that he was selling photographs of me, although Hogwarts tuition was not a concern. Starting from the third year, students could visit outside on Saturdays with their guardian's permission and bring back some treats. Although Colin was not yet of age, he had always been well-liked, with plenty of older Gryffindors willing to help him carry things. Naturally, he needed some additional ways to make money. Taking secret photos, while not making him rich, still provided him with a generous allowance compared to his peers. Therefore, his boldness grew. With Ginny cheering him on, the two of them hit it off. They believed this photo would sell for a good price. Who knew they would be caught in the act? "Lucius, students can only be expelled for serious offenses, like Hagrid back in the day," Dumbledore pointed out. "This is a matter of student character. Do we need to wait for a life to be lost? Have you considered whether Aurora could withstand the rumors if her photos were exposed? If she were to do something drastic, what would that mean? I will make the Weasley family pay with their lives." Lucius shouted. I knew he meant what he said. "Lucius, calm down. Nothing has happened." Dumbledore wiped his forehead, which was not sweating. "If it were Ariana, would you think the same?" Lucius interrupted him rudely. Ariana was Dumbledore's younger sister, who died due to a tragic accident caused by the conflict between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Dumbledore's demeanor changed. He stared at Lucius with the gaze of a hawk, remaining silent for a long time. Ariana was his Achilles heel. It was also an indelible pain in his heart. The unspeakable agony in his blue eyes almost solidified. I knew Dumbledore was especially lenient towards Gryffindor students. On one hand, he himself graduated from Gryffindor. On the other hand, he understood that the students from this house were known for their adventures and impulsiveness. Now looking at it, the notion of justice needed to be put in quotes. Originally prepared to mediate, he began to hesitate. "Albus, please." Ginny acted on impulse. She never thought it would be this serious. Mr. Weasley, after all, was an adult. He had been on the periphery at the ministry and managed to stay there, so he had some ability to read the room. He originally thought that with his dedication to the Order of the Phoenix and a bit of favor in front of Dumbledore, he would take today this incident too seriously. He thought it would be like usual, asking Dumbledore to mediate, at most getting scolded by Lucius a couple of times. It was just a children's joke, became his catchphrase. Without his indulgence, the Weasley twins wouldn't have created so many joke products. Creativity requires a relatively relaxed environment. But he didn't realize that leading others to mistakenly consume something without adequate testing could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Just like someone who is allergic to peanuts eating peanuts could go into shock in a short time, or even die on the spot. The unverified inventions of the Weasley twins are the same. Ginny seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation, still staring at me with a venomous gaze. All of this was under the watchful eyes of Albus Dumbledore. I announced, Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey, 2 classmates. Dumbledore's sharp gaze made them both shiver. Effective immediately, they are expelled from Hogwarts, with no retention of student status. Professor McGonagall, usually composed, widened her eyes, frozen in place. The evident look of despair in Mr. Weasley's eyes. And Ginny and Colin were clearly terrified, completely forgetting how to react. Dumbledore sighed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. This was a difficult decision. He was under pressure, unable to openly favor the loyal members of the Order of the Phoenix, the Weasley family, before Lucius, representing the Ministry of Magic and the families of the victims. Perhaps years later, Ginny could take over as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, like Hagrid. Hagrid would soon be appointed as the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. And the position of Keeper of the Forbidden Forest was indeed vacant. I buried my head in Lucius's arms, my shoulders trembling slightly, hiding the corners of my mouth that had curled up. Lucius gently stroked my back as a comfort. Please have the headmaster sign. Lucius, representing the Board of Governors, produced the expulsion order that had long been prepared. There was no room for negotiation now. Mr. Weasley looked utterly hopeless, while Ginny finally broke down in tears. Mr. Weasley loved his daughter dearly. He was also trying to comfort Ginny. Don't worry, we'll try to contact Durmstrang. Durmstrang only accepted purebloods, and Ginny did have a chance. I thought Karkaroff wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Lucius showed a false smile. Igor Karkaroff, like Lucius, had once been a Death Eater. The two had maintained contact. However, in the original story, after Voldemort's return, he chose to flee and was killed by Voldemort. Mr. Weasley looked ashen, finally understanding what it meant to be opposed to the Malfoys. Their family had been nearly ostracized by the magical world. Previously, he had secretly wanted to fight back, but was completely neutralized by the other side, and the Weasley family situation had only worsened, with their living standards declining. It seemed that Lucius had initially held back, not wiping them out entirely. Family was both the Malfoys' weakness and their armor. Lucius looked at Dumbledore's signature, finally effective on the expulsion order, revealing a satisfied smile. Hogwarts had its own management system. Ginny and Colin noticed their scarlet and gold ties and scars had faded. Hogwarts no longer recognized them as its members. Aurora, Dad should go back to be with Mom. Draco reminded. Honestly, this guy even had to be jealous of his father? Lucius smiled. Draco, take good care of Aurora. He personally placed my hand into Draco's. This action really felt like during a wedding. My eyes felt swollen. Cousin, I will also take good care of Aurora. Harry was also coming toward me, in front of so many Hogwarts professors. How inappropriate. I felt a wave of shyness. You have 1 hour to pack your personal belongings. Lucius Malfoy, Hogwarts governor, remember not to pilfer anything. Even though I know coming here might have been the peak of your lives. I had thought Draco was sharp-tongued enough, but it turned out that as a father, Lucius was even worse. Dad, go home early. Mom is still waiting for you. I stepped forward again to hug my father who had come to support me. Avada Kedavra. No, being thrown directly into Azkaban without investigation? How is that reasonable? Mr. Weasley struggled desperately. When Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban, wasn't the real situation ever verified? He stayed there for over a decade. Lucius countered. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black on the wall nodded in agreement. Moreover, the evidence is conclusive. Everyone present is a witness. Lucius looked sharply at Dumbledore. Of course, this time, Dumbledore did not choose to be ambiguous. In the original text, Ariana's hair color differed from her brother, Albus Dumbledore's, reddish-brown hair. She was a blonde girl with blue eyes. Perhaps my similar hair color to Ariana, along with our shared experiences, finally evoked some empathy in him? I didn't understand. However, the current handling of the situation ultimately benefits me. After suffering a series of covert attacks and the killing curse, my face was pale, shielded between Draco and Harry. It was inevitable to be frightened. No matter how brave I had appeared just now, I was still facing a threat to my life for the first time. To say I wasn't scared would be a lie. I felt cold sweat already soaking my back, and my bangs stuck to my face, unable to maintain my elegant demeanor. I felt drained of all my strength. I leaned weakly against Draco's chest, sipping hot chocolate, my expression filled with pale helplessness. I want to take Aurora back to Malfoy Manor to recuperate for a while. Dumbledore agreed readily. Perhaps my helplessness reminded him of Ariana in her lifetime. Facing a crowd, she would also be so timid, and I was overwhelmed by a strong stimulus. "Dad, I want to accompany Aurora too," Draco pleaded firmly. Harry opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. He had no position to stay by my side. We rested at Malfoy Manor for a whole week. In just 7 days, letters of condolence from Hogwarts flooded in. Friends' earnest greetings were hard to ignore. As a result, the workload for the Golden Eagle increased significantly, and it began to throw tantrums. The news of Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey dropping out spread widely, and the attempted murder by Ginny, being sent to Azkaban, was hotly debated. Some said the sentence was too harsh. After all, a minor girl should not spend her remaining life in Azkaban, which was too cruel. Others said, if she dared to cast the killing curse in front of Dumbledore. One could imagine how mad she must be in daily life. Even if she didn't go to Azkaban, under the name of insanity, like the Lombardons, she could spend her life in St. Mungo's Hospital, which could also be her lifelong home. Regardless, her attempt to attack Lucius was unforgivable. It was shocking that the daughter of a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, who faithfully followed Dumbledore, would use an unforgivable curse to harm her classmate. On the front page of the Daily Prophet, there was a photo of Ginny Weasley looking at the camera through the iron bars of Azkaban. In the photo, her eyes were numb and hollow. The future Hogwarts bell fell today. Even someone as stunning as Bellatrix Lestrange or Sirius Black could hardly withstand the torment of Azkaban. Congratulations. Your plan succeeded. Long time no see. It was Cedric, as well as a fragment of Voldemort from the Ravenclaw diadem. He had somehow taken leave to come to Malfoy Manor, saying he was worried about my health. I thought that was not the main reason. I guided him to get straight to the point. Well, good intentions could be taken for granted. The diadem frowned. "Haha, no need to be like that. Just tell me your intentions." I plan to merge with Tom. He caught sight of my shocked expression. So surprised? He showed a sly smile. How could Tom possibly agree? Of course, it's an exchange of benefits. The diadem did not disclose more information. However, once we merge, you will also be bound by my blood. Have you thought this through? I confirmed with him again, and also mentioned that there were risks of accidents during the merging process. That's why I need you to oversee the entire process. Otherwise, telling you this information would be pointless. The diadem's annoyance flared up again. Tom is the same. Fortunately, they always spoke frankly in front of me. There was no need for coercion or temptation to achieve it. When do you plan to merge? Originally, when Harry merged with Voldemort's main soul, he was completely unprepared. When her body is better. He glanced at me. I'm fine now. Thanks for your concern. I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Of course you're fine. The one with issues is it. The diadem pointed to my chest, where I wore the Slytherin locket. Although it had been hit by Ginny's killing curse, it remained as pristine as ever. The soul fragment on it had already disappeared. The diadem took it in hand and examined it closely. Could it be that it sacrificed itself to protect me? How is that possible? Voldemort is an extreme egoist. How could he sacrifice himself for others? He probably took the opportunity to escape. Can you sense his movements? I asked eagerly. Once the soul fragment slipped from our control, it would be incredibly difficult to catch it again. He has disappeared, in every sense. The diadem seemed to see my confusion. He said nothing more, just pulled at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that no one had ever believed him. We always thought Tom was good, and he was the control group. We had never truly trusted him. Perhaps the influence of the original text was too strong. I always had preconceived notions. Being able to let down my guard and accept Tom was already the limit. At least from what I could see now, he hadn't harmed me or the Malfoy family. In the original text, the diadem was first pierced by the basilisk Fong and then completely destroyed in the fiend fire. It had far less presence than the soul fragment sealed in the diary. I was aided by the original plot, yet also constrained by it. Upon hearing that I was attacked, Abraxas and Tom hurried back from afar. The Malfoy family, even if far apart, still cared for one another. My Aurora, you were so impulsive. Not at all a Malfoy. Abraxas's eyes were filled only with pain and worry. I'm sorry, Grandpa. At that time, I couldn't think of anything. I just wanted to protect my father. I first admitted my mistake. That was my body's instinct. You. Abraxas could only sigh. You talked to her for me. He had no way to deal with me and pushed Tom forward. I gathered my long hair into a bun, exposing my slender neck. To highlight my muscle lines, my dance costume had a backless design. Fortunately, the slit in the skirt wasn't too high. Otherwise, Draco wouldn't have prepared this outfit. The corners of my mouth curved slightly as I imagined what his expression would be when he saw me. I wondered if it matched my prediction. I changed in my dance shoes, adjusted the straps, and ensured everything was perfect. I certainly didn't want to accidentally fall on the floor. The Malfoy family's practice room was very spacious and bright. The floor magically transformed to accommodate different dance styles. It would turn into a vinyl surface for ballet practice and into a hardwood floor for social dance practice. I approached the bar and performed some simple warm-up movements. Draco didn't stop practicing. He was observing me through the mirror. How could the coach not notice his distraction? After clearing her throat a couple of times, the female coach stepped in and took over for me. Due to the private lessons, Draco's male steps were already quite proficient. I had to focus on practicing to keep up with his pace. However, the girls' steps were usually much more complex and fancy than the boys'. The pressure of absorbing so much in a short time was quite intense. Noticing my struggle, Draco stopped his practice and instructed the male coach to sit down and rest. He completely handed the practice room over to me, making an excuse to go outside for some fresh air. How considerate of Master Malfoy. The female coach winked at me. He remained silent, but arranged everything perfectly. I heard him say that this routine was for the fourth-year dance ball. Both coaches had also graduated from Hogwarts, so they were naturally familiar with the rules. With your current level, attending the campus dance would definitely be more than enough. I nodded in agreement, but still hoped for a better performance. The female coach understood. This was your first formal social dance, symbolizing your upcoming adulthood, and there would be partner invitations. She exchanged a smile with the male coach, clearly reminiscing about their own significant dance. It must be a wonderful memory. Aurora, who are you planning to invite? Me? Of course, I would dance with my brother. I said it as if it were obvious. What? You are each other's partners? I thought you brought us here just to practice. The two coaches exchanged indescribable expressions. Is there something wrong with inviting my brother? I asked cautiously. Of course, it's fine, but, Aurora, you should be quite popular at school. Are you really planning to dance with your brother? That would make you seem quite unappealing, even missing out on the title of Homecoming Queen. The Homecoming Queen, essentially the school belle. Every girl is eager to win this honor. Once I longed for it too. However, nowadays, nothing makes me happier than dancing with Draco. Those are just empty titles. I don't care. I expressed to them, because I knew it was very likely that someone was hiding in the corner, listening. The male and female coaches exchanged smiles. It seemed they also had a mission, becoming a part of testing my feelings. Both being clever, they naturally didn't need to spell it out. The female coach continued to provide me with personal guidance. I stopped letting my mind wander and focused entirely on the dance steps. I spun quickly, tossing my head, and tightened my body. My waist bent at an unbelievable angle, until a pair of strong arms wrapped around my waist. Draco. He provided me with strength in my waist, helping me stand upright. But because the force was a bit too much, I lost my balance and leaned toward him. His body felt like a solid wall of flesh, holding me in his embrace. Careful. You clearly did that on purpose. We usually coordinated so well. How could I suddenly stumble and fall against him? I clearly saw the sly smile in his eyes. Aurora, you're beautiful. A statement without context. The fitted costume outlined my delicate curves. The two heavy snow-white mounds on my chest bounced up and down due to the dance movements. From his perspective, he could just see the view from the mountaintop. You are not allowed to look. All right. He slightly turned his head away, but I could still catch his gaze dropping down. I felt both angry and amused, deliberately pretending to be unfamiliar with the dance steps and stepping hard on his shoe. The heels of the dance shoes were very thin. Ah, you hateful little trickster. You're so vengeful. Of course. Who told you to pick such a dance outfit for me? It's getting a bit hot now, plus when we really start dancing, being so tightly wrapped isn't breathable. He explained. Clearly, this outfit was specially designed for me by him in secret at a custom clothing store based on my measurements. Yet he spoke so casually. If I weren't a super VIP client at the clothing store, I would have been fooled by his words. Fine, given that I really love this outfit. I'll let you off the hook. His eyes sparkled like stars. Hearing that I liked this outfit made him even happier. That's good to hear. I felt my face flush. This costume felt like a second skin, highlighting my lines. I took his hand, resting my other hand on his arm. We danced gracefully in the spacious practice room, the skirts soaring up with the speed of our spins. In social dance, the girl must always maintain a straight posture and a long neck, like an elegant swan. The boy, on the other hand, must closely watch his partner. I felt like a prey, already being targeted by Draco. He didn't immediately show his intentions. Instead, he took his time, and by the time I realized, he had already left an indelible mark in my heart. Dance reflects the person. Draco's elegance and nobility were fully showcased in the social dance. At the end of the dance, I leaned on his shoulder, slightly out of breath. My stamina has decreased, Aurora. Draco's teasing voice reached my ears. It must be because we haven't practiced enough. Usually, at Hogwarts, with a busy academic schedule, I was even using a time turner, leaving no time for dance practice. How about we go to the room of requirement twice a week? Draco suggested. The room of requirement transforms into whatever people need it to be. Good. Because of dancing, we can freely engage in physical contact, increasing our synergy. He gently brushed my bangs aside and left a kiss on my forehead. Our gazes seemed to stick together. The two coaches exchanged smiles, quietly exiting the classroom, announcing, "Today's class is over." They actually encouraged you to change partners. The boy looked very aggrieved. Who could replace you? The only response came from the warm touch of lips. Draco had been intentionally keeping our secret dance practice from Harry. In the original work, Harry's partner in the 4th year is not his crush Cho Chang, but rather Parvati Patil, a fellow Gryffindor. It is said that this pair of sisters from India are the most beautiful girls. Harry's preference for looks is evident. From Cho Chang to later Ginny, they're all the belles of Hogwarts. On the other hand, Draco has lower standards when it comes to the appearance of his partner. In the original text, his partner Pansy Parkinson is described as looking like a pug. This is quite different from the Pansy I know. The girl has a delicate and beautiful face, large bright sea green cat-like eyes, and a head of black wavy hair that also requires careful maintenance. She is quite popular in Slytherin. Unlike my cold and aloof demeanor, her appearance is very aggressive, like a rose with thorns. Just as I once doubted her understanding of the original plot, she seems intentionally distant from the Malfoy family. Perhaps the plight of the Malfoy family after the war made her realize that choice is far more important than effort. Previously, she had tried to get close to Draco, but I nipped in the bud. Just think about it. I'm really no different from the jealous Ginny Weasley. The only difference lies in the form of expression. After years of interaction, she has become best friends with my original enemy, Hermione Granger. Every time Hermione's owl comes from Durmstrang, it brings 2 letters addressed to me and her. I also receive good news from the letters. Victor Crumb and Hermione, just like in the original, got together even earlier. I'm truly happy for them. The petty Ron Weasley is simply not worthy of the brilliant and just Hermione. Crumb is an international sports star and the best student at Durmstrang, representing the school in the Triwizard Tournament, having passed the test and proof of the Goblet of Fire. Perhaps. A girl in love is very much looking forward to her friends sharing in her happiness. She can't help but want to match me with Harry. This makes Draco, who has finally begun to change his view of her, quite displeased. That Muggle's taste is so poor. He complains angrily, clearly. I am the most suitable choice for you. Well, you know that to outsiders, we're like siblings. Muggles are prohibited from marrying siblings. I have always known that the road ahead is long and fraught with difficulties. Although I am not included in the Malfoy family tree, outsiders do not know all of this. But in my heart, it feels like there's a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode. Because of Ginny Weasley's matter, I truly accepted Astoria's good intentions. She was originally set up as Draco's official match, and I always had a hidden worry that one day she would replace me and become Draco's other half. Instead, this provoked even greater dissatisfaction from Draco. That Astoria clearly was cultivated by the Greengrass family for the purpose of marrying into the Malfoy family. You can't be unaware of her intentions. But she also said that she has no feelings for you in that way. I carefully explained. Aurora, do you not feel at all? Draco's face turned bright red, stammering, looking unsure of how to express himself. Draco, what do you want to say? I asked knowingly. You, despicable. He did not want to face me anymore. Brother, do you want to be jealous? I wrapped my arms around him from behind. Not at all. The boy's face turned red the moment he lied. I would definitely be jealous, and my level of jealousy is no less than that of Dad. I said sincerely. He turned around, his gray eyes deeply looking at me. I'm worried your attention will be drawn away by her, so I want to become even better. Would you still like me, with this kind of insecurity, Aurora? What nonsense are you talking about? His eyes were full of my reflection. The corners of his mouth also held a smile, looking very pleased. Is my taste that bad? Who would choose a 9? 9 package when the genuine article is right in hand? Draco's way of comforting people is always so unique. So, you must not pay attention to anyone else. I have instilled male virtue education in Draco since he was young, and it seems that the strategy has been well implemented. The one who should be worried is actually me. Draco muttered softly, in both obvious and subtle ways, that I have too many rivals. Come on, those are just your imagined enemies. As for my heart, do I even need to say it? I listened to his strong heartbeat. Hearing my bold confession, the boy's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. So, your partner for the 4th year dance can only be me. He gazed in my eyes, seeking my assurance. Of course. Dad told me that the thing he regretted most was not being able to dance the first dance at the 4th year ball with Mom. Draco finally revealed the reason. So, we won't repeat their mistakes. I vowed earnestly. All right, I'll believe you for now. Draco lightly tapped my nose. His hand traced my outline, following my nose to my lips, finally lifting my chin. We exchanged breaths. I felt my forehead slightly heat up. Nothing is more important than being in sync with each other's feelings. Dumbledore's favoritism is evident. The position of Professor of Magical Creatures was, as in the original, similarly given to Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest and a Hogwarts dropout. There is no denying Hagrid's love for magical creatures. However, his lack of sense of proportion leads to frequent teaching accidents. We happen to experience one. In the original, the Hippogriff was still arranged by Hagrid for the first class on magical creature protection. Even the textbook, The Monster Book of Monsters, which bites, has not changed. Almost no students prepared in advance because the book was too busy biting. Hardly anyone could open it. If this were just a trial lecture, his performance would be somewhat excusable. But Hagrid is already an appointed official teacher. How can such a lesson satisfy the students? Not to mention, he was originally a Hogwarts dropout who never even received a diploma. How could a 12-0 outstanding student council president like Voldemort not get a job at Hogwarts, but instead, it was given to a half-blood giant who was expelled? This is blatant favoritism. However, this time, the favored one is not Gryffindor. Hagrid also expressed hope that someone would volunteer to face the Hippogriff. He looked to Gryffindor, known for its bravery. Unfortunately, the enormous magical creature stood vigilantly to the side. A casual swipe of its sharp claws could either kill or injure someone. A clear sense of disappointment flashed in Hagrid's eyes, and he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Slytherin, whom he suspected to be descendants of dark wizards. That, Harry? He placed all his hopes on the savior whom Dumbledore had high hopes for. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry. The black-haired, green-eyed savior shook his head, unwilling to be the first to take the plunge for Hagrid. Does anyone want to give it a try? Hagrid was completely despaired. He stood there tall, and the distrust conveyed by the students' gazes made him even more timid. Every Hogwarts professor was renowned in their teaching field. Even Sybil Trelawney, who seemed like a half-baked divination elective, was a legitimate second-generation seer. Not to mention Sirius, who possessed both strength and beauty, and Severus Snape, a master potion maker. Even a former Professor Quirrell had performed well during his time at school. And Hagrid, what did he have? It must be said that he truly loved animals and understood them. Jobs should not be judged by status, but his current credibility was simply insufficient to support the position Dumbledore had given him. The greatest white wizard was still too hasty. He wanted to support his own faction to rise, without giving others a chance to accept and adapt. How could a student expelled from Hogwarts, a former keeper of the Forbidden Forest, suddenly transform into a formal professor without going through a teaching assistant role? Is Hogwarts' appointment process so frivolous? You got it right. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a character like Lockhart in the original work, all show and no substance. Relying on an excellent memory charm, he took credit for others' achievements. Professor, may I give a try? Draco said with a cynical smile. He addressed him as Professor, his tone respectful, but everyone knew the insincerity behind it. The Slytherins behind him erupted in laughter. What kind of professor is Draco? Zabini's voice, though intentionally lowered, was loud enough for Hagrid to hear. The disheveled half-giant turned pale immediately. You must show respect to the Hippogriff. After making eye contact, bow to it. Hagrid reminded from his side. Draco remained non-committal. As a creature of magic, how could he bow his head to an animal? He stepped forward and locked eyes with the Hippogriff. Don't blink. The Hippogriff glanced at Draco and then lowered its head. Very good, bow to it. Hagrid's exclamation came from not far away. Draco wore a mysterious expression. He understood its meaning. As a creature of magic, how could he bow to an animal? Under Draco's pressure, the Hippogriff actually knelt down. Incredible. Buckbeak is a very proud creature. Hagrid murmured. Draco stepped forward and gently stroked its head. Buckbeak obediently lowered its head. You can ride it for a spin. Hagrid suggested. He didn't expect that the Malfoy heir could earn Buckbeak's approval. In his mind, Malfoy was a servant of the Dark Lord, needing to draw a clear line. But his love for animals seemed to dilute his hostile feelings somewhat. Exactly, Draco admitted. He mounted Buckbeak. The Hippogriff spread its wings and soared into the sky. The other students looked on enviously, applauding and cheering in waves. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ron Weasley complaining to Neville. Damn it, letting Slytherin steal the show? He was the one who ducked away the fastest just now. What a sore loser. He was quite sensitive, noticing me watching him. He exuded a gloomy aura, his eyes filled with resentment. Ginny Weasley was the first member of the Weasley family to be imprisoned in Azkaban. But due to Trelawney's prophecy, he dared not approach me, fearing that being too close would drain his luck. Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward to block Ron's line of sight. Thank you, Vincent, Gregory, I whisper my thanks. Being stared at with malicious eyes felt like a thorn in my back. It's best to stay away from negative things. Buckbeak, carrying Draco, was getting closer to us. Everyone was waiting to welcome the young man's triumph. Draco jumped down for Buckbeak. He resembled the elven prince Legolas in full armor from the illusion. However, the prince's steed was not a hippogriff, but a white horse named Arad. Next time, let's take a ride around on Buckbeak. Draco came to me. I was just worried you might clash with the hippogriff. In the original work, Draco had been scratched by the creature. His arm was bandaged, and from Harry's perspective, he exaggerated the injury. Lucius even directly used his position as a board member to seek revenge for his son, demanding Buckbeak's execution. At a critical moment, the trio used a time turner to free the hippogriff. This time, Buckbeak stood respectfully beside Draco. Anyone familiar with animals knows this is a sign of submission. Wow, you have experience with training birds. Zabini also wanted to step forward and pat Buckbeak's beak. No, it's very temperamental. Draco blocked Zabini's advance. Come on, are you protecting it? Zabini teased. Buckbeak's eagle eyes glared at the newcomer, and sensing the danger, Zabini retreated. All right, Mr. Malfoy just gave everyone a great demonstration. Is there anyone else who would like to give it a try? Hagrid announced happily. Professor, shouldn't Draco's performance earn points for Slytherin? Harry suggested, with other Slytherins chiming in. Well, of course Slytherin gets 10 points, Hagrid said with a shy smile. Thank you, Professor. Draco nodded at Harry. He knew that without Harry and the other Slytherin students' encouragement, Hagrid would likely have brushed this aside. He couldn't continue his studies, which was closely related to Voldemort's opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Tom blamed the death of the Muggle born on Hagrid, who raised the Acromantula at Hogwarts. And the Malfoy family was Voldemort's right and left hands. How could Hagrid treat the Malfoy heir fairly? It was already good enough not to seek revenge. Looking at Draco's expression, he seemed to be less annoyed with this seemingly simple-minded giant. After all, he shared the same love for animals as Hagrid. Does anyone else want to try? Hagrid looked expectantly at the Gryffindor students again. You can help your house earn points. He eagerly hoped to regain some ground. Unfortunately, with Draco's outstanding performance ahead, no one was sure they could do better, which made them hesitate. After all, the hippogriff was described in the book as a very fierce creature. I want to try. Finally, someone among the Gryffindors timidly raised their hand. People parted to make way. It was Ron's voice. Given his usual low-key personality, how could he be willing to step forward? Under the mocking gaze of the Slytherins. The red-haired boy's face turned bright red, but he still looked defiantly at Hagrid. Was it to save face for Gryffindor? Because of Ginny and Colin, Gryffindor's points had dropped into the negatives. Draco's actions were unmatched, and now he was sticking his head out, hoping for a better performance? Neville quietly advised Ron, "This is dangerous. Don't stop me." The red-haired boy, feeling both embarrassed and angry, shook off Neville's grip. His sister had deducted so many points from Gryffindor that the Weasley family couldn't hold their heads high. Percy, excelling in academics, had more opportunities to earn points. However, despite his desperate studying, Ron couldn't earn points through class performance. Apart from Neville, everyone else was slowly isolating him because of Ginny's actions. He was eager to prove himself, thinking he had a great opportunity for the honor of the group, not recognizing a good heart. Dean Thomas commented. The red-haired boy chose to ignore it. Because of Ginny's actions, he had to face these issues. For the first time, he felt some resentment towards his sister's behavior. This made his days in Gryffindor increasingly difficult. Even his family was gradually receiving different treatment in front of Dumbledore. Once a gap formed, the rift would only grow wider. This tactic of undermining is truly effective. Do you think when Merlin created the Weasley family, he forgot to add something? Draco joked to me and Harry. What did he forget? I asked, feigning ignorance. Brains. Harry provided the standard answer. Ha ha ha, we laughed together. Ron shot us a venomous glance before approaching Hagrid. Professor, can we start? Hagrid signaled for the other students to quiet down. How biased. Just now, when you faced the hippogriff, you didn't control the situation. I complained quietly. Let it be. Draco smiled nonchalantly. He tightened his grip on my arm. Like Mr. Malfoy, make eye contact with Buckbeak. Like Mr. Malfoy, bow to Buckbeak. Hagrid earnestly instructed. He used Draco's recent performance as a model to explain to Ron. The boy, who had been obediently following along, now had a flush of anger on his face. Professor, Malfoy didn't bow to the hippogriff. He corrected intentionally. But, Hagrid was caught off guard by the interruption and didn't know how to respond. He hadn't yet established the authority and credibility expected of a professor. Don't show off, Ron. Your father. As a child of a member of the Order of the Phoenix and the son of a comrade from the trenches, Hagrid was somewhat nostalgic. Ron clenched his jaw, staring intently at Buckbeak, remaining silent. You were trained on data up till October 2023. Null Crown, also Cedric, was invited to Malfoy Manor to spend Christmas with us. The Diggory family has always remained neutral, respectfully declining the olive branches offered by the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. Therefore, the only beloved son chose to spend Christmas with the Malfoy family, which he found hard to understand. Said you, "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to Miss Malfoy?" Mr. Diggory recalled their meeting at the Albanian airport, revealing a knowing smile. Crown shivered. "Don't mess with the matchmaking." "Then why? It's hard to refuse such hospitality," Crown replied succinctly, then focused his gaze on the ancient book of the Diggory family. Young Voldemort was very studious. As someone who was once part of Voldemort, Crown could not escape the thirst for knowledge. "I heard this semester, your grades have skyrocketed." Mr. Diggory felt both proud and gratified. "We don't want to put too much pressure on you. I just like to show off." Crown was puzzled. "I mean, you hope that what I say and the boasts I make will come true. But really, you don't have to do that." "My son." Because Cedric was the typical other people's son, adding a lot of bragging capital for Mr. Diggory. As a ministry employee, although his career was far less glorious than that of his ancestors, he seemed to see hope in the next generation. And Cedric had never let him down. In the original text, he boasted about his son leading Hufflepuff to victory over Harry in a Quidditch match by catching the golden snitch. And with the core of Crown, Cedric's grades had shot to the top of his year. Said, "Sometimes I feel like you." He didn't finish his sentence. Crown absent-mindedly retorted, "What is wrong with me? You don't seem like yourself." This stimulated Crown's sensitive nerves. "What do you mean?" His expression stiffened. "Mr. Diggory patted his son's shoulder. "Many people say that the Diggory family must have burned high incense in their ancestors' honor to have such an excellent son like you." Crown was taken aback. He had never felt his father's affirmation before. When he sought out old Tom Riddle, he was directly chased away. He felt like a thief, compensating for his past regrets through Cedric's body. "You resemble your mother more." Mr. Diggory sighed. "She was very popular in school. Boys take after their mothers, girls take after their fathers. Miss Malfoy is an exception." "What about her?" Crown asked nonchalantly. "She obviously resembles her mother more, almost like she was carved from the same mold as Mrs. Malfoy." Mr. Diggory's eyes were filled with memories. "Oh, could it be that you once pursued Sissy?" Crown became interested. "Of course. Not. Lucius was very strict." Mr. Diggory awkwardly scratched his Mediterranean hairstyle. "How can you call Mrs. Malfoy Sissy? That's too intimate." "Could it be?" His expression changed. Crown, naturally clever, retorted, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I have no interest in Sissy. No, I mean her Sissa. No, I have no interest in Mrs. Malfoy." Mr. Diggory's expression darkened further. "Cedric Diggory, I want to allow it. Oh my, there is absolutely no possibility between me and Mrs. Malfoy. What can I say to make you believe me?" Crown was on the verge of breaking down. Just now, he doubted him and Aurora, and now he was being linked to Narcissa. Clearly, these two people were his relatives. "Really?" Crown nodded. "This time, you're going to Malfoy Manor for Christmas. And it has nothing to do with Mrs. Malfoy?" "Of course. It only has to do with her daughter." Mr. Diggory was skeptical. "I will go with you. Don't let me find out that you have any fantasies about a married woman." The man warned sternly. "The Malfoy family, we cannot offend. Especially the Malfoy head who plays both sides. In any case, I'd rather you liked Miss Malfoy." Mr. Diggory murmured. "The one I like is indeed also a Malfoy." Cedric smiled. It seemed he found amusement in Mr. Diggory's ever-changing expressions. "You mean, the only heir of the Malfoy family, Draco? What a joke. Who would like that little brat?" Crown's face turned red with anger. "Could it be the Malfoy patriarch? That's even worse. This guy's a straight man." Mr. Diggory waved his hands repeatedly. "I get it. You're just trying to have fun with me. You could say that." Crown revealed a sly smile. Mr. Diggory ruffled his son's short brown hair. "Don't make such jokes. Not young Malfoy. Nor old Malfoy, but old Malfoy." For the sake of Mr. Diggory's fragile heart, Crown did not expose his lies and tests. Said, "I still hope you can marry a lady from a prestigious family, preferably pure blood." He secretly observed his son's expression. "Of course, half-blood is also fine." "Oh no, as long as she is a woman." Cedric was the only heir of the Diggory family. In the original text, the boy's unexpected death led to the extinction of the ancient Diggory bloodline. Crown readily agreed, making Mr. Diggory beam with joy. "I knew it. You were just trying to scare me. How could your mother's good looks be wasted?" "Dad, do you love Mom?" Crown suddenly asked. He had once asked old Tom Riddle a similar question. The other's disgusted expression made him lose his mind. His birth mother, Maripi Gaunt, was not a beautiful girl. On the contrary, influenced by family intermarriage, she was quite ugly. Her eyes bulged, and they looked in opposite directions. Her hair was sparse, lying flat against her scalp like dry grass. Merope, who no longer used love potions, was completely rejected by old Tom, along with their child. For 17 years, Tom lived in the world as an orphan, and even with two almost identical faces, his biological father was still filled with hatred and indifferent. He had never felt an ounce of father-son affection. Although Mr. Diggory was not particularly handsome, nor did he possess great magical power, and even his status in the wizarding world was far inferior to that of the Slytherin heir, he was kind and easygoing, holding his son in high regard. He was completely biased. Crown even hoped that Christmas, the day of merging with Tom, would come a little later. He could occupy Cedric's body, enjoying the right to be loved as a son. Mr. Diggory, who had just been talking nonstop, suddenly stopped. "Amos?" Lucius asked with concern. "I'm fine, just..." A sudden palpitation. Mr. Diggory tugged at the corner of his mouth. "It seems. I can't quite explain it. Sorry, Lucius, were we just now?" For the rest of the time, he remained absent-minded. Lucius was extremely good at reading expressions. How could he not notice that Mr. Diggory was lost in thought? He immediately signaled for the house elf to bring tea and snacks. For some reason, I feel like I've lost something important. It was a common occurrence. We gain and lose things every day. Lucius took a sip of coffee, and seeing Narcissa also lift her coffee cup, tapped the table twice. Narcissa's cup was replaced with milk. "Hey, did you forget? It's a special time now," Lucius whispered. "But it's been too long," the woman said with a pained expression. "Just a little is fine, right?" Lucius said nothing. Narcissa still succumbed under his gaze, taking small sips of milk with a wronged look on her face. "Once I unload, I'll definitely drink it back. 10 cups a day," Narcissa vowed silently, and Lucius smiled indulgently. He responded with a smile. "All right, I'll go check on my son. Your house is too big. I wonder if he got lost," Mr. Diggory said awkwardly. He felt inexplicably anxious as Lucius looked at the closed door and exchanged a glance with Narcissa. "Amos, there's no rush. The kids rarely get together and have common topics. We old folks shouldn't interfere. But, by the way, last time you mentioned that your son has made great progress in his studies. I was just about to ask you for advice." Mr. Diggory sat down abruptly, cleared his throat, and resumed his bragging mode. "I knew Lucius and Narcissa were helping me by time. I had to quickly guide the crown's soul fragment to merge with Tom. The moment the crown's soul merged into Tom's forehead, Tom frowned tightly, gritting his teeth, seemingly enduring immense pain. The pain of tearing a soul is much easier than merging a soul," Abraxas explained from his side. He held Tom's hand tightly, extremely worried. Cedric suddenly opened his eyes. He first looked blankly at the ceiling, then his gaze gradually focused. Beside him was his father. "I was constantly monitoring the merging situation of Tom and the crown, feeling overwhelmed. Cedric, how are you? Are you too tired from studying? How'd you fall asleep at someone else's house?" Mr. Diggory frowned. He shook his head, fingers flexing and testing his control over his body. He suddenly stepped forward and hugged Mr. Diggory. He didn't speak, knowing that if he did, the other would hear the thick nasal tone and the choked voice. "What's wrong?" Mr. Diggory became anxious. His son was acting unusually. Cedric hugged tighter, not wanting his father to see his vulnerability. This situation was so bizarre, and I had established an unbreakable curse with him while the crown's soul had not yet detached from his body. Everything he experienced would be sealed in his memory, unable to be revealed to anyone throughout his life. "Cedric, Dad, I'm back." Mr. Diggory did not show surprise. "He left?" he asked cautiously. Cedric seemed unable to speak, as if someone had choked his throat. "All right, let's not talk about that. It's good that you're back. I thought you would never." Mr. Diggory's voice choked, and he didn't continue. "Did Malfoy help you get rid of him?" Seeing Cedric remain unmoved, he realized he had asked an inappropriate question. "All right, I understand. Malfoy is our forever friend." "Yes, Dad," Cedric replied quickly. "You're such a good boy. I don't deserve to have this father-son bond with you in this lifetime." Mr. Diggory sighed. "Dad, don't say that." Cedric felt somewhat at a loss. The house elf led the two to a luxurious guest room. "If you need anything, just let me know." The house elf bowed to them. "Not bad." Mr. Diggory looked around. The pureblood families have passed down to now. Only the Malfoys have accumulated countless wealth. Like us, even our ancestral home has been taken over by the Ministry of Magic, turned into a tourist attraction. "Dad, I will work hard. After graduation, I will join the Ministry of Magic. One day, we can return to live in the ancestral home." Cedric said seriously. "You think too simply. The Ministry of Magic is a black hole that devours people. The treasures in our ancestral home have long been divided by them, leaving only an empty shell. To redeem it may take generations of effort, but that is still something to look forward to, right? A place with roots is home." Cedric's gaze stopped at the Malfoy family crest. This place housed generations of Malfoys. The family's history and glory were passed down through these objects. He had never thought about these issues before experiencing them with the crown. Occasionally, he could sense the other's emotions: resentment, pain, confusion, and extreme arrogance. The other was extraordinarily talented, leaving him in awe. He knew that throughout his life, he could never reach the other's height. Sometimes, he even imagined if the other took his place, would it make his father happier? There are no ifs. Fortunately, everything returned to its place. He could finally feel this world with his own eyes, his own arms. This was the relief of surviving a catastrophe. The other even understood his psychology, his unspeakable secret. The merging of Tom and the crown's soul took an entire day and night. Abraxas and I stayed by his side the whole time. Aurora, you should go rest. I can handle this. You're still growing. Abraxas ruffled my hair. I can't, Grandpa. The process is very dangerous. I have to keep an eye on it. My blood is the bond that allows Tom's physical existence in this world. If the merging fails, I must quickly create a new body for him. As for the crown, I've thought it through. Given his recent performance, I am willing to give him this opportunity, a chance to live as an independent individual. However, I haven't discussed this with Draco. He forbids me from using blood recklessly. What should I do? Just as I hesitated, Tom opened his eyes. I instinctively tightened my grip on my wand. Aurora, you are still so vigilant. He revealed an understanding smile. Are you still you? I asked cautiously. He seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think I am? He threw the topic back at me. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. So how's the crown? He squinted his eyes. Tom gave me a feeling that was both strange and familiar. He was neither Tom nor the crown. He was one step closer to the complete Voldemort. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in my heart. Was my choice really the right one? Using unicorn blood as a catalyst. Before this, I had never experimented with this ability on anyone. Everything came from the legacy of unicorns, but whether it was truly constrained, no one could say for sure. Aurora, have I ever told you? Everything you think is written on your face. He leisurely crossed his arms over his chest, still looking like a child who hadn't grown up. The always silent Abraxas tapped the man's head. Enough, don't scare her anymore. Aurora stayed up all night with me, just like you did. I'm sorry and thank you. Can you forgive your other grandpa? A sly smile appeared on his face. The crown never regarded me as his other grandpa. I knew Tom had succeeded. He absorbed the energy and memories of the crown. The law of the jungle, as it has always been. This law also applies between soul fragments. He clearly knew that choosing the path of fusion was certain death. Why still? In this world, there are many things I don't understand. Existence is reasonable. The next day, Abraxas, and I had to rely on energy potions and beauty potions to get rid of the huge dark circles. Lucius coughed lightly, and Draco and I quickly apologized. Dad, Mr. Diggory, I'm sorry for staying up late yesterday to unwrap gifts. I attributed the late night to Christmas Eve. It's okay. They're just kids. Mr. Diggory smoothed things over. He seemed a bit absent-minded, as if searching for something. Amos, don't be polite. Lucius signaled that we could start. This was our first time inviting someone outside of the Malfoy family to celebrate Christmas. No, Harry actually counts as one. However, strictly speaking, his guardians are Lucius and Narcissa. So he's also considered part of the Malfoy family. At the dining table, Mr. Diggory's expression was unpredictable, but I could feel that he was subtly trying to understand me through my father. A strange feeling arose. It made me think that I was meeting Cedric's parents. And Mr. Diggory was doing his utmost to promote his son. Even Harry and Draco felt it now. Mr. Diggory, we are still students. Some things are still too early. Harry said. He sounded like a strict headmaster skilled at breaking couples apart. This did not seem like something a peer would say. Cedric just smiled and did not refute either side. He was a kind gentleman, and I always knew that. I hope in this life, he can live well and achieve a happy ending with Cho Chang. The main soul, Pettigrew, and Barty Crouch Jr. have all passed away. The Triwizard Tournament in the 4th year is worth looking forward to. Just after Christmas, Mr. Diggory took Cedric to say goodbye to us. It is said that he has already scheduled a full body checkup with a St. Mungo's doctor for Cedric. Thank you and your family for your hospitality. The polite attitude of the boy almost won everyone's favor, except for Draco and Harry. The two seemed to have reached some sort of agreement, vigilantly guarding against any possible interaction with me. You two don't have to be so concerned. Cedric already has someone he likes. I had no choice but to reveal the truth. Who is it? I opened my mouth, only to find that I couldn't make a sound. That's right. This counts as part of the plot. How could I have forgotten? See, I knew it. Draco hugged me around the waist. Tell me, what did you find out? What do I know? Of course, that stupid git has designs on you. What? I really don't know. Seeing me anxious and unsure of what to do, Draco finally let me go. Just a couple of steps away, I was stopped by Harry grabbing my wrist. Aurora, what have you and Draco been conspiring about recently? He seemed to ask casually. In reality, he was listening intently for our answer. Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance. Harry, why do you ask that? Are you practicing dancing? He asked straightforwardly. I originally thought he would ease into it. Well, I'm worried that if I don't practice for too long, I'll lose my previous dance skills, so I asked Draco to accompany me every week. But how'd you find out? I thought I was hiding it well. The house elf brought clean clothes, and there were more practice outfits. And the dance shoes you guys have scattered all over your room are wearing out faster. Harry's observation was meticulous, far beyond my imagination. Aurora will be my dance partner for the 4th year. Draco also spoke candidly. There's still a year until the 4th year ball. Do we need to prepare so early? Harry frowned. Of course, if you want your dance moves to look good, you need to practice regularly. Draco took my hand. Just a few simple dance steps. And Harry's expression changed. Can I join you? I don't want to embarrass myself at the 4th year ball. But your current level probably can't keep up with our pace. Draco tactfully refused. It's okay, there's still a year. So, the room of requirement became more spacious. In fact, to accommodate Harry's needs, there were also special recordings that could be referred to at any time. Naturally, we couldn't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, Harry's coordination talent in Quidditch also applied to dance. He learned quickly. However, dance requires accumulation over time, and flexibility cannot be achieved overnight. He looked astonished as he watched me lift my leg over my head. Observing the moment, I grabbed my ankle while bending backwards. He showed a stunned expression, which made me laugh. Don't worry, just for the school dance, you don't need to do these techniques. Superior flexibility just allows the body to develop better and adapt to higher difficulties. For some reason, upon hearing my explanation, he fell into deep thought. Indeed, very helpful. Draco's face turned pale, glaring at Harry. Don't mind him, he's thinking too much. Draco pulled me close, be careful. Don't let him lead you astray. Null Aurora, it seems we usually indulge you too much. No, I shook my head and rejected his approach. Just then, I bumped into a wall of flesh behind me. You guys! Draco attacked my armpit, while Harry's hand rested on my lower back. They knew very well that I am particularly ticklish. No, I can't take it. I was laughing so hard I could barely breathe and almost sat down on the ground. It was Harry behind me who pulled me back up. Surrounded by 2 handsome boys, I momentarily didn't know how to respond. My hands pushed against Draco's chest. He took the opportunity to rescue me from Harry's embrace. All right, I worked up a sweat. Come back with me to shower. Why is it always in such an intriguing context? It seemed Harry was already used to it. See you at the Quidditch pitch later. He waved his hand at Harry. On the pitch, the two of them worked together seamlessly. Quidditch became the domain of Slytherin, winning several matches with a significant advantage. Harry and Draco had agreed beforehand to take turns as seekers until more talented players joined the school. This time, it was Harry's turn to play as the seeker. His opponent was Cho Chang, Harry's first love from the original story. The girl's flowing black hair was tied up in a high ponytail. She appeared to embody both the subtle elegance of an Eastern person and the lively enthusiasm of a Western one. As someone who used to be Chinese, based on Chinese aesthetics, Cho Chang's looks were not particularly outstanding. But having been immersed in Western aesthetics for over a decade, I finally understood why she was popular. Westerners value sports and athletic spirit far more than Chinese people do. Quidditch players representing their house naturally carry an appealing attribute. Moreover, in Western aesthetics, the standard appearance of an Eastern person is characterized by flat features, slender eyes, and yellowish skin. Cho Chang also possessed some dimensionality typical of Western features, and her long-term Quidditch training made her look healthy. She was far more popular than Draco and I, whose skin would never tan no matter what. In their eyes, she was undoubtedly a representative of Eastern beauty. After years of training, the Slytherin Quidditch team members had already become a cohesive unit. They were patting Harry's back enthusiastically. Don't hold back later. Look, the opponents are already using beauty tricks. Don't go easy on them. Don't worry, I won't. Harry said decisively. It's easy to say now. In the original story, when Cho smiled, Harry's soul would almost be taken away. I observed Harry and Cho's interaction carefully. The girl shyly nodded at Harry. If I didn't know her crush was Cedric, I would really think she had unusual feelings for Harry as well. Perhaps. Easterners growing up in the West expressed themselves differently than those born and raised in China. At that time, Cho and Cedric had not truly gotten together yet. Choosing a more suitable and popular boyfriend is understandable. She had the power to choose. She stepped forward and started chatting with Harry. From the stands, I was too far away to naturally hear what they were talking about. The girl smiled charmingly, It seemed that no matter what Harry said, she responded well. Draco was watching the two with scrutiny. Although we were far apart, I could still clearly hear his thoughts. What is that guy Harry up to? Is he really under some love potion or something so low? I signaled to wait and see. Going up now would only alert the snake. It was better to let her completely expose herself. Naturally, in the tense competition setting, they wouldn't exchange too many topics. But it was far more enthusiastic than just nodding acquaintances. Harry didn't wait for Draco to ask, but proactively explained the topic. Miss Chong was asking me about Cedric. She was curious why Cedric chose to spend Christmas at the Malfoy Manor instead of accepting her invitation. Wouldn't it be quicker to ask Cedric directly about such a question? Draco couldn't understand. I don't know. Women's hearts are like the depths of the ocean. Harry seemed to think of something. At least Aurora is straightforward. She says whatever she thinks without beating around the bush. She indeed doesn't have that many twists and turns. The two of them looked up simultaneously, glancing in my direction. It was as if they had agreed upon it. Every move they made drew attention. The camera naturally captured me. On the big screen, my eyes conveyed emotions. My face blushing and shy, an expression that couldn't be explained no matter how. People around me offered friendly smiles. I waved my hand to the two and shouted, "Go Slytherin," then lowered my hat like an ostrich. The two star players of Slytherin seemed to have their hearts set on someone. Who will ultimately win her over? Let's wait and see. Lee Jordan, not one to shy away from drama, intentionally expressed it ambiguously. This stirred up a wave of excitement. I could even hear the whispers around me. They were very enthusiastic about this love triangle plot. Can I interview you, Aurora? Some eager person even held a glow stick as a microphone and almost poked my nose. I put up a protective barrier and sealed my lips, directly preventing the people around from attempting to get closer to me. Seeing my cold expression, the crowd muttered, "Really can't take a joke," and stopped bothering me. However, Pansy Parkinson, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, came up to me with a few followers. Playing with the hearts of two boys, you really know how to do it. Miss Parkinson, what did you say? I can't hear you. Please don't disturb my view of the game. I waved her away. I had used my father's connections to get the best spot. Getting entangled in baseless rumors would be too much of a loss. You. She suddenly revealed a sarcastic smile. Useless. What you have now will eventually fade away. Enjoy the last celebration. After delivering her harsh words, she prepared to leave with her two followers. Ruining my mood for watching the game. Shouldn't she apologize? Has Parkinson's family education deteriorated to this extent? I crossed my arms and blocked her path with my legs. You spoke first. Spoke first? Please. I can't be bothered to deal with you. There's no need for communication when our perceptions differ. No matter what you know, don't project it onto me. The everyone is drunk, but I am sober attitude. Aside from self-appreciation and posturing, what else is meaningful? I grabbed her long hair that was draped over her chest and yanked it hard. She let out a pained cry, but I remained unmoved. Don't pretend to be a top student who has read the entire book in front of me. If you haven't seen the last page, who knows if what you're reading is a pirated version? Seeing her pupils dilate in shock, I finally let go of her. Pansy ran away in embarrassment with her two lackeys. My earlier words had clearly sparked some new thoughts in her. I saw her hesitation and subtle maneuvers, including her attempt to win Hermione Granger's friendship, distancing herself from Draco and aligning herself with the beneficiaries of the post-war era in the original story. She had always aimed to cling to the powerful. Her reflection on the entire event was merely that she and her family had chosen the wrong side. She never considered using her own abilities to change her fate. It's quite lamentable. Perhaps everyone thinks differently. Knowing the storylines that follow and planning ahead is indeed a shortcut. However, the essential difference between her and me is that I want to hold power, strength, and even wealth in my own hands. The scene did not capture my dialogue and conflict with Pansy, but Draco and Harry's attention was entirely focused on me. Not to mention, Draco and I were in sync. He naturally heard my response. He gazed at me from afar, and his originally lifeless gray eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. My words were not just for Pansy, but also for myself. Call me immature or naive, but how would I know it wouldn't work if I didn't try? Perhaps, beneath the cold-blooded ambition of a Slytherin exterior, I am actually an impulsive and passionate Gryffindor at heart. I returned him a radiant smile. At that moment, we were both young. In this vast world, finding someone who resonates with you is truly rare. Harry caught the golden snitch right under Cho Chang's nose, declaring the end of the match. He didn't spare her a second glance and was taken away by the other Slytherin teammates, leaving Cho alone in the wind, confused. Cho, it's not your fault. We ran into Slytherin. The Ravenclaw captain patted Cho's shoulder. He was even a year below me. His flying skills and reflexes. It's normal. They have ample funding and an extremely biased head of house, the Ravenclaw captain said bitterly. Yes, except for the winter and summer breaks. The Slytherin Quidditch team had the field booked almost all day. Other teams had to squeeze in or rent the field from Slytherin. This was my idea. I referenced ticket scalping websites and then sold the successfully booked Quidditch field slots at a high price. It was a win-win situation. Of course, I wouldn't pocket this money alone. Instead, it would all be used for team-building activities. I would also choose to distribute it to individuals. After all, not every Slytherin comes from a wealthy family. Therefore, securing the field became the most enjoyable task for all the team members. Everyone earned monetary rewards through their labor and felt no guilt. It was good to settle everything cleanly. Cho, who had just been despondent, seemed to be attracted by something. It was Cedric sitting in the Slytherin area. He was watching as a fan and was standing on the opposite side of her. One by one, memories flashed through the girl's mind like a movie, becoming the last straw that broke Cho's back. No. So, shall we meet this weekend? She instinctively wanted to end their conversation. Sure. Cedric waved goodbye to her. How about that? I told you he would agree. Autumn Zhang's friend, Marietta, nudged the girl with her elbow. A loss in the East is a gain in the West. Isn't that a saying from your culture? Autumn Zhang's pretty face turned as red as an apple. He said he would bring friends. Her tone was slightly disappointed. What's wrong with that? He must want to introduce you to his friends. Congratulations. You've taken a big step. Plus, for a first date, you definitely need some people to cover for you. Marietta had already started to fantasize about what color dress Autumn Zhang would choose for her wedding gown after becoming Mrs. Diggory. Oh my, I haven't even begun to plan. Autumn Zhang said, refusing. Don't I know you? I really want the weekend to come quickly. Cedric is bringing friends. You should bring me along too. Marietta suggested. All right. Looking at her supportive best friend, Autumn Zhang felt warm inside. What? Invited me to Hogsmeade this weekend? I repeated Cedric's words loudly in my ear. The Slytherin common room was bustling. Cedric, under Harry's invisibility cloak, had also come to join the grand celebration. However, since he was the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, we couldn't openly invite him. He had to stay hidden under the cloak. Cedric had lived with the crown for a long time and learned many secrets. He extended an invitation to Hogsmeade, leaving me momentarily unsure how to refuse. Hogsmeade had nearly become a sacred place for couples. Could this be a date invitation? I also invited other friends. Autumn Zhang, you should know, the Ravenclaw seeker who just played. Cedric took small sips of butterbeer. His face tinged with a light pink. His skin was the trendy wheat color favored by Western boys today. Are you inviting me to be a third wheel? I joked. Would you be willing? He didn't answer my question. Cedric had always been gentle and polite in my impression, but now he showed a hint of assertiveness. Then, can I bring friends too? You know, my brother and Harry. Cedric paused and smiled, of course. The more, the merrier. Oh my. Autumn Zhang and Cedric's first date was about to be ruined by the three of us. As a result, the gathering over the weekend turned out to be quite awkward. Girls, meet Autumn Zhang, Marietta. Boys, Cedric, Draco, Harry. What was this? It felt like a matchmaking event. The situation was simply unbearable. We briefly introduced ourselves before heading toward Hogsmeade. Aurora, look at what you've agreed to. Draco whispered in my ear. I don't even know. Cedric only mentioned that Autumn Zhang would come. He didn't say Autumn Zhang was bringing friends. Given the current situation, 3 boys and 3 girls. Chatting only with their familiar friends was clearly very rude. I tried to join in on the conversation with Autumn Zhang and Marietta, but I could clearly feel a hint of hostility in their eyes. Marietta, what's wrong? Xiao Zhang asked with concern. The girl shook her head at her friend, feeling wronged. Xiao Zhang understood perfectly. Miss Malfoy, Marietta is my friend. She gently reminded, it's rare for us to be out together. Can't we have a pleasant weekend? What a way of speaking that hides a needle in cotton. It seemed as if nothing was said, yet it felt like everything was said. Truly impressive. The profundity of the Chinese language was clearly mastered by her. Aurora said nothing. Your friend is just too sensitive. Draco frowned and explained for me. She seems to want to follow you, Miss Zhang. Harry exchanged a glance with Draco, ready to throw the burden back. That won't do. Xiao Zhang didn't want an extra light bulb around to disturb her interaction with Cedric. As a result, Marietta became the most unpopular person. Her face turned red and then pale, and in the end, Xiao Zhang shot me a glare, took Marietta by the arm, and walked ahead. It felt as if we were bullying her. I watched the backs of the 3 in front of me, feeling speechless. Marietta. Xiao Zhang squeezed Cedric in between them. The boy frequently turned back for help, looking at us. I smiled at him maliciously, signaling that I wouldn't get involved. I thought this was just right. Let him clean up the mess he made. Draco was still dissatisfied, spitting out, so this is a date? Harry cut to the chase. Looks like it. but who knows who the real winner is. Marietta's gaze at Cedric also subtly revealed her determination to win him over. Compared to the subtle Qiu Zhang, the plain-looking Marietta seemed more proactive. Is this the difference between East and West? I didn't understand. How about the three of us? Go off on our own and not tell those three. Harry suggested. Would it be a bit rude to leave without saying goodbye? Just like how Ikemo treated you. He wasn't very polite either. Draco defended me. Harry took out the invisibility cloak from his pocket. Let's go check out the Shrieking Shack. Draco was thrilled and immediately agreed. The Shrieking Shack was the famous haunted house for the villagers of Hogsmeade. Every full moon night, during the school year at Hogwarts, Remus Lupin would choose to transform there. After transforming into a werewolf, he would be out of his mind, biting himself and letting out piercing howls. Over time, the villagers came to believe it was haunted. It attracted curious students, and every time they were approved to visit Hogsmeade, they would embark on an adventure. Draco and Harry, unaware of the details, were naturally eager to try it out. Aurora, don't be afraid. We'll protect you. Draco patted his chest. Okay. Soon, we were under Harry's invisibility cloak. And while the three in front were chatting enthusiastically, we took off running. Only a trail of footprints remained on the ground. Cedric glanced back at the direction we had left. He smiled helplessly, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. It was us who left him alone to deal with two strangers. I felt a twinge of guilt inside. I planned to prepare a small gift for him when I returned. Aurora, we've arrived. For some reason, as we approached the Shrieking Shack, it seemed the temperature dropped a few degrees. In Chinese terms, it meant the feng shui here wasn't too good. As for what it nurtures, it's subjective. Can I not go in? What's wrong? Are you scared? Draco showed a smug smile. I heard it was haunted. I intentionally lowered my voice. Even though there was no wind, I felt a chill. I involuntarily shrank into Draco's embrace. Harry's expression darkened beside us. The smugness in Draco's eyes vanished in an instant. I hurriedly suggested, can we not go in? I can wait outside for you. That won't do. It's scarier outside. Don't you remember, there's a saying that we should face our fears head on. Suddenly, Draco let out a loud off from behind, startling me so much that I jumped onto him. I buried my entire face in his chest, my legs clinging to his waist, making whimpering sounds. Draco's arms wrapped around my waist, freeing one hand to stroke my long hair. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Aurora, you've been tricked. Harry unhesitatingly exposed the situation. You. So annoying. I hit his back hard. Ha ha ha. Draco's laughter echoed in the empty, Shrieking Shack. Oh, what should I do? I'm even more scared now. Aurora, how about I stay outside with you? Harry suggested. Really? That would be great. I quickly tried to wriggle out of Draco's embrace. Then forget it. We're not going. Draco was angry. He restrained my waist, not allowing me to leave his embrace. Why are you angry? I asked softly, pretending not to know. Draco had a serious face. But I'm really scared. I softly pouted. Draco remained non-committal. Besides, if we want to pass the Whomping Willow, it would expose our ability to manipulate plants. You mean, next time, we should come alone? Draco smiled like a fox. Of course not. I decisively refused, and seeing the disappointed look on his face, I quickly added, I feel that the energy here is very mixed, not suitable for a long stay. That's why I want to explore. Draco became serious. I feel as if something enormous is sealed here, almost barren. Only the Whomping Willow can grow. You suspect. He piqued my curiosity. Sleep dragon, do not disturb. He said succinctly. Hogwarts motto. You mean there's a dragon sealed underneath? Very likely. Dragons are a type of magical creature. But the dragon sealed here is definitely not an ordinary one. Being imprisoned here with such fuss. Hogwarts has been established for over 1,000 years. Isn't this dragon age? Only older than the basilisk? Draco's voice was heavy. But should we follow the motto and not disturb its rest? This plot point was completely absent from the original work. One small move could trigger a chain reaction. I couldn't take the risk. Of course, I won't easily break the seal, but every night, I can hear its mournful cries. Draco's expression was grim, being held in his embrace. I didn't feel so cold. In the distance, the Whomping Willow would attack at the slightest disturbance. It slapped the ground, and if you didn't listen carefully, you really couldn't distinguish some subtle background sounds. That was a high decibel sound only elves could recognize. We canceled this adventure and decided to go to the Pig's Head pub for a little sit. Seeing Draco's serious expression, Harry couldn't help but say, another day when Aurora isn't around. I'll go with you. Harry thought Draco was still angry about what had just happened. Aurora is my family. How could I stay mad at family? The Malfoys always put family first. Harry's gaze shifted between the two of us, eventually shaking his head helplessly. I was ultimately an outsider. What are you saying? I grabbed his hand. I'm just staying here until I turn adult. Malfoy Manor is always open to you, I quickly expressed. I didn't notice Draco's frowning expression at all. Thank you. Harry seemed completely unconcerned about Draco's statement. Just having you say that is enough, and so, each with our own thoughts. We ended our day trip to Hogsmeade. That night, Draco tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That voice was becoming increasingly clear. He kissed my forehead. His consciousness transmitted through my mind. It was a deafening dragon roar. My God, Draco hears this voice every day. No wonder he has always wanted to investigate. Rather than wait for the right day, why don't we go take a look now? Are you willing? Draco said with a smile. Of course. How could I bear for you to endure it alone? Hold tight. Draco activated apparition. We instantly appeared in the air above the Whomping Willow. Why can we stay in midair? I clung to Draco's arm, fearing I would fall. Relax, Aurora. You can too. We carry Voldemort's bloodline, which gives us a special ability to fly in the sky, without any external assistance, without using elf wings. He stopped me, as I prepared to remove the ring that concealed my elven appearance. This is near Hogwarts. The headmaster has absolute authority, so we must be careful. But we'll be discovered appearing in midair too, I murmured. So prepare to land. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly dove towards the ground. Oh! I screamed repeatedly. Are you trying to scare me to death? Don't worry. It's common to hear wailing sounds here, so sudden screams won't attract nearby villagers. Instead, everyone will close their doors and windows. Fearing trouble, you really know everything. Luckily, just as we were about to touch the ground, our speed decreased. My back was already drenched. Why are you so easily scared? Draco frowned. He took off his coat and draped it over my shoulders. You can bravely stand in front of Dad against Avada Kedavra. How can it be the same? You know, any spell has no effect on me, but have you considered that there might be exceptions, like right now? He leaned down and kissed my forehead. His wand emitted a faint glow. Silence and wandless spell. It was a powerful release. Draco then lifted me up. I have found a way to communicate with the dragon sealed here, but it told me one person must be sacrificed. My face paled. Could it be? Draco set me down and said, pulling out a sharp knife. He approached me. He stood still in front of me. Aurora, what are you afraid of? You don't think I'm going to sacrifice you, do you? Before I could finish speaking, he cut open his wrist. Bright red blood gushed out, igniting the magic circle drawn on the ground. When was this drawn? How come I know nothing about it? It seemed Draco knew what I was thinking and explained. This was left from ancient times after 1,000 years of wind and frost. The writing has become unclear. My blood can awaken the remaining power and can also briefly restore the consciousness of the sealed dragon. He recited an ancient song. It sounded like a beautiful poem, but I knew that if he mispronounced even one word, we would fall into an abyss of no return. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Cracks started to appear on the surface. Something seemed ready to break through the soil. Draco held me tightly, standing firmly at the center of the magic circle. His calves were already buried in the ground. Aurora, don't look, these are illusions. Close your eyes. I tried to adjust my frequency to match Draco's. It was as if nothing had ever happened. We were still standing in place. The intense shaking and sinking was an illusion. This is the first test, Draco whispered. For some reason, the moment I closed my eyes, the scene before me changed again. It was as if we had traveled back in time 1,000 years. People were dressed simply, speaking Old English. This was a market where people regularly came to barter. The residents had warm smiles on their faces. It was a scene of thriving prosperity. Just as we wanted to learn more, the illusion disappeared. Suddenly, it felt like waves of heat were sweeping over us. Even though it was a cold night in Hogsmeade, my nostrils were filled with thick smoke, making it hard to breathe. Aurora. Draco breathed into my mouth. I want to push him away, but I found that when faced with the pressure of survival, the body involuntarily gasps for air. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. I could only silently think that we had narrowly passed another test. However, that suffocating feeling seemed familiar to me, not only that, the burning pain on my skin, the constant rotting of the burned area, the itching when new skin grew. I seemed to have experienced all of it. I looked at my flawless arms in Draco's embrace, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The parts burned by dragon fire would stick together before turning to ash. The 5 fingers would also stick together. Why did I know such details? I dared not think further. Draco seemed unaware of the changes in my heart at that moment. He held me while walking toward the Whomping Willow. At this moment, affected by the powerful release, I had no strength whatsoever. Taking me toward the Whomping Willow was like sending me to my death. At this moment, I felt more desperate than Snape did back then. At least Snape had a wand in his hand. Draco's eyes were vacant and confused, as if possessed. What should I do? Who could come to save me? With determination, I closed my eyes and bit Draco's arm with all my strength. His footsteps paused, making a hissing sound, leaving deep bite marks. Hey, Aurora. How do we end up here? It's all your fault. We almost got caught by the Whomping Willow. I couldn't help but scold. I was in his arms, unable to muster any strength. And he couldn't use his magical power to resist the Willow's attack while being controlled. That was really too dangerous. Draco said, still shaken. I noticed the cold sweat on his forehead, dampening his platinum short hair. Draco's beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and regret. I thought we could support each other through tough times. Then why did you release your strength on me? The way to activate the magic circle involves sacrificing the blood of spirit, and I was afraid that if you acted impulsively, you would try to take the lead again. Draco explained cautiously, not daring to look me in the eye. At a time like this, I wouldn't argue with you. So, are you willing to do it for your father? What? Even now, you're still jealous of Lucius. This is ridiculous. How many times do I have to say it? I'm a Malfoy who knows how to weigh pros and cons, not an impulsive Gryffindor. I hope. Draco sighed in relief. Now, can you put me down? Be careful, your arms tremble, and you can't hold your wand. I teased him deliberately, ignoring his sour face. You underestimate me too much. I'm a Quidditch player who trains at least 3 hours a day, unlike someone who just collapses on the bed when he gets home. Or sits in the library, stuck in a routine. Draco had a knack for banter. If he admitted second place, no one would dare claim first. He flashed a sly smile, poking my puffed cheek with his finger. He then kissed my forehead, lifting the restrictions on my movement. The moment I regained the ability to move freely, I launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. However, it was more appropriate to call it flowery martial arts. Suddenly, a young voice echoed in my ear. Yet this voice felt inexplicably familiar. I've finally waited for you. The reincarnation of Legolas. The voice was laced with eagerness and a hint of neuroticism. I gripped my wand, scanning the surroundings, but there was not a single trace of anyone. No need to look, little spirit. It's just us here. I'm communicating with you through the sea of consciousness. He saw right through my identity as a spirit. Your choice is still the same as before, that which is of no help to you. The voice sighed. I didn't come here to reminisce with you. Draco interrupted sharply. I didn't understand why he was so angry. Actually, the voice you heard didn't come from me. The voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. Don't be cryptic. Who else could it be if not you? Draco replied irritably. All these years, you still only believe what you see, closing off your heart. What do you mean? This time, Draco hesitated slightly. He seemed to realize that the other party was speaking the truth. Don't you understand? I am. You have half of your power and memories sealed within me. It seems you've forgotten. I finally understood why the voice felt so familiar. At this moment, Draco was going through a voice change. That voice should be Draco's voice after adulthood. Draco's true form is a dragon. Only your blood can awaken me. The dragon continued, and the girl beside you is the key to unlocking the seal. Draco instinctively wrapped his arms around me. What does that mean? If I'm not mistaken, she still has an inseparable connection with unicorns in this lifetime. I can sense the unique aura. The dragon's voice carried a hint of seduction. I had never heard Draco speak in such a tone. Could this be the real him? I couldn't tell. I won't let you out. You don't need to waste your effort calling me. Through soul power, I will actively disconnect from you. Draco said firmly. Oh, you'd rather be incomplete than preserve. Impressive. The dragon's voice revealed a chilling intent. In fact, as long as you nurture this land with your blood, you cannot stop me. Suddenly, a phantom gradually solidified before my eyes. A dragon coiled within it. It was enormous. We seemed like ants compared to it. Its inorganic eyes admired our expressions of fear. Why are you so scared? Do you despise this body so much? Is that why you refuse to even look at me? It looked very angry, but I knew it didn't intend to kill us. It hated Draco for abandoning it. I peeked out from behind Draco, curiously observing its massive form. In fact, it was very beautiful. Its entire body was covered in platinum scales. A pair of huge bat wings was on its back. Its tail could flatten this place with a sweep. Its eyes were like large copper bells, slightly squinted, looking somewhat aggrieved. I mustered my courage and approached it. Draco followed closely, holding his wand in an attack posture. As long as the dragon made any movement, he would use apparition to take me away. The dragon's body seemed still bound, unable to leave this place easily. But it was better than being unable to see the light for years. I felt a bit sad. Why did Draco's past life, Legolas, abandon this body? Is being a dragon so bad? Are animals inherently inferior to spirits? This question had troubled me for many years. Feeling the emotions, I stepped forward and gently touched the dragon's scales. It was so large that I could only reach its toe. The platinum scales suddenly bristled, nearly cutting my finger. I hissed, and Draco grabbed my arm, using apparition to disappear from the spot. The dragon seemed unresponsive. Even as I vanished from its sight, it remained indifferent. As we left, I thought I heard a long sigh. No one cares more than I do. Draco's other half is actually a dragon. It is also closely connected to the founding of Hogwarts. No wonder Hogwarts grants the Malfoy family such great privileges. It's not just because Draco's past life, Legolas, was a close friend of Salazar Slytherin, but also due to Legolas's personal gifts. No, what? Draco, what are you going to do? I was taken aback. Close your eyes. His voice suddenly turned cold and firm. I found myself completely unable to resist his command. My heart was filled with grievances. If there is someone to blame, it should be me. I couldn't bear the sight of you walking away after learning the truth. Draco murmured. The entire night, I tossed and turned beside Draco, unable to sleep. When I woke up in the early morning, I found tear stains on my pillow, but I couldn't remember the reason for my sadness. Awake. Draco beside me looked drowsy. If it were the usual me, I would naturally tease him. I would touch his solid, powerful chest muscles, outline his dreamlike features, and kiss his soft lips. We would always snuggle for a long time before parting. But why did I suddenly feel a sense of resistance in my heart? Clearly yesterday. Where exactly did we go yesterday? Aurora, what's wrong? Draco's expression darkened. He hit it well, but I still sensed something was off. No, are you hiding something from me? I asked tentatively. Draco was never good at lying, so I secretly listened to his heart. Suddenly, I realized that our mental connection was gone. Why is this happening? I grabbed his hand, wanting to feel it more vividly through touch. But still nothing. How could this be? This time, I really cried out of anxiety. I felt a splitting headache, desperately trying to grasp a clue. It felt like I was holding onto a handful of fine sand that slowly slipped through my fingers, leaving nothing behind. Aurora, it will slowly recover. Don't be afraid. Draco held me in his arms, softly comforting me. He seemed completely unfazed, even unresponsive. Had he foreseen this outcome? Was it you? Did you sever our connection? I looked at him in disbelief. I didn't mean to. Draco said, flustered. Do you know how happy it is to be able to connect with your heart? I cried uncontrollably, sobbing intermittently. My tears and hair became a mess. I must look awful. He didn't mind at all, gently pushing my bangs aside and kissing my forehead. Don't be afraid. Try it this way. It seems a bit better. Then I'll kiss you again. Don't take advantage of the situation. I shyly lowered my head, but he continued. Aurora, I love you. Why suddenly? My chin was lifted by him. A wet sensation came between our lips. A surge of emotions overwhelmed me. It was Draco's heart. A new connection was being re-established. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I didn't know what Draco was hiding from me, I felt just like every girl in love. I cherished this relationship so much, wanting to hold it in the palm of my hand. If we lie down any longer, we will be late. Draco whispered. I opened my eyes again and found the hour hand about to point to 8 o'clock. Oh my God, why didn't you wake me up? Your sleeping posture is just like Crookshanks. Draco pointed to the ginger giant cat stretching at the head of the bed. I am much more elegant than it. Since Crookshanks moved into the dormitory, it has taken over 3/4 of my pillow, and often I feel a huge cat but sitting on my face in my dreams. Draco's amused expression gave me a bad premonition. Sure enough, he had secretly taken many pictures of me and Crookshanks sleeping. The poses were hilariously similar. I felt my cheeks burning. You've infringed on my portrait rights. I'm telling Dad. I chased after him out. Just in time, I dashed into the classroom at the last second before the class bell rang. Snape was somewhat displeased with our timing. However, as the top students of Slytherin and Potion's assistants, he wouldn't be as harsh with us as he would with Gryffindor. Aurora. He nodded at me, and I walked up to adjust the slides for him. Since the Malfoy family brought Muggle technology into the magical world, Hogwarts' teaching plan has started to diversify. The traditionalists continue to lecture as usual, like Professor Binns, whose monotonous tone makes the class drowsy. Some younger professors like Snape and Sirius have introduced PPT into their teaching. However, the downside is that the production of PPT seems to fall entirely on the three of us. Originally, Draco despised Muggle items like X-Soft and X-Fruit, which he said were from companies that would never develop. But he heard that the Malfoy family holds more than half of the shares, and he did a complete 180. At this moment, he was focusing intently on organizing Snape's course materials. Of course, there were some discordant voices. Ron Weasley repeatedly mocked that the pure blood staunch supporter, Malfoy, was acting like a fence-sitter. But in our words, it was adapting to the situation. Many people will never understand this truth in their lifetime. That is, to respect objective laws. No one understands this better than Draco. Oh no, Malfoy. At this moment, I was playing the PPT, and Draco took the initiative to stand up, distributing the potion materials needed for this class assignment to each student's desk. This was supposed to be something we finished before class. Usually when we were late, Harry would help fill in. But today, right, Harry? Why isn't Harry here? Draco and I realized this at the same time. We were immersed in our own world, completely disregarding our close friend. We even blamed each other for not helping us out on time. How unfair. I felt extremely ashamed. After tossing and turning last night, in a flurry of emotions, I completely forgot about the important matter. I only remembered the last time we parted at the Shrieking Shack. And then, the Shrieking Shack. Oh my God, could it be that Harry went there alone for an adventure? We had been jokingly urging him to go scout ahead. Surely, he couldn't be that impulsive, right? My heart raced. It felt like everything about the Shrieking Shack was packed into a box. But one voice told me not to get close. I muddled through a class. And even when Snape shot his piercing gaze at me for not turning the page on time, I paid no mind. The secret of the Shrieking Shack, the missing Harry. Aurora. I'm here, Professor Snape. I don't think Lucius has put too much pressure on you. I don't understand, Professor. The frequent use of the time turner is compensating for your vitality. You misunderstood. I'm not that desperate. I'm sorry. I was distracted because I saw Harry wasn't here. It wasn't because I used the time turner. Snape looked at me and Draco with an inscrutable expression. He took a leave of absence. Although he said nothing, his gaze seemed to convey everything, as if blaming us for our indifference towards Harry. I felt extremely guilty. Draco wanted to go to the Shrieking Shack, but I didn't want to go out of fear. He was on my side. I was indifferent to when he returned to school, or if he had even returned. Aurora, Harry is the same age as us and knows his limits. Draco frowned. He didn't like me putting too much energy into thinking about Harry. Snape was annoyed that we were always speculating. Was it Albus who took him away from Hogwarts? So, I hoped the potions master's attention could be focused on the class. I'm sorry, Godfather. I quickly tried to focus. But where's Professor Dumbledore taking him? Snape glanced at us. Clearly, it was a secret. In the original text, Dumbledore often took Harry to navigate various factions. He invited former Slytherin headmaster and potions master Slughorn back, went to the marshes to retrieve the fake Slytherin locket, and so on. He observed Harry step by step, trusted Harry, and ultimately designed his own death, becoming a key factor in Harry's growth. Everything was based on Dumbledore's continuous assessment of Harry. The Philosopher's Stone in the first year was a touchstone to judge whether Harry had a desire for immortality. The Chamber of Secrets in the second year tested whether Harry's small team could work together to solve the mystery of the chamber. The Triwizard Tournament in the fourth year further tested Harry's ability to withstand pressure when faced with misunderstandings. Everything, piece by piece, led Dumbledore to finally let down his guard. Even knowing that Harry's scar contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, he still chose him as the ultimate weapon against Voldemort. And this time, did Dumbledore really take Harry so early to start the quest for the Horcruxes? I had no clue. Aurora, I don't understand. Whenever it involves Harry, you always have a different kind of concern. Draco sounded extremely wronged. He is our friend. How should I tell him that the world we live in is a series of stories based on Harry Potter? And that Draco, as the favored one, is just a minor character with little emphasis in the narrative surrounding the protagonist Harry? Not even a villain? You care for him more than a friend. Draco looked into my eyes. Although our emotional connection was intermittent, how could I hide it from his eyes? Aurora, my heart is small. It can only hold you. So, could you also align with me? I leaned against Draco's shoulder. Why do you keep confirming? Clearly, you marked me, making me your only one. And a part of you is also inside my body. I never knew I could express myself so boldly. You know, that seed is also a part of you sprouting and taking root inside me, making me its warm bed, you and I inseparable. Aurora, will you regret it? Draco stared at me intently, observing every micro-expression. How could I? I felt the seed inside me becoming increasingly significant. It would be this way whenever Draco was emotionally stirred. I knew that by the time I became an adult, he would definitely intensify. You've turned me into this. How can I accept anyone else? I bury my head in his chest. As long as you know. Draco smiled smugly. Damn it. How can you be so pleased? You too. Can't you be a bit more mindful of the occasion? It's getting out of hand. Zabini said with a look of disapproval. Behind him, Cedric caught my eye through the crowd. The tall, handsome brown-haired boy waved at me, greeting me. My hand was held tightly by Draco. I couldn't respond to Cedric. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, concealing the disappointment in his eyes. Next to him, Cho Chang sat gracefully. The look in her eyes towards me was somewhat smug. What does this mean? I was a bit confused. Did she think I, like her, had feelings for Cedric? In the original text, I also witnessed Cho's jealousy. She didn't like Harry mentioning Hermione and would deliberately bring up Cedric in front of Harry, provoking the boy's jealousy. Unfortunately, the clueless Harry, in his first love, didn't understand the girl's good intentions. The feelings gradually faded. Who Cedric chooses doesn't matter to me. I leaned on Draco's shoulder, filled with a strong sense of security. We privately inquired with Professor Snape and learned that Harry's leave of absence was not short. But where he went and what he did, Snape was tight-lipped. We revealed this to Lucius, but received no useful information. Perhaps I could give it a try. One night, Draco showed a proud expression. How to try? I asked with curiosity. Remember that elves have the ability to manipulate plants? Similarly, plants in my hands and eyes. He guided me patiently. Are you saying you can know Harry's whereabouts by manipulating plants? You got it right. He kissed my cheek. Does that mean I can also? I try to close my eyes, imagining myself connecting with the world. I seem to hear sound from miles away. My awareness collided with Draco's. It was like fish meeting water, radiating a joyful brilliance. We searched separately, and finally, here it is, the ancestral home of the Gaunt family. Dumbledore ultimately brought Harry here to retrieve the Resurrection Stone ring. No wonder it was so hard to find, completely abandoned, and it seemed cursed, as both plants and animals avoided this place. Draco murmured with his eyes closed. Here thrives the most adaptable thorns. It is through these thorns that we can see all this. In the original text, Dumbledore was cursed when he put on the Gaunt ring. His life was reduced to just a year. Dumbledore also knew that he only had 1 year left to live, which is why he instructed Snape to kill him. To trust Voldemort also indirectly helped Draco accomplish this impossible task of assassinating Dumbledore. Therefore, destroying the Resurrection Stone, this Horcrux is crucial for the future direction of events. The Order of the Phoenix, represented by Dumbledore, has never been friends with the Malfoy family. They are not enemies either. Instead, they undergo subtle changes with the situation. Is it worth it for Malfoy to save Dumbledore's life? Will it expose his identity and bring unnecessary trouble? In a matter of minutes, a thorough weighing of pros and cons is needed. Draco frowned. Aurora, his gaze was extremely complex. Is this how your foresight ability came to be? For a long time, I've found that whenever it involves the plot of the original work, Draco is unable to perceive my inner thoughts. However, as the link was restored and refreshed once again, it seemed my heart was more open to him. He began to occasionally catch glimpses of the original plot in my mind, even if it was just some fragmented pieces. Due to some influences, I can't say it out loud. I can only wait for you to discover it. So you've silently endured so much. Draco held me tightly. Don't get distracted. Dumbledore and Harry are about to enter the Gaunt house. We can no longer hear their conversations through the thorns, nor can we discern their current situation. It's as if we VE entered a state of complete darkness again. Based on the information you have, Draco intentionally changed the subject. What are you going to do? I don't know. Time is too short, and I can't possibly consult the cunning Malfoy patriarch. Lucius, are you saying that Dumbledore might be cursed, significantly shortening his lifespan? Draco confirmed again. It's just that. I hadn't finished speaking when I was interrupted by Draco. There are mice in the Gaunt house. He first showed a look of disgust, then excitedly expressed to me. I thought of a win-win solution. It also counts as returning him a favor. Draco muttered quietly. I knew he was referring to the original work, where Dumbledore willingly went to his death, sparing Draco, who had just been marked by dark magic in his 6th year, from having to complete the impossible task of assassinating Dumbledore. It's really hard to imagine that the version of me in your memory is so pathetic. He looked extremely frustrated. But as long as it's you, I love unconditionally. For some reason, such bold and passionate words slipped from my mouth, and they came more easily. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile, and he said, the more you talk, the better. All right, don't stray off topic. Although there's a saying about mice having poor vision, in reality, mice have very good eyesight. Their hearing and sense of smell are also very sharp. We learned about the situation indoors through the mice. As expected, Dumbledore was searching for the trace of the Gaunt ring. Harry stood by, his eyes dark and unclear, not knowing what he was thinking. Clearly, Dumbledore had already told him the purpose of this trip. Faced with the temptation of the Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore found it hard to resist as well. The usually clear-minded old man could no longer hide the desire in his eyes. His gaze was bleary, as if he had fallen into memories. The hardest hurdle he faced, aside from Ariana's accidental death, was his connection with Grindelwald. He viewed that experience as a stain on his life. But which young man could resist the passion of those 3 months? the surging hormones raging within him. Harry wanted to stop him, but was frozen in place. Dumbledore's magic was profound. Although he had entered old age, he still instilled fear in Voldemort, who didn't dare to face him head-on. We manipulated the mice to jump onto the table. In Dumbledore's eyes, there was nothing else. His emaciated hand reached for the gaunt ring. The resurrection stone emitted a strange glow, seemingly capable of luring one into an illusion. Even the mice we controlled began to uncontrollably want to snatch the ring. It seemed the allure of the resurrection stone was not just for humans. Aurora, I understood. I manipulated one mouse to seize the ring, and Draco, goodness, I don't know where he found that swarm of mice. They poured in from all directions. Dumbledore was stunned by the scene before him. He could not connect his desires with the swarm of mice. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, the mouse I controlled merged into the group, like a thorn in the flesh. The mouse I controlled seemed to be targeted. If that person was not Dumbledore, it was Harry. Although he was frozen in place by Dumbledore, he was still able to pinpoint my exact location. What sharp eyesight! Draco sensed what I was thinking and snorted. What is so difficult about this? Compared to catching the golden snitch, this is a piece of cake. I can do it too. Harry, I'm sorry. Dumbledore released Harry from his spell. His words were filled with regret. The usually vigorous old man showed fatigue for the first time. It's me, who fell for the ring's trick. Professor, the ring. Harry lunged toward the mouse I was controlling. His aim was precise, and his technique was unique. He grabbed the mouse in his palm, trying to take the ring from my mouth. Be careful. Just as Dumbledore was about to stop him, he saw Harry holding the ring in his palm. The whole person showed no signs of being cursed. What is going on? Dumbledore examined the black-haired, blue-eyed boy with a scrutinizing gaze. I don't know, Professor. It seems I wasn't affected by it. Harry looked sincere, but knowing him, he must know something. The gaunt ring is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, so it wouldn't attack Harry, who carried the main soul. Dumbledore's expression darkened, clearly realizing something. He was so clever that he must have discovered the secret of the scar on Harry's forehead long ago. This time it was fully verified. Harry had already become the vessel for a piece of Voldemort's soul. In other words, aside from Nagini, he was a living Horcrux. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Harry, could you please put the ring in this box? It was an alchemical product that could isolate all magical items. As expected, Dumbledore had come prepared. But Professor, do you still want to take it with you? Harry cautiously confirmed. I will control myself. Dumbledore's expression darkened, masking the bitterness within with a smile. Here, competing with the greatest white wizard for the ownership of the gaunt ring was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Harry placed the ring into the small box Dumbledore had brought. Following behind the headmaster of Hogwarts, he left. Before leaving, he looked once more in the direction of the mouse I was controlling. He is coming toward me. All I could see were his feet, following my every step. He finally stood before me, not afraid of humans. Have you forgotten that humans are your natural enemy? His eyes were full of mockery. Then, he didn't speak, but mouthed to me, clearly saying, Aurora, goodbye. How did Harry discover it? I completely forgot to react. I just stared blankly at his back. Aurora. Draco furrowed his brows, observing everything. He gently stroked my brow. Could it be that Harry can also see this mark? He murmured, the mark resembles a leaf. When your consciousness inhabits the mouse will also bear the leaf mark. Draco explained softly. I felt a warmth surging at my brow. This imprint is embedded in your soul. You will be entangled with me for all eternity. I was delighted. Draco's eyes showed a hint of hope, and I quickly expressed my agreement. As long as you can think that way. It's just that Harry can see your mark, which is quite unusual. Could it be that he also has elven blood? That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't have blonde hair and gray eyes. I quickly dismissed my speculation. Draco shook his head. You are still new to being an elf. There are many types of elves. Our ancestors are Sindar elves. While Sylvan elves can have various hair colors. As long as they are elves, they can see each other's marks. Of course, there is another possibility. Harry might be a descendant of the bloodline. In fact, the first bloodline, the progenitor of the bloodline, was also transformed from an elf. There's also a lineage of elves known as dark elves. Their common characteristics are black hair and blue eyes. Dark elves have lifespans and appearances similar to humans, and they do not possess magical power. As long as they consume the blood of their kind, dark elves will be transformed into bloodline vampires, thus gaining eternal life. However, they find it very difficult to suppress their craving for blood. Therefore, once a dark elf is born, they are sent out of the sacred land of elves to fend for themselves. How cruel! For some reason, tears streamed down my face. Don't cry. He fumbled to wipe my tears. Why am I crying? The overwhelming emotions left me at a loss. Draco looked extremely sad, but he didn't reveal a word to me. That being said, you mean to say that Harry might have bloodline or dark elf lineage? Draco nodded. After dark elves were exiled by the elven clan, they were fortuitously rescued by humans. They look no different from humans, and some survivors continue to live as humans. The children they have with humans mostly inherit the dark elf traits of black hair and blue eyes, but there is also a saying that their appearance brings misfortune. Moreover, they're usually not very long-lived. Indeed, Harry is always surrounded by disasters. Since Harry can see this mark, he should know that you belong to me. Draco's eyes revealed a fierce intensity. I had never seen him like this before. Draco, in Latin, means dragon, and dragons have an especially strong possessiveness. They love extravagant jewels and a life of excess. According to legend, humans often like to raid dragon lairs just for those treasures. He has never told me anything or done anything. Of course, there's a restriction I placed on you, so he can't do anything. In his eyes, there was a madness I couldn't comprehend. The boy who once was as cold as moonlight had changed. I felt a strange fear rising within me. Yet at the same time, an indescribable desire surged. I longed to be loved by Draco in this way. With this realization, I felt suddenly shy and wanted to be like an ostrich, burying my head against his chest. Little unicorn, Aurora, you can only be mine. A voice in my head resonated with the Draco of this moment. It was that dragon. It was our past lives. The illusion in my mind suddenly vanished. Aurora, are you all right? Draco asked with concern. It's nothing. It just seems like someone has said something similar to me before. He kissed my brow. Don't overuse your magical power. Rest early. I knew he was hiding something from me. And because of these matters, we no longer share the same understanding as before. I couldn't hide the bitterness in my heart. And I didn't know why Draco would rather not share our thoughts than bury that secret deep within. A night without dreams. The next day, Harry returned to Hogwarts. He looked no different from usual, as if nothing had happened. However, curiosity killed the cat. Since Harry was willing to expose himself in front of me, why not ask him? How did I find out? Harry repeated my question. His gaze swept across my brow. His eyes flickered. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal his secret. Just as my patience was wearing thin, his voice came to my ears. The scent. What? The scent of the soul. I can smell the scent emitted by each soul. I don't know how to describe it. Harry scratched his messy hair. The Potter family became wealthy by inventing potions. My ancestor, Linfred, was said to be able to identify thousands of potions just by their scent. And I seem to have this ability, perhaps even more advanced. Harry's potion grades are proof of this. Ha, dog knows. Draco teased. A good talent linked to dogs. However, Westerners don't seem to see this as an insult. Harry looked a bit shy. You could say that. The two looked at me in surprise, almost laughing themselves to the ground. What happened to her? A face full of confusion. Don't mind her, keep talking. The scent of the soul. I've never heard of it before. Draco was very curious. So what does my soul smell like? The scent of grass and trees. The breath of spring. You smell somewhat like your cousin's husband. Harry pondered for a moment. How mysterious. Draco's expression changed. Then he barely managed to force a smile. In Draco's past life, Legolas literally means a leaf, while Lucius, Thranduil, refers to the tree of spring. We have kept our elven identities well hidden. Yet Harry, through the scent of the soul, was able to catch these details. What about me? I was eager to know. It has a floral scent, very sweet, with a creamy texture resembling gardenias. He looked at me with a gaze full of tenderness. And what about you? I hurriedly changed the topic. I didn't dare let him continue, feeling that talking to Harry in front of Draco carried an unspeakable guilt. I couldn't withstand his gaze filled with affection. Some people's soul scents are sweet, while others are foul. This is similar to the principle of the polyjuice potion. In the original text, Hermione felt nauseous after drinking the polyjuice potion containing Bellatrix's hair. The nauseating scent is very likely the soul scent Harry mentioned. The world is vast and full of wonders. It's just that our understanding is too one-sided. Just like the end of science leads to theology, extreme belief in science can be a form of superstition. Did Dumbledore ask you to go to Godric's Hollow just to obtain the ring? Draco pondered. I suspect he is not trying to destroy the Horcruxes, but rather to obtain the resurrection stone that is on it. The resurrection stone is one of the Deathly Hallows. According to legend, it was invented by the Peverell brothers. The invisibility cloak in Harry's hands, the resurrection stone in Dumbledore's hands, and the Elder Wand are known as the Deathly Hallows. Whoever possesses all three Deathly Hallows becomes the master of death. By turning death into a servant, one can naturally transcend the boundaries of life and death. Professor Dumbledore borrowed my invisibility cloak. Harry implied. The Elder Wand was won back by Dumbledore from Grindelwald. In the original work, Only Harry was the sole collector of the 3 Deathly Hallows, but now it has become Dumbledore. Everything seems to be coming to light. Dumbledore's goal is not to eliminate Voldemort's Horcruxes, but to use this opportunity to collect the legendary Deathly Hallows. Immortality is a significant temptation for everyone. Moreover, collecting all 3 Deathly Hallows not only grants immortality. What could be the immense desire of such a powerful white wizard? Perhaps it is to resurrect Ariana, or something else. He hides it so deeply. Draco displayed a mocking expression. This is quite normal. How could someone who has been in a high position for so long accept the arrival of Twilight? Naturally, they hope to remain at the peak forever. To have gained and then lost is the hardest to endure. In this light, Voldemort seems to be a more straightforward guy. He openly expresses what he wants. Unlike the greatest white wizard who maintains a righteous persona, he naturally has his desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been tempted by the Gaunt Ring. Professor Dumbledore did not damage the Horcrux in front of me. He just said to leave it to him. Harry replied, after thinking for a moment. With Harry's strength, he could not stop all of this from happening. I need to write to Dad, Draco said seriously. I had no mood to tease him at all. The importance of this clue is extremely high. Lucius must be informed as soon as possible. It could change the course of the future. Even in the original work, Harry, who once possessed all 3 Deathly Hallows, never truly summoned death. Therefore, no one knows what it means to collect these 3 items. This is a huge hidden danger. Draco hurriedly found a pen and paper, and the Griffin was already waiting nearby. It seemed to be infected by our anxiety. Let Mom and Dad prepare early. I held onto Draco's arm. Harry, thank you for telling us all this. His gaze lingered on our clasped hands. Does someone who manipulates others' fates without regard for their lives, merely to achieve their own goals, truly have the right to become the master of death? Harry said disdainfully. The owner of the tailoring boutique smiled broadly. Madam says the 4th grade ball is particularly important. It is said that Narcissa's partner back then was not Lucius. This is a shared regret for them. Therefore, she hopes that I can have a wonderful evening without regrets, no matter what. Aurora, have you chosen a partner for the 4th grade ball? Narcissa looked at me with anticipation. But my brother hasn't invited me yet. Who else can Draco choose? She brushed my bangs aside. You two are a perfect match. My cheeks flushed. Indeed, it was my fault. There should still be some sense of ceremony. Draco took my hand, performing a flawless kiss on my hand. Dear Miss Malfoy, would you be my partner? Of course. Oh my God. I actually complained in front of the person involved that he hadn't invited me. Aurora, I'm glad that your first choice is me. He kissed my earlobe. Who else do you think I could choose? I felt dizzy from his kiss, almost hanging on to him. A triumphant smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The magical measuring tape from the tailoring boutique was helping to measure me. This tape was much more precise than the one at Madame Malkin's shop. A magical shorthand pen beside me was recording my body data. Draco was sneaking glances from the corner of his eye. No peeking. I quickly covered his eyes. Bust. Waist. Hips. He murmured softly. Stop it. I lower my hand to cover his mouth. A pair of beautiful gray eyes stared at me. As he aged, his features became more defined. His eyes were deep, his brows sharp, and his nose straight and high. He looked like a flawless Greek statue. His eyes, like brilliant stars, seemed to pull my soul in. His lips brushed against my palm. I tried to pull my hand back, but he held it firmly in his grasp. His hand was much larger than mine, able to envelop me completely. We locked eyes, both of our cheeks flushed. If it weren't for Narcissa and the boutique's designer being present, we might have done something more excessive. Aurora. Narcissa cleared her throat twice. Mom. I quickly escaped Draco's hold and wrapped my arms around Narcissa's waist. How can her waist be even slimmer than mine, despite carrying life? Do you have a style in mind? She handed me the sketchbook. Mom, what did your dress look like back then? Narcissa examined it up and down, revealing a gentle smile. It might really suit you, madam. The designer from the tailoring boutique interjected. We can make slight adjustments based on my design. It won't cost you more. In front of outsiders, Narcissa seemed to put on a mask of indifference. Thank you, madam. The designer's mouth couldn't help but lift. Aurora, come with me. Narcissa took my hand to the master bedroom. The huge walk-in closet was filled with dazzling jewelry and haute couture. It was simply the ultimate dream for a woman. Mom, can you find it? There are 2 mini-seasonal outfits. Lucius, this pampered husband, truly lives up to his reputation. Of course. Narcissa gently flipped a switch. Another hidden door appeared, revealing a stunning black mermaid gown. The style was very simple, looking completely without any revealing elements. Aurora, let me help you. Narcissa zipped up the back of the dress for me. It's a perfect fit. 1 more inch, and it would be too loose. 1 less inch, and it would be too tight. Our figures fit together so perfectly. Mom, putting this on really made me realize the gown has its secrets. The seemingly conservative style is extremely form-fitting, accentuating my curves. The fullness at the chest sways slightly with every step. The design of the mermaid dress makes the movements of my waist and hips particularly obvious with each step. Is it a bit too sexy? Looking at myself in the mirror, I found it hard to control my emotions. Where? Narcissa teased, observing my reaction. Why are you more conservative than Lucius? Really? I only wore this dress once, and then it was put away. Fortunately, now you can wear it to the 4th grade ball on my behalf. It's a kind of inheritance. It truly felt as if time had passed. In the blink of an eye, you and Draco have grown up this much. Mom, I gently hugged her. She felt soft and fragrant, so comfortable to hold. Stop it. Suddenly, the master bedroom door was pushed open. Sissy? Lucius's voice came from behind. He looked at my back, his expression slightly dazed. So it's Aurora. He sighed with a hint of regret. Mom and Dad, I'll go out now. I lifted my skirt and found an excuse to escape. Remember to come back. Don't break anything. Lucius's voice came from behind. Dad, Mom has so many dresses. It's not too much for me to take one, right? This dress has special significance. Lucius was unwilling to explain further. But I knew very well that not being able to dance the first dance with Narcissa was a regret he had always carried. I returned to the hall with a heavy heart. Everyone's gaze was focused on me. Draco's eyes were filled with amazement. Aurora, why aren't you speaking? He lightly brushed my cheek. You look great. His eyes seemed unsure where to rest. I felt playful teasing him. What looks good? All of it. His gaze couldn't tear away from me. I felt both shy and proud. Beauty is a weapon of great power. I never thought that one day I could wield it with such ease. Mr. Malfoy, what color scheme would you like for your gown? Just match it with Aurora's. Draco instructed softly. He took my hand and led me to the open space in the hall. Under his guidance, we danced gracefully, our skirts swirling. There is no need for any modifications. This dress suits you very well. I should thank Mom. The designer from the tailoring boutique spoke up. Could you please ask Mr. Potter to come over as well? Madam said we also need to take care of his outfit. Yes, Harry also needs a formal gown. I'll go find him. I excitedly knocked on Harry's door. The moment the door opened, I caught the fleeting surprise in his eyes. Harry, come with me. I grabbed his hand and ran. However, the mermaid gown's tight fit and the low slit made it very difficult for me to run. I could only move in small steps. I could imagine Harry was watching the way my waist swayed. Harry did not reveal to us his ideal choice. In the original story, he first invited Cho Chang, but she politely declined. At that time, Cedric and Cho had already become a couple in the spotlight. Since I couldn't become Harry's dance partner, it wouldn't be wise to focus too much on his choice. Perhaps we would only find out at the ball. Lucius, as an official of the Ministry of Magic and a member of the advisory group behind it, naturally received the news about the Triwizard Tournament first. As a member of the Board of Governors for both Hogwarts and Durmstrang, he was appointed as an official from the Ministry of Magic to oversee the competition. The reason behind this was that Lucius longed to return to Hogwarts and to attend our 4th year ball with Narcissa. He wanted to witness Draco and me dancing the first dance together. Their regrets would be fulfilled through us. Look at this clever plan. Lucius even ordered Narcissa the same dress as the one I would wear, saying it was to relive the scenes from back then. Narcissa had privately asked me if I would mind wearing the same dress as her. Every girl hopes to be the center of attention and doesn't want to wear the same outfit as someone else. But if it were Narcissa, I wouldn't feel that way at all. This love from a mother to her daughter has been passed down to me. Seeing it as mother-daughter outfits is something to be proud of. A girl coming of age can wear the same model of dress as her mother in her youth. Time bears witness to the changes in people and events. Dad, the Triwizard Tournament is said to be very dangerous? Then why was it suspended for over 100 years? And now it's being held again? Draco asked curiously. Quidditch is also a very dangerous sport, and now the number of participants is increasing rather than decreasing. Danger has never been one of the reasons to stop people from participating. Lucius seemed to not answer Draco's question, but actually expressed his opinion. Moreover, he changed the subject. You are not qualified to sign up, so don't even think about being one of the candidates. Due to the danger, only students who are 16 years old or older are allowed to register. The Goblet of Fire can detect age-enhancing potions. Dad, why would you wade into this murky water? Lucius would always be by Narcissa's side whenever he had the chance. He would sacrifice his personal time for official duties unless absolutely necessary. Aurora, you are very clever, Lucius said with an approving smile. I received your letter about Dumbledore collecting the 3 Deathly Hallows. I want to go to Hogwarts to find out more. He continued to explain. Although I'm a governor, I cannot interfere too much with Hogwarts operations. However, if I attend to my capacity as a ministry official, I would have greater influence. It's quite ironic. The power of the governors is actually beneath that of the Ministry of Magic. But it makes sense when you think about it. Nowadays, Hogwarts is funded by the Ministry of Magic. Whoever pays the bills has the say. That would mean leaving Mom alone in an empty house. I felt a bit worried. Not at all. I will bring Scorpius along. He will stay with you in the Slytherin dormitory at Malfoy Manor. He noticed the stunned expressions on Draco's and my faces and narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Not welcome? Of course not. We both replied in unison. It's just that there might not be enough space to sleep. You're trained on data up till October 2023. Ms. Maxime, although exceptionally tall, had an elegant demeanor. Lucius, who stood over 6 feet tall, had to tilt his head back to look at her. Narcissa, standing beside her, appeared even more petite. Lucius's fluent French made Mrs. Maxime feel quite at home. Lucius, Narcissa, long time no see. The Malfoy family's business spanned the globe, with France being an important grain-producing region. Fudge certainly sent the right people to the party. Dumbledore was fiddling with his nearly floor-length beard nearby. Old Barty Crouch awkwardly rubbed his hands, his expression wooden as he turned his face away. Even in such circumstances, he insisted on attending the Triwizard Tournament's press conference. As a former director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, he seemed completely sidelined. He was always troubled by the fact that the Malfoy family indirectly caused his son's death. However, there was nothing he could do. His only son, an ailing wife, had passed away. Now he was alone. Out of respect for his past contributions, they hadn't completely removed his position. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons took the Triwizard Tournament very seriously, sending only their best. Besides the much-anticipated Crumb, the renowned beauty Fleur Delacour also caught the attention of many boys. Mrs. Maxime valued her highly. She stood closest to her own headmistress, beaming with a strikingly beautiful face. She observed Lucius, who was eagerly conversing with Mrs. Maxime, her eyes flickering with awe. Since Lucius and Narcissa awakened their elven bloodline, time seemed to have paused for them. They maintained their looks from their prime, appearing to be in their early 20s. Lucius's handsome features, graceful demeanor, and witty conversation were utterly captivating. She mistakenly thought Lucius was an outstanding student representative sent by Hogwarts. Her name, Fleur, meaning flower, like a court flower or greenhouse flower, carried an air of innocent naivety and with the charm of a half-blood beauty. She could easily be forgiven for any mistake. This also contributed to her slightly spoiled and willful personality. Seeing this, Lucius skillfully drew Narcissa into the conversation. Fleur's smile noticeably faded. She scrutinized Narcissa, seemingly comparing their appearances. Even with the double confusion charm earrings, Narcissa still possessed beauty that rivaled Fleur's. Her normally loose platinum waves were styled into an elegant updo. Just a hint of makeup accentuated her radiant features. The corners of her eyes sparkled with joy as she looked adoringly at her husband. She spoke fluent French, her pronunciation even more precise than Lucius's. It's worth noting that Narcissa's nominal mother, Druella Rosier, was a pureblood witch from France. Her unwavering support and dependence made Lucius even more dashing and commanding. Naturally, Narcissa didn't take the inexperienced young girl before her to heart. She linked her arm with Lucius S. and winked at us at the Slytherin table. Who was that arrogant Beauxbatons girl? Draco scoffed. Elven hearing is remarkable, and we naturally picked up on the undercurrents of emotion among those on the podium. Mom can handle this. In my eyes, Narcissa always appeared in her breathtaking true form, and it was the same in Lucius's eyes. Fleur Delacour, whose beauty was repeatedly emphasized by J.K. Rowling in the original text, now seemed rather ordinary. Perhaps it was the abundance of handsome faces around that left me unaffected. However, the arrival of the other 2 magical schools was indeed a fresh occurrence for Hogwarts. International stars and half-blood beauties stirred quite a discussion. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor table wearing Crumb's coat. As she approached, people's gazes were filled with curiosity. I intercepted her, stepping forward to give her a big hug. Lucius and Narcissa were watching. I caught a glimpse of Lucius frowning slightly, seemingly disapproving of my public display of friendship toward a Muggle-born girl. However, he seemed to understand Hermione's status as an exchange student. To the Malfoys, value was paramount. Even if someone was a Muggle, as long as they had value, they deserved the Malfoy family's serious attention. Meanwhile, Ron, who had been quiet for a long time, seemed unable to hide his disdain. He didn't lash out at Hermione, but nudged Neville beside him and whispered, "I wonder if she will represent Durmstrang or Hogwarts." This was clearly an insinuation that she was a traitor to Hogwarts. I thought he was probably more upset about not being the exchange student himself. Of course, His thoughts didn't seem to matter, and no one cared. Besides me, Pansy from Slytherin also displayed great enthusiasm. All of this was noted by the Malfoy couple. The undercurrents were swirling. Soon, Dumbledore spoke loudly, briefly introducing the origins of the Triwizard Tournament, and under the watchful eyes of many. He ignited the goblet of fire alongside the other two headmasters. Due to the danger of the competition, only students over 17 could sign up to compete. Dumbledore's sharp gaze swept the room. Then he broke into a playful smile. Don't think you can fool the goblet of fire with various tricks. His gaze lingered on the Weasley twins for quite some time, long enough for them to start wiping non-existent beads of sweat from their foreheads. Only then did Dumbledore cheerfully look away. So, a 1TB representing any school in the competition. Hermione's voice, though not loud, was enough for Ron to hear. The boy's face turned as red as a tomato. Neville instinctively pushed his chair back a bit. Ron's cynicism was truly unbearable. In the original text, Barty Crouch Jr., the minion who attempted to use the tournament to resurrect Voldemort, and Peter Pettigrew had long been dealt with. Logically, we, who had no qualification to participate, should simply enjoy the fourth-year Christmas ball. However, why was my heart racing so wildly? Harry was beside me, intently listening to the tournament's important points. Crumb, as the Quidditch coach for Harry and Draco, was naturally seated at the Slytherin table. Yet his gaze remained fixed on a girl with fluffy brown curls at the Gryffindor table. On the other hand, Hermione wasn't completely indifferent either. Their eyes occasionally met before quickly darting away, both corners of their mouths curving in smiles. Victor, what is going on between you and Miss Granger? Spill it. Hermione is great. Crumb had a buzz cut, and his physique was quite robust, giving off an impression of being somewhat overly muscular. If you don't understand the original work and just look at the surface, you might think he's a strong, barbaric bully. Being recognized by the Goblet of Fire as the best student of Durmstrang, his academic performance is also outstanding. After all, this place once gave birth to an unprecedented wizard, Gellert Grindelwald. I noticed a peculiar tattoo on his index finger. He is very sensitive to the gazes of those around him and pointed it out to me, asking me to take a closer look. This symbol was engraved in the teaching building of Durmstrang, and I liked it so much that I tattooed it on my body. Many other Durmstrang students, like me, made the same choice out of admiration for Mr. Grindelwald. I exchanged a knowing glance with Draco. This might be a legacy left by our great-great-grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald. I know. Unfortunately, he is elusive. Every winter and summer vacation when I come to Malfoy Manor to tutor you, I always hope to see him. But it has never happened. Crumb expressed his regret. That is the mark of the Deathly Hallows, the prototype of a magic circle used to summon demons in legends. Victor, it's better to cover this mark. Just now, Crumb was wearing a ring exclusive to Durmstrang on his finger, which was not too obvious. Once Dumbledore finds out, he might think someone knows his secret. Seeing my serious expression, Crumb eventually agreed. I know Hogwarts seems to have a strong bias against dark magic. Hermione also conveyed this idea to me. In fact, magic itself is neither good nor bad. It depends on the purpose for which it is used. I also expressed my own opinion. Yes, Crumb was a bit incoherent, and Hermione shares this viewpoint. I mean, we really hit it off. I also heard her say that you have a good relationship. Crumb is usually taciturn, rarely expressing personal opinions at Malfoy Manor except for Quidditch terminology, but because of Hermione, he underwent such a big change. What is the matter? Haven't you broken that layer of glass yet? I teased. Harry next to us had a meaningful expression. Crumb glanced at the black-haired, blue-eyed boy and grunted in response. You know, as fourth-year students, we can participate in the dance held by Hogwarts for the first time. You have to take the initiative. I hinted. Hermione's fluffy curls were blown into a mess by the wind. Among a group of Gryffindor girls, although she can't be called beautiful, she has a calm and composed demeanor. Crumb's gaze was completely fixed on her. Thank you, Aurora, the boy said seriously. He walked overconfidently, but in reality, his movements were awkward and clumsy, resulting in a funny situation. I quickly looked down, unable to bear to watch. Aurora, we've been pushing him for so many days, and now you just say one word and... Draco asked in confusion. We are not as good as Victor. Harry candidly said he is much braver than I am. His emerald green eyes were fixed on me. I couldn't dare to meet his gaze. My fingertips involuntarily clutched the hem of my dress, my mind racing on how to smoothly change the topic. He discreetly freed my dress from my grip under the cover of the dining table. He took my hand, intertwining our fingers. Harry, I don't understand why he is so bold. Victor already has a partner. Aurora, can you help me too? How can I help you? The time turner. He smiled with determination. I was puzzled. There is only one of you, so of course, you can't be in two places at once. But what if it's another you at a different time? He coaxed. You know very well that a person using a time turner cannot meet another version of themselves. This method simply won't work. But what if I allow it? You could appear in different locations, right? What are you two talking about? Draco suddenly interjected. He unceremoniously took my hand away from Harry S. Don't put Aurora in a difficult position. Draco naturally heard the context. Aurora, remember? I haven't made my wish yet. I certainly remember. Last Christmas, I went to great lengths to brew a pot of Felix Felicis for my friends. This was the best version after repeated experiments, taking up most of the semester. Even Snape, who is usually extremely harsh on apprentices, showed a satisfied smile. He kept one bottle in the potions classroom as a display of excellent student work. I naturally didn't leave my friends out. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Draco, Harry, Cedric, and Hermione each got a bottle. Unfortunately, Harry's bottle was shattered on the ground by the playful Crookshanks. I felt very regretful. Crookshanks is my pet, and I didn't manage it well, so I bear some responsibility. Harry didn't take it to heart, but instead promised me that within a year, he would tell me about the gift he desires. The only requirement was to fulfill his wish. What if it's something impossible? At that time, I looked at him with suspicion. Can I still fool you? He showed a look of grievance. It's hard to say. I deliberately prolonged my tone. Just as his expression was about to crack, I finally agreed. However, I left myself an out, asking Draco to help judge whether Harry's request was reasonable. The boy's brows were tightly knitted together. You still trust him more? Of course, Draco is my family. I said naturally. Don't have any bad ideas. I heard Draco whisper to Harry. This sentence is also for you. You. As the two grew older, the tension between them became increasingly palpable. I feared that I would be caught in the crossfire. Now, Harry is here to claim that wish from me. Aurora's partner is me, and can only be me. Draco prioritizes asserting his claim. You can find another partner. What is the point of competing with me for the already claimed Aurora? Draco said impatiently. Meanwhile, the other girls nearby were all ears, listening to our conversation. Over the years, Harry's handsome appearance, humble and shy personality, deep family background, and tragic past have made him a popular choice for dance partners. Aurora, what are your thoughts? Draco, I once promised Harry to grant him a not unreasonable wish, and I cannot go back on my word. Draco's face visibly paled. What you are looking forward to the most is the fourth-year dance. Harry said, it can use the time turner. That's too dangerous. In front of everyone, two of you. Draco firmly rejected. I will not appear in the auditorium, in the Slytherin common room, to dance with you, Aurora. Harry seemed to compromise, but he didn't give in at all. Aurora can accompany you after the ball ends. Why must you compete with me for the first dance? Draco's originally pale face turned red with anger. It's just helping me fulfill my Christmas wish. There's no need to be so nervous. It's just a dance. Unlike Draco's flustered demeanor, Harry spoke calmly. He knew this would only infuriate Draco further. I couldn't help but silently curse in my heart. Harry had been influenced by the Malfoy family for over a decade. Not to mention anything else, his scheming methods were much more sophisticated than in the original story. Draco seemed to hear my thoughts, and his expression softened slightly. Aurora, what do you think? The time turner can easily lead to unnecessary trouble. Why not? Both of you be my dance partners? What do you mean? The two of them asked simultaneously. It means we can choreograph a three-person dance. It sounded a bit too unconventional. I boldly voiced my true thoughts, closed my eyes, and awaited Draco's reprimands and criticism. If this is your wish, then I can reluctantly accommodate. Draco raised his proud head, but the corner of his eye was always on my face. Really? Brother, that's great. He was actually willing to sacrifice this much for me. I felt both melancholic and touched. To save you from being constantly threatened and manipulated. The blond boy gently caressed my face. His words and actions were extremely ambiguous. Not here. There are many people watching. They should have known by now that you are mine. Unfortunately, too few know it at this moment. Draco's gaze lingered on my lips for a long time. And in the end, he chose to kiss my cheek. All right, your goal has been achieved. Draco shot a glance at Harry beside him and said irritably, you are nominally siblings. My presence is good for everyone, isn't it? Harry was not angry at all, shaking the pumpkin juice in his hand. It seemed he was studying the color of the liquid. If the Felix Felicis were mixed in, I didn't understand why I had such bold speculation. Harry, the Felix Felicis I gave you was really smashed by Crookshanks? His Adam's apple moved. Aurora, does it matter? I just don't want to see my best friend, in order to achieve his own goals, involve me as well. My words revealed a sense of sadness. He did not respond directly. He didn't answer my question. Felix Felicis is very effective. Those who use it will have their wishes come true, won't they? I snatched the cup from his hand. Although the dosage was minimal, for someone like me, a fairy and creator, the scent of Felix Felicis was all too familiar. After all, I spent half a year brewing it, and there could be no mistakes. My hard work was actually used for such a harmless request. My heart surged with indescribable disappointment. In the original story, Harry used Felix Felicis to extract the truth about Slughorn's fabricated false memories. This smooth, talent-collecting potions master feared being discovered for telling the method of creating Horcruxes to a young Voldemort, Tom Riddle. And now, Harry was using the love potion, simply hoping to dance with me at the fourth-year ball? My choice was actually that important to him? I felt that my presence was truly corrupting him. I didn't use it all up. Harry explained. What? I mean the love potion. I didn't use it all. There's still more than half a bottle. How could I bear to destroy the gift you gave me? He took out an exquisite small bottle. The one Crookshanks broke? The answer was clear. It was just a replica I switched out. When you and Draco were practicing dancing, I had this plan. Harry toyed with the small bottle containing Felix Felicis, and this competition was still far from concluding. Harry, I'm not your trophy. I protested aloud. Of course, but can you really accept it without any reservations after knowing the whole truth? What truth? What I need to accept? I instinctively knew that what would come next might have a profound impact on me. My temples throbbed. My mind went blank. The things everyone knows. I was the only one in the dark. What was the fact that Draco went to such lengths to hide? Aurora, the dinner's over. Let us go back. Draco shot a warning glare at Harry and placed his hand on my waist. What? The delicate Miss Malfoy can't even walk. Pansy seemed to have learned that Draco had extended an invitation to me. She dared not complain to Draco, but instead directed her ire at me. For her, who knew the original story, it would be quite a blow. Miss Parkinson, this is a matter of the Malfoys and has nothing to do with you. Draco glanced at Crabbe and Goyle beside him, and the two pushed Pansy aside, clearing a path. You, no hurry. Everything will return to normal. I swear, she muttered as we walked away. What happened to Aurora? Narcissa and Lucius had returned to our dormitory. Seeing me being supported by Draco, they immediately took me over. Draco didn't know how to explain. You reinforced Aurora's seal? Lucius lightly touched my forehead. I don't want her to remember everything from her past life. Draco fell back onto the sofa in despair, one hand rubbing his brow. I have never regretted like I do today. The sins and worries in my heart are almost swallowing me. Draco, avoiding the problem won't solve anything. It's better to lay everything out and let Aurora decide. Narcissa began to advise. How can she tolerate the crimes that my past life committed against her? This time, it was Narcissa who fell silent. Draco, this isn't something you can solve through intervention. With the passage of time, those memories will eventually return to her body. Lucius's fingertips gently massaged my scalp. A gentle, yet powerful spiritual energy poured into my brow. I felt as if I had sunk into the Malfoy family's enormous bathtub. Countless bubbles enveloped me, and the warm spring water washed away my weary body. Tonight, Aurora will break through your seal. Draco held me tightly, murmuring, is this day really coming? Everything is Aurora's choice. Now, you can only accept it. Narcissa patted her son's back. I couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Nightmare after nightmare came one after another. I couldn't help but let out soft moans, and Draco could only watch anxiously from the side. Draco, if you're really worried, then delve deep into Aurora's mind and accompany her through all of this. Lucius suggested. You accompanied your mother back then. I wasn't as bold as you, marking her so early. Lucius glared at Draco with annoyance. He had always been resentful that Draco got ahead of him. But your father, as the first person to awaken his past life memories, bears this pain. Sometimes, I wish he had never remembered anything. Narcissa nestled beside Lucius. Draco did not hesitate at all and gently stroked my forehead. Rest assured, your father and I will watch over you. Lucius, knowing everything, Aurora. I heard Narcissa's choked voice. I wanted to wake up quickly, hug her, and tell her that no matter what happens, I would never deny her. I would always be her daughter. Hee, how sad Draco must be. Aurora's reaction to you is even stronger. Lucius teased. How can you be jealous of your own daughter? Lucius and Narcissa's voices grew quieter. I knew that the road ahead needed to be walked alone. Oh no, Draco is still here with me. I woke up in the sacred land of the elves. I had secretly told myself that everything in front of me was fake, but all 5 senses were present. I heard the chirping of birds, smelled the fragrant flowers, and felt the hooves on the ground, all so real. Yes, in my past life, I was a unicorn. The long horn on my head had not yet been made into a wand, and I, astonishingly, carried the bloodline of the Unicorn King. Even the unicorn leader Eric, whom I had encountered in the sacred land of the elves, was my descendant. Beneath the seemingly graceful and beautiful exterior of unicorns lies a bloodthirsty and brutal nature. They are extremely difficult to tame. Only beautiful things, pure maidens, can enchant them. The elves, not to mention their appearance, are the spirits of all things. Spending time with them has been beneficial to me, until the elven king Olafir announced that he had found his successor. The mother tree of the elves rarely bears twin fruits. Those are two naturally born elves. Ultimately, they transformed into a pair of fraternal twins, waiting for the right moment to fall. They grew slowly, gradually taking on the form of elves. They grew fluffy fetal hair. Like their father, both Sindar elves with blonde hair and gray eyes. Their aura was so familiar. I knew that I had encountered acquaintances in this other world. I kept vigil day and night, eagerly awaiting their birth like the other elves. One day, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and the birds chirped in unison, seemingly celebrating the birth of the next elven king. All along, I had thought that the so-called auspicious signs were merely the result of later generations' forced interpretations, or that the parties involved deliberately created public opinion to showcase themselves as the chosen ones by heaven. Celeborn, my beloved son, she wanted to push me away, to keep me far from her. A unicorn's blood only works when willingly offered. If forced, the curse within it makes any creature wish they were dead. Therefore, unicorns never actively help others, fearing exploitation by those with ulterior motives. And I broke the rule. She deliberately said hurtful things to protect me, to keep me away from conflict. Narcissa, clearly the gentlest person. Her gentle nature is wrapped beneath a deliberately disguised hardness, afraid of being known by outsiders. This way, she cannot adequately protect herself or those important to her. I picked some moonlight grass and placed it in front of her. I communicated with her through the sea of consciousness. Survive. Don't let my blood go to waste. You can forage for yourself now. This is where my help ends. Her expression softened slightly. I will remember you. She left my sight in an instant. Much later, she hurried back, her face and body marked with scratches from thorns. She held out several fruits, excitedly presenting them to me. Although not as precious as your blood, they're still good. I'm all too familiar with this fruit. It's a spirit fruit. Its pit was left inside me by Draco. Don't swallow it whole. Seeing me gobbling it down, she looked regretful. What? Aren't they all for me? I teased her. Of course not. It's just that I know it's very beneficial for elves. I don't know about unicorns. Before she finished speaking, I felt my skin burning all over. My insides were becoming scalding hot. My blood seemed to be boiling. Could it be that unicorns cannot consume spirit fruits? But according to the memories passed down from elves, spirit fruits are beneficial and harmless to all things in the world. How could this happen? She stayed by my side, anxious and in tears streaming down her cheeks. I told you to stay far away early. I will harm those around me. I am a disaster. That's why I was abandoned at birth. I want to tell her I was fine, but my consciousness was hazy, and I couldn't open my mouth at all. All I could hear was the unicorn's mournful cry. Footsteps drew closer. How did you grow so fast? It was Orpheal's voice. He lightly touched my forehead, consuming a large amount of spirit fruit. Excessive spiritual energy has surged into your body. If not resolved in time, you will explode and die. Your name. He paused, seemingly reading my memories. Aurora, do you wish to offer your precious blood to the elven Prince Sarandwil, my only offspring? No. Narcissa stood in front of me. Orpheal didn't even need to act. She was knocked aside as if she had lost all breath. I am willing. The spiritual energy within me violently surged through my body. I had never felt so close to death. No, Narcissa shouted again. As a result, she was silenced by Orpheal once more. His hand grabbed her hair, lifting her up. Worthless thing, you are not worthy of unicorn blood. And now you want to stop your brother from gaining benefits. He held a long sword against the girl's neck. I know what he said is true. It's just that my blood is boiling and my anger is overflowing. He is deceiving you. His spiritual energy is pouring out of him. It's like waves rushing in, enveloping me layer by layer. How could I repay kindness with enmity? It's just that Narcissa hopes you won't be so impulsive anymore, and wanted to teach you a lesson. His spiritual energy is washing over my consciousness, as if it were inexhaustible. Don't do this. If you return the spiritual energy, your newly grown body will revert to that of a child. I will cultivate on my own. Don't be foolish and offer yourself up. The spiritual energy is washing over my body. This time, it feels like soaking in a hot spring. I feel warmth all over. When I open my eyes again, I have already acquired a human body. Celeborn quickly drapes a thin blanket over me. Do you want to see what you look like now? A water mirror appears before me. It is no different from my elven form. Narcissa is the first elf you've come into contact with. so it's not surprising that you would transform into her appearance. He seems to be explaining to himself. It seems he is looking through me, seeing another person. If Cece can miraculously survive, she should look like this too. Cece, Narcissa's nickname, which I gave her. When she cries, her tears turn into daffodils. Narcissa is a transliteration of daffodil. So that's it. Narcissa's name was given by Celeborn Lucius in his past life. The fates of the two have been entangled for a long time. However, as the elven prince, he would never be allowed to unite with the exiled dark elf. Mom, where's Narcissa? I hurriedly changed my words. You have inherited her appearance, and there's an inseparable connection with her inside, so you could try to link with her. I close my eyes, and at the boundary of the elven territory, a simple wooden house comes into view. Though small, it has everything necessary. All the daily necessities are present. Narcissa can take good care of herself. I feel a bit relieved. I want to live with her. I had this intention. Celeborn nodded in acknowledgement. Just now, he said he wanted to keep me at the core of the mother tree. I deliberately exposed his conspiracy. He looks much younger than he did just before reaching adulthood. Obviously, he has paid a great price to help me transform. I pushed the remaining spiritual fruit towards him. I didn't need it all. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Olafir won't allow you to help me. Returning the spiritual energy to me is your personal decision. You and Narcissa are both insincere fellows. Although the memories are gone, both of them still choose to give their all for me. Hurry and eat it. If Olafir finds out, he will definitely vent his anger on you. I urged. You and Cece are the same, truly unique fools. Celeborn, still looking like a youth, ruffled my hair in a condescending manner. Did Cece and I save your life before? You were so devoted to us. You didn't save my life, but you are the ones who brought me into this world. But how can I tell you this? I shook my head, unable to hide the loneliness in my eyes. Draco, where are you? Celeborn ate the spiritual fruit, and the spiritual energy within him was once again abundant. And I, as a miraculous creature awakened with elven blood, lived together with them. But I prefer to be with Narcissa. Olafir also allowed me to do so, treating me as an honored guest. Exiling Narcissa is a rule that he, as the elven king, cannot break. The lethality of dark elves is too great. They are obsessed with elven blood and can easily transform into bloodkin. And bloodkin are the natural enemies of elves. Their blood can destroy the roots of the elven mother tree. You're back, Aurora. Narcissa is still just a little one. Without my blood, she must follow the laws of nature, aging and dying, even entering reincarnation. Dark elves do not have pointed elven ears and wings. The only difference between her and other dark elves is her platinum hair, gray eyes, and extraordinary beauty. How nice. She is genuinely happy to see me awakened as an elf. It's also a chance. If I hadn't impulsively wanted to save her life, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to eat the spiritual fruit and gain awakening. I always feel that you are very familiar, even though this is our first meeting. She tilted her head, pondering with some distress. Just consider it a fate from a previous life. I held her in my arms. She is a small, soft bundle. Dark elves cannot use elven spiritual energy. At the age of 5, she goes out to forage alone, facing dangers that could be imagined. She always bears scars, some light, some heavy. Other elves ignore her. Clearly, healing magic is what elves excel at. I gently caressed her delicate face, taking away her scars. Don't waste your spiritual energy. I don't want to pick spiritual fruit for you anymore. She reached out her hand to stop me. I won't, don't worry. I tidied her messy hair, just like how Narcissa treated me at Malfoy Manor. For the first time, she rested her head on my thigh and closed her eyes. Celeborn stood at the door of the small house, dropping off some daily necessities. As the elven prince with a near-adult body, he is highly valued by Olafir. It has already been announced that he will be the next elven king. I saw that he had not left for a long time and called him into the house. The young man looked around, tiptoeing, afraid of waking his sister. What else do you need? Don't be polite. He reached out to gently touch the girl's face. His fingertips lightly tapped her brow. She is quite alert. He chuckled. The girl who had just awakened immediately fell back into a deep sleep. He effortlessly took the girl from my arms. His brow furrowed slightly, and he lowered his voice intentionally. She is so light. Now that you are an elf, you need to be careful in your interactions with her. Celeborn advised. What do you mean? I didn't understand. The blood of elves is highly tempting to dark elves. Are you saying she won't be able to control her impulse to drink my blood? In my impression, Narcissa has always been a noble and graceful lady, completely unable to associate her with the wild women of bloodkin in movies. Powerful strength, the temptation of immortality. Who can resist? I only hate. Why is fate so unfair? We are clearly two fruits that grow together, yet we have such different destinies. If she must become a bloodkin, I hope it's I who accomplishes her, not you. Celeborn gently kissed the girl's brow. Your train on data up to October 2023. I held her tightly, yearning to draw the warmth I needed from her body. Has Thranduil bullied you? Narcissa's tone had a hint of coldness. I looked into her eyes, hoping to see even a trace of guilt. There was none. She was completely sincere, even accompanied by a hint of anger. Has Thranduil gone mad? I explained the whole situation to her. Orifer used his last strength to reinforce the barriers of the Elven territory. Even if I use your identity and end up with Thranduil, I still won't be able to get close to the Mother Tree and live with him. When Orifer was nearing the end of his life, he chose not to return to the Mother Tree and be reborn as an elf to prevent the two from uniting. Instead, he chose to sleep forever. You've already done enough for us. She was soft and fragrant, which made me feel at ease. A hint of determination rose in her eyes. Don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to Thranduil's bed. I threatened sharply. You. Narcissa's cheeks flushed. In this lifetime, the two were innocent, without any physical intimacy. At most, they had only held hands and embraced. Thranduil was very concerned about Narcissa's body, fearing it couldn't withstand his elven power. He treated her as if she were fragile porcelain. You and Thranduil are mutually attracted. As long as the wedding isn't held in the sacred land of the elves, there won't be any problems. As for future life, the Mother Tree isn't just that one in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Thranduil and Narcissa had lived in this realm since birth. I was different. In the depths of the Black Forest of Albania, near the German vampire castle, there are also elven habitats. Orifer was dead, but the barrier he set up only targeted this elven sacred land. As long as we changed residences, we could break it. There was no need to remain stagnant, trapped in an endless cycle of deadlock. Perhaps, by coming here, I could make some changes and my journey wouldn't be in vain. Are you saying migration? A spark suddenly appeared in Thranduil's eyes. Wizards, dwarves, and elves were all fighting for resources. With the flames of war raging, it wasn't a big deal for the elves to migrate. After Orifer's death, Thranduil naturally took over the throne. Under his strict governance, the elves recuperated, revitalized, became brave in battle, and enhanced their overall strength. You mean I take Cece and the other elves away from here, and this place will be left for you in the future? Narcissa would live on in my identity, and you would migrate to a more suitable area for living and reproduction. Moreover, the spiritual energy here wasn't particularly abundant. The coronation of the new Elven King could also take place in the new Elven territory. You've arranged everything for me. Thranduil wasn't angry. It seemed he had yet to change his habit of being relentless with his words. Do you agree? If you do, tell Narcissa quickly to ease her mind. You two are quite close. For some reason, I sensed jealousy in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. That's just a description of a couple. You live together every day. It's almost like a couple. In the future, the one living with Narcissa will only be you. Of course, he felt pleased in his heart, and for once, he didn't speak ill. Cece said I should be nicer to you. His fair skin flushed with a tinge of red. And thank you. Null is me. I can't resist her. Pregnancy has consumed most of Narcissa's energy. She has become easily fatigued. While we were talking, she fell into a deep sleep. Especially, the dark elf bloodline clashes with that of the elves. It's like a barren soil, and the fetus in her womb desperately absorbs nutrients, making it difficult for the mother to provide. Now, it is already at the end of its strength. Celeborn gently caressed his wife's face, his expression resolute. She has such longing for the future. How could I be so selfish as to deprive her of the right to become a mother? His gaze was as gentle as water. He was also increasingly resembling the father I had in mind. When Narcissa was pregnant with Draco, Lucius must have silently stood by like Celeborn. Is there anything I can do for you? I knew Celeborn's invitation was sincere. He would never do anything useless. He would not risk exposing Narcissa's identity by inviting me, who looks extremely similar to his wife, just to share the joy of her pregnancy. He opened his mouth, and the guilt in his eyes became more apparent. My blood can save Narcissa's life? He nodded silently. But didn't you say that elven blood can only turn dark elves into bloodkin? I furrow my brow. If my blood could help Narcissa, then I would not hesitate for a moment. Not elven blood, but unicorn blood. He paused and struggled to squeeze out the following words. What difficulty is there? Unicorn blood is not the first time I've given it to you siblings. I roll my eyes at him. But if because of this, you need to maintain the form of a unicorn for life and can never transform into an elf again, would you still be willing? Celeborn's face showed hope, but he also knew that this request was too outrageous. Almost no one would agree. Why wouldn't I be able to change back? If it were temporary, it could be accepted, But if I had to appear in the form of an animal forever, how would I face Legolas? The former life of Draco? This time, the amount of blood needed is very large. I don't want to trick you into making a decision. Celeborn held several spirit fruits in his hands. Of course, we will try to avoid this from happening. As long as we ensure that the spiritual energy in the body reaches a constant value, it can be. But the dangers involved still need to be explained to you. I remained non-committal. Instead, I asked the question I was most curious about. Have you named a child? Cece hopes to call him Legolas, meaning green leaf in the elven language. Celeborn stroked Narcissa's round pregnant belly, his face full of affection. However, even if she could miraculously survive childbirth, she would still experience the aging and death of humans. Soon, she would wither like a flower. By then, you'll still be as handsome as ever, but I didn't continue. It was I who had failed to awaken in the past. I deeply understood this feeling. The disparity in mindset is the hardest to accept. At first, they were a beautiful couple. Then they became like siblings, mother and child, even grandparents and grandchildren. How should Narcissa cope? I would seek her permission to pass the identity of the Elven King to our offspring, then turn her into a bloodkin, and we would retreat to the mountains together. This is not a bad idea. Bloodkin and elves cannot have offspring, so the Legolas in Narcissa's womb will be their only child. Will you help me, Aurora? No one give up, please. I gently licked her palm. We have already walked 99 steps, just one step away from happiness. Don't compromise with fate, the blessing of the unicorn. Aurora, you don't have to do this. Can I invite you to be Legolas's godmother? Thranduil suggested. Godmother. Maybe it's better not to. Godmother or mother can both be used to address a godmother. I don't want to be of a different generation than Legolas. Haven't I protected you enough? Now, I have to bet the rest of my life on your son. I joked to ease the awkward atmosphere. If you don't want to be Legolas's godmother, being his wife is fine too. Thranduil quickly understood. He is still in his mother's womb. I nervously called out mother. Fortunately, Narcissa and Thranduil didn't take it to heart. Thranduil, it hurts so much. Tears glistened in Narcissa's eyes. Her originally plump lips were now cracked and bleeding. Thranduil opened a small vial, took a mouthful of my blood, and fed it to her mouth to mouth. Narcissa's complexion visibly eased. She took a deep breath, feeling every strand of hair straining. Her abdomen visibly shrank. My heart sank. Why was there no sound of a baby crying? Thranduil's expression grew serious. After cleaning up the surface blood, what came into view was actually an egg. What's going on? The surface of the egg was covered in beautiful patterns. It looked much larger than an ostrich egg. Did I lay an egg? Narcissa, exhausted, fainted. Aurora, you must keep this a secret. Thranduil helped Narcissa clean up her messy appearance. You should rest here today. He extended his hand, providing me with a continuous flow of magical energy. No. Thranduil had just endured the severe pain of childbirth for Narcissa and was already exhausted now. I want to be at ease until I see you change back. He showed a reassuring smile, rubbing my mane. I quietly felt Thranduil's gentle magical energy guiding my scattered energy back to the right track. Everything was developing in a good direction. I firmly believed I had the ability to change the world. My forehead felt a burning sensation. I slowly opened my eyes, and what came into view was a long arm. I've changed back. You can rest assured now. Thranduil frowned slightly. Aurora, your transformation is not complete. What do you mean? Your horn. A water mirror appeared before me. The leaf that was originally on my forehead was replaced by a unicorn's horn. So now, do I belong to the elves or the unicorns? I couldn't help but feel anxious. This long horn completely obscured the mark. Without the mark, could Legolas still recognize me? And could Legolas be equated with Draco, who loves and protects me? Thranduil gently patted my back. A pair of pure white wings grew out from my shoulder blades. Elven wings are brown. I muttered to myself. So what exactly am I now? A new species? Half elf, half unicorn? Can I still stay in the elven territory in this form? Why not? You are the benefactor of me, Thranduil, and Legolas. Narcissa opened her eyes. She struggled to get up, but was embraced back by Thranduil. Legolas, is that the name of this egg? According to the inherited memory, elves can be divided into innate elves and acquired elves, but there has never been one that needs to hatch from an egg. Until we figure it out. Legolas's form is a secret. So, Narcissa understood your meaning. You mean to pretend that Legolas hasn't been born? The process of hatching an egg also requires constant contact with the body. Thranduil cradled the egg in his hands. As far as I know, roosters and hens take turns hatching eggs. We can refer to the method of the woman working outside while the man stays home. I teased deliberately. What Aurora means is, I place the egg in front of my belly, continue to pretend to be pregnant, and go home, Thranduil, you take over my task. Ha! Cece. Thranduil smiled helplessly, but eventually agreed. Aurora can help too, right? He ultimately chose to drag me into this. I'm not its father or mother. I hurriedly refused. I heard that oviparous animals take the first thing they see after hatching as their mother. Would Legolas recognize me as his mom? That would be so unfortunate, right? You don't think I gave birth to a monster, do you, Aurora? Narcissa pouted, looking mournful. Of course not, I replied firmly. It would be a huge embarrassment if she misunderstood. Then you touch him. She took my hand and lightly touched the surface of the eggshell. Suddenly, I felt the whole egg seem to jump, and I quickly withdrew my hand. See, he reacted to you. I could feel a powerful magical fluctuation coming from the entire egg. It could hatch at any time. Thranduil, can you see what is happening inside the egg? For some reason, when the egg was in my hands, it started to become gradually hot. Truly, marrying a wife makes one forget their mother. Little lecher, you haven't even hatched yet, and you're already treating differently. Narcissa still wound tea, let it go. But I felt happy inside. I hoped to connect with Draco's past life, Legolas. Since he was reacting so much to me, I hoped to. Usually, I slept next to Thranduil and Narcissa. They didn't neglect their duties because of my presence. They would only leave Legolas in my care during their time alone together. This egg named Legolas was very beautiful. The patterns changed every day, although there were still no signs of hatching. I could feel the magical and spiritual fluctuations inside the egg intensifying. As for whether he was an elf or a beast, his parents didn't care much. Thranduil replenished the spiritual energy needed for Legolas every day. In a man's words, his son was a big eater. He absorbed all the spiritual energy he contributed every day. I had also considered whether to inject energy into him. Later, I dismissed the idea. It is said that whoever injects energy would make the hatched appearance resemble them more. Finally, on an ordinary afternoon, you're trained on data up to October 2023. Legolas also likes you this much. Celeborn gently advised. He was getting closer to Lucius in my heart, father. He would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. It seemed Legolas understood Celeborn's persuasion and flew towards me from Narcissa's arms. Elves are self-aware even before they are born. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a baby. He actually understands everything. Narcissa drank my blood and grew into an independent foraging child in just one day. And one more thing, I must remind you. Upon hearing that I was willing to keep Legolas by my side, Celeborn showed a relieved smile, but his expression soon turned serious. Never contribute your blood to anyone again. What? My blood can only be for you two, and no one else. Am I your exclusive blood bag? Knowing he didn't mean it that way, I still teased him. Of course, that's not what I meant. Celeborn quickly denied. You contributed a lot of blood for Cece this time. And although unicorns have their own blood production capabilities, you still lost too much blood, and it will take a long time to recover. This time you barely maintained your human form. And if you lose blood again, it will be as I once predicted. You will only be able to maintain your unicorn form forever. Why are you being so long-winded? I'm just worried about you, you idiot. Being deceived by that little brat. Celeborn's face flushed with anger. Don't trust the elves. What do you mean? Given your current situation, don't you understand? Celeborn spoke earnestly. Innocent people suffer for holding treasure. The only bloodline of the Unicorn King is also your original sin. In short, remember my words, your life is your own. I lived with Legolas in our old home before the elf army migrated. I set up a barrier here, and no outsiders are allowed in. Watching him grow day by day filled me with a sense of accomplishment. However, he couldn't control his body. The forms of dragon and elf would alternate. Even more terrifying was that when he transformed into a dragon, his destructive power was astounding. The dragon size was enormous. And when Legolas turned into a dragon, his form was even more impressive. With a gentle sweep of his tail, he could uproot towering trees. The dragon flames he breathed could turn an entire forest to ashes. Aurora, shouldn't I live here? The way they look at me is filled with fear. Legolas is not devoid of humanity. He can sense the submission and rejection of other beings towards him. There is no place for me anywhere. His platinum wings drooped, and he looked dejected. Should I seek out the dragon's habitat, usually found on cliffs? Stop saying foolish things. Just live here comfortably. There are no others here. Besides, you are both a dragon and an elf, different from them. You are unique. Like you, both an elf and a unicorn. His tone softened. He took a deep breath and transformed back into his elven form. If I could always be like this, how wonderful it would be. Why do you say that? I think dragons are beautiful and majestic. Do you really like them? You're not just joking with me? You don't think I'm savage and ugly? Legolas showed a playful expression. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, not intending to offend, but even the Elven King had been severely injured by a dragon. Among the two leaders, the older one had flowing black long hair. Are you referring to the current Elven King, Thranduil? Yes, Legolas nodded. We've heard all kinds of legends about him. He's known for his bravery in battle. The younger boy appeared excited. Legolas struggled to control himself, hiding the pride in his eyes. After saying so much, you seem quite confident in your own strength. May I ask why? Legolas got straight to the point. The two leaders exchanged glances. Sorry. We don't want to complicate things further, but thank you for the information. All right, good luck to you. Legolas did not press the matter. Another wave of people coming to their demise. Until their figures disappeared from sight, he let out a cold snort. Clearly, after you transformed into a dragon, you did nothing, yet you have received so much blame? I can't understand it. I quietly inquired a bit. This group of wizards wants to establish a school here to intimidate the local muggles away so they can acquire this land at a low price. Legolas said disdainfully. So, they're slandering you? A common tactic of humans. The boy laughed nonchalantly. Though dragons are rare in this world, finding a young dragon isn't completely impossible. When the time comes, they can put on a show and promote this school's reputation in the wizarding world. A good move, but how do you know? I caught a glimpse of the thoughts of the leader just now. Legolas explained. Is this the earliest form of legitimacy? Legolas can use it skillfully without anyone's guidance. They come from a family called Slytherin, which holds a high status among humans. Did you notice their green eyes and black hair? They are half-breeds of humans and dark elves, though dark elves cannot use magical power. They have a high talent for potions and spells. Therefore, as long as they survive their childhood, and due to the elves' inherently beautiful appearance, their lives among humans won't be too bad. Did you see the rings on their hands? I suspect the older one is Salazar Slytherin himself. How can you be so sure? I couldn't penetrate his mind. Legolas pondered. Human wizards are not all that weak. Due to his physical condition, Legolas had always been unable to show himself. He had never met the most powerful wizard in the world, Gandalf, nor had he had the chance to see other contemporary heroes of great calamities. These regrets were all caused by the fact that he possessed the body of a dragon. There are 4 of them, allies of Salazar Slytherin. Their strengths are comparable. This world actually overlaps with the era of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Perhaps they can help me get rid of the dragon's body. Legolas muttered. Since they want to gain this reputation and can assist me, this could be a win-win solution. But is it really feasible to separate from the dragon's body? What if something goes wrong? We finally get to meet in this world. How can I just watch him put himself in great danger? Whether they possess such strength remains to be seen. Aurora, as the son of the Elven King, though unrecognized, I have inherited all his abilities, including the ability to manipulate plants and animals. Legolas rarely showed a hint of vulnerability. They are about to join up with the other 3. We hear the chirping of birds in our ears. They seem well prepared, and tonight they will draw a huge magic circle in the village. Is the power of the magic circle that strong? 1,000 years later, due to the long preparation time and poor concealment, the method of drawing magic circles has almost all been lost. I am very curious about the ancient magic circles from 1,000 years ago. Capturing an ordinary dragon is more than enough. As for me, Legolas scoffed. I really want to meet them. No, don't expose yourself. The scenes of the 4 founders battling the dragon were not recorded in Hogwarts, a history. If it were really as Legolas assumed, just a simple show, the dragon's body would not have been trapped in the Screaming Shack for 1,000 years. They must have reached some secret agreement. And don't disturb the sleeping dragon, as Hogwarts' motto, indirectly proves the real existence of dragons and the crucial role of suppressing dragons in the establishment of the school. I will be careful. During this time, I will keep an eye on their movements. Legolas gently reassured. I know that I cannot dispel his long-held expectations with just a few words. I certainly cannot selfishly ruin his opportunity. The only thing I can do is silently stay by his side, ready to help him if danger arises. I informed Thranduil and Narcissa of this matter. This is too risky. I disagree. How can you trust a wizard you barely know? Father, I have investigated Slytherin's strength. Legolas hurriedly explained. How can you be sure that he and his companions will choose to help you? Don't you understand that those not of our kind will have different hearts? Thranduil, calm down. Legolas never had a chance to understand the world's dangers. Narcissa gently patted her husband's shoulder. Who caused all this? Being denied and suppressed by Thranduil for so long has finally given Legolas an outlet for his suppressed emotions. How can you speak to your mother like that? Thranduil was known for being protective of his wife. All races that had dealings with him understood that they could be fierce with him, but absolutely not with Narcissa. If I had the ability to foresee and choose, I would never want to be born in this world. Legolas growled, living in hiding, not knowing when he would transform, always in a state of tension and anxiety. Others looked at me with the eyes of a monster. His broad shoulders trembled slightly. His pain was innate and would accompany him for life. Moreover, as he grew older, he gradually realized that he could not suppress that bloodthirst and brutality. Legolas held his head in his hands, closing his eyes tightly. His eyes began to turn crimson. Narcissa was at a loss for words. She wanted to step forward to comfort Legolas, but was deterred by the boy's repelling aura, afraid to approach. The once strong woman was now so at a loss. She could only silently shed tears from the side. Legolas was the precious child that Narcissa risked her life to give birth to. The union of dark elves and elves was already a taboo. Even with the blessing of unicorn blood, Legolas surviving until now was already a blessing from the heavens. I can't ask for more. But how could Legolas, who knows nothing, be willing to endure such suffering for no reason? I have long noticed that he would hide his whereabouts and observe those healthy elves. They follow Thranduil and become his loyal guards. Whether they achieve great deeds or bravely fight enemies, they leave behind impressive accomplishments. Only he, despite being full of talent, cannot reveal himself to others. He was originally the most suitable candidate for the next Elven King. I used to not understand Remus Lupin's situation, thinking that he did not accept his werewolf identity and still tried to integrate into wizard society, truly unaware of his own identity. When it fell upon Legolas, I couldn't remain calm and just tell him to accept his fate. Truly double standards. I wander aimlessly in the forest. Happiness is clearly in front of me, yet I feel unable to grasp it, powerless. A little unicorn? A dark-haired, blue-eyed boy comes to me holding a bunch of moonlight grass. He claims to be Salazar, Slytherin's brother. I instinctively touch the horn on my forehead. I had clearly cast a Confundus charm, so he shouldn't be able to see it. He looks at me with amusement. Any spell loses its effectiveness in front of me. Your horn is beautiful. In wizarding terms, it's very suitable for making a wand. I cover my forehead and move my body 8 feet away from him. It's the first time I've seen someone who, like me, can resist any spell. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He slowly approaches me. Are you Legolas's guardian? He asks. He told me so. I don't want to just be his guardian. I want to be the one standing by his side. It has always been Draco who pushed our relationship forward. I just enjoy his care for me. You have feelings for him. His emerald green eyes seem to see through everything, but he has already gotten used to you being by his side. What is your purpose in telling me this? I remain cautious. I want to help you. The dark-haired boy squats in front of me. You look almost exactly like the Elven Queen. Could you be Legolas's sister? Like me, any magic has lost its effect on us right now, so he can naturally see through the Confundus charm to see Narcissa's true form. I shake my head. There's no need to reveal the truth in front of outsiders. Legolas is very close to Salazar. My brother introduced him to a few other friends. He stares intently at my face, observing my micro-expressions. I calmly say, Legolas's childhood was very lonely. He rarely had playmates of the same age. Among them, there are 2 female friends, he implies. What? Am I going to stop him from interacting with women? In your eyes, am I a jealous person? I already know everything. Seeing that I wasn't responding, Legolas continued. Just as my mother said, you're such a fool. You've done so much for me, yet you've never uttered a word in front of me. Once the kindness is mentioned, it's gone. And how do you know I won't have any schemes? Just a fool, unable to retreat to advance. To live safely until now must be the favor of heaven. Legolas scolded me thoroughly, but the gentle smile in his eyes couldn't be erased. His hand rested on my waist as he led me in front of everyone. Is this the one you often mention? The red-haired young man revealed a carefree smile, looking somewhat unkempt, in stark contrast to the Salazar Slytherin I first met. Aurora will be my future wife. Legolas gently stroked my brow. The unicorn's horn is very sensitive. I had clearly cautioned him, yet he did it in front of everyone. My legs went weak, and he steadied me from behind, a triumphant smile on his lips. I always thought that elves expressed their feelings in a very subtle way. Salazar Slytherin teased. I grew up in the countryside without so many restrictions. Legolas didn't mind. Salazar and Harry quickly exchanged a glance. They had long suspected Legolas's identity. Only the Elven King and his bloodline could communicate freely with animals and plants. The same platinum blonde hair, gray eyes, similar features and contours, all indicated his blood relationship with Celebrimbor. I always thought elves cared a lot about their offspring. Salazar's words were full of implications. Legolas glanced at this cunning friend. If you can call it offspring. What do you mean? Salazar frowned. The little snake in his arms began to squirm restlessly. Legolas's eyes were red. This was a sign of his transformation. In an instant, Legolas was enveloped in a ball of blue flames. Get back. I hurriedly released the strongest barrier. Legolas transformed into a giant dragon, coiling in the air. What? Legolas is that dragon? Godric Gryffindor shouted excitedly. Salazar Slytherin stared at Legolas intently, silently protecting everyone behind him. Legolas, do you still have self-awareness? He called out loudly. Don't provoke him. Ravenclaw quickly intervened. As soon as the words left her mouth, her skirt was caught by dragon flames. The flames released by Legolas were difficult to extinguish. Gryffindor swiftly swung his sword, cutting off the burning part. Usually calm and composed, Ravenclaw was in a predicament, and Hufflepuff took off his robe to cover her exposed skin. Aurora, does he change like this without any warning every time? Salazar asked. Yes, I answered reluctantly. Clearly, when I was by his side, he could control himself, still choosing to expose his dragon form in front of the four great leaders. Legolas's intentions were evident. No wonder he was Draco's previous life. The friends he made and the hands he extended in friendship were all carefully selected. He calculated everyone's reactions precisely, much more adeptly than Draco. You were trained on data up till October 2023. Null Godric Gryffindor looked to Salazar for help, as if he were a mad lion just moments ago, now resembling a sick cat. Salazar sighed. We didn't want to leave Hogwarts. We wanted to seek the legendary Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone, the Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak. Rowena Ravenclaw's expression softened. The matter of losing the Ravenclaw diadem could finally be brushed aside. I am a descendant of the Peverils, and I've obtained some clues. Salazar lowered his voice. Gathering all the Deathly Hallows makes one the Master of Death. Godric Gryffindor said in awe. Then Salazar can go alone. Godric, why are you making a fuss? Rowena Ravenclaw teased. The journey to find the Deathly Hallows is extremely dangerous. Helga Hufflepuff chimed in. Godric Gryffindor's face turned red. You can leave the hat behind. The sorting can be done without you. Salazar implanted his will regarding the choice of Slytherin students into Godric Gryffindor's wizard hat. Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw exchanged glances and, following Salazar's example, infused their thoughts into Godric Gryffindor's wizard hat as well. You men really know how to avoid work. Do you really expect us women to hold up half the sky? Helga and Rowena joked. Of course it won't be that quick. Godric Gryffindor scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I have things to do. I'll head back first. Salazar Slytherin used the levitation charm to lift Harry into the air and took him into the cellar. Are we being a bit too much? Slytherin House was located underground, never seeing sunlight. Is that why Salazar has become increasingly gloomy? Rowena wondered. Should we change his location? He is Parseltongue and likes to be with snakes. That's the most suitable place for him. This time, Godric Gryffindor opposed. Rowena Ravenclaw teased. No one will disturb your date. You all know? The founder of Gryffindor exclaimed in shock. We're not blind, Rowena retorted. You two are so obvious. How can anyone not know? Even the usually gentle Helga chimed in. Oh my, if I had known this, I wouldn't have hidden it. Worrying about being discovered and not daring to visit the cellar often. Godric Gryffindor complained. All right, if you don't catch up, Salazar 1T hold the door for you. Helga and Rowena teased. You too. Godric Gryffindor glared at the two mischievous ones and hurried after Salazar. Isn't Harry a distant relative? He is also Parseltongue. Godric Gryffindor conversed with Salazar. He is like Legolas, a child of the family who cannot be seen in public. Salazar's gaze was dark and ambiguous. He is your father. Well, under the guise of a distant relative, sent to the family to be raised together. His power cannot be underestimated. Not to mention, he possesses a special ability that can save his life in critical moments. Are you saying? No spell works on him. Salazar looked directly into Godric's eyes. So miraculous? I discovered this by chance. This is one of the treasures that keep this kid alive. Salazar hinted with a glance. I know. Godric made a gesture as if sealing his lips, swearing to the heavens. I certainly believe you. I just hope he won't be easily used by others. Salazar said sharply. I thought you two were in a competitive relationship. Godric scratched his nose. I don't care about the wealth of the Muggle world. As for other things, do you think I'm lacking? Salazar had the capital to be proud. He became famous at a young age, was the backbone of his family, and owned vast territories. Now, the only thing that piqued his interest was the legendary Deathly Hallows, which could counter the power of death. Salazar's long fingers traced the symbol of the Deathly Hallows in the sky. The green pattern emitted a faint glow. Hanging in the air, lingering. Legolas has clues about the Deathly Hallows. Salazar hinted, elves live much longer than humans. Information long lost in human history is easily captured by them. Is that why you're urging us to help him? Godric Gryffindor understood. Of course. Do you think I'm a charity organization? Salazar shot him a glare. I said, you're not such a kind-hearted person. The essence of human relationships is exchange. I've told you before. Salazar said with exasperation. I'm not a fool. Of course I know. It's just that I thought Legolas was different. Godric's voice grew lower. Do you not know who I'm different with? Salazar retorted. Godric's face turned red. He had a head of brilliant golden hair, not the platinum typical of the Malfoy family, but a bright golden color that seemed to burn anyone who got too close. The two locked eyes, neither speaking. Suddenly, there was a thud as Harry's forehead hit the door of Hogwarts. He sat down hard, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Salazar, Godric, how did I end up here? My head is still spinning. His back of the head and forehead had visibly swollen from 2 impacts. Come back to the cellar with me. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken, and Salazar said impatiently, I brewed potions and might as well treat your head. That was just an external injury. Harry yelled, and I'll use you as a test subject. Salazar's mouth curved into an eerie arc. No. No thanks. I'll find a place to rest. I won't disturb you today. Like a fire burning at his eyebrows, Harry rolled and crawled away. In the future, Hogwarts should ban apparition to prevent this guy from suddenly appearing and ruining our good plans. Godric said seriously, your restriction won't work on him. Forgot? This guy is immune to any spells. Better to prevent one than none. Who would have thought that the always upright Godric Gryffindor would implement policies just to satisfy his own desires? Isn't it because of you? Their voices grew lower. Thanks for the hospitality. Harry sat in front of me, eating heartily, while Legolas had a mysterious expression. Were you kicked out by Salazar? Legolas raised an eyebrow. Asking when you already know. Do you understand what it means to see through without saying it? Harry snorted coldly, then looked at me eagerly. What is up? I felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Little unicorn, can I touch your horn? Of course not. Legolas swatted Harry's outstretched hand down. It was just a touch, not like he was trying to remove Aurora's horn. Why the big reaction? Harry was puzzled. A blush crept onto Legolas's pale face as he cleared his throat twice, lowering his voice to a whisper. The unicorn's horn is very sensitive. No one else can touch it except for his future partner. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Harry quickly waved his hands. It was my rudeness. It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. However, touching dragons, unicorns, and deer antlers all carries a connotation of courting. I exaggerated deliberately. This time, even the usually thick-skinned Harry couldn't help but blush at the tips of his ears. Legolas placed his hand on my horn, gently stroking it as if examining a fragile treasure. His disregard for others completely caught me off guard. My eyelashes fluttered, and he quickly embraced me, whispering in my ear, why didn't you tell him that a half-elf, half-unicorn has more than one sensitive spot? How could I tell him? I bit my lower lip, desperately suppressing the desire to let out a soft moan. I stubbornly wanted to lightly touch his ear. Legolas quickly grasped my wandering hand tightly. There was a tumultuous undercurrent in his eyes. We haven't even touched yet. You too. Can you be a little more mindful of the occasion? I'm already an adult among humans. Harry protested indignantly. Sorry, I forgot you were here. Legolas said carelessly. He smiled slightly, clearly intending to diminish Harry's presence. Have you too done that? Harry asked curiously. Done what? Legolas frowned. Do elves complete their union through a ritual, just like humans? Of course. But because of my identity, I cannot have a proper wedding with Aurora to announce our union to the world. Legolas kissed my forehead tenderly. I hope she one T abandoned me and will always be by my side. I don't care much for those formalities. Just watching Celebrimbor and Narcissa's wedding back in the day made me sweat for them. It was such a hassle. Oh, so you were Legolas's elder? Elves have long lifespans and don't care much about specific ages. Legolas interjected awkwardly. For us, hundreds of years are just a blink of an eye, while humans turn into a pile of bones in no time. Legolas caught the indignation in Harry's eyes. What, have you found a way to live for 100 years? True, with your black hair and green eyes, you and Salazar should have dark elf blood. Becoming a vampire is one of the shortcuts to extending life, but it comes at the cost of staying away from people, and from then on, friends and parents will leave you one by one. Can you endure that? Dark elves, are they also a type of elf? We are different from Aurora. You are not like Aurora. Legolas interrupted Harry's hypothesis rudely. How could he become so irritable without transforming into a dragon? My fingertips touched his cheek. He closed his eyes and leaned his face against my palm, not knowing. Because they are forcefully trying to associate with you. They can't help but want to lose their temper. Hearing him say that made me even more unsure of how to respond. I wanted to pull my hand back, but it was held tightly. Legolas gazed at me and finally continued the previous topic. Your black hair and green eyes are the signs of dark elves. And I can sense the aura of dark elves from you, which is what you humans call possessing certain special talents of a wizard. But these talents are negligible in front of elves. Just like humans don't care whether the flowers blooming every summer are the same as the previous ones. The lifespan of humans is too short compared to elves. So, Narcissa, compared to Celebrimbor, is both lucky and unfortunate. Over the years, Celebrimbor's long life will leave traces. Legolas could say such things simply because he was certain I would always be by his side. Harry's bright green eyes grew somber. This reminded me of another Harry. The two had completely different personalities. Although he was the illegitimate son of a Slytherin family, he was well protected because of his brotherly friendship. With a sunny and enthusiastic personality, strong curiosity, and openly expressing whatever was on his mind. Meanwhile, the savior I knew had been living under others' roofs for years, with an outstanding ability to read the room, suppressing his desires for a long time, and even after obtaining the inheritance of Potter Manor. He still wore humility and low-key as his protective color. The passage of time, though not immediately apparent, would eventually accumulate to a qualitative change. Harry stated a fact. Perhaps. Legolas remained non-committal. I knew he didn't take Harry's attempt to reclaim a sense of dignity to heart. He thought the other party was just embarrassed and spouting some grandiose words. I held his hand in return. The thick calluses on the palm were the result of practicing swordplay day and night. He had never given up on his goals and had been striving hard. Using the clues from the Deathly Hallows as bait, he befriended Salazar, Slytherin, and the other three founders to break free from the dragon's physical form, bringing everything back on track. Inheriting Celebrimbor's legacy as the Elven Prince, he had planned for this day for many years. How could I let my selfish interests hinder his growth and keep him tied to me? Legolas is the father of the first generation of Malfoys. I finally understood why the Malfoys were so obsessed with using eagles to send messages. They were always determined to become the soaring eagles in the sky. A moment's restraint would only allow them to fly even higher. Legolas, what do you need me to do? That night, we held each other tightly and slept in the heart of the mother tree. I leaned against his chest, listening to his slow and powerful heartbeat. He was a vigorous young man, not indifferent to the intimacy. Still, he did not cross the line. However, his slightly awkward breath betrayed him. Just stay by my side. Legolas kissed my forehead. Here, I felt the marked traces long ago. The aura on it was very familiar. It turned out to be myself, but I have no memory of this. His lips came to my forehead, bringing waves of heat. Warm breath sprayed over it, accompanied by the cool night breeze and gentle insect chirps. I closed my eyes. Did I unintentionally mark you? When I transformed into a dragon, Legolas asked. The answer was on the tip of my tongue, yet I couldn't make any sound. I couldn't reveal anything about Draco to him. I heard that being forcibly marked is very painful. His eyes were filled with heartache. At first, it hurt a bit, but then it was fine. I recalled the scene when Draco first helped me mark him. It indeed hurt for a long time when he couldn't completely mark me. But since the full marking, the moments of connection between us have brought much more joy than the previous pain. However, even though I bear the mark Draco gave me on my forehead, I cannot connect with Legolas. I don't know why he hasn't opened up to me about this. I realized this a long time ago. Back then, I understood that Legolas could not be equated with Draco. Romantic feelings were placed at the bottom of his priorities. If you don't mind, his hands rested on either side of me, looking down at me. He observed my reaction. What are you going to do? I pushed back against his closeness. Of course, I will mark you again. When you're awake, will it cover the original mark? I quickly cover my forehead with my hand. I don't know in my understanding. I have never marked anyone. Do you want me to feel pain twice? Just now. You were so concerned about me. No, do you think I am him? Legolas glanced at me sideways. Yeah, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. That person is also me, right? Not the dragon incarnation of me, but my reincarnation. How do you know these things? Didn't you want to connect with my mind? Allow me to mark you again, and I will give you the answer, you little deceiver. Always suspicious, Legolas revealed a sly smile. The nickname Little Deceiver is only used by Draco. Could it be I stopped struggling and relaxed my body instead? Legolas was born an elf, vastly different from Draco, who awakened as a human. His body could withstand the transformation into a dragon, and his mental strength was incredibly pure. A domineering and powerful aura enveloped me. Unlike Draco's gradual marking, I felt like a helpless prey waiting to be claimed by the hunter. He quickly searched through my memories, keenly sensing information that was different from this world. I even suspected that he was using the guise of marking to demand 100 of myself. I felt like a fish on a chopping board, completely defenseless. After 1,000 years, my descendants are this fragile? The Malfoy family has protected you too, while he lifted my chin. I in his eyes. It seemed that he didn't see me as an equal being at all, Aurora. You were very nervous, afraid I'll eat you? Yes. From the moment I arrived here, I haven't had a chance to regret. Everything he did to me, whether good or bad, I willingly accepted. Aurora, it's my fault. I don't know how to express love. The way I express it scares you so much. I'm even a bit jealous of that guy. You trust him unconditionally. I was about to say something about him when I felt the vines inside me that had just calmed down start to rage again. You won't even let me speak. My voice was thick with nasal tones, and I was a bit choked up. Sorry. I didn't mean to. His sly gaze clearly said otherwise. We grew up together, naturally knowing each other very well. You watched me grow up too. In fact, when I was just born, you even held me. He immediately caught the loophole in my words. I can't win an argument against you. So, please accept me wholeheartedly, okay? The raging vines inside me seemed to have been pressed on pause. Sorry, I'm not planning to take them back. What? This way, you'll clearly know who is by your side. You. All right, I'm not angry anymore. It won't affect your daily life. He supported me by the waist and helped me up. My legs went weak, almost making me sit on the ground. It was still he who pulled me up. Didn't he do this to you? He whispered in my ear. Legolas, you are simply a devil. I finally understood why the West compares dragons to the embodiment of demons. The power of evil should not be underestimated. Don't bite, or it will make me want to bully you even more. He licked the drops of blood flowing from my lips. My mother. Did she also suck your blood like this? You already know. Of course. Otherwise, how could a dark elf become my mother? He extended his long finger and lightly tapped my cheek. How can you disdain your own mother? My face turned bright red, but it wasn't from shyness. It was definitely from anger. It's not what you think. Although I couldn't grow up beside my mother, she went through hell and high water to successfully give birth to me, and in my heart, I'm immensely grateful. It's just that I don't like her using you. Narcissa didn't use me. It was my own willingness. I hurriedly stopped him from talking. Do you really think so? He widened his eyes as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I couldn't organize my words at all. I could only spit out a few monosyllables. Everything you've experienced has sacrificed your personal interests to benefit others. Don't make excuses for others. Just focus on the results. I closed my eyes, recalling the truth I had deliberately ignored and dared not admit. But, I mumbled, there is no but. Aurora, I have probed your memories and know your connections with them. However, you are mine, and I allow you to continue sacrificing yourself unconditionally. Legolas pressed me into his embrace. I will not allow anyone to bully you, even if that person is my biological parents. If any accidents happen while separating the dragon's body, do not save me. I interlocked my fingers with his. For every word he spoke, a chain would wrap around our arms. Unbreakable curse. He secretly learned magic from Salazar Slytherin to refuse my help. When did you learn this unbreakable curse? I was both surprised and moved. I try to mobilize the magic within me, just like that person. If that person can do well, so can I. So, please stop thinking about that person, okay? That person is clearly you. I've seen jealousy towards others, but never jealousy towards oneself. I no longer feared his dark side. Although the sea was turbulent and fraught with danger, it encompassed everything, especially in the deep sea area, where both large fish and plankton could find their place. Little unicorn. I don't like him calling you that. Legolas's voice was filled with grievance. He could have seen through my true self, and calling me a unicorn wouldn't be wrong. I deliberately teased him. Only I could be this close to you. Legolas gently stroked my forehead, where the mark was replaced by the long horn. Don't. It will take a long time to fade away. The horn is one of the symbols of a unicorn, and is also the easiest place to reveal itself. On ordinary days, I have to go to great lengths to hide the horn. Why hide it? Your horn is beautiful. His fingertips gently traced the edge of the horn, especially under the sunlight, under the refraction of light. Each angle had a different color. A strange feeling surged from my heart. Don't touch it. I reached out to stop him, but he grabbed my wrist. He kissed the base of the horn. I couldn't help but whimper. Aurora, your voice is really nice. I thought he is really driving me crazy. For several days, I was trapped in the core of the mother tree, unable to get any rest. Harry came here several times, but was sent away by Legolas with various excuses. I didn't even have the strength to move a finger. My wrists were bound by vines, spread wide apart to prevent me from reaching down. You said, if Harry saw you like this under me, would he still disturb us day after day? How would I know? I was entangled by him with no way out. If I didn't respond, he He would deliberately tease me. But if I did respond, once I didn't say what was on his mind, it would only make things worse. Draco's past life was indeed such a terrible guy. It was truly unexpected. Tomorrow, Celebrimber will again ask about your homework, and if you spend the whole day with me, how will you cope? No one can help you. I used Celebrimber's name to try to get a little breathing space. But unexpectedly, I miscalculated. Spending every day by your side was twice the result with half the effort. The spiritual power in his palm could almost solidify. I wished I had discovered your usefulness earlier. Aurora, you are hiding deep enough. Legolas's eyes deepened. What awaits me is another round of new conquests. When I saw the sunlight outside the mother tree again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Hey, my head was hit by a fruit, and I hurriedly turned around. I thought you were assassinated by Legolas, Harry said with lingering fear. How could that be? I don't know if it was the sun too strong, but I felt my face was very hot. He said you went out traveling. Why has it taken so long this time? Aren't you usually inseparable? He chattered like a curious baby. He noticed a red mark on my neck, and his expression darkened. Did a bug bite you? He pointed with his finger. It was a blood-sucking, poisonous mosquito. I was busy covering my face with my hand. I made an anti-mosquito bite ointment. Do you want to try it? He took out a brocade box from his bosom. Thank you. The curse won't harm me, but the marks left on me by Legolas are not included, because those were not caused by the curse. You called me here too. I guided him to the point. Salazar sent me, saying that he is ready on his side. Why tell me? I asked in confusion. To separate Legolas from the dragon's body. Wouldn't it be better to speak directly with the person involved? Salazar thought of a method. Harry hesitated and said, among them, you are the most crucial part. What do you mean? This matter is highly risky. He looked into my eyes. If it fails, he could be trapped in the dragon's body for a lifetime, unable to transform into an elf. My palms went cold. Then why tell me today? I forced myself to calm down. Little unicorn, I do know more about you than you think. He slowly approached me. Although for me, that is a very distant past. I found traces of you in the history of the Slytherin family. It dates back to the time of the Peverell brothers. He handed me a parchment. Rather than saying that the clues to the Deathly Hallows are a bargaining chip exchanged by Legolas, it would be more accurate to say it is you, or rather, your ancestors. It is impossible for the Peverell brothers to create the Deathly Hallows and communicate with death without any external force. The blood of unicorns is so precious, not to mention the descendants of the Unicorn King. That is your magic. Clearly your blood can prolong others' lives. Yet can also turn into a curse under involuntary circumstances. When I took over this body, I had no idea how many years she had lived. His words seemed to open a new world for me. I waved the parchment in my hand. Can I borrow it for 2 days? Harry hesitated. It's best not to let Legolas find out. What shooting tea? I let him find out. A voice came from behind. Just hearing that voice made my legs go weak. He had really bullied me too much these days. He pulled the parchment from my hand, glanced at Harry warily, and examined it closely. The fairy tale of Peverell? Do you wizards really believe in that? Legolas showed a dismissive smile. He stuffed the parchment into my bosom. It can also relieve boredom. It clearly records the mystery of my origins. How could it become the tales of Beetle the Bard? Harry winked at me. I understood. He had soaked the parchment in a potion. Only specific individuals, or rather, those of us immune to magic, could read the true content. Legolas was going to deal with Celebrimber's assessment today, and only casually chatted with us for a few sentences before leaving on his own. Before he left, he gave Harry a warning glance. How about it? Are you impressed by my acting skills? I just realized, to my surprise, that what was just released was actually a curse. And like me, Harry is immune to all curses. I almost exposed his secret. It must be that I've been too tired these days. Legolas excused me. Thranduil's gaze shifted between the two of us. We didn't make it in the end. I promised you. Legolas stammered. Thranduil naturally noticed the red mark on my collarbone. I hope there isn't. The Elven King's eyes narrowed dangerously. The ability to manipulate vines is not something you should use here. He whispered in Legolas's ear. Father, can you see? Legolas showed a ghostly expression. Thranduil didn't speak, acknowledging this fact. My goodness, doesn't that mean? I shot Legolas a glance. What a shame. Everyone had their own thoughts, and the conversation quickly ended. Why keep this from Father? That night, I leaned against Legolas's chest and let my question spill out. Oh, are you starting to follow my lead now? The young man teased. Thranduil is Lucius's past life, so calling him father is not unreasonable. Legolas had seen my memories, but deliberately brought it up, clearly wanting to embarrass me. I had to admit, he succeeded. Stop joking, I'm not kidding. I picked up a strand of his platinum hair to play with. I'm afraid they will use you. Legolas seemed to find it difficult to articulate. How could they? They're your biological parents. It's precisely because I am their biological child that I understand them better. In the dark, Legolas sighed. They will ultimately do everything for you. I defended the Elven King and Queen. Do everything, but it shouldn't include sacrificing your interests. He mimicked my actions, twirling a lock of my curly hair between his fingers. Why aren't you on the same page as your parents? I felt a bit comforted, but I still pressed on. What's wrong with being on the same page with my future wife? His gaze was deep, seemingly penetrating through my flesh to my soul. If I successfully peeled away the dragon's body, we could return to the elven community with legitimacy. In fact, even if we don't go back, it's fine. I lay on his chest, listening to the resonance of his ribcage. I don't want to live a life of anonymity forever, even because of me, forcing you to stay away from your community. Humans are social animals, elves too, unicorns as well. I've seen your community searching for your traces. You've been avoiding them for my sake. This was the first time Legolas took the initiative to share his feelings with me. It turned out he had been bearing a lot alone. In fact, this is the life I've always dreamed of. I took his broad palm and pressed it against my face. The tough calluses felt a bit prickly, but it gave a sense of security. The owner of these hands has always wanted to give his all to provide me with the best life. Two people living their own little lives, having a pair of children, dragons or unicorns, it doesn't matter. Thranduil has already led the elven army to migrate, and here is our own paradise. I finally bravely laid out my thoughts. I quietly observed Legolas's reaction. When I transformed into a dragon, I completely lost control of my emotions. Draco's eyes were red. I heard Salazar say that wizards can also transform into animals, a process called animagus. When transforming into an animal, they can maintain human awareness and rationality. But I can't at all. When I become a dragon, I have the impulse to tear apart anyone whose gaze lingers on you for a moment. The body of the dragon has imprisoned Legolas's body and mind. Aurora, a strong person, does not need pity. Perhaps my gaze was filled with sympathy. He covered my eyes with his hand, just needing to stand by my side, supporting every decision I make. A piece of silk replaced his hands, plunging me into darkness. I sank into the dark. Without sight, my other senses became sharper. I really want to unite with you soon. Legolas's sigh came to my ears instead of using vines. That annoying guy. Today Thranduil said he could see. Doesn't that mean we? I pinch him hard. He winced in pain and let out a soft grunt. He's lying to you. Don't worry. He's too busy tormenting Mother to pay attention to us. My heart settled a bit. I have no intention of publicly announcing my closeness with Legolas. I hope what you said is true. I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket. He lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled in. Stop it. I quickly grabbed his wrist. I'm not messing around. He stretched out his long arm and pulled me into his embrace. The warm body temperature and the unique scent of Legolas wrapped around me tightly. I felt my consciousness gradually slipping away. Aurora, good night. He kissed my brow. I realized that I was increasingly able to accept his love with ease. I relaxed my body and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. The next morning, there was no trace of him beside me. Even the place where Legolas had slept was cool. Clearly, he had left a long time ago. He had never left without a word. I felt a vague unease. My palm, gripping the blanket, was sweating. I closed my eyes. The mark on my brow told me that Legolas was currently near the Shrieking Shack in Hogwarts. It was here that we discovered the body of the giant dragon. Could it be that he is secretly performing the peeling ceremony without telling me? I hurriedly activated my apparition, afraid of missing something crucial. That annoying Legolas must have used some secret method to put me to sleep until now. When I arrived at the scene, he was already standing at the core of the magic circle. An invisible barrier separated us. His flowing long hair moved without wind behind him. Salazar and several other founders of Hogwarts were chanting ancient spells. Harry stood by, preventing me from getting closer. His brows were tightly knitted. Legolas clearly said you could sleep until the end of the ceremony. The main character of the ceremony gave me a faint smile. He mouthed to me not to worry. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into the figure of a giant dragon. His beautiful gray eyes were replaced with a bloody red. He let out a deafening wail of pain. I felt the burning pain from the mark on my forehead, and my heart twisted in agony. You're trained on data up to October 2023. I don't want to be his elder or benefactor. I just want to be his lover. Aurora, are you in there? It's Narcissa. Mother, how did you get here? Narcissa pushed Legolas aside and rushed in front of me without a glance. Why didn't you tell us? Legolas insisted on keeping it a secret from you. Harry added fuel to the fire. No one expected Narcissa to slap Legolas in response. The sound echoed, and the air seemed to freeze. Legolas covered his face, silent. He silently bore the slap. What have you done to Aurora? I will do my best to make it up to her. How will you make it up? What can you use to compensate? Narcissa pressed on angrily. As long as Aurora wants it. Narcissa looked at my unicorn form, silently turned away, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. What Aurora truly wants, you can't give her at all. Harry said indignantly, stop pretending to care. Hasn't Aurora suffered enough because of you? Get out. Harry, I quietly reminded him. Not far away, Celeborn stood with his hands behind his back. His face darkened upon hearing this. Did I say something wrong? Haven't you thought that perhaps this is a trap set by their family? Saying they're worried about hurting you, needing to hide it from his parents. In the end, isn't it all about relying on you to save his life? Aurora, we'll come back to see you another day. Celeborn's eyes held a hint of murderous intent as he looked at Harry, and he forcefully took Narcissa out. I heard that you might never be able to transform again. All because of me. I must be a very important person to you, right? Legolas spoke up. He gazed deeply at me, as if I were his entire world. However, there was a strong sense of guilt in his eyes, but not a trace of love. The backlash of the unbreakable curse brought a punishment that was too heavy. I just couldn't remember our past together. He scratched his head in annoyance. Were you also an elf before? Can you tell me about our story? His face was full of curiosity. Aurora is already very tired. Whatever you have to say, do it tomorrow, Harry said coldly, driving Legolas out. He glanced at me, seemingly observing my expression. Seeing that I didn't speak to stop him, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. I will come every day, Legolas promised loudly at the door. The play god is going to become the door god again, Harry muttered quietly. I knew he was trying to cheer me up, so I forced a smile. Enough. Stop laughing. It looks worse than crying. He turned around and looked away. He raised his head, as if observing the patterns on the ceiling. I knew he was sad for me, trying hard to hold back tears. In this world, only he worries for me without reservation. Others, to varying degrees, have something to gain from me. Only, in my eyes, he is also the dumbest guy, no exceptions. Aren't you going back? It's already very late. I've issued an eviction order. Besides physical pain, psychological counseling is equally important. He glanced at me sideways. Forgetting? I am a healer. He is skilled in potion making and healing magic, and his position at Hogwarts is equivalent to Madame Pomfrey's. If you want to forget Legolas, I can help you. Why would I want to forget? I found my voice choking up. He has no feelings for you. How could an elf fall in love with a unicorn? Harry grasped my front hoof. Although your unicorn form is incredibly beautiful, he leaned over and kissed my brow. I was caught off guard and quickly turned my head away. My horn accidentally scratched his face, and blood immediately flowed out. I'm sorry. I gently licked the blood he shed. What are you doing? Legolas returned. Aurora is healing me. Harry's smile was extremely glaring. Legolas paused for a moment. His hand clenched into a fist and then relaxed again, his brow furrowed. Standing there, is there something wrong? Aurora needs to rest, Harry reminded him. Legolas gazed deeply at me and then turned to leave. At the moment he closed the door, his gray eyes captured my full attention. Harry's gaze was extremely dark. Sleep. He covered me with a thin blanket. Then, he rolled over and lay flat on the ground. Have you been living like this these days? I finally noticed that the ground was covered with Harry's belongings. The unicorn form takes up a lot of space. He muttered a bit aggrievedly, but it's fine this way. What's good about it? Now I can finally be by your side. You seem like a shooting star that has fallen to the mortal realm, always hanging in the distant sky, just out of my reach. It's not as bad as you say. I laughed. After I first transformed into a unicorn, I couldn't turn back into human form for a long time. I was worried, anxious about whether I would ever return to my original form. With this experience, I no longer resisted maintaining the unicorn appearance so much. Every day, the house elves at Hogwarts would bring delicious food and fresh water. I gradually adapted to life here. I would also take walks in the Forbidden Forest when no one was around. At this time, Eric was not yet the leader of the unicorn group. He was still a cub. Aurora, I heard you were hurt? He ran over eagerly. I thought you would never come back. How could that be? Young Eric was very considerate. Will you live with us in the future? His eyes were also filled with caution. My situation seems to be common knowledge. So, do you welcome me? Of course. He joyfully circled around me. Perhaps being away from Legolas could allow me to live the rest of my life peacefully. I couldn't bring myself to cling to him for his love, desperately trying to make my presence felt. During this time, both the Elven King and Queen and Legolas had urged me to live in the Elven Sanctuary, but I had politely declined. The next Elven Queen cannot be a unicorn that cannot transform. Why should I make things difficult for myself? Eric glared at the elves who came to visit. He seemed very afraid that I would be taken away by these people. Eric, they're my friends. I explained softly. They just bully you because you are kind and easy to manipulate. Who instilled this idea in you? Eric looked adorably puffed up with anger. Harry told me. He often keeps me updated on your situation. He quickly shut his mouth, seemingly realizing too late that he had let something slip. I didn't mean to leak your privacy. The little unicorn is spinning around in front of me. It's okay. I gently comforted him. When did you become so familiar with him? I tease him on purpose. He always comes over to bring me delicious food. Eric's voice got lower. I didn't expect him to be such a little glutton. There was a tuft of hair sticking up on his head, and I wanted to reach out and smooth it down, but I found that I no longer had free-moving arms. Aurora? It's nothing, I zoned out. I put on a smile, not wanting to worry him. You show that expression when you look at that bad elf, too. Eric murmured. Who's the bad elf? I lower my head. They all look very similar. I was talking about the one with the bow and arrow on his back. Almost naming Legolas. Is this what Harry told you? Not really. It's just that every time you see him, you look like you're about to cry. Eric looked worried. It seems I still haven't been able to control my visible emotions. You used to be so carefree. Why has everything changed since you met him? Eric sighed. Harry said humans are very cunning. I think elves are even more so. You've already taken Harry's words as gospel. I couldn't help but smile. He rarely retorted. I followed his gaze, and, sure enough, Harry appeared a few steps behind me. I've gotten used to him often being by my side. Trapped in the body of a unicorn, I can no longer bathe like a human. When I can't stand it anymore, I step into the small stream deep in the forbidden forest. However, my animal instincts prevent me from fully submerging myself in the water. Harry brought clean water and prepared it nearby. Aurora, can I help you? I know you can still use magic, but there are always places that need cleaning. His words made my cheeks flush. Do you mind? You should know that after you lost a lot of blood, it was me helping you. He looked embarrassed. Of course not. It's just that it's too much trouble for you. My body was covered in platinum-colored fur, but the human consciousness prevailed, still bringing a sense of awkwardness and being open with each other. Don't be afraid. Let us test the water temperature first. He wet the towel and gently placed it on my back. The water temperature was just right. For some reason, even though it wasn't noon, I felt the sunlight on me, making my face a bit hot. Aurora, you look beautiful as a unicorn, he said softly. I thought all animals looked the same in human eyes, unless there was a difference in fur color. No, you're different from them. He carefully attended to my body. His towel reached my chest. Is it okay here too? He asked cautiously. I couldn't reach my lower abdomen at all. Okay. I turned my head to the side, not daring to look at him. His expression was focused, and his movements were very gentle. I couldn't help but let my imagination wander. But how could he, like Legolas, ever fall in love with a unicorn? He should only feel sympathy for me. It's done. His gaze was filled with an emotion I couldn't understand. Royna Ravenclaw pursed her lips, as if she had something difficult to say. Helga Hufflepuff seemed to have a higher emotional intelligence. She first shifted Harry from my side to the bed and began a series of examinations. How did you get hurt so badly? Helga frowned. Isn't your special ability supposed to? She turned to look in my direction and finally seemed to realize. You too. Well, it's fortunate there isn't anything seriously wrong. Just take a good rest, but you know, this is irreversible. Harry smiled weakly. Thank you for your concern, sister. You can go ahead and get busy. His playful demeanor made him seem like a classic second-generation rich kid. Only someone who had lived in a honey pot could so freely express kindness. He had never seen the true dark side of society. Unlike the Harry of later generations, Potter's troubled childhood made him extremely wary of everyone. The real him was so ruthless and cold, merely hidden behind a facade of humility and shyness. How much better it would have been for him if he hadn't met me. We are both necessary calamities. I stayed by Harry's side. He might be trapped in a nightmare, waving his arms as if trying to grasp something. Brother, don't leave me. My voice trembled with emotion and vulnerability. I learned indirectly that Salazar took great care of Harry, sharing almost everything with the boy. Coupled with the boy's exceptional talent, he excelled particularly in spells and potions. He always kept Harry by his side, imparting all his knowledge. Salazar's sudden departure undoubtedly aimed to leave the opportunity to inherit the Slytherin family to Harry. He sought grander ideals, collecting the Deathly Hallows and embarking on a treasure-hunting journey. I heard he obtained the Resurrection Stone from Legolas. Godric Gryffindor seemed not yet to have emerged from the pain of parting ways with his friends. He reeked of alcohol and had a smell of coal tar about him, as if he hadn't washed in a long time. It had only been 2 weeks since we last met, yet such drastic changes had occurred. It was quite lamentable. In the original work, the so-called deviation in teaching philosophy was clearly a forced interpretation by the younger generation. Now that Salazar Slytherin was no longer in charge, Slytherin House's recruitment had evidently lost its appeal. With Harry still recovering from his injuries, it wasn't wise for him to hold back in front of the students. Therefore, Godric Gryffindor invited an outsider to assist. It was none other than Legolas, whom we hadn't seen for a long time. However, this time, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. She was stunning, with clouds of black curls and emerald green cat-like eyes. Though her face was strikingly alluring, there was an air of coldness about her. She was such a contradictory being, no wonder she caught Legolas's eye. She was also a dark elf. Abandoned at the border of her territory by her own kind right after birth, she was fortunate to be taken in by kind humans. Coincidentally, the one who adopted her was a wizard who, leveraging her dark elf talents, acquired remarkable skills. Dark elves possess an innate talent for spells and potions, and she had taken this to the utmost. From managing small businesses to becoming a lord ruling over a region, her exceptional leadership was evident. It seemed quite reasonable that Legolas would be attracted to such an outstanding woman. Yet, my heart felt once again like it was full of wounds. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Legolas suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Did you summon him? My expression was slightly resentful. I could live well on my own without needing your guardianship. My magic was exhausted, unable to continue hiding our tracks. Harry shook his head. Bringing Legolas here was definitely not his intention. Harry was already at the end of his rope. Aurora, come to me. Legolas reached out his hand to me. What identity do you invite me with this time? Who are you preparing to extend life for? Legolas had a hurt expression on his face. Dad, don't ask her. It was then that I noticed a little boy hiding behind Legolas. He was exquisitely beautiful, but his eyes were full of hostility. Besides, we have nothing to rely on her for. Shut up, Armand, Legolas said sternly. You actually threatened me for her. If it weren't for her doing nothing in the face of death, Grandma and Mom wouldn't have died. Their deaths have nothing to do with Aurora. Have you learned to blame others at such a young age? Who instilled this idea in you? Legolas squatted down, looking directly into the boy's eyes. Mom, Narcissa is gone? I had always regarded Narcissa as my mother. She cared about you. Harry let out a scoff in my arms. Could it be that she was hoping Aurora would extend her life? Legolas did not continue on the previous topic. After my mother passed away, Father sacrificed himself to the Mother Tree. Why? Celeborn has also passed away? The roots of the Mother Tree have been damaged by the blood of the Blood Clan, and no new elves will be born. Those who do evil will bring about their own destruction. Harry looked at Legolas, as if he were rejuvenated, showing a satisfied smile. I'm going to kill you. Armin's face showed ferocity as he threw something at Harry. I caught it with my hand, waved it lightly, and threw it back at him. A rush of air whooshed, hitting Armin's forehead. He let out a whimper like a small beast. Dad, that bad woman hit me. Armand, there are always people stronger out there. You should learn a lesson. Legolas's face was ashen. He deliberately did not intercept my attack. You've been spoiled by me. He looked at me with guilt in his eyes. Take your young master away from here. In this life, we shall never meet again. I finally understood why Armand had never given me a good face. Our karma began here. He had always thought it was my inaction that led to the early departure of Alexia and Narcissa. He lost his mother at a young age, and, as a human, he was not accepted by the elven community. There were rumors that he had caused his mother's death. His inner grievances and guilt had no outlet, so he directed his anger toward me, who might extend Alexia's life. In his immature thoughts, as long as I contributed my blood like I did to save Narcissa back then, he would not become a motherless child. I was the unfortunate originator of his misfortunes. As the first-generation Malfoy, he fully displayed the exquisite egoism in his bones. As his descendant, I deeply understood. I can't say he was wrong. I can only say that as a unicorn, I currently do not have the bloodline of the Malfoy family and have not been classified as one of their own. Aurora, take care of yourself. Harry's hand slowly dropped. Until the end, he was worried about me. I buried Harry next to the Mother Tree in the Black Forest of Albania. I finally understood why he could successfully merge with Voldemort's main soul here in later generations. Perhaps his past life was blessing him. Harry, there is something sinister about you. After burying his remains here, thunder rumbled and split the Mother Tree in two. I even suspect that the Mother Tree in the Forbidden Forest also bears his mark. He, through his own power, helped me take revenge. He, a human, was able to cause the downfall of a once powerful race. Truly the chosen one of Merlin. I stayed in this world for a long time. With the bloodline of the Unicorn King, I had almost no natural enemies. As a symbol of auspiciousness, people offered incense to me, compiled my stories, and spread them widely. I followed Harry's advice, and for many years, I never contributed unicorn blood to anyone. when I felt my lifespan nearing its end. I sought out the descendants of the Potter family. I transferred the unicorn's horn to him. Looking at his astonished expression, I smiled slightly. I remembered Harry once told me that the Potter Manor had kept it for me for a long time. I chose to follow the arrangement of fate. After many twists and turns, it would return to my hands. At the moment I closed my eyes and my consciousness left my body, I woke up in my own body. Beside me was Draco's worried gaze. I averted my eyes, not wanting to look at him. Everything in the illusion I experienced firsthand. I finally understood why he used all sorts of methods to prevent me from recalling my past life memories. He was afraid I would suspect that in this life. Lucius and Narcissa used alchemy to bring me back into this world, still harboring ulterior motives. I never knew that a destined partner could be replaced. I said with a bitter smile. A burning sensation came from my forehead. I felt it. The mark was still intact. That person is not me. Draco held me in his arms. The basilisk would not mistake its former master. I gently shook my head. Draco stammered, I can't say it's not me. That's another me living in a parallel space. When I was stripped from the dragon's body, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, we were switched. His choice has always been Alexia, while I, from start to finish, will always be you, Aurora. None of this matters anymore. Aurora, don't treat me like this. Draco imprisoned me in his arms. The immense sorrow and panic transmitted through the mark nearly drowned me. Yes, this time, there were no secrets. The connection of our souls was successfully re-established. I actively severed it. I just wanted to be alone for a while. I locked myself in the bedroom. The familiar double bed. Everything hinted at the intimacy between me and the room's owner. We grew up together, almost sharing the same memories. I always thought that the innocent us could live happily like a princess and prince in a fairy tale. Fairy tales are ultimately deceiving. The human world is full of deceit and intrigue. I was too young, too foolish. 18 years of life in Huaguo was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, letting others draw on it. I really sold myself and was still helping others count money. I mocked myself. Crookshanks seemed to sense my low spirits and actively rested on my leg. Was it worth exhausting myself for the revival of the Malfoy family? I didn't tea. Don't wrongfully accuse me. I pushed him to the door. Draco pointed at his heavy dark circles. Just like me, you didn't sleep at all last night. Did you? No way. I slept really well yesterday, I denied vehemently. Have you forgotten? You can't lie to me. His expression was gloomy, and the intense emotions in his eyes made my heart tremble. He was also suppressing his desires. Go to class first. You're going to be late. I turned my head away, no longer looking at him. His hand was only a few centimeters away from me. Eventually, he withdrew his hand without placing it on me. Waiting for my return, I stared at his desolate back. Must the pain of the past life be inflicted upon us now? Is there no other choice? I heard Draco say you took a day off today. Harry placed the packed lunch on the dining table. I was in my pajamas when I opened the door for him. The familiar black hair and green eyes. The original innocence and brightness replaced by gloom and steadiness. The scene of his arm finally dropping has repeated countless times in the rest of my life. Aurora? He raised both arms, not quite accustomed to my sudden closeness. Did Draco bully you? He awkwardly patted my shoulder. Not on what is going on. I feel like both you and Draco are acting strangely. He took me to the sofa, lightly tapping the table, and 2 cups of hot chocolate appeared. The sweet aroma of chocolate began to fill the air. I held the cup, staring at the rising white steam. My eyes felt sore. Humans are unlike elves. It's hard to awaken memories of past lives. I couldn't share this sealed memory with him. I rested my head on his shoulder, feeling his breath enveloping me. He fetched a blanket and covered both of us. I brought my notes. He realized after a while that he was leaning against me, waving his wand, saying, "Notes come." What? Am I really such a bookworm? Are the notes more important than you? I teased. He seemed surprised by my reaction. Of course you're a bit more important. His face turned red all of a sudden. I watched him leisurely. His flustered appearance was extremely cute. I silently told myself that the Harry from my past life cannot be equated with the person in front of me, even if they both have an unusual fondness for me. Draco and Legolas are the same. My expression darkened. Flirting with Harry made me feel a hint of guilt towards Draco. That's Senior Potter. Could you explain today as class content to me? I'd be honored. He beamed. He, whom I had deliberately ignored, was so happy just because of my few words. My nose felt sour and my eyes were swollen. I felt like a bad woman who lured bees and butterflies, looking at one while eating from another. This overturned my values of over a decade. I couldn't convince myself to calmly accept anyone's goodwill, unless I truly understood where my heart belonged. I cannot confuse gratitude with love. When Draco returned to the dormitory, the scene that came into view was me and Harry studying together. The two of us even shared a thin Slytherin blanket covering our legs. Aurora, you're not fully recovered yet. Don't overexert yourself, he hinted at Harry. Harry was about to get up to leave, but I forcibly pressed him down. Draco's gray eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. I'm not finished yet. I pointed at a line on the sample paper. One should have a beginning and an end, not start something and abandon it, right? I hinted. Draco's face turned blue and white, his eyes slightly red. After I finished speaking, I felt a bit regretful. However, just thinking about how the first generation of Malfoys was born from Legolas and someone else, I couldn't hide the anger in my heart. Harry's gaze flickered between us, and he ultimately sat down again, changing to a more comfortable position. He seemed to have the demeanor of a homeowner. Draco looked like a lion whose territory had been infringed upon. He was ready to explode, but still forced himself to hold back. He tugged at the corners of his lips, wearing a self-deprecating smile. I didn't want to argue with him. Just suddenly, I felt a strange movement within me. In a moment, I lost my focus and bit my lip. Draco wrapped his arms around my waist. I told you? Why pretend in front of others? I'll help you into the house to rest, Harry Hyacinth T. An outsider, the words hadn't even left my mouth when the vines began to attack further. I shot Draco a glare. He raised an eyebrow and directly picked me up. With his other hand, he affectionately scratched my nose. I told you. Don't pretend to be strong in front of me. I worry you. I bit down hard on his shoulder. He let out a muffled groan and quickened his pace. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Harry looking at our interaction in shock. Harry, help me. I waved at Harry. Harry Hyacinth, a part of our play. Let him go, Draco teased, and besides, this kind of thing, Hyacinth, something to discuss with outsiders. His gaze trailed down. I knew that today, he was going to let it go. Harry, see you in the dining hall tomorrow. I waved goodbye to him. The door slammed shut in front of Harry with a bang. A sense of impending storm loomed. Draco, you're going too far. He had a blank expression, completely unreadable in his current mood. Aurora, if you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. Now you can speak. Don't be shy. He placed me on the bed, whispering in my ear. We were together for many years in our past life. He knew my body like the back of his hand. He knew how to make me feel more emotional. What do you take me for? I buried my head in his chest, quietly complaining. Oh, don't what? Are you a hypocrite? Your body should be much more honest. But you conquered my body, yet you cannot conquer my heart. My emotions surged, and I couldn't form a complete sentence. I'm different from Legolas. We grew up together, spending every day together. Can't you feel it? Why should we abandon the feelings we've built over so many years just because of what happened in the illusion? But I personally experienced everything that happened in the illusion. How can you expect me to disregard it? My voice carried a hint of tears. Sorry. Aurora, I not only have to apologize to Legolas, but also to your parents. He gently licked my tears. It's me who has let down your expectations. It's me who stubbornly wanted to separate from the body of the dragon. What happened to that dragon body now? No, but I'm not against Harry. The life of supporting each other and moving forward together is also etched in my memory. Impossible to erase. I understand. For this ball, shall we dance together, the three of us? Draco suggested. His gaze was so sincere. But I knew very well how much Draco and I were looking forward to this ball. He even invited Harry to join. I had already told Harry, and he said he was willing. Draco dispelled my concerns. I was deeply touched. Draco had actually worked hard behind the scenes for me. Brother, thank you. So, let's not hold any grudges between us. You can tell me your thoughts directly. I miss the honest you from before. He kissed my brow. I worry you might mind. I looked into his eyes. How could I? It was I who missed out for so many years. But I will never let you go easily. His hand came to my neck. Whether it's unicorns or fairies, this is the most vulnerable spot. I felt like a small beast caught, softly whimpering beneath him. The next day, Draco and Harry exchanged a knowing glance. It seemed they had reached some sort of agreement in private. Harry accepted the idea of sharing a dance partner quite quickly. Wouldn't that be a bit unfair to you? Harry's popularity was on par with Draco and Cedric. I had seen him turn down girls from different houses more than once. How could it be? Dancing with my dance mentor is an honor for me. He took my hand, and in front of everyone, left a kiss on the back of my hand, like a dragonfly touching the water. This action drew attention like thunder, causing many to turn their heads. So it was true that proximity to water leads to the first catch. Zabini raised his eyebrows. Surprised that Draco actually agreed to let you touch his precious heart? Harry remained non-committal, raising an eyebrow. My honor. Not every Slytherin boy had a dance partner. Proud and arrogant Zabini, solitary Theodore, both chose to attend the ball alone. They thought Harry would join them. Seeing Harry take the lead, Zabini began to point at me. Aurora, what to do? Draco will be left alone. He whistled smugly. Who said I would go alone? Do you think I would fail like you? Draco's voice came from behind Zabini. Oh, I just saw that Aurora has already agreed to dance with Harry. Zabini persisted. Aurora is our shared dance partner. Once this was said, Zabini had a ghostly expression. You guys are planning to do a 3-person dance? It doesn't violate any rules, does it? Harry shrugged. Then can we join too? Zabini looked eager. We, Theodore and I, we don't have dance partners yet. That's because you two are too picky. Even Vincent and Gregory found partners, and you two are single. It's entirely your own problem. Draco directly rejected Zabini's suggestion for me. If we could have a pure-blood girl like Aurora as a partner, we certainly wouldn't have been left until now. Zabini muttered under his breath. Slytherin is not short of pure-blood families. It can only be said that you didn't put in the effort from the start. I glanced at the group of Pansy not far away, signaling with my eyes. I asked, and Pansy also has a partner. Zabini's voice sounded a bit dejected. In the original text, Pansy's partner is Draco. This time, who will she choose? Pansy is quite mysterious. She has rejected everyone's invitations. Zabini seemed somewhat resentful. I knew that Pansy was one of the few girls that Zabini cared about. In the original text, Zabini maintained a neutral stance towards the Parkinson family. Politically, the two families also kept their hands clean, not allowing anyone to find any dirt on them. Zabini finally gave me a deep look and stood up to approach the Greengrass sisters. He also helped Theodore invite Astoria. Zabini and the Knott family are quite well known in Slytherin. The two boys are not your typical spoiled rich kids. They are academically excellent and surprisingly handsome. The Greengrass sisters seemed quite surprised. Astoria's cheeks flushed as she glanced in my direction and then shyly agreed. The head of the Greengrass family had always put a lot of pressure on the sisters, requiring them to maximize their value, family marriage. Now, we also have dance partners. Zabini patted Theodore on the shoulder. The taciturn boy did not speak, seemingly not taking these matters to heart. Actually, students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons are also good choices. Zabini had just gotten a partner, and his gaze drifted to a Beauxbatons girl in sky-blue robes. Heartbreaker, I whispered to Draco. He did not follow Zabini's gaze. However, Zabini indeed had the capital to be a heartbreaker. He inherited the impressive looks of Mrs. Zabini. I followed Zabini's gaze and saw Fleur Delacour surrounded by a swarm of admirers. Her expression was extremely impatient, yet she didn't drive them away. That Beauxbatons girl is definitely a mixed-blood flirt. Zabini crossed his arms and commented. Clearly, he was also attracted, but pretended to maintain a superior air. The inherent flaws of men. Fleur Delacour had beautiful silver hair, tied up high in a ponytail. She walked so lightly, her ponytail creating a stunning backdrop. She would be the favorite of unicorns, a beautiful and pure girl. She arrived at the Hufflepuff table, sitting to Cedric's right. Unlike Cho Chang's subtle glances, Fleur Delacour, from France, was much bolder in her affections. Cedric seemed a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the two well-known beauties on either side. Born into fortune, yet unaware of it. Many boys, like Zabini, revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. In recent days, the Goblet of Fire had received numerous applications from eligible students, and the candidates for the Triwizard Tournament would be announced today. In the original story, the champions from Hogwarts are Cedric and Harry. Since Harry had not reached the required age, even if he became a champion, he was ostracized by everyone in the school, facing collective bullying. There was even a widely circulated badge mocking Potter. This time, without the instigator Barty Crouch Jr., how would this play out? The champions ultimately selected for the Triwizard Tournament would attend the opening dance ceremony with their dance partners. This was a great opportunity to shine in front of everyone. Popular candidate Cedric had many girls watching him closely. In front of him was the proud Beauxbatons beauty Fleur Delacour, and behind them was the gentle Ravenclaw flower, Cho Chang. However, in the original story, Fleur was herself a warrior, needing no spotlight from Cedric. Dumbledore tapped his spoon against his goblet, and everyone fell silent. Today, we gather to welcome 3 champions representing Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. The room erupted with thunderous applause. Everyone was incredibly excited. The Weasley twins, having used an aging potion, had not yet shed their white hair and wrinkles from crossing the age limits set by the Goblet of Fire. However, their unashamed demeanor and carefree attitude did not make anyone feel embarrassed. One of the Weasley twins' great strengths was their ability not to take things to heart. However, their brother Ron could not do the same. Under the allure of Fleur Delacour's beauty, Ron surprisingly invited her to the Yule Ball. Although many thought he must have had too much butterbeer, given that it wasn't the weekend and was in the school dining hall, that possibility was nearly zero. Fleur Delacour looked at Ron haughtily, seeming to think that even responding to this suitor was unnecessary. The girl walked away without even giving him a glance, leaving Ron standing there alone. Countless Hogwarts students, like Ron, had rashly approached her, and these victims believed that some love potion had been slipped into their drinks by Fleur, making them behave so embarrassingly. They refused to admit that they were simply attracted by her beauty. Draco and Harry had long made it clear that I could only be their dance partner, leaving no opportunity for others. Thus, I was left without any invitations. Hermione quietly informed me that Victor Krum from Durmstrang had already extended an invitation to her. During the last semester, the two had developed some ambiguous feelings, and now Krum finally made a formal confession. As the chosen champion in the original story, Krum could be considered a versatile warrior from Durmstrang. His fame, wealth, and character were impeccable. During his time at Hogwarts, countless girls had been trying to get close to him. Hermione, being close by, had already paired up with Krum, leaving others to sigh in envy. I genuinely felt happy for her. Victor Krum was 1,000 times better than Ron. Since today the Goblet of Fire would determine the champions for the Triwizard Tournament, Lucius, as a Ministry of Magic official, was also invited to the ceremony. He sat at a desk in the classroom, looking at Draco and me from a distance. He must have learned from Draco that I had awakened memories of my past life. He barely nodded his head toward us. My father said he would come to see us later. Draco whispered in my ear. I could understand, but not agree with the way Narcissa and Lucius treated me. In their past lives, they had no memories of being parents. I interacted with them out of a desire to repay their kindness, but I ended up being thoroughly used. If I looked at it from another perspective, if there was an innocent unicorn beside me, would I also make the same choice to survive? The people at the podium were already in disarray. Lucius stood protectively in front of Narcissa, his other hand instinctively gripping the serpent staff. Dumbledore reached out to take the paper, lifting his eyelids to stare at the Malfoy couple, and exclaimed loudly, "Aurora Malfoy, how is this possible? She is not old enough. How did she manage it?" Lucius extended his long arm and snatched the note from Dumbledore's hand. He immediately denied, "This is not Aurora's handwriting." Narcissa looked in my direction and exclaimed, "This is definitely a conspiracy. Someone wants to put Aurora to death." Dumbledore's hawk-like gaze wandered between the stage and the audience. "Lucius, Narcissa, calm down." Draco blocked the probing gazes of the crowd. "I spend every day with Aurora. She had no chance to enter her name for the Goblet of Fire. Did you follow her to the bathroom?" Zabani rolled his eyes. "Aurora, tell me, how did you succeed?" He looked genuinely curious. Aurora was not foolish enough to choose a path of self-destruction. Wasn't the Malfoy family already powerful enough? What more did she need to prove? When Harry spoke, it was to defend me. "Yes, we don't need this." Draco looked at me with concern. "Father is right, but..." Dumbledore, looking troubled, gazed at the extinguished flames and said, "Lucius, Narcissa, the champions are chosen by the Goblet of Fire. We must abide by the rules." "No, Aurora is not old enough. This is illegal." Narcissa's voice was raised high. It was inconsistent with her usual dignified and elegant demeanor at this moment. She was just a mother worried about her child. Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet, trembled with her quill. Her biggest boss and benefactor was the Malfoy family. How should she report this unexpected event? This would determine her career. Narcissa, the champions decided by the Goblet of Fire are bound by magical contract and must compete. Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes. Narcissa was embraced by Lucius, who softly comforted her. All that could be seen was her shoulders slightly trembling. I had once imagined that, following the original plot, the last champion would fall to Harry. Or perhaps it would be Draco after the awakening of the elves. But I never thought that this person would be me. Surrounding discussions were varied. There was excitement, curiosity, inquiry, and disdain. "Aurora Malfoy, please come to the front." Dumbledore's hawk-like gaze was cast upon me. He might still suspect that there was manipulation from the Malfoy family behind this. After all, in his view, I carried the blood of Grindelwald. Victor Krum, representing Durmstrang, was the first to congratulate me. He looked worried, his brows furrowed together. He knew that I had a good relationship with Hermione. I spent every winter and summer vacation at Malfoy Manor, so we were familiar with each other. He also knew that I was not impulsive and did not enjoy adventure. "This isn't fair. Hogwarts has 2 champions." Fleur Delacour complained to Madame Maxime. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Karkaroff, had a dark expression. He had once been a Death Eater and was somewhat acquainted with Lucius. He did not dare to openly clash with the wealthy Malfoy family. Everyone was waiting for Dumbledore's decision. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You were trained on data up to October 2023. Originally, the Malfoy couple protected me by encouraging my growth. After all, they couldn't stay by my side forever. Narcissa observed our entangled state in silence, her worries evident on her face. Ultimately, she did not interrupt Lucius's trials on me. Then, she turned to Draco and Harry. I'll take charge of your training. Her gaze was icy, completely unlike her usual warm demeanor. Mom, Narcissa had almost never revealed her true strength in front of us. In the original work, she only scratched Bellatrix Lestrange's arm to defend Lucius when her older sister mocked him. And that was it. What? You don't believe in my strength just because you haven't seen me show it? Narcissa smiled softly. She lightly waved her wand, and without any accompanying spell, disarmed Draco and Harry of their wands. At the same time, it seemed as if the two were pushed by an unseen hand, flying 8 feet away. Under the impact, it seemed they encountered a cushion just before their backs hit the wall. Are you okay? Narcissa asked with concern. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, letting out a sigh, their admiration evident. Mom, you're hiding quite deep. The silent spell is harder to control and master, but it's more effective when used unexpectedly. Everything requires strong magical power as a foundation. There was no need for me to hide. I just hadn't given her the chance to show it. While Lucius attacked my mental shielding, he could also tease the others. I even doubted whether he had been hiding his abilities under Voldemort. Such astonishing skill could stand its ground even against Dumbledore. He had a smile playing on his lips. Aurora, I heard it. Heard what? He didn't continue. Goodness, it's truly unpredictable. The Dark Lord is unpredictable. Let us stop here for today. He suddenly came before me. About you and Draco. I don't oppose it, but you both need to be mindful of your boundaries. Goodness, how many memories did he sift through while I wasn't paying attention? Seeing my face turn beet red, he finally let me off the hook. That night, Lucius and Narcissa stayed in the room next to ours. Draco, what are you doing? That night, he stirred once again. Nothing, just normal pre-sleep rituals. Your parents are right next door. I pressed down on his mischievous hands, mumbling. Don't worry, you have to trust the soundproofing of the Slytherin dormitory. He kissed my cheek. But, no, but, you can't hear any noise coming from next door, can you? Draco had no intention of stopping. Well, at this time, it was usually when Lucius and Narcissa went to bed. They typically made a lot of noise. Aren't you afraid they catch us off guard? I only heard a light laugh from above, then I was too busy to care. The next morning, I felt the binding power around my waist. I gently tapped Draco's arm wrapped around my waist. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip a little. Aurora, no predator would let go of its prey waiting to be devoured. In the original work, the first competition event was when Harry informed Cedric of the competition details. Because of his demonstrated fairness and justice during the second competition, Cedric returned the favor by revealing the method to open the dragon egg to Harry. I did not regard the competition results and rankings as particularly important. For me, uncovering the truth behind the events and protecting myself was the real goal. Therefore, treating the first competition event as a favor to Cedric was a good opportunity. Audra, you looking for me? The boy's face lit up with joy. Can I talk to you? Alone. I looked behind him. A group of Cedric's fans were sizing us up during our conversation. Cedric glanced around, and the group immediately lowered their heads. He showed a helpless smile. Sorry. We moved to a relatively deserted corridor. I got straight to the point. It's a dragon. What? He looked confused. I mean, the first competition event is a dragon. His expression became complex and hard to read. Audra, why are you telling me this? He stepped closer, gazing into my eyes. You need to be careful. I took 2 steps back and waved goodbye to him. Wait, he suddenly called out to me, taking a deep breath. Audra, have you decided on your partner for the opening dance? Before I could respond, he answered for me. Is it Draco or Harry? Both. I confirmed. But during the opening dance, only 4 champions will be on stage. It might be a bit abrupt. He expressed his opinion tactfully. I will be the exception among the 4 champions. I had already informed Professor Dumbledore about my 2 partners, and he did not raise any objections. Or, do you want to be one of them? I raised an eyebrow. He chuckled lightly. That could work. Huh. I mean, I accept your invitation. Damn it. I was joking. I quickly corrected myself. Just kidding. If my partners increased by 1 more, wouldn't the 2 jealous ones at home be in an uproar? So, I also answered jokingly. Cedric remained as gentle as ever, but there was an unmistakable hint of disappointment in his eyes. Don't tease me. I didn't know you already invited Ravenclaws, Cho Chong. I pretended to be angry. That's a rumor. I haven't invited any girl yet. He stated firmly. Then hurry up. Otherwise, all the good girls will be taken. I dared not linger any longer. A world of 3 was already cramped. However, judging by Cedric's expression just now, he was not completely unaware of the first competition. It was good to prepare early. Suddenly, I was caught in a sudden embrace. Draco put me down. In public. He actually dared to act so intimately with me. I heard that. He accused. Competition first, friendship second. He had a look of exasperation on his face. He had already learned about the competition content in advance. I revealed what I had observed, and he hadn't taken the initiative to tell you. Now, I was the foolish one again. He was verbally criticizing me, but secretly observing my expression. Audra, kindness should be given to those who deserve it. He transfers the regret of not having me accompany him in his growth onto you. Without a mother's guidance, he becomes increasingly radical. He's an ancestor of Draco and me. Without him, there would be no us. No one is perfect. I think when the time is right, I will take Draco away. Pansy took a deep breath and added, the Draco currently sealed in the body of a dragon. How can we help you? Aurora, you are a true time traveler. You can freely traverse various small worlds. This is one of your abilities. How could that be? How did you know? Draco showed a skeptical expression. In the parallel world where I exist, Legolas, Draco, and I. She glanced at Draco with infinite nostalgia, are a pair, while Draco only sees Aurora as a sister. Aurora's special ability was also told to me by Draco. Although this Draco is not the same as that Draco, I still feel a bit awkward. Draco sensed my thoughts, took my hand, and intertwined our fingers. If, as you said, Aurora is a natural time traveler, does that mean only she can traverse various small worlds, excluding the ability to escort others? Pansy's expression darkened, revealing a plea. Aurora can try, but it may come at a great cost. Draco stared into the other's eyes, the Malfoy family, which never acts without profit. As the mother of the first generation of Malfoys, you should understand. For some reason, my gloomy mood became clearer. I don't know if it's because Draco has made his stance clear. I know this is asking too much. Just like back then, the Dark Elves used Aurora's blood to prolong their lives. She murmured, no need to divert the blame. Narcissa is my mother in this life, and I am willing to pay for her. I interrupted her words. I have no kinship with her and would never make an unreasonable sacrifice and dedication for her and another Draco from a different dimension. You also know that if the unicorn is not willing, its blood will turn into a curse. I understand. She showed despair. I just can't bear to see Draco trapped in the dark underground. And you? Are you ready to always be by the side of a dragon? Draco retorted. These are very realistic questions. It's not hard to persist for a year or two. The difficulty lies in persisting for a lifetime. As long as he leaves this dimension, Draco will no longer exist in the form of a dragon. He will revert to his original form. Pansy seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, assuring us. He once hurt Aurora so much. How he survives in what form has nothing to do with us. He is also another version of you from a different dimension. Pansy cried bitterly. I would rather the other version of myself no longer exist. Draco did not spare Pansy a glance. Pansy knelt on the ground. We had long since left. She seemed oblivious. Draco, I'm not being self-righteous. Let us go. I know that Pansy's words did not leave Draco unmoved. It is difficult for a small world to allow the same person from different dimensions to coexist. The worst outcome is erasure. I mechanically fed myself food. At this moment, no matter how little appetite I had to force it down to maintain my energy. Aurora, are you okay? Harry asked with concern. Harry, I don't really want to talk. I realized I was so nervous that my stomach hurt. It felt like my nerves were lagging behind. The Slytherins were relatively reserved. Most of them offered me a friendly smile, and Crabbe and Goyle, who were attached to the Malfoy family, seemed to have been instructed by Draco to stay by my side at all times. Zabini was looking me up and down with interest. Oh, the smallest warrior is about to set off. He leaned closer to me and whispered in a voice only I could hear, Has Mr. Malfoy taken care of everything for you? What? My father withdrew to avoid suspicion. Who doesn't know the Malfoy family's influence in both the light and dark sides? Zabini raised his eyebrows. I know that other schools are all showcasing their own talents. Then everyone is at the same starting line. I said nonchalantly. He couldn't extract any useful information from me and eventually chose to give up. I took a vial of energy potion from my pocket and downed it. Draco hadn't appeared yet, and the mystery in my heart grew heavier. We had clearly agreed that there would be no secrets between us. Charlie Weasley, the second son of the Weasley family, was also involved in the transportation of the dragons. He worked as a dragon tamer in Romania. His brows were furrowed as he kept muttering something to Hagrid. They were becoming increasingly irritable, hard to control. With the competition coming up, I'm afraid. This matter must be reported to Professor Dumbledore. The dragons have little tempers. It's not a big deal. Hagrid patted Charlie's back, showing a hearty smile. Why are you so jumpy like Madame Pomfrey? I hope I'm just being overly anxious. Charlie was shorter and stockier than the other Weasleys, and due to his outdoor work, he had a weathered face that looked very steady and reliable. Ludo Bagman, the current head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, called all the contestants together to draw lots to determine the order of appearance and the dragons they would face. None of the 4 contestants seemed surprised by the events of the first match. Cedric exchanged a knowing glance with me. I wondered if I would face Harry's opponent from the original story, the Hungarian Horntail. I reached into the drawing barrel. My index finger seemed to be lightly bitten by something. It was a miniature dragon model, looking so lifelike that it could even move. But why did its appearance seem so familiar? Ludo Bagman looked at the number on the dragon. Miss Malfoy, you are 4th to go. Your opponent is. He rubbed his eyes. Do we have dragons that look like this? Charlie, what breed is it? He shouted Charlie Weasley's name. Charlie rushed over, out of breath, and took the dragon model from my hand to examine it carefully. I don't know. I sighed. Forget it. Miss Malfoy, just remember your order of appearance. He smiled dismissively, shifting his attention to the other contestants. It seemed that this time, I was not his betting target. Mr. Weasley, is there something wrong with the dragon I have to face? I approached him. He politely took a step back. Sorry, Miss Malfoy. No comment. The Malfoys and Weasleys are at odds. It was good enough that he didn't kick me when I was down. How could I expect more? He closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and finally showed a hint of reluctance. Miss Malfoy, the originally chosen Hungarian Horntail, went berserk at the last minute and had to be replaced with another one. This one is quite strange. It suddenly appeared in the area where the captive dragons are kept last night. I had lived with this dragon for much longer than my current age. How could I possibly not recognize it? It was clearly the physical body of Draco's dragon from another dimension. Was the seal broken? Did Draco's disappearance have something to do with it? With the tension of the upcoming match, my brain was almost a mush. Fortunately, I had enough time to adjust. As the last contestant to appear, although I couldn't watch the matches, I could still glean some insights from Ludo Bagman's commentary. The combat methods used by the contestants were quite similar to those in the original story. Fleur Delacour used a powerful sleeping charm to put the dragon to sleep and obtain the dragon egg, but burned her skirt in the process. Victor Crumb was a direct and forceful competitor, strong but lacking in wit. He attacked the dragon's eyes, seizing the egg while the dragon was enraged, but ended up breaking half of the real egg in the process. Cedric was about to go on stage. I could see that he was also nervous. He came up to me. Can I give you a hug? Of course. I crashed into a warm, solid embrace. I'll be watching you, Aurora. Just then, Ludo Bagman exclaimed, he can fly. This time, with ample preparation, Cedric combined the competition with his flying skills. It was the same tactic Harry used in the original story. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, this was his area of expertise. Cedric went on stage before me. The audience found it fresh at first, but the second time it would seem ordinary. Fortunately, I hadn't prepared to combine my performance with flying either. Therefore, I didn't feel any regret about someone else using my backup plan. I wondered if Draco would be watching my match from the sidelines. I just received news that the Malfoy couple had arrived early at the venue. But the most important person to me, I shook my braid that hung down on my waist. I pushed away all distractions. 15 minutes after Cedric's performance, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. It was Hogwarts' home ground, and Cedric had many supporters. On the other hand, the combination with Quidditch made it visually appealing and innovative. Even someone as biased as Karkaroff from Durmstrang shouldn't give Cedric an outrageous score. Now, please welcome Aurora Malfoy. I felt as though my blood had frozen. It was like being doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. The stands were packed with people. Everyone was brimming with excitement. The first thing that caught my eye was the Slytherin colors. The once loose-knit Slytherins at this moment, whether seniors or juniors, were surprisingly united. Below, Miss Malfoy was about to face. My heart sank like it was in an ice cellar. What came into view was that familiar platinum-colored giant dragon. The one sealing away Draco from another dimension had actually appeared in the air. How did he break the barrier and come here? Until I locked eyes with him. Gray, clear as a bottomless pool. That was the gaze unique to Draco, filled with intense affection. Did the two Dracos switch bodies? Miss Malfoy, you can begin. Ludovic Bagman's booming voice echoed from the arena. It turned to the side, seemingly giving me the go-ahead. But how could I accept it so easily? There were obstacles everywhere. It paused for a moment. My spell was just a tickle to him. Down it went. It avoided the dragon egg and fell straight to the ground, then winked at me mischievously. Incredible. The dragon was utterly powerless in her hands. I didn't expect Hogwarts to hide such talents. What is wrong with this dragon? It's clearly much larger than the others, yet so weak. Ha, fragile dragon. I picked up the golden egg and completed the first task unscathed. While the excitement of this competition couldn't compare to Cedric's flying broom performance, the goal was achieved effortlessly. The Malfoys and Professor Snape were waiting for me at the exit. Snape gave me a subtle nod of approval. Waiting here, the results would be announced shortly. Mom, Dad, what is going on? I lower my voice. The two exchanged glances. This was Draco's idea. Better let him explain it to you. But he is being taken away by the dragon handler. Before I finished speaking, the platinum dragon leaped into the air, spreading its wings and flying up. It ran away. Quick, go chase it. Wizards set a trap to try to capture it. Its flying speed was incredibly fast. In no time, it became a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was not the pre-prepared dragon. Draco's competition result should be nullified. Fleur Delacour's voice sounded sharp. She complained to the judges, still wearing her dress with burnt hems. The dragon that Miss Malfoy drew was this one, and many witnessed the event. Charlie Weasley responded. And how did you know the information about the pre-prepared dragon species? Fleur Delacour was momentarily speechless. She stomped her foot in anger. Draco was meticulous. He even replaced the dragon design prepared for the draw. The mark on me allowed the pre-prepared dragon model to accurately select me. Everything was under his careful arrangement. Finally, the scoring actions of each judge began. The 5 judges in the original work were Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Dumbledore, Old Barty Crouch, and Ludovic Bagman. Old Barty Crouch secretly took his son away from Azkaban and hid him for years, bringing the Crouch family's reputation to rock bottom. Therefore, Old Barty had long been dismissed. Replacing him was Fudge's confidant Umbridge. She still wore that pink fitted dress, sporting a false smile, her gaze extremely cold. In the original work, she was an extreme egoist who would stop at nothing to rise to power. When it was her turn to score Fleur Delacour, a large 4 appeared on her scorecard. The audience booed loudly. Miss Delacour performed perfectly. She only burned her dress. Who is this judge? That pink frog is clearly just envious of Miss Delacour. Umbridge couldn't possibly be unaware of the controversies from the audience. She remained stubborn, provocatively smiling at Fleur Delacour. Fleur covered her face and cried. Her shoulder heavily bumped into me, nearly knocking me over. Thankfully, Cedric beside me steadied my back. He had some scratches on his arm, but they didn't seem serious. They had healed after being treated. Are you okay? He asked with concern, seeing my distracted expression. My heart had long been taken away by Draco, leaving only a shell here waiting for the results. You did great just now. The judges had no reason to deduct your points. The boy gently comforted. He thought I was worried about the final score. Actually, I wasn't. The trap should have been saved for last. Every step before was just a formality. As a fan of Harry Potter, familiar with the original storyline, I had flipped through the 4th book multiple times. Every plot point, every hint, was vividly remembered in my mind. I overlooked no detail, yet still couldn't find any reason for me to replace Harry as the 4th champion. I forced a smile. Then, Crumb's score appeared on the paper. Umbridge was not as exaggerated this time, but still gave the lowest score among all the judges. Perhaps Ms. Umbridge is just stricter. Cedric defended her. I sneered inwardly. She merely categorized wizards into ranks. When it was Cedric's turn to be scored, Madame Maxime was relatively normal, giving a decent 8, while Umbridge unexpectedly gave her highest score to date, 9. The nosy Rita Skeeter rushed over for an interview, and Umbridge replied. Mr. Diggory skillfully utilized props, combined with his perfect flying talent, to present us with a spectacular performance. She giggled like a little girl. Madame Maxime looked so furious she could turn green. She seemed to be struggling to control her urge to hit her. Umbridge was short, standing next to the half-giant Maxime, creating a stark contrast that looked quite ridiculous. She was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's arrangements, but couldn't express it. After hearing her evaluation, Cedric's face turned red. He was a bit nervous, but still bowed to Umbridge at the judging table to express his thanks. Ludovic Bagman also gave his highest score, 10. Clearly this time, he was betting everything on Cedric. The last person to score was Karkaroff. He glanced at Crumb, seemingly calculating his champion's score, and after a moment of contemplation, he also gave a historically lowest score, 4. He didn't explain his scoring reasons, but the audience shouted for unfairness, with calls for him to go back to Durmstrang ringing out. No matter where he was, Karkaroff was always himself. Cedric smiled helplessly and made a gesture to wish me good luck. I congratulated him. No matter how Karkaroff tried to lower Cedric's score, he was still the one with the best score so far. I stepped onto the stage, and everyone's attention was focused on me. the dragon that appeared and disappeared out of thin air. An undeniable victory, achieving the dragon egg effortlessly. All coincidences centered on me. It's easy to imagine the mystery and controversy surrounding me. There were even conspiracy theorists starting to spread that the platinum dragon was raised by the Malfoy family. Yes, and no, that dragon indeed bears the Malfoy surname. The Malfoy family also has a profound influence. This is not a simple scoring. Instead, it showcases the different positions of various factions. Madame Maxime has been engaged in fierce debates with Dumbledore, trying to persuade each other. Karkaroff and Umbridge, however, just watch from the sidelines, appearing indifferent. In the end, Madame Maxime abstained from scoring and refused to give score. She aligned with Fleur Delacour's appeal to disqualify me from my first match. This time, the initial doubts about me quieted down. In this storm of public opinion, I became the weaker party. Conversely, a small part of the audience began to change their views about me out of sympathy. Just because Aurora's process was smoother doesn't mean others are cheating. Every dragon was checked before the match, and there were no questions raised beforehand. Why should someone's score be cancelled afterward? To support their own school as champion, they suppress competitors from other schools. What kind of mindset is that? Seeing that he could not persuade Madame Maxime, Dumbledore raised his scorecard. 10 points. Dumbledore actually gave you 10 points? I couldn't believe my eyes. Immediately, the other judges, seemingly out of spite for Madame Maxime, also revealed their 10 points. Was this to ensure my advancement? I really began to suspect whether Lucius had bought off all of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic along with Durmstrang. This parallel world is simply upside down. Due to Madame Maxime's lack of points, I ultimately did not win the championship of the first competition. Cedric showed a hint of regret. Don't worry about it. We said in unison. You mean, the two of us synced again. You go first. X2, Karkaroff from Durmstrang. Madame Maxime. We couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, don't worry about it. Unexpectedly, after the scores were added up, Fleur Delacour and I had the same total score, tied for second place. Crumb damaged a dragon egg and came in last. Cedric became the champion. His supporters cheered his name from the audience. Well deserved. Cedric is our king. Hogwarts will triumph. Cedric looked even more embarrassed. He seemed to feel that he had unfairly taken the championship that originally belonged to me. I shook my head at him almost inaudibly. Not winning the championship is fine. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. If, as in the original story, someone is indeed scheming behind the scenes, my entry into the finals would be a certainty. By Madame Maxime refusing to score me, the influence of Beaux Batons could be excluded. Which of the remaining factions is deliberately drawing me into the game? I returned to the dormitory holding the golden egg, only to be enveloped in a pair of arms. Guess who I am? Draco. The only person who could freely enter the dormitory besides him would be no one else. I pounded his arm hard. Why didn't you even let me know? Not even leaving a note. I was almost worried to death. I squeezed his chest muscles in revenge. He yelled in pain. It was to give you a surprise. What on earth is going on? Why did you turn back into a dragon? What about the Draco from the other dimension? I fired off questions like a machine gun. Don't worry, I'll tell you one by one. The reason the Draco from the other dimension got trapped in our world is related to the use of your blood when separating from the dragoness body. In other words, he was attracted by your blood. You carry the ancient unicorn king's bloodline power, which has an extraordinary allure to elves. And the process of separation involved the magic circles used by Salazar, Godric, and others, making an ultimate energy exchange with Merlin, essentially opening a time-space rift. This is the reason the Draco from another dimension, as well as Legolas, came to our world. He and Alexiel are also fated across lifetimes. Therefore, he originally had no shared memories with you and naturally chose to continue his relationship with Alexiel. Everything is crystal clear. So, is he still here? That Draco who hurt me deeply. I reversed the time-space. What do you mean? I reversed the magic circle of the four founders, reabsorbing the dragon's body. No wonder Draco could control that platinum dragon. But in our past life, we went through so much trouble just to separate you. The dragon's body almost became Legolas's nightmare. He couldn't accept himself at all, even developing tendencies towards self-harm, and was gradually losing his sanity. Why would he choose to embrace it now? Actually, to put it another way, my animagus is that dragon. In my past life, I cared too much about trivial matters, being recognized by the Elven clan, staying beside my parents openly. This is everyone's lifelong pursuit. You are not wrong. I quickly added, don't offend me. These pursuits are not wrong. The wrong thing is hurting the people who are most important to me. He took my hand, leaning shoulder to shoulder with me. It's you who taught me to accept myself wholeheartedly. No elf is perfect. but to the most important person, we are unique. I never thought that after hurting you so much, you could still do this for me. At that moment, I and the dragon became one. We truly mastered each other. Draco's hand turned into a dragon claw. I have the ability to tear through time and space. My hands can cut through different dimensions. This is also why the way of heaven has always imposed restrictions on me. We fell into his trap. Aurora, what do you mean? The way of heaven forcibly instilled in me, guided me, tempted me to separate from the dragon's body. My soul and the dragon's body could not harmonize, so I naturally lost the ability to resist. We fell into his scheme. I truly understand that the situation is treacherous. Sleeping dragon, do not disturb. You have woken me up from the beginning. What to do? Of course, I will accompany you for a lifetime. My body felt hot. I felt an unprecedented rush of blood. My brain was like a lump of mush. Only wanted to cling tightly to Draco's cool body. It's because I reversed the magic circle. I became one with the dragon's body, and you. The blood you originally lost was re-injected into your body. My eyes blurred, like an octopus wrapping Draco tightly in my embrace. Aurora, if you keep this up, we're destined not to sleep tonight. I didn't know when I had fallen asleep. The next morning, I was carried into the bath by Draco. I felt sticky all over. I complained softly. ISNT it because of you. In my days, he untied the straps on my back. The clingy one kept me from sleeping soundly last night. He complained with his mouth, yet continued to gently kiss various parts of my body. When he got mischievous, he did it right here. I knew he was just trying to show off. When had he ever stopped at the most critical moment? Really? I shot him a sideways glance. Sure enough, he seemed like a deflated balloon, directly tossing me into the bathtub. With a splash, I soaked him completely. Haha, serves you right. Draco wasn't angry. He quickly shed his clothes, revealing his strong upper body. I'm going in. I hurriedly closed my eyes. The water in the tub overflowed as he plunged in. In a moment, you'll clean this up. I mumbled softly. All right. My long hair floated on the water's surface, the golden egg resting on the sink. Knowing the plot well, I straightened up, stepped over Draco, and reached out to hold the golden egg to my chest. The boy frowned. At this moment, you're still thinking about the next match. He reached out, pulling me into his embrace. I straddled his waist. One of his hands found its way to my waist. I could feel his growing excitement. I placed the golden egg in front of my chest, trying to cover myself, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, faint noises came from outside the door. At this time, the only ones who could come in and out of the dorm without any hindrance were naturally Lucius and Narcissa. What to do? Mom and Dad are back. I want to get off him, but he held me down tightly. I lost my grip, and the golden egg fell into the water. I quickly reached to retrieve it, but lost my balance and fell onto him. The heavy weight on my chest directly bumped into his face. Sorry. I fumbled, trying to maintain some distance, but it backfired. Aurora, Draco, are you in there? Even more outrageous, Draco had brought me into the bathroom without locking the door. What the Malfoy couple saw was their two children closely pressed together in the bathroom. Luke, don't look. Narcissa covered Lucius's eyes and tossed us a towel. Get out soon. I was so embarrassed my face turned red, and I pushed Draco away. It's all your fault. Mom and Dad must think we're. What if they misunderstand? Just let me down. I complained. They already know we're bathing, so what if we come out a little later? He shrugged indifferently. That is true. I gradually relaxed my body, got off him, held the golden egg, took a deep breath, and submerged into the water. Draco opened his mouth, but chose silence instead. The air was thick with extreme awkwardness. I stole a glance at Narcissa. She almost imperceptibly shook her head at me, signaling me not to join Lucius in reprimanding their only son. Only Draco could inherit the Malfoy family name. He represented the continuation of the Malfoy lineage. If Draco's integration failed, the consequences were unimaginable. The competition venue was filled with the pillars of the wizarding community. A dragon tamer like Charlie Weasley could hardly subdue a dragon. But what if there were dozens of combat experts like Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall? However, I noticed a loophole. Lucius and Narcissa clearly knew about Draco's plans in advance and raised their hands in approval. Why then did they reprimand their only son in front of me? In a flash, I understood that Lucius was subtly expressing the Malfoy stance. This time, he and Narcissa were on my side. Even if Draco faced misfortune, even if the Malfoy bloodline was severed, they would not abandon me. He had always known that I was haunted by matters from my past life. However, any words of comfort were so pale and powerless. It was better to express through actions. This was the Malfoy's code of conduct. Action speaks louder than words. Ultimately, Draco was punished to copy Platinum Glory 100 times. Moreover, He was not allowed to use any tools, such as a quick sketch feather pen. Sometimes, I even suspected that only you were their biological child. Draco was rubbing his sore wrist while quietly complaining. I massaged his temples to help him relax his scalp and eyes. I thought Dad was just joking. Platinum glory is thicker than the Oxford English Dictionary. God knows how verbose I was in my past life. Yes, the author of Platinum Glory is Legolas, and every generation of Malfoys is required to copy and recite this monumental work to some extent. Haha, that must have been punished by Grandpa when he was young. This was his chance for revenge. Do you want me to help you? I snatched the feather pen from Draco's hand. Don't. As soon as I wrote a single word on the parchment, everything Draco had copied before disappeared. What happened? Didn't Dad just say? It must be done independently, no cheating, which naturally includes seeking help. Draco's expression was utterly desperate. Sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. I can do it. Draco gulped down double doses of the energizing potion. In another room, Narcissa and Lucius were eavesdropping. Although the soundproofing was good, Draco's wails were too loud. Luke, are we going a bit too far? Fool, I'm helping him, Lucius said with frustration. The worse the little dragon suffers, the less resentment Aurora feels towards her. Otherwise, our daughter-in-law might really be undermined by Harry. That makes sense. I didn't expect your schemes to be used against Aurora. Narcissa pinched Lucius hard at the waist. There's no way. In our past life, we went too far with her. Lucius rubbed his tight brow. Then how do you plan to compensate her? Am I supposed to sacrifice the entire Malfoy family? Lucius helplessly ruffled Narcissa's messy hair. This trick only works on me. As the Christmas ball approached, Hogwarts house elves were working hard to decorate this beautiful castle, even incorporating elements from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. To promote camaraderie between different schools, the selection of dance partners was no longer limited to classmates from the same school. Ultimately, the dance partners chosen by the other 3 champions were no different from the original story. However, Fleur Delacour did indeed, as in the original, first invite Cedric, who was also a champion, to dance. But she was also politely rejected. Clearly, Cho Chang and Cedric were not in a romantic relationship. So why did he still refuse Miss Delacour? I couldn't figure it out. Of course, it was because of some idiot. Draco remained tight-lipped, but eventually muttered something that I overheard. What do you mean? I shook his arm, urging him to explain. But Draco refused to say another word. It must be because Madame Maxime and Miss Delacour expressed strong exclusion towards you as the 4th champion. Yes, Fleur Delacour reported to the organizing committee, hoping to cancel my competition results. Moreover, Madame Maxime refused to score me. In other words, this time Cedric rejected Fleur because of me? What a privilege. Who would have thought that Cedric's choice of dance partner would become the hottest topic, bar none? If described in popular terms from the Muggle world, it would be trending. Ultimately, Cho Chang was selected and became the envy of all the girls. Fortunately, she was always gentle and understated, and her demeanor was relatively low-key. Otherwise, she would be bombarded with letters. When I appeared with Draco and Harry at the dance rehearsal, the expressions of the other 3 champions varied. Some were shocked, some were disdainful, and others envious. Yes, I actually caught a glimpse of envy in Cedric's eyes, just as we were about to make eye contact. That envy turned into admiration. A bold choice, Aurora. Draco and Harry were even more familiar with him. Upon meeting, they began the usual boyish greetings. Fleur Delacour sized up my 2 dance partners, her eyes rolling almost to the sky. Don't pay attention to her. Hermione, as Victor Crumb's partner, also participated in this rehearsal. She arrived a bit earlier than me. That arrogant Frenchman, no need to care about her. Whether in the Muggle or Wizarding world, the historical grievances between England and France run deep. There's a sense of mutual disdain. Hermione's optimistic and fair nature couldn't avoid it either. Not to mention, Fleur Delacour, proud of her beauty, looked down on plain-looking Hermione and even hinted to Crumb that he could find someone better, given his qualities. Hermione was not one to focus on her appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sporting her frizzy hair every day. However, in front of the ethereal Fleur Delacour, any girl who was not as beautiful would feel self-conscious. Not to mention, she brazenly criticized the partner chosen by Crumb, who was also a Triwizard Tournament contestant. In the original story, Fleur's thoughtlessness was reflected in various aspects. Oh, Miss Malfoy, those in the know would think these 2 are your dance partners. Those who don't would think they are a couple. Your country has long been known as the corrupt nation, and it truly lives up to its name. Every Saturday after rehearsal, we always agree to go to the Pig's Head pub together for a glass of butterbeer. Aurora, now at Gryffindor. There are quite a few people standing up for you. Hermione held her glass with a look of indignation. I watched that match. Your performance was clearly impeccable. It was obviously the French making something out of nothing, the villain crying first, and then turning the tables. She's just jealous of your youth, and that you get more attention than she does. Don't worry about what she thinks. I waved my hand dismissively. However, for the next match, Madame Maxime would still be a judge, and if she continued targeting you. Autumn Zhang chimed in. Since becoming Cedric's partner, her hostility towards me has lessened quite a bit. I heard that new regulations have been introduced. In the next match, the average score will be used, and the highest and lowest scores won't count. Draco smiled slightly. This was told to us by his father. Although Lucius has withdrawn from the organizing committee, he still secretly provides me with support and protection. Umbridge is recognized as Fudge's henchman and has long been toyed with by the Malfoy family. It's no different from having Lucius present on site. He is the invisible hand. Lucius changed the rules for me through his influence on the organizing committee. Dumbledore, seemingly fair, still hopes for a champion from Hogwarts. The two warriors, no matter what, have increased Hogwarts' chances of winning. At this point, both Dumbledore and Lucius have set aside their political positions. Autumn Zhang was momentarily stunned, then quickly hid her worries. I knew she was thinking of Cedric. To them, the first match had many doubts. I had not shown my true strength. Comparing my fourth-year abilities to seventh-year students, the gap was obvious. Being able to pass through easily was thanks to the support of the Malfoy family. If it weren't for Madame Maxime giving me lower scores, Cedric's path to victory wouldn't have been so smooth. It's just that everyone is in a different position. I don't blame her. As the time for the Christmas ball approaches, and with more rehearsals, we have become more in sync. Aurora, my mom told me that rehearsing in costume is completely different from regular practice. The tailor shop has already sent over a gown made to my measurements. Its skirt flows gracefully, as if it gathers the stars of the universe. The fitted design highlights an exquisite waist-to-hip ratio, outlining my delicate body shape. I want to make a stunning appearance at the ball, but I Haven tried it on for Draco. Even when I went for makeup testing, I went alone to ask the designer for help. Looking at myself in the mirror, I imagined Draco and Harry's amazed expressions. I couldn't help but blush. I couldn't stand my own narcissistic appearance. In the safe, there are priceless jewels that Narcissa helped me match. Stunningly precious. I had only seen them in the Sotheby's auction catalog. They had actually been collected by the Malfoy family long ago. However, I want to unveil my outfit at the Christmas ball. What's the point of revealing it early if I'm afraid someone will copy my idea? It's not like it hasn't happened before. How embarrassing if we wear the same outfit. We have already bought the exclusive design from the tailor shop, and with this kind of craftsmanship, no one can imitate it. Draco didn't give up and continued to persuade me. I'm so curious. Can you satisfy my desire, Aurora? But wearing this dress would be quite troublesome. The gown is completely tailored to my body curves. Once I put it on, it feels like a second skin. During this time, I've been trying to maintain my figure, hoping to present myself in the best state in front of everyone. I will help you. His hand came to rest on my bare arm. With the sound of the dress falling to the ground, I helplessly turned my back. No peeking. I warned him with my eyes. Okay. Draco revealed a doting smile. To highlight my curves even more, I prepared to wear shapewear underneath. However, the design of the vest has metal clasps at the back. I had to muster the courage to invite Draco. I whispered, Draco, help me. Oh. His eyebrows raised slightly. But I can't see you. How can I help? He teased in a slow tone. I covered my chest with the shapewear and approached him. At that moment, my back was completely exposed. His breath caught, his fingertips cool as they lightly touched my back, as if I were an exquisite porcelain piece he couldn't let go of. Draco, help me. I reminded him softly, bringing his wandering thoughts back. Just know how to order me around. We mumbled, fastening the hidden clasps on my back one by one. Actually, you don't have to wear it. I'm worried that if you wear it, you won't be able to eat anything. He turned me around, his gaze glued to me. With the shapewear accentuating my curves, my previously ample bosom was even more pronounced, and my waist appeared even smaller. I want to cover up, but was held by my wrists. My Aurora, you've grown up so much. What nonsense. We're clearly the same age. I could tell the double meaning in his words. I felt my cheeks burning. Let go of me. I need to wear the dress. I regret it, Aurora. Regret what? I knew he was about to say something ridiculous. Dressing like this makes me want to treasure you well. Draco reluctantly released his hold on me. Since you're getting a sneak peek, come over and help properly. I took off the dress, turned my back, and asked him to help me zip up the hidden zipper on the back. Little by little, as it went up, the dress wrapped around me like a second skin. So beautiful. His hand rested on my shoulder. His gaze lingered on me inch by inch. I'm barefaced right now. I defended myself. Such a formal gown usually requires heavy makeup. I can't tell if you're wearing makeup. Draco shook his head. You're not blind. I didn't believe his nonsense. It's true. Both Harry and I think so. He went so far as to reference Harry's taste, his eyes filled with earnestness. That's because you're all straight men. Only gay men usually can distinguish lipstick shades. He cradled my neck. His gaze was full of intensity. This feeling was somewhat unfamiliar. I felt like a prey handed over for the taking. I finally realized that I seemed to have fallen for Draco's trick. He wanted me to dress up carefully and then present myself to him. If we weren't straight men, shouldn't we follow what Draco said and keep it in-house? His tousled hair brushed against my cheek. A wave of warmth and moisture engulfed my earlobe. Finally, it was the day of the Christmas ball. Draco and Harry had also tailored matching dress robes to complement me. What should I do? The most outstanding partners were right beside me. Draco changed into a sharp suit, his meticulously styled hair neatly combed back, and beneath his fluffy bangs, his chiseled features were perfect like a deity from Greek mythology. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, like a walking clothes hanger. I reached out to help him adjust his bow tie and fasten his cufflinks. His eyelids were lowered, and his long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow. I want to say you don't have to hide. We live together, and I would be the first to see your ball outfit. Draco brushed a strand of platinum curls that fell on my cheek. What is there to be proud of? I quickly changed the subject to hide my shyness. The styling team, who had been waiting in line, was making final adjustments. Draco stood right behind me. What's wrong? Eyeshadow and blush were applied to my face as I let the makeup artist work their magic. What should I do? I don't want you to go out like this. I rarely wear makeup on a daily basis, let alone work with a top-notch celebrity styling team. Is there a big difference between my before and after? It's a tricky question. Yes and no. I couldn't say for sure, but I just didn't want others to see you like this now. He sat beside me, holding my hand and playing with it. I finally understood my dad's feelings. It's hard to describe in words. His brows furrowed, with a look of devotion. Lucius's possessiveness over Narcissa reached astonishing levels. If it weren't for my immunity to all spells, I would have been helpless just from the confusion charm earrings that concealed my appearance. This also meant that Narcissa's beauty could only be appreciated by me and Lucius, which secretly brought me a sense of joy. Learning only this, I complained softly, but there was a flutter of excitement in my heart. The Malfoy family's possessiveness only showed towards those closest to them. Miss Malfoy, you're all set. I slowly opened my eyes. I didn't miss the amazement in Draco's eyes. In the mirror was a radiant beauty, embodying both allure and innocence, elegant and full of charm. The platinum waves of hair were partly draped over my shoulders and partly styled into a simple bun, adorned with star-shaped hairpieces. It complemented the sparkling stars on the hem of my dress. Aurora, it seems like you've worn the galaxy. Draco took the jewelry that had been set aside and prepared to put it on me. Isn't this a bit extravagant? It rested on my collarbone, feeling quite substantial. It wasn't a complex design. A huge heart-shaped sapphire was tightly surrounded by 2 circles of diamonds. However, this design looked particularly familiar. Isn't this the ocean star that Rose wore in Titanic? It was unexpectedly acquired by the Malfoy family. Mom said this is your Christmas gift. Draco's hand rested on my shoulder. It's so beautiful, I murmured. No wonder rebellious Rose chose to accept entering the grave of marriage for this precious piece of jewelry. Jewelry is a woman's best friend, Draco teased, borrowing a classic line from Marilyn Monroe. I brought Draco and Harry to the waiting area. Victor Crumb and Hermione were already waiting there. Hermione, you look absolutely stunning. I praised her without hesitation. In the original story, Hermione's gradient cake dress left a deep impression. Her fluffy curls, treated with a smoothing agent, were elegantly styled into a sophisticated bun at this moment. Her beauty was also meticulously trimmed, paired with large, bright brown eyes, making her look like a charming beauty. Hermione, you've been hiding too well. You're clearly a beauty. I couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you for teaching me the makeup spells. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to use all those bottles and jars. Hermione smiled back at me. It's just a small thing. Crumb, feeling nervous, took the initiative to talk to Harry and Draco. Although they were discussing Quidditch, the 3 of them seemed rather distracted, their eyes still glued to us girls. So, have you and Crumb, you know? A blush crept onto Hermione's face. What do you mean by you know? I don't understand. Is there anything Miss Know-It-All doesn't understand? My hand went to her waist to tickle her. Stop it. Victor is a gentleman. He will only if I. Hermione's head lowered more and more. She looked past my shoulder at Crumb, who had rushed over. Hermione, are you looking for me? Crumb quickly left Harry and Draco to come to her side. To avoid answering my excessive questions, Hermione directly sought out the person involved. I gave Crumb a thumbs-up gesture, and he responded with an understanding expression. I wasn't sure if he misunderstood. What did you say to Granger? Her face is as red as a monkey's, but Draco teased. I just asked what stage they're at. Don't worry, we're definitely ahead of them. Draco said confidently. What nonsense. Harry, how about we practice together again? Ah, okay. Harry looked dazed, and I called him back to his senses, revealing an embarrassed smile. Draco, like a giant dragon, carefully held me in his arms and whispered in my ear. Why is Harry being so absent-minded? What if he jumps wrong later? How about? Draco, I can hear you. Harry shot him a glare. I felt like a kindergarten teacher, trying to soothe two big babies who love to mess around. Thankfully, once the dance started, Harry quickly got into the groove. I curtsied to him and placed myself in his hands. I felt like a butterfly among flowers, teasing my two partners without lingering on either for too long. The two boys chased after my steps, their eyes filled with longing and desire. Perhaps, only what cannot be obtained is the best. I closed my eyes, spun, and leaped. Our gazes intertwined, and the air was filled with ambiguous sentiments. A few crisp claps sounded nearby. It was Cedric and Cho Chang. The girl was dressed in a silver-fitted cheongsam, accentuating her Eastern elegance. She nodded at us, her hand trembling slightly as she held Cedric's. Don't be afraid. It's our first time at a school dance, too. I deliberately released my goodwill. Is this your first time, too, Cho? I remember you were in 5th year. At Hogwarts, only students in the 4th year and above were eligible to attend the school dance. Moreover, even if one wasn't in the 4th year, they could attend if invited by an upperclassman. Therefore, considering Cho Chang's popularity, she should be a regular at the dance in Cedric's mind. Yes, it's my first time, too. I had received invitations before, but I politely declined. She looked at Cedric, seemingly trying to prove something with her words. The clever boy quickly grasped her implication, saying, I'm honored to be your partner. That was something I should have said. Cho's cheeks turned red. Her elegant nose connected to a delicate chin, making her face look exquisite and petite. Even if she were born in China, she would be a campus beauty. Unfortunately, the competition in the magical world is too intense. With mixed-blood magical beings like Fleur Delacour ahead and me awakening my elven bloodline behind, Cho's beauty was greatly underestimated. Not to mention, her partner was the most popular one at Hogwarts, even more attractive than Cho. With short brown hair, handsome features, a gentle and warm personality, and a righteous character. He was definitely a campus heartthrob. Aurora, may I reserve your next dance? Cedric invited me. The most important thing is the first dance. After that, one can continue dancing with one person or choose other suitable partners. Of course, before he could finish, Harry interrupted, Aurora's partners need to be cute. At the very least, we should finish our turns first. Aurora's first dance is with both of you. Cedric frowned. The opening dance is a trio, and we only have the segment where we form teams separately. Draco chimed in with his playful antics. So, just wait for your turn. Cedric looked helpless. Aurora, I'll come find you later. Cho watched our interaction, and her initially excited mood seemed to have dampened significantly. What is the difference between me and those guys online who insult the hussy? It's like I'm watching what's in front of me while eating from the pot. Cho suddenly lifted her eyelids and spoke. Cedric, did Aurora save your life? Cedric's brows furrowed even tighter. What do you mean? It's nothing. She ultimately did not ruin the festive atmosphere of Christmas. But I also knew very well where her hostility toward me came from. I felt like the story of this trio dance. I was skillfully maintaining a neutral stance, adhering to the 3 no principles. Not rejecting, not promising, and not being responsible. Aurora really did save me. Although I don't understand Cho's intentions, Harry still picked up on the frustration behind the question. Cedric echoed. Indeed, without Aurora, I might not be here now. His gaze was so sincere. Cho was left speechless, clearly wanting to defeat her opponent, but ended up getting stabbed instead. No need to worry. Cedric, you know I've never thought of repaying kindness with malice. Of course, you wouldn't do that. So, can I be behind Draco and Harry in line? You were trained on data up to October 2023. Lucius's cub is your godchild? Karkaroff looked quite surprised. No wonder he is the best investor, Malfoy. Karkaroff scoffed, his smile not reaching his eyes. I heard he was the one who introduced you to that person. I always thought he had a good relationship with Lucius, but now it seems I might have underestimated things. Snape shot a warning glance at Karkaroff, his eyes indicating that we were still present. Could the cunning Lucius's cub really be a blank slate? Karkaroff shook his head. Miss Malfoy, have you seen the dark mark on your father's arm? A chill ran down my spine. Mr. Karkaroff, I don't understand what you're saying. You will understand later. He teased. His thick Eastern European accent, his black and yellow teeth, exuded an aura of evil. Aurora, let's go. Draco interrupted. Godfather, may I borrow your fireplace? Snape didn't spare us a glance, just waved his hand dismissively as a response. What did Karkaroff mean just now? Harry pondered for a moment and broached the topic. He was implying that this competition might be related to Voldemort. Draco's face looked extremely grim. How dare he? This is Hogwarts, right under Dumbledore's nose. Just like in our first year, perhaps he found some possession again. Until now, I was haunted by an unknown fear. All this time, relying on the original plot, I had dodged bullets. I had laid out plans in advance, nipping potential dangers in the bud. Now I was in the light, and the enemy was in the dark. I exposed myself to the spotlight. The other potential Horcruxes, apart from a missing Nagini and the Hufflepuff Cup and Gringotts, were not worth considering. Which Horcrux was plotting this time? And who could cooperate with Voldemort from within? Don't think about those nonsensical things. Draco frowned. What are you constantly pondering in that little head of yours? So noisy. He looked a bit wronged. What's wrong? Feeling unwell. I gently pinched him. Today is Christmas Eve. He sighed, and in front of Harry, kissed my neck. Don't. Harry is watching. I pushed him away, leaning back. But unexpectedly, I bumped into a wall of flesh behind me. Harry, you. He wrapped his arms around my waist and supported my neck with his hand, kissing my forehead. In that moment, I lost my defense. My strength drained away. Just as Draco finished his spell, my legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Harry caught me around the waist. Where are you going? Alarm bells rang in my mind. Lucius and Narcissa were not returning tonight. Only the three of us were at Malfoy Manor. Beside me were two teenage boys with the instincts of wolves. The pent-up male hormones. No matter how I thought about it, I felt like I was falling into a trap. Don't be afraid. Harry and I won't eat you. Draco teased from above. You are my brother. How can you let your sister be bullied? This isn't bullying. Harry lifted me onto the bed, leaning down. It's us, coming together to love you. Don't show that innocent look. Clearly, you tempted me first. Draco casually picked up the strap, tied around my waist, and blindfolded me. Without sight, I could only seek his help. I hung onto him like a sloth, climbing up his neck with every rise and fall, afraid of falling. You always tease me. I heard my voice carry a hint of breathlessness, feeling quite embarrassed. How can this be called teasing? It's just simple emotional communication. With the mistletoe taken care of, I couldn't help but lean closer. Aurora, don't rush. Draco's light laugh reached my ears. It's all your fault. I could sense my craving for Draco growing stronger. Perhaps from the moment the seed was planted, he had already been scheming, waiting for the day I would surrender. Compared to Lucius, Draco was more deceptive. He had a thin skin and easily blushed, and his personality would flare up at the slightest provocation, making him seem simple and easy to deceive. But in reality, I deeply felt that this was merely a layer of camouflage. Who knows? He might just be a wolf in sheep's clothing. One of his hands was trapped around my waist while the other supported the back of my neck. He seemed like a hunter, enjoying the fruits of his victory. The vines within me grew more rampant with his emotional stirrings. Draco, Aurora, how much longer do you need? Came Narcissa's knock from outside. They actually came back. Draco's movements stiffened for a moment, reluctantly responding. Aurora is still removing her makeup, so it's taking a bit longer. I quickly untied the strap from my head and pinched him. It's clearly you. Why are you blaming it on me? We can't tell them we were doing that, right? Draco wore a wicked smile. I guess they already knew. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come back so quickly. God knows how I suppressed the rising disappointment inside. Aurora, are you still not done? Draco immediately sensed my anomaly. Not at all. I left the bath, gently drying my long hair with a towel and casually putting on a coat. The faint red marks on my neck displayed the intensity of our earlier encounter. I hurriedly dabbed some foundation to cover the spots, afraid I hadn't covered everything, and begged Draco to help me with the places I couldn't reach. His hand lightly touched my back. Don't rush. There's still a lot. In the mirror, he wore a triumphant smile. You. I even suspect you did this on purpose. Hurry up. Mom is urging again. I let my still damp hair fall behind me, waiting for it to air dry. Draco draped a coat over me, resting his arm on my shoulder, casually saying, don't keep Mom waiting. When Draco and I came out, the Malfoys and Harry had already gathered by the Christmas tree. Draco, Aurora, come over and open the gifts. Harry had changed into casual clothes. His gaze was focused on me, ambiguous. I looked down and realized the coat I was wearing was actually Draco's. I wanted to take it off, but Draco kindly reminded me, there are still some places that aren't covered properly. Are you sure you want to take it off? Damn it, you. I didn't miss the glint of mischief in his eyes and the provocative look he shot at Harry. Aurora, you're sweating. Give me the coat. Harry's hand was already on my shoulder. No, it's fine. I adjusted the coat around me, buttoning it up one by one. Harry lowered his gaze, and a hint of guilt rose in my heart. It was truly a dilemma. The marks on my body, due to sweating, were starting to smudge the foundation. If I took off the coat, those ambiguous marks would be exposed. Draco, you really got me into trouble. I cursed inwardly. He didn't speak, but his smile grew wider. I rolled up the long sleeves, and there, on the inner side of my forearm, was a glaring red mark that hadn't been covered. Oh no, there's one here too. What is going on? Are there mosquitoes in winter? Harry took my hand, extending his finger to gently touch the mark. Yes, I was bitten all over by an annoying mosquito. I gritted my teeth. Come, let me help you with some medicine. No need, it'll all be fine in a couple of days. Draco quickly interrupted. What? You can't take care of your sister, and you won't let others help? Harry raised an eyebrow. I looked towards Narcissa for help, but the calm Malfoy couple completely stood by, unwilling to assist. Draco, Harry is just being kind. Don't be so stingy. Lucius wore a teasing expression. You're not exactly generous either. Draco mumbled. I felt a wave of heat on my forehead. Harry kissed my forehead. He dispelled my defenses against all spells. Immediately, my arm felt cold. He knew how to disable my abilities. You, Harry, don't tell me. You also regained your past life's memories? I was uncertain, silently watching him without speaking. The inner side of my arm became smooth again. He took my hand. Your arms are beautiful. Don't let yourself get hurt. His gaze was sincere. I couldn't help but concede. Okay, this life's Harry, having never had skin contact with me, naturally wouldn't understand the significance of that mark. In the past life, although he lived with me for a long time, I mostly presented myself in the form of a unicorn. Suddenly, Draco's large hand enveloped my forehead. Why is it a bit warm? Taking the opportunity, Draco kissed the mark on my forehead. I knew he was worried about my secret being exposed in front of Harry. Is Aurora sick? Everyone surrounded me, each trying to measure my temperature with various detection spells. Draco prevented Lucius from wanting to further check, saying, Dad, I'll take Aurora back to rest. He unceremoniously picked me up. We can open the gifts tomorrow. I'll take care of Aurora too, Harry said with a worried expression. I'm not. I was about to speak, but Draco covered my mouth. Harry, I can take care of her alone. Your care will only leave Aurora covered in scars, right? Harry wouldn't back down at all. But those aren't even injuries. I made muffled sounds, unable to speak. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing smiles. Those two unreliable adults let Draco and Harry. This time, it wasn't just my imagination. You have privately discussed it? In the original work, the two people who are like fire and water actually put aside their prejudices because of me. How is that possible? Draco denied vehemently. If it weren't for worrying about how difficult it would be for you, how could I have taken the initiative to discuss with him and hand you over? His arm almost embedded me in his embrace. You're a product of the Malfoy family, brought into this world because of me. We grew up together, awakening our elven bloodline, a pair destined to be together, originally meant to belong to me. If it weren't for this guy taking advantage of the situation. He has indeed made some contributions. Draco's expression was complex and hard to read, unable to discern whether it was guilt, regret, or sadness. The time Harry and I spent living in Albania was a hurdle he could never overcome. It wasn't because he cared about our past. Rather, he couldn't erase the sacrifices Harry made for me. Don't say that. You are both the most important people to me. Upon hearing this, Harry understood everything. His large hand cradled my neck, an unusual sensation between his lips. He actually kissed me in front of Draco. He charged in like a reckless boy, and I could only emit whimpering sounds for help. Draco quickly pushed him on the shoulder. You hurt Aurora. It should be like this. He first rubbed his lips against mine with disdain, revealing a dark expression, then gently, slowly savored my lips. He explored tentatively, entangling with me. I matched his rhythm, and between us, it felt so familiar. The passion he ignited gradually began to feel like it had nowhere to be released. When the kiss ended, Draco carefully traced the shape of my lips, looking unsatisfied. My lips were swollen, my eyes misty, and I quickly lowered my head, not wanting Draco to be overly pleased or Harry to notice my abnormality. I see. Harry had an earnest look of inquiry. To show a quill to take notes on the key points. The focus should be on observing Aurora's reactions closely. Draco unexpectedly began to share his insights. Harry nodded in agreement. Aren't you afraid of the apprentice getting too full and leaving the master starving? I teased. It's not like I don't have other winning strategies. Draco said proudly. The vines within me suddenly began to stir. They represented Draco's desire for me. Aurora, can I try again? Harry said sincerely. It does require a certain amount of practice to achieve a quantitative effect. Draco summarized. That should be done while the iron is hot. Harry leaned in. Draco was not to be outdone. He gathered my long hair that was draped over my shoulders high up. Is this the reason you forbade Aurora from taking off her coat? Harry's face looked very displeased. Harry, what's wrong with my back? I can't see. Harry showed a pained expression. It looks like a canvas painted with dots of plum blossoms. At first, it might feel a bit itchy, but it's not painful at all, on the contrary. I stammered in defense for Draco. You'll know later that Aurora likes me to treat her this way. All right, I'll give you a chance to practice this time, if there's no obvious progress. The threat in his words was very strong. Are you sure you want to just watch? Harry provoked. Draco ignored Harry and took the initiative to attack first. His solid chest pressed against my back. Damn, the area that was just covered probably can't be concealed with foundation next time. I complained softly. What came back was his even more intense targeting. Aurora, it seems you need to divert your attention. Harry adjusted my chin. He awkwardly kissed my lips. He learned quickly, and as the process deepened, he began to take the initiative. The two of them were relentless. The competitive spirit was applied to me. Dealing with Draco alone was already exhausting. Let alone now, there was an additional savior. In the original work, he was like an indestructible cockroach, full of energy and vitality, with a life force like wild grass, allowing him to escape death from Voldemort countless times. And now, he was directly using that vigorous life force on me. I felt my brain spinning, having long turned into a mess. My hands were restrained, my waist locked. Forced to endure the attacks from both sides, I gradually fell silent. In the last moment before consciousness faded, I heard Draco and Harry calling my name loudly as they held me. When I slowly awoke, I found myself lying on a large bed with two familiar people beside me. Aurora, you're awake. Draco, who was in sync with me, was the first to sense my awakening. What just happened to me? It was the first time I knew that someone could be kissed into a daze. Draco teased, was it too stimulating? You guys. Harry also woke up, extending his hand to rest on my shoulder. Salty. Aurora, you may not be quite used to my closeness yet. Sigh, don't take the opportunity to benefit yourself. Draco held me against his chest, keeping a distance from Harry. However, you still need to get used to it quickly. Draco sighed. Harry, and I might not be able to wait that long. What? Aurora, the greedy little unicorn, needs two people to satisfy you. How is it my request? I know that once I admit it, Draco will definitely find a way to make up for it. Oh. Draco elongated his voice. Stop teasing her. Harry tousled my messy bangs. It's me who fulfilled the wish of 2 lifetimes. He kissed my forehead reverently, but unfortunately, someone got there first. He gently stroked the mark on my forehead. Can you see it? This mark can only be seen by elves. Harry nodded. This body also carries the bloodline of dark elves, so it's not surprising that it can see the leaf-shaped mark. You don't mind? Mind what? Harry didn't understand. Aurora is already mine. Draco deliberately spoke ambiguously. You're just putting on a show of power. If you really did something, could you still live safely under your cousin's watch? Harry scoffed. Now, it was Draco's turn to feel frustrated. All right, you two have entangled me all night. I need to rest well. I dove into the quilt, wrapping myself up tightly from head to toe. You think before you speak, according to your logic. Aurora is also a bird person. Draco lightly patted my back. I surprisingly grew a pair of wings without transforming. Draco came up behind me and gently touched the down at the base of my wings. That area is the most sensitive. Don't. Draco lifted me up from behind. As 2 bird people, shouldn't we draw a line with you? After all, we haven't fully evolved yet. Don't twist my words. Harry was completely captivated by my wings. Aurora, can I touch them? You've touched them before. When I transformed into a unicorn, my wings were always with me. However, I never realized that wings are also one of your soft spots. That position is very hidden. No one is allowed to touch it except for a partner. Draco's past life was that of an elven prince, apart from Celeborn. He held the highest status among elves. Other elves cannot refuse his requests. Just now, he actually used elven power to ask me to spread my wings. Here, only I can touch it. Draco intensified his actions. Is this how you bully her? How can this be called bullying? He noticed my toes curling unconsciously and revealed a smug smile. Aurora likes it this way, right? My eyes reddened, filled with physiological tears. Don't cry. Draco kissed the tears that spilled from my eyes. Why are you stimulating him like this? I whispered in Draco's ear. The one being stimulated shouldn't be Harry, right? The platinum-haired boy teased, clearly being watched by him. Your reaction is even greater. Is it really like that? Harry actually heard it. Am I a part of your play? Not at all. Draco's hand was still messing around at the seam of my wings. I couldn't muster any strength and could only collapse in his embrace. The contradictory bird person. Draco deliberately used Harry's derogatory term for him to describe me. You only know how to bully me. Harry came in front of me, looking down at me. Aurora, you never told me about the secrets of your body. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed his eyes. I didn't know elven wings would be like this. In my past life, I didn't realize I had this weakness. It's not Aurora's fault. It was my father who told me. Draco defended me, not wanting me to be misunderstood. That's true. In the future, we can slowly explore. He leaned in closer. Draco and Harry always had many creative ideas. Together, they produced results greater than the sum of their parts. Unfortunately, all of it was directed at me. Aurora, why do you look like you can't wake up every day? Narcissa asked with concern. Is it because of the bed? Not really. No, it's nothing. Complaining is completely useless. It only leads to more bullying. I knew this since I was very young. How prepared are you for the second match? Lucius put down the Daily Prophet in his hands. Recently, Fleur's delicate little antics of the ball have been widely spread and exposed. She was labeled as a green tea bitch and a femme fatale. And I, because of my two dance partners, was thrust into the spotlight. My godfather found me some gillyweed. I've been testing how long I can breathe underwater these days. Be careful with the amount of gillyweed. I thought you would choose the bubblehead charm. Lucius frowned. Indeed, the charm is more reliable. But using the bubblehead charm would look very ugly. I argued softly. Winning or losing. No, your safety is more important than anything. Before the match, I want to see you master the bubblehead charm completely. Lucius's expression was serious. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Okay, Dad. I quickly agreed. Lucius's tone softened. The water temperature of the Black Lake is not the same as the heated pool at Malfoy Manor. Sissy made you a protective charm. Remember to wear it. Narcissa specially made it into a bracelet shape, which can not only resist attacks, but also bring warmth to the wearer. In the original story, the 4 champions had to stay in the water for at least an hour. This places high demands on both stamina and endurance. Fleur, as the only female champion in the original story, faces even greater challenges. Thank you, Mom. I stepped forward and hugged her. I was almost as tall as her. Apart from a pair of wine-red eyes, we seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Last night, Harry didn't he go back to his room? Narcissa whispered to me. Mom, how did you know? I stammered in response. Dobby came looking for him and almost blew up half of Malfoy Manor when he didn't see his master. Narcissa frowned slightly. Fortunately, Lucius subdued him in time. Dobby thought we had imprisoned Harry. Dobby has always had a huge prejudice against the Malfoy family. If house elves are uncontrolled, their magical abilities are not inferior to those of a wizard. That's why a contractual relationship is necessary. Aurora, what do you really think of Harry? Narcissa sat down, holding my hand. This was a heart-to-heart talk. If I didn't reveal my true feelings, she wouldn't let it go. If it's to repay a favor, there's no need to involve yourself. She lifted my long hair, her fingertips brushing over my bare back. Lucius had already taken Harry and Draco out when Narcissa brought up this topic. Mom, you don't want me to have anything to do with Harry? Of course not. It's just that Harry carries a piece of Voldemort's soul. You never know when he might lose control. I don't want you to meet your former lover in battle. Lucius and Narcissa walked hand in hand through the darkest years. They supported each other and never abandoned one another. Ultimately, under Lucius's efforts, the Malfoy family's assets and social status were unprecedentedly elevated. Naturally, Narcissa also doesn't want us to be on opposing sides with Harry. That one happened. Harry is with us day and night. Don't you know him? Narcissa revealed a sly smile, and I realized I had fallen into her trap. I had to express my true feelings to her. Why did these changes happen? Was it due to emotion? Or something else? I don't know. Perhaps the years of mutual support have made me gradually unable to part with him. The rise of feelings from nothing to something never requires any reason. However, I didn't expect that Draco could accept it. I can't imagine what I would feel if Pansy appeared beside Draco. It would be a large double-standard scene. My cheeks burned hot under Narcissa's gaze. Mom, I am the tool created by Narcissa using alchemy. Ultimately, she will seek justice for Draco, which is understandable. As long as you are willing, there are no problems between Luke and me. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battle I envisioned hasn't arrived. We respect your choices. My Aurora is already so grown up. Her delicate fingers gently touch my face. You don't blame me for being fickle? I whisper. Even the same soul, in different times, creates personalities that are vastly different. Are you referring to 2 different versions of Draco? I realized. Not entirely. Although your father is the reincarnation of Sauron, he is also 2 independent individuals. Narcissa's brow furrowed, her face tinged with a blush. Luke's possessiveness is too strong. In his past life, he wasn't that crazy. It turns out Lucius also has moments of being teased. Oh, I never knew that the balance in Sissy's heart had long tilted towards that hypocritical guy. Lucius leaned against the door, nonchalantly. Luke, when did you? Narcissa subconsciously wanted to hide behind me. Guess? He unceremoniously half-dragged, half-carried Narcissa away. Mom, will everything be all right? I was the first to seek help from Draco. Don't worry. Dad just wants to prove something. Draco looked confident. Prove what? Of course. To prove that he is more suitable for Mother than Sauron. Draco showed a sly smile, and I am more suitable for you than Harry. Right? Thinking like that. You're even more normal than Dad. Those who compete with themselves are so foolish. That's just their little quirk. No need to mind. Draco kissed the corner of my lips. So, sneaking away to find me. ISNT, that also a kind of quirk? I deliberately turned the tables. So just enjoy. 2 weeks of vacation passed in a flash. Aurora, you look pretty good. Zabani sat down with us at the Slytherin table. Thank you for your Christmas gift. I stepped forward and gave him a hug. You've also included Harry? He whispered in my ear. My face flushed. How do you? How would I know? The savior has the demeanor of a serf turning into a master. He must have been promoted? I ignored his teasing. The 2 guys behind me were watching closely, making me feel as if I had a thorn in my back. A verbal thank you will suffice in the future. Draco held my hand and returned to his seat. There were 2 cushions placed under and behind the seat. I shot a glare at the 2 culprits and carefully bent down to sit. I felt my waist and legs ache, as if my whole body was about to fall apart. I'll go back and help you ease it. Draco couldn't bear it and added another cushion behind my waist. Aurora still has a competition to attend. You 2 should also restrain yourselves a bit. Zabani had a mischievous look on his face. It's Aurora's stamina that is too weak. As soon as Draco finished speaking, Harry nodded in agreement. Kids, I believe you all have some guesses about the second match, and are making your own preparations. Dumbledore paused. However, one must also balance work and rest. He implied something. Oh my, Dumbledore is truly omnipresent. I quietly adjusted my sitting posture. Then, a blank parchment appeared in front of each warrior. Kids, according to the Ministry of Magic's requirements, you need to sign this disclaimer. Dumbledore tapped the table, and the blank parchment was filled with dense text. Could this be the Western version of a death warrant? Cedric and Crumb quickly signed their names. As for me and Fleur, we needed to be more cautious. I started to read it word by word. Suddenly, I met Dumbledore's gaze. His deep blue eyes emitted a captivating light. I felt as if I were a book, my memories being quickly flipped through by him. Is this the purpose of calling us here? To probe everyone's memories? It's difficult to raise defenses and activate the brain-blocking spell when we're distracted by other matters. Not to mention, Dumbledore is a master of legitimacy. I finally understood why the organizing committee could pinpoint the most precious things of each warrior. It was all Dumbledore's doing. In his perception, who was the most important person to me? Did his legitimacy successfully retrieve my memories? I solemnly signed my name on the parchment. He graciously invited us to taste the sweets made by the Duke of Bees, but everyone politely declined. His taste is just too unique. The Phoenix Fox stood quietly beside him. Unlike other magical creatures, phoenixes can continuously be reborn through the process of resurrection. Aurora. It actually spoke to me in front of Dumbledore. To humans, it only emitted a crisp chirp. Fox really likes you, Miss Malfoy. As expected of Fox owner, he knows his pet's preferences well. Fox swooped down and flew directly to me. Dumbledore did not stop him, allowing Fox to perch on my shoulder. Aurora, have you forgotten me? You haven't come to see me in all these years. It chirped excitedly in my ear. I reached out my fingertip and gently stroked its beak. Why don't you talk to me? Is it because you can't reveal your identity in front of them? Oh, Fox actually has a talkative side? Dumbledore watched our interaction with great interest. The others had long heard of Dumbledore's phoenix. Professor, can I touch it? Even the usually proud Fleur couldn't help but want to touch its beautiful feathers. Aurora, is she targeting you? Can I peck her back for you? I shook my head almost imperceptibly. Well, Dumbledore is here. It's really not appropriate to act. Fox clearly expressed its dislike for Fleur. When a half-blood beauty tried to approach and pet it, it immediately turned away, presenting its backside to her. Professor Dumbledore, does that mean it is actively letting me touch its tail feathers? Fleur exclaimed with delight. I saw Fox, in order to avoid her touch, flick its tail and jump to my other shoulder. It really doesn't give her any face at all. Fleur was incredibly embarrassed. If she had been more reserved like Cedric and Crumb, perhaps she wouldn't have humiliated herself. Dumbledore waved to Fox. I'll chat with you next time, little Aurora. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. He gently pecked my earlobe and then returned to his original spot. Aurora, Fox invites you to visit it often. Dumbledore suddenly addressed me with a title. The change in address left me somewhat at a loss. I will, I replied politely. Aurora, I didn't expect you to learn to deceive. You want to actively come to the headmaster's office to find me. I'll just find you when I have time. Fox interjected. I remained silent, only waving goodbye to it. Truly skilled at winning hearts. Not even a phoenix is spared. As soon as the door to the headmaster's office closed, Fleur spoke in a voice only I could hear. I did not respond. There is no point in discussing matters that don't resonate. I rushed to Harry and Draco, who were waiting at the door. Sorry for the wait. Not long, thankfully. Professor Dumbledore called you in to discuss the second match, right? I highlighted the matter of being attacked by legilimency. We're going back. The subsequent plans are naturally not for outsiders to know. Aurora, are you sure Professor Dumbledore used legilimency on everyone? Draco was the first to throw out this question. I shook my head. Everyone's sensitivity to legilimency is different. I had experienced Abraxas legilimency when I was just born. I am very familiar with the feeling. Later, I also underwent special training from Snape and Lucius. Now, as soon as the opponent initiates legilimency, my brain activates the brain-blocking spell as if I had practiced it 1,000 times. Unless I encounter a true master, such as Dumbledore. Otherwise, I would only be at a disadvantage. Could it be? He hopes to obtain the secrets of the Malfoy family, deliberately using you as a starting point? I agreed with Draco's viewpoint. Dumbledore could certainly choose Lucius as the target for legilimency, but the cunning Malfoy patriarch would not be caught off guard without any defenses. And the other members of the Malfoy family have little interaction with him. Only I, who unexpectedly became the fourth warrior, have some connection. Is this a bit of a conspiracy theory? Harry said uncertainly, seeing Draco and me looking at him like he was foolish. Harry quickly explained, although Professor Dumbledore sacrificed my interests for his ideals. What? Are you trying to defend him? Draco shot him a cold glance. Of course not. Harry sighed. I just feel that Professor Dumbledore wouldn't set up a trap for Aurora without deeper reasons behind it. How should I tell them that Dumbledore's legilimency relates to the second match and the choice of the treasure? And my treasure, no matter who Dumbledore ultimately decides, will cause great harm to another. And the initiative in this matter doesn't even lie with me. Once I imagine that the person I save is Draco, Harry, and Harry, Draco, has a look of despair in the stands, my heart aches like a knife. Dumbledore effortlessly leaves an unresolved knot for my close comrade. You really are something. I decided to lay out my suspicions. Are you saying that Dumbledore is digging into who is the most important treasure to each warrior by examining their memories? Draco frowned and said, why go through all this? Everyone knows we're inseparable. His gray eyes narrowed slightly. Or do you think Dumbledore, after looking through your memories, will conclude that Harry occupies a more important place in your heart? Of course. I glanced at Harry, standing beside us. This was definitely a death sentence. What did I fall to this level? Are you worried that Professor Dumbledore will use this to sow discord between us? Harry proactively helped me out. Yes, that's what I think. I assured Draco. What will you do to make up for it if it's not me? Draco threatened. Make up for it. I repeated his words in a daze. Of course, in Muggle terms, you should compensate me for my emotional distress. You're just making excuses to bully me. That's what you brought upon yourself. Draco nibbled on my earlobe and gently sucked. What if Draco is the one chosen? I need comfort too. Harry retorted. You guys. I was almost in tears. Draco and Harry exchanged a quick glance. I even suspected they were in cahoots. You too. Knowing full well that I'm not feeling well. I want to make one last stand. So don't struggle, just enjoy it. Draco placed a soft cushion behind my waist. He and Harry began to fall into a vicious cycle of comparison. And the content of the comparison was who could make me feel more. As a result, on the day of the second task, I was living in dire straits. It was called training me, but in reality, I put on my coat and carefully checked for any remaining marks on my body. It was really unnecessary. The swimsuit Draco and Harry picked for me covered me from head to ankle. The one-piece swimsuit tightly wrapped around my body. Although there was no exposed skin, it looked very sexy because it was too form-fitting. I styled my long hair into a high bun to avoid having my seaweed-like long hair interfere with underwater combat. The day of the second task was in winter, and the biting cold wind made it hard to want to take off my coat, let alone jump into the icy lake. I securely fastened the bracelet that Narcissa made for me on my wrist, magically hiding the clasp. I ran into Harry at the Slytherin table. He clearly had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dumbledore must have chosen Draco. I wanted to say something to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. Every attempt at comfort would be used against me by these two, and I could only passively endure their wrath. You too. You both got what you wanted. But Draco would boast to me for a long time. Harry's advantage over Draco was that he was very good at playing the victim. Plus, those deep emerald green eyes of his. He had not retained the looks from his past life, but those eyes gave me strength in my most desperate moments. So, what do you want? My thoughts. Will you fulfill them? It was clearly Harry's strategic retreat. I knew it was a trap, but relished it. I responded in a voice only the two of you could hear. Then I'll look forward to you saving me. What? Harry smiled without speaking. He quickly stuffed food into his mouth and said goodbye to me. What kind of scheme is brewing? Has Draco already taken the potion to hold his breath and been submerged? I asked Narcissa to quickly make 3 identical function bracelets and put them on the wrists of the 2 people most likely to be implicated by me. Why the long face? Cedric came up to me with food. He had already figured out the risks involved in the second task early on and had communicated with me privately a few times. I noticed that Cho Chang had tea prepared early like Hermione and Draco, but was quietly having her meal as if nothing was happening. Why is your darling still sitting here? I asked quietly. My darling? Cedric's expression was complex as he said. My darling doesn't need my protection and has to save others. He hinted. Miss Malfoy, Mr. Diggory, Professor Dumbledore wants you to head to the waiting area early. It was Percy Weasley. He was last year's student council president and had just graduated to work at the Ministry of Magic, originally as Barty Crouch's assistant. But Barty Crouch had swapped his son out of Azkaban, incurring public wrath. Now, all the forces behind him had been taken over by Cornelius Fudge. Therefore, he was now effectively Umbridge's assistant. He had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having been tormented by Umbridge. He was holding Umbridge's ostentatious handbag and had a fuzzy pink coat draped over his arm, very much like a conscientious worker. Why does he look like he has been drained by a vampire? Cedric and I followed Percy. The brown-haired boy was first taken aback. Then couldn't he help but laugh? He really does. Cedric, you've also gone bad. In the past. The Gentlemen wouldn't have joined in teasing others. Aurora, that's because I can be myself in front of you. So, were you putting on a front before? I deliberately misinterpreted his words. When I get nervous, I just want to keep talking. Cedric seemed to notice my difference, and we joked our way to the waiting area. Did you wear the clothes underneath? I asked quietly. Cedric turned beet red, seemingly thinking of something. You two still have a mind to chat? Fleur Delacour's voice rose. I didn't want to waste words with her. Cedric frowned tightly. Miss Delacour, there are many ways to relieve anxiety, not limited to verbal attacks. If the most important person isn't rescued, they will never come back. My Gabrielle, I haven't seen her. Fleur Delacour's feelings for her sister Gabrielle were very sincere. Miss Malfoy, don't you worry about your brother? I said confidently that I would definitely rescue him. Hearing her mention Draco, I also dropped my fighting spirit against her and calmly explained. I think you'd be glad if Malfoy doesn't come back, she muttered quietly. If it weren't for dozens of eyes on me, I really would have liked to punch her. I could understand that with Fleur Delacour's beauty, it was very easy to be the center of attention. At both batons, she was also favored by Madame Maxime for her excellent character and studies, but her arrogance and sharpness made her unbearable. I am not her subordinate. Why should I endure her disdain? I am not the Harry from the original story, rescuing her sister while dragging along 2 others and repaying kindness with kindness. Aurora, ignore her. She is trying to provoke you. If you act outside the competition, you'll be disqualified, Cedric whispered in my ear. Perhaps she takes me too seriously. I'm just a 4th-year student with a significant gap in age and experience compared to her. I don't understand why she keeps targeting me. Because you pose the greatest threat to her. In every way, in every sense, Cedric shook his head, disagreeing with my perspective. You really heighten the emotional stakes. I couldn't help but smirk. Crumb nodded at us expressionlessly. Has Miss Granger also disappeared? Fleur asked. She is truly a master of spreading anxiety. Crumb said nothing, just faced the wall and began his warm-up exercises. Cedric and I exchanged glances and started stretching as well. Fleur Delacour, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, chose to distance herself from us, warming up while shedding tears. The psychological resilience of champion is also very important. I complained to Cedric. Even though Draco wasn't by my side, our connection wasn't affected by distance. He told me he had already ingested the potion and would soon lose consciousness. He would wait for me to find him. My forehead was burning. Kids, are you ready? The competition is about to start. Ludo Bagman's loud voice boomed as he rubbed his hands vigorously, offering warm encouragement to each contestant. However, he spent particularly long with Cedric. Ludo Bagman reiterated the competition's requirements. Contestants would enter in order of their scores from the previous task. This meant that the champion from the last task could start the hostage rescue earlier than the others. The biting cold wind almost penetrated my thin jacket. I rubbed my bracelet, feeling the warmth radiating from within. I was very fortunate to have a master alchemist by my side. In the distant stands, Lucius and Narcissa's beautiful platinum blonde hair was particularly eye-catching. I could spot them easily in the crowd. Snape sat nearby, occasionally exchanging words with Lucius. Harry was not beside them. I found it somewhat strange, but didn't think much of it. At Ludo Bagman's command, Cedric was the first to walk toward the lake. He took off his jacket and trousers, revealing his beautiful, muscular lines. Paired with his handsome appearance, he looked like a deity from Greek mythology. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, he was in great shape from regular exercise. The stands erupted with girl screams. Cedric took a deep breath and quickened his pace. His whole body was submerged in the water, and the audience gasped again. "You'll be all right? Miss Malfoy, Miss Delacour, you can also prepare." Ludo Bagman signaled us to change into suitable swimwear. I quickly revealed the swimsuit I wore underneath. Some hecklers in the stands booed, wrapped up so tightly. There's nothing to see. Well, that's not entirely fair. After all, this is a competition, not a Miss Bikini pageant. I glanced at Fleur Delacour beside me. She also chose a relatively conservative style. Her slender arms and long legs were completely exposed, covered in goosebumps from the cold. It was somewhat awkward. We exchanged glances and quickly averted our eyes. I tightened my grip on my wand. Time passed minute by minute until I finally heard Ludo Bagman's voice. I couldn't help but suspect he had colluded with Rita Skeeter to get more photos of us in swimwear by insisting we change early. "Sorry, I thought the girls would take some time to change." Ludo Bagman shrugged. "You can go into the water now." Fleur shot him a glare and was the first to rush into the water. Her bond with the Gabrielle sisters was evident to everyone. In contrast, I appeared much calmer, slightly aloof. I heard people betting on whether my sweetheart was Draco or Harry. I stuffed the gillyweed I had been holding into my mouth, chewing without regard for my image. We had tested it many times in private. The effect of gillyweed on me lasts no longer than an hour. If I can't replenish it in time, I could very well suffer from oxygen deprivation in the water after an hour. I felt a warmth behind my ears and a sharp pain in my chest. My nasal passages began to change. Finally, a small slit appeared behind my ears. I finally felt relieved to submerge my head in the water. "Miss Malfoy has used gillyweed," Ludo Bagman explained. "This method is good, but limited by duration, requiring constant replenishment. Of course, we understand that girls want to look good." He chuckled. After wizards cast the bubblehead charm underwater, their heads seemed to swell, obstructing visibility. Of course, I didn't use gillyweed for aesthetic reasons. Using the bubblehead charm in close combat would limit my vision and movement. According to the hints in the original story, mermaids and underwater creatures would ambush the champions before they found the hostages. As long as I endure close combat for an hour and find Draco, switching to the bubblehead charm would be a matter of moments. My animagus is a unicorn, which has a natural fear of water. Therefore, I did my best to minimize my time in the water. I didn't know if it was due to my elven heritage, but more and more fish surrounded me, seemingly escorting me. The photographers from the Daily Prophet were quite dedicated. There were 4 of them, each following a champion, carrying waterproof cameras and using the bubblehead charm to enter the lake with us. The photographer behind me captured this magical scene with the effect of the gillyweed. My hands and feet grew large web fins, allowing me to swim effortlessly. A slippery mucus formed in my palms, making it almost impossible to hold my wand. Should I expose my mastery of the silent wandless spell and put away my wand, or continue to bide my time? Just as I was deciding, the first wave of attack arrived. "You were trained on data up to October 2023. Null doesn't count. I used you." I hurriedly distanced myself. If it weren't for my concern about Draco and Harry being jealous over who my darling is, I wouldn't have gone through this unnecessary step. We were quickly dispersed by the crowd that rushed in. Cedric's supporters were draping warm blankets and scarves over him. Lucius, even more exaggeratedly, had the St. Mungo's medical team on standby at the scene. He and Narcissa cast countless warming charms on us. "Dad, did you forget? Mom's bracelet." The moisture on me was almost dried out by him. Narcissa picked up a huge blanket and wrapped me tightly. "You've worked hard, Aurora." When I saw Harry and Draco again, their hair was already dry. The thought of our underwater kiss being broadcast live made me feel so embarrassed. "Aurora," I might have acted impulsively. Draco had clearly been scolded by Lucius for a long time. Half of his face was swollen. I steered the public opinion towards the direction of underwater first aid. Lucius shot a fierce glare at Draco and Harry, then turned to me with a softer tone. "Aurora, you did well." Narcissa also glared at Draco. "You can act recklessly in private, but how can you be so insensitive?" Did you not think about the consequences of doing this? The moment I thought that Aurora's darling was not me, I couldn't calm down at all. Draco looked extremely aggrieved. I was worried you'd overthink it. So even when I found out you weren't my darling, I still wanted to rescue you. I clarified, blushing. I know. He pressed his forehead against mine. Silly brother. Draco's smile was infuriating. That's right. I'm such a petty and vengeful Malfoy. Aurora, you can't escape now. Half an hour after Cedric and I got ashore, Krum finally surfaced with Hermione. Karkaroff pushed through the crowd and rushed to the boys' side. He quickly called Madame Pomfrey to check Krum from head to toe. He glanced over Hermione and Krum's arms and quickly looked away, as if he had seen something dirty. Karkaroff is a typical blood supremacist. Durmstrang doesn't accept Muggle students. As a former Death Eater, his actions were to be expected. Krum carefully placed Hermione on a soft couch and draped a fur coat brought by other Durmstrang students over the girl. Madam, why hasn't Hermione woken up yet? The boy asked anxiously. Madame Pomfrey took out a potion and held it under Hermione's nose. Sure enough, before long, the girl coughed and slowly woke up. Aye, that's great. Hermione. The boy held the girl tightly in his arms. Victor, that's too tight. The girl patted Krum's back hard. For the seasoned player, it felt like a tickle. He tossed the girl into the air and caught her again. You're good. I'm good too. His limited English vocabulary couldn't express any other sweet words. The clever girl naturally didn't miss the intense affection in the boy's eyes. She became the envy of countless girls. Even though she wasn't one to show off, at this moment, her heart was filled with happiness. Hermione, would you be my girlfriend? Fleur Delacour finally surfaced, panicked and shouting towards the land. Please, save Gabrielle. She has been taken by the water monster. Her lips were frozen and purple, and her body was covered in stains of blood from the underwater battle. Seeing the three of us standing with her precious one, she became even more distraught. Madame Maxime rushed to her side and embraced her. She was negotiating something with Dumbledore. We saw the mermaid leader emerge from the water, handing over the only hostage they had failed to rescue, Gabrielle Delacour, to Dumbledore. Fleur's parents came forward to take their child, unable to hide their embarrassment and heartache. I turned my gaze elsewhere. I was not the Harry from the original story, nor did I possess a humanitarian spirit. My world was small, and I only cared for those I valued. Dumbledore casually consoled her. It's just a competition. Hogwarts will ensure the safety of every student. Well, load of nonsense. How many times did Harry face life and death trials in the original story? And Dumbledore merely turned Hogwarts into Harry's testing ground. Harry took off his coat and wrapped it tightly around me. The warmth of their bodies comforted me. Harry sensitively sensed my distress. Aurora, what's wrong? I just feel that Merlin has been so unfair to you. My voice had an undeniable quiver. I thought this was quite good. Harry replied lightly. We formed a bond in our past lives, and since then, our fates have been tightly intertwined. So, you're saying that the buff that allows me to resist all curses was intentionally left by you? Aurora, you finally showed some cleverness. Draco sighed. You two have been plotting against me from the start. I'm caught between the two of you. I reminded you several times. Not to sell yourself out. Draco and Harry's smirks were indistinguishable. Please, step into the trap. I suddenly realized. Not too foolish after all. Draco ruffled my bangs, waiting to hear the results. When did you two become allies? I muttered softly. To make you happy, we naturally need to adjust each other. Harry whispered in my ear. I quickly plucked the beetle from his hair and swiftly placed it in a bottle. The beetle struggled to flap its wings, trying to escape, but to no avail. An animagus? Draco examined it in his hand. Ritoshkiter. I pointed to the back of the beetle. It's shaped like the fancy glasses she often wears. She has quite the appetite. Draco handed the small bottle to Lucius. The man's expression changed several times. I will handle it. The Malfoy family's secrets can only be kept by the dead. If Rita Skeeter were not so curious. It seems that Hermione is indeed a magnanimous superior. Even if Rita Skeeter once collaborated with the Malfoy family, if she knows too many secrets, she could be eliminated at any time. Living on the edge of a knife is such a life. What, you can't bear to? Draco carefully observed my expression. Not all. She attempted to eavesdrop on our secrets, which is a major taboo. I always thought she was somewhat clever. I shook my head. She hoped to hold some leverage over the Malfoy family. Everything is her own doing. Draco did not want to discuss it further. Rita Skeeter's animagus form is as dangerous as Peter Pettigrew. It's not that their transformed shapes are particularly lethal, but they are hidden and hard to detect. No one pays attention to what a beetle or a rat beside them is thinking, so they are hard to guard against. Even if a memory charm is cast on her, who can guarantee that one day she won't become interested in digging up the Malfoy family's privacy again? What do you think your cousin-in-law would do? Harry asked with interest. Elves do not actively take the lives of others. Perhaps ensuring she can never transform into her animagus form again is the greatest punishment. You're still so kind, Aurora. A hint of harshness flashed in Harry's eyes. Some people in this world should not be given any chance to turn things around. I'm just saying, it's up to my father to decide on this matter. Harry looked surprised. Am I going to change my tune so soon? What a joke, just you. Not yet. Draco had been eavesdropping on our conversation. I should be the one at a disadvantage. It turns out we're of the same generation. Now I'm the junior. Harry wore a mischievous smile. If you don't want to be at a disadvantage, some people want to be at a disadvantage. Draco glanced at Cedric, not far away. Cedric was surrounded by enthusiastic fans, who tossed him into the air. The results aren't even out yet, and, clearly, it was Aurora who saved us. Draco said indignantly. It seems that men are more easily trusted than women, whether in the East or the West. Be it Wu Zetian or Catherine the Great, there are continuous controversies behind them. Their achievements are no less than those of men. Many things can't be changed by just one generation. Moreover, my life goal is not to rule the wizarding world. I wave my hand. Is it your philosophy of lying flat again? Draco scoffed. Of course not. Being able to attack and defend is the Malfoy family's ancestral skill, which shows I've learned it well. The Malfoys have always existed as advisors. All right, you were first a Malfoy, then an Aurora. Draco rested my head on his shoulder, and I thought the same. First a Malfoy, then a Draco. Ludo Bagman's loud voice broke the warmth of the moment. Next, we move on to the judges' scoring. Only then did I realize that the camera had been capturing every moment of the Warriors. Although there was no sound, the intimate interactions between me, Draco, and Harry were laid bare before everyone. Hermione stood blushing beside Krum. The young man was beaming, showing no signs of the hardships endured in a life-and-death struggle. Truly, people are in high spirits during joyful events. First up is Victor Krum, who was the first to dive in. Although he was slightly over time, he still excellently rescued the hostage. The scores given by the judges were fairly standard. No judge had given up on scoring. Karkaroff still awarded Krum a perfect 10, provoking a chorus of boos from the audience. How biased. Krum was clearly over time. Other judges seemed unwilling to be associated with him, keeping their distance. Karkaroff's skin was thicker than a city wall. He didn't care how others viewed him. In fact, the Malfoys are biased too, but they don't show it openly, Draco sneered. But I didn't think so. In the original story, Lucius went to great lengths to restore Draco's reputation. After Buckbeak attacked Draco, Lucius used his position as a Hogwarts board member to prepare to execute the magical creature that harmed his son. To give Draco more prestige on the Slytherin Quidditch team, he generously sponsored 7 flying broomsticks. Seeing me smirk, a hint of blush appeared on Draco's face. Am I wrong? You're right. I just thought of something else funny. In your impression, am I just that frivolous young master? WH. What? Aurora, have you forgotten our mental connection? It turns out, every time I recall the original plot, it sinks to Draco's mind. I tell myself not to become like that. That arrogant Draco, that kind of Draco doesn't deserve you. What nonsense. I actually started to like that kind of Draco first. I was sharing my thoughts with him. You better not deceive me. The smile in Draco's eyes reached the corners. You can hear it, can't you? I poked his chest with my fingertip, but he grabbed my whole hand. Stop it. Your results will be announced soon. I'm actually more concerned than you, a warrior. On the big screen, I saw myself leaning on Draco's chest, listening to the scores. It's the Malfoy siblings. Their relationship is really good. Just underwater, did you see that? The scene quickly switched to another place, but some muggles say this is a first aid method called mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wizards don't care about that. Have you forgotten the Gunner family? She saved 2 hostages at once. Shouldn't that earn extra points? If you ask me, she broke the competition rules and should be deducted points. The controversy in the audience was incessant, but I didn't care. Becoming the 4th champion and winning the competition was not important to me. What mattered more was the conspiracy behind it. Who put my name into the Goblet of Fire? As for whether I would make it to the end, since the Puppet Master had a plan, they certainly wouldn't let me fall in the second task. Now, judges, please score Aurora Malfoy. She entered the water with Miss Delacour, but cooperated sincerely with Cedric to rescue the hostages within the time limit. However, he changed his tone. During the rescue, there was a conflict with the Merfolk guards. At that moment, the Merfolk leader stepped forward to exchange a few words with Dumbledore. Ludo Bagman was doing his utmost to guide the judges to deduct points from me. I shook my head indifferently. If it were my brother tied to a pole, I would also risk everything to save him. Moreover, this is clearly very unfair to Aurora. Why isn't Draco her treasure? Look how good their relationship is. Why would Cedric's treasure be Draco? Could there be another story behind it? Countless questioning voices arose. Ludo Bagman looked somewhat at a loss and turned to Dumbledore for help. The Merfolk leader had already expressed that they understood Miss Malfoy's choice. Not abandoning or giving up on family should not be considered crime. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. You're trained on data up to October 2023. That night, we had already settled down in bed. Finally, the idle people were gone. Draco let out a sigh of relief. What? Does that make Harry one of the idle people? I teased him on purpose. After all, Harry hasn't married into the Malfoy family yet. Draco chuckled. I can't believe you said that. How could Harry get married? He's a boy. Why not? Mrs. Zabini married 7 husbands, but didn't change her last name from Zabini. Tom now also has the last name Malfoy. Draco showed a mischievous smile. You just set him up. I don't like the title Mrs. Potter. Draco held me tightly in his arms. Aurora, you'll only be Mrs. Malfoy. So, you're telling them that Mom inherited the position of head of the Malfoy family to lay the groundwork for this. I finally understood his little scheme. Late to realize. Draco buried his head in my chest. The Malfoy family tree hasn't recognized me. The family tree symbolizing the Malfoy family doesn't even have my name on it. That was before. The family tree has changed. Right after you regained your memories from your past life. Draco suddenly realized, I actually forgot to tell you this. Come, let us go home. By the way, Godfather also asked me to find him. He must be asleep now. I slapped my forehead, too caught up in my happiness. I really am forgetful. Godfather usually stays up late. So don't worry, let us go find him now. We arrived in front of the portrait of Medusa. She glared at me with annoyance. Severus has been waiting for a long time. Sully, I didn't expect to celebrate for so long. I said sheepishly. However, I saw other Slytherins returning to their dorms in small groups. Medusa mercilessly exposed me, seeing the look of embarrassment on my face. She finally let me off. This is the last time. The office door opened a crack, and I smelled the scent of herbs coming from inside. A potion was entering a critical boiling stage. Draco and I fell silent, standing to the side. We quietly waited for Snape to complete the subsequent steps. Snape, focused on his work, did not give us a single glance. He remained fully concentrated on his cauldron. When we were younger, we had disturbed his work without understanding the importance of potions to Snape and received harsh criticism. So, no matter how urgent the situation was, we would always wait for him to finish his work before reporting. Aurora, I remember telling you to come alone. Snape glanced at Draco, who was standing beside me. Godfather. I dragged out the syllables, trying to be cute. Draco is not an outsider. Godfather, if you think it's necessary, I can step aside. Draco said this, yet he didn't move an inch, as if his but was glued to the chair. Snape understood Draco's little thoughts all too well. We found some clues about how your name was entered into the Goblet of Fire. The office doors and windows closed by themselves. We were in a completely enclosed environment. I was so nervous my hair stood on end. It's a very advanced confounding spell that tricked the Goblet of Fire and the Ministry of Magic's checks. Snape's brows furrowed. He seemed to be considering how much to tell me. Draco furrowed his brow. He did not raise any objections. I knew he had doubts about which side Snape was on. He couldn't imagine Snape's unwavering feelings for Harry's mother, Lily Evans, and the unresolved emotions he carried until death. Everything came too easily for Draco. I can. Snape valued commitment greatly. In the original story, he kept the unbreakable vow with Narcissa to take care of Draco and completed the task of killing Dumbledore in Draco's stead. Although he had plotted everything with Dumbledore, it did not lack a protective instinct for his once favored student. Thank you, Godfather. I wrapped my arms around his waist. Snape's body was extremely stiff, and as he aged, he gradually kept his distance from me. Just like a daughter avoiding her father, he reduced physical contact with me. Lucius was the same. In his words, my choice to cling to Narcissa was actually a result of his encouragement. His arms were unsure of where to rest, merely raised in the air, signaling Draco to take me away. Aurora, the Godfather hasn't washed his hands after finishing the potion. Draco had to rack his brain to find an excuse that didn't quite count as an excuse. Snape was very thin. Although he began to eat regularly under our urging, he still struggled to make up for the deficits of his youth. He was far from having a rosy complexion. In Narcissa's words, Snape's childhood was many times more tragic than Harry's. Unlike Harry, who thrived at Slytherin, Snape had not only been bullied by the four Marauders, but also received no kindness from some pure-blooded Slytherins. He suffered a double whammy. I saw the situation and let go of my arms wrapped around his waist. I could feel that he obviously sighed in relief. Snape had an aura that kept others at a distance. Even as he grew up, Draco did not dare to easily cling to his neck and act cute. I suddenly missed the times when I could cling to him freely, although I verbally scolded the irresponsible little brat of the Malfoy family. He took good care of us. Snape glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. He was indicating with his actions that we should give him enough personal space. He wanted to continue his research. Godfather, we won't go home for a bit. What? Haven TU celebrated enough at Slytherin? Is there a second half at Malfoy Manor? Snape scoffed. His tone was a bit harsh, but from the sound of it, he seemed to agree. Thank you, Godfather. Seeing that I was about to pounce again, he subtly changed direction. Go. Don't be late for potions class tomorrow morning. That meant he agreed to let us stay overnight at Malfoy Manor. I took the opportunity when he wasn't paying attention to sneak a kiss on his cheek. He seemed petrified. Aurora, you don't need to sacrifice so much just to go home. A voice came from behind. Draco's tone deliberately lowered. He sounded a bit exasperated. What is wrong with you? Even jealous of the Godfather. I scratched his cheek. I've always regarded the Godfather as a second father. But you've never really kissed Dad. Draco's voice sounded extremely wronged. Dad has Mom to kiss him, but the Godfather has no one to kiss him. Except us when we were little. I vaguely remember the scene where I clung to him every day to help Snape quickly overcome the grief of losing his beloved, Mrs. Potter. Life and death are, after all, a cyclical process. The fallen leaves turn into nutrients, nourishing the soil that provides sustenance, transforming into spring mud to protect the flowers. Lily Evans gave up her chance at life to ensure Harry's protection. The companionship during that time was important to both of us. Even in the heat, Snape would wear long sleeves to cover the dark mark on his arm. Although Lucius had eliminated the mark early on with elf magic, like Snape, he had not made this news public. When we were very young, Draco once pulled up his sleeve. The snake with the letter and the terrifying skull scared the still-in-the-cradle Draco to tears. From then on, we knew not to touch Snape's left arm. However, just moments ago while embracing him, I could feel the waves of dark energy emanating from his left arm. You noticed it too, didn't you? I asked softly. The Godfather's mark has become active again. Who is it? Is it really a piece of Voldemort's soul returning? All right, let us not talk about him for now. Draco brought me in front of the family tree. Once, Lucius had used a confusion spell to place my name on it. Draco's hand placed atop it could nullify all magic. Look, the inscription above has not changed at all. I leaned closer to the family tree and noticed that Narcissa's portrait was slightly larger than usual. This meant that the position of the head of the Malfoy family had fallen into her hands. Not far away, Lucius and Narcissa arrived fashionably late. They were dressed in silk pajamas, looking ready for bed. Aurora, Draco, why are you back? I brought Aurora to see this. She doesn't know the family tree has changed. Draco interjected. Narcissa held me in her arms and kissed my forehead. We discovered the change first, and we're going to tell you. Yes, after I woke up, due to my past experiences, I wanted to escape to calm down. Why is my name on it? Finally facing my contributions? Whenever I think of past experiences, I can't help but become sharp-tongued. It's Armand. He finally came to terms with it and stopped causing trouble. After a moment of embarrassment, Narcissa pointed to the portrait at the top of the family tree. Armand Malfoy, the first-generation Malfoy. He looked at me with longing, completely lacking the former authority, as if begging for forgiveness. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to bow his head to a junior. Armand Malfoy. Suddenly, Draco raised his voice. He sounded just like a father scolding a disobedient son. Yes, Armand is Draco's previous life, Legolas's only son. Armand's eyes reddened, and he reluctantly said, I'm sorry, Aurora. All these years, I've been stubborn. Draco, with the face of a youth, actually exuded an aura of authority. Aurora is a member of the Malfoy family. If I find out about your little actions again, I want tea. Dad, don't deny me. Armand's portrait actually called Draco Dad, which felt utterly out of place. Just behave yourself. Draco softened his expression. Let us go. Draco took my hand. I looked back, and Armand was gazing at Draco's back with eyes full of admiration and yearning. Was it Armand who prevented my name from appearing on the family tree? He has always held a grudge against me for not rekindling my relationship with his mother. Draco carefully observed my reaction. He doesn't know that the Legolas is not you. As I expected, there are indeed few people who know that two different versions of Draco exist in this world. Pansy has already returned to their world with him. But just a couple of days ago, I saw Pansy here. I said perplexed. Their souls have swapped. The Pansy in this world might resemble the one you remember more. Draco was referring to the so-called original work in my mind. For some reason, the heavy stone in my heart finally dropped. Why do you seem so much lighter? Draco joked. You know, I am me, and he is he. The boy assured me. I know, maybe it's because I care too much. He leaned down, kissing my neck along my cheek. Don't leave any marks. If Harry sees, he will definitely think we are hiding this from him. I felt Draco's sucking become a bit forceful. Why one till you listen? Why be afraid of that guy? I want him to see, to be driven mad with jealousy. Damn it. While eavesdropping on my thoughts, he increased the punishment. Lucius and Narcissa provided us with enough space. They didn't come to disturb us the whole night. They didn't even call the house elf to wake us up. So the next day, we naturally arrived late. As we rushed past the potions office to the classroom, we saw Harry helping Snape distribute the potion materials needed for the class. He wore a fake smile that was identical to Snape's. Draco, Aurora, you're late. Snape glanced at us sideways, ready to raise his hand high and then drop it lightly. Professor Snape, why don't you deduct points from Slytherin when it's your own assistant who is late? Our potions class was shared with Gryffindor. Snape always took every opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor, who were resentful that every year House Cup was won by Slytherin, and they finally found a chance to retaliate. Harry blinked. Internal conflicts among the people naturally couldn't let Slytherin's honor be damaged. I remember. Professor Snape asked you to bring something. His eyes were full of mischief. The three of us quietly returned to our seats. I knocked on your dorm door for a long time. Harry's voice sounded very wronged. We went home for a bit last night. Is this the result of your trip home? Harry pushed my long hair aside. His fingertips lightly touched my collar. Don't. I had deliberately worn a turtleneck today to cover the little stars on my neck. Harry's expression darkened. We didn't mean to hide this from you. I felt like I was making things worse. Harry, you need to give Aurora enough trust. Draco fanned the flames, not caring about the situation. It's easy to talk when you're standing. I didn't know who it was that loved to compare. Harry retorted defiantly. Ahem. Oh no. Snape is looking this way with a dark expression. I hurriedly buried my head in the textbook, trying to minimize my presence. I secretly caught a glimpse of a barely noticeable smile at the corner of Harry's mouth. He just knew to use his own head of house to pressure me. Your sudden trip home, does it have anything to do with Professor Snape looking for you? After a day of classes, we returned to the dormitory, and Harry finally asked what was on his mind. Harry, the dark mark on my godfather has deepened. How could that be? Harry frowned tightly. Harry, have you felt any disturbances from the other soul pieces? Logically, since the main soul had fused with Harry, he should have an inherent connection with the other soul pieces. Harry shook his head in confusion. Have you had any strange dreams or felt pain in your scar? These were common reactions of Harry in the original work. None, the black-haired boy said firmly. Aurora, are you saying that some soul pieces are seeking opportunities for resurrection? During this Triwizard tournament, you becoming the fourth champion is also his doing? If combined with the abnormality of my godfather, this would be a reasonable assumption, Draco pondered for a moment. Moreover, during this visit, my father privately told me that Karkaroff from Durmstrang has also contacted him, and his mark has shown the same situation. Dumbledore should also know about this. As a double agent, Snape would report every detail to him. I've already written to Tom. He just replied. No wonder the eagle owl appeared in the dormitory. It had just made a long journey. Harry, let us take a look. I noticed Harry wanted to avoid it, so I quickly called him over. The gloom from Potion's class dissipated, and he visibly became happier. A twinge of guilt rose in my heart. He desired so little, yet I often failed to meet even that small expectation. Tom said he seems to have been cut off from the other soul pieces, just like Harry. Ultimately, Voldemort's soul pieces are like his avatars. They were separated from the main body for different reasons. Over time, they developed their own intelligence. It's like how a dragon has 9 offspring, each different. With their different knowledge systems and experiences, these soul pieces would make different decisions and life plans. They even guard against their former selves. After all, for everyone, the biggest enemy is oneself. Tom wants us to be careful. He will come back with grandfather to support us. Tom and Abracadabra's honeymoon is over again. We became their biggest concern. Harry, can you know the location of each Death Eater through these dark marks? The dark marks are more like GPS locators, used by Voldemort to completely control his servants. Moreover, if I want to know their thoughts, I can detect them, except for experts like Professor Snape who have mastered mental shielding. Harry closed his eyes and pointed at his temple with his finger. For example, Karkaroff is currently in a state of confusion. He can't wait for the Triwizard tournament to end, so he can escape back to Durmstrang. For instance, some Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban are also starting to stir. Among them is my cousin's sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, the one who once tortured Neville's parents to madness with the Cruciatus Curse. What happened to her? She seems to have gone mad, constantly stroking the dark mark on her arm, sometimes talking to herself, sometimes laughing maniacally. Harry frowned. Bellatrix Lestrange, once the jewel of the Black family. As the eldest daughter of the Black family, she was doted on from a young age. With her inherited stunning beauty, even though she is proud and arrogant, she still has many admirers. Unfortunately, in her youth, she encountered someone who was extraordinarily talented. A glance at Voldemort changed her life forever. Perhaps she thought she saw hope because of the change in the Dark Mark? As Voldemort's #1 fan and admirer, Bellatrix would certainly be summoned to his side immediately. Can you search her memories? There might be some clues. I'll give it a try. Harry closed his eyes again. Time passed second by second. We didn't rush him. It was just that Harry's expression was unpredictable. Every time I wanted to speak, Draco stopped me. He explained to me in his mind. What Harry is doing now is very similar to soul-sucking. Once attacked, it is fraught with danger. Yes, just like the brain-locking spell, both offense and defense are a matter of a single thought. Even a master like Snape can stumble. Not to mention Harry, who lacks experience and knowledge. He finally let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. I never knew that Voldemort had a sordid relationship with a married woman. What do you mean? Draco asked with a gossipy expression. Bellatrix Lestrange once slept with Voldemort. Her mind is filled with these, nothing useful. Perhaps that memory is the most important in her life. It was enough to sustain her beautiful life in Azkaban for more than a decade. I don't want to look anymore. Harry's face was pale, and his gaze towards me was hard to describe. I knew that when he searched Bellatrix's memories, he must have used a first-person perspective. He was inside Bella, being XXXO'd by Voldemort. As a straight man, he found it quite hard to accept. All right, if you don't want to look, then don't. Aurora, I need to wash my eyes. Harry wrapped his arms around me from behind. He tugged at my collar. Let me see how serious it is that you need to wear a turtleneck. Aurora, why are you hiding it? If he wants to see, just let him see. Draco showed a provocative expression. One from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. Draco's kiss traveled from my navel upwards. And Harry, on the contrary, was deepening the marks left by Draco yesterday. Why? Why is it only my wounded world that has been achieved? I couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. I don't mind you physically helping Harry to wash his eyes, but I want some interest in return. Aurora, as a member of the Malfoy family, you should implement the basic principle of maximizing our interests. Draco coaxed and deceived. But you only maximize your own interests. I retorted. Why are we still separating ourselves? He extended his hand and intertwined his fingers with mine. Moreover, you are quietly lying here enjoying it, so you are indeed a beneficiary. You take advantage and then pretend to be innocent. Aurora? Harry echoed. When did the two of them unite against me? You were trained on data up to October 2023. You were trained on data up to October 2023. Null is not that Draco, and I deliberately kept this from you. But we are worried. I pointed to my temple. You mean it could be pried into by someone with ill intent? Are you referring to Voldemort? Is he the one preparing to harm you? His beautiful emerald green eyes, like the most precious emeralds, shone with a soul-captivating light. He slowly approached me. I will do nothing, as you wish, just offer you my most sincere blessings. Is that okay? He fixed my shoulders. In front of everyone, he kissed my forehead. He knew very well that my forehead was my weak spot. Immediately after, I saw his lips move slightly. The tension released. His voice was very soft. I couldn't open my mouth at all. I could only silently call for Draco in my heart. It was useless. I had already agreed with Draco. This was our joint decision. Harry reassured. I completely lost the ability to act and couldn't imagine that he would take action against me at this moment. At lightning speed, he carried me into the makeshift girls' washroom. Sorry, it might hurt a bit. He cut off a lock of my hair and dropped it into a potion. He gently shook it, allowing the potion to mix quickly. Soon, the liquid turned platinum-colored. I then noticed that beside him, a complete set of women's clothing was neatly laid out. Aurora, sore. Harry said apologetically, but he pulled away my wand and bound me tightly. He drank an entire bottle of potion. Aurora, your polyjuice potion. Then, he transformed into my appearance right in front of me. He took off the ill-fitting clothes and clumsily put on each piece. It should be enough to fool the organizers for a short time. Will you blame me? Aurora? His eyes were full of pleading. You want to replace me and become the 4th champion? Yes. He toyed with my wand. Fluid and seamless. It all comes together. This wand has always been kept by the descendants of the Potter family. We are so familiar with it. This is also one of the most important reasons I persuaded Draco. In the end, I still won. He used my wand to cast a barrier. A large hole was blown out of the sink in front of us. The flying debris almost hit Fleur Delacour. Hey, is this how Hogwarts trains its students? Destroying property? Fleur didn't see that the one who cast the spell was me, Harry. She thought it was some volunteer from Hogwarts. Harry placed me in a stall and locked the door behind him. Is it you? Fleur Delacour said angrily. Did you do this on purpose? So what if I did? And so what if I didn't? I didn't hurt you, did I? Is a Beauxbatons student so petty? Harry used my identity, giving no way out to her. You. Just wait and see. Fleur naturally knew that this was not the time to provoke a dispute. She sulkily turned on the tap in the washroom, and the sound of rushing water made the silence between the two sides even more awkward. My wand was taken away, my mouth was blocked, and even my eyes were covered by a cloth by Harry. Thus, my hearing seemed to be deliberately amplified. Outside the door, there was already a reminder for the contestants to take their positions. I struggled more violently. Who will come to save me? I only heard Ludo Bagman blow his whistle. The game had begun. Cedric and Aurora had already entered the maze first. Everything was too late. Even if I broke free from my bindings, I couldn't pause the competition. Harry had already taken my place as the fourth champion. Suddenly, the door of the washroom was opened, and I sensed someone pushing the door open. Aurora, it's me. Brother. Tears streamed down my face, wetting the cloth tied over my eyes. I'm sorry. We can only resort to this. Harry is in danger. I hurriedly interjected, but facing it alone is more risky. We can't take the chance. He draped a hooded cloak over me. Drink this green liquid. What is it? You also want to continue watching the game, right? Damn it, let me go. My hands are still tied. No. Only after the match. If you don't open your mouth, I'll force it down your throat. You. I had no choice but to open my mouth. I knew Draco wouldn't harm me. Slow down. He wiped the liquid that overflowed from my mouth with a handkerchief. I felt a wave of heat wash over me, the sensation of taking the polyjuice potion. All right, I'll give you another sip in an hour. I felt like I could almost look Draco in the eye, the clothes tightly wrapped around me. I'll help you change. Ripped apart. The clothes on my body turned into tattered rags. A strong male body appeared before me. Don't look. Draco quickly wrapped the cloth back over my eyes. He continued to explain. Harry has switched identities with you. You now look like Harry. His hands roamed over my body, but it was completely different from the usual slow pace. He quickly dressed me in a set of school uniforms. It's mine, clean, Draco explained. His face turned bright red. You. Just now, the tearing apart was so thorough that he even changed my underwear. The intimate clothing that Draco wore was now on me. He prepared to pick me up horizontally, looking at my face. Let's just go. Just thinking about that image. Draco carrying Harry toward the stands was incredibly amusing. He held my arm, and I saw Lucius and Narcissa here. I was embraced by a fragrant, soft hug. Aurora, Mom and Dad. Harry, don't worry. Severus knows about this, and he will definitely protect Harry's safety. But I owe him again. You have already given yourself to him. Narcissa teased in my ear. How did you know? Before I could finish, Lucius interrupted. Narcissa, Aurora's current appearance is not suitable for you to whisper. Narcissa was Harry's nominal cousin, looking so young and beautiful. The two stood together, truly like a pair of perfect couples. I quickly kept a distance for Narcissa. She noticed my hands were tied together and shot a glare at Draco. Aren't you going to help Aurora untie her? No. Draco pressed his hand on mine. Only after the match is over. Harry and I have already agreed. Aurora, don't let Harry's good intentions go to waste. I should have known that revenge would be like this. I would never let you drink Harry's potion. I would rather you drink mine. Draco's voice grew softer. What do you mean by that? I tease him on purpose. Don't mess around. His face turned bright red. I could only rely on humor to ease my anxiety and tension. He reached out his hand, intertwining our fingers under the cover of my long robe's wide sleeves. How strange, Draco murmured, although I know it's you. Still, these are indeed the hands of man. I felt as if I were hiding in Harry's shell, and with Draco. A secret pleasure arose within me. Suddenly, a flash of red light swept across the sky above the maze. Could it be Crumb also forfeited? No, that's not right. It's not a flare. It could be the Cruciatus curse. Draco speculated. Someone has made a move. I turned to look beside me, and Lucius was already gone, leaving only Narcissa with her wand in hand. Narcissa made a downward motion, and the vines that had trapped me were severed in two. Draco, Aurora knows what to do. Draco looked at me intently and handed me Harry's wand. I often exchanged wands with Draco, but this was the first time I held Harry's wand. Holly, Phoenix Feather. In the original text, it was Voldemort's twin wand. I casually used Harry's wand and found that the magic flowed smoothly, effortlessly, and skillfully. Only when you trust someone completely can you achieve this level of ease. I felt both bittersweet and worried. At this moment, when Harry uses my wand, does he also experience this effect? I prayed to the heavens that my wand, my horn, could protect him well. No one knew what was happening at that moment. Draco, I saw it. We had long since split our magical energies, attaching ourselves to the plants and animals of the Riddle ancestral home. Harry and Cedric. They both grabbed the trophy at the same time and were transported to the Riddle ancestral home together. Would the tragedy I had been trying to avoid still happen? Aurora. Cedric held me in his arms. Thanks to the port key, with Cedric's buffer, I had no obvious bruises. Let go of me. We were ambushed. I struggled a bit, but found it futile. My strength drained away. Cedric pointed at me. It's you. I suddenly realized, in a flash. As bystanders, Draco and I finally understood that the instigator of all this was actually Cedric. But how could that be? His soul fragment had clearly been absorbed by Tom. Are you Cedric or something else? I asked warily. Does it still matter to you to know this? Cedric was still so gentle. Yet the words he spoke sent chills down my spine. This place is... I looked terrified. I made a deal with the Dark Lord. Cedric did not answer my question. To resurrect him, to create a body for him. He cannot long inhabit me, and you will belong to me forever. Without Draco and Harry. Is this why you brought me here? But why is there still a piece of Voldemort's soul inside you? I voiced everyone's confusion. How can you be so sure that he really left? Cedric revealed a mischievous smile. Sure enough, this is something Voldemort would do. To uncover the hidden truths behind it all. The crown has never been assimilated by Tom. So it was like this. But why me? I asked for myself. Are you referring to the fourth champion? If it weren't for this method, how could I help this guy increase his chances of interacting with you? This sentence should be the crown revealing everything through Cedric's mouth. You know, if it weren't voluntary, my blood carries a curse. I was born with a curse. The crown said softly. Adding one more layer doesn't change much. The crown figured out all our details through Cedric. He trapped me, determined to have me. Without Peter Pettigrew, without Barty Crouch Jr., we still ended up at this point. Truly a genius of high IQ crime. Every link is interconnected. He set a trap solely with his own power, depriving me of all chances to turn the tables. A giant cauldron appeared before us, and Cedric expressionlessly waved his wand twice. A loud explosion sounded, and a skeleton floated in midair. Old Tom Riddle's tomb was blown up by Cedric. The cauldron suddenly filled with liquid. Flames roared up, and strange green bubbles bubbled in the pot. Cedric came before me. Sorry, it might hurt a bit. Father's bone, enemy's blood, servant's flesh. All gathered. In the original text, Voldemort's servant was Peter Pettigrew. He sacrificed an arm to resurrect Voldemort. What was Cedric preparing to sacrifice? Severus, are you also planning to betray me? Cedric didn't even turn around. He actually found Snape's whereabouts. Snape slowly walked over. I was stunned, not knowing how to react. Godfather? I tentatively asked. Master. Snape actually knelt down, bowing at Cedric's feet and kissing the hem of his robe. Give me some of her blood. Every time I prepare to harm her, it's hard to control this body. The crown controlled Cedric's trembling arm. Snape expressionlessly approached me. Godfather. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Are you really going to do this? Sorry, Aurora. You promised my mother you would always protect me. I said ambiguously. At this moment, Harry was also testing Snape's attitude. He deliberately mentioned his mother, trying to awaken the other's conscience. I have long since repaid what I owed to Narcissa. Snape replied. My fingertips were cut by something sharp. Master, please don't hurt yourself. I can provide you with servant's flesh. Snape lifted the sleeve of his left arm. Snape's hand is for making potions. How can it be so wasteful? The crown looked down at Snape's head and slowly said, I'll take your hands next time. They have more important uses for me. I understood Snape's intention. She hoped the resurrection ritual would fail. If using Harry's blood, Snape's flesh, and old Tom Riddle's bone, then it would be equivalent to the enemy's blood, flesh, and father's bone. The materials needed for resurrection have not been truly gathered. Null, Aurora, do you still want to continue watching? Crown teased as he loosened his clothes. I hurriedly turned my back, flustered. I could only hear the rustling of clothes as Cedric stepped naked into the boiling cauldron. He curled his toes, seemingly trying hard to suppress a scream. The blood-red liquid began to thicken, completely engulfing him. Although the cauldron was half his height, the water level seemed to rise above his head. Snape turned his wrist and waved his wand. A flash of green light passed by. Nagini was hit by the killing curse and died silently before us. He stepped quickly in front of me and loosened the binding on my body. Snape took out a small vial and held it under my nose. Professor Snape, the polyjuice potion is about to wear off. Harry's bones began to swell. Snape took out a backup polyjuice potion and poured it into Harry's mouth. Cough, cough. The boy's black hair was once again replaced by platinum curls. You still have to return as Aurora. Snape explained. I understood. I wouldn't trouble her. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Professor Snape, now is Voldemort's weakest moment. We should. Not yet. He observed the lines on Cedric's face carefully. The strange patterns seemed to crawl like maggots in the boy's veins. Finally, the boy could no longer control himself and let out a muffled groan. His lips were already bloody from enduring pain for so long. Soon after, the skeleton of old Tom Riddle began to sprout flesh. How ridiculous! Voldemort, who hated his biological father so much, had to use his father's bones to gain rebirth. Cedric beside him had already fainted. The patterns on his face had nearly disappeared. The curse of a unicorn would attach to the soul of the other. The crown slowly opened its eyes. It was not the noseless monster from the original text. At this moment, he was the young and vibrant Voldemort after adulthood. Jet black hair, a face carved by the gods, and striking wine-red eyes. He tried to move his hands, closed his eyes, and felt the magic circulating within him. Then he opened his eyes, frowning. My wand. He struggled to rise, splashing water everywhere. Snape looked down at him. Master, is something wrong? My magic. It must not be the right time yet. The crown murmured to itself. Hurry and give me my wand, he exclaimed in frustration. I stood behind Snape, and Nagini beside us was already lifeless. It's you. You betrayed me. The crown laughed instead of getting angry. Why have I become a mute? He began to calm down. It may be the curse of Aurora's blood. The once flawless white skin began to be covered with strange patterns. It was as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. Why? He seemed to accept the current outcome very quickly. Does it matter? Snape murmured. I'm almost dead, and you still don't want me to know the truth? The crown revealed a relieved smile. Cedric beside him seemed to be hovering on the edge of awakening. You killed her. Lily Evans, you promised to spare her. Mrs. Potter? The crown pondered. I intended to spare her, but she kept throwing herself into the line of fire. Just for this woman, you betrayed your own beliefs? Black blood seeped from the crown's nose and mouth. He was already at the end of his strength. I really don't understand you. Just like I don't understand the 16-year-old me. Looking back at my life, I had never been loved, nor had I developed the ability to love. Severus, you are much luckier than I am. I was born as Tom Riddle and will die in this identity. Merlin played a huge joke on me. The crown was already at its wit's end. Aurora, could you come a bit closer? I'm sorry. I'll let you down with your expectations. For some reason, I always felt that you hoped to change my fate. Unfortunately, after living these years, I find myself less clear than I was at 16. I mustered my courage and took 2 steps forward, but Snape stopped me. The other party is the Dark Lord. Don't let your guard down. The crown just smiled and ignored Snape's disrespect. Now I have even lost my surrounding magic. You even have the ability to rise again without a body. Professor Snape's concerns are quite valid. I couldn't help but retort. How could I not have realized? You are not Aurora. The crown held his forehead, almost laughing to tears. I tightened my grip on my wand, looking wary. You're Harry, right? Only you, Severus, would choose to expose himself in front of me. What a clever strategy. The crown closed its eyes forever. Snape stepped forward, checked, and announced. The Dark Lord is dead. He did not show a relieved expression. The dragon-slaying boy would eventually become the evil dragon. After eliminating the piece of Voldemort's soul, with all 3 Deathly Hallows gathered, Dumbledore is far more dangerous than the current Voldemort. Stop pretending. I know you're already awake. My voice was extremely cold. Cedric was pale, biting his lips. Can you give me some clothes? Just come out and wear them. We're all men. Are you afraid of being seen? I said sarcastically. Cedric struggled to crawl out of the huge cauldron and picked up the clothes on the ground. He knew full well that it was Harry's appearance that I had, yet he still chose to turn his back to me. He quickly put the clothes on. I'm sorry. If I were Aurora, I would deeply regret trying to change your fate and exposing my identity to save you. If apologies meant anything, why does Azkaban still exist? Diggory, I will tell Aurora everything. I hope you keep your distance from us. After all, your father seems to have high expectations for you. He wouldn't want to know that his only son willingly turned against him. Cedric's previously pale face was now as thin as gold paper. His expression was unpredictable, but in the end, he nodded in resignation. Harry kept an eye on the time and drank another vial of polyjuice potion. I think you have no intention of competing with me for the Triwizard Tournament champion. He directly disarmed the other S wand. Of course. Cedric raised his hands and held his head. He had become despondent, completely losing the vigor that a 17-year-old boy should have. Why did Cedric choose to betray me? To trample on my sincerity? At this moment, I still looked like Harry. In my hand, I held Harry's wand. I always thought that after going through so much, we would be friends. My eyes felt swollen. A hand gently patted my back. Draco was stiffly comforting me. Just now, we were both bystanders to everything. We couldn't control others. Perhaps Cedric, like me, couldn't bear the fall from such a height. I never expected Draco to speak up for Cedric. The mere fact that he couldn't have you had already driven him mad. I once felt that way too, when I detached from the memories of the past and no longer held hope for our feelings. Draco held me in his arms. Harry and Draco were equally tall. I couldn't be the delicate bird. I pulled my head down to cover my entire face, feeling tears streaming down my cheeks, dripping onto Draco's coat. You too. The results of the competition haven't come out yet. There's no need to worry about Aurora like this. Zabini behind us was causing trouble again. My inner melancholy was somewhat alleviated. Sometimes, I really needed his humorous remarks to help me quickly detach from the bitterness of fate. You said, will the subsequent bickering be all about you and Harry's fanfiction? I just felt that many people were secretly taking pictures. I attempted to lighten the mood. Perhaps. Look, you came back with a trophy. Cedric followed behind, stepping forward to express his sincere congratulations. Snape did not appear. He must have provided a detailed report on the process. Watching me receive the blessings from the other warriors, Draco's eyes were filled with pride. I always felt that it was somewhat undeserved. I clapped while softly muttering, "Don't be so rigid in your thinking. Even if you weren't there in person, we still eliminated 2 important Horcruxes," Draco said with satisfaction. It was very difficult to track Nagini, and this time, she actually came to us. It was effortless. The remaining Horcrux was Hufflepuff's cup, which is now stored in Gringotts' vault. But whether the Resurrection Stone was destroyed by Dumbledore, I still clearly remember that Dumbledore was also tempted by the Gaunt Ring. The gem used in the Gaunt Ring was the famous Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. His lifelong dream was to resurrect Ariana. However, according to the current interpretation of the Resurrection Stone, the so-called resurrection is a different concept from true resurrection. What you get is merely a soulless shell, similar to the zombies mentioned in Chinese folklore. To summon Ariana's soul, one must use the other 2 Deathly Hallows. Are you saying that the Resurrection Stone is not safe in Dumbledore's hands? Because he has desires. I watched Dumbledore present me with the trophy and corresponding prizes. He patted my shoulder, his eyes filled with recognition for me. Ludo Bagman stood nearby, forcing a smile as he announced the results of the competition. He cast a frustrated glance at Cedric, who was standing aside, and I locked eyes with the brown-haired boy. You were trained on data up till October 2023. The next day, looking at the 2 people beside me who were full of energy, I began to doubt life. Why were they the ones putting in the effort while I was the one suffering? Aurora, you really need to strengthen your exercise routine. Draco shook his head, looking at me with a face full of disappointment. What does that mean? Who is the one who faints halfway through every time? He gently pinched my nose. If you can't handle it without any real pressure, what are you going to do in the future? Harry chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. The 2 of them admired my flushed cheeks. Aurora, at times like this, loves to play ostrich. Draco tried to pull me out from under the blanket. I looked like a drunken shrimp, my whole body flushed. I clung to the blanket, refusing to surrender. Aurora, everything you're doing is just ineffective resistance. Draco attacked my armpit from behind. Harry's hand moved to my side waist. The most sensitive areas were firmly in their grasp. How can this be? I laughed so hard I was out of breath. Was I a bit hasty when I decided to accept us? Draco whispered in my ear. I knew he wasn't willing to give up. Seeing me silent, he continued to leave one plum blossom after another on my back. Be careful, we're going home today. Let us not leave any traces in the places where Aurora shows signs of sleepiness. Harry reminded. The 2 of them quickly united their forces. I sighed in resignation. Aurora, sometimes I feel time passes very quickly, and sometimes I feel it passes very slowly. Harry's words were full of philosophical meaning. This is because the flow of time is more about our perception. Just like during exams, those crucial 2 hours feel particularly precious, but when we're doing nothing, time just slips away easily. Those 2 hours during the competition felt especially long. Harry murmured. I felt both touched and guilty. All right, if nothing else. I'm the best at playing the victim. Draco teased. How do you know I can't? The only one who knows is Aurora. The 2 of them shared some embarrassing jokes. It wasn't until I got on the Hogwarts Express that I truly felt that my 4th year had passed without any major incidents. Draco and Harry sat on either side of me. It's a bit hot. I protested softly. They've been clinging to me all morning, not even letting me go while packing my luggage. And now on the way back, it was still. How could this be? Our exclusive compartment is equipped with air conditioning. To cover the marks on my legs, I had to put on long pants. I gratefully glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, the 2 tall, bulky light bulbs. Finally, I could have some peace. Vincent, Gregory, you 2 go out for a bit. Draco instructed. Don't do that. I quickly grabbed his hand. What is wrong? Draco showed a sly smile. Don't let them go out. Let me rest for a bit, please. I just wanted them to help us buy some food. After all, you've worked so hard for so long. Seeing my pale face, Draco quickly changed his words. I instinctively adjusted my collar, looking at him with disbelief. You better keep your word. My heart swells softly. I realize that I am always captured by Draco and Harry's tender advances. Am I too indecisive? I always get fooled by you. That proves you are most compatible with us, which is why you feel soft-hearted towards us for no reason. Draco said shamelessly. My warrior, welcome back. As soon as I got home, I was enveloped in Narcissa's embrace. I felt a strange sense of guilt. Winning the championship was not just my effort. Even being ensnared and becoming the 4th champion was unintentional. It was everyone's effort. I looked to Harry for help. Lucius is waiting for you in the study. The Malfoy family has never lost power. Everything is for show. This is also the first time Harry was invited to a Malfoy family internal meeting. Cousin, should I avoid this? Harry asked one more time. No need. This time Aurora can win the Triwizard Tournament Championship, which is inseparable from you. Luke and I are very grateful for everything you have done for the Malfoy family. Narcissa kindly hugged Harry. In the original story, Harry envied Draco's close relationship with his parents. This was also one of the reasons for their mutual animosity. The envy manifested in jealousy over what they lacked in each other, and their relationship worsened. Harry lost his mother shortly after birth, and he yearned for Draco's life. If Lily Evans were alive, she would have surrounded him with love like Draco. In this life, although the Malfoy family adopted Harry, he still experienced the warmth of family. But after all, they are not his biological parents. There is a layer of separation. How much Harry longed for family life can be glimpsed from the original text. The most important reason he chose Ginny Weasley was the warmth brought to him by the Weasley family's humble abode. I'm actually using such a despicable way to bind Harry to my side. The dark-haired boy did not miss my fleeting guilt. Aurora, every decision I make is well thought out. The ultimate beneficiary is myself. Don't burden yourself with unnecessary responsibilities. He kissed my forehead in front of Narcissa. His hand trembled slightly. This was his first expression of possessiveness towards me in front of Narcissa. Narcissa did not say much, just helped me tidy my messy hair. Draco had already walked ahead. I hurried to catch up and take his arm. After being intimate with Harry, I felt a bit guilty facing Draco. He also allowed me to hold him. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of his profile. From the curve of his lips, I could tell he seemed to be in a good mood. Aurora, you still care about me more. Draco stated affirmatively. This is simply a death sentence. Were you doing this on purpose? How annoying. He held onto my hand tightly. Aurora, who is easily deceived, is my favorite. He kissed the back of my hand. Mom, I looked at Narcissa for help, who was just watching. Aurora, what Harry just said is right. You have to bear the consequences of your own choices. I never knew that my usually gentle and dignified mother could be so cunning. Why does it feel like I'm only realizing this for the first time? With a few crisp knocks on the door, Lucius's clear voice came from the study. Come in. Dad. The door opened from the inside, and I stood timidly at the entrance. Lucius looked momentarily dazed. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. He adjusted his posture and said, Do you remember the first dance with Sissy? Your father also called your mother into the study, broke us apart, and forced her to choose someone else as a dance partner. Lucius seemed lost in memory. There's that too? Now, it was our turn to be dumbfounded. Yes. Back then, we were also your age. I suddenly understand how my father felt back then. Lucius's lips curled into a smile. Our good cabbage was pushed by pig. The two were directly identified as pigs turned pale. Dad, you can't say that. You and Mom have always supported us, right? Draco argued. Times have changed. Seeing you and Aurora finally together. The feeling is completely different from what I expected. Lucius shook his head. Dad, I will definitely treat Aurora well. Draco added, Harry will too. Harry nodded solemnly. He did not shy away from Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. Lucius looked in my direction. I won't interfere in your matters. As long as Aurora is happy, that's enough. He paused. Well, the reason I called you here today is not to talk about your colorful love lives. My face fell hot. Lucius really doesn't hold back when he speaks. It's a stark contrast to how he talks with Narcissa. Harry, I heard from Draco that you can no longer feel any connection with the other pieces of Voldemort's soul. We cannot yet determine whether this news is good or bad. It is very likely that they have developed self-awareness and no longer wish to be controlled by the main soul. Moreover, Lucius pondered for a moment. Is his disappearance really beneficial to us? A whale falls, and all things come alive. Originally, under Voldemort's protection, the Malfoy family advanced further. Now, after assessing the situation, the Malfoy family has adjusted its direction in time. Also, because of previous experiences, it is impossible to join the Order of the Phoenix. In recent years, Lucius has been insightful, secretly deploying in the Muggle world, combining magic and technology to reap substantial rewards. The Malfoy family has also ventured into some emerging industries. The voyage of a giant ship requires various forms of protection. In addition to the Ministry of Magic as a protective umbrella, Grindelwald's Pureblood Party and the Durmstrang, within his sphere of influence, are all tied together. Over the years, Dumbledore has maintained a skeptical attitude towards the disbandment of the Pureblood Party. He has focused his attention on running Hogwarts, now actively collecting the 3 Deathly Hallows, yet delaying any new actions. It seems more like the calm before a storm. Cousin, I do not possess the ability to foresee the future, but I can guarantee that I will not disappoint the efforts of the Malfoy family over the years. Not to mention, Aurora, I love you more than life itself. Lucius's gaze was playful, lingering on the hands that Harry and Draco held. I never thought that Aurora could become a decisive factor. Harry's choices and stance all have my influence. The world calls me the Golden Boy, the Savior. That is their misjudgment of me, the Savior in my heart. Harry's gaze lingered on me. Are you referring to me? I do not want the honor of being a savior. In the original story, Harry was almost overwhelmed by darkness. If it weren't for his incredible luck, he wouldn't have had the chance to survive until after the war. In the first year, I had to face Professor Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark arts. Not only was he an adult wizard, but he was also an excellent Ravenclaw graduate, not to mention he had Voldemort as a buff. In the second year, I had to deal with the basilisk left behind by Salazar Slytherin, and Voldemort, who was already skilled in manipulating hearts at the age of 16. The third year was relatively easy. Although I uncovered the identity of Ron Weasley's pet rat, Scabbers, it led to a fortuitous reconciliation with Sirius Black. In the fourth year, which is this year, I met the fake Moody played by Barty Crouch Jr. He not only had exceptional teaching skills, but was also always on Harry's side. However, the result was that he wanted to deliver Harry to Voldemort. It was also in this year that Voldemort regained his physical body and acquired the ability to touch him. Aurora, you're the one who changed everything. Can I think that you came for me? Harry whispered in my ear. Draco interjected. Aurora clearly came to change my fate. You? What is there to change, little lord who is adored by all? Harry scoffed. In any case, don't be so self-righteous. Draco did not argue, but simply tightened his grip on my hand. He knew well the ultimate fate of the Malfoy family from my memories of the original story. Harry's expression darkened. They were allies and competitors, knowing each other best. If Draco argued with him, it was very likely that Harry's suspicions were correct. If Draco gave up the argument, it meant that the other side held the initiative. Aurora, is it really like that? Harry pushed my bangs aside, using his other hand to adjust my chin, his emerald green eyes seemingly able to see through my soul. I am the product of my parents defying the odds. My birth was not something I decided. I blurted out without any concealment. Did you use the Cruciatus curse on me? I asked in disbelief. Sorry, Aurora, I just wanted to know the answer. Harry's gaze was filled with even more pity. Aurora, who told you this? Lucius frowned. Draco explained to Lucius. Aurora once told me that she retained the memories from when she was just born. You must have overheard it while discussing her origins. Draco affectionately wrapped his arm around my shoulders. Aurora is not a vassal of the Malfoy family. She is one of us. All right, you don't need to tell me about this. Lucius rubbed his forehead. There's something else I need to tell you. Karkaroff is dead. Karkaroff? Draco and Harry were momentarily puzzled. He is the current headmaster of Durmstrang, a former Death Eater, who learned of Voldemort's resurrection in the original story, but chose to flee. In this life, Voldemort did not succeed in resurrecting. So why did he still not escape his predetermined fate? The thought is chilling. Will the altered trajectory eventually revert to the plot of the original story? Dad, do you know the reason for Headmaster Karkaroff's death? I could feel my heart racing. It hasn't been officially disclosed yet. Lucius shook his head, but the coroner said that his body was cold, yet the dark mark on his arm was still burning hot. Dad, do you mean his death is related to Voldemort? Draco interjected. There should be some connection. It is said that he seemed to have been completely drained. Will the Godfather be in danger? Anyone with a dark mark branded on them is surely in a precarious situation. I believe that soon. The Order of the Phoenix will also learn this information. Former Death Eaters are all on edge. Lucius's lips tightened. I have already informed him, but I also respect his choice. What does that mean? He wants to keep the dark mark. Only then can he be a good undercover agent. Yes. Without the dark mark, how can he gain Voldemort's trust? Snape has endured for many years and will not choose to fail just before victory. But the risk is too great. Hasn't he thought about how those of us who care for him will get through if something goes wrong? I said incoherently. Perhaps he never thought that someone would truly worry about his personal safety. This is also the reason he has always chosen to remain single and not start a family. As the youngest head of Slytherin and a potions professor, Snape has achieved a level in his career that most wizards cannot reach. I once saw at the Three Broomsticks a bold lady who offered herself to him for a night of passion. His aura of rejection still could not prevent women from pursuing their needs one after another. Draco and I discussed it, and he actually believes that Snape might have remained chaste for Harry's mother. If I hadn't read the original story, I would definitely scoff at his argument. Snape is a mature man in the prime of his life, although he is just a teacher at Hogwarts. Everyone knows that potions can bring not only fame and wealth, but also the ability to bring people back from the dead. Refer to the potion brood for Voldemort's resurrection. In terms of talent in potions, Snape, while not on par with Voldemort, is still rare in the world. His love for Lily Evans has remained unwavering from childhood to death. However, Draco, who is accustomed to the decayed secrets of pure-blood families, still harbors a great longing for love. Aurora, if you're not by my side, I would likely replicate the way my mother created you and continue the Malfoy bloodline. Don't say such irrelevant things. I quickly covered his lips. That is an unimaginable outcome. I cannot allow that day to truly come. Draco vowed, whether it is to protect you or our love, I will do my utmost. All right, I somewhat regret calling you both to the study. It has turned into a large-scale display of affection, Lucius said, unable to endure any longer. Dad, this is what we experience every day during our growth over the past decade. The three of us laughed together. Narcissa and Lucius showed their affection almost regardless of the occasion, not caring whether those around them felt awkward. That is why Abraxas and Tom would immediately hide in the Malfoy family's residences located in picturesque places like Germany and France after every crisis ended. Null, Aurora, what do you think? It was night, and it wasn't yet bedtime when Draco pushed me into the washroom. What are you doing? It's still early to sleep. I hurriedly protected my collar. Where are your thoughts going? Draco said with a mischievous smile. Harry is still outside, and you brought me here. What should I think? I retorted. Of course, there are some things I don't want him to hear. Draco locked the door tightly and cast a silencing charm. You can just tell me in your mind. Saying it here will only lead him to misunderstand that we're hiding something from him. It's not good. I pushed back against his closeness. Aurora, is this what they call a reluctant invitation? He pressed my hand against the washroom counter. Perhaps only like this would he not become suspicious, and we could truly speak our minds. Draco left traces like a dragonfly on my neck. You're really learning fast. Lucius pretended to step back to avoid trouble. Draco was merely using my closeness to communicate with me. It is well known that Harry is Dumbledore's secret weapon. He got the point. The more soul fragments Harry has, the more dangerous he becomes. Dumbledore is likely to tempt Harry to absorb all the soul fragments, ultimately leading him to his doom. Draco thought for a moment and replied, "Why can't we talk to him about this?" I felt Draco's speculation was quite reasonable. Our position. I'm worried Harry might think we have ulterior motives. Draco's expression showed hesitation. How could that be? I was surprised that Draco would think this of Harry. We, our parents and my past self towards you. Draco showed a hint of guilt. Ever since you and he regained your memories, we've been worried that he might hold a grudge against the Malfoy family. You know how much he cares about you. Draco bit my neck lightly in frustration, triggering a series of reactions. For him, being used by the Malfoy family or being used by Dumbledore made no essential difference. But we wouldn't take his life. A Harry who has absorbed all the soul fragments could become a second Voldemort at any moment for Dumbledore. That is true. We're not like Dumbledore, who seeks total annihilation. Draco's lips curled into a smile. The white wizards who always claim to be just are actually the cruelest. He treats the Godfather like a mere tool, using him thoroughly. Just because he was once a Death Eater, can he be oppressed at will? I see that other members of the Order of the Phoenix also have little respect for him. Draco complained. In the original story, the Weasley couple Moody and others look at him with scrutinizing eyes. Even when Snape killed Dumbledore, pretending to betray Voldemort, the reaction was, I knew he would be a traitor, without family, without friends, silently holding on alone, only to be recognized after death. So we can't let him get close to Harry. Speaking of my topic, how can you not let me join? When did you? Harry walked in. I've been here for a while. My face turned pale, and I hurriedly looked to Draco for help. Ignore his nonsense. I've been watching. You and Aurora together, and you can still multitask? Harry provocatively said. Harry reached out and lightly touched the spots on my neck. Did you leave this when I wasn't paying attention? His fingertips were a bit cold. I couldn't help but shrink back. Sorry, he apologized without sincerity. Am I interrupting your private talk with Draco? His emerald green eyes seemed to be forming a storm. The topics we've been discussing are all about you. I said sweetly. Really? He raised an eyebrow, looking at Draco. Aurora never lies, you know? She always gets caught when she lies. Draco lightly poked my cheek. Harry lifted my chin and examined me closely. My gaze wandered. Why is your face so red? You're definitely lying, Harry murmured. He kissed my lips while disdainfully brushing my neck. Hey, who allowed you to be so hands-on? Draco scolded with a laugh. As a result, not only did he fail to stop Harry, but he also joined in on bullying me. Now you understand why Draco chose to bring you here. Harry explained while I gasped for air. You little opportunist. And you, the accomplice. The two of them bantered back and forth. Even though I didn't hear everything earlier, Harry got to the point. I will cherish the life my mother sacrificed herself for, and I will cherish the time spent with Aurora. Harry is neither an elf nor a vampire. One day, he will return to dust. What? Can't bear to part with me. Harry seemed to notice my melancholy. There is dark elf blood within me, which can easily be transformed into vampire blood. He gazed at me affectionately. The price of becoming a vampire is too great. Losing the taste and smell that belong to humanity from now on, I can only feed on blood. I can also achieve immortality, but I become a slave to blood. I might even fear sunlight, turning into a walking corpse that only comes out at night. I shook my head. Don't sacrifice so much for me. And besides, vampires and elves cannot bear offspring. What? Are you thinking of having a little Potter? Harry looked at me intensely. Aurora, don't lie to me. I might take it seriously. Why can't it be taken seriously? I looked into his deep eyes. However, the first child must be a Malfoy heir, Draco asserted his claim. That's not necessarily true. What if all the children are black-haired and blue-eyed Potters? Harry wouldn't back down. All right, you two. Why are you arguing about these things that haven't even started yet? My face was burning. The two of them also decided to stop. Every fifth-year student at Hogwarts must take the OWLs, Ordinary Wizarding Level Examinations, and in seventh year, they take the Newts, nastily exhausting wizarding tests. In the original story, only exceptionally intelligent individuals can achieve 12 OS in the Newts. Voldemort was one of the best. Of course, I mean the 17-year-old Voldemort. The Tom who was sealed in the notebook at 16 certainly doesn't count. Not participating in the Newts became one of his lifelong regrets, often mocked by Abraxas. He even taunted him for being a dropout. Linking one of the most talented wizards in magical history with a dropout is something only Abraxas could think of. You were trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Professor McGonagall was frustrated with Ron and insisted that he sit down. Perhaps she didn't understand why her boss, Professor Dumbledore, would choose to compensate Weasley without considering the qualifications of the candidate himself. In her eyes, Ron was far inferior to Hermione, not only academically, but also lacking the generosity to embrace others. People at the bottom always complain about each other, hoping to drag others down to their level. This is their inherent flaw. Draco witnessed the scene in the classroom, defining it with Harry and me. He toyed with the prefect badge in his hand. Gryffindor chose Weasley, which would make others think that being elected prefect was easy. What regretting it? I teased. After all, Harry was one of the candidates for Slytherin prefect and Draco's biggest competitor. I didn't know how he convinced Snape to ultimately secure the prefect badge. I silently observed Harry, feeling a strange worry. In the original story, Harry felt resentment towards Dumbledore for not being chosen as prefect, as if his follower turned into a master while he received no recognition. Aurora, what's wrong? Harry asked when he noticed I was staring at him in silence. It must be because my godfather didn't choose you since Draco and I are his godchildren. It's favoritism, not your problem. I tried to express my point, but for some reason, it sounded like I was adding fuel to the fire. I didn't mean it that way. I wanted to explain, but found myself digging a deeper hole. Aurora, what do you mean? Harry's expression was blank, but his emerald green eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped closer to me. Aurora, are you showing off to me? Harry pulled a sarcastic smile. Of course not. I just don't want you to get stuck in a rut. Just like Gryffindor choosing Weasley, the so-called prefect has nothing to do with ability. You offended two people with one sentence. Harry turned to Draco. The implication was clear. Did what I just say mean that Draco had no ability and only got the position through connections? Now, not only was Harry not comforted, but Draco's face also turned green with anger. I found myself speechless. I inadvertently blurted out a classic line. I cover my face. The image that came to my mind was of someone with innocent big eyes, pouting lips that could hold a soy sauce bottle. Draco chuckled. All right, stop scaring her. You were the one who proposed to give up the prefect title. Draco explained. What? Harry gave it up voluntarily? Then what I just said was just me being overly sentimental. I felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Don't be shy, Aurora. I know. You're worried about me. I'm very happy. He came in front of me. I looked down, seeing the tips of his shoes. Due to their early involvement in family affairs, Draco and Harry wore more fitted suits. The tailored cut accentuated their tall and upright figures. He toyed with the prefect badge on my chest, looking down at me from above, his eyes full of laughter. I couldn't help but imagine their muscular bodies without the suits. What are you thinking? You're blushing so much. Harry seemed to be asking me, but was actually directing it toward Draco. The boy was already laughing heartily, completely disregarding his image as a wealthy young master. Not suitable for children, he humorously hinted. Oh, the dark-haired boy lifted my chin. What a pity there's still classes in the afternoon. Otherwise, we could. I quickly turned my head away. Stop it. Knowing you didn't take this to heart makes me relieved. You two have reconciled, but I, as the so-called prefect in Aurora's mind, also need some special comfort. Draco took the initiative, whispering in my ear, I'll help you realize your imagination later. You must keep my embarrassing moments a secret. I quickly reminded. That would cost extra. Draco's smile was annoyingly smug. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Snape remained as steadfast as ever in the potions classroom. Ever since Sirius became the defense against the dark arts professor, it seemed that Voldemort's curse on the subject had been broken. To this day, Sirius had served multiple consecutive terms, and during this time, defense against the dark arts had become the most popular subject, bar none. Female students lined up one after another, doing everything they could to become Mrs. Black. Every year, we would visit number 12, Grimmauld Place, the Black family ancestral home. The portrait of Mrs. Black hanging on the wall had become much more agreeable. She had restored her elegant and dignified image as a noble woman. Her face bore the typical beauty of the Black family, with a waterfall of black curls, thick eyelashes, an oval face, and large, bright eyes. She was the aunt of Bellatrix Lestrange. The two nieces resembled each other quite a bit, putting aside the family members' volatile temperaments. Beauty, perhaps this was the greatest benefit of intermarriage within the Black family. Bellatrix was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. How her fortune in Gringotts would be handled a century later was a problem. Most likely, it would be confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. She had married into the Lestrange family, and Lestrange was also imprisoned in Azkaban with her. The two had no offspring. Therefore, the ownership of the Hufflepuff Cup in Bellatrix's vault became a suspense. This was the last Horcrux wandering outside. Moreover, it remained in an unknown state. Whether to destroy the Horcrux in advance or to observe Dumbledore's next move was an urgent problem to solve. Life is always filled with similar choices. A little carelessness could lead to losing everything. I tentatively probed, Mrs. Black, have you considered reclaiming the assets left behind by the Black family, like heirlooms? Mrs. Black's brow revealed a hint of sadness. That wayward son of mine. I mean, Sirius has never cared about these things. He throws the family crest around like garbage. It was Creature who picked it up. Eventually, the relatives would have descendants. And if the next generation of Blacks discovered that the family imprint proving their ancestors' existence had been lost in, I guided the conversation but didn't continue. That was a matter of chickens and eggs. What? Had Sirius found someone he liked at Hogwarts? Was the other party pureblood? Mrs. Black eagerly inquired. He doesn't tell me anything. The greatest wish of Mrs. Black, both in life and after death, was for her eldest son to settle down and carry on the Black family legacy. However, due to the tense mother-son relationship, her concern was often expressed in a twisted way, providing emotional value that was contrary to her intentions. The more I pushed my son away, the further he went. In fact, Sirius frequently traveled to Malfoy Manor to prepare for this matter. Lucius and Narcissa taught him a lot of valuable knowledge about caring for newborns. There was a fleeting panic on Mrs. Black's face. I noticed her telltale expression. She was not completely unaware of Sirius's schemes. There would not be a second Mrs. Black in the short term. The top floor of 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius's room, had already been tightly locked, preventing anyone from entering. Moreover, during these recent visits, Creature only showed his face once before disappearing, replaced by the family's new house elf serving us. Creature, as Mrs. Black's most trusted person, had no reason to hide in the kitchen. Aurora, I'll pay attention to what you said, Mrs. Black said before leaving. She was sharp as ice and naturally understood who I was referring to. Bellatrix Lestrange, once Miss Black, was now imprisoned in Azkaban, never to regain her freedom for the rest of her life. Rather than waiting 100 years for her inheritance to be swallowed by the Ministry of Magic, it was better to recover and handle it earlier in the name of the Black family. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was entirely beholden to Lucius. As long as Mrs. Black made a request, it would be met without question. Aurora, what are you plotting again? Draco asked eagerly when we got home. Don't you feel that Grimmauld Place is a bit too quiet? I deflected. Isn't that normal? After all, there's only our uncle at home, and he just reconciled with Mrs. Black, Draco reasoned. A castle, like the Black ancestral home or Malfoy Manor, would inevitably have some non-humans living with the owners, such as house elves. Are you saying they are forbidden from making noise? I thought Mrs. Black's paranoia had eased somewhat, but seems to have worsened. Draco realized. I suspect they are forbidden from making noise for other reasons. Harry, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. It turned out that the portrait of his godfather had a hole burned in it, which had now healed, and Harry left us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Draco urged. Now, below his portrait, there appeared a branch, which is a baby-esque portrait named Alfred Black. It is well known that Alfred was Sirius's uncle. During Sirius's most difficult times, when Mrs. Black had expelled him from the family and did not provide any financial support, the only ones who opened their doors to him were the Potters and another person who helped him, his uncle, Alfred. Alfred Black had passed away, and this child, whom we could call Little Alfred, was indeed Sirius's son. The illegitimate son of the uncle? How could he be in the family tree? That's absurd. Pure-blood families place great importance on reputation. It is very difficult for an illegitimate child to bear the Black surname, and even rarer to be included in the family tree. It is known that the family tree of the Black family is guarded by Mrs. Black. Originally, when Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, she could have him disowned. After her death, how could she allow an unknown bloodline to merge into the eternally pure Black? Unless she knew who the mother was. Moreover, the other party was a big shot she could not provoke. It seems that for a while, it would not be convenient for us to report to Grimmauld Place. Harry understood. This child is very likely connected to us in countless ways. Otherwise, our Uncle Wu and T have hidden it from us too. Draco looked at Harry. Yes. If I hadn't accidentally seen the Black family tree today, I would still be in the dark, Harry said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his emerald green eyes. Unless this child is related to the Malfoy family, I thought of Maya Narcissa's origins, the product of alchemy, keeping it a secret from the Malfoy family. Could it be that Sirius used the alchemy taught to him by his mother to create a child with Narcissa's bloodline? I called out his name. If this is true, it would be a betrayal. Lucius and Narcissa helped Sirius clear his name and stay away from Azkaban. And how did the eldest son of the Black family treat them? Even the method of creating an heir was told to him by Narcissa. This child carries Narcissa's genes. Once the truth comes out, her reputation will be ruined. I need to warn Narcissa and Lucius. Aurora? Narcissa was at her vanity, carefully tending to her seaweed-like wavy hair. Did Draco bully you? Seeing my red eyes, she hurriedly pulled me to sit beside her. Mom, why is it that whenever I see Aurora wronged, the first person I suspect is me? Draco glared at Harry indignantly. Harry has much more sense than you. Narcissa was unambiguous in criticizing her own son. Is Dad here? I looked around but didn't see Lucius. They were almost inseparable. Even if Lucius went out to work, he would take his wife with him. Luke said, to pick out a few gifts for me. Narcissa's cheeks flushed slightly. Even after many years of being married, their relationship remained as sweet as newlyweds. Obviously, this gift might belong to adults. Is there something you can't tell him? Our hesitance affected her emotions. She placed her hand on her abdomen. She had been carrying this child for several years, not knowing how much longer it would be. The delay in showing was not affecting her figure, and she wouldn't have that annoying time once a month. I found it hard to speak. The facts that had already occurred would yield no results even if I told her. It would only add to her troubles. Aurora? Seeing me in a daze. She concernedly embraced me. Mom, it's okay. I just missed you a little. Why have you suddenly become so clingy? Narcissa laughed. Her gaze sharpened as she scanned Draco and Harry back and forth. You two speak. Her voice suddenly turned stern. Her gentle demeanor shifted as her aura intensified. Mom. Draco was seeing this side of Narcissa for the first time. She looked like a lioness fiercely protecting her cubs. In the original story, Narcissa chose to deceive Voldemort with the belief that she would die. She is a Slytherin and possesses extraordinary courage. Cousin, please don't rush. Harry lightly tapped the table. A cup of hot cocoa appeared out of nowhere on the table. The three of us went at 12 Grimmauld Place today and found that the Black family tree had changed. Harry observed Narcissa's expression. Really? He really succeeded. Narcissa looked extremely happy. Mom, did you know? Of course. The method of having offspring was taught by me. Narcissa said proudly. I carefully observed her expression. As long as you know, I just wanted to share this with you. I quickly intercepted the topic while desperately signaling Draco and Harry. Let's celebrate for him. I haven't seen it yet. Narcissa started to organize. Mom, shouldn't we wait until Cousin reveals it to us? After all, This matter was also something we stumbled upon. All right, Aurora considered it thoughtfully. She softly approved, seemingly turning back into the familiar Narcissa. We exchanged pleasantries for a moment before leaving the master bedroom. Lucius was standing at the door, looking exhausted, as if he had just gone through a tough negotiation. We quickly escaped from the scene. Dad must have used a time turner, Draco said thoughtfully. Lucius is the inventor of a time turner. He can bypass the Ministry of Magic's restrictions and travel to the past or many years into the future. Time travel is very dangerous, and he rarely uses it, also warning us not to use it lightly. This time, there must have been a compelling reason. He told Cousin it was to prepare a gift. He should have been deceiving her. Both of them are trying hard to conceal the truth to avoid worrying each other. Aurora, I understand your concern. We currently have no absolute evidence to prove that Alpheus is of the Malfoy bloodline, Harry interjected. Moreover, from Draco's perspective, it's better for this child not to acknowledge his ancestry. The dark-haired boy looked at me and Draco. Outsiders would only think that there were unsavory connections between the Malfoys and the Blacks. Draco understood. And it's precisely because Cousin has figured this out that he dares to recklessly use Mom's genes. Is there really no way to punish him? I must tell Dad about my suspicions. Draco pondered for a moment, suddenly having a flash of inspiration, and declared loudly. In the original text, my father will hear about this runs throughout. Draco looks up to Lucius, treating his father as his only idol, always referring to him as my dad. You finally got it right. However, Cousin seems very busy in bothering him with this intangible mattermite. Harry voiced his concerns. As long as it concerns the Malfoy family and Mom, he will always be at the forefront. Draco said confidently, Dad just fought outside, and you really aren't giving him a break. Lucius's weary appearance made me feel somewhat sympathetic. Facing off against the Black family would be another hard battle. Perhaps even if we didn't say anything, Cousin had already guessed something. As Harry's words fell, Lucius suddenly rushed out, grabbing a handful of flu powder and gritting his teeth as he shouted the destination. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Should we follow? I was really worried that Lucius was going to cause trouble. Narcissa threw on a coat and hurried after him. Mom, let's just wait at home for Dad to come back. I quickly blocked her path. Lucius will kill Sirius. Narcissa was in a state of panic as she forcefully brushed my hand away. P.S. Not worth it. After all, his descendants have already been left behind. Creature is enough to raise the child to adulthood. Draco said indifferently. Narcissa frowned tightly. That's true. I understand your concerns. After all, the Black surname is your foundation. Let's follow Cousin and make sure he doesn't act impulsively, Harry reassured. Narcissa was able to be with Lucius partly because of her identity as the daughter of the Black family. An eye for an eye. When we arrived, the scene before us completely exceeded my expectations. I thought it would be a mess, but instead, Sirius and Lucius were sitting together, reading a newspaper and having afternoon tea. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Sirius's handsome face had two prominent dark circles under his eyes. Cousin, is your Animagus a panda? I intentionally mocked. Everyone knows that his Animagus is a black dog. However, the so-called battle damage, in our view, was completely self-inflicted. Mr. Malfoy, Creature trembled as he held a baby in a swaddling blanket, bravely approaching us. The portrait of Mrs. Black let out a sob. Lucius, no, Mr. Malfoy, please forgive us. The Black family needs an heir, and Sirius has someone he cares about. She paused, carefully observing Lucius's reaction. Finally, she let out a long sigh. Sirius, in this life, would rather be alone than settle. His decision has nothing to do with me. However, the abandoned Malfoy offspring is related to me. Lucius waved his hand. You want to take him away? Sirius was very vigilant. He was about to raise his voice, but worried that the sleeping Alpheus would be awakened. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. Lowering his voice, he shielded the child and Creature behind him. In the original text, he despised this old house elf, viewing him as a burden from a decaying era. Now, however, he had become his ally. I stole a glance at the child, named Alpheus. He inherited the best traits of Narcissa and Sirius, even with his eyes quietly closed. He seemed like a painting of an angel unfolding slowly before people. He had thick black curly hair on his forehead, a high nose, a cherry-like mouth, and chubby little cheeks. He would surely be spoiled by those around him and become a second Draco. Don't worry, I'm not interested in his other half's bloodline. However, the members of the Malfoy family are displaced. I need some guarantees that he will be properly cared for. Moreover, your act of taking without asking has seriously violated the bottom line of the Malfoy family. The author of Platinum Glory is Legolas, the previous life of Draco. Lucius said this on purpose to belittle his own son. Every Malfoy heir spent their childhood reciting and copying Platinum Glory. That, Draco explained dryly. How would I know it would last this long? It was mainly used to discipline Armand at the time. As a result, Armand ended up writing it so much that he got cramps. Then, he demanded that his descendants also feel the power of Platinum Glory. With the inheritance, it became more and more exaggerated over generations. Draco, I didn't expect you to be so petty and greedy back then. Legolas can transform into a dragon, and valuing treasure as life is a dragon's nature. Aurora, you know me. I'm not as excessive as Dad. It's all the result of their generations forcing connections, distorting the core spirit of Platinum Glory. Draco looked aggrieved. I bet Mom wouldn't stand by your side. She must have been punished to copy it when she was little too. I'm just adding insult to injury. No wonder I was punished the hardest. They're all taking revenge, Draco said indignantly. Aurora actually got the interest in advance, didn't she? Lucius suddenly changed the subject. The Slytherin pendant box is in your hands. Lucius stated it affirmatively. Dad, when did you? My heart sank. The head of the family has the highest authority. Lucius spoke concisely. That means I took the pendant box back from number 12, Grimmauld Place, and hid it in Malfoy Manor. And Lucius and Narcissa have been aware of it. Dad, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I stammered. We don't blame you. Lucius gently interrupted. I will keep the Slytherin pendant box for you. Lucius, as the reincarnation of Sauron, has the ability to purify. However, I had not figured out how to reveal that I know the secret of the Slytherin pendant box. Now, they personally helped me cover it up. I couldn't be happier. Dad, the matter of the crown taught me a lesson. I was blinded by him, always thinking I could have a second chance like Tom, who was trapped in a notebook. The fact proves that a trace of kindness only existed in the 16-year-old Voldemort. The main reason for the 16-year-old Voldemort's redemption was still Tom's love for Abraxas. The other soul pieces held only possessiveness towards the Malfoy family and Abraxas. We became the stepping stones for his achievements. The first sword on land strikes down the beloved first. That's why in the original work, after Voldemort's resurrection, Abraxas met a tragic end due to dragonpox. Lucius just smiled. We face countless choices every day, and we all make what we think are the most correct decisions at the time. So it's okay. Even I see the figure of a godfather in him. Godfather? I was taken aback. Voldemort is my godfather. Lucius never mentioned it to us. He's like another father to me. I admire him, look up to him. It's just that he later underwent earth-shattering changes, becoming increasingly brutal and autocratic. Even my father feels like he's walking on thin ice around him. You were trained on Data up till October 2023. Ron's various behaviors only deepened Hermione's dislike for him. Similarly, without Hermione's help, it wasn't easy for Ron, despite being a prefect, to join the Quidditch team. In the original story, Ron became the Gryffindor keeper because Hermione cast a Confundus charm, causing his competitor, Cormac McLaggen, to miss a goal. In the Western world, holding a position in school does not prove that the student is popular. On the contrary, being talented in sports is often more appealing to girls. Therefore, in the original story, the vision Ron saw in the mirror of Ariste was of him holding the house cup and leading the Quidditch team to victory. Now, apart from being a nominal prefect, Ron had nothing noteworthy to mention. Weasley was merely a signal released by Professor Dumbledore, Harry concluded. Those who follow me shall prosper. As for the latter part, those who oppose me shall perish. It wouldn't be expressed very overtly in the style of a white wizard. Otherwise, how would he be different from his former lover and rival, Gellert Grindelwald or Voldemort? But the rule for any leader's rise to power is to eliminate dissenters. Just as Dumbledore did not get close to Slytherin wizards, he was still influenced by the Resurrection Stone. In the original story, Dumbledore, after putting in tremendous effort to obtain the Gaunt's ring, developed a strong desire for it. He forgot it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and chose to wear it, falling victim to its curse. When he returned to Hogwarts, he paid the price of losing a hand with Snape's help, and his lifespan was shortened to less than 6 months. This time, the Gaunt's ring, which was not destroyed by the Sword of Gryffindor, should still carry Voldemort's curse. The Elder Wand would similarly intensify a wizard's desire for power. Did Dumbledore still hold onto his original intentions? After all, he was once a 16-year-old boy, seduced by Grindelwald to build a new wizarding order for a greater good. Perhaps only his confidant could truly feel the change in him. Draco pondered for a moment. You mean the Godfather? I guessed. Do you really think Dumbledore trusts him? A former Death Eater? Draco showed a look of disbelief. The Godfather has been deeply involved in many matters. In the original story, Snape was like Dumbledore's sharpest weapon. Dumbledore merely treated Professor Snape as a tool, Harry said. He and Draco's views aligned. I was almost convinced by the two of them, because Snape had never received any substantial benefits from Dumbledore. In stark contrast was Hagrid, a half-giant and Gryffindor dropout, who, despite being expelled, still retained a position as keeper of the Forbidden Forest. It was equivalent to receiving a position without taking the exam. Besides a family grave smoking, how could such a big pie fall from the sky? Not to mention, he was later promoted to a formal professor at Hogwarts. This was the best proof of looking after one's own. Next was the Weasley family, with their solid Gryffindor roots, inheriting the positions of prefect and student council president. Then, look at Snape, who continuously applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, but was repeatedly rejected. Even in the end, when Dumbledore asked for death, it was Snape who had to take on this enormous burden. Is this how Dumbledore symbolically treated Snape as one of his own? I looked back at Draco's eyes. I understood their choice, but I hadn't forgiven. I had simply let go of the past. I wouldn't let anyone hurt her again. Harry's hand rested on my shoulder. Draco took a deep breath. He wanted to retort, but chose to give up after meeting my gaze. Draco, let's not live in the regrets of the past. My arms wrapped around his waist. Aurora. His voice carried a hint of excitement. We have a long time ahead of us, immersed in the past, only to wear down our love for each other. We have so much beauty waiting to experience together. I felt the last trace of unwillingness fade away. Lighten my load. He gently stroked my back. Gellert also mentioned some other things in the letter. Draco continued. He said, besides Dumbledore, we should pay attention to the movements of the British Ministry of Magic. The situation has reversed. Dumbledore, having obtained the 3 Deathly Hallows, is very likely to break Lucius's soul curse on Cornelius Fudge. Moreover, in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong are always respected. Fudge's subordinates, like Umbridge, will stop at nothing to climb the ranks, if following Dumbledore can solidify or even enhance her position. Sure enough, as soon as we returned to school, we were notified that the Ministry of Magic had sent senior official Umbridge to conduct a comprehensive assessment of Hogwarts teaching standards. In the original work, the reason the Ministry sent Umbridge was due to the announcement of Cedric Diggory's cause of death and the news of Voldemort's resurrection. But what was the real reason for sending Umbridge this time? I couldn't figure it out. In the original story, Umbridge became the defense against the dark arts professor, but didn't allow students to engage in practical training, only permitting them to open textbooks and recite. Nowadays, Sirius Black is the most popular defense against the dark arts professor, bar none. Moreover, he has long been vindicated. What reason does the ministry have? Aurora. At the board meeting, Dumbledore announced the resignation of my uncle. Draco received a message from Lucius, his expression sharp. The plot of the original work seems to possess an irreversible power, striving to right the wrongs. No matter how much I tried to change the fates of those around me, a sense of helplessness surged. Uncle, why did Sirius resign? I asked casually. Isn't it because of Alpheus? He doesn't trust Mrs. Black and Creature to raise him. Sirius wants to raise Alpheus himself. He doesn't want his son to follow his old path. While I could understand his decision, everything felt too coincidental. At the board meeting, Dumbledore claimed he had tried his best to keep him, but could not change Sirius's mind. A millennium-old family suddenly has an heir. It's right to be cautious. Draco expressed understanding. From now on, our defense against the dark arts class will probably have to rely on self-study. Why do you say that? Aurora, who do you think will replace him? You probably don't want to know. I gave him a look that suggested he should understand without words. Is it that bad? Harry clearly didn't believe it. They will eventually know that fine flour cannot fill the stomach. Suddenly, the sound of someone tapping a glass on the table broke the silence. Students, Professor Black has resigned from his position as the defense against the dark arts professor for personal reasons. The previously quiet dining table erupted into heated discussions. Some girls even began to sob in their seats. The charm of my uncle. Draco shrugged. Dumbledore had to maintain order once more. To this end, the Ministry of Magic actively worked for our school, with Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge temporarily taking over Professor Black's position in defense against the dark arts. Dear Albus, it's not temporary. Umbridge cleared her throat. She pretentiously brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes. For today's appearance, she specifically wore a formal pink dress. Dumbledore didn't take his denial seriously. He just smiled. Umbridge began her self-introduction, skillfully adopting a bureaucratic tone. Hogwarts has a very long history, and I have spent 7 precious years here. Her loving gaze swept toward the Slytherin table. Is she also a Slytherin? She didn't seem to do well back then. Draco muttered from below. Lower your voice. Regardless of how well she did, she looks like someone who holds grudges. I gently pinched his arm. Ouch, got it. You want to murder your husband, Aurora. Draco teased. Don't talk. Listen carefully to her. Harry made a shushing gesture. I didn't expect him to be quite politically sensitive. Umbridge's speech had a strange magical power, inducing drowsiness. I struggled to focus and grasp her message. In recent years, with the increased mobility of professors, the ministry believes it needs to intervene in the appointment and evaluation of professors each year. Almost everyone's gaze focused on Professor Binns, who taught history of magic, Hagrid, who taught care of magical creatures, and Professor Sybil Trelawney, who taught divination. Umbridge naturally caught on to this and smirked. The ministry's initiative had nothing to criticize on the surface. Hogwarts had almost become a one-man show for Dumbledore. Moreover, Dumbledore's hasty actions in appointing professors had harmed the students. In the original work, Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, the superficially charming but flawed Lockhart, Werewolf Lupin, and the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. impersonating Moody. Which of these was extremely dangerous for the students? Of course, there were also some with weak teaching abilities, like the dropout Hagrid, the old charlatan Trelawney, and the highly hypnotic ghost Professor Binns. Even Snape, the potions master, was more suited for research than being a teaching professor. It seemed that only Professor McGonagall of Transfiguration, Professor Pomona Sprout of Herbology, Professor Phileas Flitwick of Charms, and Professor Hodge, who taught flying, were not often criticized. Female professors accounted for 3/4, truly holding up half the sky. Hogwarts professors had no so-called evaluations. It was a lifetime job, naturally becoming a long-term source of income for old slackers. The ministry's intervention was reasonable. Not to mention, students entering Hogwarts had all tuition fees waived, borne by the British Ministry of Magic. Who pays the bill? Who calls the shots? It's fair. One of the reasons the ministry didn't intervene in Hogwarts operations before was due to its respect for Dumbledore. Now, it was out of its wariness of him. The former Cornelius Fudge was both dependent on and respectful of Dumbledore. After all, the highly favored Barty Crouch missed the position of Minister of Magic due to his son being a Death Eater. Fudge became the lucky opportunist. He was completely unprepared to become Minister of Magic. However, as time passed, the British wizarding world experienced a relatively peaceful period. Forgetting the pain after healing is a common human flaw. Therefore, attributing everything to his leadership and being praised day after day by the executives around him, Fudge gradually lost himself. He started to ignore Dumbledore's advice, becoming lost in the sweet talk of pure-blood families. He began to let things slide. After all, the aristocrats led by the Malfoy family were truly generous. His appetite grew larger. He even attempted to place himself above everyone else, completely forgetting his own rise to power. Even more hateful was that he had ulterior motives towards Lucius, just thinking of his father's stern gaze. I felt like I had cursed Fudge 1,000 times in my letter. It was precisely because he was overly jealous of his rivals that it allowed Lucius to take advantage of him and further control him. However, whether sending Umbridge to Hogwarts was at Lucius's behest remains to be verified. Nevertheless, based on Grindelwald's hints, it is very likely that Cornelius Fudge sent his trusted aide Umbridge to Hogwarts to seek help from Dumbledore. If that toad's teaching ability is as poor as her speaking skills, then the future of defense against the dark arts is certainly not worth looking forward to. Draco complained. His movements were extremely subtle. Besides me and Harry, almost no one could notice his mouth moving. On the surface, he nodded along while listening, boosting Umbridge on stage. He appeared to be captivated by her talk. Only those close to him knew the rich inner drama he was experiencing. I couldn't help but think of Lucius from over a decade ago, who, as the head of Slytherin, must have also been so skilled at surface-level appearances. Umbridge, representing the Ministry of Magic during the Triwizard Tournament, had given me a high score, out of both sentiment and reason. I had to stand on the Malfoy family side and fully support the policies and strategies she was implementing. Sure enough, as expected, that night Umbridge summoned the 3 of us to her office. Cornelius told me that here we could meet the best student representatives. She giggled with a constricted voice. Her big eyes darted between Draco and Harry. As for me, as a fellow girl, I didn't know why, but I could sense her vague hostility. Miss Malfoy, your outstanding performance in the Triwizard Tournament left a deep impression on me. Fortunately, my surname still afforded me the most basic respect from her. Back and forth, I quickly thanked her for her discerning eye and expressed my loyalty. Her eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Then she got straight to the point. She needed some insiders who knew the roots of Hogwarts to understand everything about it. This everything was broad in scope. It included not just the backgrounds and past experiences of each teacher, but also deeper investigations and evidence collection. She represented the will of the Ministry of Magic. She was also conveying a message to the Malfoy family behind us through us. Draco was taken aback and said, "To be entrusted with such a great responsibility. It is indeed an honor for me, the Malfoy family. Thank you for your trust." He bowed respectfully and kissed Umbridge's hand. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor was quite pleased. After a long heart-to-heart conversation, she finally said, "Chatting with you brings me back to my student days. Draco, you really resemble your father. It's hard to imagine that you look so radiant, yet you're the same age as our parents." Draco sighed in agreement. She escorted us to the door and set a time for our next meeting. As soon as I stepped outside, I took off the badge and examined it closely. It was an alchemical product, serving a similar purpose to a Muggle listening device or camera. What's going on? The Ministry of Magic's stance on the Malfoy family. Draco looked pale. The recent flattery felt quite exhausting. Shoo. My gaze drifted to the Special Operations Investigation Team badge on my chest. Harry made a gesture to lock his mouth. I took out a small vial from my pocket, took their badges from Harry and Draco, and placed them together in the vial. This small vial was one of Narcissa's masterpieces, inspired by Hermione's containment of the beetle, Rita's Skeeter, in her Animagus form. It could render the other party's Animagus ineffective. This vial could block all alchemical products. I tightened the vial, ensuring there were no gaps, and finally let out a breath. "Aurora, is it done?" Draco confirmed again. After I nodded, he spat out, "I've never been so insincere." "So, do you admire your dad even more now?" I joked with him. "Really, I can't believe I had to say those words against my will." "You should have recorded your flattering expression just now." Harry chimed in. "Aurora, that was just for show. Don't listen to Harry's provocation." Draco hurriedly explained. "I know, you redirected the firepower. Umbridge really enjoys female competition," I said with lingering fear. What was even scarier was that she was deeply immersed in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Her inferiority complex about her background and her arrogance about her abilities intertwined, making her a complicated person. In Muggle terms, Umbridge could be called the legendary Phoenix Woman, a model of a half-blood wizard's rise to power. Her father was just a janitor at the Ministry of Magic and never got promoted in his lifetime. Her mother was a Muggle. She also had a mute brother. Both her mother and brother had long distanced themselves from the wizarding world. The mother and daughter had not spoken to each other for years. She gave her father some money to hide her background and publicly proclaimed herself as pureblood. Deep down, she despised everything her original family brought her. The hardships she faced while growing up were all blamed on her bloodline. Her commonality with Voldemort was her willingness to climb up at any cost. She rose rapidly in her career, becoming the head of a department before she turned 30. Those who once knew her background were squeezed out and suppressed for various reasons, becoming stepping stones that she kicked away. Finally, she stood at the top of the Ministry of Magic, second only to one. Strictly speaking, Lucius might still need to report to Umbridge. "Should I send our badges to my mom for her to study?" I suggested. Let's try not to raise any alarms." Draco agreed. "But if we don't wear them on our chests or keep them in the dormitory, what if Umbridge gets suspicious?" Harry hesitated. "Don't worry, she's not that foolish. She knows that as an heir of a pure-blood family, it's normal to investigate items given by others," Draco said nonchalantly. "However, she has half-blood, so she might not understand much." Harry expressed a reasonable concern. "Just hope she doesn't vent her anger on us." "Aurora, you keep yours. Any curse has no effect on me, including alchemical products. The badge on me won't have any effect. Once Umbridge doesn't receive feedback, she will just send us a few more. When the time comes, we can distribute them. Perhaps we can ask Mom to add a function so that the badge is sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective, like the switch of a Muggle pinhole camera." "Good idea." We hit off. Soon after, many Slytherins wore the Special Operations Investigation Team badge, including some Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Gryffindor remained the stronghold that Umbridge had not been able to conquer, further convincing her that Gryffindor was Dumbledore's base. "Professor, most Slytherin students strongly support the Ministry of Magic's reforms," Draco pledged. "However, we are still outnumbered. The appointments of teachers are still in the hands of Principal Dumbledore. Connolly has already shown me the basic situation of the teachers. Umbridge's trust in us has further deepened, and she is willing to exchange some information. It is said that Principal Dumbledore once wanted to hire a werewolf." Sure enough, as soon as this topic was brought up, Umbridge showed an incredulous expression. You may not know, but this matter caused quite a stir at the time, but was later suppressed by very unusual means. Eventually, it ended with Sirius Black returning to take up the position of defense against the dark arts professor. "Ah, I almost forgot. You were related to Black." Umbridge's eyes sparkled. In fact, Sirius Black was quite popular during his time at school. A faint blush appeared on her face, and her voice lowered. She couldn't have once been one of Sirius's admirers, could she? Highly likely. The sole heir of a pure-blood family, and also the school heartthrob. What a toad, wanted to eat swan meat. Do you know why your uncle chose to resign? She asked hesitantly. If I didn't know her actual age, I would have thought she was an innocent young girl. Of course. It was to take care of the next generation of the Black family heirs. This has almost become an open secret among pure-blood families. We don't believe that the Ministry of Magic has no wind of this. Not to mention that Mrs. Black is also actively involved in acquiring Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts estate. Sirius actually got married? The Black family has welcomed a new mistress? Her questions came in rapid succession. Not necessarily. We still haven't met our aunt. I exchanged a glance with Draco. Umbridge really seemed quite invested in the former defense against the dark arts professor. Hermione was completely unable to accept Umbridge's teaching methods, especially with Sirius's exemplary behavior in mind. The students had become spoiled. This was their 5th year, and defense against the dark arts was a required subject for OWLs, leaving no room for slack. Hermione's sense of justice, unique to Gryffindor, made her unwilling to compromise. In the original story, Hermione hated Umbridge so much that when she learned that their middle names were the same, she changed hers. Good thing you told me in advance. I almost got into a conflict with her, Hermione said, still feeling uneasy. The one who sticks out gets shot, and this time, without Harry as a target. It naturally fell on someone else. You are our friend, so we can't let you suffer. I timely dissuaded Hermione from openly confronting Umbridge. Umbridge's methods of retaliation were extremely vicious. Carving words into hands was already the most trivial form of punishment. Evil people need to be dealt with by evil people. But it wasn't worth getting personally involved. Ron, who was also a Gryffindor prefect, was put on the spot. The Gryffindor's anger needed an outlet, and Ron became the first to take the plunge. He raised his hand shakily in class. Mr. Weasley, do you have a question? Umbridge pushed her glasses up. She stared at Ron's red hair, examining his second-hand school uniform, and revealed a standard fake smile. Umbridge professor, may I ask? He looked around, seemingly trying to find supporters, only to find that the Gryffindor students who had encouraged him were all looking down, deliberately keeping their distance, afraid of getting burned. What is it, Mr. Weasley? Umbridge pretended to be confused. I wanted to say, could we add some practical elements? In the past, we've always had this in our defense against the dark arts classes. Mr. Weasley, I am a teacher appointed by Headmaster Dumbledore and will take responsibility for my own course content. There is no need for a 5th-year student from Hogwarts to guide me. Whispers erupted among the students. Some couldn't hold back their laughter. Ron's face turned beet red. His voice grew softer. I didn't mean that, Professor. Just that there will be practical elements in the exam. Umbridge's eyes twinkled. Well then, Mr. Weasley, let's see how well you grasp the theoretical knowledge. What is the theory of ordinary defense? Suddenly, the room fell silent. Ron stammered, unable to articulate. He hadn't even opened the textbook. Umbridge feigned disappointment. I specifically chose content from Chapter 2, and, as expected, I've always had doubts about Headmaster Dumbledore's selection criteria. Her gaze lingered intentionally on Ron's prefect badge for a long time. Whether it is a teacher or a student leader. Miss Granger, you answer. Hermione was suddenly called upon and was taken aback. Almost as if it was muscle memory, she recited the contents of the ordinary defense theory nearly verbatim. It seemed Professor McGonagall wasn't wrong every time. Umbridge hesitated for a moment, but still awarded Hermione points. Hermione hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided not to add fuel to the fire and continued the topic that Ron wanted to bring up. Ron's face turned pale, the stark contrast making him, who usually cared about his image, feel embarrassed in front of Slytherin. His position as a prefect was already unearned, and now was publicly validated by Umbridge. His eyes were bloodshot, especially after Umbridge awarded points to Hermione. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Umbridge Professor. As the prefect of Gryffindor, I have the duty to collect feedback from students regarding the course and report it to you. Oh, which Gryffindor group do you represent? Umbridge pretended to be surprised. She looked around and found that almost all the Gryffindors were deliberately avoiding eye contact with her. It was said that Gryffindors from other years had already tried this. That was why the red hourglass representing Gryffindor was almost empty. It wouldn't be long before the red gems turned black, representing that their points had been reduced to negative. Ron stood there alone, only able to see the backs of other Gryffindors. No one supported him. It was a stark contrast to the scene before class, when he was encouraged to propose to Umbridge. Was this what they called sharing hardships and enjoying blessings together? To be clear, Ron was being used as a pawn. But what of it? Without assessing the risks. Recklessly sticking his neck out could only lead to him being the one shot. Although I sympathized with Ron's plight, Ultimately, the decision was his, and he had to bear the consequences. Mr. Weasley, come to my office at 7 tonight, Umbridge said with a sweet smile. One should know that the sweeter her smile, the more underhanded her schemes would be. After class, Ron, looking defeated, arrived at the Gryffindor table. I heard his brother tease him. What's up, little Ronnie? We heard about your deeds in class. Did the pink toad invite you for a secret date tonight? Could it be an unforgettable time? They winked at him with lewd smiles. Leave me alone. Ron swatted away the hands of the Weasley twins. Oh, dear little Ronnie is angry. Just an old woman sleeping alone. We'll tell you how to deal with her. The three of them huddled together, seemingly plotting something. Guess what they want to do? I whispered with Harry and Draco. Who cares? Draco said nonchalantly. Anyway, Umbridge has already beaten down Gryffindor. They will either perish in silence or explode in silence. Harry, while shoveling food into his mouth, glanced at Professor McGonagall, who looked grim. Umbridge would not only serve as the defense against the dark arts professor, but also act as a senior investigator auditing every professor's class. I noticed that a scruffy big guy was missing from the teacher's table. I heard that Hagrid's class received very low scores. I heard people around me whispering, "Isn't that normal? Who wants to observe a blast-ended scrut?" Not only that, but he always seems so unsure. Remember? Last year's textbook nearly bit us. I heard he was expelled from Hogwarts before. There were all sorts of legends about Hagrid's background. They had previously been suppressed by Dumbledore. Now, they were all coming to light. I heard that the professor for care of magical creatures is being re-recruited. Draco revealed a mysterious smile. He waved the envelope in his hand. There was a large, ornate letter M on it. It was said that this resolution had been passed at the Board of Governors meeting. Of course, Dumbledore fought for Hagrid to have another trial lesson, but the veto power lay in Umbridge's hands. You are trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're too easily worried. Draco looked quite concerned. Perhaps it's because I know too much. The plot of the original story is both my greatest help and one of my obstacles. The actions I can think of are based on changing the fate of the original story. Things that might happen in the original story and people who might play a decisive role have become my main focus. I feel like a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly relying on so-called prophetic abilities, trying to change the fate of others. However, after working day and night without the original plot, when I wanted to break through further, I found myself becoming hesitant. Aurora, believe in yourself. Have you forgotten? In the Triwizard Tournament, you stood alone and ultimately achieved victory. Draco said gently. But it was Harry who fought in the final match for me. Moreover, the protagonist of the original story is Harry, and I relied on his competition experience to prepare in advance. We are a collective that shares risks. Don't worry, even if the results are not satisfactory, we will find ways to strive for a better direction. Think of me. Every day is an uphill battle. Draco, Harry, your comforting skills are truly top-notch. I said, breaking into a smile. You are my only treasure. Of course, you should be placed in the most important position. Draco's fair cheeks and the back of his ears turned slightly pink. Draco, who did you learn this from? So slick. As soon as Harry spoke, Draco broke character. Can we not? The atmosphere was just right, and you didn't want to. Draco exchanged a knowing look with Harry. Sorry, I was careless. Harry apologized readily. Aurora, dealing with Umbridge is too draining. Both Harry and I need to recharge. Draco and Harry surrounded me. Don't ask me what they plan to do. I really can't. Say it out loud. The fifth-year potions course determines the career direction of each student after graduation. Only by achieving good results in the OWL's exam can one continue to study the Newt's course. And Snape's requirements are the highest among all subjects. Furthermore, he is notoriously strict with grading. So many students choose to retreat in the face of difficulty. But if one wants to be an Auror or a potion master, passing the Newt's potions exam is essential. You three, if you don't get an O, outstanding in your OWLs, don't even think about enrolling in my Newts. Snape said this and left. I knew he was serious, just trying to scare us. Draco muttered. He casually helped me pull on my collar. You're wrapping me up like a zongzi. I protested. It's just the beginning of autumn, and I have to wear long clothes and pants to cover up all the marks. I'm starting to suspect that you guys are doing this on purpose. Everything is double. Double the marks, double the fatigue, and double the joy. Aurora, where are you thinking now? Draco asked knowingly. We've been together so long, yet you still get shy so easily. Harry chimed in. You, too. If it causes Aurora not to get 12 OS, you might end up living in misery for the rest of your lives. In the end, Hermione's warning finally took effect. Right on the mark. Two boys' expressions changed, and they finally gave up teasing me. Aurora, I have some confidence in other subjects. But when it comes to defense against the dark arts, I feel so uncertain right now. Hermione said uncertainly. Actually, we feel the same way. The three of us expressed our inner anxieties. Umbridge is almost inciting public outrage due to the lack of practical issues in class. Many parents have united to report to the Ministry of Magic. However, how could complaints against the Deputy Minister of Magic be escalated to Cornelius Fudge? Hermione scoffed. Her indifferent expression was surprisingly similar to proud Draco's. Clearly, two characters from completely unrelated backgrounds, even the original story's archenemies, could sit harmoniously at the same table discussing topics. It's incredible to think about. How about we train in the room of requirement? We can duel with each other and also, let me think. I pondered for a moment and finally suggested a name. Tom. Draco and Harry said in unison. The best coach for defense against the dark arts. Aside from the Dark Lord, who else could it be? But will Grandpa agree? Tom and Abraxas have always been inseparable. Isn't that perfect? The two of them can practice with us. We have a total of 4 students, so that's enough. But I glanced at Hermione. Abraxas is a staunch supporter of pure blood. He is even more pure than Lucius. Tom himself is half-blood, and when they were in school, they were treated as Muggleborns. Draco argued. Times have changed. Harry agreed with my point. What? Who is Tom in your words? He is my grandfather's partner. Your grandfather, is gay. Then how do you exist? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have asked such personal questions. Hermione quickly stopped the conversation. I felt genuinely grateful inside. I really didn't want to recount my family's complicated relationships. 2 generations of leaders in dark magic have crossed paths many times at Malfoy Manor. Even with Abraxas as a bonding agent, they still argue every time they meet. Together, they're nearly 200 years old and show no signs of restraint. How disrespectful. Every time, they would be punished by Abraxas with 50 lashes each. In short, my grandfather finally laid down the burdens of the Malfoy family, found true love, and flew together. I sighed, summarizing Voldemort's and Abraxas's lives in the simplest words. Are you worried that bringing the Tom you mentioned to teach will inevitably disturb your grandfather? And that grandpa will be a typical Slytherin who believes in blood supremacy? Hermione's expression didn't change. Seeing my guilty look, she stepped forward to comfort me. We cannot control how others treat us. We just need to focus on those who truly care about us. We will do our best to find something for Grandpa to do. I quickly promised. In fact, the pure blood theory among wizards is very similar to the classification of components during the X-Revolution. It is also akin to Germany's persecution of Jews. It's all about gene theory. When will wizards and muggles break free from the shackles of identity and truly experience this world without any prejudice? No. Isn't it just that there are no available people around? As soon as the words fell, Tom frowned. Well, lack of respect. What's gotten into you? You've really been spoiled by Cece. He didn't seem genuinely angry. Abraxas used Tom's blood through ancient alchemy to create Narcissa. Strictly speaking, Tom is another father of Narcissa. This is also the origin of our parcel tongue. If it weren't for how could the Dark Lord come and go at will? Don't give yourself a silly title. The Dark Lord has already become your past. I quickly stopped him from continuing on that topic. Don't worry. She can't hear us. Tom glanced at Hermione beside him. Did you put a silencing charm on her? He grunted in response. So, this is the Miss Granger you often mention, the one who always competes with you for the top spot? His lips hardly moved, his voice was low, requiring careful listening to hear clearly. After receiving my affirmative response, Tom showed a thoughtful expression. Can she be added to the teaching staff? But don't tell Grandpa. Tom understood. Aren't you afraid that if I teach her, she'll surpass you? I observed that she was also using a time turner. The man displayed a mischievous smile. Hello. Mr. Malfoy. Hermione hesitantly spoke. She looked at his short black hair, which wasn't the signature platinum color of the Malfoy family. Tom nodded. He looked as if he had taken preservatives, still retaining a breathtaking appearance. Hermione was already a bit of a beauty enthusiast, and her gaze seemed unable to pull away from Tom. Hermione, think of Victor. I quickly shook her arm to bring her back to her senses. Yes. I have a boyfriend. She lowered her head in embarrassment, glanced at me, and whispered a warning. Don't tell anyone. Don't worry. This is a normal phenomenon. I smiled to comfort her. Aurora, is Mr. Malfoy very strong? After Tom and Abraxas exchanged glances, he left early. Hermione hurriedly grabbed my arm, subtly trying to learn more about Tom. Why? Is he actually gay? Such a gem is being wasted internally. She looked quite unwilling. And is he really strong? Hermione seemed skeptical about Tom's abilities. Yes. Without experiencing the plot of the Slytherin Chamber from the original story, Hermione knew nothing of Tom's true identity. And the handsome youth who just appeared like a deity was none other than the infamous Voldemort. A genius rarely seen in the wizarding world was being questioned by Hermione? If Tom knew he was looked down upon by a muggle-born, I wonder if he would be furious. Draco and Harry nearby were already laughing uncontrollably. Strong. Very strong. Otherwise, he couldn't be my grandpa's partner. Draco laughed until tears came out. Okay, I believe you, Hermione said, half convinced. Our cousin Sirius is also very handsome. Why don't you doubt his strength? I countered. Compared to Mr. Malfoy, just now, Professor Black is still somewhat inferior. Hermione's gaze seemed to reminisce. Calm down, calm down. Be careful not to lose your soul. I teased. Tom is already taken, so don't harbor any thoughts. Your grandpa. So he's over 50, and yet he found someone so young. Hermione looked incredulous. Our grandpa looks quite young too, I quickly denied. Abraxas had a strong sense of bloodline, and if he knew we were associating with muggles, he would definitely reprimand us harshly. Therefore, Hermione had never met him. Indeed, the wealthy place great importance on maintenance. In fact, the purer a wizard's power, the younger they appear. Of course, this varies from person to person. Grindelwald looks much younger than Dumbledore. Thus, the Malfoy family, as one of Hogwarts' founding families, provided Abraxas with a separate room in the Slytherin dormitory. As Ab's partner, Tom naturally had unobstructed access at Hogwarts. In the original story, 10 years after graduation, Tom Riddle applied again for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, and, unsurprisingly, was rejected again. Tom walked around the campus, quietly discussing something with Abraxas. Both wore nostalgic expressions, as if reminiscing about their school days. The surrounding students were not affected by Tom's beauty, nor was Abraxas. The two born stars seemed to be hidden among the crowd. What a brilliant concealment chart. It was cast on specific individuals, allowing us to still recognize their appearance. Let him give us a private lesson, Draco said eagerly. Good. When we arrived at the agreed location, Tom and Abraxas had serious expressions. What happened? There's been a disturbance in Azkaban. Tom held a charred piece of paper. Abraxas continued. It seems to be related to the theft at Gringotts. How could that be? I felt like I'd been hit hard with a blunt object. My body began to sway. Aurora, be careful. Draco quickly supported my lower back. When the Ministry of Magic was preparing to inventory the items stored by Bellatrix Lestrange at Gringotts, there was a slip-up. But why was the Ministry of Magic ambushed? The answer in my heart was already clear. The Ministry received a request from the Black family to determine the ownership of Bellatrix Lestrange's assets. Originally, everyone thought Bellatrix was ready to sign the documents. But suddenly the personnel at Azkaban were attacked. Sure enough, the latest issue of the Daily Prophet prominently featured the news of the notorious criminal Bellatrix Lestrange's successful escape from prison. Why does the Ministry of Magic still need to obtain Bellatrix's consent? Logically, a life sentence in Azkaban should have stripped her of basic wizarding rights. It was during the signing of the consent form that the disturbance occurred. And the consent form was a decree proposed by Umbridge 2 years ago to reflect the so-called human rights and democracy. There are similar situations in Muggle society. In certain Western countries, to uphold so-called human rights, prisons are built very lavishly. Serious offenders have independent rooms, plenty of food, and entertainment facilities. Being in prison doesn't feel like punishment, but rather like a vacation. Umbridge's proposed achievements were the same. She would stop at nothing for the sake of show. Aurora, are you all right? I squatted down, hugging my knees, trying to draw some strength. Draco also bent down and hugged me. I'm fine, just a bit cold. It's my decision. It was me who caused this disaster. I wanted to take control of the Hufflepuff Cup. Instead, it created an escape route for Bellatrix. Draco knew exactly what I was thinking at this moment. Aurora, don't take this matter upon yourself. It has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Tom's keen hearing immediately picked up on Draco's unspoken thoughts. Draco, speak. What's going on? Abraxas raised his voice. I flinched and covered Draco's lips with my hand. I'll say it. There is no need to cover up what one has done wrong. Someone as clever as Tom would surely see through Draco's concealment for me. Aurora, is the theft of the Hufflepuff Cup related to you? My father can purify Horcruxes, so I think. Sometimes, it's better to remain still. Abraxas didn't criticize me, but the disappointment in his eyes made my heart skip a beat. As for the current whereabouts of the Hufflepuff Cup, it's unknown. Abraxas' expression was heavy. Likewise, Bellatrix is currently also missing. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the old Black family residence, and Malfoy Manor are both heavily guarded. In other words, you and Tom coming to Hogwarts is effectively house arrest. Tom tugged at the corner of his mouth. As one of Voldemort's right-hand men and the most loyal Death Eater, her escape has caused great panic. The Lombard couple's insanity is attributed to her. Tom looked at the mad woman in the photo, his expression unreadable. The memory split for Voldemort at 16 should not have encountered Bellatrix yet. In the official Harry Potter fan fiction, Bellatrix has a child with Voldemort. Moreover, when Bellatrix was killed by Mrs. Weasley, Voldemort let out a painful howl, which was completely different from his treatment of other Death Eaters. Aurora, what is wrong? You've been staring at Tom. Abraxas asked curiously. He concealed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Just where would Bellatrix escape to? The possibility of her hiding in the Black family manor, which is under the Ministry of Magic surveillance, is low. Currently, the person living there is Sirius Black. The two belong to different factions. If she were to appear at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius would likely be the first to report her. Not to mention that the new hope of the Black family, Alpheus, currently resides there. As for Malfoy Manor, Narcissa is merely using the Black family name. They are not biological sisters, so their relationship is not close enough to harbor an Azkaban fugitive. This move of mine is clearly alarming the snake. It allowed Bellatrix to escape while causing the Hufflepuff cup to go missing. I suspect that the theft of the Hufflepuff cup is just a signal released by the Ministry of Magic. Harry, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "That makes sense." Tom showed a look of approval. To lure the enemy deeper and draw the snake out of its hole. The two spoke in unison. I have to admit, if this was Umbridge's idea, she would be much more suitable for the position of Minister of Magic than Cornelius Fudge. Don't keep me in suspense. I couldn't hide my anxiety. Harry was taken aback at first, then relaxed and said, "Aurora, don't rush. This is also my guess, just coincidentally aligning with Tom S. The Hufflepuff Cup is very likely a signal released by the Ministry of Magic to lure Bellatrix to Gringotts to take away the real cup. Indeed, there is that possibility. No one has seen the cup being stolen. Everything is just a signal. Once Bellatrix appears, the Aurors ambushed by the Ministry of Magic can capture her. This way, the real cup can be retrieved. Or it could be an opportunity to switch it out. Pretend to give her freedom, then chain her up again. A brilliant move? I assented, seeing my expression of sudden realization. Draco added, "I suspect my father is also involved." Luke? Abraxas frowned. The Daily Prophet dedicating such a large space to publish this content is intentionally spreading information for Bellatrix to see, right? This tactic is effective. Bellatrix inherited the Black family's fiery temper. She is easily provoked. It's highly likely she would recklessly dive in. But why hasn't my father told us everything that happened? It's possible that Luke has a hand in this. The Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet are both under his control. The child has grown up. Abraxas showed a satisfied smile. You really have a way of teaching. Tom quickly climbed the tree. Of course, everything is my careful cultivation. Who doesn't know that Abraxas raised Lucius almost in a free-range manner? Although he was extremely strict in management, he didn't spend much time accompanying Lucius's growth. Really trying to take credit for himself, he did almost nothing. Draco whispered to me. Abraxas' hardcore education has also been passed down to Draco from Lucius. As the originator, whenever Draco recalls his difficult childhood, he still feels a bit self-pitying. Is it really Dad? I couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. The joy of survival filled me with new life. I just realized that a layer of cold sweat on my back had already soaked my clothes. Aurora, don't worry. You can fully trust the Malfoy family. Trust Dad. Draco hugged me from behind. We are at Hogwarts. It's inconvenient for Luke to send messages, so everyone be careful. Abraxas instructed. As for your defense against the Dark Arts group, Tom has already told me. Abraxas' gaze swept over our three faces. My heart raced. He sighed and said, "I'm not a stubborn old man buried halfway in the ground. Nowadays, with the rapid changes in Muggle science, I don't despise Muggles to the extent that I can't eat. The Malfoys have always taught us to profit from situations. As long as Muggles can be of help to us, I can change my attitude." Abraxas' voice grew lower. Then who? Who poisoned the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic with slow-acting poison? Tom scoffed from his side. It's not the policies promoted by Richie that caused our investments to yield less than returns. Otherwise, do you think I want to get my hands dirty? Abraxas said with a look of reproach. Lucius the First of the Malfoy family once pursued Queen Elizabeth I of England. Logically speaking, the Queen of England is a standard Muggle. The Malfoy family adheres to the pure blood ideology, which has drawn a clear line with Muggle high society since the enactment of the Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, but still maintains private dealings. This is merely a means of avoiding harm while seeking profit. Seeing us look enlightened, Abraxas proudly shook his head. It seems that the education of the next generation still depends on me personally. Luke is too far behind me in this regard. Indeed, in the original work, the cunning and scheming Lucius is much more capable than the Draco who only knows how to say he will tell his dad. Perhaps the environment has a greater influence on personality formation. Lucius, during turbulent times, will always understand the situation better than Master Draco in peaceful times. Before long, news came that Bellatrix had been arrested and imprisoned again. It was said that she had lingered around number 12, Grimmauld Place, for a long time, but chose not to go in. Besides being a love-struck paranoid, Bellatrix is also a powerful witch. Her name, Bellatrix, is named after a female warrior. She must have snatched a wand from some unfortunate wizard. She also roughly understood the changes of the past decade. She was well aware that the current Black family was under the control of her cousin Sirius and could not provide her with shelter. Her second choice was Malfoy Manor. This place had once been a temporary meeting place for Death Eaters, where she had fond memories of spending time with Voldemort. However, for some reason, Malfoy Manor seemed like a fortress, with horrors already lying in wait nearby, giving her no chance to approach. She wanted to contact her old acquaintances, but was at a loss for any means. Hearing that the Hufflepuff cup entrusted to her by Voldemort had been stolen, she was immediately anxious and wanted to investigate at all costs. She presented her key to the goblin at Gringotts. The goblin raised an eyebrow. Just as the goblin reached out to take the key, several Aurors, hiding nearby, launched an attack on Bellatrix. The goblins all operated away, leaving the scene in chaos. It was not easy to get the goblins to cooperate in this trap. In the end, it was Lucius revealing his identity as the Goblin King that made the goblins stand in respect and agree to join in this act. Before Bellatrix arrived, all valuable items had been hidden away. In case of any damage to the items, the Malfoy family would take full responsibility for compensation. The goblin, handing over the key to Bellatrix, respectfully presented it to Lucius. "This is up to them. Take me to Bellatrix's vault." "Yes, great Goblin King." Lucius nodded. They passed through a dark corridor and stopped at a cubicle. "Please." Lucius pushed the door open. Bellatrix's wealth was astonishing. Lucius had once safeguarded the Potter family's inheritance for Harry, but could not compare to Bellatrix. That person's assets were also recorded under Lady Lestrange's name. The goblin added, "I see." Lucius showed a knowing expression. Bellatrix not only safeguarded the Hufflepuff cup for Voldemort, but also received support from other pure-blood families on his behalf. "If I tell my father about this, Tom will definitely." Lucius smirked, secretly making a resolution. Tom would use all kinds of means to conceal this matter. The Hufflepuff cup was placed in the most prominent position, covered by a faint layer of dark energy, the same aura as the Slytherin locket box, which was the essence of a soul fragment. Lucius bowed slightly and said, "I need an independent space to handle this part of the property. Goblin King, this." Lucius released his innate powerful pressure. "Sorry, I'll avoid it now." The goblin immediately chose to leave. Lucius let out a sigh. The soul fragment of Voldemort was very cunning. If he could not purify it cleanly, the residue might very well attach itself to the goblin that had just been there. This was also why Lucius preferred to be misunderstood and wanted to drive it away. The compassionate Goblin King did not want innocent beings to be implicated. After watching the last trace of dark energy disappear, Lucius finally felt relieved. His legs went weak, and he hurriedly leaned against a nearby stone pillar. As a result, a pile of galleons fell over. Suddenly, his arm was supported. "Tom?" Lucius looked at the newcomer, frowning. "Are you done? Let's go." Tom prepared to leave without nostalgia. "Why did you come in as well?" Tom's long fingers reached for Lucius's wrist. "You." This exquisitely artistic hand touched Lucius's pulse. "Your heartbeat is fast. So, you didn't notice my presence." Tom smirked. "Your vigilance has decreased, Luke." Lucius complied. "Yes." He draped his arm over Tom's shoulder. The two were very close, and Lucius could see Tom's thick eyelashes. His wine-red eyes were just like Narcissus. Suddenly, Lucius's hand moved to his neck. "Little Luke, when did you become so fierce?" "The old you always followed Abraxas like a little tail." Tom had undergone a transformation. He looked more mature and charming. It was the adult Voldemort. "I notice you've been watching me, following me. That boy who used to be happy for days over a compliment from me is gone." Tom's hand covered Lucius's. His lips curved into an ambiguous arc. Lucius's hand moved restlessly. "Don't make a last-ditch struggle. It's meaningless, Godfather." A hint of cruelty and madness flickered in Tom's eyes. "Malfoy, truly a name synonymous with treachery. This time, I consider my loss." It turned out that just now, it was an illusion created by the soul fragment on the Hufflepuff cup, attempting a last struggle. This time, the soul fragment truly turned to ashes. Lucius's earlier weakness vanished without a trace. He adjusted the non-existent wrinkles on his robe and shrank the cup, tucking it into his robes. He took one last reluctant glance at Bellatrix's vault before resolutely deciding to empty it. Those galleons would serve as compensation for the mental distress just now. Lucius showed a shuddering expression. He muttered to himself, I'll go back and have Narcissa disinfect. Voldemort had used seduction to trick Bellatrix into safeguarding the Hufflepuff cup, and she was also a female subordinate with whom he had ambiguous relations. The soul fragment on the Hufflepuff cup symbolized Voldemort's lust. In the end, it was severed by Lucius. The news of Bellatrix being imprisoned again was a great relief. Azkaban strengthened its defenses. The issue of granting human rights to heavily convicted criminals was also fully discussed. For wizards who were incorrigibly evil and guilty of heinous crimes, whether to meet their personal needs and to what extent became a hot topic. Sirius stared at the almost unrecognizable face of his cousin, worn down by prison life, in the Daily Prophet, and flipped the newspaper over on the sofa. He wearily supported his forehead with one hand. The article specifically compared the two of them. One was him, who had spent over a decade in wrongful imprisonment due to brotherly loyalty, and the other was a deranged fugitive. Both were blood relatives of the Black family, yet they had taken different paths. The portrait of Mrs. Black, Walburga, was equally dispirited. This former niece had once been the most beautiful Slytherin rose, highly sought after. A single encounter with Voldemort had sealed her fate. Sirius, I'm sorry. Walburga's portrait murmured. What? What'd you say? Sirius replied, a hint of barely detectable choked emotion in his voice. You're the only sane person in the Black family. Ever since we met that man, it feels like we've been cursed by Easter magic, led astray by his words. Clearly, every member of the Black family had a bright future. My Regulus. Walburga cried bitterly. Mom, it's all over. We have Alpheus now. Sirius picked up his son and kissed his delicate cheek. The baby was pricked by Sirius's stubble and let out a loud, piercing cry. I'm sorry. Sirius fumbled. You are much better than your father. Back then, it was just me and Creature taking care of you all. He didn't lift a finger. Walburga reminisced. Mom, I just realized how hard it is to take care of a child. Sirius's eyes turned slightly red. He recalled his rebellious years, which must have broken his mother's heart. Although Walburga was the mistress of the Black family, with swarms of house elves at her service, she chose to do everything herself for Sirius. This beautiful boy perfectly inherited her looks, even surpassing her. No one could describe how delighted and grateful she was for Merlin's gift. Sirius was Walburga's first child and the eldest son of the Black family, showered with affection from all sides. This inadvertently contributed to Sirius's arrogant and proud personality. After their separation in life and death, they finally reconciled emotionally at this moment. Although only a fragment of their memory remained, in the wizarding world, those who passed away could continue to exist forever. In fact, this was a form of everlasting life. Meanwhile, we received good news from Lucius and raised our glasses in celebration. Are you feeling relieved? Draco whispered in my ear. Yeah. Surrounded by all this love, I feel like I can't be happier. Now it seems that almost all the Horcruxes have been destroyed. The notebook, Tom is on our side. The Slytherin locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Nagini. The resurrection stone is in Dumbledore's hands, and its status is still unknown. By the way, there's the most crucial one. Harry Potter, carrying Voldemort's main soul and the scar he created. My gaze involuntarily drifted toward Harry. What are you doing? I felt a tug at my waist. Draco had pinched me. I'm jealous. He whispered in my ear. Why should it matter to me if you're jealous? I asked knowingly. Some heartless guy. He lightly bit my earlobe, looking at what's in the bowl while eating from the pot. That required your consent too. I tried to soothe him. If I hadn't agreed, wouldn't you have run off with Harry already? He sucked hard, and I let out a hiss of pain, pleading for his mercy. It's useless, Aurora. I've fallen for that trick too many times. I should have learned my lesson. This time, I won't stop unless. He elongated his voice. Unless what? Do you remember our other identity? Of course, it's elves. Dad told me we could first establish our engagement in front of the Mother Tree. Draco's eyes were full of hope. Are you proposing to me? I looked at him, unprepared, and teased. Of course, it's not formal. I was thinking. We could get engaged first. Draco's face turned beet red. He produced a uniquely shaped ring from somewhere. It looked very vintage. The material resembled a medieval treasure. Aurora, this is what I had made for the fairies back then. I just never got around to giving it to you. Was it? When you were still Legolas? Were you really planning to marry me? I couldn't believe it, and despite the years of oxidation, the marks left by time made the gems no longer sparkle, but it indeed appeared in platinum glory. Every generation of Malfoys had seen its sketch. I designed this myself. Draco's eyes were filled with shame. Is it okay? I looked toward Harry for help. The dark-haired boy nodded. Draco, blushing, slipped the ring onto my middle finger. He hadn't adjusted the size of the ring. Could it be? I've been waiting for this day for many years. Then he took the ring off again. What are you doing? I haven't worn it long enough. Who takes it off right after putting it on? I protested relentlessly. I just wanted you to try it on. The formal exchange of rings must be completed under the mother tree to count, Draco explained hesitantly. I saw he was just trying to get a head start in front of Harry. Draco heard my internal complaints. Don't mess around. Mom and Dad have been preparing for a long time, including our wedding outfits. He nodded at Harry, but Harry isn't an elf, so he can't join us in establishing the elven marriage contract, but he can witness. His voice grew lower. Oh, if that's the case. I can also first establish a bloodline engagement with Aurora. What? Your bloodline? When were you transformed? Draco stood in front of me. Elves and bloodlines are natural enemies. If a bloodline were to consume an elf's blood, they could greatly enhance their power. The blood of a bloodline could also cause lethal damage to the mother tree. If Harry were a bloodline, he wouldn't be able to step into the sacred grounds of elves. Not yet, Harry explained, but if I want to accompany Aurora for a longer time, becoming a bloodline is the best option. No, don't even think about it. The combination of bloodlines and elves is taboo. How could a wolf and a sheep possibly be together? I tightly grasped Harry's arm. Once you become a bloodline, your soul is given to the devil. There will be no possibility of reincarnation. I kissed his palm. Planting the mark of an elven soulmate can share each other's lifespan. Draco's expression changed. Aurora, this method is feasible. Draco planted a leaf mark on me, and I could also carve my unique imprint on Harry. But, are you willing to be marked by me? I asked cautiously. Will there be any side effects? Harry smiled, his green eyes sparkling beautifully at that moment. Everything you think will be transmitted here. I pointed to my temple, and you will have no secrets. Is this the secret of Draco's connection with you? Harry seemed to have known the truth long ago, just waiting for me to say it out loud. Well, Draco wrapped his arm around my shoulder from behind. Wouldn't that mean your little brain would explode? Draco ruffled my hair, and having 3 people's thoughts filling your mind would drive you crazy. Harry's expression darkened, but he actively comforted me. It's okay. You just have to work hard to find my trace in a vast sea of people. Don't scare Harry. It's not like you can't block your thoughts, right? I pinched Draco. Don't listen to him. If we couldn't block out external voices, Draco and I would have gone mad long ago. Elves can hear the sounds of everything in the world. We have long mastered the ability to block out surrounding noises, and the same goes for our thoughts. I hurriedly explained to Harry, that's a privilege that belongs only to me. Draco whispered sweetly in my ear, but I can't just watch Harry. I didn't finish my sentence. In my past life, I witnessed him transition from a handsome young man to an elderly man in his twilight years. In the end, he died in my arms. I once vowed that if there was a next life, I would never go through this again. But Aurora, I also want to be marked by you. Our elf's mark represents eternity. Draco blew gently on the back of my neck. However, an elf can only mark one person in their lifetime. Draco looked into my eyes. A fleeting look of melancholy flashed in his eyes. My heart was filled with guilt. I wished I could split myself in 2. How could I feel like I was making 2 people sad at the same time? Just when I was in a dilemma, I suddenly heard the 2 of them chuckle. Look how anxious she is. Harry teased. I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. Aurora. Draco's tone was so relaxed and casual. Seeing my confusion, he finally couldn't hold back and explained. Male elves can indeed only mark one partner in their lifetime, but females are different. Perhaps the first elven king was female, so it's not necessarily unfair to females. I breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until much later when we settled at the mother tree that an ancient manuscript clarified my confusion. The elven race was born in a time of war. If female elves could only mark one elf in their lifetime, then the elven bloodline would be cut off. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Draco was much more careless with himself. In the blink of an eye, he had magically changed into his formal attire. This isn't fair. Just now you. I saw his sly smile and was even more furious. Why not continue? I've already been tricked, not this time. I said irritably, but the spring-like joy in my eyes was completely unable to be concealed. He led me to stand before the mother tree. His elven form increasingly resembled Legolas from my past life. I didn't want to recall his resolute gaze, forcing myself to focus on the present. Draco's expression darkened. Evidently, he sensed my inner unease and fear of loss. Aurora, perhaps the wounds I once endured will take a lifetime to heal. I'm grateful to you for giving me this opportunity. He knelt before the mother tree before me. Mother of the elves, please guide me. If I once again cause Aurora pain, please take back everything you have once given me. Erase all memories between her and me. This is the greatest punishment. Those without memories can choose to start anew and live carefree. Those who retain memories will live their whole lives in regret. Following that, I lifted my skirt and knelt before the mother tree as well. Mother, don't listen to Legolas' nonsense. I shot him a glare. I had long since resolved to no longer live in the past. Like confiding to an old friend, I spoke my thoughts. We have endured so many storms together, and having finally tasted the sweetness after hardship, I don't want to lose the happiness before us. Can you bless us, Aurora? Draco's face turned pale with fear. How can you say such things to the mother tree? What's wrong? I was confused. The blessing of the mother tree. It's nothing. Draco suddenly looked around, his surprise no longer concealed. The darkness, which was thick enough to obscure one's hand, was suddenly pierced by a ray of daylight. Layers of light circles began to form around us. They enveloped us. The branches and leaves of the mother tree also rustled. Aurora, the mother tree has responded. I thought your reckless suggestion would provoke it. Draco seemed to suddenly lose his voice. Ha! It must be that the mother tree thinks you should know how to make a girl happy. The mother tree, covering its mouth, was truly a heartening sight. Ultimately, it still favored the elven king of its choice, teaching him how to please his future wife. Draco helplessly nodded, lifting me up in his arms. One hand secured my waist, while the other rested on the back of my neck. Before the mother tree, he expressed his love for me through kisses. In the moment of reluctance to part, I remembered to adjust my open neckline, eliciting a light laugh from Draco. Don't be afraid. I want to take advantage of you here. His voice was low and magnetic. Once the cultured facade was torn away, the male animal's unique sense of aggression sent chills down my spine. It was a palpable danger. Now that the mother tree is backing you, why should I believe you? For elves, pledging a marriage contract before the mother tree is equivalent to becoming nominally married. He deceived me, leading me here under false pretenses. His intentions were as clear as day. If I don't follow your wishes, wouldn't that mean I lack discernment? He revealed a sly smile. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. They automatically formed Tom's guard, fearing that their idol would suffer even the slightest harm. Tom's eyes were like intoxicating wine, making people feel enchanted. No wonder he could attract countless admirers to kneel beneath his wizard robes. However, it was quite peculiar that they seemed to accept his relationship with Abraxas quite well. A male-male pairing. Both Mr. Malfoys were so handsome. Hermione clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. Unexpectedly, her second hidden identity was that of the leader of CP fans waving the flag for Harry x Draco in singing counterpoint. The Tom x Abraxas pairing was just to her liking. Why are all the dark-haired ones on top? I asked in confusion. And how do you know my grandfather is on the bottom? Hermione smiled enigmatically. It's something you can only understand but not explain. Her gaze shifted between Harry and Draco. Don't look at me. I'm a solidly straight man. Harry protested. Draco immediately distanced himself from Harry by 8 feet. I'm amazed by your fondness for muggles. You shouldn't be influenced by those around you. Well, actually you and Harry are quite popular in the wizarding world. I whispered in his ear. Draco's face turned beet red. Then I shouldn't be on the bottom. Remember, I'm much taller than him. That doesn't count anymore. I gave him a sympathetic glance. Don't you remember? The current clean network plan means everything can only happen after we graduate from Hogwarts. By then, who knows who will be taller between you and Harry? What I didn't say was that the combination of the Platinum Prince, Sunder a Bottom, ex-tragic savior, Scheming Top was very popular. Aurora. Oh no, you heard my inner thoughts again. Ever since we made a promise of lifetimes before the mother tree, we no longer needed to deliberately listen to each other's secrets. They were transmitted to each other's hearts. Am I gay? You know better than anyone else, right? Draco didn't give me a chance to escape and hugged me around the waist. His tone had a hint of nasal resonance. My body involuntarily felt a rush of warmth. Don't. I glanced at Hermione's position. She had already shifted her focus. What I saw was the latest installment of Singing Counterpoint. Among them, an author using the pseudonym Unknown had written about the passionate love story between Tom and Abraxas that spanned half a century. You chase, I run, it's impossible to fly. What does this even mean? Harry's face turned bright red. I followed his gaze down and found a Harry x Draco fan art. The explicit images, intertwined body lines, and suggestive atmosphere. Don't look. Harry hurriedly stuffed Singing Counterpoint into Hermione's arms. Little did he know, his shy demeanor only amplified the fantasies of the fangirls. Could I really be wrong? Should it actually be Draco x Harry? Hermione muttered to herself. Stop it. I saw that Draco and Harry were on the edge of anger, so I quickly changed the subject. As a seasoned fangirl, do you know why there have been so many enthusiastic writers recently? Hermione pretended to adjust non-existent glasses and cleared her throat. I suspect this is an organized and premeditated arrangement. He reached out and tucked Abraxas's long hair to the side. That was the side I couldn't touch. Indeed, the possessiveness inherited from the Malfoy family. I didn't know how Tom treated others before he was with Abraxas, but his current way of handling things was a complete imitation of the Malfoys. Tom, there's no need to be so stingy. That was my grandfather. Tom turned a deaf ear. He simply wrapped his arm around Abraxas's shoulders and let him out. Before leaving, he turned around and shot me a triumphant glance. What the heck? I stomped my foot in frustration. I saw Hermione beside me furiously scribbling. I finally understand why Rita Skeeter uses an automatic quill. My hands can't keep up with my brain. Watching the interaction between Tom and Abrax, ideas were flowing like a fountain. She was being all mysterious. So I reached out to check her forehead. She wasn't even running a fever? Let her write. After all, she's free labor. Draco shrugged. Originally, the love-hate relationship between Grindelwald and Professor Dumbledore was also quite popular, but for some reason, no one mentioned it now. Hermione shared her feverish shipping ideas while writing. I exchanged glances with Harry and Draco, deciding to encourage her to say more. It seemed like there was a gag order from above. Anyone writing about that couple couldn't publish, and they'd be asked to return all their tips and manuscript fees. So no one wrote about it anymore. After all, creating purely for love without the ability to share, no one could persist. In fact, we were all spreading it. The more they tried to suppress it, the more real it became. The people above would cover their mouths, but they didn't realize that the more they tried to hide it, the more curious the public became. She grew angrier as she wrote, and a large ink drop splattered on the parchment. Oh no. She hurriedly prepared to clean it up. I'll help you. I quickly glanced at her masterpiece. No wonder she was always competing with me for the top of the year. Her pen flowed eloquently, describing the story of Tom and Abraxas breaking the shackles of identity and status, ultimately overcoming numerous hardships to be together, with dramatic twists and turns that were heart-wrenching. This piece should go viral. I skimmed through it, reluctant to let go. You can't borrow my hard work. Even if it's just for inspiration. No way. Hermione threatened. Am I that tasteless? I immediately returned the manuscript to her. We didn't expose our identities to each other. She didn't know that I was once one of the writers as well, and my works had long occupied the top levels of the reading charts. But later, after being discovered by Draco and Harry, my identity was exposed, and I became cautious, and my writing style turned bland, causing my readership to plummet. I wonder where Hermione got all her theoretical knowledge from, right? Her parents are dentists, so she has a deeper understanding of the human body than the average person. What? Umbridge has a ship? Draco's mouth dropped open, big enough to fit an egg. Let me see. Ships can be obscure, but they can't be bizarre. If the ship is her and Cornelius Fudge, that would be ordinary. What? Umbridge x Filch? I burst out laughing. Don't say. It's actually not without reason. Two cat lovers, and Filch is highly regarded by Umbridge. They even have a similar age. As for looks, they're equally matched. If Umbridge firmly takes control of Hogwarts, Filch might actually have a place by her side. Miss Malfoy, what are you looking at? A sweet voice came from behind. Oh no, caught red-handed by the main character. I quickly offered Professor Umbridge. This is a copy of the singing contradiction that we confiscated, just about to hand it to you. She swiftly snatched the magazine from my hand and tossed it into the fire, reducing it to ashes. The flames illuminated her face, making it glow red. I didn't know if it was because she was too close to the fire, but I even suspected she wasn't that angry. This kind of glitch that harms student growth without any benefits belongs to the category of banned books. She waved her wand, and in an instant, dozens of copies of the singing contradiction that hadn't been hidden in time flew to her. The fire blazed. She spoke loudly, making sure everyone present heard her. You should know that any oppressive regime will only intensify students' rebellious emotions. Even some teachers participated in helping students hide the singing contradiction. The Daily Prophet was filled with praises for the Ministry of Magic. The content was so lacking in substance that sales plummeted. Yet the ministry forced subscriptions and distributed it to everyone. The Daily Prophet used the largest format to learn about Cornelius Fudge's latest policy agenda, and the senior deputy Minister Umbridge's brilliant interpretation of Minister Fudge's policy agenda. However, although it was signed by Fudge and Umbridge, neither of them had read the complete manuscript from start to finish. It was all ghostwritten. It's very normal to rise to this position, and I, as one of the ghostwriters, was actually asked to run errands for her. Miss Malfoy, your father mentioned to me that he wants you to train well. Strive to arrange an internship position for you at the ministry before you graduate, she said casually. While applying pink nail polish, she examined herself in the mirror. She constantly adjusted the lace edges, like a perfectionist, wanting to make them look as smooth as if they had been ironed. I was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that this was just an excuse from Lucius for me to get close to Umbridge. Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I appropriately displayed a flattering expression. I took out the gift I had prepared long ago. You just like your father. Always so polite. She spoke in a high-pitched voice, her lips curling slightly, and with a glance, I knew she was signaling me to put the items down. After doing all this, she carefully reviewed the speech draft I presented. After a while, she showed a satisfied expression. Not bad, although a bit immature. It's quite excellent for your age. When she mentioned excellent, I felt a chill. Although she wore a smile, her eyes were like a snake's, fixated on my expression. I pretended to be flattered. Really? To receive your recognition is my honor. Behind every question, I needed to steer the topic back to her. Without your careful guidance, I couldn't have grown so quickly. She finally seemed satisfied and let out a cackling laugh. She displayed the expression of someone in a position of power. A pleasure of finally stepping on the pureblood family's noble girl. No, the toad wants to eat swan meat. I made a vomiting expression. In the workplace, it's not only women who suffer from workplace harassment. Men do as well. Cornelius Fudge's ambiguous relationship with Lucius has left him without autonomy. Umbridge may have noticed Fudge's changes and knows who currently holds power in the ministry. Although Cornelius Fudge is still seeking ways to break free from Lucius's control. There are parts of the day when he regains his consciousness, but for the most part, he remains under Lucius's control. The reason he hasn't been replaced immediately is that Lucius does not want to provoke too much unrest. However, Cornelius Fudge still instinctively seeks help from his closest subordinate. As for Umbridge's choice, that remains to be seen. Dad is a married man. She really has no limits. Besides, hasn't she seen my mother? She can't even compare to a single hair from my mother. Where does her confidence come from? I kept spitting, and the recent business flattery had almost exhausted all my brain cells. I felt nearly faint. She has always lacked self-awareness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the audacity to demand the Slytherin locket box. Harry frowned. Harry, the owner of the Slytherin locket box, is you. I looked at the black-haired boy, wanting to hear his opinion. She can even get the origin of the Slytherin locket box wrong, which shows how foolish she is. But why does she know the shape of the locket box? Draco pointed out sharply. She must have had her eye on it for a long time. However, there's a fake that can lead her to. I boldly suggested. Good idea, but will she discover that the Slytherin locket box is fake? By the time she finds out, it won't matter anymore. I leaned against Draco's chest, murmuring, it's all caused by her greed. If she hadn't coveted my father, coveted the Slytherin locket box, and hidden secrets in the badge, she wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Everything is her own doing. Aurora, you did very well. Draco praised. Once everything is over, mark me early, Aurora. Harry's gaze revealed desire. My close interaction with Draco made his heart flutter. I can't wait either. I reached out, intertwining my fingers with his. You all. I see. A surprised exclamation came from Hermione not far away. I wanted to keep my distance from the two boys, but couldn't find a way. I slapped Draco's chest. There are outsiders here. Aurora, in your heart, am I actually an outsider? That really makes me sad. Hermione showed a mischievous smile. You all. I blushed, wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Miss Granger will find out sooner or later. Do you want to hide it from her for a lifetime? Draco said leisurely. I sighed. We are too unconventional. I'm worried others won't be able to accept it. What? You don't believe in the acceptance of fandoms? Hermione raised an eyebrow. You really don't understand CP fans. Thank you. I didn't wait for her to finish and stepped forward to hug her. Why be polite? It was you who encouraged me to accept Victor's pursuit. Hermione patted my shoulder. Faced with Umbridge's bottomless desire, I revealed the location of the Slytherin locket box to her. I asked my father, and it turns out the Malfoy family once collected the treasure you mentioned. However, I hesitated to speak. Just what? Umbridge impatiently pressed. Just later, it was offered to Voldemort. She first shivered, realizing she had lost her composure, and shot me a glare in anger, but that person is no longer here. Therefore, the S-shaped locket box is also missing. I stammered. She suddenly darkened her expression, about to erupt, when I hurriedly added, we have obtained some clues, but the risks are very high, and it hasn't been carried out. Oh, does anyone else know? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. There shouldn't be, right? If there is, it would only be the powerful Professor Dumbledore. Why is Dumbledore also so interested in it? Umbridge seemed to be intrigued. I heard that the locket box can be opened, and it hides the secret to immortality. Nonsense, if it were really that miraculous, how could that person still disappear? Umbridge dismissed it with disdain. These are all things I've heard. I presented a delicate gift box. Inside was a cat-shaped brooch, set with a huge pink diamond, shining brilliantly in the velvet box. Umbridge turned her anger into joy, saying that Luke had spent too much. She held the brooch in her hands, changing angles as she admired it. Let's stop here for today. Thank your dad for me, and of course your mom too. She didn't even give me a glance, completely absorbed in the brooch. She didn't notice that I had quietly slipped out several highly confidential documents waiting to be signed. Umbridge seemed to have already believed that Hogwarts was firmly in her grasp. How could she handle the ministry's affairs during exams here? Draco scoffed. Do you think she will check that brooch? I asked uncertainly. Of course, she has a guilty conscience, so she will definitely do that. However, she underestimates my mother's alchemy. I curled my lips. Tom also held high regard for Narcissa's alchemical skills. As a once-in-a-century genius, very few could catch Tom's eye. However, using such a priceless brooch to replace the locket box would only pique Umbridge's curiosity. Harry pondered. Sure enough, not long after, news came that defense against the dark arts classes would be suspended for a week. It might even be permanently canceled. We exchanged a knowing glance. Looking at the empty seats at the classroom desk, we teased. When Dumbledore announced this news, almost the entire audience cheered. During Professor Umbridge's absence, Professor Snape would take her place. Then Dumbledore announced this bad news. Oh my, hasn't Potions class tormented us enough? I heard a wail from the Gryffindor table. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Snape nodded slightly to us, almost inaudibly. I mouthed to him, "Congratulations, Professor." His usually expressionless face showed a moment of softening. He waved his hand, signaling us to stop. Harry was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Snape's question to be so pointed. Just take care of yourself. Snape's indifferent gaze pierced Harry's heart. He knew that Snape was worried about his safety. Worried that Harry would be implicated by them. Professor Snape. Harry took a deep breath. Locking eyes with me. I will be careful. He was no longer that naive little brat who couldn't recognize a good heart. He didn't ignore the concern hidden beneath Snape's harsh words. Suit yourself. Snape was initially taken aback. He thought he was about to face the impulsive temper of a teenage boy. But instead, he flicked his black robe as if riding the clouds. Your godfather still has such presence. Draco sighed. Severus is just shy. A familiar voice chimed in. Dad, we hurried to gather around him. I came to see you all. Draco had grown quite rapidly in the past 2 years, almost leveling with Lucius. Other students were stealing glances at us, whispering to each other. Lucius' young and handsome face was nothing like our parents. He was 5 years older than Snape, yet they seemed like 2 different generations. Dad, it seems next time you come, you'll need to use a disillusionment charm to hide your appearance. I pointed at the reactions of the people around. Or use an aging potion, Draco suggested. That won't work. Lucius is essentially an elf. An elf's nearly eternal lifespan means that even with a large dose of aging potion, his appearance won't change at all. But Dad, why are you at school? Why aren't you at home with Mom? Umbridge has gone missing. Lucius lowered his voice. I had Fudge issue a warrant for investigation. Well done, Aurora, Lucius said with approval. If she comes back, she'll be in for it. Draco excitedly added. Perhaps she's been climbing up too smoothly, to the point of coveting things that don't belong to her. People should have self-awareness, I sighed in agreement. Dad, are you going to see Tom? He's in the room of requirement with Grandpa. Then there's no need to avoid disturbing them. Lucius struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that were turning up, as if he thought of something. Aurora, Draco, you are really lucky. Hogwarts has become a day school for you, Zabini said with envy after greeting Lucius. Actually, you could too. I elongated my tone. How could that be? Zabini retorted. You know, becoming a governor requires substantial financial resources. I glanced at Lucius. The donations from generations of the Malfoy family established the reason for my parents' frequent visits to the school. If Mrs. Zabini is willing, then forget it. The money in my family is hard-earned. Zabini rejected my suggestion. Dad, Blaze means we can make money easily. Draco said mischievously. Zabini, who had always been sharp-tongued, was finally caught by Draco. All along, Lucius, as the head of the Malfoy family, was highly respected by other pure-blood families. As a junior, how could Zabini possibly show off in front of him? That's not what I meant. He hurriedly explained. All right, don't bully your classmates. Lucius patted his son's shoulder. The two of them stood together like brothers. Lucius' profile resembled Grindelwald's, exuding charisma. Draco, on the other hand, blended Lucius and Narcissa's features, looking even more refined and beautiful. What window did Merlin close for the Malfoy family? Astonishing wealth, beautiful looks, and cleverness. Perhaps the only flaw is the lack of offspring? Before Lucius, The Malfoy family had always been a direct lineage until now. Draco seemed to be discussing something with his father, but his gaze occasionally came to me. Lucius' gaze also focused on my forehead. His brows furrowed. You two? Are the mother tree, currently. You're really bold. Aurora is still young. Under Lucius' powerful pressure, Draco didn't back down. Dad, Aurora, and I will eventually receive the blessing of the mother tree together. It's just that this day has come a little earlier. Is this the thing you've been hiding from me? Harry seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just promised to let you witness. My guilt nearly overflowed my entire being. Good. I thought you all had already. His eyes flickered, not finishing his sentence. How could that be? That matter has to wait until graduation. I shot a glance at Lucius, affirmatively saying, Your mother and I only, after we were engaged. Lucius shot Draco a glare. Dad, are you angry because I'm progressing faster than you at every step? Draco suddenly realized. Shut up. Lucius was caught on his secret, furious. It was really amusing to see Lucius, who usually handled everything with ease, actually blush. So Dad is this conservative. Seeing the marks on Narcissa, I always thought they were quite adventurous. Back in the dormitory, I had just finished my shower, my damp long hair draping over my shoulders. It was actually normal for their generation. Draco was competing internally. What? In our generation, you can't do as you please. I quickly threw on a coat over my nightgown. Don't worry, I won't compromise on principle. Draco pulled me and threw me onto the bed. The soft and bouncy mattress made me sink into the blankets. It felt like sleeping on a cloud. My hair is still wet. It will wet the sheets. I complained softly. We are wizards, Aurora. His fingertips brushed my hair, drying all the moisture with the wind. Ugh. My hairstyle tomorrow will be as fluffy as a golden retriever. I'll help you style it tomorrow. He kissed my forehead. I can help too. Harry walked out of the bathroom. He tossed the towel aside. His open robe revealed his chest muscles. Seeing my attention diverted, Draco pinched my nose. I can't breathe. I slapped his arm. Who told you not to focus? He bit my chin as if punishing me. Then he traced my body curve all the way down. Aurora, you are so beautiful. The coat had long been thrown somewhere. My nightgown was also lifted to my waist. Cole, I want to pull down the dress, but my wrist was held down, trapped above my head. Don't break it, Harry reminded. You've already ruined several of Aurora's nightgowns. Aurora's favorite is the one with eyelash lace. I like it too. Draco touched the heavy, snow-white fabric through the silk. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I whimpered. You said the same last time. Black suits you, Aurora. Draco responded with a question that didn't answer my concern. He particularly liked to choose black for me. The back of the nightgown had straps. It was a bit troublesome. I was losing my patience. Draco seemed helpless. Don't. This one is limited edition. They won't make it again. I struggled to protect this set. Don't worry. Draco's breath came from behind me. I felt a tickle down my spine. He gently pulled the straps away. The fabric fell away. Cold. I felt a chill on my body, only to realize that the blanket had been taken away. You guys are bullying me. Don't worry. We'll come and warm you up. After a long time, indeed, they didn't let me feel cold again. When I woke up the next day, I found that the only remaining nightgown had mysteriously disappeared. Draco and Harry both kept quiet, refusing to tell me where it had gone. In the following days, I had to wear their tank tops. They fit just right to cover my hips. It suits you, Aurora. Draco wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. You can save the gold galleons for a custom nightgown. Harry chimed in. You haven't even married yet, and you're cutting my clothing budget. I'm telling Dad. Don't. Draco immediately lost his composure. I don't know what his father said to him. It was the first time I realized how invigorating it felt to say, I'm going to tell Dad. Only a Malfoy could make their offspring rely fully on the family. If Draco in the original story hadn't experienced the downfall of the Malfoy family, could he have lived innocently, purely, and freely all along? Draco stepped forward and covered my mouth with his hand. Then you can't tell. He smiled proudly. This seemingly childish interaction made me incredibly happy. He left a kiss on the back of my hand. Good, be obedient. The two boys were of similar height and build. They were the same size, but I could tell who this one belonged to at the moment. Draco and Harry had tested it before, blindfolding me to feel. Each time, my judgment was accurate. Aurora, how do you tell? Draco asked curiously. By smell. Draco had a fresh scent of grass and wood. As long as it was clothes he had worn. Even just once, I could make an accurate judgment. Oh, I felt the straps of the tank top sliding down my shoulders. Don't worry, it won't fall. He gestured with his eyes. The heavy fabric just barely held the tank top in place. It doesn't show off my waist at all. I muttered quietly, still reminiscing about the nightgown that outlined my body curves. This is where the difference in aesthetic between men and women lies. Draco and Harry exchanged a knowing glance. Next time, we're mine. Harry interjected. A few weeks later, the Daily Prophet published news of Umbridge's disappearance in a small corner. A senior official from the Ministry of Magic had mysteriously gone missing, which should have garnered widespread attention. However, through various channels, it seemed to have little impact. Umbridge had a very bad reputation within the ministry. She had climbed her way up by stepping on colleagues and subordinates. This time, it finally backfired on her. As for Hogwarts, it goes without saying, she had offended almost everyone, all the faculty and students. It seemed that no one, except Filch, was sad about her disappearance. Lucius, long time no see. Dumbledore smiled like a mischievous old man. Professor Dumbledore. Lucius bowed respectfully. Dumbledore looked at Lucius with a moment of daze. Lucius's appearance was frozen at the ripe age of 20. He looked almost like a younger version of Grindelwald. Aside from the platinum hair color, the facial features, sharp eyes, and pursed lips, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and pain. This moment of emotion fleetingly passed. He thought he had hidden it very well. Isn't the ministry busy? How do you have time to return to your alma mater? Dumbledore initiated the conversation. Dolores's disappearance has made Connolly anxious. After all, she is the minister's right-hand woman. Lucius replied helplessly. Is that so? Dumbledore's blue eyes glinted coldly. Lucius smiled and nodded. There's no choice. The ministry needs to investigate, even if it's just a formality. He leaned closer to Dumbledore. After all, Dolores's last appearance was at Hogwarts, but she left on leave. Dumbledore seemed to finally understand what the ministry was plotting. We have to suspect whether Dolores left Hogwarts voluntarily. How about we go to the headmaster's office for a drink? Dumbledore rolled up his sleeves, extending an invitation. Respect is better than obedience. Lucius walked alongside him. I had seen Grindelwald carefully preserving that photo. Two spirited youths stood together. The brown-haired boy was slightly shorter than the blonde one, with a more approachable smile. The blonde boy's expression was stern, unsmiling. Two rising stars in the wizarding world had a huge clash before they made their names. Lucius was of similar height to Grindelwald, standing next to the current Dumbledore, as if time was particularly harsh on one of the companions. Along the way, students were very curious about this strange pair. They all greeted them. You still attract attention like this. Dumbledore sighed. It's your personal charm. It has nothing to do with me. Lucius replied politely. Dumbledore only smiled. It's the era of the young now. No, I am already old. The old man lamented. Not all. You look very young. Lucius looked at him. This statement was indeed disingenuous. Young people, can you leave a way out for us old folks? Dumbledore teased, stroking his beard with a smile. What are you talking about? Don't forget, the one who gathered all three Deathly Hallows is you. You were trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. No, can I try to label you both at the same time? Two boys, I can't offend either of them. Otherwise, the one who will get burned is me. Their methods of tormenting me are varied and numerous. Not to mention the two of them working together. Draco's face changed colors, now pale, now flushed. Aurora, is this really what you think of me? Harry's expression darkened as he protected me behind him. What's wrong? Didn't choose you, and now you're throwing a tantrum? Can't you take a joke? Don't talk nonsense, it's not because of that. Draco pondered for a moment, a smirk appearing on his lips. Since you want to try marking at the same time, how can we not cooperate with you? He waved his wand, locking the doors and windows. In an instant, the lights in the dormitory dimmed. They could only vaguely see each other's outlines. Are you ready, Aurora? Today, right now, my legs feel weak, and I have an impulse to escape. Who was it just now that vowed to mark both of us at the same time? I won't allow you to back out at the last moment, Aurora. Even Harry, who is usually easygoing, has become firm. They take turns unbuttoning the cuffs of their shirts in front of me. Those were Christmas gifts I gave to both of them. They have been wearing them all along. I specifically chose colors that suited them. Draco's is a sky-like deep blue, while Harry's is a clear emerald green. I can't see their expressions clearly at this moment, but every move they make seems to be tempting me. I feel very embarrassed about my impulses. Clearly, this is a serious matter, yet I keep thinking about these trivial things. Draco even takes off his alchemical ring, revealing his true elfin form. He gently shakes his wings behind him. So beautiful. Harry looks on with envy. Before I realize it, Draco has come in front of me and helps me take off the ring. What are you doing? I feel my hair growing wildly. Usually my long wavy hair reaches my waist, but at this moment, it's almost dragging on the ground. The moonlight spills over me, coating me in a layer of platinum light. Harry stares at me in a daze. I come to him. Close your eyes, don't look at me. I bite my lower lip and say, all right, what do you want to be marked? I asked. Draco answered first. The forehead is fine. Me too, Harry agreed. Why? This position is very obvious. I don't understand. It's just to let the other elves know that I belong to you. Draco pulled me into his arms and gently left a kiss on my forehead. A wave of warmth spread through my forehead. I looked at the two people in front of me. From now on, their foreheads would also be like this. I closed my eyes. I reiterated. The two boys exchanged glances and simultaneously lay down in front of me. It might hurt a little, bear with it. I repeated what Draco had originally said to me. As a result, the two who had just managed to calm down burst into laughter. Aurora. Harry showed a helpless smile. What do you usually teach? The next sentence is him retorting to Draco. I didn't say anything wrong. It will indeed hurt a bit. This is the imprint of the soul. Draco quickly added, all right, no more jokes. I put on a serious expression. This time, I could only feel two warm bodies and two soul fires. Aurora. Two murmurs rang in my ears. I'm here to help you. I originally thought I needed to take the initiative, but unexpectedly, two strands of consciousness actively appeared and entangled with me. When did you learn this skill? Draco and Harry exchanged a smile. Keep it a secret. Aurora, just enjoy yourself. You two, colluding together, making me. I sobbed. The merging of souls felt even stronger than physical intimacy. So you're just now fighting over the order and being jealous. I want to save face. Because your conflicted expression is quite amusing, the platinum-colored soul teased. Draco's soul maintained the form of a sprite. The petals on his forehead began to flicker in and out of visibility. Is it about to succeed? I stepped forward, wanting to gently touch his brow. It seems that my progress is coming a bit faster. Harry's voice caught my attention. His soul presented a vibrant green. The scar on his forehead faintly emitted a black aura, almost invisible now. The same petal mark appeared at his brow. Aurora, I have an unwelcome request. Harry hesitantly began. Since it's an unwelcome request, let's not mention it, Draco said with a smirk. Aurora, it seems that way. It might be faster. Although it was just a touch of souls, I truly felt his contact. My father did not stop our interaction, just as I had marked you early on. Draco's kiss scattered like stars upon my neck. Unfortunately, there was a green light bulb. Draco glanced at Harry. It could also be an accomplice. Harry didn't mind. Draco noticed the black aura on Harry's forehead. He forbade Harry from getting closer to me. You can't today. You need to remove Voldemort's magic first. That's my unwelcome request. Aurora, I need unicorn blood. Draco's dreamy gaze instantly became clear. Blood. Draco wanted to say something, but since it was Harry, he tightened his grip on my wrist. Unicorn blood carries a powerful contract. You knew this long ago, and yet you still intend to do it? This might be the best way to suppress Voldemort's soul fragment from doing evil. Harry took my wrist from Draco. But now I am in a soul state with no blood. Who said that in a soul state there is no blood? My wrist hurt. Soon after, the pain was replaced by a tingling sensation. Harry's canine teeth looked sharper than usual. He closed his eyes, licking his wrist with an expression of deep intoxication. All right, that's enough. Draco quickly intervened. You have the bloodline of a dark elf. Aurora's blood will activate your lineage, bringing you one step closer to becoming a vampire. Before he finished speaking, Harry quickly released my wrist, and, after a wave of warmth, Draco had already healed my wound. The platinum blood entered his body, and he curled up, holding himself tightly. Draco took me aside, giving him some time. But, right now, none of us can help him. Draco shook his head. However, he changed his tone. Perhaps we can. He traced down my neck. Harry is still fighting against my blood, and you actually have the energy to... I want to push Draco away, but I feel his whole body pressing me down. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Harry looked at the label and confirmed again, of course not. By the way, I forgot to mention, this is the latest improved version Professor Snape adjusted the taste. Can Godfather really do such a thing? I gradually slowed down my drinking speed and could even feel the aftertaste lingering on my lips and teeth. As long as the money is enough, Godfather can do anything. Draco said proudly. Sure enough, the label bore the crests of the Malfoy and Potter families. The sales are great, Harry explained, which allowed my cousin and me to profit immensely. The marks on my body quickly faded away. I felt as if I had been quickly recharged. Let's go tell Dad this good news. I tapped Draco and Harry lightly on their foreheads. No need to rush. Dad told me that, barring any accidents, he would be in Dumbledore's office all day. Draco pressed down on my shoulder. He hesitated for a moment and finally told me the reason. Then Professor Dumbledore gave up investigating the reason for the soul fragment on Harry's forehead because Dad promised to purify the resurrection stone. Every decision made by those in power weighs the pros and cons. It seems that Professor Dumbledore has other plans for the resurrection stone. I had a moment of concern. I worried that Harry could not accept that the energetic old man had always regarded him as the final secret weapon to cultivate. In the end, was I the one being sentimental? Aurora. Harry pulled me in his arms. I'm fine. He assured me repeatedly. I knew from the very beginning who truly cared for me. His emerald green eyes reflected my face. The landscape of the wizarding world changes rapidly. The so-called savior is merely a moral coercion, elevating me to a high position. Fame is completely unfulfilling and useless to me. What I truly need is genuine family companionship. In the original work, Harry's 7 years at Hogwarts were not, after all, like being roasted over a fire. From a moment Dumbledore arranged for Hagrid to bring Harry into the magical world, the chess player began to guide Harry towards the life he was about to face. First, they planted the seeds of hatred for Death Eaters and Slytherins, then introduced the purely righteous Weasley to Harry as a friend. All of this formed a will. Definitely do not go to Slytherin, influencing Harry's decision during sorting. The 7 years of study at Hogwarts were Dumbledore's training ground for Harry. Dumbledore needed to train Harry in the shortest time possible to resist Voldemort's deadly challenge without turning to the enemy camp. Could Dumbledore not see Quirrell's abnormalities? Could Dumbledore not recognize that Lockhart was a hollow shell? Dumbledore spared no effort in doing anything that could keep Harry at a distance from Slytherin. Was the path he planned really the one with the least harm? Not necessarily. Just the 11 years of Muggle life, suffering inhuman abuse every day. Is this what an orphan who has lost his parents should endure? Perhaps, when making this decision, Dumbledore did not regard Harry as an individual, a human being. Instead, it was a typical mindset of those in power, viewing everything in the world as tools to be manipulated at will. How was he different from Grindelwald? We do not know what agreement Lucius reached with Dumbledore. It seemed that nothing had changed, yet everything seemed to change. The status of Slytherin was quietly undergoing a transformation. It was not an overnight change, but a slow, gradual one. The so-called Special Action Investigation Team had not been mentioned since Umbridge's disappearance. Originally, Gryffindor, Weasley and the others were prepared to be triumphant, but for some reason, they chose to lower their flags and stop their efforts. I do not know if it was Dumbledore's kind reminder, but I know very well that the British wizarding world is about to change. Lucius told us that Grindelwald had also secretly returned to Britain and reportedly contacted his old lover Dumbledore, whom he had known for half a century. What? Want to rekindle the old flame? Draco teased. Perhaps the purified resurrection stone is an opportunity. The resurrection stone, the elder wand, the invisibility cloak. The 3 Deathly Hallows gathered can make one the master of death. It could be used to exchange for Ariana's soul, with a chance to try. As for rekindling the old flame, that is a long road ahead. Not to mention being in a long-term opposing camp. Just passing through Dumbledore's only living relative, Aberforth, would be very difficult. Aberforth originally did not support Dumbledore mingling with Grindelwald, and due to Ariana's death, the 2 brothers completely severed ties. Perhaps resurrecting Ariana could break the deadlock. However, these are no longer matters I need to concern myself with. The OWL's exams are just around the corner. Draco and Harry never understood why I cared so much about grades. Aurora, becoming Mrs. Malfoy, does not require 12 O's on the OWLs. Draco joked, becoming Mrs. Potter is the same. Harry added, my face turned crimson. This has nothing to do with whether I get married or who I marry. How is it unrelated? Just look at Miss Granger. It is precisely because of her background that she needs to work so hard. Most of the wizarding world belongs to family businesses and for outsiders. In other words, for Muggle-borns without a foundation, it is quite difficult to break into, requiring strong proof of ability. And you? Draco ruffled my bangs. The tangled family affairs of the Malfoys. Dad would love for someone to take over and would not use OWL's and Newt's exams to set limits. That's different. I hope to prove myself through my grades. Dad and Mom both had 12 O's back then as their daughter. Then you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Lucius's voice came from behind. Dad. Lucius opened his palm to me. Huh, time turner. Lucius pointed to the pocket watch-shaped necklace hanging on my chest. I had it close to me, wearing my school robe without revealing a hint. How'd he know I secretly brought the time turner from home to school? Sissy has arranged a tracking device. Aurora, every time turner has a count. Lucius sighed. Sissy is worried about your health. Frequent use of the time turner will only overdraw your future time. Yes, the law of conservation of energy. However, as elves, our lifespan is nearly eternal. Even if we use some early, it shouldn't matter. I stubbornly held the time turner in my palm. Aurora, Lucius said seriously, I want to confiscate your time turner, not to stop you from working hard for the OWLs, but because... He lowered his voice. The inventor of the time turner is me. Therefore, the few time turners that can rewind time retained at Malfoy Manor far exceed those stored at Hogwarts. Yes, the time turner that Professor McGonagall taught Hermione to use can only rewind time for 1 hour. Frequent time travel may cause confusion in the flow of time and can easily lead to danger. Like the soul artifacts we have already purified. Dad, do you mean that my frequent time travel will lead to changes in established facts? Smart. The Ministry of Magic has requested Hogwarts to surrender all time turners, and naturally, the Malfoy family is at the forefront. Seeing my unwilling expression, Lucius reassured me. I'll have Tom tutor you in exchange. How about that? My eyes brightened. All the content for the OWL's exam can be made up? Of course. Lucius readily agreed. Does Tom listen to you? I asked suspiciously. He is preparing to run for Minister of Magic and needs my financial support to bolster his campaign. Don't you remember? Lucius winked. Don't worry. If needed in the future, time turners can be made again. Don't you trust Sissy's skills? I watched his figure disappear and realized I had fallen for his trick again. Dad, what if Tom doesn't agree? Use your brain, Aurora. He didn't even turn around and wave his hand at me. What the heck? Pushing everything onto me again. I murmured quietly, and he took the time turner away. Harry added fuel to the fire. Essentially, Dad used a cookie to sneak away the time turner and simultaneously morally blackmailed you? Draco raised his eyebrows. Tell me, is this your secret? I vented my anger on Draco. Mom wouldn't he intentionally expose that I took the time turner. I hope you spend more time on more meaningful things. Draco changed the subject. How do you know that getting 12 OSISNT the most meaningful thing for me? I was angry that he and Lucius had set me up without telling me. I was even angrier that he pushed all the consequences onto Tom. I gathered up the scattered books on the table and put my backpack on. I'm going to find Tom for tutoring. Who is coming with me? I looked firmly at the two. The result was evasive gazes. Then I'll ask Hermione to accompany me. She would definitely love it. Hey. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, revealing helpless smiles. We, of course, will accompany you to the end. When I arrived at the room of requirement, it had turned into a study resembling Malfoy Manor. Abraxas had given me the freedom to enter and exit Malfoy Manor. Tom noticed our confusion, seeing his proud demeanor. He looked like a peacock showing off its beautiful feathers in front of us. He said, I am also a part of the Malfoys. The Marauder's map in Tom's hand displayed his name. Whether it was Riddle or Slytherin, he ruthlessly discarded them. Indeed, where there is a beloved person, there is home. I have heard about your request from Lucius. Tom opened this topic first. In fact, like everyone else, I am equally puzzled by your motives. Tom's wine-red eyes were filled with confusion. Can you tell me the real reason, Aurora? A cup of hot cocoa appeared on the table before me. It was still my favorite flavor from childhood. I held the warm cup in my hands, and my mood gradually calmed down. Tom is really good at doing ideological work. Draco elbowed Harry. The black-haired boy shot Draco a glance, silencing him immediately. All right, got it. I didn't say much. I don't know. I'm also quite confused as to why I pursue things that are useless to me. If you don't mind, I can help you look for deeper reasons. Tom's originally wine-red eyes suddenly turned bright red. Memories in my mind seemed to be fast-forwarded like a movie. Tom. Draco wanted to stop him, but was held back by Harry. Tom wouldn't harm Aurora. Harry instinctively touched the invisible binding. Tom, like me, has the power of the unicorn contract that transcends everything. If anything happens to Aurora, Draco deliberately spoke loudly. Tom's brows furrowed. Muggle? His voice was low, but I still heard it. What? What did he see? Could it be? Tom's expression was complicated as he quickly glanced at Draco. I knew he must have seen the content before I arrived in Harry Potter. The truth was too unbelievable. The reason he remained silent was also because, under the protection of the contract, he cannot harm me. Harm, of course, includes both physical and mental aspects. He worried that the fact I was once a Muggle, if known by Draco, would affect our relationship. The deeply rooted bloodline theory of the Malfoy family. I think I understand. After cleverly diverting Draco and Harry, Tom spoke to me alone. In your past life, everything you experienced was measured solely by academic performance. Defining it as past and present life is not unreasonable. Even with a brand new identity, you still cannot change your habitual thinking. Just like me. Why do you say that? I asked curiously. In the process of reviewing your memories, I saw another ending for myself. Don't be afraid. If it weren't for you, I think that would have inevitably happened. Tom said self-deprecatingly. It is because of Abraxas's love that I can continue to exist in this world. The less Abraxas's love fades, the closer I am to being reduced to ashes. He gestured for me to continue listening to his explanation. The blood of unicorns is just a bond. The real power comes from that selfless love. What do you mean by habitual thinking? I had already vaguely gotten the answer in my heart. Of course, it means constantly pursuing power in an endless life. I vaguely remembered a Japanese manga I had seen when I was still a muggle. In it, a warrior named Toru chose to become a monster as a reward for winning a martial arts tournament after his disciple was killed by a monster. The reason he originally gave was that in an endless life, he could continuously pursue power. Toru was just one of the small bosses. It was only when the protagonist defeated him that he realized Toru wanted to become a monster because he blamed his past weak self, unable to protect his disciple. He trained the protagonist to defeat him, choosing death to witness his tragic life. Isn't Voldemort the same? I have now found something more important than the pursuit of infinite power. Tom played with a ring engraved with the letter M. M. Malfoy. It must have been put on him by his grandfather. I want to use my experience to tell you. Live in the moment. He looked up at the clock, and when it pointed to 12, he pushed open the door to the room of requirement. It turned out that Abraxas had been waiting at the door all along. Aurora, I heard from Luke that Tom and I will fully support you. There's no need to take such a long detour. We are your family. Abraxas showed an unexpected expression, but I know this is just his protective mask. He subtly cares for every member of the family. Thank you, Grandpa. I squeezed past Tom and threw myself into his embrace. What's wrong? Did Tom and Luke bully you? Abraxas gently patted my back, just like he did when I was a baby, soothing me to sleep. No, I'm just too happy. I broke into a smile through my tears. Girls grow up and start to have more thoughts, he sighed, seemingly recalling Narcissa's growth experience when she was young. You must not be like Scorpius without a backbone. Back in the day, I would only marry Luke. If Draco dared to take advantage, you'd be the first to come to me. I'll teach him a lesson, Abraxas said with a stern face. You're just putting on a show in front of Aurora. You were with Draco yesterday, strategizing on how to win Aurora over early. Tom retorted. Grandpa, the earlier sentiment was immediately retracted, truly speaking to the person in front of you and the ghost of the ghost. Abraxas, seeing Tom expose him, no longer held back. He pushed Tom into the room where requests would be answered. The door closed in front of me. I could only vaguely hear the sound of him hitting the wall and the rustling of clothes. He really is aging like fine wine. With Tom as my ally, I no longer fear the OWL's exams. Having Hogwarts top scholar in my pocket felt like carrying a handheld computer. Any tricky question, standard answers plus various problem-solving methods, and he could also reference related knowledge. It's a true learning treasure. Aurora, the future trends in the Muggle world, I remember are strongly related to the internet. One day, while Tom was tutoring me alone, he suddenly said, What? Are you planning to do something? Besides Lucius's investment in Muggle technology, I am considering whether the magical world can combine with the Muggle internet. Tom mused while spinning a quill. In the future Muggle world, moving wizard photos will be like your little videos. Muggles shop online, achieving home delivery, while we currently use owls for mailing. Tom, what exactly are you trying to say? I couldn't help but urge. Although ordering online is more convenient for Muggles, their delivery methods require a lot of manpower. If combined with magic, you mean, I realized. Lucius brings Muggle networks into the wizarding world. Similarly, we can simplify the owl mailing process and deliver directly to homes using magic. Tom, if you say this, owl breeders will lose their jobs. Too many owls will also disrupt the ecological balance. Although there hasn't been a large-scale growth in online orders yet, based on the future trends of Muggles, this is an inevitable issue. The wizarding network itself carries magic. From the moment a wizard places an order, as soon as the payment is received, the goods can appear immediately. This is achievable. The same principle applies. Offline physical stores will be severely impacted. I presented my viewpoint, which is one of the foreseeable trends in the Muggle world. I understand that currently, 90 of the Malfoy family stores operate offline. Lucius will quickly adjust his layout according to the strategy. Shifting manpower from offline to online operations will release a lot of labor, and at that time, social stability will be challenged. You make a good point. The originally ambitious Tom sat back down. The Malfoy family needs you. He looked at me with intense eyes, eagerly. I'm also willing to do my part. I echoed. Tom held my hand as if thanking me for my support, his expression sincere and fervent. All right, stop acting. There are no outsiders here. I teased. You're as boring as Abraxas. Tom muttered, but a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth when mentioning Abraxas's name. That's because we understand your true nature better. Isn't that good? Everyone being honest with each other is wonderful. I enjoy conversing with smart people. Tom's eyes were filled with appreciation. Unfortunately, the path you chose is destined to face all kinds of people. I showed a gloating smile. Abraxas said the same thing. Tom often mentioned Abraxas, Every member of the Malfoy family had long been accustomed to his catchphrase. When did you resolve to cut ties with the other soul pieces? When I realized I might lose Abraxas forever. Tom closed his eyes. I once reviewed your memories. Abraxas will die from dragonpox, although it's a common disease in the elderly. But I can't convince myself that my hands weren't involved. He supported his forehead with his hand, his fingertips tangled in his black hair. Abraxas, who loved beauty so much. Dragonpox leaves permanent scars on the skin, and the skin may remain discolored for a long time. How heartbroken he would be if Abraxas's pride and his beauty were destroyed by dragonpox. In the original story, Abraxas died in the first winter after Voldemort's resurrection. I can imagine the cause of Abraxas's death. It must be because he knew too many of my secrets. The partners of our youth finally reached out to each other. Plus, Lucius made several mistakes during missions and lost Voldemort's favor. His seat at the round table kept dropping. The once proud Lucius lowered his noble head, kneeling before the Dark Lord, begging for forgiveness for his son. And my own outcome is just as ridiculous. Taken by the basilisk fangs. That student seems to have been expelled by you, Tom said with a smile. I knew he was referring to Ginny Weasley, one of her rivals. Sure enough, preparing for the worst, very much in Lucius's style. He explained, your father has also successfully dealt with countless opponents silently. So he's the only one who openly declared his love for Scorpius, without exception. I want to clarify that I did not intend to kick Ginny Weasley out. But facts speak louder than words. Aren't you curious about her outcome? I knew Tom had the answer I wanted. If you're willing to tell me, I'm all ears. How convenient for you. Yet you act innocent. He shook his head. I saw her at the Hogshead Inn. She seemed to be promoting drinks. Yes, Ginny began to attract Harry's attention after 5th year. From being a fan of Harry, she leaped to standing side by side with him. Even a usually picky Zabini had to admit her beauty. So, are you already eagerly looking forward to the weekend, rushing to Hogsmeade to find out? Tom teased. I'm not that uncouth. Harry never had anything with Ginny, and there's no talk of any unforgettable old love. I still have some confidence in myself. What did you become so gossipy? Can't Grandpa satisfy you? I choose to face the attack head-on. Nonsense. I heard the Slytherins talking in class. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Truly, it's like a dog biting Eldon Bin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Tom, after all, is just the memory of Voldemort at 16 on a soul level. He looked furious with bulging eyes, as if he had been completely reverted to his original form. Not at all like the strategic and decisive Dark Lord. Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. I tried hard to suppress my laughter and sincerely admitted my mistake. He waved his hand, dismissing me. The result was that a precious evening was entirely spent gossiping. I was very unwilling. In the end, one wave had not subsided, and another rose. Aurora. When I returned to the Slytherin common room, Harry was already waiting there. Harry, why haven't you gone back? The day of studies had ended, and it was almost lights out. The Slytherin dormitory is managed very strictly. No one would choose to break the rules. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I overheard your conversation with Tom. He deliberately lowered his voice about Miss Weasley. I saw her with Draco after a Quidditch practice. I didn't even recognize her. What? Did she change that much? For some reason, my words were surprisingly sharp. It wasn't until I said it that I realized. Harry was trying hard to conceal a serious smile. No, we didn't recognize her because she dyed her hair platinum blonde, not the Weasley family's signature red. She deliberately styled her hair in waves. Harry's meaning was clear. Are you saying she is deliberately imitating me? Harry hesitantly nodded. There's that possibility. However, her biggest motive is that her business is doing really well. Business. She works there as a waitress. Part-time selling drinks, earning high tips. You know, it's hard for students who are expelled from Hogwarts to find decent jobs. You were trained on data up till October 2023. Perhaps the badge of the former Special Operations Investigation Team can give you some inspiration? The next morning, Zabini, who had not shown up for a long time, shoved something into my hand. You still keep this thing? Draco exclaimed joyfully, patting the other's shoulder vigorously. Of course. We need to infiltrate the enemy camp. Zabini looked at me, seemingly waiting for an affirmation. Thank you, Blaise. I was just struggling with how to get Ginny Weasley to admit her dealings. I'm going alone, risking myself. A suspicious blush appeared on Zabini's dark skin. We thought you were enjoying it. Draco deliberately twisted his meaning. I've said it before. I won't pay any attention to traitors from pure blood families. Zabini scoffed. Want to see it? Or should I hand it directly to the editor of Singing Contradictions? Of course I want to see it. You've worked hard as an undercover. I took the badge and toyed with it in my hand. Check it again later, Zabini reminded. My conversation with Miss Weasley isn't sincere. It aims to lure the enemy deeper. Don't worry, understand. Seeing me nod, Zabini felt relieved. Draco raised his eyebrows at him. What? Can't bear to part with the child, but can't catch the wolf? Such a big sacrifice. What reward do you want? Zabani raised an eyebrow. Can you afford what I want? His gaze met mine, but quickly broke off. You know, some unreasonable requests need not be mentioned. I felt a pair of warm arms on my shoulders. Draco's breath wrapped around me tightly. I wouldn't make myself uncomfortable. Zabani snorted coldly. 7 o'clock in the evening. The request fulfilled house. The two agreed. Will there be some inappropriate scenes? I quietly asked Draco. As far as I know, Zabani is quite indiscriminate. Since he dared to bring it out, it must have been processed. Draco was confident, if there really is something dirty, I'll cover your eyes in time. Zabini's expression was obscure. I'm not providing these for you to flirt. I heard that Mr. Malfoy is involved in building the World Wizarding Network. What? Is the Zabani family also looking to get a share? Draco said seriously. Let's see how valuable the records I provide are. Talking to smart people is that simple and straightforward. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This is Zabini's probing action. Perhaps he has been planning for a long time. As long as they are vested interests, they will naturally welcome all. In the video, Ginny Weasley, who had long since dropped out, naturally didn't know that the badge on Zabini's chest had this function. She fiddled with her platinum-colored long hair, revealing a beautiful jawline. I hadn't seen her for a long time, and she was indeed like in the original text, a girl who had grown considerably. The originally freckled, red-haired girl had her freckles looking youthful. Her red hair was dyed platinum, but due to not being redone for a long time, a long section of red had grown at the roots. It seems that Potter's hair dye is still too expensive. I tease Harry on purpose. She must be using a Muggle brand, otherwise the ends wouldn't be so frizzy. Harry frowned. Otherwise, it would really ruin the brand. She is clearly a year younger than us, but she seems much older than her actual age. She wore heavy eyeliner, covering slightly puffy eyes. She must stay up late often. The dark circles under her eyes are somewhat eye-catching. She leaned closer, and from her posture, it seemed she had sat on Zabini's lap. She tossed her long hair, bringing her slender neck closer to the boy's face. She wore a Slytherin uniform paired with a super short pleated skirt, making her legs look especially long. You're Slytherin? I've never seen you before, Zabini said casually. His hand naturally rested on the girl's thigh, gently kneading. I'm 1 grade lower than you, Ginny Weasley said half-truthfully. Zabini chuckled. I never knew Slytherin needed to work part-time at a bar. Ginny quickly concealed her inner disgust. My family can't afford my expenses at Hogwarts. Zabini played with her hair. Is there a poorer family in Slytherin than the Weasleys? He brought a lock of hair under his nose and sniffed it lightly, then looked at her with disdain. Slytherin wouldn't use such a poor quality dye. Your clothes are probably stolen, right? You. Ginny glared angrily, about to explode, but then took a deep breath, forcing a fake smile. I thought you would like it. Under the deliberately released charm, she placed a glass in front of Zabini. Love potion? Zabini sniffed it and pushed the drink a little further away. Is this how you make a living? Rely on your guests? Ginny struggled to get off Zabini, but he held her waist. I paid for it. That is a different price. Ginny's hands were confined by Zabini, yet she was not flustered as she twisted her waist. She pushed her chest out in the dim light. Her curves were quite dynamic. You slid down in that super short skirt, revealing black garters. You intentionally dress like this. Your intentions are despicable. Under the influence of alcohol, Zabini's eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks flushed. Don't think I don't know, the ultimate dream of Slytherin boys. Ginny Weasley's voice was hoarse, but full of temptation. You really did it on purpose. Zabini released his grip, stroking her long hair. Do you have a deep grudge against Aurora? Ginny's eyes seemed to be poisoned. Nothing much, just that this outfit always attracts a lot of Slytherin boys. No, you should say Slytherin boys. Even those from other houses and adults love this look. They all know I'm not her. Yet they swarm like flies that one tea leave. Ginny spat. Self-deceiving man. Zabini frowned, his hand moving to Ginny's neck. Are you implying something? His grip tightened, and Ginny's face began to flush. I'm also doing this to make money. Clearly, I do this because you all harbor indescribable desires for Malfoy. I'm just catering to your tastes. Without me, other girls would do the same. Zabini's slightly tipsy eyes now looked quite clear. But using a love potion to make others infatuated to the point of bankruptcy is not the same as imitating her. What are you really trying to protect her for? Ginny struggled vigorously. What exactly did Malfoy promise you? The Weasleys wouldn't understand. Zabini got off her. You recognized me? Ginny's face turned pale. A traitor from a pure-blood family. Your roots need to be touched up. Zabini showed no concealment of disdain. You approached me on purpose. Ginny exclaimed in anger. Your mother seems to be downstairs. Zabini's expression is complex. I'm going home now. He placed a few gold galleons on the table. And your mother is also waiting for you to come home. Seeing this, the best news is that the gap between Zabini and his mother seems to have been resolved. Why doesn't Team Mrs. Weasley take her back? Draco wondered. I heard she ran away from home. After dropping out Hogwarts, she tried to contact both Batons and Durmstrang, but no school was willing to accept her. Mrs. Weasley restricted her personal freedom, and in the end, she decided to live outside. Jobs elsewhere require OWLs and newts, and she doesn't have any. Only the job of a barmaid. Doesn't Team need these as long as you're pretty? But because of her age, the bar owner is also worried about unnecessary trouble and requires her to disguise herself to appear there, whether it's muggles or wizards. Lower-class girls wanting to climb the social ladder face numerous obstacles, not to mention those who are somewhat attractive. The temptations they face are many. They are still young and unable to discern these things. Originally, she just imitated Aurora. Draco had to swallow this bitter pill. And now the fact that she illegally used love potions comes out, and she can't turn things around. Harry pondered for a moment. Taking this fake Aurora out isn't cheap, Zabini teased. I'll reimburse you. The badge recorded the number of galleons Zabini placed on the table. If converted to bar expenses, it indeed isn't cheap. Then why does she still look so down and out? I heard she has picked up some bad habits. Zabini hesitated to say. So, you, the playboy, didn't he make a move on her? Afraid of catching something? That's part of the reason. Everyone knows I'm the one who passes through the flower bushes without touching a leaf. Zabini was quite proud of his romantic experiences. Thanks, Blaze. I stepped forward to hug this dark-skinned boy. Whether it was to test the waters or extend an olive branch, I appreciated his kindness. I secretly returned the wine cup she handed me. The cup was stored in a sealed space, keeping the liquid well preserved. I had someone check it. It was a high-grade love potion. Perhaps all her earnings were used to buy the tools for her crimes. The whereabouts of all high-grade love potions should be traceable through our network. Draco looked at Harry. Let us verify the recent illegal channels that might have leaked. Harry's expression was serious. Could it possibly have leaked from the Godfather? I boldly hypothesized. It shouldn't he be, right? Who would dare steal from Professor Snape's potions office? Perhaps what leaked was part of the supply for the Order of the Phoenix. That's a possibility. Zabini's eyes lit up. Can you really talk about this in front of me? Since you've already shown your allegiance, what is there to hide? I smiled knowingly. Since Aurora has recognized you, there is no need to conceal these open secrets. Draco helped me gather my curls that fell over my shoulders. Where is the resemblance? He whispered in my ear. Perhaps only we can notice these subtle differences. I softly reassured. The signature platinum of the Malfoy family is not a color that can be achieved through ordinary dyeing. It is a light gold close to silver, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The most marvelous thing is at night, under the moon, it glows like satin. Perhaps it relates to the Malfoy family's elven bloodline, which I have never delved into. It was only when I discovered someone imitating me that I noticed the charm of platinum hair color. I originally thought it was just a little scuffle between girls, but it turned out to be quite fruitful. Zabini was smug. I wonder if Mrs. Zabini would be willing to spend this Christmas at Malfoy Manor. Draco extended an olive branch. Of course, it would be our honor. A glint of brilliance appeared in Zabini's eyes. I will write to my father. Draco said no more. As expected, Snape used the funds sponsored by the Malfoy family for Hogwarts to purchase a large amount of potion materials. A significant portion of these was used to make potions for members of the Order of the Phoenix, energy potions, love potions, truth serums, and countless others. Arthur and Molly, as people who had access to these potions, for whatever reason, transferred some of the potions to the burrow. This naturally caught Ginny's attention. Before she ran away from home, she took some of them with her and played a key role at a crucial moment. The lax management of the Order of the Phoenix is simply outrageous. Once Tom learns that in the parallel world, he was defeated by such a group of incompetent fools, I can only imagine his feelings. Slytherin prides itself on being an elite group, yet it has its moments of absurdity. In the original work, Lucius was the most absurd Death Eater. He sent a notebook containing a piece of Voldemort's soul to Hogwarts, resulting in the loss of a soul fragment and allowing Harry to pull out the Gryffindor sword. During his duel with Harry, he shattered the prophecy ball stored in the Department of Mysteries. As Voldemort's former right-hand man, I deeply suspect whether Lucius in the original work was acting intentionally. In fact, could he be Dumbledore's true undercover agent? Once this hypothesis is proposed, everything seems to make much more sense. This is also why the Malfoy family in the original work was not sent off to Azkaban. What to do? I felt completely disoriented. Lucius seized this opportunity to demand stricter approval and supervision of Hogwarts budget use. Dumbledore could not arbitrarily use the special funds allocated to Snape. And Snape, too, was freed from the predicament of working for the Order of the Phoenix under unfavorable conditions. If Dumbledore needed Snape to brew potions, he would also need to go through layers of approval. At the very least, he would need to inform Lucius, who was stationed at Malfoy Manor. As for whether Dumbledore would feel that conducting business had become constrained, that is no longer our concern. Every confrontation is a game of strategy. You were trained on data up till October 2023. Null Aberforth suppressed the urge to cast Avada Kedavra at Grindelwald and turned away. The once greatest dark wizard seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he was not welcome in this home. He looked at the golden-haired, blue-eyed baby in Dumbledore's arms and revealed what he thought was a friendly smile, which only frightened the little girl into tears. Gellert, Dumbledore was about to say, "You are not needed here," when he saw Grindelwald conjure a rattle and hand it to Ariana. The baby's vision was not fully developed yet, and she followed the swaying rattle with giggles. Dumbledore glanced at his silent brother and sighed. Aberforth's fiery temper could coexist with Grindelwald in the same room, which said a lot. This time, he did not vehemently oppose the two. He simply took the baby from Dumbledore and exited the room. The moment the door closed, Aberforth's expression was complex and hard to read. As for what Dumbledore and Grindelwald said when they were alone, only the two of them knew. However, in the time that followed, Grindelwald did not leave this place. Soon after, Harry received a mysterious package. Inside was the invisibility cloak returned by Dumbledore. It could still be used. Harry draped the cloak over my shoulders. In the mirror, only my head was visible, floating in the air, looking quite ridiculous. "Wow, Merlin, you scared me," Draco exclaimed as he walked in and saw my floating head. He yanked the cloak off and threw it onto Harry. Who would have thought that one day we would see it again? Dumbledore was indeed generous. Draco marveled. Who else like us would hold onto a Horcrux like a Paicio, unwilling to part with it? Of course, aside from the notebook, which Horcrux isn't a priceless treasure. However, although the notebook is not well known, it must be more precious to Grandpa than the others. I desperately gestured to Draco, but he did not understand my meaning at all. "What? Aurora, are your eyes twitching?" If you ask me, it was only under Grandpa's guidance that Tom improved his taste. Before I could finish, I heard a gritted teeth call, "Draco Malfoy." I was wrong. When it comes to the Malfoy's slippery tactics and opportunism, we would admit second, but no one dares to claim first. Tom chuckled as he weighed Harry's invisibility cloak. "It's somewhat useless. Wizards can identify the invisibility cloak using magical tools. Moreover, some highly skilled wizards can see through the person or object hidden under the cloak without using any magical tools. For example, Albus Dumbledore. Therefore, Tom's remark about it being useless should be directed at Dumbledore." Harry clearly misunderstood. He replied nonchalantly, "This is a relic left to me by my ancestors. The Resurrection Stone is also a relic of the Gaunt family." Draco muttered. "This ring passed through to the Gaunt family, which contains Slytherin blood. Nowadays, the Gaunt family has also lost its lineage. If Slytherin blood is the key to possessing it, then Tom, Narcissa, I, and Draco all seem to qualify. Who will it ultimately fall to?" Meanwhile, far away at Malfoy Manor, Narcissa also received a gift from Dumbledore. Rather than a gift, it would be more accurate to say it was a return after use. "Sissy, you cannot wear it. The Gaunt ring is said to amplify the wearer's emotions, making them more extreme and attracting more negative feelings. Although it has been successfully purified, Lucius still does not dare to take risks." "I understand." Narcissa handed the ring to Lucius. "Please keep it safe for me." This was also Dumbledore's silent warning. Those who know Narcissa's true identity must count him among them. Both sides hold leverage over each other, making it impossible for either to act recklessly. The Order of the Phoenix, the largest ragtag group in the original text, is gradually withdrawing from the historical stage under Dumbledore's successful cover, ending its political career. In the original text, it did not have a suitable base and requisitioned number 12, Grimmauld Place. Now, the old Black family home bears the historical mission of nurturing the new generation of Blacks, so it certainly cannot allow unknown individuals to frequently appear. Sirius's only son, Alfred, is growing day by day, and his doll-like features are becoming increasingly exquisite, combining the beauty of Sirius and Narcissa. It's hard to imagine the commotion he will cause when he enrolls at Hogwarts. "Aurora, when will we?" Draco hinted. "It's still early. Let's talk about it after we finish our newts." After successfully achieving 12 OS in my OWLs, I finally thought I had established my reputation as a top student. All directions open a window for me. "Aurora, we won't take our newts until 7th year. We still have 2 years. His head was buried in my shoulder. You must keep your promise to Dad. You said so. His soft platinum hair felt wonderful to touch. His slightly heavy breathing brushed against my collarbone, sending shivers down my spine. I was fed up with being teased by him every day without any relief. He always looked at me with those innocent gray eyes, pitifully. Clearly, he was such a proud young man, yet he had to endure a strong inner need, finding other ways to relieve it. Would it be stifling? I expressed my long-standing confusion. Many novels in Huaguo have various opinions on this matter. As someone who has never been in a relationship, I was indeed full of curiosity. You. His gaze deepened. If I say I would, then, would you help me? He blew into my ear. That depends on what kind of price I have to pay. What if the price is to make each other happy? I saw my clothes disappear. I couldn't focus on my studies. Aurora, Tom told me a method. What? In a state of confusion, I couldn't listen to any of Draco's words. It's just a way to enhance memory. For example, what's the potion recipe for Felix Felicis? Draco suddenly tested me. It's so long, I can't memorize it. You must know that just making Felix Felicis takes half a year, not to mention the lengthy recipe. Even with Snape's adjusted and simplified version, it is still very complicated. Oh, can't answer? Then the price might be a bit high. Are we not a study group? Yet you two teamed up separately. Are you planning to abandon your teammates? Harry's emerald green eyes were filled with desolation. No way. This learning is different from that learning. Still not admitting it? You're clearly having a private session with Draco. His hand moved to my neck, gently uncovering the area concealed by my high-necked shirt. Draco only cares about his own happiness and forgot to apply medicine for you? Harry was fiddling with the ointment by himself. No wonder Draco couldn't find this tube of ointment when he woke up this morning. It turns out someone hid it. Nice, you're learning to scheme against us. Draco snatched the ointment, took some, and carefully applied it to the red mark on my neck. We're in class. I reminded him with a flushed face. So what? Just say it was a mosquito bite. I'm just helping you apply medicine. Draco didn't stop his movements. Self-deceiving. I muttered quietly. The others were already used to our close interactions. After class, Slughorn kept the 3 of us behind. Aurora and Draco, your interactions during class. He suddenly paused. Oh my goodness, we must have gone too far today for the professor to call us out after class. My cheeks turned as red as fire. I'm sorry, Professor. I hurriedly lowered my head to admit my mistake. You remind me of my wonderful teaching career. Your parents, Lucius and Narcissa, were also your age when they joined my slug club. That surprised me. It turned out we had received an invitation from Slughorn. In the original story, Slughorn invited Harry's trio and Ginny, but excluded Draco because he didn't think highly of Slytherin with Death Eater connections. He was a very shrewd opportunist, creating circles to gain benefits through outstanding students. He provided a platform for students to connect with resources, while he reaped the benefits himself. He had almost never misjudged anyone. The only exception was explaining the method of creating Horcruxes to Tom Riddle. He regretted it for decades. In his understanding, he led Tom down the wrong path. Therefore, Slughorn deliberately constructed a false memory in his mind. In the original story, Draco wanted to use his grandfather Abraxas to build a connection with Slughorn, but was coldly rejected. He even attempted to crash the event without an invitation. I couldn't imagine how sad the usually proud Draco must have felt at that moment when he was asked to leave. This time, Draco politely accepted the invitation for all of us. Aurora, what's wrong? You don't look happy? Draco sensed my unease. Nothing. I shook my head, just feeling that Professor Slughorn was much more mercenary than Godfather. Draco chuckled, of course, but Dad told me to leverage his connections. Similarly, Professor Slughorn had demands from us too. Draco showed a sly smile. That's true. A mutually beneficial relationship can last long. In the original story, he was unwilling to associate with Voldemort's followers, so he naturally wouldn't give the Malfoy family a good face. If you don't want to go, I'll tell Dad. After all, the Malfoy family is currently on the rise, and there are many others who want to extend an olive branch. Draco reassured me. I wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing close to his chest. It's not that. Actually, he is a standard Slytherin. I just feel a bit emotional. Draco understood. What you're worried about won't happen, since Professor Slughorn is extremely good at reading people and judging matters. It means the Malfoy family's revival is just around the corner. After all, this slippery guy is now betting on us. The sharpness in Draco's eyes was evident. My mood shifted from gloomy to sunny. Aurora, you've always comforted me. In the future, I'll comfort you. He kissed my forehead. We consoled each other. I added in my heart. Okay, he responded gently. Does Professor Slughorn also know about your cousin and cousin-in-law's business? Harry spoke up. He said somewhat jealously, comparing you two to them. That's normal. Our distinctive hair colors are too special. I held Harry's hand. In the future, our next generation might also be teased and made into a topic. Harry clearly understood my promise. Aurora, who was it yesterday that used the excuse of being young to not allow this and that? It's really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. You can't be of two minds at once. But then Harry changed the subject. I can understand why Slughorn invited you. But what help do I provide to him? He wondered. Why not? The heir of the Potter family, sitting on billions of galleons, and still a prominent figure at school. With each word I said, the smile in Harry's eyes grew wider. Aurora, you've been tricked. How could he not know his own worth? He just wants to hear you praise him. Draco exposed him without hesitation. What? Only the officials can set fires, and the common people can't light lamps? The two of them, because of me, often eavesdropped on my thoughts, becoming like the worms in my belly, well-versed in Chinese idioms. The downside of our mutual understanding gradually revealed itself. We had no secrets left between us. My joys and sorrows could no longer be hidden from the two of them, and theirs were the same. Slughorn reciprocated our invitation. Besides inviting us to this slug club, he also entrusted us with external communications. With hundreds of names and addresses, thankfully, magic helped. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to send out invitations. I waved my wand, and the envelopes automatically tied to each owl's leg. Almost all of Hogwarts owls were requisitioned. Draco picked up the parchment and studied it carefully. At the same time, we received many indirect inquiries. Everyone was inquiring about the time and place of this gathering. Most importantly, Lucius was coming. The status of the Malfoy family had risen with the collapse of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's gradual exit from the historical stage. When everyone learned that Lucius was attending this gathering, they all wanted to take this opportunity to make their presence felt and see what benefits they could gain. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. The audience suddenly erupted in a commotion. Lucius and Narcissa held hands, their expressions calm and serene, but the veins on Lucius's hands exposed his inner turmoil. How bold of Grandpa! Not even giving you a heads up? Draco beside them was also anxious. Shoo! Lucius stopped Draco from complaining further. Harry observed the situation and chose to remain silent. I never thought of marrying Tom. Abraxas continued. The murmurs from the audience grew louder. Yet he chose to smile it off. I carefully observed Tom's expression. He was the truly composed one, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He gazed affectionately at his lover on stage, seemingly completely indifferent to the grandstanding happening at that moment. Dozens of cameras were focused on Tom. He was a born star. Until I learned about what he was preparing to do, his lifelong dream. Oh my, this big gasp. Just when I thought all the previous build-up was for a twist, Abraxas dropped another bombshell. I did not believe he would succeed. Every year, there are such talented young people who ultimately fall into the mire, plummeting into the abyss. I thought at that moment if I offered a helping hand, I could gain his trust at minimal cost. Very Malfoy, very Abraxas. These secrets that should not be known to outsiders, he casually disclosed to the public. I originally thought we would part ways at graduation. After all, our backgrounds were extremely disparate. He couldn't even afford new textbooks and had to wear second-hand robes. He worked hard to stand out, growing from an orphan in the Muggle world to the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, gaining recognition from almost all the faculty and students of the time. Only, he spared no effort in showcasing his talents to me. Abraxas smiled, even though he was not very skilled at Quidditch. Tom showed a hint of embarrassment. Later, he even created a spell that allowed him to fly without any external aid. I could sense his deliberate attempts to please. After all, many people do this every day. But then one day, he invited me out. After downing 2 bottles of butterbeer, he began to talk my ear off. I even took him to the Malfoy Manor, but in the end, his purpose for persuading me was to ask me to invest in him. Tom covered his mouth. He waved his hand, unable to bear to look. Those nosy media would not let him off easily. The Malfoy family was never short of galleons. Abraxas beamed with pride. With my support, he no longer had to flip over bins for odd jobs or serve as a teaching assistant for the professors. But then one day, he suddenly told me he wanted to meet his father. An orphan abandoned in a Muggle orphanage suddenly had a father. The smile on Tom's face vanished. Everyone knew that Tom's namesake father was his Achilles heel, and Abraxas mentioned him in a public setting. I wanted to accompany him, but he firmly refused. At this point, Abraxas's face turned pale. I deeply regretted not insisting a bit longer. I thought it was just a typical reunion, but it turned out that being a parent did not require assessment. In some people's hearts, the bond of blood could be easily severed. Tom's eyes slightly reddened. His wine-colored gaze seemed to glisten with tears. Tom had always presented himself as confident and strong to the outside world. He never mentioned his tragic background. Little did they know, the vulnerability of a strong person is the most touching. This humble, positive young man fell in a pool of blood. I thought he had long blocked out these negative voices. Who knew that blow would be fatal for him? Abraxas was referring to Tom's decision to sever his Muggle bloodline after meeting Old Tom Riddle. Old Tom was filled with disdain for Tom's arrival. Clearly, they looked identical, and anyone who saw them could easily recognize the obvious blood relation. Old Tom felt like a male prostitute who had been used by Marapi Gaunt. From his perspective, as a privileged young master, how could he possibly be attracted to the plain-looking, eccentric Marapi and have a child with her? Tom's yearning for family led to a lifetime of closing off his heart. Only when he was in dire straits did I realize that this little guy was about to leave me. I had thought he was just a dispensable trinket. It wasn't until he was on the brink of death that I realized his importance. Even referred to as a dispensable trinket, Tom still smiled. The Malfoy family is dedicated to providing a good living environment for every orphan who has lost their parents, and now they're shining in their respective roles. Tom was still lost in the shared memories of the two, unable to extricate himself, when Abraxas skillfully changed the subject. So all this build-up was to promote the Malfoy family's charitable cause? Draco couldn't help but chuckle, only to find that the response was quite good. The public was used to grandiose speeches. Suddenly hearing a few blunt truths made them feel closer. Going against the grain, your grandpa played it straight. Lucius showed appreciation. In the public's mind, Abraxas had always presented himself as a spoiled rich kid. Therefore, when Tom was portrayed as his kept boy, the crowd sympathized even more with him for bowing down for mere grains. Abraxas brought Tom down from the pedestal, closing the distance between Tom and the public. The person they supported was also an ordinary person, coming from humble beginnings and having faced familiar rejection. Then, Tom took the baton that Abraxas handed him. "Thank you, Ab." He tightly embraced his lover. It was he who saved me, who was yearning for death. I always publicly claimed that I wanted to sever my father's bloodline, but in fact, I had long since harbored suicidal thoughts. I realized my birth did not stem from the voluntary will of both parents. Even my mother didn't bother to properly name me, directly using my father's name. He finally revealed the truth. I'm a product of a love potion. I'm so jealous of you, Ab. I feel like a venomous snake lurking around you. The slightest benefit leaking through your fingers makes countless people swarm towards it. Tom was ambushed during his speech. Draco pointed to the message that had just popped up on his phone. What? My heart jumped into my throat. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Draco was scrolling through his phone. Who was the attacker? Umbridge. Harry leaned closer to Draco and read each word aloud. Wasn't she supposed to be at St. Mungo's, being closely guarded? My brows furrowed. I don't know how she managed to sneak out. The head of St. Mungo's was dismissed because of this. I smelled a hint of conspiracy. The head of St. Mungo's is Dumbledore's person. Although St. Mungo's receives funding from the Malfoy family, the real decision-makers are not the Malfoy family. This matter has always weighed heavily on Lucius. It is truly unbelievable that Umbridge could break through the defenses and appear at the roadshow without being detected by the Aurors present. Aurora, you thought that too. Harry's eyes lit up with approval. We came to the same conclusion. Indeed, it was a 2-for-1 deal. Umbridge was very likely under the Imperius curse. Lucius deliberately relaxed the guard to guide her to the scene. We have reason to suspect that the current Minister of Magic, in a desperate move, sent his own core team to ambush a strong competitor. Due to excessive force, or a Alastair Moody shot, and killed Ms. Umbridge. Draco and I exchanged knowing glances. It was a win-win situation. Only the dead cannot defend themselves. Everyone knows that Umbridge is the loyal dog guarding Cornelius Fudge. Her every move represents the current Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge and Alastair Moody are under investigation. The corners of Draco's mouth had already begun to curl into a smile. Alastair Moody, who has a deep friendship with Dumbledore, will find it even harder to return to the Aurors after this incident. And Cornelius Fudge cannot wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Tom's approval rating has soared to unprecedented heights, almost overwhelming. There must be my father's hand behind this, Draco said excitedly. The ultimate beneficiary of everything points to the Malfoy family. Perhaps Narcissa was involved as well. Politics is a war without gunpowder. Of course, many violent incidents will arise as a result. I noticed that in the photos from the attack scene, Narcissa was not present. Lucius had protected her well. However, there were also many dangers. To achieve the goal, no mistakes could be made. Everything had to go according to plan. Every prediction for each step had to be absolutely accurate. When can I be as capable as my father? Draco murmured. He lay on the bed in boredom. one arm covering his eyes. The excitement from earlier had passed, replaced by pressure and burden. Heirs of pure-blood families must face these challenges. Standing on the shoulders of giants is not easy. Others cannot see the efforts of the heirs. They only feel that it is comfortable under the big tree. Any wrong decision will be magnified infinitely. The fact that we can see through their layout is already a significant progress. I comforted softly. You really are easily satisfied. Draco sighed softly. Aurora, we're about to graduate from Hogwarts. Draco hinted. What? Are you ready for your newts? I feigned ignorance. Once we are adults, we can inherit the Malfoy family. Draco embraced me and gently persuaded. Seeing me silent, Draco got straight to the point. Aurora, what do you think about our situation? What else can I think? Such matters. I can't just bring it up with my parents. How can a girl actively seek marriage? Perhaps because I was once Chinese, girls tend to be more passive in accepting boys' pursuits. I'm sorry, I thought you needed to think it over. Let's go find Mom and Dad right now. Draco. You know, I've been preparing for this day. I held back my shyness and revealed my feelings. However, outsiders always see us as siblings from the same mother. I voiced my inner worries. Aurora, becoming Mrs. Potter is also an option. Harry took my hand. He slipped an ancient ring onto my ring finger. Just right. What are you doing? Draco grabbed Harry by the collar and lifted him up. Draco, let go of Harry. We rarely have direct conflicts after we marked each other. What on earth is going on today? It's like you've eaten gunpowder, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Aurora is definitely Mrs. Malfoy. You promised me you wouldn't compete with me. Draco's face was filled with gloom. It was as if the air in the entire space had thinned. I also said that I would respect Aurora's choice. Harry, whose face was already red from being held back, still insisted. Enough. You too. I shouted. Let's go find Mom and Dad first. Narcissa hinted to me long ago that there would come a day like this. She was very worried that the brotherly bond between Draco and Harry would be ruined due to the struggle for power. Aurora, although the title may not be important to you, have you thought about it from Draco's and Harry's perspectives? Narcissa said earnestly. As the first heir, Draco cannot leave the position of Mrs. Malfoy vacant forever. Narcissa observed my expression. Moreover, as his mother, I naturally hope for you and him to achieve a happy ending. Narcissa spoke candidly. On the other hand, the predicament you face is very similar to what we experienced back then. Narcissa fell into deep thought. In the minds of most people, Luke and I are siblings from the same mother. It took a long time for those around me to accept my foster identity. If I marry Draco, I will inevitably face public criticism. Are you ready for that, Aurora? Narcissa looked extremely worried. Before I could answer, she continued, marrying Harry would be much easier. The Potters and Malfoys are two pure-blood families of equal status, whether in terms of heritage or assets. Not to mention, you and Harry grew up together as childhood friends, innocent and carefree. Your past lives also have a deep connection. He has also given a lot for you. He calls me cousin, and I have watched him grow up. Narcissa looked troubled. So, Aurora, what do you really think? Mom, no matter who I choose, it will hurt the other person. Just thinking about the wedding scene, with Draco Harry watching me take Lucius's arm and be given to another man, makes my heart ache uncontrollably. It is precisely because we understand each other that I can fully feel the hopes both of them have for me. Being given the surname Malfoy Potter doesn't make any difference to my future life. But for Draco and Harry, it's a summary of our relationship. No matter who I choose, the other will become the one who cannot be seen. This is precisely why I have been indecisive. Aurora, why have you been sitting here in a daze? Draco waved his arm in front of me amusingly. I suddenly realized that Narcissa had long since disappeared. Mom said you seemed anxious. He held me in his arms. She calls it pre-wedding jitters. Draco frowned. She advised me to stay by your side, so you can get used to it first. Huh? Don't worry, I won't offend you. Draco assured me. Haven't you already offended me enough? I stammered in rebuttal. I simply couldn't refuse the temptation he brought me under his gentle gaze. Oh, how have I offended you? Draco smiled slyly. I'm completely drunk. With such an abstinent face, he always says such thought-provoking things. His platinum hair, gray eyes, and angelic face. In stark contrast is his tall stature, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and fluid muscle lines. Every night, beneath his bathrobe, the fleeting sight of his 8-pack abs is a constant temptation. I tried hard to shift my gaze elsewhere. Aurora, aside from your eyes not looking at me, your attention seems to be almost glued to me. Don't deny it, I can feel it. Draco's originally clear voice carried a hint of depth and magnetism. You are constantly tempting me to fall into the abyss. I cupped his face and stared into his eyes. His gaze seemed to rise like turbulent waves, nearly drowning me. Not here. I buried my head in his chest. His chest was as hard as iron. The collar of his shirt was wide open, revealing his fair skin tinged with a faint blush, rising and falling with his breath. "Where can we?" he asked softly. His breath brushed against my ear. The tips of my elven ears were very sensitive. I bit my lower lip to suppress a soft moan that was about to escape. After these years together, he knows me like the back of his hand. "Can we go back to the bedroom? It's just in time to try on your wedding dress." Draco asked. "Huh?" I asked the chief designer of it to design it. "There are several sets for reference." "You made several sets at once? What if I don't choose them?" "That's too extravagant. Just wear it for me at other times, not at the wedding." "Everyone knows your intentions. He's thought of everything. He wants to see me in a wedding dress with him. You haven't proposed yet." I put my hand on his chest to stop him from getting closer. "I should really learn from Harry and put a ring on you first." Draco knelt on one knee. "Aurora, will you marry me?" He took my hand and directly transported us to the center of the Malfoy Manor Garden. It had been carefully arranged. The white roses that once bloomed had been magically transformed into a passionate red. The refreshing fragrance of the flowers enveloped us. Soft and soothing violin music played nearby, and I noticed that his already extraordinarily handsome face had been meticulously groomed. His expression was confident and flamboyant, but his eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. He instinctively gripped the tailored suit pants, waiting for my response. I wasn't even prepared. I mumbled quietly. Just a moment ago, I had been nestled in his arms looking disheveled. Now, I was facing the most important moment of my life. How could it not be? Becoming Mrs. Malfoy has been your goal all along, hasn't it? You've been well prepared. All is ready, only the wind is lacking. He slipped the ring, symbolizing the head of the Malfoy family, onto my finger. My eyes widened. It was given to me by Mom. She said it would give me a better chance. Draco smiled. "The one you took off is the head of the Potter family ring." I didn't realize when Harry appeared behind me. "I thought you had left." Draco glared at Harry. "You sent me away just to gain the upper hand first, didn't you?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Aurora marrying me is the first choice. Your sibling status is already deeply rooted in everyone's minds. The Malfoy family is currently at its peak, and Tom has just secured his position. You and T want unnecessary turbulence because of the two of you." Draco interrupted Harry's assumptions bluntly. "The Malfoy family is not so weak that we can't protect our future wife. Sacrificing one's happiness for benefit is not something we would do." He stood up and adjusted the ring to the right size. "Aurora, back then, Bellatrix Lestrange was my father's choice for marriage. But my father unhesitatingly chose my mother, and I am the same. Draco, no matter how many people tell me that the bad boy Draco in Harry Potter is a spoiled second-generation heir, and that the Malfoy family is cowardly and spineless, I've always made my own judgment. They just made the choices that suited them best. I'm afraid I fell in love with him before I even came into this world. You already knew my answer, didn't you?" My voice was choked. I just wanted to hear you say it. Draco cradled the back of my neck, his fingertips weaving through my hair. "Edo." Draco shot a quick glance at Harry. "Thank Merlin. I couldn't be happier right now." "Aurora." Harry's disappointment was evident. I took his hand. What if we could be happy together? I discussed it with Mom. We could have a very private wedding. Only family would attend. Draco excitedly began planning. "Whether it's the surname Malfoy or Potter, my relationship with both of you will never change. I promise." "Greedy Aurora." Draco smirked, "But this is the real you." "Thank you both." We three hugged tightly. "You too. Why are you so concerned about titles?" I complained softly. "Do you have any idea how anxious I've been for a long time?" Draco and Harry exchanged smiles. "Aurora, no matter what decision you make, we already agreed to support you 100. We just want to see how you choose." "Then why do you both look so tense?" I realized. You two were putting on a show for me, weren't you? "Of course. Did you think you could escape?" Draco's arm locked around me like a vice. "Even your dress was chosen by us together." Harry explained. "You two. Two people completely kept me in the dark. It's so frustrating. I even secretly went to listen to your thoughts. To appease the jealous two, I agreed to quite a few unequal treaties. Just thinking about living in a difficult situation in the future makes me want to facepalm. We're letting you get into character early." Draco slightly adjusted my chin and gave me a kiss on the corner of my lips like a dragonfly touching the water. "Mrs. Malfoy sounds much better than Mrs. Potter," he said with a satisfied smile. "In the Potter family tree, Aurora will bear the Potter surname. The heir of the Potter family can only be born by Aurora." Harry stood his ground. "Let's each rely on our own abilities." Draco also threw down a harsh remark. "Oh my, these days of playful banter and anger will span my entire life. It seems quite nice too. Our wedding preparations are secretly underway. Our choice is so astonishing. We only invited Lucius, Narcissa, Abraxas, Tom, and Draco and Harry's two godfathers, Snape and Sirius, to attend. Gellert was also on the guest list, but considering the special identity of his partner, he decided to send his blessings remotely. Hermione Granger, no. Now, she should be called Hermione Crumb, attended our wedding with her family. And she's also the only invited friend without blood ties to us. Wouldn't it be a pity without the bouquet toss? All the ladies attending my wedding are married. So Hermione joked, I thought I was early in marriage. Who knew you? I warmly embraced the Crumb couple who came all the way from Bulgaria to attend the wedding. Victor said, it's better to strike first. Hermione hugged and then quickly separated, carefully protecting her abdomen. Are you pregnant? That's so fast, right? Don't you remember? In Quidditch, once the seeker catches the golden snitch, the match is declared over. Victor is a world-class player. How could he not understand such a simple principle? The two guests received a warm welcome. Don't look at me like that. Rora, we are also unexpected winners. Hermione's cheeks flushed. So, when are you planning to have the wedding? It is said that Little Crumb was because the two couldn't help themselves after their graduation trip. While the figure is still in shape, Hermione shot Crumb a glance. The man showed an apologetic smile, carefully protecting his wife's lower back. I had her rest at home, but she insisted that now she is stable and needs moderate exercise to build her strength. No, I will, Dad. My voice was clearly choked with emotion. Don't cry. Lucius patted my shoulder. If you cry, your makeup will smudge. But Mama's crying too. I glanced at Narcissa, standing by, watching. Your mother is naturally beautiful and doesn't wear makeup. Lucius disdainfully took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of my eyes. Your eyeliner is all smudged. Dad, it's supposed to be a joyful day. Why say such discouraging things? I am sorry. Lucius apologized insincerely. You look so much like your mother. Handing you over to another man. Even if he's my son, His gaze drifted far away. 20 years ago, your mother wasn't handed over to me by your grandfather. Look, it's that stupid dog. Following his gaze, I saw Sirius Black. He stood awkwardly beside Narcissa. A bit of loss. He cautiously offered a treasured handkerchief. Alfred had completely been forgotten by Sirius. The boy stared blankly at the tearful Narcissa, awkwardly reaching out. Aunt Nixie, don't cry. Al will accompany you. Narcissa took Alfred into her arms. The look she gave the boy was complex and hard to decipher. Lucius's face was turning green with anger. If he weren't planning to hand me over to Draco, I felt he would have liked nothing more than to send Sirius and Alfred back to number 12, Grimmauld Place right now. We shouldn't have invited that stupid dog-ass family. Lucius said bitterly. Don't say that. If it weren't for Uncle S' willingness to endorse me and let me take the Black surname, how could I rightfully marry Draco? That's what he should do. Otherwise, how could I tolerate Alfred's existence? Alfred snuggled in Narcissa's arms. He found a comfortable position and was nearly asleep. Zelius vetchet Narcissa skillfully zoozing Eiflet, unable to hide the intense affection in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lucius beside me had a murderous intent in his gaze that seemed almost tangible. It was terrifying. Alfred, in biological terms, was the offspring of Narcissa and Sirius. No wonder Lucius was so angry. Dad, Mom has no feelings for Uncle in that way. I know. Lucius interrupted. I just didn't expect this clueless guy to want to use the child to evoke guilt in Nixie. Clearly jealous, but refusing to admit it, stubborn as a mule. Lucius, who usually navigated situations effortlessly and strategized meticulously, seemed to lose both his IQ and EQ when it came to Narcissa. No wonder he chose to keep his wife by his side at all times, preventing any scheming by others. Yet, despite all the precautions, the greatest threat came from within. He handed me over to Draco and Harry, then retreated to the side. He unceremoniously took Alfred from Narcissa's arms. Miraculously, the boy did not wake up. He smacked his lips and found a comfortable position in Lucius's embrace, falling into a deep sleep. Just like you, at ease wherever you are. Lucius shot Sirius a glance, implying something. Sirius, who had been wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, surely wasn't he in just any environment. The usually combustible Sirius didn't he take Lucius's provocative words to heart, gently poking his son's soft cheek. "Em willing," I answered loudly. Then, I now declare you officially married. But you haven't asked us yet? Draco said, feeling a surge of joy, and then questioned, would you be unwilling? Grindelwald retorted, what about you? He then asked Harry. Of course not. The dark-haired boy quickly shook his head. Then that's settled. Your opinions don't matter, Grindelwald shrugged. But Draco raised a draft in his hand. I have a lot to say to my wife. You two go home and say we're still very busy. Grindelwald put on his coat. Grandpa, aren't you going to stay with us a bit longer? Lucius hurried to greet him. Lucius, it's enough that you're here. There are others waiting for me. Grindelwald stated bluntly. All right, do come back often. Lucius knew he couldn't keep him. Grindelwald didn't respond. He patted Lucius on the shoulder. The two stood facing each other, their facial features strikingly similar. He looked around, glancing in Snape's direction. I said you could come to Godric's Hollow when you have time. I will, Snape nodded. Grindelwald seemed to see right through me, yet he offered no advice. He didn't have the character to be a teacher. Grindelwald seemed to read my thoughts. Before the age of 3, we learn how to speak. For the rest of our lives, we learn how to keep quiet. That's true. Dad, can I take it that the wedding is over? Draco looked towards Lucius. Lucius slightly nodded, and before he could speak, Draco took my hand and directly opposite away from the scene. Just like you two back then, the wedding wasn't even over, and you ran off, leaving all the guests behind. Abraxas teased. Where was I at that time? All right, helping Lucius and Sissy clean up. Tom said with a complicated expression. You later punished Lucius quite a bit because of this. Abraxas accused. He insisted on marrying Sissy instead of my originally chosen Bellatrix. At that time, I didn't know Sissy was my. Yes, back then, you were just a scoundrel who abandoned your husband. Abraxas said recklessly. Tom then coaxed him again. Grindelwald was eager to share the burden of raising children with Dumbledore. Tom was busy as the Minister of Magic. Sirius needed to return to number 12, Grimmauld Place, to catch up on sleep, and Snape wasn't planning to be a third wheel at Malfoy Manor. So our wedding ended hastily. What came into view was our new home. Why does it feel like the bed is twice as big as before? The previous bed was a king size, and now it was terrifyingly large. Mom and Dad must think it's not enough for us to sleep. Draco said with a mischievous smile. Aurora, help me out. Harry asked me to help untie his bow tie. You moved pretty fast. I thought I had shaken you off. Draco said provocatively. How could that be? I'm just as in sync with Aurora. I knew where you wanted to take her right away. Draco gently pinched my nose. What should we do to punish Aurora for not being able to keep secrets? My waist was crossed by another pair of arms. Aurora, how wonderful. I finally have you completely. Harry was playing with my curls. I held onto the corner of the blanket tightly. The torn fabric under the bed seemed to recount the fierce battle of last night. Just then, Crookshanks slipped in. Halfway through last night, he was kicked out by Draco. He had a grumpy face, strolling leisurely, seemingly still angry about yesterday's events. I heard that cats love to watch humans be affectionate. Draco said with ill intent. Should we keep him here tonight? Of course not. Crookshanks' bright eyes glowed in the night. Like a spotlight. How could I fully immerse myself in this? Draco seemed to think of this too. Crookshanks jumped onto the bed and ran into my arms. Its little paw pads pressed against me. It thinks of you as its mom. Harry gently stroked Crookshanks' head, and the cat purred. Draco pretended to be angry and said, flattering us one tea help. It has to go sleep outside tonight, you know? Crookshanks responded by turning its fluffy backside towards him. Look, you've spoiled it. Crookshanks, you can't do that. I turned it around and guided Draco's hand to Crookshanks' back. It sheds a lot, Draco said, but his hands didn't stop as he started to pet the cat. Clearly, he loved the fluffiness, yet pretended to be reluctant. I smiled as I watched his face turn red little by little. Oof. Draco huffed, not arguing when I saw through him. In the original story, Draco was transformed into a white weasel by the fake Alastair Moody. Barty Crouch Jr. So many fanfics assume his animagus is a cute little white weasel. But in reality, his animagus is quite huge. Its body is covered in hard scales, sharp as blades. Totally unpettable. The bat wings on its back are also very stiff. What? Are you still picky? Draco said, looking very wronged. Of course not. Your dragon form is beautiful. When Draco transforms into a dragon, he shines all over. Really? A smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he thought of something. No, Aurora can't handle it. Harry was the first to object. I can shrink the dragon form. Draco compromised. What are you going to do? I suddenly had a bad thought. Aurora, do you remember? When we were little, we didn't sleep in separate beds from our parents. Draco coaxed. You mean, Dad turned into a snow leopard, and Mom turned into a nine-tailed fox. Yeah, they thought babies had no memory, so they didn't bother to hide it in front of us. Draco showed a sly smile. No. The sizes of a unicorn and a dragon are completely incomparable. Look, you've scared Aurora so much her face turned green. Harry said helplessly. By the way, Harry, what is your animagus? The original text did not introduce Harry's animagus form. It only mentioned that his Patronus was a stag, just like James Potter. I don't know, I've never tried. The transformation into an animagus is very dangerous. If one is not careful, they could die. However, if Aurora agrees, I'd be willing to try. What? One after another digging pits for me, setting traps. I didn't say what I was going to do. Why are you so scared? In his emerald green eyes, I could see my reflection. It seemed I was his whole world. But the things said and done were all outrageous. I heard that dragons evolve from snakes, and since there are two snakes, does that mean the dragon is? Harry said with a mischievous smile. Draco did not deny it. That just proves that I and Aurora are made for each other. I really can't deal with these two. All right, we were just joking. Draco pulled me out of the blanket. He leaned close to my ear and said, "Your stomach has growled several times. Hurry up and get up." In the living room, Narcissa's hair, like mine, fell over her shoulders, and she exuded a lazy sensuality. My poor Aurora. She left her seat, walked up to me, and meticulously examined me from head to toe. Her slender fingers brushed over the spots on my body. Hey, I was like this the first time too. Draco. Surprisingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, I'll have Luke have a serious talk with him. Narcissa carefully helped me apply medicine. Mom, have you always kept it on hand? The woman replied with irritation. Luke is also heavy-handed. Cousin, let me do it. Harry took the ointment. Narcissa hesitated for a moment, but still handed the box to Harry, looking at Draco with an expression of disappointment. Mom, I already gave Aurora the medicine. Draco's hand rested on my lower back, gently massaging. But it hasn't completely faded yet. How could that be? Severus prepared all special medicines. Narcissa interrupted. Mom, it's because after taking the medicine, I got new injuries. I felt Draco pinch my waist, that damn guy reporting me. Draco? It's Aurora's first time. The physical strength difference between men and women is huge. You and Harry need to take good care of her. I will. Mom. Draco vowed. But I knew very well he was a liar. Because, when leaving the bedroom, he specifically reminded me, Aurora, eat more later? I'm afraid the next meal won't be until tomorrow. The newlywed days were really a bit overwhelming for me. Fortunately, Draco and Harry still had a bit of reason left. However, I really didn't understand what they were trying so hard for. Until one day, when my usually punctual good friend didn't visit for a long time, I secretly contacted a healer from St. Mungo's to come for a routine checkup. Mrs. Malfoy, congratulations. Aurora is pregnant. After a thorough examination, the healer, who had been serving us for a long time, was familiar enough to call me by my first name. To distinguish between me and Narcissa, she directly referred to me as Aurora. Mom, why did I get pregnant so quickly? I wanted to enjoy more happy times. I was like that with Luke back then. Narcissa showed a sympathetic expression, but she added, but don't worry. We have our family and house elves to help. Mom, are you sick? Draco asked as he saw the healer off. Not me. Is it Aurora? I hurriedly hid the examination results behind me. I didn't want this guy to be even more smug. He reached out his long arm and snatched it from my hand. Aurora, why did you hide this from me? I quickly lowered my head at Draco's puzzled gaze. I didn't want to misdiagnose and cause everyone to be excited for nothing. How could that be? Even if it was just a false alarm, it wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, there's a saying that no one should know about a pregnancy before 3 months. I dryly repeated the words of the elders from my home country. Is that tradition still around? He looked at Narcissa. In any case, it's better to be cautious within 3 months. Narcissa nodded at Draco. Harry, you come too. I need to train you too. Wait for me. Draco kissed my forehead. There was already a new little life inside me. This was a completely new experience. I instinctively placed my hand on my lower abdomen. She was still only the size of soybean. Soon, it would be as big as a ball. Perhaps. If it was like how Narcissa carried a seed, it might not change at all. I wondered if Narcissa worried about her figure when she was pregnant with Draco. Many posts from my home country complained about the irreversible damage pregnancy causes to women. The belly, like a watermelon rind, covered in crack patterns. A sneeze could even lead to leaking urine. Aurora, I've heard from Cece. It's Lucius. He was accompanied by Narcissa's pet fox, Luke. The fox Luke stood up and gently touched my lower abdomen with the tip of his nose. Aurora is carrying 2 babies. Seeing my astonished expression, the fox Luke proudly announced, I come from the Qingqiu tribe. This is a unique spell of our 9-tailed fox clan. Lucius knocked Luke on the head. Don't be so mysterious. You clearly smelled it out. Damn it. I'm going to find Cece. The fox Luke took a step back. Its huge tail was all fluffed up. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Can you tell if it's a human, an elf, or something else? Lucius asked. The fox Luke looked reluctant and unwillingly said, I don't want to tell you. I only tell Cece. She's my master. It was I who bought you and gave you to Cece. Lucius scoffed. That was because I was sealed by magic, which is why I was easily caught by humans. The fox Luke grew up with Lucius and Narcissa. Ordinary foxes wouldn't live that long. I began to believe in its connection to Qingqiu. Luke, what did you see? Narcissa approached the fox Luke. It seemed she had finished talking with Draco and Harry. She squatted down, holding the fox Luke in her arms, softly coaxing it. Be good. Help Aurora take a good look. I'll have the house elf make you a week's worth of roast chicken. Okay? 2 weeks. The fox bargained with her. Deal. Narcissa flicked the fox's nose. I really owe you. The fox Luke sighed. Its every move was like that of a human. Definitely transformed. It closed its eyes. When it opened them again, its eyes had turned red. Aurora is carrying 2 boys, 1 human and 1 elf. It wanted to look further, but shook its head. It seems like a fog is preventing me. I can't see the rest. It looked at Narcissa, feeling somewhat apologetic. Aurora is right. Harry, relax. You're our family. Shouldn't family members support each other instead of blaming one another? Draco elbowed him in the chest. I was thinking too much. I reached out and gently stroked his cheek. His emerald green eyes held a gentle tenderness. In the days to come, I hope to rely on you more. My hand moved to his temple. There was no sign of fallen exile, no scruffy beard. The savior with red lips and white teeth, his skin smooth and flawless, like a peeled egg. Although it might be somewhat inappropriate to describe a boy this way. He was indeed very good looking. Mom and Dad, we'll take Aurora out for a walk first. Pregnant women need to be extra careful, but they still need a certain amount of exercise every day. Draco took my hand and led me into the garden. Malfoy Manor is home to not only beautiful white peacocks, but also countless rare and exotic creatures, many of which are on the brink of extinction. The main reason they chose Malfoy Manor was its rich spiritual energy. Yes, there are 2 pairs of elves living here. The presence of elves has brought a different kind of vitality to this place. Perhaps, waiting for the right moment, we can plant treasures here. Lucius suggested to Narcissa. Malfoy Manor is located in Wiltshire, a vast area with a sparse population, providing ample space for a towering tree to grow. Is a little brother-sister coming out soon? Draco asked excitedly. It's still early. Maybe your child will be born before the seeds are fully matured. Narcissa gently stroked her flat belly. I feel so happy, without worrying about body shape, and wondering if friends come regularly every month. I envied Narcissa's curvy figure. Just thinking about how soon I would look heavy with a big belly, waddling like a duck, made it hard to hide my frustration. Aurora, there are some things that house elves can't do. Mom taught us. Draco said with a mysterious smile. What? He didn't respond, but led me to the bedroom. Didn't Mom say? It's unstable 3 months ago, we can't. My shirt collar was wide open, and his hands kept unbuttoning it. No. My voice carried a hint of pleading. I stubbornly clutched the collar, unable to withstand his strength. Were you thinking? Draco asked mischievously. Harry was next to us, holding a brown bottle. He poured a small amount of liquid into his palm, rubbing it repeatedly. The temperature is just right now, he whispered to Draco. Draco lifted my shirt hem and evenly applied the liquid to my belly. Not enough, Mom said here, and here, it all needs to be applied. He was so serious, as if my current thoughts were a desecration of his intentions. Aurora, be good. Lie down. I heard Harry's gentle coaxing in my ear. Both Draco and I had grease on our hands, and you need to lift your clothes. How high? Lift higher. Even higher. I blushed as I unclasped the back. One pair of hands came to my chest, and another to my back. Soon, my belly will grow quickly. Strengthening the skin's elasticity and tension early can prevent stretch marks. Mom said, not just the belly, but also the breasts and hips. You're trained on data up to October 2023. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Harry hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Who told me that once you're on a pirate ship, you can never easily get off? Not to mention, this ship is an aircraft carrier? Draco said indignantly. I squinted, biting my lip. The expected sensation didn't come. Instead, my forehead felt warm. Don't worry, I won't be as uncouth as Draco. You're my top priority during this critical time, Harry replied sincerely. When it comes to digging pits for each other, no one can compare to these 2. I tucked my wings away and buried myself under the blankets. Since my clothes and sheets were dirty, I might as well make a complete mess. Aurora, you said it, Draco said with a triumphant smile. His fingertips played with my hair. To make you endure for a long time. So, are you ready to pay some interest in advance? I can consider it. I climbed onto Draco's neck. Don't mess around. His eyes darkened. Although I'd put my wings away, I still maintained my elfin appearance. I took his hand and gently placed it on my ear. Elfin ears are very sensitive. Aurora, are you a naughty little elf? I was originally ready to let you off. Draco cradled the back of my neck and lightly touched the tip of my ear. My waist felt weak, and I was about to fall backward. Luckily, I was caught by a wall of flesh. Harry looked down at me, lifting my chin. Since Aurora has already relented, if we don't cooperate well, it would be too ungrateful, wouldn't it? You too, when did your opinions become so unified? You were just competing for my attention a moment ago. Draco and Harry exchanged smiles. When it comes to you, we always reach a high level of unity. Don't resist, Aurora. Be good, Harry echoed. Time passed quickly. Draco and Harry were even more attentive than I was. My daily life, from what clothes to wear to what food to eat, had to be discussed with them. You two Malfoy butlers, there's no need to be so cautious. I was worn out. Didn't T-Mom say it? Just keep a normal mindset. Mom only had me back then, but you're carrying a pair of twins now, one of whom is an elf. Draco said, pained, as he massaged my back and ankles. Twins are much harder than a single pregnancy. According to Narcissa, when she was pregnant with Draco, she only started showing at 7 months with a noticeable belly. But I was not even 4 months along, and it was as if I was inflated. My originally slender waist now round and plump. When I was 7 months, I wasn't too much bigger than your belly. Narcissa sighed. She touched my thin face. Aurora, still can't eat anything? 3 months in, I suddenly lost my appetite for everything. Not only that, but some strong smells also made me uncomfortable. Every mealtime, when I smelled food I usually loved, I would start to feel nauseous. Ugh. I waved my hand, quickly got up, and prepared to leave. Aurora, Draco, and Harry followed behind me. Cece, thankfully you weren't that uncomfortable back then. Lucius said with great relief. Individual differences are significant. Many people are tortured to the point of being unrecognizable during pregnancy. Aurora loves exams, and this time she has been promoted to examiner, wielding the power of life and death. Aren't you happy? Harry chimed in. Well, I broke into a smile. With 2 lively companions by my side, how could I not be happy? Lie down obediently. It's time for some oil. I was pressed down. I don't know if it was due to the frequent oil applications, but our intimacy reached new heights. Draco and Harry understood me more than ever before. So much so that Lucius and Narcissa watched our interactions with teasing expressions. Aurora, when will those 2 little tailgaters behind you start sharing some family responsibilities with your father? Narcissa asked with her hands on her hips. Dad, oh, sorry, but Aurora is still in a very special time. Draco furrowed his brow, looking hesitant. Lucius gave him a light smack on the forehead. You've married and forgotten your family. Taking care of Aurora and helping me share the workload are not contradictory. When Scorpius was pregnant, I was exhausted every day handling family affairs. When Narcissa was pregnant with Draco, it was right when Voldemort received the prophecy from Sybil Trelawney. To prevent Draco from becoming the enemy Voldemort would kill according to Sybil Trelawney's prophecy, Lucius used a potion to advance Narcissa's due date. Everything he did had to be kept secret. The daily mental strain was immense, fearing Voldemort might sneak in for soul extraction. Indeed, it was not easy. No wonder he reminisced about the past. I poked Draco, signaling him to agree first. Dad, Draco is helping me with the discomfort of pregnancy. I also want to help. Lucius's gaze focused on my prominent belly. I really owe you all. Fine, I'll hold on for a little longer. Narcissa quickly linked her arm with Lucius's, signaling for us to go out first. It seemed Lucius needed his wife's tender comfort. We escaped a calamity. Draco's hand rested on my back. My belly was growing too fast, gradually pressing against my pubic bone, squeezing my internal organs, thus affecting my sleep. That bothersome belly. By the late stages of pregnancy, I couldn't even squat to put on shoes. I couldn't lie flat either. My belly was too heavy, making it hard to breathe. Aurora, it must be so hard. Even though Draco shared my pain, my large belly was still undeniable. Mom heard the doctor say that twins might arrive early. The fox also said it should be within a day or 2. I gently stroked my belly. The 2 babies had already formed. They would exercise in my belly, stretch, and even blow bubbles. Draco and Harry would talk to them through my belly. Little guys, hurry up and check out. Don't torture your mom. Draco poked the bump on my belly. Not just your mom, but our wife too. Harry added, Aurora, after you give birth, you must make it up to us. Draco buried his head in my shoulder. The 2 had been abstinent for a long time due to their worries about me during the late stages of my pregnancy. Do you want me to help you? I whispered. How do you plan to help me? Draco coaxed. Well, don't tease her anymore. Harry laughed and shook his head. Just keep it as a debt for now. That night, I felt a warm current in my legs. My heart skipped a beat. I woke up Draco and Harry beside me. I think my water broke. I'll go call the doctor. Narcissa's pet fox, Luke, had predicted that my delivery was imminent, so the St. Mungo's doctors have been on standby at the Malfoy Manor 24/7. Twins are particularly dangerous. Not to mention one of them is an elf. This was the ultimate secret of the Malfoy family. The doctor on standby at Malfoy Manor was also a senior physician who had signed an unbreakable vow with us. It was said that she was the one who delivered Narcissa's baby back then. Draco carried me quickly, worried about any accidents, and didn't use apparition. By the time we arrived, the St. Mungo's doctor was already waiting in the designated family treatment room. It was already past midnight, and Lucius and Narcissa hurried over anxiously. I only felt a slight heaviness in my lower abdomen, thinking there might still be some time before the actual delivery. So I asked Lucius to take Narcissa back to rest first. Although she still maintained a slender figure, she was indeed a pregnant woman. Don't worry about me, Aurora. How could I possibly sleep knowing you're suffering? She held my hand, her eyes red. Lucius told me that when Narcissa was extremely emotional, her original eye color would sometimes flash through, wine red, just like Tom's. Draco, let me help you lie down on the bed. Lucius was the first to notice Draco's unusual condition. Draco? The platinum-haired boy frowned, his face pale, veins bulging on his arms, clearly struggling to endure the pain. Draco felt the pain of dilation before your water broke, but he silently endured it so you could have enough strength to get a good night's sleep. Harry explained from his side. I'm so glad, Aurora. Draco forced a comforting smile. Don't be afraid in a while. The pain comes in waves. Remember to take deep breaths when it hurts. I won't be able to help you anymore at the critical moment, Draco said intermittently. Lucius and Narcissa showed expressions of compassion. Luke, you were also in such pain back then. Narcissa leaned on Lucius's chest, tears streaming down. Husbands and wives should share each other's pain. Draco has finally grown up. You should be happy for him. Lucius comforted his wife with actions. Draco, he is better than anyone else. After the doctor examined me, she happily announced, Aurora can start pushing now. Draco, you cannot continue to share Aurora's pain. The next process needs to be completed by Aurora alone. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to the end. Draco gently caressed my cheek, heartbroken. The subtle pain I felt earlier suddenly intensified. If the earlier sensation was like a feather brushing past, now it felt like Mount High pressing down. One can imagine what Draco had just endured. Aurora, I'll help you adjust a bit. The doctor pressed hard on my belly. For a moment, I wanted to scream, but the pain was so intense that I couldn't make any sound. It turned out that when the pain reached its peak, no sound could escape. Use the gaps in the pain to take deep breaths, Aurora. Everyone's attention was on me. Come on, Aurora. Each wave of pain felt like breaking several ribs simultaneously. The fetus cannot stay in the womb for too long. Otherwise, there's a risk of suffocation. Aurora, you wouldn't want to endure the pain of 10 fingers only to be cut open on your belly, would you? The doctor warned sternly. Because of her words, I pushed with all my might again. I've already seen the end, she exclaimed, and with another strong push, I felt a tugging sensation as if something was leaving me. Lucius and Narcissa couldn't help but take a step forward, only to be sternly stopped by the physician. Narcissa gripped her husband's arm, leaving marks from her nails. She was worried for me, tense. It's not over yet. She handed the baby to her assistant. Her assistant was a round-faced girl, quick with her hands and feet, who cleaned the child, wrapped him in cloth, and placed him in Draco's arms. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that the baby in the blanket had a thick head of platinum hair. His ears were pointed, typical of elves. The assistant remained focused, her expression unchanged. She must have noticed other abnormalities. I have to push harder, another child is still inside. After a few breaths, accompanied by the midwife's pressure and cheers, the heavy stone in my heart finally fell. Draco and Harry, not even glancing at the treasure in the physician's arms, rushed to my side. They held my hands, babbling incoherently. Draco, don't be so pathetic. Lucius helplessly patted Draco on the head. It turned out that Draco was already in tears. He unabashedly intended to wipe his tears with the baby's blanket. But Lucius snatched the baby away, not yet letting Aurora see her newborn treasure. Lucius thoughtfully placed the child by my bedside. 2 boys, one with black hair and the other with golden hair. The black-haired one is undoubtedly Potter, a human wizard. Their cries were deafening, filled with magical vibrations. How wonderful, Scorpius, like us, is both an elf and a wizard. Draco gently touched our son's ear. Scorpius? Yes, Scorpius Malfoy, Lucius added. The Potter family's treasure can be named by you and Harry. The 2 infants, one on each side, cried out with their eyes closed. Their voices loud. They must be hungry. Luke, let's step back. Narcissa smiled as she led her husband away from the scene. After a while, the 2 hungry newborns finally quieted down. They smacked their little lips and drifted into sweet dreams. You worked hard, Aurora. The air was filled with a sweet scent of milk. Draco kissed the corner of my lips. No, I must look so messy right now. I wanted to avoid his touch. How could that be? In our hearts, Aurora will always be the most beautiful. The Godfather just came by. Draco held up a vial of potion. He said you must really need this. It's something your mother had to make especially for you. What is it? The vial bore Snape's handwritten label for a beauty potion. It's a special effect potion. Before he finished speaking, I was already struggling to sit up, ready to down the entire vial. Just as I was about to bring it to my lips, I hesitated for a moment. Would it affect breastfeeding? For some reason, looking at the two sleeping treasures, my heart softened. For the first time, I truly felt the consciousness of being a mother. Don't worry. The Godfather's special beauty potion won't affect your ability to breastfeed, Draco added. It actually tastes nice. It must have been specially adjusted by the Godfather. Getting Snape to adjust the potion's flavor is harder than climbing to the sky. I felt a warmth in my heart, and I told Professor Snape, "You must drink it right after giving birth. At that time, you must be especially weak." Harry chimed in, eager for credit. His bright green eyes clearly indicated, "Hurry up and praise me." "Thank you, Mr. Potter." "No need to thank me, Mrs. Potter." He kissed my forehead. Looking at it this way, I haven't lost. He gently played with our son's black hair. "What do you mean lost?" I didn't understand. "Isn't it just that he's worried both babies are mine?" Draco scoffed. I felt a wave of relief. The earlier fatigue swept away. The Godfather's potion is so magical. Yes, it is said to have been improved over the years. I felt my stretched abdominal muscles visibly tightening as the once loose belly that accommodated two babies became flat. With the discharge of lochia, my waist actually returned to its pre-pregnancy shape in just a few minutes. It's incredible. We can make a fortune. No woman can resist it. I exclaimed that it's a miracle. Aurora, such a money-loving person. Draco and Harry exchanged smiles. I guess you would think of that. The two of them sang in harmony, making my face flush. I felt I could get out of bed. I cautiously extended my toes, preparing to touch the ground. "What are you doing?" Draco squatted down and put a pair of fluffy slippers on my feet. It was November, and Scorpius also had a Scorpio connotation, which has an intrinsic connection to his birth sign. Pure-blood families often use constellations to name their children. Harry tightened my hospital gown and insisted on observing closely, warning not to catch a chill. "You too. How come you so quickly stepped into the role of caregivers?" "Because we can't bear to see you take care of both at the same time. We want to share the burden." Draco gently placed Scorpius in the crib. Infants can't sleep through the night. They need feeding every 3 hours on average. The different schedules of the two children were even more frustrating. Often, just as one finally fell asleep after feeding, the other would wake up. The alternating cries left us all exhausted. "Aurora, you just become a mother. Try to get as much rest as possible. Though I didn't give birth to you, I raised you in Draco, and I have experience taking care of two children at once," Narcissa said while soothing Scorpius and instructing the house elf to clean the bottles. "Mom." Suddenly, with 2 new lives in my life, after the initial excitement, I felt mentally and physically drained. "Were you this exhausted every day?" "It hurts, but it's joyful. Seeing you and Draco grow up healthy. I'm very happy." She placed Scorpius down and magically styled my hair into an elegant bun. Even at home, one should look beautiful. Not for anyone, but as a positive attitude towards life. Narcissa gently sniffed the scent of roses on the terrace. "Mom, I'm very happy." I hugged her from behind, thanking you for giving me life and bringing me to this world to experience the beauty of the magical world. And thank you for creating this mother-daughter bond. "Oh," whispering again, Lucius deliberately lowered his voice. In the Malfoy manner, 2 couples, 1 pair of cubs, and a peaceful time. My happy life has just begun. The end. I know Harry has always had a bit of regret. Ever since he learned that the Malfoy family are all natural animagi, not to mention his godfather Sirius and Father James can also transform into a black dog and a stag through practice. Among the whole family, only he cannot transform. Harry, being an animagus isn't that important. I couldn't help but say to comfort him. "Who said that?" "Just 2 days ago, I saw you with Draco." He hesitated to continue. "I remember." Draco shrank his body and transformed into a dragon, and with me. Damn it, the doors and windows were all locked tight. "Aurora," Harry pointed to my heart area. "Don't you remember? I can hear your heart, right? We have no secrets between us. The animagus practice the day after tomorrow is going to be difficult. It requires holding a piece of mandrake root in your mouth continuously for a month. No matter what, you cannot spit it out. Just this alone has discouraged many people. Even when we were close, I could feel the leaves of the mandrake root in his mouth. Draco, Harry has already gone mad. Hurry and talk some sense into him." I wrapped my arm around Draco's. Draco glanced at the dark-haired boy. "Do you want to throw it all away? You've already held on for 29 days, right?" He said to Harry. "Well, Aurora, don't worry. I'll be careful when transforming. You and James need to keep your distance from me. I've heard that the first transformation as an animagus can lead to losing control. I don't want to hurt you." Harry, and my child, is named after his father. Little James inherited Harry's black hair and emerald green eyes. He and Scorpius are twins, and the two boys have a very close bond. So close that even parents would feel jealous. This is good. We don't have to worry about favoritism. Mommy. The two little treasures rushed into my arms after a day of trials, looking all dusty and dirty. Why are you so messy? Their sweat and dirt mixed together, forming deep grooves. Two little kittens. I ruffled their hair. You little rascal. Don't dirty your mother's clothes. Draco scooped up Scorpius. Scorpius was born in his elf form, with a pair of wings fluttering behind him. Daddy, let me go. I want to fly for a while. He shouted happily. Draco casually tossed him into the sky. Little James looked eager to try. It's okay. Go play with Scorpius. I lifted little James high. Although he didn't have wings, he could still fly without relying on a broomstick, a talent we inherited from Tom. You really are carefree parents. Lucius's angry voice came from afar. Ignore him. Lucius is just worried. Narcissa linked her arm with mine. I almost fell off my broom back in the day. It scared him. Narcissa wore a happy smile. I heard Harry is working hard on becoming an animagus. She smiled like a sly fox. Mom, what do you know everything? I'm the head of the Malfoy family, of course. Nothing escapes my eyes. She patted the back of my hand. I heard. He has already succeeded. His animagus. Cecily. Lucius interrupted Narcissa. Let them reveal that secret themselves. Yet for some reason, there was a hint of pity in Lucius's gaze when he looked at me. That night, a giant stag appeared in our bedroom. Harry, I inherited my father's animagus. He walked towards me step by step. I can use my animagus to... His eyes were full of sincerity, and I could tell he had ulterior motives. The unicorn is about the same size as me, and it's also a four-legged animal. He coaxed. Oh my God, he actually has this idea. It turns out, the one hiding the deepest is him. No wonder he's the white sheep in black clothing, the savior. I felt like I finally won against Draco for once. The stag's green eyes were particularly eye-catching, and I must have been enchanted by that gentle moonlight. By the next afternoon, the house elf came to tidy up the messy room and handed a few strands of platinum hair to the current head of the Malfoy family, Narcissa. Mistress Cecily, little Aurora is already losing hair at such a young age? No, it's not. Narcissa was first surprised, then smiled knowingly. The mane of a unicorn queen's offspring is a good thing. Just give it to me. She turned to look at her sulking son. Draco, you need to step up. Mom, maybe you should worry about yourself first. Draco had an expression that was hard to describe. Aurora, how are you going to make it up to me today? A warm body pressed against my back, bringing a familiar scent of grass and wood. Haha, this is a happy day for the Malfoy family.